This is a magical world where magic is revered. Some become second-tier mages through relentless training. Others rely on consuming potions to become second-tier mages. Yet you have reached the second-tier mage level relying solely on 1/50,000 of your magical power. This is because your true identity is one of the 7 great kings of this world. Your power can even crush many ordinary deities. Thousands of years ago, you were targeted by many deities for being too high profile. After your rebirth, you decided to be a lazy fish. You planned to re-emerge only when your strength was enough to kill all the deities. To prevent the deities from learning your plans in advance, you chose to stay in the magic sanctuary of Dongquan Valley on the Violet Continent. In Dongquan Valley, there is a rule: if apprentices cannot break through a certain level within 3 years, they will be forcibly expelled. Therefore, there is an annual magical power assessment, and today is the assessment day. Rulu, magical power value, 4,212. 4. Second-tier mage. Claire, magical power value, 5,001. 5. Second-tier mage. Reg, magical power value, 4,999. 4. Peak second-tier mage, Tester Dehi. The young mages who just finished testing their magical power left the massive crystal, some joyful, some cheering, and others sighing. On the high platform under the magical dome, Nanako sighed, her face puffed up with worry in her eyes. Wearing a large wizard hat, despite her petite frame, no one dared to underestimate her, for she was one of the 7 great instructors of Dongquan Valley. The 7 great instructors represent the highest power and authority of Dongquan Valley. Even the weakest among them is a city-destroying mage capable of obliterating a city. Nanako is the 7th of Dongquan Valley, representing the storm witch of frost and cold, but at this moment, she couldn't be less happy. Lingyun, you rascal. Nanako looked down with worry and frustration at a boy in the line. She murmured, "It's been 3 years, Master has taught you for 3 whole years. Why are you so disappointing? With all the resources given to you, even a pig could become a second-tier mage in 3 years." In the crowd, she could vaguely see you, your face clearly showing sleepiness, appearing indifferent. 3 years ago, Nanako brought you to Dongquan, nurturing you carefully to turn you into a qualified and noble mage. She usually had a keen eye for people, but this time, she stumbled with you. Over the past few years, she had poured countless efforts into you, adhering to the principle of not letting anyone fall behind, even teaching you hand in hand. However, the speed of your magical abilities' progress was so slow that it was outrageous. Usually, what you learn today will be forgotten by tomorrow, and if you manage to remember even a little by the day after, Nanako would be astonished, calling you a genius. What an achievement! Lady Nanako, are you worried about your little apprentice being eliminated? A mage beside Nanako asked, blinking at her with concern. Nanako helplessly blew at her bangs, looking dispirited. Yes, you are the dumbest person I have ever seen, even dumber than a rock. Seeing Nanako's dejected expression, the mage whispered, Lady Nanako, there's something I don't know if I should say. Go ahead, Nanako said, bored and sorrowful, blowing at her bangs. The mage frowned. Actually, this might not be a bad thing for Lin, as his low magical talent is well known. He isn't suited for the path of a mage, and you, Miss Nanako, are so powerful that you really don't need to praise him. After all, with your status, there are plenty of talented mages in this world willing to be your students. Nanako stopped blowing at her bangs. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds, and she stood up, adjusting her large wizard hat, revealing her sapphire-like eyes. If I were to give up on my apprentice just because he is foolish, that wouldn't be my style, she said, tilting her head and gazing at the mage with her chillingly large eyes. The mage immediately felt goosebumps all over and instinctively lowered his head. Moreover, her eyes seemed to speak. Even a stone held for 3 years would develop feelings. Next, accompanied by the tester's loud announcement, you, with blurred vision, approached the massive magical crystal. Anyone could see that your eyes were filled with seriousness and worry. Behind you, the laughter and chatter of boys and girls could be heard. Look, it's your turn to be tested. Don't you know? Lin is the student of the 7th instructor, but I've heard his magical talent has nearly broken the lowest record in Dongquan Valley in thousands of years. Really? But he's so handsome. Yes, but I suspect Lady Nanako keeps him around precisely because he's so handsome. After all, if I had such a handsome apprentice, I wouldn't want to let him go either. The chatter behind you continued, but your heart was not in it. You were extremely worried, more than ever, debating whether to use 0.9 out of 100 million magical power for the test or 1 out of 100 million. You furrowed your brows because, for someone with decision-making difficulties and obsessive-compulsive tendencies, this was a century-old dilemma. Using 0.9 out of 100 million magical power would just barely qualify you as a second-tier mage, allowing you to stay in Dongquan Valley and continue to hide for a few hundred years. However, using 1/10,000 of your magical power would yield a neat and tidy result, but it would clearly indicate that you exceed the second tier. For someone with decision-making difficulties, this was an absolutely terrifying choice. Are you going to take the test or not? The tester frowned, looking at the worried boy in front of him. There were still many people waiting behind. He had seen many young mages like this, and those who knew they wouldn't meet the standards would often show extreme anxiety, even sweating profusely. Failing to meet the standards meant leaving Dongquan Valley and bidding farewell to the path of a mage from now on. You worriedly said, "Please allow me to think for a moment. I'm sorry, this is a very important matter." On the high platform, seeing her apprentice standing before the testing crystal, so anxious, Nanako felt a pang in her heart, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. She was very fond of her understanding apprentice and didn't want to part with you, but rules were rules. Taking a deep breath, she floated down to you, wanting to comfort her apprentice. She wanted to assure you not to carry too much psychological burden. Having met Miss Nainai, the great Nainai strides confidently, and the surrounding mages quickly show their respect. However, Nainai ignored them, her gaze fixed on you as she quickly walked to your side and tiptoed to pat your shoulder. Disciple Nainai spoke in a sweet, high-pitched voice, trying to sound gentle as she said, "Don't be afraid. It's just a magic power test. Even if you don't meet the standards, you'll always be my disciple. Keep it up." You worriedly replied, "No, master, that's not what I'm concerned about." Nainai asked in confusion, "Then what are you worried about?" You frowned and said, "Master, I want to ask you a question. Do you prefer Ina or 0.9? I'm a bit undecided." Nainai looked bewildered. "So, what does this have to do with you about to leave Dongquan Valley?" However, seeing her disciple's serious expression, Nainai cautiously responded, and you paused for a moment. Then you showed a relieved expression and said with a sigh, "Thank you, master, that's good to hear. After all, if it weren't your own choice, you wouldn't need to worry about anything, just the struggle of making choices." Seeing the obvious sigh of relief in your smile, Nainai tilted her head, looking perplexed. She couldn't understand what her disciple meant. "In any case," Nainai said helplessly, "let's just go with the test. Accept the results calmly. Even if you leave Dongquan Valley, you'll still become a useful person." After saying that, Nainai sighed and turned to leave, her long robe billowing behind her. He didn't want to see the expression on his disciple's face upon seeing the test results, it would only make him feel worse. But at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Since the lowly master has taken care of everything, let's just show 1/10,000 of my magic power to handle the test. In any case, if it's discovered that I've hidden so much power, I might have to find a new place to hide." Hearing the voice suddenly ring in his mind, Nainai was instantly taken aback. After spending 3 years with his disciple, how could he not recognize that it was his disciple Linen's voice? But why was this voice ringing directly in his mind? He immediately turned and looked in shock at you, who had stepped onto the crystal platform, placing your hand on it while your eyes were closed during the test. Your index finger pressed against the cold crystal as you channeled your magic power. As the tester, Dehi Dao, prepared for the test, he instructed, "Relax your body. Circulate your magic with the crystal for 10 seconds. With the tester's loud shout, you focused your mind and entered a meditative state. Let me think. 1/10,000 of magic power. Wait, hold on. I think I might have remembered it wrong. 1/10,000 seems like data from a year ago. Now it should be 1/50,000 to be a second-tier mage. I've forgotten how strong I am. Damn, I nearly exposed my power. I hope my lowly master didn't notice the slight disturbance in my magic power just now," you thought to yourself. But not far away, Nainai's expression instantly showed shock. It was indeed his disciple's voice, yet the disciple hadn't spoken. Why could he hear it? Could it be a voice from the heart? Did I just hear my disciple's thoughts? As a powerful city-breaking mage, Nainai quickly understood the situation at hand. In other words, for some unknown reason, he was able to capture what his disciple was thinking. Wait, what about the 1/10,000 and 1/50,000 magic power he was just mumbling about? Hidden power? He was hiding his strength. Nainai widened his eyes and perked up his ears to listen carefully. It's so hard. I'm clearly so strong, yet I have to pretend to be an ordinary person to interact with you all. But there's no other choice. Soon, the gods will walk among us again. If I expose my strength, I might end up being harvested like chives. I'll just lay low for now. Once I become a god, I'll settle the score with those gods who nearly killed me. That's the plan. What the hell, Nainai thought. Hiding power to the max? Is my disciple so worried about leaving Dongquan that he's lost his mind? Then he heard your thoughts. Let's go with 1/50,000. Let me calculate. The test result should be 2,321 magic power. That's right, it was this voice that echoed in his mind. The next moment, the tester, Dahi, announced, "Your magic power is 2321, you've passed as a second-tier mage." Upon hearing this, you smiled slightly, and the young mages around you gasped, especially the young girls, who were utterly astonished and amazed. Lin passed. He actually passed. A month ago, during our routine testing, he only had over 1,200 magic power. In just a month, he increased by 1,000 points? This means Lin can stay in Dongquan Valley from now on. Nainai was equally shocked, but not because his disciple passed the test. It was because he had stated his test result with absolute precision. 1 in 500 million, 2,321 magic power? Is he crazy? Or am I crazy? No, Nainai muttered to himself while covering his forehead. It must be that I've been too anxious lately, causing me to hear things. After all, suddenly hearing my disciple's thoughts is clearly very strange. While he was muttering to himself, you strolled over with an easy gait. You placed one hand on your chest, performed a gesture of a mage, and respectfully said, "Master." Ghoul did not disappoint and barely passed the test. He can continue to stay in Dongquan Valley and honor his master. As for honoring, let's skip that. It's nice to just admire my lowly master every day. Even though she bounces away with just a poke and often trips over her own pigtails, she's still quite adorable. So, how can my lowly master maintain this form even after hundreds of years? Regardless of whether this rebirth is real or not, the contents here are really frustrating. And the title, Lowly Master, is something I really don't want to hear. Nainai turned sharply, her sapphire-like eyes fixed on you, as if trying to uncover all your secrets. Confused, you asked, "Master, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Lowly Master, something feels off. Did you sense that slight disturbance in my magic just now? That shouldn't be possible. I erased it before it was released. My master is so weak she shouldn't be able to sense it. Could it be because I'm handsome? No, it shouldn't be hallucinations. That means what my disciple just thought about the 1/50,000 magic power is all true. If 1/50,000 magic power is for a second-tier mage, then how high is his current level? Let's assume if what I heard is true, what is his purpose for infiltrating Dongquan Valley? With such high power, could he be a demon, a lord of hell, or a demon god like Lucifer? Nainai pondered. Are you hiding something from me? You straightened up, touched your chin, and said with a smile, "Master, what could I possibly hide from you? If you're talking about the incident 2 days ago when I sneaked into the kitchen, I swear I wasn't stealing food." The master found it very strange. Is it possible that he really suspects me? It's impossible. I've hidden it too well. The people of Dongquan Valley wouldn't be able to see through my strength. Even if my master is a few hundred years old, she definitely wouldn't notice, so I must be overthinking it. A few hundred-year-old lowly? Nainai's brow twitched in anger, her cheeks puffing up, her face turning red, and steam rising from her head, almost lifting her mage's hat. With her eyes closed, her eyelids twitched wildly, and the tiny hands in her sleeves clenched tightly, shaking in anger at this annoying brat. How dare he use such a term to refer to his beloved master in his heart? You're the real 100-year-old lowly. Your whole family are 100-year-old lowless. It's simply unforgivable. This annoying disciple usually seems so honest. I never expected him to have so many thoughts hidden inside and to conceal many unknown secrets. No, I must not let him know that I can hear his thoughts. I need to investigate him thoroughly, grinding my teeth in frustration. Thinking of her disciple, Nainai tiptoed and patted your shoulder. Seriously, since you can stay in Dongquan Valley, go back and rest well. You don't have anything to do these days, so don't leave your place. The master needs to go out for a while. Upon hearing this, you looked quite nostalgic and worriedly asked, "Master, how long will you be gone?" 2 or 3 days, I suppose. You looked determined and said, "Yes, master. I know that after this test, Ghoul has also deeply realized how weak he is now, so I hope you can come back soon to teach me new magic. I'll wait for you at home," you said, putting your hands together with a serious and determined expression. "Please," Nainai said, somewhat touched, about to speak, when she suddenly heard your thoughts. Ha ha ha, this dog lowly finally figured it out? I've been waiting for this sentence for 3 years. Finally, I can be a carefree slacker. Is it normal for someone to enjoy going out and strolling around? Every day, being forced to learn those kindergarten-level spells by my lowly master is driving me crazy. I'm finally relaxed. Alright, I shouldn't waste my feelings on this annoying dog disciple. Wait obediently for me to return, she said through gritted teeth, and copy the basics of magic 50,000 times before I come back. I'll check it when I return. Assigning homework during a break? Isn't that just cruel? Who gives out 50,000 assignments? No serious person would do that. This 100-year-old lowly is so unreasonable. Damn it, when I confront her, I'll definitely pin this wicked lowly master against the wall and spank her 50,000 times, and I'll make sure to follow through. Spank 50,000 times? Nine trembled slightly, one hand instinctively reaching back. After mentally ranting, you looked determined and serious, saying, "Don't worry, master, I will definitely complete the task you assigned me." "I promise," Nine replied, still in disbelief. With encouragement, a few minutes later, Nine rode her broom through the howling wind, pressing down her large wizard hat as she quickly arrived at the magic library. Entering, she scanned her surroundings, searching for books related to possession, demons, and similar topics. Finally, in a dusty corner deep within the library, she found a relevant tome, Encyclopedia of Demon Possession and Evil Spirits. "My disciple must be possessed by an evil spirit," Nine thought seriously as she quickly flipped through the book, her large eyes rapidly scanning the magical text. "If it's an evil spirit possession, there's a way to resolve it, but if it's a demon projection, then we're in big trouble." Although hearing about his disciple's rebirth was very strange, what concerned him most were the pieces of information he heard during that rebirth. Having one-to-one magic power and being a second-tier mage? That must only be a power possessed by the gods. He quickly flipped through the pages and read out several methods to test whether it was a possession by an evil spirit or a demon projection. Demons and evil spirits are inherently restrained by holy energy. In an environment rich in holy power, they will inevitably reveal their true forms. He muttered to himself and then closed the book. Meanwhile, you leisurely returned to your residence, as the seventh disciple of Dongquan Valley, Nine. However, due to your poor performance over the past 3 years, your lowly master deprived you of your housing rights and forcibly moved you into her own magic tower. The lowly master meant that this way, it would be easier to teach and supervise you, so you ended up cohabiting. Although you felt somewhat guilty about the lowly master hiding her strength, it couldn't be helped. If you don't lay low until you reach max level, you thought while stroking your chin, you would definitely be in big trouble if the gods discovered you now. You are not from this world, you are a traveler. You vaguely remember that you crossed into this world about 5,000 years ago. At that time, the Violet Continent didn't have the Dongquan Valley organization, and magic was still in a primitive era. Yet you rose successfully during that time and became one of the strongest beings on the surface. If you read history, you would definitely find stories about the 7 kings of the Violet Continent, and you are one of them. However, because you were too high profile back then, you ended up being harvested by the gods. If it weren't for a certain ultimate artifact that allowed you to be reborn, you would have likely been completely harvested by the gods. But the price of rebirth was losing all your powers and becoming an ordinary person. However, you weren't worried. Ding-Yu took a breath, and your magic power increased by 1. Ding-Yu yawned, and your physique increased by 1. That's right, this is the key to your rise in the first generation, the wicked ultimate slacker system. In other words, as long as you're slacking off doing nothing, you can earn system rewards. Although they're not much, they add up over time. Given enough time, you will eventually become a god. Previously, you were too eager and fell from grace, so this time you've learned, you won't leave until you reach max level. Absolutely not. First, let's go back and take a nap. You yawned, thinking that the benefits from a single nap could last others months of training. 2 days later, the sun rose in the east, casting a warm light. You had a pleasant dream, feeling extremely comfortable, and your magic power increased by 1. Ding-Yu comprehended the spell 9 layers of ice and fire during your dream. Ding-Yu slept for over 24 hours continuously and were rewarded with 200 strength points. On the bed, you were sound asleep, with bubbles forming and bursting at your nose. At that moment, a fair little hand slowly reached over and popped the bubble on your nose. You groggily opened your eyes and immediately saw a pair of icy blue eyes staring intensely at you, just 5 centimeters away, with a sweet scent of lowly wafting towards you. "Wow, master, you scared me," you exclaimed, instantly wide awake and staring in surprise. Then you saw a lowly dressed in a blue mage robe with 2 blue pigtails standing cutely at the foot of your bed. Her icy blue eyes sparkled adorably, making her look even cuter. "Get up, the sun is shining," Nine said, tilting her head. "Are you happy to see me back? Today, I'm taking you somewhere, get ready." You let out a breath and smiled. "Yes, master, where are we going to train? I don't want to see you at all, I'm not happy, and I don't want to go anywhere. It's only just noon. I was about to take a nice nap, and it's really annoying to be disturbed while sleeping comfortably." "Damn that wicked 100-year-old lowly. You've interrupted my slacker life." Nine's temple twitched slightly, and a big warning sign seemed to pop up on her forehead. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists to prevent herself from hitting you. 100-year-old lowly, she thought angrily, clenching her small fists. No matter how many times she heard it, it always made her furious. This annoying two-faced disciple, I must find a chance to teach him a lesson. Half an hour later, deep in Dongquan Valley, within a magnificent and vast palace, holy light shone from all directions. Walking within, one could even hear echoes reverberating through the spacious hall. Nainai walked ahead with her eyes closed, holding books in her arms, her long pigtails swaying gently like wisps of smoke. Isn't this the Holy Vale? One of the most mysterious places in Dongquan Valley, only accessible to the 7 counselors. Master, why did you bring me here? Imprisoning Plima here doesn't seem right, especially in such a holy place. Nainai suppressed her urge to beat you, her hair flopping angrily as she struck the air, yet she maintained a calm and dignified demeanor on the surface. The purpose of bringing you here is very simple. The Holy Vale, one of the most mysterious places in Dongquan Valley. Only the 7 counselors know that beneath the Holy Vale Hall sleeps an ancient being, the embodiment of the sacred, representing all that is bright and pure in the world, and his resting place has become the area with the strongest sacred energy in this world. He brought you here to see if your suspicions were indeed true. He turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at you, showing no discomfort, neither possessed by an evil spirit nor a demon projection. Or perhaps his own consolation is too high, and it hasn't taken effect yet, he thought, feeling very anxious. In his heart, he didn't want to think that his disciple, whom he had spent 3 years with, might be some sort of danger. Soon, they arrived at the central hall of the Holy Vale. Here, the sacred energy was almost solidified, and various holy light points could be seen floating in the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Master, why did you bring me here? You asked, looking around in confusion. This shouldn't be a place for an ordinary disciple like me. What is this long-haired loli up to? Why does she seem so neurotic lately, looking so troubled? Is she having her period? Well, for a 100-year-old loli, having irregularities should be pretty normal. This dog disciple really wants to pin him down and beat him up. You have your period? Your whole family must have it too. This is infuriating. Nainai forcibly suppressed her impulse while secretly observing your facial expressions and asked, don't you have any special feelings? You stroked your chin and smiled, saying, it feels warm and cozy. This place feels quite comfortable, yet why does it seem so familiar? It feels like I've been covered in fur or something. It feels strangely familiar. Let me think. It seems like that guy's aura. I remember the last time I saw him was 1,000 years ago, but something feels off. That guy should have been harvested by the gods. At that moment, Nainai realized, having seen that guy once 1,000 years ago, who was he? If he was harvested by the gods, Nainai immediately sensed she might be touching upon some terrifying information. Could it be that her disciple has been alive for over 1,000 years? She forcibly suppressed her inner turmoil and said seriously, Disciple, Master brought you here to pray for the Holy Sovereign to grant you a blessing. This way, even if your potential isn't high, you can still gain a strong affinity for holy magic. This is one of the privileges of the 7 counselors and an agreement between Dongquan Valley and that existence. As one of the 7 counselors, the request for a blessing from the Holy Sovereign can only be used once in a lifetime. He considered this for a long time before making the decision. If there is truly any evil within you, the Holy Sovereign can purify it. If there's nothing wrong with you, receiving the Holy Sovereign's blessing is certainly something any ordinary person would dream of. This is for Dongquan as well as for you. It's a win-win situation. A holy blessing? You asked in confusion. Master, are you feeling okay? Is it really alright to waste such a privilege on me? Wow. Is my lowly master serious about this? But I have to say, it's really touching. My lowly master is very kind to her disciple. Even though my affinity for the sacred has already reached its limit, having a bit more is always good. Could it be that my lowly master has fallen for me? It's possible since I'm so handsome. Damn it, why does this dog disciple have so many thoughts? Falling for you? How narcissistic. I really want to hit him, grinding my teeth in anger. However, he still found it puzzling that the disciple showed no signs of fear or discomfort. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? He frowned slightly, becoming increasingly curious about his disciple's true identity. He soon took a frustrated breath. Regardless, as long as it wasn't an evil spirit possession or a demon projection, everything could be discussed. Stay here for a moment. Master will go pray for the sovereign's blessing. Nainai walked to the center of the hall and began to set up the ritual, drawing the sacred magic circle. Seeing that magic circle, your expression grew more and more puzzled, becoming increasingly strange. This sacrificial circle looks so familiar. It can't really be that guy, can it? You then saw Nainai cross her hands over her chest, close her eyes, and pray to the Holy Sovereign, the embodiment of all that is sacred and pure. By the covenant of Dongquan Valley, I pray for your awakening and ask you to bestow your holy blessing. In an instant, the magic circle before Nainai lit up, and the offerings she made transformed into glowing points that vanished. The entire hall was enveloped in a holy storm. The next moment, a massive, blinding orb of light appeared before you, radiating an overwhelmingly dazzling holy brilliance. And within that orb, a tall figure with wings could be faintly seen emerging. Insignificant human, a voice devoid of emotion echoed throughout the hall. I respond to your covenant. Awaken and state for whom the blessing is to be bestowed. Nai knelt, trying hard to suppress her trembling. This is the Holy Sovereign, who sleeps beneath the holy veil, the existence closest to the gods. He immediately bowed his head, humbly and devoutly saying, Great Holy Sovereign, in the name of all that is sacred, I request you to bless my humble disciple and eradicate all diseases and evil within him. Grant him the most sacred blessing. Meanwhile, you stood there with a strange expression, but since Nai had her eyes closed and was standing still, she didn't notice the look on your face. After a brief silence of a few seconds, the voice of the contract echoed, The covenant has been fulfilled. I accept your prayer, the grand figure within the light screen said, turning to envelop you with its boundless will. In a moment of silence, the figure in the light screen suddenly froze in place. The next moment, a voice filled with shock erupted from the light screen, completely different in tone from before. You're still alive? Damn it, I should have known someone as incredible as you couldn't be harvested by the gods. Your voice was filled with boundless shock, but just as he finished speaking, you waved your hand and instantly froze the surrounding space. Everything around was cut off. Keep it down. I knew it was you the moment I stepped in. Why are you shouting so loudly, you little flat-haired lion? But if my master hears this, I might have to kill you. But what you didn't know was that at that very moment, Nai had indeed heard the Holy Sovereign. He was taken aback, jokingly thinking, my own disciple knows the Holy Sovereign? Then he recalled your thoughts. No wonder it felt so familiar as soon as I stepped in. It's this silly cat. This guy is still alive. How shameless. So he actively offered 90% of his essence to the god and managed to survive until now? This stupid cat really thinks the gods are good. They kept you alive just to harvest you again later. How naive. But he does have some skills. If I hadn't stepped in here, I wouldn't have sensed how close he is. Should I consider devouring him? This silly cat seems to have accumulated quite a bit of essence. Hearing her disciple's thoughts filled with doubts, Nai was instantly shocked. My disciple not only knows the Holy Sovereign, but he seems even stronger. Devouring the Holy Sovereign? Isn't that the act of a demon? He tried to turn away but found he couldn't, as if the space around him was trapped. This doesn't seem like something the Holy Sovereign would do. Could it be his own disciple? That's impossible. A few minutes later, no one heard what they exchanged during those few minutes. In the hall, you stared blankly with dead fish eyes. Looking at the pitiful flat-haired lion before you, you said, I'll let you off this time, but remember this. Don't tell anyone about my presence here. Since I know you're still alive, you should know I have the power to kill you. The Holy Sovereign, looking pitiful, lay on the ground and said, Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I know the gods aren't good. I've been here for so many years to accumulate strength and settle old scores. Meow. You exclaimed impatiently. Why are you, a lion, learning to meow like a cat? The Holy Sovereign replied, Wasn't it you who forced me to learn back then? You would hit me if I didn't. You rubbed your temple and glanced at the isolated lowly master nearby, who stared back with dead fish eyes, saying, Alright, let's pause our chat here. Just give me any blessing so I can trick my master later, and you should move out quickly. Two tigers can't coexist. Being this close is too risky. The Holy Sovereign murmured, But I came here first, are you sure? You shot him a glare. The Holy Sovereign immediately shook his head like a rattle, saying, No, you're the big boss. You decide, I'll move right away. Then he reluctantly extended a paw and plucked some fur from himself, muttering, still as domineering as a few thousand years ago. Then he blew towards you, and the scattered fur transformed into countless light points, merging into your body. Ding, you have received the blessing of the ancient Holy Spirit, and your affinity for the sacred has increased by 10,000. You sneezed, waved at the surrounding light points, and felt a bit uncomfortable. I was wondering why there's so much holy power here. The shedding is severe. Is there a ghost hiding here? Goku must have shed all his fur. Well, it's not like anyone is watching anyway. I'm not embarrassed, the Holy Sovereign insisted. I can listen to you about anything else, but my fur is my bottom line. Half an hour later, Nai with her twin tails emerged from the holy veil, looking strangely and complexly at her disciple whistling behind her, holding his head. What just happened? Why couldn't I move suddenly? I can't hear anything from over there. You smiled and explained, your eyes sparkling with admiration. It was the work of the great Holy Sovereign. To bestow a blessing, an absolutely sealed environment is required, so he temporarily isolated everything outside. Nai hesitated and asked, Is it really like that? You moved a bit before Nai and replied respectfully, Yes, the great Holy Sovereign has bestowed the blessing of the Holy Spirit upon me. I feel much lighter now. Truly, he is an incredibly great being. A look of reverence and sincerity appeared on your face, your eyes filled with genuine admiration. As if you were a believer witnessing a miracle, your expression was vivid and expressive. What else could happen? That silly cat blew fur all over me. I've told him to clean himself up, but he wouldn't listen, claiming to be the Holy Sovereign. he's just fooling those ordinary people. It seems times have really changed, pets are ascending to the heavens now. But speaking of which, my lowly master shouldn't have noticed anything, right? She shouldn't, I've hidden it so well, and I'm so handsome, so why can she? While outwardly speaking words of reverence and praise, you inwardly mumbled about all these chaotic thoughts. Let's not mention the inexplicable confidence and narcissism. Why do you call him the great holy sovereign, silly cat? What exactly is my disciple's identity? The more I dig, the stranger it gets. Half an hour later, upon returning to her residence, Nana immediately picked up a quill, opened her diary, and quickly wrote down a few lines. There's an issue with my disciple. It has been confirmed that the second disciple is hiding their strength, with a 1/50,000 strength being second tier. The mage is under suspicion and needs to be investigated. The identity of the third disciple is not simple. It is suspected that he has lived for over 1,000 years and has bullied the Holy Sovereign. There is an 80% certainty that the fourth disciple is a super narcissist. Add confidence, I really like to blacken my master in my heart. It has been confirmed that the 5 disciples are neither possessed by evil spirits nor projections of demons, but it does not rule out the existence of other higher consolations. So 6 must beat the disciple up and put it on the agenda. And it was just a few hours later that the usually tranquil Dongquan Valley suddenly erupted with a terrifying divine might. Nanako almost rushed out of her mage tower at the first moment, and when she saw the scene in the sky, a look of shock suddenly appeared in her eyes. The entire sky was radiant, and it was in the direction of the sacred curtain, from which they had just departed. A beam of light shot up into the sky. Amidst that terrifying sacred light, a massive white lion with wings slowly emerged. The sacred ruler? Nanako exclaimed in shock. The appearance of the sacred ruler immediately drew the attention of all the mages in the Mage Association. Such a terrifying beast instantly left the young mages pale with fear. What is that? Could it be a monster invasion? But what kind of monster could break through the heavy defenses of our Winter Spring Valley? No, wait. It seems to have appeared from the sacred curtain. Could it be? Is it the great sacred ruler sleeping beneath the sacred curtain? The sacred ruler has actually awakened. What on earth is happening? Wait a minute, something seems off about the sacred ruler. Everyone stared wide-eyed and immediately looked in that direction. Then they saw it. The massive white lion remained majestic and glorious, but on its back was a huge bundle. It looked as if it had casually grabbed a piece of tattered cloth, quickly stuffed whatever it could into it, tied a knot, and hung it around its neck. The mages were stunned, because this appearance was truly unique. And just at that moment, from all directions of Winter Spring Valley, figures shot up into the sky. 6 powerful mages, wrapped in arcane energy, soared upward, with the leading mage exuding a power that sent waves of heart palpitations through the crowd. They were the 6 other stewards representing the highest combat power of Winter Spring Valley. My lord! The leading elder, dressed in a gray robe, knelt on one knee in the air, gravely looking at the sacred ruler, and asked in astonishment, "May I ask when you awakened? And what is this?" He looked at the bundle behind the sacred ruler with a puzzled expression. Since the establishment of Winter Spring Valley, the number of times the sacred ruler had awakened, aside from the blessings requested by the 7 stewards, had not exceeded a single hand's count, let alone appearing directly before everyone like this. And what was even stranger was that bundle. The sacred ruler moved its wings, speaking in a tone that was both indifferent and authoritative. "I am here to bid you farewell. From now on, I will leave Winter Spring Valley and will not return. As for our contract, it is hereby rendered void." Upon hearing this, the 6 stewards were instantly shaken. The first steward, Andrew, was particularly astonished, exclaiming, "My lord, may I ask what has happened? Why are you suddenly leaving Winter Spring Valley? Has someone offended you?" The sacred ruler cast a discreet glance in a certain direction, muttering to itself, "Offended." Or perhaps the word bullied would be more fitting. But on the surface, it maintained its indifferent and authoritative demeanor, saying, "I have slept for 1,000 years, and I simply wanted to stretch my limbs, travel the world, and experience the beauty of the world. Who would dare to offend me?" Then it added silently in its heart, "It is not human." Andrew was left in shock. Although the sacred ruler said this, looking at its attire, it clearly did not seem like a simple desire to go out for a stroll, especially that tattered bundle. Why did it always feel like it was being driven out? Andrew immediately suppressed his offensive thoughts and said in confusion, "If that is truly the case, great lord, I hope you can stay a little longer. I will immediately arrange a farewell ceremony for you." He then turned to glance at the other 5 figures. Then he noticed one steward was missing. He frowned and shouted in a certain direction, "Nanako, why aren't you coming over to send off the Lord Sovereign?" As the 7th steward of our Winter Spring Valley, this negligence is utterly unacceptable. Nanako outside the mage tower jolted, immediately coming to her senses, realizing she had been remiss. She quickly stood up, ready to take flight, but the next moment, she heard the suddenly sharp voice of the Holy Sovereign. "Don't let her come over." The stewards were instantly stunned. This sudden shout left them all bewildered. The Holy Sovereign swallowed hard. Then he quickly regained his sacred and dignified expression, cleared his throat, and said indifferently, "What I mean is, there's no need for such trouble. The sacrificial ceremony and all that are completely unnecessary. I am leaving now, and we shall meet again." After saying this, the Holy Sovereign turned around, his body quickly enveloped by a sacred light. However, Andrew still saw that at the moment the light surrounded the Sovereign, he extended his furry paw to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a faint muttering coming from the Sovereign. It would be troublesome if that guy were to come. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Holy Sovereign hurriedly rushed towards the horizon, carrying his bundle. With that speed, it was as if there was something terrifying in Winter Spring Valley that he didn't want to linger around for even a second longer. The entire place fell silent, and beneath Naneko's mage tower, Nanako stared blankly at the departing Holy Sovereign. Then she turned her head, looking inquisitively at her disciple not far away. Lin also seemed to have just returned from shock, staring at his master with a dazed expression, still immersed in the immense astonishment of the Holy Sovereign's departure. He moved his lips, dazedly saying, "Master, what on earth is going on? How could the great Holy Sovereign finally gone? This silly cat has some sense, not making me chase him away myself. He. After this fool leaves, no one in Winter Spring Valley will recognize me, and I can hide for a long time. It's just a bit of a pity. I was planning to fleece him tonight, but he ran away so fast." Lin thought disdainfully, and his inner thoughts were naturally heard clearly by Nanako. Nanako forced herself to suppress her shock. Indeed, the Holy Sovereign was really chased away by her own disciple. I wondered why the Holy Sovereign left so suddenly. But, this is too bad. Nanako was about to go crazy. However, she maintained her authority as a master on the surface, at least until she figured out her disciple's background. She absolutely couldn't let him have any doubts. She clasped her chubby hands behind her back, lifted her chin, closed her eyes, but at the same time slightly opened them, glancing at Lin with her peripheral vision. "The great sovereign is going on a long journey," she admonished, "but, disciple, you must never forget the grace the sovereign has bestowed upon you. You are one blessed by the sovereign, and you must always maintain respect for his majesty, understood?" Lin looked full of reverence, firmly and seriously replying, "Yes, master. I will swear to protect his majesty." What the hell? Indeed, I've been hiding for too long. Even such insincere words come out so smoothly. They really should give me an Oscar for this. By the way, Master with blue hair looks quite good in this posture, clearly short and small, yet putting on a grand and dignified appearance. There's a bit of a contrast cuteness. If I were to push her down, it should make quite a loud noise. Slap, one after another popped up on Naneko's forehead. Naneko's eyes twitched wildly at the corners, and her small hands clenched tightly in front of her chest. That damn guy. She forced a gentle expression, waved her small hand at Lin, and said, "Good disciple, come here." Lin maintained a determined expression and strode over, thumping his chest with one hand, saying, "Master, may I ask what you need?" Nanako gently moved her small hand, smiling cutely, and said, "Just bend down a little." Lin was puzzled. Then he bent down to match his height with Master Nanako. "Master, do you want to?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nanako instantly reached out both hands and pinched Lin's cheeks, pulling them with all her might. "Master, what are you doing?" "Nothing, good disciple. Master is in a bad mood and wants to vent. Just treat it as Master throwing a tantrum." "Master, stop, you annoying disciple, that's impossible." A few minutes later, Winter Spring Valley Trial Ground. What the hell is this damn 100-year-old loli thinking? Could it be that her period came today? But the dates don't match. I remember it should be the 25th of every month. Or maybe she's reached menopause? It's possible, if calculated by this cycle, it should be the the third time. Nanako floated ahead, her long ponytail swaying up and down. Behind her followed Lin, whose cheeks were red and swollen, muttering to himself. Nanako wore a tsundere expression, but one could still faintly see the veins on her temples twitching madly. Nanako placed her hands on her hips, stopped in front of a large door, turned around, and looked at Lin with a proud expression. "Do you know where this place is?" Lin looked around hesitantly and said, "The trial ground?" Nanako crossed her arms, closed her eyes, nodded up and down, held her head high, and smiled. "That's right, you've been in Winter Spring Valley for many years. You should know that once you become a second-tier mage, You have to undergo multiple practical training sessions every week to improve your combat ability. Lin nodded. Nanako flicked the brim of her hat with her finger, revealing her sapphire-like eyes, and said, "This is today's lesson. Master will arrange several trials for you. Remember, during the trials, you must skillfully use the magic that Master taught you. Only then can you defeat your opponents and achieve victory. If you can't win, it would be very embarrassing." Lin asked, "Can we skip the trials?" Nanako shot him a glance and said, "No, Lin. The reason Nanako brought him here, training is one thing, but mainly, she wanted to verify her annoying disciple's true strength. The idea that a 1 in 500 million strength could be a second-tier mage really made her very concerned, no matter how she thought about it." Nanako glanced at Lin. Soon, after submitting the paperwork, Nanako led Lin into the trial ground. The trial ground was bustling with voices, filled with young mages training. As a mage, it is absolutely not enough to just cast spells. One must also have the ability to face different challenges in various environments. And Winter Spring Valley has the best training facilities on the entire continent. Every year, Winter Spring Valley captures a large number of magical beasts from all over the world for training, and even has stocks of extremely high-level demons. Leading Lin to a certain area, Nanako pressed a button on a magical device and glanced at Lin. Pointing at the light gate slowly emerging in front of the magical device, she said, "Go in, it's a trial ground simulated by magic. Don't worry, the master will arrange a magical beast of the same level for you. If you get seriously injured, the device will automatically teleport you out." Lin stroked his chin and tentatively asked, "Can we not fight?" Nanako closed her eyes and raised her fist. "What do you think?" Lin helplessly shouldered his staff and said, got it. This blue-haired lowly isn't up to something again, is she? Training? Do I really need training? It's just a joke. Sigh, if it weren't for wanting to survive a bit longer, who would come to this kindergarten to playhouse? Shaking his head helplessly, Lin disappeared into the light screen. Seeing Lin leave, without saying a word, Nanako rushed into the magical control room like a gust of wind, pushing aside the bewildered trial ground control personnel, and quickly switched to the trial ground where Lin was. Watching Lin standing on the grass, looking around, Nanako snorted and widened her gem-like eyes. "You little dog disciple, I told you to hide it from the master. This time, the master will definitely strip you clean of your underwear. Just wait and see," she said fiercely. This was the monitoring room. It could control the training content and the number of magical beasts in the corresponding trial ground. Without hesitation, Nanako's small hand pressed the button representing Tier 2 magical beast. "Let's start with a little appetizer to whet your appetite," Nanako said seriously. On the Violet Continent, magic had developed very efficiently and was even used in daily life. Especially in Winter Spring Valley, it was very common to use magic to create many practical devices. And just at the moment she pressed the button, a Tier 2 magical beast slowly appeared in the trial ground where Lin was. Fishman Elite, Tier 2, Adult, Agile type, good at close combat, with average strength scales. A very ordinary Tier 2 magical creature. Nanako watched Lin through the light screen and said, "We can't just release a higher-level magical beast right away, let's take it slow. Later, I'll create a little malfunction to give the little dog disciple a big surprise." In Nanako's view, this small Tier 2 magical beast was definitely a piece of cake for her hidden strength disciple. But in the next moment, Nanako was shocked. She saw the little fishman rushing towards Lin, making a sudden charge, and crashing solidly into Lin's chest. Then Lin flew out like a kite with a broken string. "Are you kidding me?" Nanako was stunned. She grabbed her ponytail, wide-eyed, watching the little fishman stomp on her disciple in the light screen. "Aren't you a Tier 2 mage with 1 in 500 million strength? You can't even handle a little fishman?" Then, in an instant, she heard her disciple's thoughts through the light screen. Let it stomp for a few more minutes, then I'll pretend to be seriously injured and go find the priestess to heal my wounded heart. Maybe the lowly master will feel sorry for me and give me a few days off, just in time to go back and lie down. By the way, is this little fishman a bit malnourished? It has no strength at all, just scratching me?" Meanwhile, in the trial ground, Lin was holding his head, wailing in despair, looking as miserable as could be. At the same time, he kept shouting, "Master, I can't fight back. I'm done for. Let me out. I'm going to be killed by the little fishman." His voice was hoarse, making people tear up. Nanako was left dumbfounded. If she couldn't hear his inner voice, she would have probably believed him by now. Then she remembered a few months ago when she had found him a first-tier magical beast to train, and it seemed like the same scene back then. She had even given him a few days off, taking care of him with great care. "I've been tricked." Naiko frantically tugged at her ponytail, grinding her teeth in frustration. She grabbed the magical communicator, glaring and grinding her teeth, and shouted into it at Lin, "Dog disciple, you better take this seriously. If you can't even defeat a second-tier little merman, then go back and copy the Encyclopedia of Magic 500 times. I'm serious. The terrifying voice of the lowly master immediately echoed in Lin's ears. Lin, she must be crazy. But wait, wasn't it always spot on before? Every time I got beaten by monsters, the lowly master would come over and hug me, then conveniently give me a week off. Sure enough, menopause has arrived. Nico, grinding teeth. Then, under Nico's watchful gaze, the little merman suddenly missed a kick for some inexplicable reason. Lin, as if using all his strength, let out a roar, rolled, and struggled to evade the little merman's entanglement. He staggered to his feet. Lin picked up his staff and immediately began to chant a spell. In an instant, a massive holy flame appeared at the tip of his staff. No, this holy fire is too big, smaller, the master is watching. Then, under Nico's glaring eyes, the suddenly enormous flame instantly shrank, finally turning into a flame the size of a palm. The flame was so small that it might not even cause harm if it hit someone. Nico was stunned. TSK, this size is just right. If the master asks later, I'll say it's the effect of a holy blessing, and my disciple's control is too weak to handle such a large holy fire. This little flame is my true strength. I'm simply a genius. Oh, ***. Oh, Lin was feeling quite pleased with himself. Then Lin smiled slightly. With a very strenuous and incredibly difficult posture, gritting his teeth, he forcefully threw the flame in his hand. He looked just like a complete novice with no combat experience. Then the flame would accidentally hit the little merman's eye at a 30-degree angle and accidentally burn his brain. Then, in a somewhat lucky state, I would struggle to defeat the terrifying second-tier little merman. When the master comes over, I would then accidentally faint into the lowly master's arms, naturally being sent to the sister priest for treatment of my emotional trauma. Simply perfect. Lin, you are amazing. Nico stood there dazed, listening to Lin's inner voice. Then she looked at the flame. Coincidentally, at a 30-degree angle, it hit the little merman's eye perfectly. Thud, the little merman fell directly, smoke billowing from his head. Lin reached out toward the light screen, revealing an incredibly exhausted smile. It was as if he was saying, Master, I have finally struggled to defeat this formidable enemy. Nico stood there dazed for 2 seconds. Do you think I'm a fool? Nico was going crazy. She grabbed her ponytail and banged her head against the control panel in front of her. This is too much. Absolutely too much. How could he have already conceived what was going to happen next in his mind? And how could he act so convincingly? If it weren't for being able to hear your heart's voice, I wouldn't have noticed that your extraordinary expression was fake. You actually want to fall into my arms as if it were only natural. You actually want to pretend to be injured to seek treatment from the priestess. Damn it. Nico frantically banged her head against the control panel. But just at that moment, a series of strange sounds erupted. She froze, lowered her head, and looked at the control panel. She saw wisps of blue smoke rising from it, and the buttons controlling the release of different tiered magical beasts were flashing wildly. In an instant, Nico's eyes widened. Is it broken? Then she immediately reflexively raised her head, eyes wide, looking into the light screen. Nico, Omega. In the trial arena within the light screen, Lin stood there like a lonely ant, and in front of him, countless magical beasts had already appeared. From Tier 1 to Tier 9, even the highest level demons and void creatures were slowly emerging along with the malfunctioning teleportation device. In that moment, Lin's trial arena turned into a chaotic dance of demons. In comparison, Lin looked like a tiny sapling. Crows flew overhead. Then Lin turned his head with a crack, revealing a smile at the light screen, saying, Master, are you sure that I, a Tier 2 mage, can take down so many top-tier magical beasts and demons? It's over. In the control room, Nico stared wide-eyed, clutching her large cloak, and vigorously slapped the flames on the control panel. It was such a sturdy machine, she had crashed into it many times before without any issues, so why was it smoking today? Disciple, there's a small malfunction, it will be fixed soon, you have to hold on. Nico shouted urgently into the communicator. She had originally planned for a minor malfunction, but she didn't expect this broken control panel to actually malfunction. Lin, control panel malfunction? It must be on fire. The magical devices in the mage tower at home often get broken by Master. So according to the usual pattern, Master should be using magic next. Water ball spell. Nico shouted, grabbing her ponytail, and suddenly extended her hand. A large water ball crashed onto the flaming control panel with a loud bang. The flames were instantly extinguished. Disciple, don't worry, Master has put out the fire. Then, if I'm not mistaken, the control panel is completely scrapped. Lin speculated. Not good. Disciple, the fire is out, but for some reason, the control panel still can't be operated. Nico's loud voice came from the light screen. Of course, Lin muttered. Then, the lowly master should kick the door open and, in her haste, trip over her own feet and fall flat on the ground. Lin speculated in his mind. Outside the control room, thud. Nico, too anxious, stepped on her right foot with her left and fell flat on the ground, face down. All the mages in the trial square outside the control panel were stunned, then stared in shock at the smoking control room and the lowly who had just rushed out and fell flat. Quick, go call the dark mage. Nico reached out to press her hat down and shouted, the control panel has malfunctioned. My disciple is trapped in the trial arena and can't get out. Hurry and save him. The mage in the square saw the control room billowing with thick black smoke and immediately panicked, rushing to summon professional magic mages. Meanwhile, inside the trial arena, Lin stared blankly with dead fish eyes at the group of magical beasts across from him. Countless high-level magical beasts and demons bared their sharp fangs, their eyes flashing with ferocity, and many demons even wore cruel grins. They advanced step by step towards Lin, who, in their eyes, was merely a small second-tier mage and posed no threat at all. They were all captured from Winter Spring Valley. To them, slaughtering the mages of Winter Spring Valley was something they would gladly do. However, Lin remained completely unperturbed. He glanced at the light screen, stroked his chin, and shook his head, saying, my lowly master should be out by now, right? He shrugged, feeling quite helpless. Otherwise, why would he call his lowly master foolish? Although she was quite skilled in magic, she often acted carelessly and would make all sorts of blunders when anxious. But since his master had already gone out, what would happen next? Lin smiled slightly. Almost at the very moment Lin turned his head, the countless high-level ferocious beasts charged at him, their eyes gleaming with malice, their sharp teeth seemingly ready to tear him apart. Terrifying roars and sinister laughter accompanied their fierce attacks, vanishing in an instant. It seemed that the numerous high-level magical beasts and demons were about to trample Lin into a pulp. But in that very moment, Lin glanced at them. His pupils suddenly constricted, and an incomparably terrifying pressure erupted from him in an instant. In that moment, the charging magical beasts were immediately struck by a massive wave of energy, one after another flying backward. Bang, bang, even the powerful 9th-tier magical beasts, even those high-level demons that only city-destroying mages could contend with, could not withstand the terrifying might emanating from that glance, crashing heavily to the ground like floating duckweed in the wind. For a moment, all the magical beasts were stunned. They trembled, their faces filled with disbelief. In their sight, the previously weak second-tier mage now radiated an almost tangible black aura that soared into the sky. It was the materialization of pressure, a powerful aura that would only manifest close to a deity. But what kind of joke was this? Why did a second-tier mage suddenly reveal a terrifying aura that only demigods should possess? Kneel. A cold voice. Almost instinctively, those magical beasts and demons, caught in immense shock, felt their legs go weak. Thud, thud, their legs bent against their will, one after another kneeling on the ground. Even some legless plant-like magical creatures uprooted themselves, trembling as they crawled on the ground. So terrifying. Who on earth is he? Why do I feel he's even more terrifying than the highest authority of Winter Spring Valley? Stop talking nonsense. Kneel down quickly. Do you want to die? They broke out in cold sweat, trembling in fear. This pressure felt even colder than the might of the dragon race, fiercer than that of the rulers of the abyss. In that moment, they even felt as if the being standing before them was not a person at all, but an ancient, unspeakable existence. No magical beast dared to move. Their teeth chattered as they looked at Lin in terror, feeling as if their hearts were slowly freezing. Watching the magical beasts tremble in fear, Lin stroked his chin and said, I really miss those days of reckless pretentiousness. They are long gone. Lin sighed. Carrying his staff, he strode up to them. The magical beasts that his gaze swept over all trembled uncontrollably, not daring to move. Indeed. Lin looked at those magical beasts, a hint of satisfied admiration on his face. He had been hiding all this time, never truly encountering the real strength of Winter Spring Valley. Now it seemed that Winter Spring Valley, as the strongest guardian organization of the Violet, was indeed formidable. The iron-backed thorn lizard was about to break through from the 9th rank to the king rank. The high-level demons of the abyss could almost serve as royal knights. A fallen unicorn appearing casually could destroy a small city. Being able to raise so many powerful magical beasts certainly demonstrated the might of Winter Spring Valley. Lin admired the scene as he surveyed. Then, Lin stopped in front of a succubus with wings on her back. The succubus. From the abyss beyond the Violet continent. This was a humanoid demon with wings on its back and horns on its head. They usually appeared in female form and often entered the nightmares of humans to feed on their essence. Under Lin's gaze, the succubus trembled violently, cold sweat dripping from her forehead onto the ground. What does he want to do? Just a moment ago, he was merely a second-rank mage. Why was he suddenly exuding such a terrifying aura? This pressure felt like, you are a vassal of the 5th king of the abyss, Lilith? Lin's voice came. The succubus immediately shuddered, instinctively raising her head to look at the young human mage before her. How? How could he know? And why does he know my master's name? Then she saw Lin staring at the broken shoulder guard on her, where the mark representing the power of the fifth king of the abyss was. The succubus was stunned and said, You know our master? Lin nodded, I do. Her taste is quite nice, and she lives well. The demons, Omega, quite nice, lives well? Can such words really be said casually? That is the fifth king of the abyss, a king-level powerhouse second only to the gods. The succubus trembled and asked, May I ask who you are? Lin looked down, smiling lightly, it's been a long time since I've been to the abyss. Have I fallen to the point where even low-level demons like you don't recognize me? It was at that moment, in the succubus's line of sight, a terrifying figure with huge demonic horns, clad in silver-gray death armor, and with massive bone wings extending from its back slowly overlapped with Lin. In that instant, the succubus's pupils dilated. She recognized Lin's identity. No, absolutely impossible. You are the Abyss's. Her eyes were filled with immense terror, as if that figure itself was the embodiment of fear. But before she could finish her words, she suddenly found herself unable to utter that name. Her throat was dry, and that syllable felt like a taboo. The knowledge of that existence in her mind seemed to be erased in an instant, leaving her blank. Yet she still looked at Lin with overwhelming fear, because she recognized him. It was him. It was that existence. No wonder she felt that aura was so familiar, because that terrifying existence was almost known to everyone in the abyss. She felt completely weak, even her breathing became extremely difficult, and she could only stand there in a daze, trembling, constantly murmuring that syllable she could not pronounce, because she knew, including their king Lilith. In the abyss, their entire race had once strived for that existence. Lin patted her shoulder and smiled lightly. I've been gone for so many years, and now it's so chaotic that even you succubi have come to the violets? He then turned his attention away from that succubus. His only thought now was to survive until the gods appeared. He had little interest in understanding the current state of the continent. He then examined the magical beasts around him, looking down at them, and said with a faint smile, Do you want to live? The magical beasts immediately trembled all over, then panicked, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Yes, the magical beasts replied, their mouths dry. Lin turned and walked back to where he had been sitting. Then he sat down, and a small pangolin beast quickly rushed under Lin's backside to serve as a cushion. He crossed his legs and smiled lightly. If you want to live, then do as I say. The magical beasts trembled, waiting for the orders of this terrifying being. Lin looked around and then pointed at a giant beast, saying, You, come here. The giant beast, several meters tall, stared wide-eyed and trembled as it approached. Then Lin rolled up his sleeves and said, Bite here. The giant beast was instantly shocked, saying, I can't do that. Slap. Lin slapped it. Okay, I'll bite. The giant beast opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit down hard on Lin's arm. Crack. Lin immediately screamed, Wow, you actually bit me. Upon hearing this, the giant beast was stunned. Wasn't that what you told me to do? Why can you say such a thing? And it looked at the arm-sized circular gap that appeared among its neatly arranged and white teeth. My teeth are broken, and you can still scream like that. Shouldn't I be the one screaming? Lin looked speechlessly at the shallow white bite marks on his arm and sighed. Put in some effort. Who do you think you're fooling with these 2 bite marks? The giant beast was about to cry. Where do you see that I didn't put in effort? My teeth are broken, okay? It's just that you're too tough. I can't bite down. Alright. Lin, helpless, could only extend his hand and pinch the bite marks with his nails. It bled, but Lin felt the amount of blood wasn't very much. So he reached out, smeared a bunch of its blood from the giant beast's forehead onto his own arm. Perfect. Bloodied, it looked serious. All the magical beasts stared in a daze, but Lin still felt it wasn't realistic enough. He frowned slightly. Looking around, his gaze instantly fell on the dazed succubus hiding in the corner. The succubus immediately trembled all over. Come here, Lin beckoned. The succubus had no choice but to walk over trembling, tail tucked, not daring to say a word. Then, under the dazed gaze of many magical beasts and demons, Lin grabbed the succubus's finger and, with her sharp nails, scratched several lines on his own clothes. Instantly, the clothes became tattered. Did you brush your teeth? Lin asked. The succubus replied dazedly, I rinsed my mouth. Lin nodded. Then, unexpectedly, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pressed his lips against hers, and gave the succubus a passionate French kiss. The demons, Omega. He was kissed forcefully. The succubus widened her eyes, terrified, her whole body stiffening, her mind blank, not daring to move at all. Although she was a succubus, being forcefully kissed like this was really too sudden. Then she immediately felt a terrifying essence continuously surging into her body from the other party's mouth. It's going to explode. My body is going to burst. It's going to be filled, completely filled, and overflow. The succubus struggled madly. After a long time, Lin leaned back, feeling refreshed, and then pulled out a mirror from somewhere, looking at her pale face with satisfaction. Not bad, a bit of a spiritless and overly frightened look. If the master asks, just say I was affected by the succubus's power. The demon stood there in a daze. The succubus was mumbling, completely out of sorts. She could feel that she had only been forcibly infused with a tiny bit of mental power, but that tiny bit was so pure that it almost made her, a high-level demon, explode. The mental power within the other party was so rich it was almost like an ocean. It's about to overflow, she murmured. How terrifying must his strength be? After finishing all the preparations, Lin lay back, staring blankly at the beasts, squinting and saying, next, you all fight among yourselves. The more chaotic the scene, the better. I want a battlefield in disarray. If any of you don't follow my orders. He tilted his head, revealing a gentle expression. Of course, I won't do anything to you, hee. The beasts were nearly scared to death. Who would believe such words? A few minutes later, disciple, how are you? The light gate leading to the trial ground was kicked open by a ponytailed loli. Naneko rushed in with a group of mages, full of urgency. She widened her eyes, searching for her disciple's figure throughout the trial ground. After leaving the control room, she immediately found the mages responsible for creating and maintaining various magical devices, and then hurried over. But the next moment, they were shocked by the chaotic scene before them. The trial ground was filled with the shattered bodies of magical beasts, and in the distance, a fierce battle was raging among high-level magical beasts, each one fighting madly against the others. Disciple, where is my disciple? Naneko exclaimed, searching frantically. Soon, she found Lin in a corner, covered in blood, on the verge of death, already unconscious. Disciple. Naneko was horrified and rushed over. She quickly supported Lin, letting him lean against her leg, and seeing his weak state made her heart shatter. Sure enough, what she heard in her heart about his strength being 1 in 500 million was all just her disciple bragging. She was so foolish. Why did she take such things seriously? Now look, her disciple was in trouble. She immediately held Lin's head and cried out in despair, feeling immense guilt. Disciple, please don't die. It's the master's fault. It's the master's fault for accidentally damaging the control panel. You mustn't have any issues. Tisk tsk, sure enough, foolish master is easy to deceive. It was worth it to smear so much blood on my clothes. The master's IQ probably only reaches this level, so what conditions should I propose? In this situation, the lowly master should agree to anything, right? Back rubs, foot massages, shoulder kneading, or 2 weeks of lazy time. Or, ugh, Lin, you really are a pervert daring to think of pushing the master down? The thoughts came through. Naneko's expression instantly froze in place. Lin finally weakly opened his eyes, extending a trembling hand, shakily grasping Naneko's sleeve. Her lips were cracked, like a patient about to take their last breath, weakly saying, Master, am I still alive? The voice trembled, as if filled with an unparalleled attachment to life, with an immense thirst for survival. Maid, so awesome. Lin, your acting is unbeatable. You're so amazing. Does your mom know? You could totally be in movies, right? Naneko stared blankly at her disciple, who looked haggard and on the verge of collapse, while also hearing the self-absorbed thoughts echoing in her mind. So, this guy clearly has nothing wrong with him. Naneko was about to go crazy. If it weren't for her ability to hear thoughts, she might have been fooled by his acting. If he were truly weak to the point of dying, how could he have so many self-indulgent thoughts? Moreover, he was even contemplating how to feign misery to make requests of his master. How infuriating. That's right, you're still alive. Naneko gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to hit him. And you're doing just fine. Lin weakly nestled his head against Naneko's chest, grasping her hand with a sigh, murmuring, Is that so? That's great, master. As long as I'm alive, I can continue to be by your side. I really don't want to leave you. The emotion in his voice was so sincere. Anyone who heard it would be moved to tears. Even Naneko, who could hear his thoughts, was almost touched by those words. Wow, my skills are improving. I can say such cheesy things without blushing or feeling awkward. I'm so strong. Even though my master is 100-year-old lowly, she should be moved to tears by such heartfelt words from her disciple, right? Looks like my favorability is going to skyrocket. Naneko? So, why do I have to hear your thoughts? Naneko was pulling at her 2 ponytails in frustration. Can't you just make me feel a little moved? Why do you always think of such random things to ruin the mood? And calling me 100-year-old lowly. Don't just throw around such ridiculous nicknames. Naneko's eyes twitched wildly as she ground her teeth. Since you still have the strength to talk, it must not be serious. But Master is really curious. With so many demons and magical beasts around, how did they not kill you? Lin lay back in Naneko's arms, weakly saying, because I'm just too weak. They looked down on me, and soon a conflict broke out among them, focusing on their brawl, which allowed me to escape with my life. Of course not. The blood is mine, the wounds are mine, and their fighting was instigated by me. Do they think they can hurt me without even a king-tier magical beast? That's just a joke. There's not a single one that can fight. Of course, my lowly master is too stupid to see that. After all, her body is small, and her brain capacity can't be that great. By the way, if my master hears my thoughts, she'll definitely be very angry, right? Ha ha ha. Naneko? Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath. She tried to think of other things. Don't pay attention to her disciple's thoughts. But she still couldn't help but want to hit him. This bastard. Nanako turned her head, trying to calm her emotions, and then gazed into the depths of the trial grounds where one terrifying high-level magical beast after another lurked. Seeing those beasts up close made even her heart race a little. If she could manage to forget her disciple's excessive self-love, being able to easily subdue so many high-level magical beasts was enough to demonstrate his strength. If she were to speculate according to her thoughts, her dog-like disciple might be stronger than all 7 of them combined. However, the veins on her temples throbbed wildly. Such a terrible personality really made one want to explode with anger. Soon, the high-level magical beasts were subdued and imprisoned by the mages that Nanako had brought. One mage approached and said seriously, "Report to you, Steward Nanako, all the magical beasts have been subdued. We interrogated a few demons, and indeed, as your disciple said, there was a conflict among them, which led to their mutual slaughter, leaving no time to care for your disciple. Your disciple is indeed very lucky." Hee, of course, strength speaks for itself. Who would dare to talk back? Isn't that obvious? And just to be safe, I also cast a silence spell on them. They won't be able to utter a word they shouldn't. She glanced at her extremely weak disciple, who was still coughing, and listened to his arrogant inner voice. Nanako clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "I understand. You can go now." The mage looked at Lin with sympathy and then quietly said, "Lady Nanako, your disciple is injured so severely. Should we take him to the church for some recuperation? A very outstanding priestess just arrived recently, and if she helps, he should recover quickly." Lin's eyes brightened immediately, but under Nanako's sudden gaze, he became weak and powerless again. He sighed, "Well, that would be great. After I recover quickly, I still have many things to learn from my master. I want to become a powerful mage like my master. I will work even harder." Such sincere and moving words brought tears to the mage's eyes instantly. He wiped the moisture from his eyes and said, "Lady Nanako, having such a studious and upwardly striving disciple is truly a wonderful thing." The surrounding mages nodded in agreement. Seeing the tearful expressions of the mages around, Nanako, who knew the truth, felt like she might faint from anger. She suppressed her explosive emotions, took a deep breath, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Yes, I also think it's a wonderful thing. Since that's the case, after you recover, you should practice for 23 hours a day, leaving 1 hour for sleep and meals. Your disciple should be willing to accept that, right?" Lin's expression instantly froze in place. 2 days later, in the towering magical hall of Winter Spring Valley, beams of light were projected down from the high dome, making the entire hall shimmer with a sacred glow. This was the power center of Winter Spring Valley, the round table meeting hall of the 7 stewards. Every so often, or when certain anomalies appeared on the continent, the 7 stewards would gather to discuss how to respond. At this moment, the 7 stewards were gathered here. Sitting in the first position, the first steward, Andrew, flipped through the magic book in his hands, raised his head, and said solemnly, "Fellow stewards, it has been almost 3 months since we discovered the ancient elven royal court within the Western Empire. I wonder how each of you is progressing with deciphering the texts on those secret scrolls." He looked around and then his gaze fell on Nanako, who was lost in thought across from him. The little lowly was lying there, a bubble rising and falling on her nose, her even breathing making those around her feel particularly awkward. Andrew's gaze immediately turned stern. "Nanako, you speak first." In an instant, Nanako reflexively stood up, her big eyes wide open, and said, "Is the meeting over? Can we leave now?" A silence enveloped the room. Crows cawed as they flew overhead. The other attendants around them struggled to suppress their laughter, while Andrew's face turned ashen, his beard bristling with anger. He said heavily, "I'm talking about the ancient elven scrolls distributed 3 months ago. Deciphering the ancient elven script is very important for us. How is your progress? Nanako froze for 2 seconds. Ancient elven scrolls? As she uttered those words in a confused tone, the room fell silent. Andrew took a deep breath and said, Nanako, please don't tell me you forgot about it? Nanako suddenly jolted, shivering, and then instantly recalled the task assigned 3 months ago. She vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a matter. 3 months ago, the ancient elven court was unearthed. As the Winter Spring Valley, they naturally took the lead and successfully obtained a large amount of elven literature from various major powers. However, the text was too ancient, making it very difficult to decipher. Thus, they had to let top mages like her find a way to crack it. She remembered. 3 months ago, she had indeed brought that scroll back to the mage tower and casually placed it on the table, humming to herself as she prepared to take a nap first. Then she heard her apprentice say that the table was a bit wobbly and wanted to find something to prop it up. In an instant, Nanako's eyes widened. Prop the table corner, she murmured. What? Andrew's eyes bulged with anger, his beard bristling. Nanako immediately jolted, her big eyes wide open as she said, No, it's nothing. Nanako has been very successful in deciphering it, and I'm about to crack the entire scroll. You could say it's a great success. Yes, that's right. Nanako nodded her head like a sieve, her long ponytail swaying up and down. Andrew gritted his teeth, so angry he was about to laugh, grinding his teeth as he said, Is that so? It seems Nanako is quite remarkable. In these 3 months, I've only deciphered 2 pages, and Nanako has already completed the entire scroll. Truly impressive. Nanako scratched the back of her head, smiling awkwardly yet politely. Yes, no. Nanako's eyes widened as she shook her head frantically. Bang! Andrew slammed the table and said in a low voice, All right, since you say so, bring the ancient elven scroll you've deciphered here by noon tomorrow for everyone to observe. Meeting adjourned. Andrew shouted and swept away. Outside the 7th attendant's mage tower, Lynn lay in her rocking chair, holding a book, gently rocking the chair back and forth. Squinting her tired eyes, feeling the cool breeze, she took a sip of tea. Ding! You successfully slacked off for 2 hours. Congratulations, you have gained 20 points of magic power. Ding! You enjoyed the cool breeze for 2 hours, feeling pleasant. Congratulations, you have gained 20 points of mental strength. Ding! You read a certain colored book, feeling stirred. Congratulations, you have gained 20 points of endurance. Life, if only I could keep being this lazy. Lynn squinted her tired eyes and said, Then this life would be worth it. The task of copying the spellbook left by her lowly master, of course, had not been touched at all. The requirement to do 2,000 push-ups and meditate was also something she planned to brush off. If a person isn't lazy, then what's the meaning of living? It had been 2 days since the last training ground incident. In the past couple of days, he naturally made a comfortable trip to the church, where he received some healing for his physical and mental wounds from the priestess. He gained a lot of points. I have to say, the priestess's voice is gentle, and her small hands are soft to hold. If it weren't for his lowly master pulling him out, he felt he could have lain there for a year and a half. The cold wind howled. Just then, while Lynn was comfortably reclining in the rocking chair, he suddenly froze. Then, with a flip, he sat up and looked at the sky, saying, Is Master coming back? Just as he finished speaking, in the distance, the howling wind roared. A loli with twin tails, dressed in a blue robe and wearing a large wizard hat, was riding a broomstick, speeding towards the wizard tower. It was Nanako. Lynn immediately stood up, tore open a space, and tossed his rocking chair and comic book inside. Then he waved at the sky and shouted, Welcome back, Master. That's right. The disciple's persona must be maintained. As a somewhat foolish but caring disciple, it was essential to greet his master as soon as she returned. However, it seems Nanako didn't hear her disciple's voice at all. Lynn was taken aback and speculated, Is she lost in thought? Then, under Lynn's gaze, Nanako, riding her broom, showed no signs of slowing down and crashed into the wizard tower, creating a large hole with a loud bang, and thick black smoke immediately billowed from the opening. Lynn nodded. As expected, she was lost in thought. Then he heard a series of chaotic sounds coming from inside the wizard tower, echoing from the top floor to the ground floor. Then the door swung open with a bang. There stood Nanako, covered in soot and dust, clutching a thick book, her big eyes wide open as she rushed out of the tower. 5 seconds. Lynn said speechlessly, Looks like Master rolled down the stairs again. Nanako didn't hear Lynn's words. She slammed the book onto the table. Her sapphire-like eyes looked down at the book, sparkling with high spirits. Solving the entire secret scroll in 1 day is nothing difficult for me. She suddenly turned her head, her ponytail flying, and stared at Lynn, saying, Don't you think so, disciple? Without a second thought, Lynn nodded decisively and replied, Yes, Master, you are the best. You can do anything. Anyway, no matter what the lowly master says, just agreeing is enough. I don't need to know what it is. Because based on past experience, the only result of the blue-haired loli showing such fighting spirit is she will definitely lose heart in half an hour. I could even time it with a stopwatch, ensuring it won't be a second more or less. Pop pop, one after another, symbols exploded above Nanako's head. She ground her teeth, raised her small fists, and her delicate brows twitched wildly. This dog disciple, how infuriating. Ever since she could hear his thoughts, she had been holding back her anger every time. How could he underestimate his master like this? But now was not the time to deal with him. If she didn't crack the ancient elf secret scroll within a day, she would be in big trouble. Without saying a word, Nanako quickly sat down in the chair, her expression focused, and picked up a feather pen and some paper. Then she solemnly opened the first page of the secret scroll. Nanako maintained that posture, as if time had stopped, frozen there. The wind whistled by. Under Lin's gaze, half an hour later. 3, 2, 1. Lin silently counted in his heart. Just as he counted to 1, Nanako, perfectly on time, with a loud slap, lay her head on the table. Her face pressed against the secret scroll, her long ponytail drooping, she murmured, "It's too difficult. My mind is blank. I can't figure it out. It's so frustrating. How could I possibly understand ancient Elven script? Hee, just as I thought. Ancient Elven script? Oh, it felt somewhat familiar just now. Isn't this the book I used to prop up the table corner a few days ago? Is there really a need to decipher this? Can't you just use your brain? Oh, I forgot. The ancient elves have been extinct for 1,000 years, so it's no wonder people today can't understand it." Swish, swish, swish. Nanako's ahog instantly stood up like an antenna. Her ears perked up even more. Could it be that the dog disciple? She was suddenly filled with shock, thinking, he can understand the words on this secret scroll? Nanako immediately straightened up, her big eyes wide open, turning her head to stare intently at Lin. Lin, who was leaning on a nearby chair reading a romance novel, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. He peered over the top of his book, puzzled, and asked, "Master, is there something wrong?" Nanako had initially wanted to ask directly, but she swallowed the words that were about to come out. "No, if I ask directly, it will definitely raise his suspicions. If the dog disciple finds out that I can hear his thoughts, it would be disastrous. Come over and copy the magic formula," she said, slapping the table proudly. "Don't take it for granted and slack off while I'm not paying attention. Have you forgotten what I said before? Study hard and make progress every day." Lin, why is this blue-haired loli suddenly so fired up today? Why is she suddenly so keen on making me study? Shouldn't she be sulking for days when something like this happens? Something's off, she's too assertive today. Lin muttered. He had no choice but to put down his novel and walk over, sitting in the chair under Nanako's stern gaze. He glanced at the secret scroll in front of her. Hee, it really is the script of the second-generation elves. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. With just this one scroll and no other reference materials, it's impossible to decipher it. This is something that the foolish blue-haired loli would never think of. Hee, I know, but I'm just not going to tell you. It's just for fun, Nanako? Suppressing the urge to beat him up, Nanako casually glanced at him and said, "What, disciple, can you understand the words on this?" Lin shook his head, chuckling, "Master, what are you joking about? If even you can't understand it, how could I possibly understand it? How could I not understand? I created the script for the second-generation elves. How could I not understand it? What a joke! Back in the day, I was an elf." Hearing her disciple's thoughts, Nanako was instantly shocked, her heart revealing an expression of immense surprise. What? He created it himself? What kind of interdimensional joke is this? According to relevant literature, the ancient elves were at their peak 1,000 years ago, although it was later unknown why they suddenly went extinct, leading to the destruction of many related records and materials. But, wait, Nanako's eyes widened. She suddenly remembered that in one of her disciple's previous thoughts, he seemed to have mentioned that he had lived for at least 1,000 years. Could it be? Nanako stared wide-eyed, picked up the secret scroll, and covered her face to prevent her disciple from noticing any clues from her expression. Her eyes darted quickly. No matter what, I must take this opportunity to test him properly. Immediately, Nanako let out a hum, arrogantly put down her book, and pointed at the text on the secret scroll, saying, "It's normal for you not to understand, but don't involve the master. The master is incredibly intelligent. With just a little research, he would understand such text almost completely." Lin was instantly taken aback. Really? Nanako ignored his thoughts, sat up straight, and pointed at the first line of the scroll, proudly saying, "Disciple, read along with me. Abo zi de lu." Lin was immediately shocked. Abo zi de lu? I still have ABCDE. Blue-haired loli, even if you want to casually show off in front of me, at least get something from the mortal realm. Even if you translated it into a steamy novel, that would be fine. How can I echo you when you're just babbling nonsense like this? Lin-En's mind was frantically complaining. Nanako stared wide-eyed, her own face turning red from the embarrassment of her outburst. Lin-En, helpless, then turned his gaze to the title page of the secret scroll. The moment he saw the content, his expression sobered. The content on it caught his attention slightly. In the year 2021 of the Elven era, the Elven King commands all Elven warriors of the Violet Continent to gather at the royal court, preparing to respond to the call of the great first king of Violet to confront the gods. We have become godslayers, and we shall become godkillers, sounding the horn of the gods' twilight. To the Elven warriors of the future, I will record our great journey here. If we cannot return, this document will become the only evidence of our existence. Thus, Nanako was shaken, listening in astonishment to the voice of her disciple echoing in her mind. This was a language she had never heard of before. However, due to the voice, she could momentarily understand its meaning. She looked up in shock, gazing at Lin-En, who was silently staring at the secret scroll in her hand. The shock in her heart was beyond words. Her disciple actually recognized the text on it. The ancient Elven script from 1,000 years ago. That was the writing of an extinct ancient civilization. It represented a period of extremely glorious history. It seemed that the voice of her disciple truly did not deceive her. She began to breathe rapidly, quickly recording the voice she had heard in her mind. Then, nervously, she turned a page. Lin-En merely glanced at the content on the page, his gaze falling back onto the romance novel in his hand. However, his thoughts were still narrating that history. Clearly, he appeared very casual on the surface, but his heart remained focused on that secret scroll. The great first king of Violet has always been the hope of our entire Elven race. This ancient being has saved us more than once in history. Compared to the nature god who never cares about our lives, the first king undoubtedly resembles our father god. Although His Majesty the King has repeatedly requested a ban, the spread of faith in the first king within our community has never ceased. In August of the year 2021 of the Elven era, the gods descended. In less than a day, 3/4 of the northern human army was crushed and annihilated. I have never seen such terrifying beings. Is that what gods are? Truly terrifying creatures. But we are not afraid. We believe that under the leadership of the first king, we will surely cut off the heads of those gods together with all of His Majesty's kin. We will achieve ultimate victory. Listening to her disciple's thoughts, Nanako's breath quickened. In her mind, the historical scenes recorded in the secret scroll seemed to emerge, revealing countless elves singing battle songs under the leadership of that king, fighting against the gods. It turned out that this secret scroll contained such a history. She quietly glanced at her disciple's expression. He was leaning there, silently gazing at the novel in his hands, seemingly indifferent to that history. Then she heard her disciple's thoughts. A bunch of fools, unaware of the terrifying existence they face, always foolishly following along. After having a confrontation with those gods, I knew defeat was inevitable. I was even prepared to die. You idiots are still thinking about victory. It's simply hopeless. A group of brainless guys. I initially favored you just to use you. All my followers have turned against me, and you fools stubbornly follow me to your doom. You deserve to be exterminated. This thought clearly reflected his evaluation after reading the text on those 2 pages. However, Nanako could distinctly sense a trace of anger, guilt, and hatred in her disciple's heart through his thoughts. Nanako's body trembled instantly, because what she perceived from her disciple's thoughts seemed to indicate that he was the first Violet King revered by the ancient elves. This time, Nanako was genuinely shocked. The subjective feelings in her disciple's heart were overwhelmingly strong enough to feel as if he had experienced it himself. No, I must check the information about the first Violet King. The secret is too shocking, she thought anxiously. Nanako felt heat radiating from her entire body. If one of her disciples' identities was indeed the first Violet King, then he was practically a living history. No, quickly look at the 3rd page. I want to know the follow-up developments of that battle with the gods. She breathed rapidly and hurriedly flipped to the 3rd page. Then she immediately held her breath, perked up her ears, and listened carefully to her disciple's thoughts. Time seemed to pause for a few seconds. Secrets that must be told to the elf girl at midnight? Her face flushed slightly, her luscious red lips parted gently, and her delicate hand gently caressed the protagonist's beautiful face. Snap! Nanako instantly closed the secret scroll in her hands, her eyes wide, and a flush spread from her neck to her entire face. Lin-En? Wow! Q, what is this little loli doing? Let me finish reading. It's clearly the exciting part, and she just flips the page. Wait, why is Master's face so red? Could it be that Master really understands the text above? He looked at Nanako hesitantly, sizing her up as if trying to see through her. Nanako's heart tightened instantly. Should she be suspected by her disciple? But this isn't my fault at all. Who could have known that the third page of the secret scroll would be a little yellow text from the ancient elves? It must be that the mages responsible for organizing the scrolls couldn't understand the text above, so they mistakenly mixed up different books. Damn it! So infuriating. Nanako lightly coughed, pretending to know nothing. She sat up straight and turned to the fourth page of the secret scroll. She let out a charming cry, and then suddenly, Nanako, snap! Nanako stared wide-eyed, pressing down on the book at an unimaginable speed. She was about to go crazy. How could the fourth page still be little yellow text? And, you little disciple, you can glance, but what are you muttering in your heart? Seeing Nanako's reaction, Lin finally confirmed his speculation. He gazed thoughtfully at Nanako. Sure enough, this blue-haired lowly can really understand the words I created. I underestimated her a bit. If she couldn't understand, how could she blush after reading those two little yellow texts? Could it be that my lowly master is truly a genius, the kind that understands at a glance? Lin was puzzled. Nanako's eyes widened as she listened to her disciple's doubts, her face growing redder. She felt embarrassed herself. Eavesdropping on her disciple's thoughts and then being misunderstood as knowledgeable was something that only a strong heart could digest naturally. She swallowed hard. Cautiously, she prayed in her heart that no more little yellow texts would appear. Then she turned to the fifth page of the secret scroll. Pretending to read seriously, she perked up her ears and quietly listened to her disciple's thoughts. Oh, it seems that there was indeed a mispage when organizing the Winter-Spring Valley. This page seems to have a forbidden spell level magic formula. Forbidden spell? Nanako's whole body trembled. Ice-binding purgatory, once released, can freeze everything within 10 kilometers and rain down countless ice blades, indiscriminately slaying targets within the area? So why is such a trashy magic recorded? I've told them so many times. All the useless magic I created should be thrown away. Why keep even my spit? Such ordinary magic being spread around would be embarrassing for me. Nanako, Omega. Embarrassing? Low level? You created it? Nanako was instantly shocked. She had heard of the ice-binding purgatory forbidden spell long ago. As a city-breaking level ice mage, the minimum requirement to break through to the next level was to be able to release a forbidden spell level magic. The ice-binding purgatory was a top-tier forbidden spell that countless ice mages dreamed of, even once referred to as the ultimate method of ice magic. What was even more terrifying was that the version of the ice-binding purgatory that circulated outside was incomplete. Yet even so, the method of ice-binding purgatory was only mastered by the most powerful mages. Unless you had a special encounter, it was impossible to come into contact with it. She never expected to find the magic formula for ice-binding purgatory in this ancient elven secret scroll. She also never expected that her disciple would say he created it. What she never expected even more was, her disciple actually called this top-tier forbidden spell trash. Nanako was stunned, speechless. But it seems this magic is quite favored by ice mages like my master in this era. Indeed, it's a fallen age, even trash is treated as treasure. In the past, battles spanning millions of miles, this little forbidden spell is simply too embarrassing to look at. Who doesn't start with a magic forbidden level or divine descent? Nanako! Lin shook his head, no longer paying attention, and silently flipped through his romance novel. Magic forbidden level? Divine descent? Nanako felt her brain buzzing, a blank space inside, and she was completely stunned. Although she was not unfamiliar with these two terms, they were too far from her, because the magic forbidden level could only be wielded by demigods, and divine descent was a top-tier method that only those just below gods or gods themselves could use. Nanako stared wide-eyed, gripping her ponytail. Was it really a matter of different levels? That only such high-level magic could catch his eye? Is my disciple that impressive? Wait a minute. Watching Lin completely lose interest and shift her gaze away from the secret scroll in her hands, Nanako instantly panicked. Don't look away yet. At least take another look. Recite the magical formulas on it to your master. You might not care, but your master does, and really wants it. Hey! The next day, the roundtable meeting of the 7 counselors was held as scheduled. Andrew, dressed in a gray mage robe, sat at the head of the table, his gaze dark. In front of him lay a thick stack of parchment covered in dense ancient elven script. To his left and right, the other 5 counselors were already in place. Looking at the empty seat across from him, Andrew glanced at the rising sun and said gloomily, "Where's Nanako?" The surrounding counselors shook their heads, a mocking smile in their eyes. Maybe she overslept. After all, being late is just a regular occurrence for her. No, I think she boasted yesterday and now feels too embarrassed to show her face, so she ran away overnight. Makes sense, makes sense. Listening to their discussions, Andrew's expression grew even darker. By seniority, Nanako should never have been able to sit in the position of the 7th counselor. It was only because, since the founding of Winter Spring Valley, the positions of the 7 counselors had always been held by the 7 oldest magical families, and Nanako, as the last bloodline of the Tulip family, inherited the position from her deceased father. Andrew took a deep breath. In truth, he had no expectations that Nanako would provide him with a satisfactory report. From what he knew of her, she had probably already forgotten about the Elven Scroll, and even if she hadn't, it would be impossible for her to decipher the entire scroll within 3 months with her level of knowledge. Andrew shook his head and said gloomily, "No need to wait for her, let's begin." But before he could finish, a voice suddenly called out from outside. "Wait, I'm coming." Crash! A girl with twin ponytails burst through the door, and under everyone's gaze, she stared wide-eyed, clutching a thick stack of scrolls, panting as she rushed in. With a slap, she placed the scrolls on the table. Nanako blared, quickly approached Andrew, and bowed at a 90-degree angle, her ponytail snapping against Andrew's forehead. "Sorry, Grandpa Andrew, I'm late." "Oh my goodness." Andrew clenched his fists, trembling as he pushed her ponytail away from his face. This was intentional, she was definitely doing this on purpose. "You know you're late? How many times have you been late this month?" Andrew slammed the table, furious. If it weren't for her father having entrusted her to him, hoping to train her into a competent counselor, he wouldn't be this angry. Nanako straightened up, clasped her hands together, and stared wide-eyed, saying, "Grandpa Andrew, I'm really sorry. This time, I stayed up late trying to decipher the Elven Scroll, so it's completely different from the previous times." Hearing this, Andrew laughed in anger. "Decipher the scroll? Good one. I want to see what you've accomplished after staying up all night." The other counselors struggled to suppress their laughter, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. They were well aware of the difficulty of deciphering the scroll. This ancient Elven script, without a wealth of literature for reference, was nearly impossible to tackle. However, they no longer needed to worry, because they had not told Nanako. Just last night, Butler Andrew received news that an archaeological team far away in the Western Empire had unearthed a damaged ancient Elven dictionary from that ruin. Butler Andrew used magic to teleport the dictionary back overnight. With this dictionary, the efficiency of deciphering the ancient Elven scrolls immediately improved significantly. They mocked Nanako, waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Nanako returned to her seat, took a deep breath, and rubbed her dark circles. Finally, it was done. It had taken almost an entire day. She had managed, through various indirect approaches and all sorts of inducements, to grasp the general content of her disciple's scroll from her heartfelt thoughts. It was not easy at all. Truly, it was not easy. Andrew coldly said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and start?" Nanako swallowed hard, widened her eyes, and nodded repeatedly. She quickly unfolded the scroll in her hands and categorized the different pages into 3 groups. No matter what, she had to deal with the current situation first. She pointed at the 3 stacks of scrolls on the table, cleared her throat, and said, "Grandpa Andrew, after organizing it yesterday, the scrolls in my hands should have been misfiled when they were unearthed. This scroll should contain the contents of 3 different books. The first volume is a historical record of the ancient elves from a period before their extinction. The second volume contains formulas for some high-level magic of the ancient elves. The third volume is a rather unremarkable ancient elven novel." As soon as she said this, the surrounding butlers exchanged glances in surprise, but Andrew frowned, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The ancient elven scrolls he had distributed to the various butlers were actually reprints. He had kept all the original scrolls that had been excavated, and he had naturally seen the scroll in Nanako's hands. However, it was only yesterday, while referencing the dictionary, that he discovered the misprint issues in these documents. But how did she figure it out? If it was through the paper and handwriting, it was impossible, because what she held was a copied reprint. "Continue," Andrew said, hesitantly looking at Nanako. Nanako let out a small sigh, then picked up the first volume of the scroll, recalling her disciple's heartfelt thoughts. "Disciple, I'm sorry, let Master borrow your knowledge for a bit. I promise to give you a 2-day break when I get back and make you my favorite little cakes." Nanako swallowed hard, feeling incredibly guilty, and recounted verbatim what she had previously heard from her disciple's thoughts. In the year 2021 of the Elven era, the Elven King decreed that all Elven warriors of the Violet Continent gather at the royal court to prepare to respond to the command of the great first king of Violet and face the gods. Nanako spoke slowly. The crisp voice of the little girl narrated a grand and tragic elegy. All the surrounding butlers were astonished, staring in disbelief at the endlessly speaking Nanako. Meanwhile, Andrew grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. At first, he was somewhat indifferent, but after hearing the first page, he could no longer sit still. He quickly opened the dictionary on the table in front of him. Breathing rapidly, he took out the original version of the scroll that Nanako had deciphered yesterday and compared it carefully. This. His face instantly filled with shock, because the content on it matched exactly what Nanako had recited, to the slightest detail. But how could this be possible? He could be certain that, given Nanako's character, she had absolutely not studied the content of the scrolls properly in the past 3 months, and even if she had really studied it seriously, without a large body of literature for reference, it would be absolutely impossible for her to decipher it. He stared at Nanako in shock, and his gaze immediately changed. Soon, after finishing the first volume of history, Nanako sighed and then picked up the second volume, which contained various magical formulas. She recalled her disciples' heartfelt thoughts. Then she said seriously, I only have this much of the history from the first volume. The content in this volume contains the magical knowledge of the ancient elves, including all the magical formulas for the forbidden spell Frozen Hell. In addition, there are some high-level ancient elven spells that I have roughly translated. As soon as she said this, the surrounding attendants instantly showed expressions of immense shock. Andrew looked particularly astonished. Magical formulas? At the forbidden spell level? What kind of joke is this? Everyone was immediately stunned. Nanako nervously took out her small blackboard and recalled the description of this formula from her disciples' heartfelt thoughts yesterday. Holding the chalk, she carefully wrote down the magical formula for the forbidden spell Frozen Hell on the blackboard. During this process, she added numerous annotations. Watching the incredibly complex magical formula slowly take shape in Nanako's hands on the blackboard, Andrew's expression grew increasingly shocked. The formula was clearly translated, and Andrew recognized the power of this magic at first glance. A forbidden spell. It really is a forbidden spell. Moreover, it is the top-level forbidden spell Frozen Hell that ice mages yearn for the most. His breathing quickened, because he could be 100% sure that Nanako had absolutely no way to access such top-level magic, because her magic was what he had taught her. In other words, Nanako really deciphered the ancient elven secret scroll. This revelation was extraordinary. He stared blankly at the magical formula and annotations that Nanako was sketching out on the small blackboard. His mind went blank. Could it be that Nanako really used a very short time to decipher the entire magical secret scroll without any reference materials? And just as the magical formula was basically completed, he saw that Nanako had written the following line underneath. The bottom of the forbidden spell, a fighter jet among garbage, the most useless kindergarten magic. Lin. In an instant, Nanako froze. Then her face turned red. She quickly wiped away that last sentence with her sleeve at an unimaginable speed. She had gotten too absorbed in her thoughts, and accidentally wrote down her disciples' evaluation of this magic. Such words could not be seen by Grandpa Andrew and the others. It would be disastrous. But that line was still caught by Andrew and the others. Andrew stared blankly and asked, "What did you write at the end?" Nanako jolted, her eyes wide, shaking her head like a rattledrum, and said, "And nothing, just a brief comment from an ancient existence about this magic." Andrew lowered his head in a daze. Then he flipped to the last page of the secret scroll that recorded this magical formula. Sure enough, at the very bottom of the original formula, there was indeed a short comment. He immediately grabbed a dictionary and carefully translated it. In the end, he spelled out the words that Nanako had not written. Lin, Lord Violet, Great Father God. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Nanako's eyes widened even more, her heart racing uncontrollably. This is bad. Grandpa Andrew actually translated it. No way. Could it be that the fact that her disciple is Lord Violet is about to be exposed? After a long time, Andrew took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, as expected of a king from ancient times, such exquisite magic can only be compared to garbage in the eyes of this person. That existence is truly beyond our imagination. Is there no doubt?" Nanako asked blankly. Grandpa Andrew, do you know this Violet Lord? Andrew nodded and said, "I have studied many texts about history from 1,000 years ago. At that time, our Violet continent was ruled by 7 powerful kings, and the first Violet Lord was far superior to the other 6. At that time, he had a special title." Nanako was astonished. "What title?" Andrew said seriously, "The King of Kings." Nanako, Omega. Wow. What an imposing and arrogant title. Was my disciple really that impressive back then? Andrew frowned and sighed, but kingship is not eternal. After the Divine War 1,000 years ago, the Violet continent was reshuffled, and the 7 kings perished one after another. Even the great first Violet Lord disappeared into the river of history, which is quite lamentable. Nanako was stunned. No, he didn't disappear. He's hiding in our winter spring valley. He's still occupying my warm bed and sleeping in." After calming her emotions, Andrew raised his head and looked at Nanako, saying with satisfaction, "Nanako, I can now tell you that your translation is completely accurate. This historical record of the ancient elves has successfully filled in some gaps in our history. To decipher the ancient elven script in such a short time, Nanako, you are indeed an extraordinary mage." Nanako suddenly came to her senses, her eyes darting around as she laughed awkwardly, wiping the back of her head nervously. "Grandpa is overpraising me. Ha ha, ha ha." She laughed awkwardly and nervously. Really, very nervous. Just thinking about how all this deciphered content was secretly heard from her disciple's thoughts made Nanako feel extremely embarrassed. Her disciple was truly too mysterious. Who would have thought that the usually lazy guy would be a hidden super boss? However, Andrew raised his head, staring at Nanako, and said in a low voice, "I am very curious, how did you accurately decipher the entire ancient elven scroll without a large amount of literature to refer to?" As soon as he said this, Nanako's expression stiffened. Right, how did she decipher it? Could she really tell Grandpa Andrew that she secretly heard it from her disciple's thoughts? No one would believe that if she said it. She averted her gaze, continuing to laugh awkwardly. How about you guess, Grandpa Andrew?" The surroundings fell silent. Nanako's hair drooped down as she said softly, "It was half a month ago when I went out on a mission, and I saw it from a mysterious and ancient mage. He was very knowledgeable and had many books of ancient knowledge. Because there happened to be records of ancient elven script in it, Nanako secretly pilfered a portion." Nanako's face turned so red it seemed like it would bleed. But it wasn't entirely wrong, right? Her disciple was indeed a mysterious and ancient mage, and very knowledgeable. She did hear it secretly from her disciple's thoughts. So, it wasn't really a lie, right? Upon hearing this, Andrew fell into thought. A mysterious and ancient mage? Holding books of ancient elven script? He was 80% sure that Nanako was lying. If he wanted to expose it, he could. As long as she was slightly guided to describe the details of that time, it wouldn't take long for her to reveal her true self. However, Andrew did not do that. Everyone has their secrets. Since Nanako didn't want to speak, he naturally wouldn't force her. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the two characters Lin on the paper, and joked, "I see. But compared to what you just said, I actually believe another hypothesis even more. Your disciple is also named Lin, right? The Violet Lord happens to have the same name. Could it be that the missing Violet Lord is your disciple?" Andrew joked. In an instant, Nanako was startled and her hair stood on end. Omega Omega, it really is. I suspected it too. Grandpa Andrew, this is the closest you've been to the truth. Looking at Nanako's dazed expression, Andrew laughed heartily, gently tapping the table, and said, "Just kidding, Nanako, you did well. Remember to maintain this pursuit of excellence in the future. Don't always be so careless. The position of steward is not that easy to handle." Nanako broke into a cold sweat, laughing awkwardly to cope. Andrew was just joking, teasing Nanako a bit. How could her silly disciple possibly be the Violet Lord? He hadn't even thought in that direction. The name Lin is very common on the Violet Continent. Many parents like to name their children after historical figures to help them succeed. It is said that this can bring a touch of nobility. Andrew shook his head, and then his gaze fell on the third stack of secret scrolls laid out in front of Nanako, smiling. "Go on, read the remaining content of the third scroll to everyone. Since it has been included in the ancient elf secret scrolls, the information inside must be very valuable." In an instant, Nanako froze in place. The third scroll? Valuable. Isn't that the ancient elf erotic novel that her disciple was so into? This, Nanako said awkwardly, "Do I really have to read it?" Andrew smiled, "Don't be nervous, just read it." Since the translation is complete, everyone is naturally very curious about the content. The crowd nodded. Nanako lowered her head, awkwardly picking up the third scroll, saying, "Okay, fine, I'll read it." Her face turned crimson as she lowered her head and began to read the content above. Her face flushed, her luscious red lips gently parted, her delicate hand lightly caressing the protagonist's muscular chest, then trailing down. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Several hours later, returning from the council hall, Nanako bounced along, holding a large gift box in her arms, humming an unknown tune, her two ponytails swaying up and down. There was still a hint of blush on her face. Reciting a little yellow text in front of Grandpa Andrew and many stewards, she almost faced social death. But she managed to use her disciple's heartfelt words to get them through it. Anyway, her disciple had helped a lot this time. Even though he didn't know it, it didn't stop her from giving him a gift. I hope the silly disciple will like it, she said, blushing. This was a gift she specially prepared for her disciple with her pocket money from the shop of the dark mage. Hugging the large gift box, Nanako hummed and bounced back to her mage tower. But as soon as she returned to the outside of the mage tower, she was puzzled to see the door tightly closed, with no sign of her disciple. Where is my disciple? She tilted her head. Then, confused, she walked to the front of the mage tower and was about to push the door open. But at that moment, she suddenly heard a girl's voice coming from inside. Go in, Brother Lin. It's fine, don't shout so loudly, take a deep breath, remember to go down slowly, don't use too much strength. I'll try my best, Brother Lin, I can't bear to look. I told you not to move around. Wah! I'm sorry, Brother Lin, it's my first time, I have no experience. That's okay, but don't move around. What's your name? I came out. Brother Lin. With her ear pressed against the door, Naneko's eyes widened, her face instantly turning as red as a cooked shrimp. The shame she felt was almost unbearable. That despicable guy. That lecher. Naneko tugged at her ponytail, instantly going crazy. This wicked disciple actually took advantage of her absence to do such things inside the mage tower. Scenes of indecency flashed through her mind. Crack! Naneko gritted her teeth, tightly clenched her small fists, and steam was rising from her head. To actually do such shameful things with other girls in my mage tower, it's simply unforgivable. She glanced at the carefully prepared gift for her disciple in her hand. A gift. She would never give it to that despicable guy. Clearly, her master was a super beautiful woman, yet he dared to do such shameful things behind her back with other girls. She had to catch them in the act. Without a second thought, Naneko kicked open the door of the mage tower, her face flushed, gritting her teeth as she pointed inside and shouted, "Stop it right now. Have you asked for my opinion before doing such filthy things in my mage tower?" Inside the mage tower, Lin was sitting on a bench, rolling up his sleeves, holding a semi-transparent syringe, staring blankly at Naneko, who had suddenly burst in. Next to Lin stood a neatly dressed little girl who looked like a priest. She held a jar filled with medicinal liquid and turned her head in confusion towards the door. Naneko stood there in a daze, still maintaining her aggressive stance, but the obscene and lewd images that had just flashed through her mind did not appear. "Master, you're back?" Lin asked, puzzled. Naneko, still in shock, asked, "What are you doing?" The little priestess recognized Naneko and quickly bowed, clearly a bit scared, saying weakly, reporting to Deacon Naneko, "I am a trainee priest who just arrived in Winter Spring Valley. I came today to help Brother Lin with a checkup and brought some herbs along." Naneko stood there in a daze. "What is that?" Lin looked at the syringe in his hand. Before Lin could speak, the little priestess's eyes lit up and she said, "It's a syringe invented by Brother Lin. Because many potions have very poor effects when taken orally, Brother Lin thought of the method of injection. This small device has really been a great help. It's just that I'm still not very skilled since I just started, so I can't find the right spot." She lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed. Naneko stood there in a daze. "Is it that simple?" Lin tilted his head and said, "What else? Master, you wouldn't think wrongly, would you?" Naneko's eyes widened instantly, her face turning bright red, steam rising from her head. How is that possible? Getting an injection or something? It's not like I've never seen it before." Lin said in confusion, "But I just got this syringe a few days ago? There's something wrong. The master is very suspicious. Could it be that she was eavesdropping outside the door the whole time? It's very possible. This is indeed something that the lowly master could do, but why is her face so red? Could it be that she thought of some inappropriate images? No way. Is the lowly master really that impure? Then when she barged in so aggressively just now, was it to catch me in the act? Ugh! Nanako suddenly choked. If there were a crack in the ground, she would really want to dive into it right now. She had been seen through. Damn it! Can her disciple hear her thoughts too? No! This is something that absolutely cannot be admitted. Nanako is still very pure. She has never had a boyfriend or anything. If her dog disciple sees through her, her dignified image would collapse immediately. Nanako shook her head vigorously, glaring and grinding her teeth. "Dog disciple, don't make random assumptions about your master. Is the injection done?" Miss Priest stood straight, stiffly saying, "No." Then, under Linen's bewildered gaze, Nanako blared, tugged at her ponytail, and stormed in aggressively. She snatched the syringe from his hand. "What is this dog lowly going to do? What does she want?" "Pfft, Linen, Omega. Miss Priest, stop dawdling." Nanako gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed the liquid from the syringe into Linen's arm, saying, "Isn't it done in one go? Why do you have to chat with a little girl? It's too annoying to make people misunderstand." Half an hour later, Moon Orchid City. Accompanied by a flicker of the teleportation array, Linen and Nanako, a large and a small figure, appeared outside the city. Nanako was wearing a brand new blue robe, topped with a large wizard hat, her petite body holding a completely disproportionate, thick, sturdy staff. Clearly lacking any authority, she held her head high, wanting to display her grand mage aura. No way! No way! The blue-haired loli is actually inviting me to dinner and taking me to the flower fair? Could it be that she has changed her ways? Isn't the loli master usually very stingy? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me, wanting to have a tragic teacher-student romance? It's possible. After all, I'm so handsome. So, is this a date? That wouldn't be good. If someone sees us, I'll be treated as a despicable loli enthusiast. Loli enthusiast? Would being seen as a loli enthusiast make you feel ashamed? Angry face, Nanako's petite eyebrows began to twitch uncontrollably. She turned her head, revealing her sapphire-like eyes from under the brim of her hat, saying, "It's just to celebrate your success in becoming a second-tier mage, so I decided to take you out to relax a bit. Don't think too much about it." Lin immediately showed a touched expression, saying, "Thank you, master, you are really too good to me." "Oh, I see. That takes the excitement away. I thought it was really some kind of romantic date. How boring, I'm leaving. I'll go back and find Miss Priest to treat my physical and mental health, do some wellness care." Nanako. Without saying a word, Nanako grabbed Lin's sleeve, too short, can't reach his ears, and angrily dragged him toward the city. Hey, master, slow down, I can walk by myself." Although the dog disciple is indeed a hidden super big shot, but this kind of bad personality really doesn't inspire any awe at all. Moreover, with such a handsome and beautiful master like her, how could she even think about finding a cute priestess outside? This is simply unforgivable. They were dragged into Moon Orchid City. This is a well-known city on the Violet Continent. Every full moon, many beautiful moon orchids bloom outside the city, so over time, people named the city after this flower. More importantly, it was once the capital of the Violet Emperor. As soon as they stepped through the city gate, Lin and Nanako attracted the attention of most people on the street. Wow, look, those two seem to be mages from Winter Spring Valley. That girl is so cute, and that big brother is so handsome. Are they a couple? A young husband and an older wife? How sweet. Could that big brother be a lolicon? Wow, so young. Is that really okay? As the discussions around them began to take a strange turn, Nanako awkwardly coughed, pressed down her hat brim to shield her eyes, and tried hard not to let the odd comments affect her. In an instant, Lin's thoughts echoed behind her. Tsk tisk. It's been almost 1,000 years since I last came here, and it's still as open-minded as it was back then. Sigh, what a pity. Still being seen as a lolicon, even if it's 100-year-old Lolita, she's still a Lolita after all. Nanako, grinding teeth, this dog disciple's thoughts are too frequent, and they always lean towards that filthy direction. It's really infuriating. What's most frustrating is that despite such frequent thoughts, that guy still maintains a faint, polite smile on his face, like a gentleman, causing all those young girls to scream one after another. That's what's most annoying. Nanako glanced at Lin behind her. The main purpose of coming here today was, of course, to relax. Her disciple had helped her a lot, so she had to express her gratitude properly. The second purpose, was to bring her dog disciple to the former capital of the Violet Emperor, taking this opportunity to get a good sense of his background. Who knows, she might even uncover more of her disciple's mysterious secrets. With an unspoken secret in her heart, Nanako led Lin into the bustling streets of Moon Orchid City. Today was the annual Camellia Festival in Moon Orchid City, and the streets were filled with people, including wandering merchants from various cities and young boys and girls who had come to see the sights, creating an extraordinarily lively scene. Come and take a look. Here are the finest snow beast furs from the northern snowfields, fairly priced, honest to all. Earrings, flower umbrellas, rings, pouches, amulets. Here are the finest girls, soft and lively, handsome guys. Want to come in and spend? The sounds of various vendors calling out were incessant. Nanako, who had initially wanted to focus on Lin's thoughts, was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of goods. As for eavesdropping on her disciple's thoughts, she completely forgot about it. Although she was 100-year-old little Lolita, once that shopping desire was ignited, it was quite terrifying. Disciple, look at that brooch, isn't it beautiful? Doesn't it suit your master perfectly? Wow, the craftsmanship of these clothes is really amazing. I love it. That one, and this one. I want all of them except for those few. Being dragged around by her Lolita master, Lin suddenly felt like she was walking a dog. If she wore a collar around her neck and held a leash, it would be even more fitting. Indeed, there is a slight feeling of that. However, it shouldn't be called walking the dog. That would be too disrespectful to the master. It should be walking the loli instead. With the master running around, looking left and right, excitedly wagging her tail and all, Lin's gaze remained fixed on the constantly swaying ahog atop the loli master's head. It stirred an impulse within him to grab it. What an image, such a vivid image. Smack! Nanako stepped on his foot, eyes closed, tightly clenching her small fists. Lin-En gasped, rubbing his sore foot. Master, why did you step on me? Nanako replied with her eyes still shut. It's nothing, just wanted to step on you. Just think of it as your master being bored. Humph, Lin-En. Could it be? Is this loli so sensitive? Did she somehow guess that I was just saying bad things about her? Could this be a woman's sixth sense? Terrifying, terrifying. No, I should test the waters a bit. Then Lin-En stared wide-eyed at Nanako's back, mentally probing, Centennial loli? Giggle. Nanako tightened her fists, grinding her teeth furiously. But since she was facing away from Lin-En, he couldn't see it. Master, your panties are showing. Nanako, hold it in, hold it in. Master, your chest isn't even as big as mine. Nanako, damn it, I can't hold it in anymore. Looking at Nanako's indifferent back, Lin-En's hesitant gaze finally relaxed. He let out a sigh. I really was overthinking it. It must just be that she's reached her menopause. After all, how could she hear my thoughts? If it were according to the lowly master's personality, she would have definitely exploded if she heard my inner voice. Ha 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 hic. With his back turned, Lin-En laughed silently. Nanako, grinding her teeth, grabbed a lace panty from the stall in front of her and fiercely tore at the threads with her teeth. Damn! How dare she test her beloved master? And she had said so many hateful things in her heart. I'll bite you to death. Watching Nanako tear at the panties with her teeth, the stall owner was left dumbfounded. This. He wanted to stop her several times but didn't dare. He really wanted to tell this girl that panties are meant to be worn, not bitten. He swallowed hard, staring in shock at Lin-En behind her, trembling as he said, Hey, young man, hurry up and stop your daughter. I'm running a legitimate business here. If your daughter keeps gnawing on them, my stall will soon become illegitimate. A few minutes later, Lin-En looked at the crumpled lace panties he had bought for 2 silver coins, now covered in saliva. Then he turned to see Nanako, whose face was already flushed but still held her head high, trying to maintain her masterly dignity. Lin-En said awkwardly, Master, if you like it, you can just buy it. There's no need to bite it on the street. It's quite embarrassing. A puff of white steam rose from Nanako's head. Nanako gritted her teeth. I didn't. It was clearly. Lin-En shook his head, speaking seriously and firmly. It's okay, master, everyone has a few special quirks. You don't need to feel embarrassed. If you like gnawing on panties, I absolutely won't tell anyone. Lin-En displayed a furious expression as if he would die to help his master keep her secret. Nanako felt like crying. Damn it! There was really no way to explain this clearly. In her mind, she had beaten Lin-En 100 times, and in anger, she continued to stroll around with her dog disciple. But just at that moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from the direction of the city gate. The Silver Knights have arrived. All unauthorized personnel, step aside immediately. And in the next instant, accompanied by the sounds of people hurriedly dodging in the streets, a series of hoofbeats thundered from the direction of the city gate. The next moment, a line of knights clad in full armor and riding white warhorses charged fiercely through the city gate. At the forefront was a middle-aged knight with a head full of gray hair, his figure particularly robust. His expression was serious, his gaze commanding respect without anger, exuding a terrifying aura. Is that the commander of the Silver Hand Riders, the legendary Sky Knight? What is going on? Why has the Silver Hand Knights come to Moonlight City? Aren't they always fighting the abyssal monsters in the south? Get out of the way. Do you want to die? The Night Order is not something we common folk can provoke. In the streets, one by one, the civilians attending the flower festival were frantically dodging. It was unclear if they were in a hurry, but the knights showed no signs of slowing down, their faces grave as they rushed toward the central castle. Nanako frowned, looking displeased at the knights, and said, Damn it, these rude knights have no manners at all. Don't they know that riding is not allowed in the city? I'm just a steward from Winter Spring Valley, not that high profile, so why are these knights being so arrogant? Nanako was extremely angry. This kind of behavior was what she disliked the most. That's because the master is a lowly, with no authority at all. Even riding a horse, the horse wouldn't run. Besides, they are nobles. Being a bit arrogant is not wrong. What's the point of living if you have strength but don't show it? Of course, I, who have strength and am not arrogant, have special reasons for that. The sudden thoughts of her disciple from the side instantly made Nanako furious. But before she could explode in anger, although I am that kind of arrogant person, what I dislike the most is when others are more arrogant than me in front of me. I'll trip him up. Riding on his warhorse, the commander of the Silver Hand, Arnold, was deep in thought about the urgent news he had just received from the Grand Governor of Moonlight City. This was the heartland of the Xie Empire. However, from the news he had just received, there had been a significant fluctuation in the activities from the abyss nearby. This was not a good sign. Although half of the Violet Continent was covered with magic circles set up by mages from Winter Spring Valley and others, many weak points could still be easily breached by those powerful abyssal demons. And once the abyssal demons broke through the space and invaded the real world, it would be a disaster for everyone here. He was lost in heavy thoughts. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, for some unknown reason, he felt an indescribable, incredibly terrifying aura enveloping him. It was as if, in that brief moment, he had caught the eye of a high and mighty deity. That terrifying tremor nearly caused his heart to stop. The black warhorse he rode was also startled, letting out a terrified whinny, its legs giving way as it knelt down on the ground. Arnold, too, leaned forward and fell heavily to the ground, face down. Instantly, all the knights behind him were shocked. "Commander Arnold!" All the knights hurriedly tightened their reins, rushing down in shock, quickly trying to help Arnold up. "Sir, are you alright? Do you need us to call a priest?" "Oh no! The sir is choking. What is happening? Why is he choking? Quick, quick, give the sir artificial respiration," a knight shouted. Looking at the dazed Captain Arnold, the knights were extremely anxious. They quickly removed the peeping cover, and several burly men immediately surrounded him. "Step aside. I have great lung capacity. I'm good at this. Let me do the mouth-to-mouth," a robust knight shouted, pushing away the surrounding knights. He then took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and made a series of inexplicable sounds that made people's faces flush and hearts race. Arnold, who was on the verge of cardiac arrest, was suddenly awakened by a strong, possibly several hundred days unbrushed breath. As Arnold slowly began to recover, the surrounding knights immediately showed expressions of surprise. "My lord, you're awake?" Arnold dazedly moved his lips. His face suddenly turned a mix of green and white, then he turned his head and retched up a pool of stomach acid. Gasping, he said, It's nothing. I don't know what happened just now. I suddenly felt a chill on my back. It felt like I was being looked at by a deity. I almost had a heart attack." Upon hearing this, all the knights around were shocked. Not only the knights, but the nearby civilians also showed expressions of astonishment. "Looked at by a deity? How is that possible? Deities haven't descended to the world for 1,000 years." But looking at Captain Arnold, drenched in sweat and seemingly exhausted, it didn't seem like he was joking. Nine Eyes secretly glanced at Lin En with a strange expression. She found that he, like everyone else, also had a look of shock, his disguise so thorough that it seemed effortless and natural. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have noticed. Arnold struggled to stand up with the support of the knights, but his legs were still trembling, making it hard to stay upright. "I can't." He gritted his teeth in despair. "My legs have no strength. I need someone to carry me back." Then, under the dazed gaze of everyone, the powerful leader of the Silver Hand Knights was awkwardly lifted by several knights, who hurriedly ran towards the Lord's mansion in the center of the city. Similarly, his warhorse was also trembling and weak. After some discussion, the knights gritted their teeth and carried the horse on their backs as well. Thus, a man and a horse were carried away on the backs of others, leaving the scene in a very bizarre manner. However, not long after they had just left, a loud shout suddenly came from the guards on the city wall. "Quick! Immediately lift the anti-air magic shield, the Griffin Knights are about to arrive." In that instant, the civilians in the city were shocked to see the city-level protective magic array that had been hovering above their heads slowly dim and then deactivate. And in the next moment, a series of long cries suddenly echoed from the distant sky. In the distance, at least 100 griffins formed a square formation, quickly crossing the city wall and charging into Moonlight City, heading towards the central castle. All the civilians immediately showed expressions of shock. "Look, that seems to be the Sky Knight, Howard. Oh my god. What on earth has happened in Moonlight City? The top 2 Knight Orders of the Sea Kingdom have all come." Leading the massive griffin was a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a long spear. His expression was cold, radiating a sharp light. Behind him, groups of griffin knights were even more imposing, exuding a fierce aura. Clearly, this was a battle-hardened iron army. The fierce wind created by the passing griffins swept through the streets, blowing people away in waves as if they were cutting wheat. The crowd was in a panic, struggling to maintain their balance, grabbing onto anything they could find to steady themselves. "So powerful, so strong. This is the first time I've seen this legendary creature. It's a griffin." "A griffin!" Lin shouted as well. "Incredible! Incredible! This way of showing off while riding a griffin is so cool." In an instant, no one knew what had happened. The enormous griffin leading the pack suddenly trembled, as if someone had pressed the pause button, freezing in midair. The crowd was even more astonished to see the Sky Knight Howard, riding that griffin, also shudder. And just the next moment, the massive griffin plummeted from the sky like a plane running out of fuel, falling with a whoosh. Boom! A loud crash. The entire crowd fell silent. "Captain!" All the griffin knights were stunned. Coincidentally, the Sky Knight Howard and his griffin crashed right where Arnold had fallen earlier. The ground was smashed into a large pit. Inside the pit, Howard and his griffin were tangled together, their eyes spinning like spirals, their bodies twitching. The crowd remained silent. "You must be joking." Everyone around gasped in shock. "Is this place cursed? In less than 10 minutes, 2 top knights have fallen. This is not scientific. This is not scientific." Just as they were still reeling from the shock of the Griffin Knight's fall, a loud shout from the city gate echoed in the distance. "Open the city gates. Prepare to welcome the Raptor Knight Brigade." In the distance, people were shocked to see a group of fierce knights riding raptors charging towards them. The surrounding crowd was in disbelief. "Don't come over. Quickly, notify those knights not to approach. They'll fall. They'll fall." People screamed in panic. Bang, a loud noise. Then, under the dazed gaze of the crowd, the raptor under the leading knight suddenly buckled its legs and lurched forward, causing the knight to slide several meters and crash directly into Howard, who had just regained consciousness and was trying to climb out of the pit. Boom! Dust erupted from the pit. The entire area fell into a hushed silence. Meanwhile, in the castle at the center of Moonlight City, the first princess, Vivian, sat on the throne, staring blankly at Arnold, the captain of the Silver Knights, being carried in by the knights. The gray-haired knight was weak, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth, completely lacking the imposing presence she remembered. Princess Vivian immediately stood up, astonished. "Uncle Arnold, what happened to you? Why do you look so haggard?" Arnold struggled to sit in the chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Vivian, I know you are a good girl, but please tell your uncle the truth. Have you recruited a god-level powerhouse to give your uncle a show of strength this time?" Upon hearing this, Vivian was instantly bewildered. God-level powerhouse? Show of strength? What does that even mean? If she really had the ability to recruit a god, why would she be cooped up in this small moonlight city? She would have already conquered the continent and established her own empire. Vivian, confused, said, "Uncle Arnold, I don't understand what you're saying. What god-level powerhouse? What is going on?" Arnold took a deep breath, a hint of anxiety and discomfort flickering across his face. He turned his head complexly, glanced at the direction he had come from, and said, "Actually, I'm not very clear either. It was when I entered the city, passing through the bustling market, that I suddenly felt as if I were being watched by some terrifying presence." He instinctively shivered and took a deep breath, saying, "That feeling of terror. I have never experienced it even when facing a dragon, although it lasted less than a second. But, he suddenly bent over, retching repeatedly. This scene frightened Vivian to the core. Arnold wiped the corner of his mouth and gasped. My heart actually stopped for a second. My body showed signs of about to die. Upon hearing this, Vivian was taken aback and exclaimed, "How? How is that possible?" She was very aware of Uncle Arnold's strength. In the knight hierarchy, there are ranks from 1st tier knight to 9th tier knight, and above the 9th tier knight, they are further divided into Earth Knights, Sky Knights, City Breaking Knights, Royal Knights, and so on. Uncle Arnold was a top-tier figure among the Sky Knights. If compared by rank, he was on the same level as powerful archmages, and such an existence showed signs of imminent death. This. Vivian felt parched and couldn't utter a word. Arnold gasped, "Knights have control over their bodies second only to warriors. This feeling can't be false, and something that can impose such terrifying pressure on me. I can only think of a god of magic. No, at least a world-class god of magic could make me feel this powerless." Vivian's mind went blank. A world-class god of magic. She had almost no concept of such a rank. According to the classification of the mage hierarchy, above the 9th tier mage, they are further divided into Archmage, Great Archmage, and City-Breaking Mage. Only above the City-Breaking Mage is the god of magic, and a world-class god of magic is the pinnacle of the god of magic hierarchy. Even in Winter's Spring Valley, such a level of existence has never appeared. Vivian swallowed hard, dazed. "Uncle, could it be your illusion? I mean, if such a level of existence really exists, how could they possibly come to a small city like Moonlight Orchid? After all, the Violet Duke has been dead for 1,000 years. Arnold took a deep breath and said, "I wish it were an illusion, but you know, Vivian, knights' bodies are very sensitive to external stimuli. I can't think of anything else that could make me feel this fearful. And the most important reason is," Vivian asked, dazed, "the reason is what?" Arnold closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I have diarrhea." Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. "Quick! Someone come! Hurry and take Uncle down to change his pants!" Vivian screamed. "No need!" Arnold gasped, extending his hand to stop her. "This small matter, I can quickly evaporate with holy power, leaving no trace, and the holy power has a purifying effect. Any filth will be purified." Suddenly, a fragrant aroma filled the entire hall, exceptionally pleasant. Vivian was stunned. And just at that moment, a guard outside reported. The guard stepped forward, heavily struck his chest with his hand, and knelt on one knee, saying, "Report to Lady Vivian, the Griffin Knight Corps, the Velociraptor Knight Corps, and others have arrived, and the leaders are waiting for your audience outside." Vivian was instantly overjoyed. She immediately said, "Quick, please invite the leaders in." Vivian was exceptionally delighted, her eyes filled with hope. As the only remaining descendant of the Violet Duke, after her father's death, Moonlight Orchid City had become her foundation. This time, she mobilized all the resources at her disposal to invite several renowned knight commanders from the kingdom of Sia, just to have them help her resist the impending abyss. Because just a week ago, he had discovered signs of abyss mages' activities near the city of Uerlin. Numerous pieces of evidence also indicated that the monsters from the abyss were likely to launch an attack on Uerlin City soon. As a descendant of the Great Violet Lord, she absolutely could not allow such a city to be invaded by monsters. Click, the door opened. But the next moment, a delighted Vivian was left in a daze. She saw that the commanders she had painstakingly invited, all well known on the continent, were now listless, each one looking haggard and being carried in by their subordinates. The surroundings fell into silence. Clap, 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 4 chairs. The 4 commanders were all placed on the chairs with vacant eyes and lackluster spirits. If one didn't know better, they might think they had fought through the night and were just drained of energy. Vivian, in a daze, said, What is going on here?" The knights who had carried them wore bitter expressions and said, "Sorry, City Lord, our commanders encountered some issues on the way, please bear with us." The weak and pale Griffin Knight Howard trembled as he extended his hand, weakly saying, "City Lord Vivian, it's unnecessary, really unnecessary. We have all received favors from your Violet family. Helping is only natural. There's really no need for intimidation." The Raptor Knight Commander also said in a daze, "Yes, even if you really wanted to intimidate us old fellows, there's no need to use a mage. It's not like we can't accept a proper conversation." The surroundings fell silent once more. Vivian's mind went blank. Clearly, she had been misunderstood again. The Violet family was indeed the oldest family in this world, but ever since the death of the Violet Lord, her family had long since fallen into decline. Where would she get a mage from? Seeing the 4 listless figures, Arnold frowned and said, "Everyone, did you also feel that gaze?" Upon hearing this, the 4 commanders were taken aback, looking at Arnold in astonishment. "Could it be that you also?" Arnold frowned and said, "But it was in the bustling area of Chenghua Avenue, 500 meters away?" The 4 commanders exclaimed in shock, "That's right." Arnold's frown deepened. "Did you suddenly feel a sense of being watched, a chill running through your body, your heart stopping, feeling like you were about to die?" The 4 commanders gasped, "Yes." Arnold took a deep breath and said seriously, "It seems we have encountered the same thing. Could it be that you also fell there, Senior Arnold?" Howard asked in astonishment. Arnold smiled slightly and said, "Just a step ahead of you." As expected of Senior Arnold, what a coincidence, what a coincidence. The 4 commanders were overjoyed, all cupping their hands in respect to the senior of their knight order. Arnold smiled lightly and said, "It's just a coincidence, nothing to speak of. But to share the same experience with 4 legendary commanders is indeed a stroke of luck." The 4 commanders all echoed, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." Then, the surroundings fell silent. They suddenly realized that having all fallen in the same place was not something worth being so happy about. Of course not. Vivian was about to go crazy. Why did things suddenly take such a strange turn? The 5 legendary Sky Knights falling into such a situation at the same place feels incredibly strange, no matter how one thinks about it. If it wasn't you, Vivian, who arranged this, Arnold pondered, saying, then it's very likely that a god-level powerhouse is hiding in this city. With his kind of power, I can't imagine what his intentions are. Howard's expression was equally grim as he said, "Yes, and he clearly doesn't care about our arrival. If this being is plotting something, the consequences would be unimaginable." The other captains also expressed their concerns. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence again. Just thinking about the terrifying feeling of being watched they had just experienced sent shivers down their spines. If such a being truly wanted to strike at Moonlight City, even if they joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to touch a hair on the opponent. Vivian swallowed hard, worriedly saying, "Uncle Knights, if that god-level being really exists, what do you think he is doing right now?" The group fell silent, but in their minds, almost all of them conjured up an image. A lofty, ethereal existence, standing in the clouds or another dimension, indifferently overlooking the entire Moonlight City, gazing down at all the creatures within the city like ants. In his eyes, everything was so small, everything was dispensable. Meanwhile, at a dessert shop, Nanako sat in a chair, staring at Lin across from her. She opened her mouth and took a big bite of the ice cream he had fed her. If someone nearby saw this scene, they would definitely find it very harmonious, surely thinking it was a sweet daily life of a handsome noble youth and his adorable little girlfriend. So what exactly is going on? Nanako chewed on the ice cream, resting her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Today is the flower festival, and so many Sky Knights suddenly showed up. Are they planning to go to war? Nanako glanced at Lin, who was focused on feeding her ice cream. It's different now. The taste of the ice cream is clearly not the same as the formula I brought 1,000 years ago. Chemical saccharin. They actually use chemical saccharin. It only has the taste of strawberries but no strawberries. They must be using coloring and some unhealthy flavoring. Damn it, I knew it. No matter which world, there are these despicable merchants. Eating too much of this stuff is bound to lead to dementia? I definitely won't eat this kind of thing. Lin scooped a large spoonful of ice cream and once again brought it to Nanako's mouth, opening his own and saying, "Master, Nanako." Bang! Without saying a word, Nanako closed her eyes and gave her disciple a light smack on the head. What a despicable guy. Knowing that eating too much of this stuff could lead to dementia, he still kept feeding it to his master. He really is rotten to the core. Besides, didn't he hear what his master was saying? She was talking about those knights. With such an indifferent attitude, how could she eavesdrop on his true feelings openly? Humph. Lin pushed the ice cream away, picked up a fruit, took a bite, and shrugged helplessly, saying, "Master, if you don't know something, how could I possibly know? If Master really wants to know, you can personally ask the Lord here. You are the steward of Winter Spring Valley. No matter where you go, as long as you state your identity, even the king would give you face." Nanako nodded, resting her chin on her hand, pondering, that makes sense. However, Nanako had no intention of actually setting off to go. Although she was the steward of Winter Springs Valley, there were regulations that prohibited them from interfering in the internal affairs of these countries without an invitation. This was also to maintain the transcendent status of Winter Springs Valley, preventing themselves from being entangled by other forces. Bang! Nanako produced 2 silver coins and generously said, "Boss, just keep the change of 2 copper coins." After saying that, her light body jumped gently, leaving her seat and bouncing towards the exit. "Disciple, follow me and let's explore a bit. It's not worth it to come all this way and just go back so easily." Lin shrugged, about to leave. But he suddenly paused, turned around, and with a deadpan expression, looked at the boss who was coming to collect the money and said, "Change those 2 copper coins for 2 plain ice cream cones." The boss was taken aback, but that young lady said no change was needed. A brief silence followed, accompanied by a series of clattering sounds. After a few seconds, Lin walked out holding 2 ice cream cones without any additives. Nanako asked curiously, "What was that sound just now?" Lin licked his ice cream cone and replied, "The boss was too enthusiastic and insisted on bowing to me a few times. I couldn't handle it and knocked over a chair." Nanako didn't think much of it and bounced ahead. But at that moment, Lin's gaze flicked to a corner, then casually withdrew his sight, following behind his master. Hee, interesting. A deep abyss sorcerer, and a high-level archmage at that. Looks like they've noticed the identity of the lowly master and secretly sent someone to follow us. Indeed, the appearance of those knights wasn't without reason. Since there's a high-level archmage in this city, it seems they're preparing to summon a portal to let those abyssal creatures in. Lin licked his ice cream, casually pondering. Meanwhile, Nanako, who was walking ahead, immediately perked up her ears. A deep abyss sorcerer? Summoning a portal? Nanako's heart trembled. And there was a high-level archmage tracking her? Without a second thought, Nanako immediately felt her heart leap to her throat. If it weren't for hearing her disciple's thoughts, she might not have noticed at all. After all, a mage isn't omnipotent. She was an ice mountain, skilled in controlling the battlefield and combat. She didn't often engage in perception. But after receiving the hint, Nanako quickly focused her attention, sensing the movements of everyone around her in a way that was hard for others to detect. Did the lowly master sense it too? No way. Logically speaking, with the lowly master's silly personality, she'd probably be oblivious even if the enemy was right in front of her, right? Impressive. Looks like the master isn't as foolish as I imagined. Lin couldn't help but admire inwardly. Giggling, Nanako closed her eyes and clenched her small fists. This detestable disciple dares to look down on his master like this. How infuriating. Nanako ground her teeth. But now wasn't the time to trouble this detestable disciple. He could be nonchalant, but she couldn't. Although the steward of Winter Springs Valley couldn't intervene casually, if the other party was indeed up to something that could harm the people, she absolutely wouldn't stand by and watch. In the next moment, Nanako's mental energy captured the trace of that deep abyss sorcerer. "I found you!" Naneko's ahog twitched. In an alley, a man dressed in black with a large hood stared gloomily at Naneko and Lin-An on the street. One could vaguely see that his eyes were blood red, and his face was covered with dense green patterns. His gaze followed Naneko as she disappeared around the corner of the street. The mage showed no unusual behavior. He said in a low voice, "The Winter Springs Valley shouldn't have noticed our actions yet. If they knew we were summoning the abyssal blood demon, they definitely wouldn't have sent just one steward." A crow slowly landed on his shoulder. The crow's eyes were also blood red, glinting with a wisdom and indifference completely unlike that of a crow. "To prevent unnecessary trouble, you continue to monitor. The ritual has reached its final step, and I won't allow anyone to disrupt my plans during this time." The man in black lowered his hands, his eyes flashing red as he said, "Yes, mentor, but what about those knights? Should we take action?" The crow spoke in a detached tone, "Don't worry about them. Once the spatial gate opens, they will become the most delicious offerings for my master. By then, the entire city will turn to ashes." Caw-caw, a series of harsh cawing from the crow. The crow flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. The man in black squinted, then stopped thinking and suddenly turned to leave the alley. But just as he turned his head, in an instant, their eyes met. A young man holding an ice cream cone happened to be standing at the mouth of the alley. They were so close that it was almost an intimate encounter. Upon seeing the young man's face, he was instantly startled. Wasn't that the low-level mage next to the steward from Winter Springs Valley? Could it be that he had been discovered? His heart leaped to his throat. Lin looked at the tense man in black before him, nonchalantly licking his ice cream cone, and said brightly, "You're here to take a dump too, right?" Instantly, the man in black was taken aback. He didn't even know how to respond to that question. Lin cheerfully patted the man's shoulder, pointed to the alley, and said, "No worries, there are plenty of spots. Want to go together? I have paper. I can share half with you when I'm done." Crack crack, the man in black gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling utterly uncomfortable. "Share half with me? I'll share you a sou. You want to share after using it? Damn it. No thanks. I'm not here to take a dump." He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I have things to do. I'm leaving." He pulled his hood tighter, lowered his head, and flickered his gaze to avoid Lin as he tried to leave. It seemed like it was just a coincidence. If he had truly been discovered by that steward from Winter Springs Valley, the immediate consequence would likely be a fatal blow. But in any case, he had to be careful from now on. His mental energy spread out, trying to sense the position of that steward from Winter Springs Valley. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically, because in his perception, the position of that broken city-level mage was just 1 meter in front of him, but there was clearly nothing in front of him. "Not good," he shouted. In an instant, he suddenly reached out from his black robe, pulling out a wand embedded with a skull, ready to cast a spell. But at that very moment, just 1 meter in front of him, the air suddenly twisted and deformed. A girl with twin tails and a large mage's hood slowly materialized from a transparent state. "It's already too late." Nanako smiled mischievously. The magic she had long prepared was instantly infused into the sturdy wand in her hand. In that unexpected moment, the thick end of her wand pointed at the chest of the man in black. Buzz, a terrifying ripple instantly spread from the tip of the wand. The man in black felt a violent shock within, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of dark green blood, and his body flew backward into the alley. Lin held the ice cream cone and sidestepped. The man in black was sent flying out. As he flew, he was shocked to see that right where the staff had pointed at his chest, countless frost had suddenly crawled out. The frost seemed alive, wrapping around him in an instant, freezing the magical circuits within him, rendering him unable to cast spells. "No, no!" he screamed in terror, but soon, the frost covered his entire body. By the time he hit the ground, he had already turned into an ice sculpture. Nanako pressed down on her large hood, revealing her sapphire-like eyes, and said, "Don't waste your magic. This is a city-level sealing spell, not something a little sorcerer like you can break." She huffed and proudly walked towards the sorcerer. When she reached Lin's side, she kicked his calf and said smugly, "Great teamwork. No wonder you're my big apprentice." Lin. Originally, Lin didn't want to come. With his personality, he would never care about such trivial matters. But who would have thought that his lowly master actually discovered this voyeur? Lin felt quite emotional. Nanako walked up to the frozen sorcerer, then glanced at him and sternly commanded, "Disciple, guard the alley entrance. Don't let anyone in. Master needs to interrogate him properly." Lin had no choice. He shrugged and walked to the alley entrance with his ice cream cone. As soon as he reached the entrance, he immediately heard various popping sounds coming from behind him. "Dare to follow me? You must be tired of living. Watch me stomp you to death. Stomp you to death." Lin glanced back slightly. He immediately saw his lowly master, wearing a large mage hat, lifting her leg and repeatedly stomping on the frozen sorcerer. "Lin, This violent tendency is getting a bit serious. How did such a gentle little loli suddenly become so violent? Did someone make the blue-haired loli unhappy? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't seen anyone speak ill of Master. Finally, after a series of stomps, Nanako grabbed the sorcerer's collar, her blue eyes wide as she scolded, "Speak. What conspiracy are you plotting? If you don't say, I'll break your legs right now." The sorcerer remained silent. Nanako squinted. "So stubborn? I didn't expect to encounter such a tough nut. It seems I haven't beaten you enough." Soon, Lin heard the sound of more stomping from behind. He glanced back and saw the violent little loli fiercely banging the thick and sturdy staff against the sorcerer's head. "Lin, Master, there's something I don't know if I should say." Bam! Nanako grabbed the sorcerer's collar again, coldly snorting, "I'll give you one more chance. Will you speak or not?" The sorcerer shed silent tears. "Lin, Master, I wanted to say." Still not speaking, Nanako was extremely angry. She had never seen someone so tight-lipped. "It seems you won't open your mouth unless I apply some pressure," Nanako shouted. With a swift 360-degree shoulder throw, she jumped on him, gritting her teeth, and resumed her stomping mode. Bam bam bam! Finally, after stomping for over 10 minutes, Lin could no longer bear it and walked over, exasperated. "Master, stop hitting him. You're making it impossible for him to speak." Nanako tilted her head and glared. "Why?" Lin said with a pained expression, "His mouth is frozen shut." Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. One could vaguely see the frozen tears slowly welling up in the eyes of the sorcerer, whose face was encased in ice. Those tears were filled with grievance and humiliation, as if they expressed the bitterness of a short life and the anger of being beaten. This kind of humiliation is truly something that ordinary people cannot comprehend. "I wanted to say, you have to let me speak." A few minutes later, Nanako, her face as red as an apple, still proudly crossed her arms and huffed as she walked to the side. She grandly declared, to hand over the right to interrogate to her disciple. Finally, the ice on the sorcerer's mouth began to melt away. The man in black, filled with humiliation, said, You are going too far." Lin, holding a cone of ice cream, stared with dead fish eyes and said, "Don't casually use the idioms created by the great and handsome Lord Violet. I'll ask you one more time, are you going to speak or not?" The man in black glared at Lin angrily and said, "You think you can get anything out of me? Dream on. You all will die." Lin licked his ice cream and said, "So you're not going to speak?" The man in black sneered, "Ha, what can you do to me? In the end, I'll just die. Do you think I'm afraid?" Lin shook his head and said, No, death is not scary." He smiled and added, "What's truly terrifying is a fate worse than death, don't you think?" A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down the forehead of the man in black. For some reason, even though the second-tier mage in front of him wore a peaceful smile and seemed to pose no threat at all, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine under that gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see what you're capable of." But just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. He saw the boy in front of him holding half an ice cream cone, freeing one hand, and then, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a mouse. The man in black, Omega, a mouse? Why are you carrying something like that? Creak creak, Lin mimicked the sound of the mouse, his eyes full of mirth. Some small animals love warm environments the most. If you put them in from the collar and they feel too cold, they will keep looking for a warm place to burrow into. Under the trembling gaze of the man in black, Lin opened his collar and tossed the creaking mouse inside. The man in black, Lin casually said, "Since your neck is frozen, where do you think this mouse will burrow to?" The man in black's face instantly turned pale, trembling, and he said, "You don't think you can scare me like this." But the next moment, the man in black was Omega. Lin reached into his clothes again and pulled out a colorful poisonous snake. Then came a centipede, a toad, a slug, a slime, a wasp nest, and all of them were forcefully stuffed into his collar under the shocked gaze of the man in black. Lin said, No rush, I have many more good things. I will definitely fill you up. Take your time to consider." The man in black, Omega. No. Who on earth is this guy? Why does he have so many strange things on him? In that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he froze in place. He immediately felt as if something was crazily burrowing into his body. That was. "Help me," he screamed in terror. His whole body tensed up, his eyes wide open, cold sweat pouring out. "No, absolutely not. Hold on. You must hold on, Omega. But just at that moment, Lin patted his shoulder and said gently, "How's the preparation going?" And in that instant, he froze. Snap! It was as if, at that very moment, the city gate had collapsed with a thunderous crash. That feeling was, I said it. The man in black cried out, tears streaming down his face. Finally, he could no longer endure it. That humiliation. For a respectable mage, it was even more unbearable than being killed. Why? Why are there such malicious people in this world? Lin smiled slightly, licked his ice cream cone, and said, "Now that's more like it." Then he turned to Nanako, not far away, and flashed a Cressa-like smile, saying, "Master, it's ready now. No matter what you ask, he will probably be willing to answer." Nanako hesitated, turned around, and walked over. Looking at the tear-streaked, despairing man in black, she asked, "What did you do to him?" Lin shook his head and shrugged, saying, "Nothing, just very normal interrogation methods. It really is nothing. Snakes, mice, slimes, and slugs are all quite cute and weak creatures. I am still too kind." Nanako, snakes, mice, entering the body? Nanako's eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively covered her skirt. She swallowed hard, looking at the man in black who was crying, oh, and asked, "Does it hurt?" The man in black was on the verge of collapse, screaming, "Do you care if it hurts or not? What time is it? Ask me. Hurry up and ask me questions. I beg you, I'm about to break down. You ask, I answer. Let's finish this process quickly. I can't take it anymore." Nanako shivered, widened her eyes, and hugged her sturdy magic staff, immediately starting to ask questions. The man in black answered almost every question, speaking incessantly, and even for some vague questions from Nanako, he would extrapolate and provide additional information. His speech was so fast that it seemed he was in a hurry to be reborn. Soon, Nanako learned all their plans from his mouth. Open the space gate directly above Moonlight Orchid City. Nanako's body trembled as she heard, "Summon the Blood Domain Demon Lord." This. After hearing this plan, even she felt a chill run down her spine. The Blood Domain Demon Lord. As one of the 7 great stewards of Winter Spring Valley, she had certainly heard of this title. According to legend, the Endless Abyss was ruled by 7 Abyss Lords. Beneath the Abyss Demon Lords, the strongest were the 72 Great Demon Lords, and the Blood Domain Demon Lord was known among the 72 for its cruelty and greed, a terrifying existence. Hundreds of years ago, a group of demon worshippers successfully summoned this tyrant into reality. Its appearance directly led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands. In the history of Violet, that day is forever remembered as the Crimson Night, and the most terrifying part is, the demons that descend into reality cannot be killed, they can only be banished. But, how despicable. Nanako's face turned a bit pale. When she saw those knights appear today, she thought there might be some monsters nearby, but she didn't take it seriously. After all, with the strength of those Sky Knights, what monsters could possibly be their opponents? But she really never expected that they would summon a demon lord-level demon. "I have told you everything I know. Quickly get those things out of my body." A man in black screamed. Slap, Nanako gritted her teeth. She struck a magic formation on his head, knocking him unconscious. "Damn it! Summoning such a monster and still wanting me to help you, you must be impatient to die." Without saying another word, Nanako grabbed his collar and quickly turned to Lin, gritting her teeth and saying, "Disciple, this is serious. Master needs to inform the Lord here immediately." "You." Lin licked his ice cream and said firmly, "Master, you go ahead. Don't worry about me, my strength is too weak, and following you will only cause trouble, so I'll stay here." Nanako. That completely shut her up. Nanako was frantic, but now that it was a matter of great importance, as the steward of Winter Spring Valley, she certainly couldn't ignore it. After all, if they really summoned a demon lord, it could put hundreds of thousands of lives at risk in an instant. "You just stay here obediently. Don't run around. Wait for Master to come back for you." Nanako gritted her teeth. Then she quickly dragged the unconscious man in black. In an instant, she dashed toward the end of the street at an unimaginable speed, heading for the central castle. Demon Lord level. Interesting, very interesting. But with lowly Master's abilities, she should be able to stop it before the summoning ritual ends, right? There's no need for me to get involved. After all, I'm just an ordinary second-tier mage. Lin stroked his chin, watching lowly Master leave. Then he no longer worried about the matter. Leisurely, he hugged his head, whistled, and swaggered down the street. Just then, Lin suddenly paused. His gaze shot across hundreds of meters, landing on a flamboyant building. He saw several large characters written on it. Traveler's Gentle Abode. In front of the door stood a few cute little sisters dressed very scantily, looking particularly handsome, waving handkerchiefs to attract passers-by. So Lin said, "It should be fine to take care of Master's little treasury a bit, right?" Meanwhile, in front of the castle gate at the very center of Moon Orchid City, "Who goes there?" 2 fully armored knights shouted, crossing their long spears to block the rapidly approaching lowly mage. "This is the Violet Castle. All unauthorized personnel, retreat immediately." Nanako pressed her mage hat down and pulled out the seal representing her identity from her bosom, gritting her teeth and saying, "I am the 7th steward of Winter Spring Valley, Ice Mage Nanako. I have an urgent matter to see your lord. Hurry and report. The two knights were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Seeing that the two knights were still dazed, Nanako grew anxious. At this moment, she couldn't care about etiquette because if she didn't stop the sorcerer's summoning ritual, the entire Moon Orchid City would be plunged into the greatest crisis. Gritting her teeth, Nanako suddenly waved her hand. The two knights were immediately swept away by the storm. Nanako's petite body quickly rushed into the towering castle. The two knights were horrified and immediately sounded the alarm, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Soon after hearing the alarm, a swarm of soldiers poured out of the castle. But how could these ordinary soldiers block where Nanako wanted to go? Bang! With a loud crash, Nanako smashed open the castle's main door. In the castle hall, the first Princess Vivian was seated on the throne, discussing the information about the Abyss sorcerers discovered this time with several Sky Knights below. When Nanako burst in, everyone present was taken aback. Gritting her teeth, Nanako threw the unconscious figure in black onto the ground and declared, "I am Nanako, the steward of Winter Spring Valley, and I have something important to say." A few minutes later, the crowd in the streets immediately saw a large group of knights rushing out of the castle in a frenzy, quickly heading towards the city gate. High above in the sky, Arnold, the leader of the Silver Knights, wore a grave expression as he flew, looking at the petite ice mage riding a broomstick ahead of him. "Steward Nanako, are you sure everything he said is true? Do those Abyss sorcerers really want to summon the Blood Domain Demon Lord within Moon Orchid City?" Nanako, riding her broom, gritted her teeth and replied, "I can't be 100% sure, but this is something that must be taken seriously. If it's true, then everything is over." The knights beside Arnold exchanged glances, all seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Just moments ago, they had confirmed Nanako's identity. Although they were astonished that such a small girl could be the steward of Winter Spring Valley, they chose to believe her after verifying the seal. After all, as a guardian organization, Winter Spring Valley held great prestige across the continent. If what Nanako said was indeed true, then this incident was far more terrifying than they had considered. "Do we still have time?" Arnold gritted his teeth. If he's right, the ritual started last night, and it's probably already in its final stages. Damn it! We only just found out about this. Nanako shook her head, her expression grave as she ground her teeth. "This isn't your fault. Who could have imagined that someone would conduct such an evil ritual in the heart of the continent? All we can do now is hurry and hope that the ritual hasn't." But just as she was about to finish her sentence, suddenly, an extremely strange wave of energy surged from the distance. The wave swept over their bodies in an instant, and a strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. Immediately, the faces of Nanako and the others changed dramatically. This is, they saw, dozens of kilometers away, the sky above a valley suddenly darkening. An indescribable aura of evil approached them. A towering column of blood shot up into the sky, chilling the surrounding air. "Not good," Arnold shouted. "We're too late." In an instant, everyone panicked and pushed their speed to the limit, racing towards the valley. Indeed, the location of the ritual was in a valley just a few dozen kilometers from Moon Orchid City. If it weren't for Nanako's warning, they might not have noticed the changes there until the demons descended. Clearly, the entity conducting this evil summoning ritual was an incredibly powerful sorcerer. Otherwise, they would never have been able to hide their presence so perfectly. After reaching their maximum speed, they arrived at the valley in less than 2 minutes. As soon as they got there, a strong smell of blood hit them, and the valley was now shrouded in a thick mist of blood, with large areas of vegetation withering away. The rolling aura of evil spread recklessly outward. Nanako and the Sky Knights immediately stood guard, their eyes anxiously fixed on the swirling blood mist. And in the next moment, a sinister voice echoed through the sky. "He, we didn't expect you to find this place, but you are too late. The summoning ritual has already been completed, and the great demon lord is about to descend upon the world. Don't you think it's a great honor to witness the arrival of the demon lord with me?" Blood mist filled the air. In the next moment, the rolling blood mist continued to churn, and a long leg in high heels slowly stepped out from within it. A tall woman with a devilish figure appeared before everyone, smiling as she held a staff. She wore a long black cloak, her lips a deep red, exuding an aura of sinister allure. Behind her were 2 strong demon guards. "Why you are." Upon seeing the woman, Arnold's face changed dramatically. The first witch of the Abyss Society. Freya. The name sent a shiver through everyone present. Anyone who had dealt with monsters was familiar with this name. The Abyss Society was a cult dedicated to sacrificing the entire world to the Abyss, and the most infamous among them was the Thorn Witch, Freya. This evil woman had spread wickedness, plague, and disaster across the continent since her appearance before the world. In various countries across the continent, her bounty had consistently remained above 1,000,000 gold coins. She was a thorough devil, devoid of any humanity, focused solely on spreading fear and chaos. "So, You know me? The thorn witch smirked, her long fingers lightly tapping her fiery red lips, seductively saying, "It's really a bit of a headache, but since you know me, you should also recognize it, right?" In an instant, it felt as if an unimaginable presence was watching them. A chilling sensation spread through the hearts of everyone present. And just at that moment, a loud sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the blood mist, and then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a massive head slowly emerged from the mist. The terrifying dragon might enveloped everyone in an instant. Abyss Bone Dragon. The crowd gasped in horror. The Abyss Bone Dragon was an extremely high-level monster that only peak city-breaking sorcerers could summon. Once such a terrifying existence appeared, it would surely unleash a storm of blood and carnage. They knew they were in big trouble. Meanwhile, in Moon Orchid City, all the citizens looked up at the distant sky in shock and panic. What's happening? Wasn't the weather fine just now? Why has it suddenly changed? Quick, look, what is that in the sky? In an instant, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. Above Moon Orchid City, the space suddenly twisted. Crack, crack, a massive rift slowly appeared in the sky, dark inside, with howling winds carrying an indescribable aura of evil rushing out from the rift. The sky is splitting open. Is it the demon's flower? The crowd screamed, panicking and scattering in all directions. On the city walls, soldiers were moving frantically, clearly aware that a great crisis was about to descend. Quick, immediately notify below. Activate the city defense formation. On the high castle, the first Princess Vivian urgently issued orders. Gradually, a massive translucent magic array emerged above the city, isolating the raging winds from the outside. But even so, the terrifying pressure still made the entire city feel suffocated, because it had come too fast, too suddenly. Lady Vivian, what should we do? The knights beside Vivian all looked pale. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura emanating from the crack, as if something was rapidly awakening, and the crack was still expanding. Vivian gritted her teeth, her face now pale as well. Clearly, she knew. The steward from Winter's Vale had been right. The abyssal sorcerers were indeed plotting to summon a powerful demon, and judging by the situation, the summoning ritual had already been completed. In fact, she had sensed something unusual several days ago. There had been strange fluctuations in the nearby space, which immediately raised her alarm. That was why she hurriedly summoned many Sky Knights to discuss countermeasures together. But she never expected that this time, it would be a being of the Demon Lord level. Quick! Vivian forced herself to calm down, gritting her teeth as she said, "Go notify the mages at the Forbidden Library and have them immediately lift the seal on the Violet Key. If the Demon Lord really descends, then only the puppet left by the ancestor can help us." As soon as she said this, the two knights trembled slightly, their eyes wide with shock. They were Vivian's trusted knights and the most loyal subordinates of the Violet family. They naturally knew about the Violet Key that Vivian mentioned. Vivian was the last direct descendant of the great Violet Lord. As long as a descendant of the Violet Lord held that key, they could unlock the powerful magical puppet hidden beneath this city, which had been left for the entire Violet family. A puppet that had existed for thousands of years. Perhaps that truly was the only way to protect Moonlan City. Inside Moonlan City, "I'm very sorry, sir. We have to close early. If you wish to visit again, please come back next time." An urgent voice. Bang! The door of the gentle haven closed instantly, and Lin was unceremoniously swept out. The wind howled. Lin stood outside, holding 2 ice cream cones, wide-eyed, wearing slippers. In the next moment, Lin bit into the ice cream cone and began banging on the door, shouting, "Then give me my money back. What kind of business is this? I just took a bath. This is too much." Bang 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 bang, she knocked for a long time, but no one inside responded. Complaint. This unscrupulous merchant must be reported. Lin was indignant. Was it really that difficult to just enjoy a good massage, to have her shoulders kneaded? And most importantly, they wouldn't even refund her money. This gold coin was taken from her master's little treasury. If that was discovered, wouldn't she be doomed? Lin, fuming, held her ice cream cone and walked alone down the street, randomly finding a stall to sit at, discontentedly pulling out a few strawberries from her pocket and tossing them into her mouth. The entire street was empty. The wind blew, stirring up the trash on the ground, making everything desolate and lonely. More than 10 minutes earlier, the residents outside had already hurriedly returned home, and Vivian had sounded the alarm for a state of war at the first opportunity. Just then, soldiers patrolling the streets rushed by one after another, and in the next moment, those soldiers all noticed someone sitting at the stall, gloomily eating strawberries. The soldiers immediately panicked, rushing over without a word, shouting at Lin, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and hide. Do you want to die?" Lin was taken aback and asked, "Why are you hiding?" The soldier was almost drunk. He pointed eagerly at the huge crack in the sky and said, "Don't you see that enormous chrysanthemum up there? The lord of the city has declared a citywide curfew. are you tired of living? Lin looked up, as if he had just noticed the big chrysanthemum in the sky, chuckled, and while chewing on a strawberry, said, "It's fine, I won't die." Want a strawberry? Strawberry? Won't die? Where does this confidence come from? The soldiers were about to go crazy. This guy is definitely a lunatic. No, they must quickly take him away. Saying this, the soldiers rushed forward, gritting their teeth, ready to tie Lin up. Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. But just at that moment, suddenly, a terrifying power enveloped the entire city in an instant. They all trembled and instinctively looked up, and in the next moment, they were horrified. Above the sky, the massive spatial crack suddenly opened wide, and in the next instant, countless winged monsters surged out from that crack. Their terrifying howls echoed throughout the city. Not good. The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. At the moment when countless monsters poured out, they vaguely saw a figure surrounded by a scarlet bloodlight, crashing down on the city's defensive shield like a meteor. Boom! A loud sound. The entire magic array instantly rippled with waves. That terrifying figure pierced through the entire city defense array, crashing directly into the city. Holy crap! The soldiers screamed, and in the next moment, that terrifying figure landed just dozens of meters away from them. The ground trembled violently, and all the soldiers were shaken off balance, falling to the ground. Lin was stunned, motionless, licking the sweet cone in his hand. He. A piercing and eerie laughter. Under the terrified gaze of the soldiers, the figure in the pit slowly stood up. Clad in pitch-black armor, with a rustling cape, it held a sinister blood-colored giant blade in its hand, and when it stood up, its height exceeded 3 meters, and the most terrifying part was that its head was empty. In its other hand, however, it grasped a horrifying helmeted head, which was grinning eerily at that moment. Finally, descended. Lin stared in shock and licked the sweet cone again. Meanwhile, outside the Moon Orchid City, in the valley, a huge roar echoed. The terrifying abyss bone dragon suddenly spread its massive bony wings and unleashed an extremely cold dragon flame towards Nanako and her group. Nanako gritted her teeth, held her magic staff, and chanted a spell. A massive shield instantly opened up. Boom! The dragon flame struck heavily against the shield, and both sides fell into a stalemate. Arnold swung his giant sword, channeling holy light, roaring as he slashed down one demon guardian after another. However, the countless monsters pouring out from the valley still surrounded them completely. The situation fell into a deadlock. This is interesting. In midair, the thorn witch gently touched the smile at the corner of her mouth, embracing her magnificent bosom, looking down at everyone, and said, "No wonder you dare to come looking for trouble. It turns out there is a broken city-level mage from Winter Spring Valley, but unfortunately, your struggles are meaningless because the great demon clan's kin has already descended." Nanako and the others' faces changed dramatically. They immediately turned to look in the direction of Moon Orchid City. They immediately saw the countless monsters surging above the city, and in that direction, a chilling aura emanated. The Thorn Witch smiled seductively and said, "This aura is still so powerful and evil. If I'm not mistaken, what just descended should be one of the most capable subordinates of His Majesty the Demon Lord, the Great Headless Knight, high-ranking Demon Lord, His Highness Ukshu's." As soon as these words were spoken, Nanako's face turned pale. She was well aware of this name. She had seen related records in magical tomes. Ukshu's, a powerful demon lord, was a terrifying demon race from the abyss, a high-level mutated existence of the Black Knight. It was rumored that he symbolized war and slaughter, taking pleasure in torture. He particularly enjoyed severing others' heads and listening to their wails. "No, we can't waste any more time here. We must hurry." Nanako gritted her teeth. She suddenly pushed back the bone dragon, turned sharply, and attempted to break through the battle to rescue the Moon Orchid City. But how could the Thorn Witch give her a chance? In an instant, she cast a spell, and their path was immediately blocked by countless blood-red thorns. The Thorn Witch smiled seductively and said, "Little sister, your opponent is me. It's very bad to be distracted during a fight." She licked her crimson lips and continued, "You will stay here with me and wait for His Highness Ukshu's slaughter feast." Her mouth suddenly twisted into a sinister grin. Meanwhile, inside Moon Orchid City, bang bang, the 3-meter-tall Headless Knight grinned wickedly as he stepped out of the large pit. The soldiers were terrified, and without any hesitation, they turned and shouted, "Run!" Although they did not know what level of existence he was, just the terrifying aura he emitted made them realize they were absolutely no match for this horrifying being. In an instant, all the soldiers fled in panic. The Headless Knight grinned, swinging his massive sword, and sneered, "Insignificant ants, to die by my hand is the greatest honor of your lives. Ha 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 ha." The terrifying power of the massive sword instantly sent those soldiers flying. The piercing screams echoed through the sky, and in the next moment, a somewhat melodramatic voice rumbled throughout the city. "You have nowhere to run, tiny humans. Your only value in existence is to entertain us. Before I crush you like ants, I will listen to your miserable wails. This will be my greatest pleasure. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily, swinging his sword continuously. With each strike, a tall building collapsed under his blade. The piercing screams mixed with the panicked crowd, and terror spread unchecked. Hiss, my goosebumps. I can't take it anymore. It's unbearable without blocking my ears. I could embarrassingly dig a villa with my feet. But why does his melodramatic speech feel somewhat familiar? Lin gasped. The headless knight rampaged with his slaughter and destruction. In his eyes, these tiny creatures posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could crush these weak beings one by one as easily as stepping on an ant. A cruel and twisted smile adorned his face. Then he swiftly pulled out a book written in abyssal script from his pocket, quickly flipped through a few pages, and his smile became even more twisted. Pitiful humans, you will all die under my butcher's knife. He laughed heartily, swinging his blade, faintly visible. On the title page of that book, several large characters were written: The Guide to Being a Pretentious Middle Schooler of the Abyssal Demon. The author's name in the corner was somewhat unclear, but one could vaguely make out a blurred Lin. Indeed, the great demon lord does not deceive me. Shouting a few stylish phrases amidst slaughter in battle truly elevates one's presence. The headless horseman laughed heartily, but just as he was wantonly destroying, suddenly, his gaze swept across. Then it landed on a young man several dozen meters away. The young man seemed completely oblivious to his existence, wearing flip-flops, holding 2 ice cream cones that were about to melt, sitting there disinterestedly cutting fruit with a knife. His knife skills were quite poor. He smashed a simple strawberry into pieces and excitedly sprinkled it over his ice cream cone. It looked so mundane and leisurely, completely out of place in the surrounding environment. For a moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The headless horseman stopped his destructive steps, stood up, and turned to stare at this unusual human youth. He carefully observed, scrutinizing from top to bottom, but all the feedback he received told him, this guy was just an ordinary human. Can't you see I'm having a blast killing over here? You're just cutting strawberries, showing no respect for my profession. Damn it, bang bang, he strode heavily to Lin's front, casting a huge shadow. He looked down, his voice tinged with doubt. Can't you see me? Lin focused on cutting the fruit, responding nonchalantly, I see you. Then aren't you afraid? The headless horseman questioned. Lin tossed a strawberry into his mouth, staring with dead fish eyes, afraid. Very afraid. Then why don't you run? The headless horseman glared. Lin, concentrating on his fruit knife, said, Can't you see I'm cutting fruit? If you have nothing else, just roll aside. I'm waiting for my master to come back. The headless horseman was instantly shocked. You little human dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. By the way, Lin turned his head, his dead fish-like eyes looking at him. Just a suggestion, if you're going to destroy things, can you not shout those pretentious slogans? Can't you see I have goosebumps? Can you respect other people's feelings a little? In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. You dare to give me suggestions? The headless horseman was astonished. Can you really not see the current situation? I am a demon, a terrifying demon who kills without blinking. He finally understood. This was a lunatic, so brain-dead, it seems this illness is definitely not light. Since that's the case, a wicked and gleeful smile suddenly tore across his face. And just as Lin was about to complete the final step with his ice cream cone, the headless horseman suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down on the stall in front of Lin, crushing his strawberries to bits. The next moment, a mocking laughter rang out unabashedly. I don't care what you're up to, but you're quite interesting. You're the first to remain so calm in front of me. Lin. He spread his arms, bursting into a fit of mocking laughter. So he didn't notice Lin's head lifting and the expression on his face. What's wrong? Not happy? The headless knight grinned menacingly as he raised the blade in his hand, saying, But it doesn't matter. To die by my sword is a lifelong honor for you. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the terrifying giant blade was lifted high above his head. Then, it swung down violently towards Lin. The overwhelming power instantly summoned a tremendous force, crashing down like Mount Tai. Clang, a loud metallic clash echoed. The scene he had imagined of cleaving this human in two did not occur. He was immediately shocked to see that when his giant blade struck the human's head, it actually shattered, creating a large gash. From the side, one could clearly see the bizarre sight, a gaping hole in the massive blade, with the young man's lifeless eyes caught within it. Fragments of the sword clattered to the ground. What the hell? The headless knight was instantly stunned. This blade was forged from the hardest metal in the abyss. What kind of joke was this? It couldn't be real. He even thought he was hallucinating. Lin, with his lifeless eyes wide open, calmly extended his hand. Then, under the astonished gaze of the headless knight, he flicked his finger against the blade embedded in his head. With a light flick, it was as if a skull had burst. Crackling, the blade instantly cracked into countless fissures, then shattered to the ground like glass. The headless knight, Omega Omega, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Lin took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Do you know how long I've been licking this ice cream cone? I even couldn't bear to eat it while taking care of myself. Is this how you go all out?" Lin was furious. With his sleeves rolled up, he threw an uppercut into the headless knight's stomach. Boom! A sound that could be described as a nuclear explosion erupted. The headless knight's back instantly bulged, his eyes bulging out, and countless cracks appeared all over his armor. "Mommy!" A shrill scream echoed throughout the city. Meanwhile, deep underground in the castle, Vivian gritted her teeth and forcefully inserted the ancient key in her hand into the lock, then twisted it hard. In an instant, the massive stone door before her was covered in intricate magical patterns. Vivian almost exhaustedly pushed the door open. A vast space immediately appeared before her. In the very next moment, she saw the situation inside. In the center of that space sat a hunched figure, covered in dust. With long white hair cascading down, it cradled a long sword rusted all over, looking like a withering old man. "Is it the master's descendant?" A hoarse, aged voice sounded. Vivian trembled all over and stammered, "Why yes, I am the 251st great-granddaughter of the Violet Lord, Vivian Lin, Violet, I have come to see Grandpa's sword puppet." She hurriedly knelt down. Before her father died, he had revealed the greatest secret of their family to her. She knew that the figure before her was once their ancestor, the greatest creation of the great Violet Lord, a powerful magical puppet, even possessing self-awareness. Throughout history, whenever the Violet family faced a crisis, this powerful being would emerge to help them resolve it. One could say that without his existence, there would be no Violet family today. The hunched figure slowly stood up, dust cascading off him. "I understand." He let out a hoarse voice and said, "I can sense the presence of the demon. Indeed, the times have changed. If the master were still alive, even if it were the demon lord, he would dare to step onto this land where he once lived." He slowly turned his head, revealing his face. The moment Vivian saw his face, her entire body trembled. She saw that on his aged visage, half of his face had collapsed, exposing the intricate gears and parts inside. Beneath his tattered sleeve, she could vaguely see a hand entirely made of precise magical patterns in metal. The sword puppet, the most proud creation of her ancestor, the Violet Duke. A puppet that had lived for thousands of years. "Grandpa's sword puppet, your body." Vivian stammered. The sword puppet rasped, "My energy is running low, my body was worn down during my last emergence, and many places have aged. But I can still fight." An old steed in the stable, white-haired in twilight years. Vivian knew that the being before her was a true elder who had witnessed the entire rise and fall of the Violet family, the last guardian of their clan. For a moment, she was moved to tears and nodded firmly. "Let's go." The sword puppet raised his head, and sword energy surged. In an instant, they arrived atop the high castle walls of Moon Orchid City. The sword puppet looked up, his gaze hazy as he stared in a certain direction in the city, frowning. "It's the presence of the Headless Knight, a high-ranking demon lord." Vivian shivered and said, "Grandpa's sword puppet, do you know it?" The sword puppet replied solemnly, "Thousands of years ago, I followed the master to the abyss a few times. At that time, this demon cried out, wanting to join the master's ranks, but was rejected by the master." Vivian was instantly shocked, her face filled with disbelief, never having imagined such a thing. The sword puppet squinted. "If it were thousands of years ago, I wouldn't have thought much of such a creature, but I am, after all, a puppet, and my strength has been declining. Now, dealing with this creature will be troublesome." Vivian swallowed hard and asked, "Grandpa's sword puppet, how confident are you in defeating it?" The sword puppet took a deep breath and said, "Less than 50%. Vivian trembled all over. If there was only a 50% chance of dealing with this headless knight, then what about the demon lord? Her eyes inevitably revealed immense fear. She couldn't imagine. She truly couldn't believe. "I'm going." In an instant, the sword puppet raised his head, a faint glow of magical energy emanating from his eyes. The next moment, he stepped onto the castle wall. His white hair flew, but just as he was about to leap into the air and charge toward the battlefield, suddenly, from the direction of the distant city, accompanied by a long, piercing scream, an inexplicable spherical object shot toward them in an instant. The speed was astonishing. Whoosh! The sphere brushed past him and crashed against the city wall with a bang. The sword puppet and Vivian were instantly startled. What was that thing that suddenly flew over just now? They quickly turned their heads, staring in shock at the wall behind them. In an instant, they were stunned. They saw that the thing that had just flown over was actually a demon's head. At that moment, they saw the head embedded there, its lips moving continuously, eyes vacant, blood streaming from its nose, as if it had just endured unspeakable torment and fear. The sword puppet almost instantly recognized the figure and trembled all over, saying, "This is the Headless Knight's head?" Vivian was immediately horrified, exclaiming, You're joking, right?" The head finally awakened, its gaze landing on the sword puppet in Vivian, and immediately, a glimmer of hope burst forth in its eyes. "Save me, please save me." It was as if it had found a lifeline, emitting a series of terrified screams. Take me away right now. Anywhere is fine, I beg you, please take me away." The head was hoarse, tears streaming down its face. Upon witnessing this scene, the sword puppet and Vivian were instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was the Headless Knight begging for mercy? According to Grandpa Sword Puppet, wasn't the Headless Knight a high-ranking demon lord? Vivian, in a daze, said, "Grandpa Sword Puppet, what on earth is going on?" The sword puppet murmured, I find it strange too." Just as they were trying to understand the situation further, suddenly, the sword puppet felt an immense pulling force. Then, under their shocked gaze, the head embedded in the city wall let out a terrified scream and was immediately yanked back by that terrifying force. "Help! Help!" The shrill cries echoed through the sky. "It's flying back!" The sword puppet and Vivian were stunned, their eyes wide as they rushed to the edge of the city wall, anxiously looking in that direction. In the next moment, they suddenly heard a massive crashing sound from afar. In the direction of the city, it seemed something was hammering, with a continuous booming sound, but because it was too far away, they couldn't see clearly. Just then, bang, along with that loud noise, the head that had just flown back shot towards them again with a scream. "Help!" The piercing scream instantly grew closer. "It's flying back again!" Vivian shrieked. The head of the Headless Knight zipped past them, then it crashed into the same spot it had just hit, but before it could speak, it was once again sucked back by that terrifying force. "Save me, the scream was drawn out. "It's flying back again." Vivian covered her face, horrified. In the following minutes, the head of the Headless Knight repeatedly bounced back and forth along the previous trajectory. It was as if there was an entity continuously hammering against the wall like in an online game. Whoosh whoosh, the head collided with the city wall again and again, only to be sucked back repeatedly, screams echoing. Vivian was stunned. She stared wide-eyed, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground, her gaze following the head back and forth. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, outside the Valley of Moon Orchid City, Nanako and several Sky Knights were still in a standoff with the Abyss Society led by the Thorn Witch. With a spell, Nanako forced the massive bone dragon back, then immediately turned around and shouted, her ponytail flying, "Hurry! We must leave here quickly! We can't get entangled with them any longer." She knew that they had made a significant strategic error. If they had stayed in Moon Orchid City earlier, they might have been able to temporarily fend off the monster's invasion. But at this moment, they were all trapped here, making Moon Orchid City almost like a defenseless little girl. In this situation, Moon Orchid City could fall to the demon's assault at any moment. However, Arnold and the others were also at a loss for words, because they were facing a peak-level demon sorcerer and a terrifying abyss bone dragon. In a situation where the gap in ranks is so vast, if it weren't for the power of Nanako, a city-level mage, making the opponents wary, they would have likely perished here long ago. The Thorn Witch looked down, her fingers gently brushing her lips, arrogantly saying, "There's no need to struggle, you can't go back. Even if you could, there would be no chance. If I can't defeat him, how could you possibly defeat the mighty Headless Knight?" She gazed longingly and fervently towards the direction of Moonlight City, smiling as she said, "Lord Arceus is a powerful high-ranking demon lord. He alone can annihilate a nation. Unless the god of magic personally intervenes, no one can match him. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Arceus is probably slaughtering the entire Moonlight City right now." She let out a mocking laugh, her chest swelling with pride. Nanako and the others turned pale instantly. "I want to go home, Moonlight City." That head wept tears into the sky. The screams were filled with longing for home, a voice imbued with despair and a thirst for life that brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Arceus's piercing scream echoed through the sky. No one could truly understand the feeling of having their head kicked around like a soccer ball. He realized he was wrong. He shouldn't have come here. "Gods, strike me down with a bolt of lightning. Give me a quick end." Thought a drop of old tears, as the head flew past Vivian, splashed onto her face. Vivian was momentarily dazed. She and the sword puppet beside her had been standing there, blankly watching that head fly back and forth for a full 5 minutes. "So what the hell is going on?" Vivian exclaimed, her eyes wide, feeling utterly unwell. She touched the drop of old tears on her face, shocked. "This demon is crying." The sword puppet also looked bewildered. Finally, after the head had flown back and forth countless times, it stopped coming. The sword puppet and Vivian exchanged glances, and then the sword puppet immediately leaped down with Vivian, eyes wide, sprinting towards the direction from which the head had come at an unimaginable speed. They wanted to know what had happened. They wanted to know what could have caused the head of this high-ranking demon lord to engage in such a repetitive motion between two places for so long. After several seconds, they finally reached that block. But in the next moment, when they saw the scene before them, both were instantly shocked. Vivian, Omega, exclaimed, "What the hell?" There, in the street, the headless knight's body curled up on the ground, trembling, its armor shattered and scattered everywhere, revealing its dark skin and thick chest hair. At that moment, a slender boy stood beside the headless knight, one hand holding its head, one foot rhythmically stomped down on the headless knight's body. The 3-meter-tall, muscular figure of the headless knight was now bruised and quivering under the stomps, and that head was crying out, "Stomp, stomp, stomp." With each stomp, the ground trembled. At the same time, they could hear the boy occasionally shouting accusations. "Do you dare? Do you dare to step on my ice cream? How dare you be so arrogant in front of your father? You must have eaten the heart of a lion. Do you believe I'll beat you to a pulp? You little brat, you're driving me crazy. Your bear-like appearance is ruining the demon's reputation. Get down!" Accompanied by the sound of scolding, Vivian and the sword puppet both gaped, their eyes nearly popping out, their minds going completely blank. The impact of this scene on them was akin to a nuclear explosion. It was like an ant standing before a giant elephant, cursing and frantically stomping with its tiny legs. Yet, the giant elephant was trembling in fear, tears streaming down its face. The shock of this scene was so immense that they felt their brains couldn't keep up. "Spare me! Please spare me! I won't dare again!" Sobbing, cried the headless knight, whose head was being bounced up and down like a basketball by Lin. The emotion in his voice was so sincere that it made one want to weep along with him. To hear such words from a high-ranking demon lord was the result of countless beatings. This could hardly be called a battle anymore. It was outright bullying. "Now you know to beg for mercy? Where did that arrogant attitude go? Do you know how long I've been holding this ice cream cone in my hand? I haven't shown off in a long time, and you just had to test me?" The young man shouted while stomping with his foot. The headless knight was already crying uncontrollably. Oh, what was he thinking? Provoking this terrifying guy? "Stop hitting me! I can't take it anymore." Finally, after an unknown amount of time, it seemed Lin got tired of beating him. He pressed the knight's head down to the ground and sat on it like a small stool. Then, he casually pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he said, "I haven't acted like a big brother in many years, and today you have to force me to make a move. You really don't take me seriously." Lin slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Arceus was already crying. If he had known this human was such a terrifying existence, why would he provoke him? Meanwhile, in the distance, Vivian and the sword puppet were completely petrified, staring at the scene. Vivian murmured, Sword puppet grandpa, what did I just see?" The sword puppet muttered, "A high-ranking demon lord was bullied." He truly couldn't find a better word than bully to describe what was happening before them. This was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided crushing like a father beating his son. I tell you," Arceus trembled and cried, You bully me like this, you won't have a good ending. When my master descends, you. Before he could finish, Lin's smoking action stopped. Buzz, a terrifying expression suddenly appeared on the headless knight's face. "Headless knight, Omega, wait. Good people don't strike first. I'm just saying this, don't take it seriously." But it was too late. As he stood up, he instantly lifted the knight's head. Lin grabbed a nearby stool. Before the knight could react, Lin executed a 360-degree Thomas home run. He flew out. Vivian screamed. The head of the headless knight let out a piercing scream. The echoing scream resonated through the skies, penetrating vast distances. On the outskirts of the valley, "Did you hear that?" The thorn witch stood mockingly atop the demon dragon, looking down with derision at Nanako and the others, surrounded by the countless demonic guardians she had summoned. She closed her eyes and listened intently, saying, "The great headless knight, Lord Arceus, is reveling in this carnival. Can you hear that cruel sound? It is the shout of victory from Lord Arceus." Nanako and the others turned pale. Indeed, they had heard it. The howl was so long and piercing. How many people must have been killed to produce such an ecstatic roar? The sound had traveled dozens of kilometers away. "Residents of Moonlight City, I am sorry for you." Nanako was on the verge of tears. Seeing the expressions on their faces only delighted the thorn witch further. At that moment, a massive crack in the distant sky suddenly erupted with a rolling red glow. The thorn witch's eyes brightened, and she looked up fervently. This aura is the second powerful servant of the demon lord about to descend? The son of the full moon's desecration, the great and evil Lord Kale. In the skies above Moonlight City, when a tall figure wielding a battle blade, surrounded by several flames of different colors, appeared, the entire sky dimmed. Vivian gasped in shock, trembling, another one has appeared. The sword puppet suddenly looked up and said sharply, another high-ranking demon lord, we are in big trouble. It was as if the sky trembled and the earth wailed. The figure with blood-red hair stood before the void crack, looking down at the city below with indifference, saying, the desecration of the full moon. Bang, a loud noise. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, under Vivian's astonished gaze, the headless knight's head, struck by Lin's home run, instantly broke through the city defenses and smashed onto the figure's face with a thud. Sword puppet. Vivian. It hit his face. Vivian screamed. He hasn't even been on stage for 10 seconds. At least let him finish his entrance. Kale, caught off guard by the black sphere hitting his handsome face, instantly erupted in fury. The saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. And he had just made his entrance when someone hit him in the face. How could he not be enraged? He immediately reached out his hand and pulled the black sphere over from a distance. He was about to crush it, but upon seeing the black sphere, he was taken aback, exclaiming, Arceus? How could it be you? He recognized it at a glance. This head was indeed that of the headless knight, Arceus. But how could he be in such a sorry state? Arceus, bleeding from his nose, with bruises all over his face, cried out, Big brother, save me. Big brother, help me. I've been bullied. Kale frowned and shouted, what on earth happened? What kind of person could beat you into such a state? Arceus immediately stuck out his tongue, pointing in anger towards the boy sitting on his back in the city, trembling. It's that human. But big brother, you must be careful. He is not a normal person. Kale's expression turned grim, his muscles tensing up. His gaze became fierce as he looked down at Lin on the ground, saying, a mere human dares to ride on a demon's head. Don't worry, I will cut off his head and let him rot on the spot. In an instant, he let out a roar, revealing sharp fangs like a vampire. Huge bat wings spread out behind him. The next moment, he charged straight towards Moonlight City, his terrifying aura causing the entire sky to change color. The Thorn Witch, while casting her magic and toying with the surrounded Nanako and the knights, mocked with a laugh, Lord Kale is one of the most powerful servants of the Demon Lord. You probably didn't know that, did you? Lord Kale was once a noble bloodline. After receiving the magical power granted by the Demon Lord, Lord Kale's current strength is far beyond what you humans can imagine. She smiled lightly. Don't even think about defeating Lord Kale, not even if the god of magic or the god of war came. Bang, a thunderous sound erupted. A foot suddenly landed on Kale's cheek, causing the flesh on his face to shake violently from the immense impact. Accompanied by a look of terror, a mouthful of crimson blood and teeth flew out in an instant, and in the next moment, his head was forcefully slammed against the ground by that foot. His body twitched a few times. He lay completely still. Brother Kale. The headless knight's head was filled with panic. It jumped up and down beside Kale, biting his collar, struggling to pull his face from the ground. Kale lay there in a daze, his body twitching continuously, murmuring, why didn't you say it earlier? The headless knight trembled. Say what earlier? As if using all his strength, Kale murmured, why didn't you say he was this strong? The headless knight's head wept. I wanted to say it earlier, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless, brother. Damn. Kale trembled as he raised his hand, but he ultimately lay there powerless, his gaze hollow and lifeless, lacking even the strength to curse, no longer able to muster the energy to settle the score with him. Brother, don't scare me. Are you okay? The headless knight cried out. Kale, bleeding from his nose, opened and closed his mouth, his gaze vacant, murmuring, it's nothing. The headless knight's head was astonished. Really? Kale murmured, it's just that 400 bones are broken. I just can't feel my body anymore. The headless knight trembled. Brother, but we only have a little over 200 bones in total. Kale lay there in a daze. At this point, does it even matter if you argue with me about 100 or 200? Is there any meaning in that? Hick, his head tilted, legs stretched, eyes rolled back, foam spewed from his mouth, and he instantly lost consciousness. Arceus, brother, Omega. Meanwhile, in the distance, watching this scene, Jiangue and Vivian were already petrified in place. The images from just moments ago echoed continuously in their minds. That vampire charged over in less than 30 seconds. They hadn't even seen what happened. A mantis leg just kicked him in the face. Vivian, in a daze, said, Grandpa Jiangue, am I really not dreaming? Can you slap me to wake me up? Smack! Vivian was instantly spun around a dozen times by that slap. Her eyes spun like a spiral, swaying unsteadily, blood streaming from her nose. She murmured, It really isn't a dream. But this is too surreal. It's even more absurd than the plots of the many trash novels I've read. Jian Gui murmured, what a strong person, so young yet has cultivated to this level. If the master knew, he might just rise from the dead. Achoo, Lin sneezed, looking around. Just as Lin stood up, wanting to stretch and then go find his long-lost master, suddenly, the enormous chrysanthemum in the sky shrank again, a red light flashing. No way! Vivian screamed immediately. Another one? Are you kidding me? Are we playing nesting dolls here? Meanwhile, far away in the valley outside Moonlight City, you can feel this aura, right? This time it should be the one-eyed giant Lord Ozus descending. The Thorn Witch spread her arms, facing away from Moonlight City, a faint smile on her face, and said, it seems that His Majesty the Demon Lord is about to stabilize the entire spatial gate. Heck, you should feel honored, because not everyone gets to witness the arrival of three great beings at the same time. A light smile adorned her face. Behind her, the sky grew increasingly blood-red, and in the next moment, a massive, bloated hand suddenly reached out from the crack. A gigantic one-eyed giant squeezed out from that fissure, looking alarmed. The instant he appeared, the entire defensive magic array of Moonlight City exploded. Roar, a deep growl echoed. The one-eyed giant, taller than the towers, landed directly in the middle of Moonlight City. Seeing this scene, Nanako and the knights were horrified, their faces pale. Another high-level demon lord. How could this happen? What do they want? Arnold questioned angrily. The Thorn Witch smirked, saying, actually, it's fine to tell you. The only thing that could make His Majesty the Demon Lord personally lead the descent, aside from the crown of the Violet Lord. What else could catch His Majesty's eye? The crown of the Violet Lord. Nanako's eyes widened instantly. The dog disciple has a crown? But Arnold's body shook, his expression changing drastically. He had the deepest connection with the Violet family, and he understood this the most. Legend has it that the crown of the Violet Lord was forged by the Lord himself using the power of the faith of myriad races during his lifetime. It represents the highest rule of the Violet, symbolizing an unparalleled status. Moreover, it is said that whoever obtains this crown could even resurrect the body of the Violet Lord and gain his unmatched power. That is supreme power. But how could such a divine artifact be in Moonlight City? If that crown really still existed in Moonlight City, then the Violet family could never have fallen to such a state. The Thorn Witch looked down at them with a faint smile, saying, I've already told you enough. She spread her arms, laughing disdainfully, and mocked, now, let's witness the destruction of this ancient city-state together. I believe you would love to see this scene. Her laughter echoed through the sky. Behind her, in the distant Moonlight City, the massive figure roared as it raised the giant axe in its hand. Perhaps in the next moment, half the city would be directly destroyed by that axe. Nanako's face turned pale, but just as that axe was about to fall, suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. A giant hand. Suddenly, a hand made entirely of condensed starlight appeared in the sky above Moonlight City. There were no fluctuations, no aura. It just appeared out of thin air above the entire Moonlight City. And in the next moment, that giant hand instantly reached out like it was grabbing a rabbit, pinching the massive one-eyed giant with 2 fingers. Holy crap! Nanako and the knights were shocked by the sudden scene. The Thorn Witch laughed heartily, facing away from that direction, saying, Are you shocked? Are you afraid? This is the power of the abyss. This is the power of demons. This is true greatness. Nanako covered her face, shouting, No, no. Then, an incredibly terrifying scene unfolded. In the sky above, after the appearance of that giant hand, another hand shimmering with starlight suddenly appeared without any warning. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, it went smack, smack against the backside of the lifted Cyclops. It's getting spanked. It's getting spanked. Naiko exclaimed, clutching her ponytail in shock. Arnold and the others were equally stunned. When had they ever witnessed such a bizarre scene? This kind of spectacle probably wouldn't even occur in a dream. Above the city of Moonlight Orchid, the enormous Cyclops was pinched in the giant hand, struggling desperately, but it was simply too small to escape. It could only futilely twist its bulky body. Meanwhile, the other giant hand mercilessly continued to spank its backside. Smack, smack, the Thorn Witch raised her chin, turning her back to Moonlight Orchid, gazing at Naiko and the others with a faint smile, arms wide open. Listen, what a rhythmic beat. I can already imagine the scene of that city being destroyed in the hands of the great Cyclops. Ha ha ha. Naiko and the others stood there wide-eyed, saying, No, no, you should look back. It's not what you think. The surrounding demon guards also stared wide-eyed, trembling. Lady Freya, we advise you to look back as well. Something big has happened. The Thorn Witch suddenly opened her eyes wide, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. What need is there for that? Just a destroyed city. After I eliminate you, I will personally go to meet a few great demon lords and offer them the freshest sacrifices. But she still turned around to look in the direction of Moonlight Orchid. A brief silence. The smile on her face instantly froze in place. A few seconds later, she smirked, turned her head, rubbed her temples, and said with a faint smile, "Heh, did you secretly cast some kind of illusion on me? Indeed, to make me have such an absurd delusion, it seems you are not as weak as I imagined." Nico and the others were shocked, saying, "How did you see this as our illusion?" The Thorn Witch sneered, holding her ample chest, and lightly descended from the dragon. "Do you know what a high-ranking demon lord is? If your knowledge were a bit more profound, you wouldn't have created such a lowly illusion. A high-ranking demon lord is second only to the demon lord itself. Do you really think a high-ranking demon lord can be treated like a little chick? Simply disgusting and pathetic." She suddenly snorted coldly, her eyes darkening. To pull such tricks in front of her. Did they think she was insane? Because any normal person would never believe in such an utterly unreasonable scene. But just at that moment, the giant hand seemed to have had enough. It grabbed one of the Cyclops' arms and suddenly spun it around in a full 360 degrees. In an instant, accompanied by the Cyclops' piercing scream, its massive body was thrown out by the giant hand. And the direction it was thrown was right here. "That demon is coming over." Arnold and the others shouted in terror. Freya sneered, "Still trying to disrupt my judgment? Ridiculous." Then, under the terrified gaze of Nico and the others, the thrown Cyclops drew closer and closer. It seemed to sense the power coming from afar. The enormous bone dragon summoned by the thorn which suddenly froze, then turned its head in confusion. Boom! A tremendous crashing sound echoed. The one-eyed giant spinning through the air instantly made an incredibly close contact with the skeletal dragon. It hit, Nanako murmured. The thorn witch was also shaken and immediately turned her head. The moment she saw that scene, she froze in place. A loud bang echoed in her mind, leaving it blank. This. She was stunned, unable to utter a single word. The surrounding demon guards trembled, saying, "Master, we told you long ago, that's not an illusion. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be." She was utterly dazed, then panicked, trembling as she said, Lord Ozus, what's going on? How could you? She couldn't believe it. She absolutely refused to accept what she was seeing. The massive one-eyed giant weakly extended a hand, saying, Monster. The thorn witch was instantly stunned, asking, "Monster? What monster?" The one-eyed giant weakly pointed towards the direction of Moonlight Orchid City, tears streaming down his face, saying, There are monsters. Thorn Witch. His voice trembled so much that the terror in his tone was almost overwhelming. And in the moment after he spoke, hiccup, the one-eyed giant's hand suddenly drooped down, his tongue out, collapsing into an O state, completely unconscious. The Thorn Witch was immediately, Omega. Lord Ozus. In the next moment, Nanako and the others widened their eyes again, looking towards the direction of Moonlight Orchid City. Because that giant hand had undergone a new change. After throwing the one-eyed giant away, the giant hand quietly hid behind the massive crack in the sky. Fingers curled into claws. It was like playing hide-and-seek, stealthily hiding behind a door, spreading its arms, and then waiting for someone to come in before suddenly pouncing out. What is he going to do? Watching this scene, the Thorn Witch trembled in fear. This was not an illusion. This was truly happening. There was indeed a presence in Moonlight Orchid City that could crush demon lords. Then, in the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from that crack again. The moment she sensed that aura, the Thorn Witch's eyes widened, and her whole body shook because she recognized the owner of that aura. And she finally understood why that starlight giant hand was hiding behind the crack. He was going to. Lord Flame Master, don't come out, the Thorn Witch screamed. But it was already too late. Just as her words finished, a massive hand covered in lava suddenly shot out from the enormous crack. This was the last Demon Lord level presence sent by the Blood Domain Demon Lord, the powerful master of the Flame Plane, the invincible Lord of Fire Elements. There's an ambush outside, the Thorn Witch screamed. She had already realized. Those two hands were lying in wait. As if hearing her scream or sensing something unusual, the giant hand of the Flame Master paused slightly. Then it suddenly jolted. The fingers instantly spread open and quickly retracted at an unimaginable speed. Although no expression was visible, one could still imagine the terror on its face. Clearly, he sensed something, but it was already too late. Just as that hand was about to retract, whoosh, the two starlight giant hands hidden behind the crack suddenly shot out, their hands forming claws. He grabbed the arm made entirely of flames in one swift motion. Then he pulled hard. Thorn Witch, Nanako, he pulled it out. Omega. Arnold stared blankly, What on earth is this existence? Is this the monster that the Cyclops spoke of? And then, under their shocked gazes, above the city of Moonlight Orchid, "Let go of me!" came a roar. The massive fire elemental lord struggled desperately to escape, trying to burrow back into the crack. The door was like a helpless little girl in the hands of a wicked uncle with ulterior motives. No matter how much he struggled, he could not escape the grip of those two giant hands. Then, under the astonished stares of everyone, those two starlit giant hands grasped the massive Fire Lord and began to press down on it as if playing with clay. Its body kept shrinking continuously. The massive Fire Lord didn't even let out a whimper. Accompanied by a piercing scream, it was pulled and pressed down into a mere craft. Finally, a wisp of blue smoke rose from the gaps between the fingers of the starlit giant hands. And then, there was silence. Nanako held her ponytail, Omega, and said, "It's gone." In the city of Moonlight Orchid, Vivian and the sword puppet trembled as they looked at the boy sitting in front of a stall on the street, wide-eyed, their teeth chattering. Fearful, they had almost witnessed the entire process of this boy casting spells to crush the Cyclops and then beating down the Fire Lord. And those starlit giant hands in the sky were just a spell he casually released. What was terrifying was that those starlit giant hands were so powerful that they hardly emitted any magical fluctuations. That was, Sword Puppet trembled, the power of magic prohibition level. He had seen his master act a few times when his master was alive. Magic prohibition level was an incredibly terrifying magic, second only to divine descent. And to cast such a powerful spell, one had to be at least a world-class mage. And at this moment, the boy still sat there nonchalantly. His hands kept making kneading and squeezing motions. Above his head, the two starlit giant hands continued to knead and squeeze the unfortunate Fire Lord. Vivian trembled. "Grandpa Sword Puppet, I think I'm going crazy. This must be a dream, right?" The sword puppet stared blankly. "Although I don't dream, I feel like dreams are more real than this." Then, under their dazed gazes, the starlit giant hands in the sky slowly disappeared. When Lin opened his hands, a bead radiating with rolling flames appeared in his palm. The sword puppet jolted. "That's the core of a high-level demon lord? What is he?" He actually crushed the Fire Lord, crushed it to pieces. Then, under their watchful eyes, Lin extended his hand. He tossed the bead high into the air. Then he opened his mouth, just like cracking a peanut. Crunch, sword puppet. Vivian, Omega. He ate it. He just ate the bead made from the crushed Fire Lord like it was a peanut. What kind of joke is this? Is he a god? Even a god wouldn't be this badass. Is such a powerful Fire Lord really not even worth a peanut in front of him? And the starlit giant hands that appeared in the sky had already attracted the attention of the soldiers throughout the city. They stared in shock at Lin's direction. In fact, when he dealt with the Headless Horseman and the Blasphemer, those soldiers had already noticed his presence. That person. Is he a god? Is he the savior who has come to protect our Moon Orchid City? Oh God, so powerful. This is a true deity. The soldiers were all moved to tears, kneeling down and worshipping in the direction of Lin. Even the powerful demon lord was so helpless in front of this existence. Our Moon Orchid City is safe now. Lin chewed on the fiery peanut in his mouth, seemingly sensing the gazes from all directions, and he suddenly froze. "Not good," he said, chewing, and casually stood up. "It's been a while since I've moved my muscles and bones. This time, I might have gone a bit overboard. It's not the time to be so reckless yet." Then Lin let out a sigh. He closed his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of Vivian and the sword puppet, he gently extended his hand. Then he pressed his thumb and middle finger together. Snap, he lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, Vivian and the others felt an invisible wave pass through their bodies. The eyes of everyone in the city momentarily showed a hint of daze, becoming hollow. Then in their minds, all the memories of Lin they had just seen dissipated like smoke. In their place was another completely altered memory. A few seconds later, everyone in the city came back to their senses in confusion. Then their eyes brightened, and instead of kneeling in the direction of Lin, they began to bow repeatedly towards the sky. "It is the great Holy Sovereign. The Holy Sovereign has protected us, the closest comrade of the Violet Lord in life, the most powerful mount. The great Holy Sovereign has not forgotten us. Holy Sovereign, you are the savior of our Moon Orchid City." The people wept bitterly, continuously bowing. Meanwhile, far away in the desolate regions of the continent, Achu, a giant lion, radiating golden light, sneezed violently. It looked around in confusion, scratching its head in puzzlement. "Ha, why did I sneeze? Is someone thinking of me?" It curiously looked around. Not taking it to heart, it shrugged, shouldered its ragged bundle, and began to search for a new hiding place with a sly look. Based on that bastard's nasty character, once he knows I'm still alive, he'll definitely try to find a way to set me up. Luckily, I ran fast. It mumbled, sprinting with its tattered bundle. "That fool, I am the Holy Sovereign. You think you can set me up? Humph. Do you still think of me as your pet from back then? Times have changed. Old thing. Ha ha ha. With that, its figure quickly disappeared into the icy wilderness. Moon Orchid City. Lin stroked his chin, looking at the soldiers and residents on the city wall who were tearfully worshipping, and said, "This should be fine now. Luckily, I received that cat's blessing, transferring all the traces and causality onto him. So even if the deities notice something unusual, they will only go after him. Still a bit weak, though, my mastery of the laws isn't quite proficient enough. It's still not easy dealing with those deities," Lin mumbled. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed something, turned his head sharply, and his gaze pierced through thousands of meters, landing on the sword puppet and Vivian, who were sneaking away. In an instant, Vivian's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down. "No, not good. Discovered." Lin tilted his head and took a bite of an apple. Is it possible that there are still two people whose memories I haven't altered? Interesting. Logically speaking, the only beings capable of evading my influence, aside from those stronger than me, are. And it was in that very moment that Vivian's vision suddenly blurred, and in an instant, the figure of that young man appeared right before her. "Vivian, Omega Omega," exclaimed, "Mamma mia, don't touch my master's descendant." The sword puppet roared, immediately drawing its blade and slashing at Lin. Clang! The sword puppet was instantly shocked to see that the young man merely extended two fingers and easily pinched his blade. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it even a little. Lin smirked. "As expected, it's the puppet I left behind all those years ago." Crack! With a loud sound, under the sword puppet's dazed gaze, the blade in its hand was effortlessly snapped in half by the young man. And just as it was still processing this, whoosh, the young man's finger moved. The half-blade pierced straight through its chest. The sword puppet's pupils suddenly constricted, its mouth agape, a flash of disbelief in its eyes. The blade did not pierce its core but instead passed through its body, pressing down on the switch for its internal energy reboot. Yet it distinctly felt that familiar breath flowing into its body was. That breath so familiar it couldn't be more so. And in that moment, it once again heard the mocking voice just like it had back then. "It's time to change some parts, silly boy. Your body is as fragile as a cookie." In that instant, the old heart of magical energy trembled violently. It was him. It was really him. It desperately wanted to call out that long-lost title that it hadn't uttered in 1,000 years. Buzz! The sword puppet's body froze in place, all its energy surged into its core, entering standby mode. "Grandpa Sword Puppet!" Vivian shouted. She wanted to rush over, but she immediately felt an invisible force binding her in place. In an instant, a hand like a steel claw gripped her neck and lifted her up. Vivian's eyes showed immense anger as she screamed, You despicable guy! You killed Grandpa Sword Puppet, just a reboot due to years of neglect. No need to panic." Then he took a bite of an apple, tilted his head, and looked up and down at the little girl before him. "So, this girl who looks so foolish, is my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter? Although the bloodline has thinned to almost negligible levels, there is indeed still a tiny bit of blood connection. You really don't look like me at all." Lin sighed, his gaze incredibly strange. He then immediately recalled the time thousands of years ago when he had just crossed over. That was the beginning of the Violet family, he vaguely remembered. Back then, he was still a pure and handsome young man, just like most brain-dead youths in anime who crossed into another world. The idea of becoming a powerful dragon-slaying hero always stirred one's blood. He was no exception. So after making some progress in his training, he joined an adventure team and set his sights on a powerful blue dragon, preparing to hunt it down. Then, he was predictably captured by that blue dragon, which had transformed into a blue-haired big sister. Wicked humans who want to hunt this dragon down. Now, my dear, you have two choices, either die or obediently become my little brother. Choose one. Well, if I want to blend into human society, I suppose having a family is essential, right? A family. How about promoting my little brother to husband? Give it up. Just obediently take off all your clothes. Your mating rights have already been monopolized by me. Ugh, so you're this inexperienced. There's no helping it. Just accept your fate and live off me. From now on, you will be my little brother and spouse. You can't escape. Ha. Linan instantly shivered. Memories he wished to forget surged in his mind. That's right. His precious virginity was taken by a blue dragon. Although the guy's human form was a very cute blue-haired girl, she was still a dragon. While others had to struggle for years at the start, he was taken care of by an evil dragon shortly after beginning. It was truly frustrating to think about. Living off someone, he only reluctantly accepted it. But no matter what, having a blue dragon wife had become an established fact. And as for offspring, that was, of course, inevitable. She was so beautiful, Tiki, so full of energy, it was really hard not to be drained every time. And having a blue dragon for a wife was something Lin and naturally wouldn't boast about. So, very few people knew that the descendants of the Violet family basically all had dragon blood. The sad part was that his not-so-gentle blue-haired wife only stayed with him for less than 2,000 years before dying at the hands of a deity during a cataclysm. And the reason was simply that she became a demigod. Lin En took a deep breath. He had been searching for a way to resurrect his blue-haired wife for many, many years. He had even ventured into the abyss and delved into the endless sea. Aside from the upper realm where the gods resided, he had been almost everywhere. During that time, he gradually became indulgent, tyrannical, cruel, and gloomy. It was only after he also became a demigod that he realized a demigod who dies with part of their divine essence cannot be resurrected. Yet even so, he still used his forbidden methods to find the last trace of her fading essence in the endless river of souls. He vaguely remembered her laughing and saying that one line, "Stay forever young, Lin En." He truly kept that line in his heart, never forgetting it. Lin En took a deep breath, shook his head, and tried hard to pull himself away from that memory. Because she was gone, she wouldn't come back. But perhaps, in the endless flow of time, a similar flower might appear? Lin murmured, "Actually, I'm not sure." Not long after that, the divine war broke out. The outcome was unsurprising. Those who fought alongside him in that divine war, aside from the traitors, were mostly dead. It was after that battle that his descendants were essentially buried in the currents of history. The once great Violet family was nearly on the brink of extinction. Lin En sighed. He looked complexly at the terrified girl before him. Before he died, in order to ensure his descendants wouldn't face extinction in this millennium, he had actually left behind many contingencies. The sword puppet was just one of them, but the changes of the times often do not go as one wishes, because the Violet family was too glorious. With the entire continent reshuffling, his family naturally became a thorn in everyone's side, a target. Not to mention those who had betrayed him. They truly wished to exterminate his entire family. During the chaotic few hundred years after his rebirth, even his own survival was a problem, let alone protecting his family. It wasn't until the last few hundred years that the continent gradually stabilized and found peace. It's been 1,000 years. He shook his head, his gaze landing oddly on the Vivian before him. So, his direct descendants were now reduced to this blonde girl? Indeed, they had withered to such an extent that they no longer needed to be cared for. Lin scanned her up and down, but no matter how he looked at it, this girl completely failed to reflect even a hint of his illustrious and mighty image. Just look at how formidable your ancestor was. Lin felt extremely strange. Then, under Vivian's wide-eyed, trembling gaze, Lin reached out, his face peculiar, tousled her hair, pinched her cheeks, and opened her small mouth to examine her teeth. Vivian stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. What was this guy doing? Why did it feel like he was inspecting a little white mouse? Could he be some kind of wicked lowly enthusiast? No, that can't be. I am a descendant of the great Violet monarch. Vivian has dignity. Lin bizarrely inspected his granddaughter, who had lost count of how many generations had passed. He rolled up her sleeves to take a look, checked her teeth for cavities, examined if her eyes were nearsighted, and whether her legs were bow-legged. So, this is how it is. Vivian's eyes widened in fear, drenched in cold sweat, unable to move, but her heart was filled with a mix of shame and anger. Until finally, Lin set her down, tugged at her collar, and was about to curiously peek inside. Vivian could no longer hold back. "Stop it, you pervert!" Vivian screamed in embarrassment. She reached out her small hand and slapped Lin across the face with a loud smack. Instantly, there was silence. The sword puppet, who had just rebooted and regained consciousness, also witnessed this scene. Sword puppet, Omega Omega. Oh no, this is your ancestor. You, a descendant, just slapped your ancestor like that? This is truly a sign of ancestral grave smoking. Due to the extreme emotional turmoil, a cloud of black smoke suddenly erupted from the top of the sword puppet's head. Burp, it crashed again. Meanwhile, Vivian stared wide-eyed, cold sweat dripping down. It's over. It's really over. I just slapped this terrifying existence. If I anger this terrifying being, both I and Grandpa Sword Puppet will surely be erased by him. What was I thinking with my reckless hand? At my level, even just looking wouldn't reveal anything. But the scene she imagined of the other party going berserk did not occur. Not bad, at least in terms of strength. You have indeed inherited the excellent genes of the Violet family. Lin smiled slightly, casually tossing a strawberry into his mouth and chewing heartily. Vivian was momentarily stunned. No way. He actually isn't angry? I just slapped him hard. If it were any other big shot, That slap would have been enough to kill me 10 times over. Could it be he is essentially a masochist? Lin strolled, the corner of his mouth curling up. In light of your ancestor, the Violet Monarch, I'll let you off the hook this time, but remember, don't boast about me in front of outsiders, or else the consequences will be dire. Lin glanced at her. He had no intention of revealing his identity for the time being, as it held no significance. He still wanted to survive until the gods descended, then erase them one by one. Now telling her that he was her ancestor would only bring her various calamities. Rather than that, it was better to live peacefully. However, Vivian was terrified by that glance. She swallowed hard and stared wide-eyed, saying, "So, who exactly are you?" Lin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and smiled lightly, an unnamed person, merely surviving in history. I just had some interactions with your ancestor, that's all. Upon hearing this, Vivian was immediately shocked. With my ancestor? How is that possible? My ancestor has been dead for 1,000 years. Lin pulled a strawberry from his pocket, tossed it into his mouth, and glanced at her with a smile, chewing as he said, "Yes, but I never said it was now." Vivian was stunned, unable to believe this nonchalant young man, her mind buzzing. Having interacted with her ancestor, the Violet Monarch, this meant this person had lived for at least 1,000 years. An ancient fossil pretending to be young. Omega Omega. It took Vivian a long time to digest what he said. Such a powerful existence truly had no need to deceive her. She absolutely believed he could live for 1,000 years. She stared wide-eyed and asked, "Then, can you tell me about my ancestor? What kind of existence was our ancestor?" Although she was a descendant of the Violet Monarch, she could only indirectly learn about this great being through some ancient books. Lin paused, then stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with a hint of melancholy, and said with a smirk, "The Violet Monarch. I can say he is the most handsome, most talented, and most remarkable person I have ever known in my life." Lin paced back and forth, pondering seriously. His character made me bow in reverence, his strength left me in awe. The first time I saw him, I knew this being would become the supreme ruler of this world. He almost embodies countless virtues, shining so brightly that even the sun and moon pale in comparison. But even with countless halos surrounding him, he still maintained a childlike heart. That genuine and strong character exudes an irresistible charm wherever he goes. Then, under Vivian's dazed gaze, Lin, with his hands behind his back, earnestly and seriously praised the Violet Monarch for over 10 minutes. The content was all unique. Even Nanako couldn't help but blush and lower her head. It turned out, this young man in front of her was actually a loyal fan of her ancestor. Really? Asterisk, don't praise so directly. As a granddaughter of the ancestor for hundreds of generations, hearing this would also make her blush. How embarrassing. Let's be a bit modest for the ancestor. Vivian waved her little hands like a small snake, saying, asterisk, don't praise me. Praising so directly, even if the ancestor were to come back to life, he would blush. Vivian knows you are the ancestor's little fan. He casually tossed a strawberry into his mouth and said, "That's how I see the Violet Monarch. How about you?" Vivian was taken aback, then clasped her hands together and said in admiration, "The greatest ancestor, the person Vivian admires the most." Lin glanced at her and casually asked, "In that case, I mean, if he were still alive, and hadn't cared for his family for 1,000 years, would you hold a grudge against him?" Vivian's eyes lit up instantly. Could it be that my ancestor is still alive? Where? She looked around eagerly. Bang! Lin gave Vivian a light smack on the head. The bump on Vivian's head immediately started to emit wisps of blue smoke. "I said if." Lin closed his eyes and said, "Didn't you hear it was a hypothesis?" Vivian, with her adorable confusion, rubbed her head and mumbled, If it's a hypothesis, then of course I wouldn't hold a grudge." Lin paused, taken aback. "Why?" Vivian, with her hands behind her back, poked at the pebbles on the ground with her toes and murmured, "Because our ancestor is the Violet Lord, the strongest man on the entire continent. If he were still alive and didn't come to see us, it must be for his own reasons. Because Dad once said." She lifted her head, her expression becoming serious as she looked at the stunned Lin, her hands clasped together. "The Violet family will wait forever and ever, even if only one person is left, even if it's just a weak little girl like me. We absolutely cannot forget the glory of the Violet family. Our ancestor will surely return and will once again lead the Violet family, spreading our glory to the ends of the world." She raised her little fist with determination, cutely waving it at the sky. "And then, slay the gods," she shouted. It was as if that small body contained an indescribable fighting spirit and strength. Although it might just be due to her naivety, her young age, and her lack of understanding of the meaning of those 4 words, when she shouted them out, the vibrant, energetic power still moved people. Lin was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. There was a hint of mockery in it, but it felt as if a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted. He gently popped a strawberry into his mouth, and when he bit into it, sweet juice splattered everywhere. It will happen, I believe there will be such a day. Of course, you must believe it too. Lin turned his head, a smirk on his lips. Gods can be killed. Vivian was taken aback, about to speak, but at that moment, a fierce wind suddenly rose in the sky. In that instant, Vivian and the others were shocked to see a massive, bloody light suddenly burst forth from the enormous crack in the sky. That light instantly fell outside the Moon Orchid City. They saw a gigantic, blood-red gate, towering several times higher than the tallest tower in Moon Orchid City, slowly appearing before them. Buzz, a terrifying aura, seemingly from ancient times, surged forth from the bottomless crimson gate. Vivian immediately showed an indescribable fear, saying, This is the Blood Domain Demon Lord. Outside the valley, Nico and the others trembled and shivered as they gazed at the massive spatial gate gradually forming outside Moon Orchid City. Even their souls in essence quaked in fear. The Blood Domain Demon Lord had finally appeared. Lin casually tossed a strawberry into his mouth. Then he stepped forward, stretching his limbs, and said gently, But before slaying the gods, we can't forget to train well. However, since you dared to say those 4 words. Vivian was instantly shaken, staring blankly at the boy whose eyes had suddenly softened. Then, under her gaze, the boy walked step by step toward the gate. Click, then he stopped. Standing with a smile directly opposite the massive spatial gate, he rubbed his wrist and said, Let me give you a little more courage, my descendant. In an instant, the enormous blood-red gate twisted and expanded continuously. It was as if something was desperately trying to break free from within, wanting to madly step into this world. The earth trembled with a rumble, and the sky changed color with the wind. The overwhelming stench of blood surged recklessly from the portal, and it was at this moment that a giant hand, crimson like rotten mud, emerged from the massive door, accompanied by ancient and heavy drumbeats. Gurgle, gurgle, the immense scent of blood rushed towards them. Under the trembling gaze of everyone in the city, a grotesque, repulsive demon, its entire body flowing with scarlet flesh, slowly emerged from the portal. Then, from that disgusting mass of flesh, faces began to struggle forth, one after another, blood-red eyeballs appearing. A low, hoarse growl, filled with endless power, echoed as if countless voices were screaming and scratching in your ears. And in the next moment, this colossal and twisted demon descended upon the world. The Blood Domain Demon Lord. Vivian retreated in terror, feeling the crushing weight on her very soul with just a glance. This was an existence second only to a king-level being in the Abyss. According to the records in A Brief History of the Abyss by the Violet Sovereign, the Blood Domain Demon Lord originated from the depths of the Abyss Plane, a chaotic being twisted over endless ages, having absorbed countless flesh and souls. This was a truly terrifying existence. Is this the region once ruled by that demigod of the human race? The countless faces on the Blood Domain Demon Lord emitted a hoarse murmur. Its independent eyeballs glinted with mocking light. Though utterly foolish, I must admire the courage to declare war on the gods. It had personally descended here to obtain the crown forged by that demigod of the human race. The crown held no significance for it, but what lay within was of great importance, for it was the supreme token that would determine whether it could leap to king-level status. Half a divine essence. Whether demon, human, or any other being, there was only one path to divinity. That was to forge a divine essence and rise against the heavens. However, being a product of countless flesh, souls, and grievances, it could not forge a divine essence within itself, effectively limiting it to the demon lord level. To leap to the status of a monarch, the only way was to kill a demigod and steal half of their divine essence. But how difficult it was to slay a demigod. In comparison, seeking out those demigods who had perished in history and stealing their remaining divine essence was relatively simpler. A chilling, sinister laugh erupted from its countless massive mouths. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. This was the most recent demigod to have died in this era. This was its purpose. Many believed that after harvesting these demigods, the gods would seize half of their divine essence, but only a few knew the truth. They were wrong. Gravely wrong. The gods did not care about these things at all. What they desired was pure secret source, the power that could only be born when a divine essence was nurtured. The remaining half of the divine essence would become bait, a lure for other beings to become demigods, because only with more beings becoming demigods could their greedy and insatiable desires be satisfied. In an instant, its countless massive mouths let out sharp, piercing howls. The entire Moon Orchid City trembled. Cracks appeared in the city walls, the ground shook, and the sky quaked. The Blood Domain Demon Lord, with its foul and bloody body, took step after step towards Moon Orchid City. Boom, boom, with each step it took, the ground around it dried and shattered. The reckless magical energy emanating from him constantly disturbed the stability and order of this world. The entire venue erupted in screams. Panic spread, Fear engulfed everyone. This was also the purpose of his arrival in this city. After a full 1,000 years of spying, he had finally located the position of the half-divine essence of the Violet Lord. Right here. In an instant, he grinned savagely and suddenly extended countless tentacles. In that moment, Vivian turned pale and abruptly looked towards her towering castle. Crack, the entire castle actually split open a gap. No, not just the castle, but the entire earth. And in the next moment, she suddenly saw, in the deepest part of that crack, a broken, rusted crown being slowly drawn out by an inexplicable force. Ancient and dilapidated. There was no fluctuation of power, but just a glance made one's heart race with fear. That is. Vivian retreated in terror. The wind howled past Lin's hairline. Lin smirked. Don't be afraid, it's just a souvenir left by your great ancestor. Just an old crown from a bygone era. Lin grinned widely. He casually tossed a strawberry into his mouth. Chewing. Scarlet juice splattered. And in that moment, the dilapidated crown was drawn towards him by the Blood Domain Demon Lord. The countless eyes of the Blood Domain Demon Lord revealed an indescribable fervor and greed. As long as he devoured this half-divine essence, he could become a king-level demigod. He could stand at the pinnacle of the abyss, challenging those lofty, unchanging orders that had persisted for millennia. Roar, he unleashed his terrifying power, fervently pulling the crown towards himself. But just at that moment, as the crown flew above the city, snap, a crisp snap echoed. So light, it seemed almost inaudible, but his body suddenly trembled, as if that snap resonated directly from the depths of his soul. And in that instant the snap sounded, he was stunned to see. The entire sky suddenly froze, silence enveloped everything. The whole world seemed to be trapped in a moment of time. Time appeared to have stopped. Everything became a gray backdrop, and in that boundless silence, he trembled as he saw a hand, an utterly ordinary hand. That hand slowly grasped the dilapidated crown. Buzz, and in that moment, his soul felt a tremor, an inexplicable shudder that seemed to crush his very essence. That was the pressure of a king-level demigod. And in the Moon Orchid City, Vivian stared blankly at the boy standing before her, watching as he effortlessly grasped the dilapidated crown. In an instant, her vision blurred. Suddenly, she seemed to see a tall, robust man standing there, draped in a battle robe engraved with the Violet family crest, wearing a crown symbolizing the King of Kings. A stirring from the depths of her bloodline made her tremble uncontrollably. That figure was, no, absolutely impossible. The countless faces on the Blood Domain Demon Lord's body let out a sharp, terrified wail. That wail seemed to contain countless anger, fear, and disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He absolutely couldn't believe it. This aura was, Violet Lord, you are still alive. He roared, and in that moment after the roar, he erupted with the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life. Suddenly turning around, he roared and crazily charged towards the massive spatial gate behind him. His bulky body twisted and accelerated continuously. Fear made him feel as if his entire being was crumbling inch by inch. An existence that dared to declare war on the gods. An existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the first king of the abyss. Why, throughout the endless years, had the demons of the abyss never dared to step into this world? Why had even the 10 great kings tacitly acknowledged this world as a taboo? It was because, crack, just as he was about to step into the spatial gate, his body suddenly stiffened and froze in place. His viscous and bloody form was gradually petrified, slowly transforming from vibrant colors into a pitch-black crystal. In the city of Moon Orchid, Wei Wei stared blankly at the powerful man extending his hand. His eyes glimmered slightly, and his fingers curled and stretched gently. Just a slight movement of his fingers. Crack, crack, in front of the spatial gate, the Blood Domain Demon Lord's crystallized body crumbled inch by inch, turning into dust. Russell, he didn't even have time to utter a word before his body disintegrated in that instant. Faintly, one could see a scarlet core, exuding an incredibly evil aura, slowly emerging above the shattered crystal. That was the essence of the Blood Domain Demon Lord. It was the source he had cultivated over countless years. Lin En waved his hand. The core immediately flew towards him, and during its flight, its form continuously changed, until it finally landed in his hand, transformed into a vibrant strawberry. Buzz, Vivian's mind instantly went blank. She stared at the scene, even stopping her thoughts. And just at that moment of her daze, the tall and robust figure that had just appeared seemed to vanish like the wind. Then she saw the boy turn to the side, his gaze glancing at her, saying, "You must take good care of your own things from now on." He casually tossed the worn crown towards her. The crown flipped continuously in the air. Its appearance kept changing. By the time it landed in Vivian's hand, it had already transformed into a cute hair accessory. Vivian stared blankly at the accessory in her hand, murmuring, "You are the Violet Lord, you are my ancestor, is that right?" Lin En casually tossed the strawberry up. "Ah," he he swallowed it in one bite. Linen clapped his hands, stretched widely, and smiled as he chewed. The Violet Lord? I just borrowed a bit of his past power. After all, he's a demon lord-level monster, without divine status. Linen turned to the side, the corner of his mouth curling up. He can't be killed. After saying that, under Vivian's blank stare, Linen strode forward, saying, "Alright, let's go back and clean up the mess. I believe that in the coming time, many top forces, including Winter Spring Valley, will come to this city. As a descendant of the Violet family, I believe you can handle it." Watching his retreating figure, Vivian was momentarily stunned, then shouted at his back, But what should I say? Just say." Linen turned slightly, a mocking smile on his face. "This is the blessing of the gods. After all, the gods love the world, don't they?" Vivian blankly watched him leave, and until his figure disappeared at the end of the street, countless demons outside the city slowly turned to dust and dissipated under a gentle breeze. The massive rift opened by the blood domain demons also vanished with that gentle breeze, slowly recovering. All traces seemed to have been erased. Soon, the stagnation of space and time was lifted. Outside Moon Orchid City, the Thorn Witch's body suddenly trembled, and she immediately came to her senses. But when she looked towards the direction of Moon Orchid City, her body began to shake uncontrollably. Wah! What happened? Where is the Blood Domain Demon Lord? Where is the Blood Domain Demon Lord? Outside Moon Orchid City, all was peaceful. The location of the spatial gate was left with countless dark crystals and dust. Everything seemed like a dream. Her face was pale, and she kept retreating, desperately trying to sense the presence of the Blood Domain Demon Lord. But there was nothing at all. What on earth happened? Just a moment ago, the Blood Domain Demon Lord had descended upon the world. She had clearly seen it with her own eyes. No, impossible. Her gaze immediately fell on the ground where the spatial gate had been, at the countless residual crystals and dust. The moment she saw those crystals, her lips lost all color, leaving only a pale hue. She vaguely realized something, but that guess was so absurd it felt like a dream. Almost simultaneously, Nanako and the knights, including Arnold, also awakened in an instant. After a brief moment of shock at the disappearance of the Blood Domain Demon Lord, they quickly reacted and all charged towards the Thorn Witch. Boom! Arnold roared, and the massive warhammer fell beside the Thorn Witch like divine punishment. The Thorn Witch instantly retreated. Gritting her teeth, her face twisted with rage, she glared at them and said, "We will meet again. The next time you see me, I will make you know what pain is." In an instant, she turned and retreated, her body disappearing into the magic circle that suddenly appeared behind her. Nanako gritted her teeth, ready to chase after her. Arnold immediately blocked her, gravely saying, "Nanako, don't pursue a desperate enemy. If a deep abyss sorceress wants to leave, it will be very difficult for us to keep her." She had already been struggling to suppress them alone. If they really followed her into her territory, no one could predict what unexpected events might occur. Nanako angrily ground her teeth. She knew Arnold was right, but she still stomped the ground forcefully, gritting her teeth and saying, "That despicable woman. I will definitely catch her." The demon guardians summoned by the Thorn Witch were immediately dragged back into the abyss after her departure, and the fainted abyss dragon slowly disappeared from the scene. Nanako furrowed her delicate brows and said, "So what exactly happened? Wasn't the Blood Domain Demon Lord already here just now? How could it change in the blink of an eye?" Arnold shook his head, his face serious. "I'm not very clear either, but the feedback from my body tells me that we seem to have experienced a complete time-space stagnation." As soon as he said this, Nanako was taken aback. Complete time-space stagnation? How could that be possible? Arnold pondered. The knight's body has always had a very strong sensitivity to external environments, so I vaguely noticed this. If I'm not mistaken. He raised his head, looking gravely towards the direction of Moon Orchid City. Nanako widened her eyes, gripping her sturdy magic staff. "Are you saying that the two giant hands that appeared above Moon Orchid City just now? The monster in that demon's mouth?" Arnold nodded. "Yes, Nanako, you may not be aware, but we all sensed the presence of that being when we just entered the city." The surrounding knights immediately nodded. Nanako's eyes widened in shock as she swallowed hard and said, "You can't be talking about." Arnold looked up at the sky, his robust body showing no signs of aging. "That's right. When we passed through the bustling area of Chunghua Avenue, we all felt that terrifying sense of being watched. If I'm not mistaken, the one who glanced at us from the city at that moment was definitely that terrifying existence from the Moon Orchid City." Nanako, Omega. Wait a minute. It was my apprentice who was teasing you before. How did it turn into? Nanako suddenly froze. Then her eyes widened in realization. Could it be that the one to repel those demons this time would be? Nanako's mind exploded with the thought, and she stood there dazed, clutching her sturdy magic staff, swaying as if she might faint at any moment. Arnold looked up, took a deep breath, and with a smirk said, "After all, how could an existence that makes me feel so weak be an ordinary person?" Inside Moon Orchid City, people were coming out of their houses one after another, staring in astonishment at the clear sky. The enormous chrysanthemum that had been in the sky was now gone. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the geese were honking. Many felt a sense of disorientation, as if they had just woken from a very real dream. "It's gone. The rift in the sky has disappeared. Am I dreaming? Did those demons really not appear? No, that's not right. I just saw that hundreds of meters tall monster outside the city, but how did it just?" The crowd was filled with confusion and bewilderment. They didn't understand what had happened, but this did not dampen their joyful spirits. Soon, when Nanako and the others entered the city, the streets were already packed with cheering people. "The demons are gone. The demons are gone. It must be the protection of the gods. It must be divine retribution that helped us purify those vile invaders. Praise my God. Praise the gods." The crowd sang praises in unison, and the entire street was filled with the joyous atmosphere of survival after disaster. Nanako stood there dazed, clutching her staff as she moved through the crowd. Even now, she still felt a bit unreal. The four great demon lords, second only to the king-level blood domain demon lord, had just been so easily, and at that moment, so awesome, so awesome. I really haven't shown off like this in 1,000 years. This time it was truly exhilarating. Sigma, sigh, and I got to show off right in front of my great-great-great-great-granddaughter. It feels so refreshing all over. Asterisk, indeed, indulging once in a while is really nice. This way, I can lay low for many more years. He. Hearing this voice echoing in her mind, Nanako's eyes instantly widened, and she quickly looked around. It was the voice of her dog Apprentice. Where has that annoying guy hidden? Then, in that moment, Nanako suddenly turned her gaze to a newly established temporary medical station not far away. She saw Lin lying on a stretcher, one leg wrapped in plaster, his expression weak as he extended his hand, allowing a busty nun to help him wrap bandages. His face looked so haggard, his gaze so feeble. "It's nothing serious, just some scrapes. A little ointment and a few days of rest will do," the nun gently reassured him. Lin weakly replied, "Thank you, kind sister. Your heart is as beautiful as your appearance." The nun's face immediately flushed slightly. Being praised by such a handsome young man was truly a bit overwhelming. She covered her red face and said, "Saving lives and healing the wounded is what we should do. Although the demons have retreated, many people in the city still suffered casualties this time. We just want to do our part." "Thank you, dear priestess," he said, hissing. "What's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere else?" "My collarbone hurts a lot, it might be broken." "It's nothing, just some scrapes. Do you want me to blow on it?" "Sure." Then, under Nanako's wide-eyed gaze, the busty priestess leaned in, her face flushed, and gently blew on the scrape on his collarbone. "Ugh!" Nanako stared wide-eyed. Then she heard Lin's inner voice. "As expected, wherever there are priestesses, any scar can be soothed. As the savior of this month's Lan City, enjoying a bit of tender care shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Even though the injury is self-inflicted, of course, it would be even better if it were my lowly master blowing on it. I need to think of an excuse to get the blue-haired lowly to come over." Nanako, as expected, not a single guess was wrong. Every time she let her guard down, no matter where she was, she could always find opportunities to naturally seek out the priestess for various reasons. This was truly infuriating. Since you want your master to blow on it, why not just wait quietly for your master to come back? I'm not the kind of person who lacks understanding. Damn it! Steam was billowing from Nanako's head as she puffed her cheeks and glared with her sapphire-like big eyes, striding over angrily. She poked the blushing priestess. Nanako, fist, winky face continuing to scare, depicting a terrifying scene. Priestess, Nanako extended her small hand, pointing angrily into the distance, steam puffing from her nose. Priestess, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Nodding running wildly, watching the priestess flee in a panic, victorious Nanako crossed her arms and stood in front of her dog disciple's stretcher, looking down proudly at her disciple, who was lying with eyes closed and a contented expression. Nanako huffed, making a sound from her nose. Lin was momentarily stunned. That familiar voices, and that scent of aged lowly, lying on the stretcher. Lin blinked, tilting his head back slightly, and then looked up. Suddenly, the figure of a proud lowly looking down at him appeared before his eyes. As everyone knows, a normal lowly skirt is adorned with lace and flares slightly at the knee, creating a vacuum of about a few centimeters to over 10 centimeters between the legs and the skirt. If one were to apply a very rigorous mathematical formula and geometric logic, and calculate the angle formed between Lin's position on the stretcher and the lowly master, the probability of seeing something that absolutely should not be seen, the lowly's absolute territory, would be at least 85%. Lin stared blankly for 2 seconds, his face not flushing and his heart not racing, and greeted her with a smile, waving his hand, saying, "Master, you finally came back. Your disciple missed you so much, but she didn't get up." Pink, 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 pink. Countless bullet comments flashed by. Nanako was momentarily stunned, a bit bewildered by the sudden thoughts of her disciple. Pink? What pink? She had thought that after her disciple saw her ruin his good fortune, he would have a lot of psychological activity. Why was he just repeating these 3 words? She couldn't understand. Rubbing the back of her head, a proud expression appeared on Nanako's face as she wanted to probe a little. "What's wrong? Missing me? What happened to your injuries? Don't you want to talk to your master?" Lin lay on the stretcher, his eyes slightly red as he said, "It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds from the demon invasion. Compared to those who really need help, I'm nothing." Pink, 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 pink. Nanako? No, this isn't how the script should unfold. Normally, when her disciple said such insincere words, his inner reaction shouldn't be like this. What pink? Where is the pink? It seemed like her disciple's attention was completely elsewhere. Pink, 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 pink. Nanako? She widened her eyes, quickly looking around, and then saw the cherry blossoms swing in the air, blown by the wind. She was taken aback. Was it referring to the cherry blossoms? But what was special about them? So Nanako raised her head, staring intently at the cherry blossoms in the sky, trying to figure something out. Stare. The cherry blossoms floated down, landing on her nose. A sneeze, Nanako rubbed her nose, looking completely bewildered. So what exactly was going on? These cherry blossoms weren't particularly special. Then what was the pink he kept talking about? Nanako hesitantly looked down at him, wanting to glean something from her disciple's expression. Just as she was about to continue probing, suddenly, her eyes widened, and she realized something. Wait a minute. Pink, could it be he was referring to? In an instant, she finally understood why her disciple was so focused on his inner thoughts. Nanako's face instantly turned from her neck to her forehead, steam rising from her head as she let out a shameful scream. "Damn you, dog disciple. How can you look there?" A 360-degree shoulder throw. Bang, face down. A dozen minutes later, Nanako, holding her sturdy staff, walked ahead with a puffed-up face, full of anger, her 2 ears occasionally puffing out steam. You bastard! One punch! Nanako angrily punched the air in front of her, trying to imagine the air as her disciple's face. As for why she didn't hit the real person, that silly question didn't need to be asked. Lin rubbed the red mark on his forehead, feeling a bit pained as he followed behind. The strength of that dog lowly is clearly on the rise, but judging by this force, the lowly master shouldn't have suffered any internal injuries, and her internal magic flow seems normal. That's good. Even though I took a shoulder throw from the lowly master, if anything happened to her, I would still feel quite pained. As long as she's fine. Hearing his disciple's thoughts, Nanako, who was ahead swinging her little fists, suddenly froze. Slightly turning her face, her sapphire-like eyes quietly glanced at her disciple from the corner of her eye. Lin waved at her. Humph. Nanako quickly turned her head, her ponytail flying, and a proud expression naturally appeared on her face. However, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. How infuriating. She wasn't even angry. Clearly, after being thrown over her master's shoulder, she was still so concerned about her master in her heart. Truly, what a detestable person. Of course, don't think that this means her master would forgive her or anything. It just means she could be a little less angry. Humph. But still, hearing her disciple care so much about her was somewhat touching. If that's the case, then maybe she could forgive her a little. Nanako's eyes glanced to the side, her lips pouting, while her small hand quietly reached into her pocket, secretly pulling out a tube of ointment, feeling a bit embarrassed, to apply it on her disciple. But at that moment, a voice from behind her suddenly echoed in her mind. No, I'm afraid that's still not very safe. Whoosh, Nanako's ears perked up instantly. No, it's not necessary. Nanako's face flushed slightly as she covered her suddenly warm cheeks. She really wasn't hurt, her disciple truly was. I still need to find an opportunity to give the lowly master a full body check, the kind where she's completely undressed. Nanako, yeah, just like a few years ago, when I quietly snuck in to check after the lowly master fell asleep. If there are no scars, then I can completely relax, so, the blue-haired lowly really doesn't need to act so dramatically, okay? Master, what color do you like the most? I can't possibly not know. Ridiculous, I even drink the papaya soup you secretly hide under the bed to enhance your bust. Facts show that papaya is of no use for development. Serious face, Nanako, Omega. How could there be such a thing? Sneaking in to check her body, papaya or something. Not at all. How come I didn't know? Ah! Nanako shouted in embarrassment. How infuriating! How infuriating! I can't believe I didn't think that this detestable dog disciple had done such a thing to her beloved master years ago. Sneaking into her master's room. Feeling grateful? Absolutely not. This detestable dog disciple will never be forgiven. Accept your master's punishment. An angry Nanako shouted in embarrassment, then quickly turned around, revealing her little tiger teeth in anger. Lin-En was momentarily stunned, confused. Master, what's wrong? The next moment, Nanako lunged at him like a loli, baring her sharp teeth. She bit down hard on the fleshy parts of the dog disciple. Ouch! Ouch! Master, stop! What did I do wrong? I didn't say a word and was just obediently following you. Dog disciple, I really misjudged you. Today, Master will teach you a harsh lesson. I'll bite you to death. Shut up! Shut up! Meanwhile, the onlookers on the street were astonished by the scene. The young people nowadays are really open. They're doing such shameful things in public. So strong. By the way, why don't I have a loli like that? Ew! So shameful. How can that loli bite there? It'll break. Soon, amidst Lin-En's cries, his body was covered in numerous strawberry marks and small bite marks. Of course, Lin-En was controlling his defense, otherwise, it would have been easy to break the lowly master's teeth. She's throwing another tantrum. She's throwing another tantrum. Isn't the menopause phenomenon of the dog loli too severe lately? It must be that some bastard has angered the dog loli again, which is why she's taking it out on her disciple. Damn it, don't let me find you, or I'll definitely kill you. Just as Lin was struggling to fend off the lowly master's sharp teeth, a sound of hooves echoed from a distance. Clop 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 clop, there sat Arnold in armor atop a warhorse, followed by a dozen knights, swiftly approaching this direction. Lin was taken aback, pushing the lowly master's face with difficulty, and said, Master, please be quiet. Someone's coming. If we're seen like this, it'll be misunderstood. No excuses. Today, Master must let you know the correct pronunciation of the word pain. 3 Awu in the distance, Arnold, noticing the commotion, brightened up and recognized Nanako. Lady Nanako, so you are here. Then Arnold saw the teeth firmly biting into the young man's arm, while the young man struggled to shake off Nanako. The small body was tossed up and down but couldn't be shaken off at all, leaving Arnold momentarily stunned. Then his face turned red, and he coughed, saying, Lady Nanako, although our Moon Orchid City is very open, it's better to do such things when it's just the two of you, don't you think? Nanako glanced over and saw Arnold sitting high on his horse. With a swift motion, her petite body balanced and landed steadily on the ground. What do you want from me? Nanako glared, completely ignoring Lin behind her, who was looking up at the bite marks on his arm with a pained expression. Arnold swallowed hard and asked, can I ask if that slightly more handsome young man is your boyfriend? Nanako proudly replied, he's my eldest disciple. Arnold was taken aback, muttering, what the hell? I always thought Winter Spring Valley was an old-fashioned organization, but I didn't expect it to be so open internally. A teacher-student romance, and it can actually be played so casually. Nanako? Humph. Nanako crossed her arms and turned away, still fuming. She had no intention of explaining. Arnold cleared his throat, realizing that discussing such topics in public wasn't appropriate. After all, everyone was serious people. He quickly returned to the main topic, dismounted, smiled, and walked towards Nanako, slightly nodding, and with one hand on his chest, said, Lady Nanako, here's the thing. After we return, we told Princess Vivian everything that happened outside the city. Princess Vivian admires you greatly, so she specifically asked me to invite you to the gathering at the castle tonight. Nanako asked in confusion, did you clarify the matter with the demons? Arnold shook his head, seriously saying, Lady Vivian said it was a divine miracle, but I don't think it's that simple. After all, we still don't know the origins of that mysterious being who could crush all 4 of the demon lord's servants. Nanako glanced back at Lin, wanting to observe his expression. Lin, however, looked up and said, I know. At this, everyone around was momentarily stunned. Nanako's eyes widened. Wasn't that you? Could it be that the dog disciple is about to reveal everything? No way. No way. Isn't it too early to reveal everything now? Lin raised his head, his expression instantly turning filled with admiration and fervor, seriously stating, it was the great holy sovereign who saved us. Nanako, Omega Omega. Arnold was also breathing slightly hurriedly and said, indeed, I've heard a lot of such talk in the city. Lin nodded seriously and said, yes, but I can be more certain than anyone else because I have been blessed by the great holy sovereign. I am a favored one of the holy sovereign. As soon as these words were spoken, Arnold and the others were instantly shocked. A favored one of the holy sovereign? This must be a joke. It should be noted that the holy sovereign was a powerful mount tamed by the Violet Lord, a great being who fought alongside the Violet Lord. Lin closed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said, "You need not be surprised or doubt this, for my master can testify for me, and it is precisely because I am a favored one of the Holy Sovereign that I know." He raised his head, took a deep breath, and gently wiped his fingers in front of his eyes. A tear dropped with a plop onto the ground under Nanako's astonished gaze. "Nanako? This tear." Lin's eyes were moist, and he smiled, saying, "It is because the great Holy Sovereign sensed that his beloved master's former homeland is in crisis, that he traveled thousands of miles to come here. His loyalty to the Violet Lord has never changed. He even once told me that if he betrayed his master, he would die a terrible death, struck by lightning every day, and trip over flat ground. On the edge of the continent." Bang, a loud noise. The Holy Sovereign, who was leisurely striding with his fluffy paws and held his head high, suddenly fell to the ground with a bang. He had a solid fall. Achoo! The Holy Sovereign looked up in confusion and scratched his nose with his paw. "Did I lose focus? How could I trip over such a steady step? That shouldn't happen." The Holy Sovereign, bewildered, got up and then stretched out his paw to scratch his backside. "And the frequency of sneezing today is a bit high." The enormous white cat lion stood in a snowy field, looking completely bewildered. In Moon Orchid City, seeing Lin's tearful smile, Arnold was almost instantly moved. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder, his eyes moist as he said, "I believe you." The great Holy Sovereign was the closest comrade of the Violet Lord in life. If he is really still alive, it is absolutely impossible for him to sit idly by while this city falls, and daring to make such a fierce oath. It seems the Holy Sovereign has indeed been secretly protecting us all along. Lin's eyes were also misty as he said, "Yes." Arnold took a deep breath and said gently, "It seems that the great being who can make me feel weak is undoubtedly the Holy Sovereign." I said, "Who else could crush the Demon Lord if not someone of the Holy Sovereign's level?" Lin nodded and said, "I completely agree with this." "Indeed, I very much agree, silly cat. You can just take the blame for your master underscore. If it weren't for your fear of death, you would have shrunk back during the great battle. I could have held on for a few more seconds. Don't think that just because you run fast I can't catch you. I'll let you run for 3 years before I catch you." Meanwhile, Nanako was dumbfounded. So, while saying such pious and tearful words, he was secretly throwing the blame away. "But I really want to say, disciple, what were you doing before? How could you squeeze out a tear or two while saying such insincere words? Aren't you afraid of your own split personality?" Arnold shook his head and smiled. "Let's not talk about that for now. Lady Nanako, will you be coming to today's banquet?" Nanako turned her head, puffing out her cheeks, and said, "Of course. Free food should definitely be eaten more." Arnold awkwardly laughed. Yeah. It seems the lowly master is quite enthusiastic, so I need to think about the questions I'll face when I meet my great-great-great-granddaughter later. I just showed off in front of the descendants, and now I'm appearing so soon. Isn't that a bit lacking in prestige? Forget it, hee. Being able to see my towering ancestor again, that blonde girl's admiration won't overflow, right? Hee burp, Nanako? Meanwhile, inside the castle's palace, Vivian stood dazedly in front of a large easel, now dressed in noble attire. Holding an ink pen in her hand, her face flushed as she sketched the image of a young boy on the canvas. He just walked away so handsomely. Vivian, really, why were you just daydreaming at that moment? Even though he was from the same era as my ancestor, such an amazing male god should really be kept around to serve. Vivian held the paintbrush with both hands, her eyes shining with obsession as she gazed at the boy in the painting. The boy was casually holding a few strawberries in one hand, a slight smile on his lips, exuding charm. Ah! Vivian quickly covered her burning cheeks, shaking her head vigorously, trying hard to rid her mind of those impure thoughts. For a girl just beginning to understand love, having a strong, handsome male god suddenly appear and then save the city of Moon Orchid that she wanted to protect, it was truly irresistibly attractive. Vivian's face turned red, and she quickly opened the book left by her father. It had several large characters written on it. Classic quotes of the Violet Duke. Flipping to page 21, the emotional section, the first line read, "Girls of the Violet family must have the courage to act upon meeting someone they like. If they encounter a boy they fancy, knock him out and take him home to have fun, but remember, that man must have an extremely high level of attractiveness, strong power, and a sincere heart like the author himself. In short, choosing a partner according to the standards of someone like your father is absolutely fine." The great family teachings of the Violet Duke. Vivian hugged the book to her chest, covering her flushed face. This family teaching was written by her ancestor for his daughter and has been regarded as a classic ever since. When her father was alive, he was knocked out and brought home by her mother. What the ancestor said is truly a profound truth, Nanako said shyly. Just then, a knock sounded at the door from a maid. "Princess Vivian, the banquet is about to start. it's time to change your clothes. Nanako snapped out of the colorful images in her mind. If given more time, she might have already imagined having children. Coming. Vivian quickly jumped up and rushed to her wardrobe. Although her mind was filled with many thoughts and regrets, she did not forget that she was still the governor of Moon Orchid City and had many distinguished guests to meet today. Soon, Vivian changed into her noble attire. In front of a large mirror, a graceful and charming noble lady appeared. Time to go. Vivian smiled playfully and was about to head out, but she suddenly froze, then quickly dashed to the wardrobe, grabbing handfuls of cotton from her bag and stuffing them into her corset. Ugh, can't fit anymore. No, I must stuff it full. I'm suffocating. Soon, evening approached. After a brief rest in the castle's VIP lounge, Nanako curiously led her apprentice to push open the grand hall's doors, following Arnold and the others. How magnificent! Is this the luxurious life of the nobility? Nanako's sapphire-like eyes widened as she eagerly looked left and right, watching pairs of gentlemen and ladies laughing and chatting, while huge chandeliers hung down, filling the hall with the sound of violins. Arnold stroked his beard and smiled. Lady Nanako, most of the attendees at this banquet are the noble elite of Moon Orchid City. Although you won't see them during battles, they are always present at banquets. Nanako tilted her head and said, "So, it's a bunch of good-for-nothings?" Arnold was momentarily taken aback, then coughed and said, "Well, let's put it more delicately, they are nobles. Nanako, with her big blue eyes, grabbed a chicken leg and chewed on it vigorously, showing little interest in the term nobles. She felt ashamed to associate with such people. Apprentice. Nanako closed her eyes and said, "Don't you want to share your thoughts?" No one responded. Nanako suddenly turned her head, her ponytail flying, and curiously looked back. She saw that apart from a silhouette, there was no sign of her apprentice. Where did they go? Nanako's eyes widened as she quickly scanned the hall. In the next moment, she suddenly spotted Lin En, dressed elegantly, holding a glass of red wine, smiling as he was surrounded by several beautiful noble ladies, chatting and laughing. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. He just blended in so quickly. Nanako was going crazy. "Brother Lin, is everything you said true?" a naive noble lady asked in admiration. "You single-handedly dealt with a mountain-high magical beast, fought in the abyss, and bullied demon lords?" Lin En smirked, took a sip, and said, "That's right. Back in the day, I became a land knight at 5, graduated as a magic tutor at 10, bullied dragons at 15, and by 18, I was worth millions. So amazing." The surrounding noble ladies were starry-eyed, filled with admiration. "Omega?" Lin En smirked and said, "Of course, if you want to have a deeper conversation, to discuss life ideals and great philosophies, I can also." Bang, the noble ladies. "Sigma?" Then, under the dazed gaze of the noble ladies, a proud little lowly, one hand holding a staff and the other pulling the dizzy Lin En, dragged him out of the crowd with a patter. It really was easy to suddenly blend into the background and become unnoticeable. Didn't the dear apprentice fear that their beloved master might suddenly be approached? How infuriating. Humph. Just then, the melodious sound of the violin stopped, and a powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Her Highness, Princess Vivian, has arrived." Instantly, all the nobles in the grand hall brightened up, turning their gazes toward the back door. "Princess Vivian is coming? How exciting. Did you hear? The reason we were able to repel the demon invasion this time was all due to Princess Vivian's devout faith." Yes, I heard that too. It seems the great gods bestowed miracles and sent down the great holy sovereign, which is why we drove back those demons. Even the once blasphemous family can receive such protection from the divine. Indeed, the gods love the world. And just under everyone's watchful eyes, the back door slowly opened. A girl dressed in an elegant noble gown, with a smile on her face, gracefully walked in amidst a throng of servants. Behind her followed an old man wearing a half mask, his white hair cascading over his shoulders, a clear sign to strangers to keep their distance. "We greet your Highness, Vivian." The people in the grand hall bowed, their eyes filled with awe and envy. "No need for such formalities," Vivian smiled, gently sitting on the throne with the old man's assistance, exuding the elegance and composure of nobility. But in reality, it was becoming hard to breathe. Her chest felt so tight, she really shouldn't have stuffed so much cotton in there. Meanwhile, at a distance, Lin sat in a chair, poking a cherry with a toothpick to feed his master, looking puzzled. "Is this Vivian, my granddaughter from countless generations ago? No way. How could her chest suddenly become so large? It should have been a super airfield that could rival the lowly master." Smack, Naneko's forehead erupted with a, "Could it be some special way of development?" Lin glanced at his master's chest. "I really overthought it. Even if there was some way, the blue-haired loli definitely wouldn't develop. After all, she's a true loli, still has room to grow. My master is a true 100-year-old loli. Her shape has been fixed for hundreds of years, she can't possibly develop anymore. Ha ha ha, but maybe I can secretly buy a few balloons for the loli master another day, at least to save face, right? Ha 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 hick, don't feel inferior, don't feel inferior? Without any hesitation, she bit down on the back of his hand. Lin gasped, looking at his suddenly biting lowly master, and said, "Master, why did you bite me again? I'm just sitting here, obediently feeding you cherries, I didn't say anything." Nanako closed her eyes, her little fists clenched, and with a pop, she let out a, "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought my disciple's chubby flesh looked delicious, so I couldn't help but bite down, it was a reflex, so Nanako isn't to blame." Lin nodded, gently and sincerely saying, "Master can bite whenever she wants, it doesn't hurt me." Wow, this little dog loli is getting worse, she can actually come up with such a strange reason, and made me say such insincere words. No way, spanking must be put on the agenda, 50,000 times, no, 100,000 times. I'm laying it all out, I'm laying it all out. 3. Nanako crossed her arms, still maintaining her tsundere expression, but she quickly and discreetly moved a certain distance away from her dog disciple, to prevent any real confrontation. The tuft of hair on her head swayed like a little snake, showcasing her inner delight and lightheartedness after a sense of revenge. At that moment, Vivian on the throne had finished her speech, attributing the reason for the demon's retreat entirely to the great deities and the devout faith of the residents of Moon Orchid City. Praise the gods! Vivian gently crossed her hands over her chest, closed her eyes, her face adorned with a pious expression. The nobles in the hall prayed along with Vivian, and the hall echoed with enthusiastic applause. Vivian smiled, opening her eyes, and said, "Everyone, please enjoy this banquet, celebrating that the demon's arrival did not destroy Moon Orchid City. After the banquet, I hope everyone can generously contribute. The suffering people of Moon Orchid City still need our help to rebuild their homes." The nobles below echoed in agreement, the applause thunderous. Then, Nanako maintained the elegant smile of a noble as she greeted each of the aristocrats under Arnold's introduction. "By the way, Lady Nanako, there's someone you absolutely cannot forget." Vivian was taken aback. Arnold whispered a reminder, "The steward Nanako from Wintervale Valley. If we can establish a connection with Wintervale Valley, then Moonlight Orchid City will have a strong backing. This way, our city-state can secure more resources and leverage in front of the king." Nanako sighed and said, "I understand. Politics. Politics. It's always politics. When faced with such significant matters, one must engage in pretense. If this continues, it truly feels like this false mask cannot be removed." However, she also understood the bigger picture. After all, the Violet family was left with only her now. If she couldn't make a move soon, it was likely that even this last city-state, Moonlight Orchid City, would be lost. Then, under Arnold's introduction, Vivian maintained her elegant smile and walked towards Nanako. "Steward Nanako, hello, I am." But just as she was about to finish her sentence, her smile froze in place. Her gaze abruptly shifted to Lin, who was sitting next to Nanako, enjoying roasted meat. She was instantly shocked. It's you." Lin was taken aback, looked up, and saw Vivian's astonished face, then smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Vivi." But before he could finish his sentence, Vivian's body vanished from the spot at an unimaginable speed, leaving only a petite outline in the blink of an eye. Lin, Nanako, Arnold? At the corner of the corridor, Vivian stared wide-eyed, her face as red as a boiled duck, her hands tightly clenched, sweat dripping down, and steam rising from her head. It's the male god. The male god actually came to this banquet. What to do? What to do? I never expected the male god would suddenly appear. Didn't the male god say he was leaving? Why is he suddenly back and appearing at Vivian's banquet? Is he here specifically to find Vivian? She shyly shouted a few times, banging her head against the wall. No, Vivian, you must pull yourself together. You are the descendant of the great Violet Monarch. You are the lovely and charming Princess Vivian. You cannot be this shy. Have you forgotten your ancestors' teachings? Be brave, be full of energy. She quickly stood up, lifted her skirt, and hurriedly dashed deeper into the castle with small, quick steps. Half a minute later, she kicked open the warehouse door. Vivian hurriedly searched within the warehouse. A few seconds later, Vivian swallowed hard, her eyes wide as she stared at the rusty hammer in her hand, faint traces of dried blood still visible on it. This hammer was the very artifact her mother used to knock her father out and bring him home. It could be said to be the family token. Woo-woo! Vivian covered her burning face, her cheeks flushed, her heart pounding almost out of her chest. To knock the male god out and carry him back with this hammer. Although it would be difficult, but Vivian had finally encountered such a powerful and handsome male god. How could she let him go like this? Even if he might be over 1,000 years older than her, the old man young wife thing is quite common. Vivian, you must work hard. Absolutely never give up. You must be brave enough to try. Vivian quickly grabbed the hammer and rushed out of the warehouse. A few seconds later, she arrived at the hall where her ancestors were worshipped. Faintly, she could see a resolute and handsome man's portrait hanging at the highest position, with the inscription below reading, Violet Great Lord Lin En. Thud. Without a word, Vivian knelt on the mat. With her hands clasped together, she stared at the portrait of her ancestor and knocked her head on the ground several times. May the great Violet Great Lord, the loving and omnipotent ancestor bless me. Vivian. Vivian may have found her ideal partner, so she wants to follow the ancestral teachings and knock him out to bring him back. But Vivian tightly closed her eyes, then raised the hammer, shouting, But my beloved is very powerful, so I want to ask the ancestor to bestow blessings upon me, granting me a powerful enchantment to knock out my male god. Instantly, a faint glimmer of light flickered above the high position. In the hall, Lin En, who was in a daze, suddenly froze. He immediately felt a faint connection. The power of faith? Lin En pondered. After he became a demigod 1,000 years ago, he indeed spread faith in himself across most of the continent to forge his own divine status. However, since his rebirth, this connection had ceased, because he had lost half of his divine status and could no longer sense the prayers of his followers. I can actually perceive the prayers of my followers, and it seems to be very close to me. Is it because I recently reconnected with my divine status? Interesting. Immediately, Lin En closed his eyes. In an instant, a blurry image appeared in his mind. Vivian? The granddaughter of his who had suddenly run away just now. Lin En was puzzled. What was she praying to him for? And just at that moment, a vague voice echoed in his mind. Vivian may have found her ideal partner. Vivian wants to ask the ancestor to bestow blessings upon her, granting her a powerful enchantment to knock out her male god. Lin En's lips curled up. Not bad. Did she find a suitable partner at the banquet and plan to knock him out and take him back as her boyfriend? Truly, she is a woman of the Violet family. She has perfectly inherited the fine traditions of her great-great-great-great-grandmother. It seems she ran away just now because she saw someone she fancied. Swish, swish, swish. Lin En's gaze quickly swept over all the men in the banquet hall. So, which lucky guy has caught the favor of my little princess from the Violet family? Lin En's lips curled up. In that case, how could I, as her ancestor, not help? In an instant, Lin En's fingers subtly flicked, and a barely perceptible glimmer of light flashed by. The other party is very powerful, but I can't let them die, so I'll grant you an enchantment that can knock anyone out 100% under the gods and demons. As for what happens next, it depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. I can only help you this far. In an instant, Vivian, who was praying in the hall, suddenly froze, and then she joyfully saw that the hammer in her hand was slowly surrounded by a faint glow. Then it vanished in a flash. And just at that moment, several lines of text abruptly appeared in her mind. Dizziness rune, demigod level. Vivian immediately showed a shocked expression. The ancestor actually responded to Vivian's prayers. Vivian stared in astonishment at the hammer in her hand, a mix of surprise and joy that nearly made her jump up. The members of the Violet family had come here every day to pray to the ancestor. But in the past 1,000 years, no one had ever received a response from the ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor is not dead, but has become a divine being? Vivian swallowed hard, both surprised and delighted. But in any case, the ancestor had manifested. Clearly, the ancestor was very optimistic about this matter. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you for your protection. Vivian knocked her head several times in gratitude, her eyes reddening with emotion. Vivian will definitely continue the fine traditions of the Violet family. Absolutely. She clenched her small fist, filled with fighting spirit, her eyes instantly firmed up. In the banquet hall. Truly worthy of being my descendant, decisive in action. A little help for my only descendant is completely fine. I'm counting on her to have more children and continue the excellent genes of the Violet family. Lin's expression relaxed. Nanako looked puzzled. Her disciple's mood seemed to have suddenly improved. However, the fact that Princess Vivian was her disciple was really quite strange no matter how one thought about it. But what was the sudden rush of Vivian just now about? A crush? She looked confused. Just as she wanted to eavesdrop on her disciple's thoughts further, footsteps approached from a distance. Vivian, in a long dress, gracefully walked in through the back door, a gentle smile on her face, exceptionally dignified and beautiful. Sorry. Vivian bowed apologetically, saying, I suddenly encountered an urgent matter just now, so I stepped away for a moment. I hope Deacon Nanako doesn't mind. Looking at the sincere expression of this girl who was just a bit younger than herself, Nanako waved her small hand, saying, It's okay, Princess Vivian, nice to meet you. So, this is the descendant of her disciple? But no matter how she looked, she couldn't find a trace of resemblance. That makes sense. If her disciple wanted to hide, she certainly wouldn't disguise herself in her original form. However, it was quite strange that her disciple could have such an elegant and beautiful descendant. Vivian and Nanako quickly began to communicate warmly and friendly. But Arnold, standing behind, widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, because he saw that right behind Vivian's waist, she was actually carrying a large hammer. Arnold was stunned. Princess Vivian, did you run back just to get this hammer? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to farm? Meanwhile, Lin, not far from Nanako, had a smirk on his face. His heart swelled with a fatherly warmth. He easily sensed the small hammer that Vivian had tucked behind her. Truly worthy of being my descendant, she really acts decisively, bringing the hammer right away. Sigh, it's been many years since I've seen my descendants so successful. And she didn't even glance my way. It seems my descendant has a very good temperament, instantly understanding not to expose my hints. However, how could she possibly know that I, her senior, am actually her ancestor? Ha. So, who is the lucky guy that has caught the favor of my descendant? Lin's gaze swept over the various men around. Arnold? Too old and ugly, and he has a tendency to be a coward, so it can't be him. The sword puppet? He's not even human. That effeminate noble youth at the back? He already has a boyfriend. Lin's eyes scanned all the men present with a puzzled and inquisitive look. Meanwhile, Vivian, who was chatting amicably with Nanako, kept stealing glances in this direction. Deep breath. You can do it, Vivian. The senior is a fan of the Violet Lord, and I am a descendant of the Violet Lord. So rounding it off, the senior is basically half a fan of mine. And rounding it off again, the senior must really like me. Therefore, knocking him out and claiming my territory has a high chance of success. Great ancestor, please bless Vivian. Vivian kept praying in her heart. Then she swallowed hard, widened her eyes, and felt cold sweat trickling down her back. While chatting with Nanako, she subtly leaned towards Lin's direction. Nanako, may I ask a personal question? Vivian said, a bit shyly. What type of partner do you prefer? Nanako tilted her head and glanced at her wandering disciple not far away, crossing her arms and looking up at the sky, eyes closed, and said, of course, it has to be a very handsome and charming boy. Could it be that Princess Vivian already has? Nanako's gossiping heart ignited instantly. Vivian's face turned red, and she glanced in Lin's direction, quickly lowering her head, blushing, and said, In an instant, Nanako's curious gaze darted from Lin to the other side of the hall. Where? Just now, I saw Princess Vivian glance in this direction. Lin also quickly turned his head, curiously looking at all the opposite sex behind him. Where? It seemed like she glanced in the direction behind me just now. No way. I must keep a close watch. In the next moment, Lin and Nanako's gazes landed on a middle-aged successful man with a big belly, dragging a beer gut, and a mouth full of gold teeth. Nanako, shocked. Lin, what the hell? Great shock. Lin's heart trembled as he stared wide-eyed, scanning the middle-aged successful man from top to bottom. This kind of person? My goodness. Does my descendant really like this type? Please. This middle-aged balding man is at least 30 years older than my great-granddaughter. He's old enough for you to call him dad. And it seemed that the middle-aged balding man noticed the gazes here. He smiled slightly, revealing his mouth full of gold teeth, puffed out his belly, raised his wineglass, and gestured towards them. Pop! A button on his belly suddenly burst open. The flab on his stomach immediately surged out like a wave. Nanako, Omega. Lin slapped his forehead, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. No, it can't be. My descendant's aesthetic sense cannot be this distorted. Vivian blushed and asked, Nanako, I want to ask, if it were you, would you accept a boyfriend who was older than you? Nanako glanced at Lin, her eyes quickly looking up at the sky, and said, well, of course, that can also be considered. Vivian immediately looked hopeful and asked, what if he is much older? Nanako, Linen, clap. Linen took a deep breath, turned his head, and slapped his forehead. It's set in stone. It's already set in stone. His own great-great-great-granddaughter really has fallen in love with. Linen gritted his teeth, his gaze instantly landing on the face of that pot-bellied middle-aged balding man, his fingers tightening. This middle-aged balding successful man. How tragic. This is the tragedy of the entire Violet family. Am I really going to have a middle-aged balding successful man as my great-great-great-grandson-in-law? Calm down, Lin. You must stay calm. Although you are her ancestor, you must respect the choices of your descendants. You cannot impose your ancient values on a girl of the later generations. Damn it, but I'm still really angry. Vivian's face was getting redder as she said, Steward Nine, my crush is right here. Do you think I should bravely express my feelings? Nine glanced at the pot-bellied successful man, dazed, and said, well, if you like him, then of course you should bravely confess. Vivian thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously, a hint of determination slowly appearing in her eyes. You're right, Lady Nine. Then she pulled out a hammer from behind her. Nine, Omega, what is this? Vivian said seriously, Lady Nine, you may not know, but this is a tradition of our Violet family. The ancestral teaching states that if you encounter a boy you like, you should knock him out and carry him back to cook the rice before discussing it further. Vivian is ready to take action. Nine was stunned. Ancestral teaching. What kind of nonsense is this ancestral teaching? Nine was going crazy, grabbing her own pigtails. Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, unwilling to look any longer. It seems it's really going to happen. It's over. The excellent genes of my Violet family will probably be cut off here. Damn it, but my family teachings clearly state that you should choose a partner based on my wise and mighty template, not just go up and hit someone with a hammer. Oh my. I can't care anymore, I'm tired, it's doomed. Lin closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and leaned back in his chair. Then he felt Vivian was stepping closer to him. Is it really happening? Can you reconsider? That person is at least 2 generations older than you. He probably already has a granddaughter. Lin, what a sin. Then, Lin felt Vivian stop not far from him. He slightly opened his eyes and immediately saw Vivian's flushed little face. Without saying a word, Lin quickly closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. No way. Do you want me, as your senior, to give you some advice? That's impossible. Not to mention whether it would expose my identity, even if I really gave you advice, And just at that moment when Lin was frantically mumbling in his heart, bang, a loud sound. Instantly, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Lin opened his eyes in a daze. He saw Vivian, her face slightly red, holding the hammer very precisely above his head. The sound of a pin drop could be heard around. Nine and Arnold and the others all stood there with their mouths agape, stunned. Then they heard Vivian's shy voice, her face slightly red. I like you, although I still don't know your name, but please go out with Vivian. Vivian tightly closed her eyes, gripping the hammer, and shyly declared her feelings aloud. The next moment, Ninako, Omega. Arnold, my heavens! The puppet sword buzzed, and a wisp of black smoke rose from its head, leaving its mind blank and causing it to crash. Lin was momentarily stunned, and in that instant, he finally understood why Vivian had prayed to him in the shrine to be enchanted, and he finally grasped her true goal. What a sin! At that moment, the shock Lin felt was absolutely no less than a comet colliding with the earth. He immediately leaned back, the powerful dizziness enchantment taking effect instantly, and he spat out a large amount of white foam, his eyes swirling with one mosquito coil after another, rendering him unconscious. Lin passed out. Disciple, Ninako shouted, rushing over quickly. The next day, Ninako gritted her teeth, white steam billowing from her head, and shouted, Knight Arnold, you must give me a reasonable explanation. How could this happen? How could Vivian knock my disciple out with a single blow? And a confession like this is absolutely unacceptable. Arnold was drenched in sweat, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, Ninako, please calm down. I don't know why. Logically speaking, Princess Vivian and your disciple just met. How could she possibly fall for him at first sight? Ninako, exasperated, pointed to Lin, who was sitting on a small stool not far away, silently smoking for a long time. One puff after another, the ash floated away with the wind. Ninako exclaimed in frustration, didn't you see my lively and cheerful disciple has become so despondent? Explain. There must be a reasonable explanation. Lin sat on the corner stool, smoking, silent. Silence was tonight's Cambridge. Being confessed to by one's own descendant from who knows how many generations. Indeed, I was wrong. The mistake was in being too outstanding. Wherever I go, I shine like a firefly in the night, so vivid, so exceptional. Lin raised his head, taking a deep, melancholic drag of smoke. But he still felt a faint sense of sorrow. The bump on his head still throbbed faintly. Being knocked out by his own great-great-great-granddaughter, who prayed to him for a dizziness enchantment, just thinking about it made him feel an impulse to jump off the nearby city wall. He had no idea what happened after he was knocked out last night. It was only this morning, upon waking, that he heard from his lowly master. Last night, after being knocked out, his great-great-great-granddaughter swiftly and nimbly carried him and ran out the door. If it hadn't been for his lowly master's timely reaction, then he might really have become the first ancestor in history to be taken down by his own great-great-great-granddaughter. Lin took a deep breath, wiping away the hint of moisture at the corner of his eye. Indeed, pretending to be impressive in front of one's descendants. One really needs to grasp that balance. He should have thought of it long ago. A strong and handsome young man suddenly appearing before an inexperienced girl would undoubtedly lead to love. Oh, truly, what a sin. After the negotiations, Ninako turned her head, her eyes slightly moist, looking at her disciple's silent demeanor, feeling a deep sense of heartache. Being confessed to by one's own descendant. It really is a very tragic thing no matter how you think about it. Disciple, come here, don't cry, don't cry. Naiko walked over with a pained heart, patting Linen's back and offering her shoulder for her disciple to lean on. After we go back, Master will give you a good few days off. After all, having gone through such an event, the disciple's spirit must have suffered a severe blow. Naiko's eyes were also a bit misty. Can I have a month off? Linen forced her tears. Naiko nodded, compassionately saying, of course. Can I also request shoulder massages and back rubs? Linen's eyes brimmed with more tears. Of course. Naiko's eyes became even wetter. Can we sleep together too? Of course. Slap. Naiko closed her eyes and gave a light smack. In the basement of the Moon Orchid Castle, the sword puppet had been pacing back and forth for a whole day. Just thinking about the terrifying scene he witnessed yesterday made him feel as if his magic core wanted to burn itself out. That foolish girl. That foolish girl. The sword puppet trembled. It was one thing to confess in front of a crowd, but do you know that the object of your confession is your ancestor? This is no longer just a matter of disturbing the ancestral grave. This is enough to shock all your ancestors into becoming zombies crawling out of their graves. I hope the master isn't angry. The sword puppet paced anxiously, and just at that moment, the space in the basement suddenly twisted. The next moment, a handsome young man slowly appeared before him. Good morning. Linen silently took a puff of smoke. Instantly, the sword puppet's eyes widened in surprise. Master! It's the master! The master has come to see him. Without a word, the sword puppet quickly rushed over, kneeling on one knee, pounding his chest heavily with one hand, excitedly saying, Sword Series 007 Sword Puppet, pays respects to the master. That's right. He was one of the series of puppets created by Linen after he maxed out his skills in magical engineering. What made him special was that during his creation, he unexpectedly developed his own consciousness, so he had always been kept by Linen's side. It wasn't until the gods descended that he was assigned as the guardian of the Violet family. Until today. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. Master, I really never expected that you are still alive. The sword puppet's eyes brimmed with tears. Linen took a breath, staring with dead fish eyes and said, there's nothing to be surprised about. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Everyone keeps some backup plans. After all, when it comes to fighting against deities, the odds were never great. The sword puppet's eyes watered. Back then, he was assigned to protect the descendants of the master and did not personally participate in that final battle. Later, when he heard the news of the master's fall, he nearly broke down. For a full 1,000 years, he lived in immense sorrow as if he had lost a father, and now knowing that his master was not dead, how could he not tear up? That's great, really great. The sword puppet's old tears flowed freely. I have truly missed you every day, living with tears on my face. He pointed to a table not far away, crying out, every day I bow to you, hoping you could come back to life and lead us to fight the gods again. Linen was taken aback, then looked in the direction he was pointing. A dilapidated table. On it hung a grayish-white portrait of a burly man. 3 incense sticks burned in front of it, emitting blue smoke. It was indeed the appearance of himself during the time of the Violet Sovereign. Lin opened his dead fish eyes and walked over, glancing at the few books on the table. The Magic Guide to Resurrection, Necromancer Edition, Terminology of Zombies Rising from Their Graves, Encyclopedia on How to Communicate Normally with Zombie Ancestors, Secrets Between Zombies and Young Girls on the Correct Grooming Posture for Elder Ancestors After Their Hair Becomes Stiff. Crack. Lin closed his eyes, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and said complicatedly, Sword Puppet, you really have a heart. I'm afraid you're the only one in this world who thinks about how to resurrect me every day. The sword puppet's eyes glistened with tears. This is what an old servant should do. Lin waved his hand decisively, cutting off this ridiculous topic. I came to find you this time mainly for 2 things. Lin said, walking with his hands behind his back. The first thing is to help you with some repairs, so you don't really fall apart. The second thing, Lin looked up and said, about that silly girl Vivian, my descendant, I plan to directly tell her my identity, to prevent her from having some unrealistic thoughts. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, the sword puppet was instantly overjoyed. The master was going to reveal his identity to his descendant? He also thought this was a very feasible idea. After all, just recalling what happened last night made him feel a headache. But as long as the ancestor revealed his identity and told her face to face that he was Lord Violet, her ancestor, then that budding affection of hers would surely be crushed in the cradle. Master, have you finally decided to reveal your identity? Lin nodded and said, I didn't think it was necessary before, but I thought about it, and this is the fastest way to make that yellow-haired girl give up her thoughts. After all, it's better to cut off such ideas as early as possible. Exactly. Being confessed to by one's own descendant was already a ridiculous situation. If she really couldn't forget it, it would truly be a recipe for disaster. After a long time, the sword puppet coughed and pondered. Well, actually, Master, there's something I don't know if I should say it. Lin shot him a glance. The sword puppet said seriously, it's said that bloodlines are separated by 3 generations. Slap slap, crackled boom clang. Master, stop. I was just saying it casually, please put down the chair. Don't hit me. After a few minutes of beating, Lin looked at the almost falling apart sword puppet, calmly saying, don't play these ridiculous jokes with me anymore, got it? Otherwise, every time we meet, I'll hit you. The sword puppet said with a face full of tears, understood, Master. Lin shook his head. Then Lin extended his hand, his fingertips flashing slightly. The space around him slowly opened one crack after another. Under the astonished gaze of the sword puppet, piece after piece of top-grade secret silver and divine gold slowly emerged. Let's help you renovate first, so you don't suddenly kick the bucket one day. With a thought, those secret silver and divine gold immediately began to reshape, gradually turning into various parts and structures. After his rebirth, he hadn't lost the wealth he had hidden in the inner space, and now it was just the right time to use it. Watching this scene unfold, the sword puppet was both shocked and delighted. There was no need for forging. He could directly change the shape and structure of external objects with his mind. This was definitely not something a mortal could do. Clearly, the master's current strength, even if it hadn't reached the peak of the past, was definitely not far off. To see such a powerful master return, he was so excited that he almost cried. In an instant, memories from 1,000 years ago flooded his mind, when his body was still that of a small child, gazing up in admiration at the towering and majestic figure. Ah, it hurts so much. Damn it, In the castle, Vivian's bedroom. Vivian sat in front of the easel in her pajamas, feeling dejected as she looked at the handsome boy on the canvas. Every time she thought about what happened last night, waves of regret washed over her. She had been too hasty. The moment she saw her idol, she lost her composure and made the foolish decision to confess in front of so many people. I really should have found a chance to do it in private. Vivian gripped the hammer in her hand, feeling wronged. In such a crowded place, even if she did manage to knock her idol out, it would be incredibly difficult to carry him away. What she didn't expect was that her idol would actually be Nanako's disciple. This must be a disguise to hide his identity. So impulsive. Really too impulsive. Vivian pouted, dragging her cheeks, blowing at her bangs. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to see my idol again. She felt disheartened, losing all motivation. Vivian stood up in frustration, gently adjusting the strap on her shoulder, preparing to change into another outfit to go apologize to her idol. But just then, suddenly, a wave of spatial fluctuation rippled through the room. In the next moment, under Vivian's dazed gaze, 2 figures slowly materialized in her room. Upon seeing Vivian in disarray, Lin immediately closed his eyes and coughed, saying, Vivian, I have something to help. There's a pervert. Vivian screamed, instinctively grabbing the hammer and throwing it directly at Lin. Bang! In a moment of surprise, the hammer flew through the air and struck Lin squarely on the head. A brief silence ensued. The sword puppet gasped in shock, Master. Vivian was also taken aback, and as she quickly recognized the person's face, she exclaimed in shock, Why, Your Highness? The hammer clattered to the ground after falling from Lin's head. Lin took a deep breath and said, Vivian, you really shouldn't aim for the head when throwing something like a hammer, or someone could really get hurt. Vivian swallowed hard, staring blankly, Your Highness, are you okay? Lin smiled lightly, hee. How could anything happen to me? Burp. Lin tilted his head back. The dizziness rune activated, and he began to foam at the mouth, losing consciousness once more. Master! Your Highness! Vivian screamed. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin opened his eyes, looking like a dead fish, with a bandage wrapped around his head, sitting in a chair, coming to. If it weren't for the fact that he had specifically increased his resistance to dizziness after being knocked out earlier, he probably wouldn't have woken up at all. Vivian lowered her head, her face flushed, like a child who had done something wrong, nervously clutching her skirt. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Lin took a deep breath and said, It seems you've practiced this. Getting knocked out by you the first time was just my bad luck, but I never expected to be knocked out by you a second time. Vivian blushed and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness, because my mom said that our family's skills must not be lost, so I have to be accurate. Vivian has been practicing since she was little. Damn, she really has practiced. Lin felt a headache coming on. What kind of ancestral skill is this? How come I, the ancestor, didn't know about it? Vivian's face turned red, her heart racing as she said, "My idol, did you come specifically to see me?" Then she turned her head in confusion to look at the sword puppet beside her and asked, "And why is Grandpa Sword Puppet here too?" Lin took a deep breath, knowing it was time to tell her the truth. He sat up straight, looking seriously at Vivian, and said, "Vivian, you probably don't know my name yet." Vivian was taken aback, her little face instantly flushing. The idol seemed to have become serious all of a sudden. So handsome, Omega? With such a serious tone, was he about to announce something formally? For example, "Remember my name, Vivian, from now on, your fish pond will be contracted by me." Or, "There's no way around it, since you've knocked me out twice, I can only be with you." Countless beautiful lines from romance novels flashed through Vivian's mind, spoken by the male leads to the female leads. But just at that moment, "My name is Lin, Vivian." Lin's voice rang in her ears. In an instant, Vivian was stunned. Lin N. The idol's name is Lin N? But why does this name feel so familiar? As if she had heard it somewhere before. And just at that moment, Vivian was suddenly shocked. Lin N? Vivian exclaimed, Omega, isn't that the name of my ancestor? You're kidding, right? Why does the idol's name match that of her ancestor? Could it be? Vivian's eyes instantly revealed an expression of immense shock. Looking at Vivian's astonished expression, Lin couldn't help but smile, feeling very gratified. So you finally understand. That's right. I am the ancestor of the Violet family, the one worshipped at the top of your ancestral hall. Lin smirked and said, "Just as you thought, I am. My idol, you truly are the most loyal fan of my ancestor." Vivian jumped up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with tears of shock as she said, "To have taken a name exactly like my ancestors, it's so touching." As a descendant of the Violet Lord, Vivian is truly moved. Boo-hoo! Buzz Lin's smile froze in place. Vivian was extremely moved. She recalled their previous encounter in the city. The idol had praised her ancestor for a whole 10 minutes with such moving words. At that time, she had only vaguely thought that the idol was a little fan of her ancestor. Now it was confirmed. Oh, so touching. Truly worthy of being the ancestor, to have such a powerful being admire you for at least 1,000 years. As your descendant, Vivian is basking in your glory. The idol really even took a name just like the ancestors. The admiration was overflowing. If the admiration deepens further, wouldn't it directly turn into the ancestors' likeness? Omega? Favorability +10, favorability +10. Wait a minute. Lin finally reacted, gritting his teeth and saying, "You misunderstood my meaning. What I mean is." He took a deep breath, looking at her seriously, and said, "I am your ancestor." In an instant, there was silence all around. Vivian stood there dazed, staring at Lin in astonishment. Looking at Wei Weian's expression, Lin let out a sigh of relief, shook his head, and with a deadpan stare said, "I know you can't believe it, but this is the truth. Ever since I was reborn, I haven't used that image for a long time, but in front of you, I can make an exception and turn back just this once." In an instant, under Vivian's dazed gaze, accompanied by a burst of light, Lin's body slowly began to change. The next moment, a tall man with a detached demeanor, wearing a crown and clad in purple armor, gradually appeared before Vivian. It was the image he had maintained for thousands of years, the most well-known to the world. The Violet Monarch. Buzz, in an instant, a rolling power radiated directly from him. It was the kingly aura of the Violet Monarch, the might of a ruler who had once governed countless people. Even witnessing this scene, the sword puppet trembled, instinctively bending its legs and kneeling down. Vivian was stunned. This. Lin maintained the majesty of a king, looking at her with a complex and profound gaze, said, "Now you shouldn't have any doubts, right?" Vivian's whole body shook, murmuring as she looked at Lin. It seems like. Lin was taken aback. What? And just at that moment, Vivian let out an incredulous gasp, jumping up and trembling. So amazing. Truly worthy of being the male god. Even the imitation is so similar. It really looks just like the image of the ancestor that Vivian saw in the portrait. Vivian was so excited that she screamed, "Asterisk? Indeed. I said, with the male god's admiration for the ancestor. The name has already changed. How could there not be something like turning into the ancestor's likeness?" Vivian guessed it right away. So touching. I'm so moved I could cry. True love. This is definitely true love. Favorability +100, favorability +100. Woo-woo. Lin stood there, mouth agape. Imitation? Woo-woo. So strong. Really too strong. Your admiration for my ancestor is truly professional level. I can't help it. Vivian happily rushed over, wrapping around Lin En like an octopus, like a little squirrel hugging a big tree, constantly rubbing against him. So strong, really too strong. If I could marry a little fanboy of the ancestor, I could feel both husbandly love and paternal love. Woo-woo, just thinking about it makes me so excited I could cry. Great ancestor, did you see it? Vivian has truly found a very powerful and remarkable person according to your template. Lin En was stunned. The sword puppet beside him was also dazed, its mind buzzing. The wind whistled in from the window. This. Lin En blankly said, you see clearly, I'm not imitating. I am your ancestor. Vivian said, I see clearly. Really, Vivian knows you are a fan of my ancestor. Don't worry, as a descendant of the great violet monarch, if you want to imitate, you don't need to worry about portrait rights at all. I will authorize it on behalf of the ancestor. The wind whistled in from the window, blowing past Lin En's dazed expression. What kind of joke is this? Lin En, exasperated, yanked Vivian off him and directly lifted her in his hand, gritting his teeth. Don't casually misinterpret my meaning. I mean, I am your ancestor, not role-playing, nor a fanboy, but your genuine ancestor with a blood relationship. Ninako was stunned by Lin's shout. Being lifted by Lin like a small beast, her limbs dangled in the air, swaying unsteadily. After a brief moment of confusion, the little tuft of hair on her head lit up like a light bulb. Her eyes brightened, and she said, I understand now. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Vivian opened her arms, her eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, it's cosplay. A gentle breeze swept by. The room fell silent. Vivian covered her flushed face, shyly saying, well, actually, that's not impossible. If your highness wants to play some special kind of play with Vivian, transforming into an ancestor's appearance isn't. I'm not playing that kind of play with you. Lin was trembling. Is this really his descendant? At such a young age, her thoughts are so inappropriate. When she grows up, won't she become a real troublemaker? Lin was almost going crazy. No, I can't hold it in anymore. This descendant must be punished. Otherwise, she will definitely cause trouble in the future. Without saying a word, under Vivian's bewildered gaze, he directly pressed this detestable great-great-great-granddaughter onto his knee and grabbed a nearby feather duster. Whack, 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 he gave her a fierce spanking on the backside. It hurts. It really hurts. Stop. Your Highness, please don't hit me. Vivian is in so much pain. I'll break. Vivian will break. Vivian screamed. But how could that be? No matter how this detestable girl flailed about, Lin kept spanking her backside, just like he used to do with his daughter. It made me furious. I was so angry I could smoke from my grave. Today, I must make her obedient. How infuriating. Half an hour later, Lin sat upright, a serious expression on his face as he sat in the chair, holding the now featherless duster in his arms. Vivian stood across from him, aggrieved, covering her swollen backside, her gaze blank. This is how it is. Lin closed his eyes and said, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I am your ancestor, a genuine ancestor. After the spanking, Lin took the time to present numerous items and information that could prove his identity. He even shared many secrets known only to the descendants of the Violet family. We are blood relatives. Lin extended his hand, eyes closed, as 2 drops of blood slowly swirled in his palm. Although your bloodline has almost faded to the point of being nearly non-existent, if I truly release my blood aura, you will sense it, because you are a descendant of the Violet family. In an instant, Lin released his blood aura. Vivian trembled all over. She felt her blood boiling as if it were about to burst forth, wanting to surge towards the boy in front of her. This is, she murmured. Lin slowly opened his eyes and said, bloodline resonance, the best means to verify kinship. Vivian was stunned. She murmured, so, you really are my ancestor, and not just a fan of my ancestor. Lin took a deep breath and said, I've told you the reason. The reason I didn't want to reveal my identity to you now is that I was afraid it would bring you unnecessary trouble. I only recently recovered to about 70 or 80% of my strength. If you accidentally expose my identity, it will be very troublesome. Vivian's head buzzed. This is indeed a very, very difficult thing to digest. But, she murmured, so, what I knocked out was my ancestor. Lin nodded up and down, that's right. She stared blankly, I even confessed to my ancestor. Lin nodded, correct. She murmured, I feel like I've made progress. Lin closed his eyes, a big progress. Vivian stood up stiffly, her whole body rigid, like a short-circuited machine, swaying as she turned around and walked dazedly toward the door. I feel like I might not be awake yet. I must be dreaming right now. Looking at Vivian, who was walking unsteadily toward the main door, the sword puppet swallowed hard and said blankly, Master. Broken. It seems Princess Vivian is broken. Lin sighed deeply. there was no way around it. After all, confessing to one's ancestor is definitely a terrifying thing for a girl just beginning to understand love. He waved his hand, and a ray of light flickered slightly. Vivian immediately felt her eyelids heavy, and then her body softened, collapsing down. But before she hit the ground, an invisible force supported her gently and placed her on the bed. After covering her with a blanket, Lin took a deep breath and said, "Let her have a good sleep. No need to worry. If the women of my Violet family can't withstand this little blow, then they are too weak." Lin smiled faintly and clapped his hands. "Think of my daughter back then, who accidentally got left deep in the southern desert. Didn't she crawl 2,000 kilometers to find her way home?" The sword puppet stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down. "May I ask how old your daughter was at that time?" Lin smiled lightly. 10 months. The sword puppet's eyes widened, cold sweat dripping. Indeed, truly worthy of the master's bloodline. So fierce. But this kind of thing doesn't seem like something to be proud of. Moreover, taking her to the depths of the desert at 10 months, is that really okay? Looking at the peacefully sleeping Vivian, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the sword puppet, and said lightly, "All right, I need to return to Winter Spring Valley now. I'll leave things here to you. In a few days, the major forces of the continent will likely flood into Moon Orchid City. After all, Vivian is still young, the remaining matters will rely on you." The sword puppet immediately straightened his body. "Yes, master." Then he hesitated and asked, "Master, when will I see you again?" Lin raised the corner of his mouth. "Not too long. After 1,000 years, the gods are about to descend. Although my strength hasn't reached its peak yet, I've spent a full 1,000 years comprehending the laws and have made some small achievements. Once they come down, I will make them pay for the blood feuds of the past." Lin squinted, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. The sword puppet also focused instantly, gritting his teeth. "Don't worry, master, if you need me, I will follow your footsteps at the first opportunity. I didn't participate in that divine war 1,000 years ago, but this time I absolutely won't miss it." Lin nodded, feeling very gratified. He turned around, about to leave. Then he suddenly paused and patted his pocket. Almost forgot the matter of using the shiny gold from his master's little treasury for healthcare yesterday. Little puppet. Lin coughed and said, "Master is a bit tight on funds lately. Can I borrow a few hundred gold coins?" The sword puppet was instantly stunned. Then he hurriedly fumbled up and down. "Master, you are killing me. How can a master borrow money from his own puppet? I am all yours, not to mention." Then he froze. "I have no money." An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Somewhere on the continent, a dark and towering temple. Massive obsidian pillars stood firm on either side, forming a long corridor. The thorn witch Freya gritted her teeth, struggling to move her body, step by step towards the central hall. "Freya, you have failed." A voice devoid of any emotion echoed. Atop the central platform stood a woman wrapped in a pitch-black cloak, looking down indifferently at the thorn witch. "Do you know how much effort we expended to gain this opportunity? To divert the attention of Winter Spring Valley, we exposed the ancient elven ruins, and to prevent other high-ranking beings from noticing this operation, we sacrificed so many resources and manpower at the border of the continent. Do you understand?" The thorn witch bit her lip, lowering her head, not daring to utter a word. Originally, everything was progressing according to plan. In the west, far from Moon Orchid City, they used the excavated ancient elven ruins to divert the gaze of Winter Spring Valley. They created incidents at the border, forcing the powers in the heart of the continent to shift their focus elsewhere. Even summoning the Blood Domain Demon Lord was a great success. They were just one step away. The Blood Domain Demon Lord could obtain half of the divine essence of the Violet Lord, and once it secured the divine essence and returned to the abyss, the prepared servants of the Abyssal Demon Lord would immediately act to seize the divine essence. This was their ultimate plan. Everything was to awaken the Abyssal Demon Lord from its endless slumber. But the plan failed. The thorn witch bit her lip until it almost bled, her eyes filled with hatred, saying, "Your Excellency, this time it was my negligence, but I truly did not expect that within Moon Orchid City, there would be such a being of that level hidden. Even the Blood Domain Demon Lord of that rank was not a match." Her face was filled with bitterness, yet she felt a wave of helplessness. Because they were so close, the great Demon Lord they served could very well reappear. As a fellow demigod, the Demon Lord would surely be very pleased. A long sigh escaped. The woman on the platform slowly removed her hood, revealing long ears and silver hair. She turned around, raising her head, her red eyes gazing at the tall and eerie statue behind her. It was a man clad in bone-colored armor, wielding a giant sword, sitting upon a throne. He had his eyes closed, his face beneath the helmet of void, and the enormous demonic wings seemed to represent endless power. Merely sitting there, merely as a statue, evoked an impulse to worship. This was the foremost of the 10 demon lords of the abyss. Known as the Foundation of Hell, a fallen angel, the first demon king to unify the entire abyssal plane. Lucifer Lin. She gazed at the name inscribed in abyssal script beneath the statue. The silver-haired witch took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with a nostalgic light. Before her lay great tomes representing their ancient heritage on the pedestal. The millennium history of the demon lord's maidservant core notes on the daily life of Lord Lucifer, the strict selection of maidservants and the moral education from a young age, the correct way to be overthrown by a domineering demon lord, secret edition. With a swift motion, the silver-haired witch quickly and discreetly hid the last little book. She maintained a dignified expression, her red eyes shifting to Freya, saying, "What happened in Moon Orchid cannot be entirely blamed on you, but Freya, I hope you do not forget the original intention of our order." The Thorn Witch's body trembled slightly as she bit her lip and said, "Yes, Captain." The silver-haired witch turned around, looking down at her with indifference, and said, "Tell me, what are we?" The Thorn Witch raised her head, standing up straight with effort, gritting her teeth as she declared, "We are the most loyal maids of His Majesty Lucifer, the left and right arms of His Majesty Lucifer, the strongest maid group serving the first demon lord of the abyss." The silver-haired witch paced, her tone indifferent. "That's right, you must remember, no matter where we are, no matter what our identities are, we are the most loyal maids of His Majesty Lucifer. Although His Majesty Lucifer has been asleep for 1,000 years, as long as we exist, we will never allow anyone to challenge His Majesty's authority. What is our motto?" The silver-haired witch suddenly turned around, speaking sternly. The witches on the high platform removed their hoods, their eyes filled with fervor, and shouted in unison, "Forever serve His Majesty Lucifer." The silver-haired witch nodded, her eyes softening, clearly satisfied. They were the abyssal cult that spread fear across the continent, the witches that the world despised. But only the core members knew their true identity. They were the first combat maid group under His Majesty Lucifer, the personal maids and reserve harem of the first demon lord of the abyss. A glimmer of memory sparkled in her eyes. She vaguely remembered. Over 1,000 years ago, she was a frail little sprite lost in the abyss. If it weren't for meeting the great His Majesty Lucifer, she might have already perished at the hands of chaotic demons. She still vaguely remembered. His Majesty loved to sit on the throne, lost in thought, gazing indifferently at the endless sky. That lonely and melancholic aura was something she found hard to forget even now. She remembered. His Majesty particularly enjoyed a fruit from the mortal realm called strawberry, and during his leisure time, he would quietly savor it in his study while they, the little maids, stood respectfully by his side. What a warm and tear-jerking time that was. She turned her head, looking at the strawberry statue revered as a totem not far away, her eyes filled with fervor. She remembered. When she had just become a member of the maid group, she was responsible for trimming His Majesty's nails. Once, due to her clumsiness, she accidentally cut His Majesty's nails too short, and she was so frightened that she almost cried, thinking His Majesty would punish her. But His Majesty only gently patted her head. "It's okay, take your time." Thinking of this, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. What a gentle voice, showing such tenderness to someone so humble and weak. From that moment on, she vowed to serve His Majesty Lucifer forever, to become his personal maid, and if possible, to offer her body. So she even started learning various positions from a young age. But who could have imagined? 1,000 years ago, during the time when the Violet Lord of the main world was battling the gods, His Majesty would suddenly fall asleep, and he had not awakened until now. There is no greater pain in the world than having learned all the positions but having no opportunity to use them. She took a deep breath, sorrowfully wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. After a long while, she restored her solemn demeanor. She turned around and spoke down to her, "Freya, although this failure is not entirely your fault, you cannot escape responsibility. In the name of the captain of His Majesty Lucifer's first combat maid group, I temporarily relieve you of your position as the vice-captain of the reserve maid group. Go and clean the toilets in His Majesty's magic palace for a month. Do you understand?" Freya trembled, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "Captain, I. The silver-haired witch looked down indifferently and said, "You should know that the members of the first maid corps are the elite of the elite, the reserve harem of His Majesty. Whether in appearance or ability, they must reach the pinnacle of excellence. Since you have failed, you must obey the organization's arrangements. Do you understand?" Freya gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, Captain, for the glory of His Majesty." Meanwhile, in Winter Spring Valley, inside the Mage Tower, Naneko's face was flushed, one hand gripping her ponytail, the other pressing on the button of her chest, saying, "Disciple, do we really have to do this? It will hurt." In Naneko's bedroom, on the soft big bed, she sat on the fluffy mattress, her little face red, her eyes flickering shyly. Her small body squirmed as she sat there, her hair sticking up in all directions. Lin said seriously, "Master, hurry up, lie down, it won't be good later, it really doesn't hurt." Naneko's face turned even redder. But that position is really embarrassing, and having to do it from behind. Lin took a deep breath and said, "Master, it really is fine, trust me, it will be over in a snap." Naneko squirmed, blushing, "But Master has never done this before, and that thing, it's hot, I don't like it. Damn it, I'm so angry." Lin couldn't hold back any longer, holding a cupping jar and matches, feeling exasperated. "It's just a cupping therapy. It just sucks out all the cold air from your body. It's that simple. And Master, can you stop making that kind of expression? If someone didn't know better, they would think I was doing something else to you." Fuming. I know. Disciple, don't be so fierce. Naneko pouted, flopping onto the bed like a salted fish, hugging a pillow, her eyes full of despair. Lin shook his head in frustration. Skillfully taking out the magical powder, he tossed it into the cupping jar and lit a match. Then he aimed for the spot. Pop-ing. Naneko's eyes widened, instinctively biting her ponytail. Lin shook his head, his eyes deadpan. "About 10 minutes, I'll give you a few more, the cold air will come out quickly." They had been back in Winter Spring Valley for several days. During this time, many things had happened outside, but most of them had little to do with them. Basically, on the second day after they left, Winter Spring Valley and the major forces of the continent sent many representatives to Moon Orchid City to understand the situation of the demon invasion. The specific details were unknown. However, from the news released in the past few days, it was mostly regarded as a miracle displayed by the gods. But surely many people still did not believe it. But that had nothing to do with them. After experiencing the battle with that demon sorcerer, Naneko felt deeply that her strength was weak. So after returning to Winter Spring Valley, she immediately wanted to break through the forbidden spell and master more powerful frost magic. And the result? No surprises. She was completely backfired, the magical energy backflowed, her body was invaded by cold, and she would definitely be weak for a few days. "Don't move, there are a few more cupping jars, it will be ready soon." "Oh, Omega?" Naneko replied. Pop-ing pop whoop pop, it hurt so much. Finally, after 7 or 8 rounds of cupping therapy, Nanako felt completely powerless, little stars spinning above her head as she lay limply on the pillow, her silly hair drooping down. Her gaze was hazy as she murmured, "It feels like my body has been hollowed out." "Of course. How foolish, Master Dog. You are just a mere city-level mage now. Why are you practicing forbidden spells? There are royal-level mages above city-level mages, who besides the protagonist can leap 2 ranks to challenge a forbidden spell mage? Do you think you are a genius like my disciple?" As expected, the lowly master was as unreliable as ever. Lin was exasperated. Nanako's silly hair twitched angrily. "No. Don't underestimate the master. The master will teach you a lesson." But because her body was too weak, she could only lie there, unable to discipline her disciple. Soon, she slumped down again, blowing at her bangs and murmuring, "Nanako also wants to become stronger, but it's not that simple. Even though I'm a city-level mage, I still feel so weak." She immediately recalled the scene from her battle with that demon sorcerer. That sense of helplessness made her feel utterly dejected. Although she was already a steward of Winter Spring Valley, still. At that moment, Lin's voice echoed in her mind. "Sai, let's go with ice morning meditation. Although it's just a royal-level technique, it should be enough if the master practices it." Nanako's silly hair perked up instantly. Her attention shifted to what was behind her. As expected, I was too soft-hearted. I can't bear to see the blue-haired lowly so dejected, so I'll help a little. But how can I teach the lowly master without her suspecting me? This is really a headache. After hearing this, Nanako's eyes widened. What? Her disciple. He wants to help the master increase her strength. How touching. Ice morning meditation. I remember now, that does seem to be a royal level technique. But I'm still just a city level mage. Even if I get that technique, I won't be able to use it. As the steward of Winter Spring Valley, she was well aware. Because the secret technique was indeed in the magic library of Winter Spring Valley. So even if her disciple got her this meditation method, it wouldn't be of much use to her. Master, it's time for porridge. Unaware that her thoughts had been overheard, Lin picked up a bowl, gently blew on it, scooped up a spoonful of hot porridge, and opened her mouth, saying, "Amu." Nanako opened her mouth wide, glanced at Lin, and then took a big bite. Make sure to cover yourself well and rest properly. Don't casually practice forbidden spells for the next few days, Lin said, blowing on the hot porridge. Otherwise, your condition will worsen. I know, Nanako replied, moving her silly hair in exasperation. She always said that. Seriously, clearly, I am the master. Why do I have to be treated like a child by my disciple every time I fall ill? It's really frustrating. Rather than this, I might as well think more about that technique from earlier and let the master eavesdrop properly, Nanako muttered. Then, like a caterpillar, she wriggled a few centimeters toward the head of the bed. She reached out to grab the ice cream cone on the bedside table. Smack! Lin's spoon hit her little hand. Ouch! No eating cold things, Lin said sternly. Eating cold things now will only worsen the coldness in your body. Don't you want to recover sooner? Nanako covered her red hand, feeling wronged, and said, I know, I just won't eat it. Don't use such a harsh tone. Speechless, you've gotten yourself into this state, and yet you still don't take care of your body properly. You seem indifferent to your illness, but it's me who feels heartache every time, okay? If it really comes to it, damn it, I'll just knock you out tonight and perform a high-level healing spell. Master, even if you explode, I'll bring you back. Nanako blared, ready to grind her teeth, but she suddenly froze. Heartache. She glanced at Lin, who was seriously feeding her porridge, and was momentarily dazed. Then, when Lin's gaze turned towards her, she quickly shook her head and turned away. Her eyes widened. A wisp of white vapor instantly rose from her head, and her mind buzzed. Hey, so, is it because I feel heartache for Master that I take such good care of myself every time I fall ill? Hey, this is the first time I've heard my disciple say something so caring. Lost in thought. Master, why did your face suddenly turn red? Lin was taken aback. Nanako jolted, quickly coming back to her senses, glaring with wide eyes, and said, I didn't. Master, you should drink your porridge. Don't say strange things casually. Feed me. Damn it. Nanako, stop overthinking. It's the kind of heartache a disciple feels for their master. It's filial piety. It's not some weird thought. No. Soon, night fell. Lin lit a candle, sat at the table, holding a quill, and focused intently on the notebook in front of him. Swish, 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 his quill moved with seemingly divine assistance, writing one magical formula after another at a dazzling speed. If there were other wizards present, they would surely be incredibly shocked by this scene. The meticulous calculations and various complex deductions seemed as simple as elementary school math under his hand. After a long while, Lin took a deep breath, satisfied as he picked up the notebook and said, This will do. Although the lowly master is a broken city-level mage, with the meditation technique I've specially modified for her, it's not impossible for her to touch royal-level spells. The title Ice Whale Meditation could be faintly seen written on the cover page of the notebook. Immediately, a smile crept onto Lin's lips. He had already thought of the specific method. Teaching others without wanting to expose his identity is a trope that's been overused in fantasy novels from his past life. Although this is reality, it can still be applied. All he had to do was pretend to be some great existence, then drag the lowly master in, saying she won the lottery and gained his protection, right? In fantasy novels, don't the protagonists often accidentally stumble into some high-energy realm, and then inadvertently gain the favor of some senior? This trope can work for him too. Lin's lips curled into a smile. He was almost impatient to see the awe on the lowly master's face when she encountered him. So, let's find a place first. With that thought, Lin reached out and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next moment, Lin's body vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the ice plain, inside an ancient palace blanketed in snow and ice, the powerful Ice Lord, the ruler of the ice plain, the great master of storms and frost, sat on his ancient throne, looking down at his territory with satisfaction. His name was Eamon, an ancient and powerful ice dragon. Ever since the Divine War 1,000 years ago, he had fled to the endless depths of the abyss, and ultimately became the true ruler of this place. The frost giant dragon smacked its lips, looking down with satisfaction at the endless wind and snow. It should be this easy and comfortable, if it weren't for some irresistible reasons. Who would really want to be someone else's lapdog? It laughed heartily, very pleased with the palace it had spent a full 1,000 years building. Look at these tall stone pillars. Look at this sturdy throne. Look at this boundless snowy landscape. Only such a palace could match its current noble status. Then it recalled the unbearable past from over 1,000 years ago, remembering that detestable fellow it had to cater to every day. Yes, even dragons have their own painful pasts. But it was not an ordinary dragon, it was one of the mounts of the Dragon Clan's regent, the most capable intermittent ruler beside the young emperor plus a royal relative. Back in the day, it had relied on its unparalleled skills and flattery to stand out among countless dragons and successfully rise to power. But who knew that less than 500 years later, the regent of the Dragon Clan would entangle the entire continent's power, trying to resist the gods. Such a thing was impossible to win, just thinking about it. So, when that great battle was about to fail, it decisively fled, running away without looking back. And then it had survived here for 1,000 years. The Eamon dragon smirked, saying, "This is true wisdom and self-preservation." Of course, this dimension was not the first one it had discovered. It was one it had stumbled upon while traveling with the regent. As the regent's #1 lapdog, upon noticing that the regent quite liked this place, it immediately proposed to build a palace here, for the regent to come and enjoy the scenery when bored, and to conveniently scam some funding. Ha 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 ha. The Eamon dragon laughed heartily. What a pity. Such a great place, you old thing will never see it. It is only worthy of the great Lord Eamon to enjoy. It was worth the entire 1,000 years I spent completing this epic wonder. It laughed wildly, feeling quite joyful. But at that moment, crack, a loud sound. Suddenly, a wave of distortion appeared in the space of the palace's hall, and the next moment, a figure of a young boy appeared in the empty hall. An intruder? Eamon was instantly shaken. It turned its head sharply, spreading its massive wings, its gaze instantly landing on the figure that had suddenly appeared in the hall, snarling, "Who dares to invade Eamon's territory?" Roar, with a great flap of its wings, it flew forward, its enormous body landing right in front of the boy. Boom! Endless snow and ice flew about. Lin stood there, staring with dead fish eyes, looking around, and then his gaze fell upon the large and fierce dragon. Lin was momentarily stunned. It looked somewhat familiar. Eamon coldly looked down at the suddenly appeared human, examining him from top to bottom. A human? Interesting. He didn't seem like a minion sent by the gods to eliminate me. Could he be a Star Realm Ranger? Indeed, many powerful human mages like to travel across various dimensions. Or perhaps a lost soul? That was also very possible. Every year, many beings from the main world accidentally enter spatial rifts and are transported to various dimensions. But no matter what, a cold smile suddenly tore across its face. Since you've come here, you have no say in the matter. The great Eamon hadn't had blood food in a long time, but just at that moment, Xiao Ai? You are Xiao Ai, right? Lin said in surprise. In an instant, it was as if the wild wind had come to a halt. The smile on the Eamon dragon's face instantly froze in place. This incredibly annoying title is. Lin carefully discerned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, immediately falling on the collar around his neck. Although somewhat worn, it was still possible to clearly see the line of text he had personally engraved back in the day. Lin's exclusive mount, adorable little AI shoes. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Lin laughed heartily, exceptionally joyful, slapping his thigh to express his delight at this long-awaited reunion. I was wondering why I couldn't find you later. Turns out you sneaked off here. If I hadn't suddenly thought of coming to check this place out, I wouldn't have known you were hiding here. Just your style. Crack, a barely noticeable sound of something cracking. Eamon the dragon stared blankly at the spot where he had just been slapped. It felt like a fracture. Buzz, his mind went blank in an instant, the entire dragon dazed. This strength, this incredibly annoying tone. Could it be? You are Lin, he shouted in terror, instantly spreading his wings. You're still alive. Lin crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Of course, how could I possibly be dead? It's just. Lin corrected his wording, hesitating. Are you sure you want to call me by my name directly? Eamon trembled all over. No, absolutely impossible. He couldn't possibly still be alive. He hadn't been a sycophant for many years, and he would never call him that title again. He had dignity. He had the pride of a dragon. Eamon, you must be strong. You must not be afraid. You absolutely cannot yield again. Daddy! Eamon humiliatedly lowered his proud head, reluctantly calling out the damn title he had escaped from for 1,000 years. Remember the past. Remember the past. Lin's eyes instantly became misty. He vaguely remembered. When he went to the Dragon Clan's regency, he encountered this ice and snow giant dragon. At first, Lin didn't want to pay him any mind, but that little mouth was just too sweet, calling him daddy and saying he was his grandson. It was so comforting. Thus, under his persistent pleas, Lin had no choice but to make him one of his mounts. Just thinking about those days made Lin smile unconsciously. This was his favorite little jester back then. What a fate! It really is fate. Lin wiped his moist eyes, feeling somewhat moved. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land truly makes one want to shed tears no matter where they are. Eamon said, yes, I'm very moved too. No, I'm not moved at all. I really don't want to see you again. I haven't been a sycophant for many years. Didn't you die? Weren't you killed by the gods 1,000 years ago? Why do I have to see you here again? Oh heavens! He wanted to cry out loud. Lin, unable to contain his smile, said, So, little AI shoes, what are you doing here? You looked very happy just now. Eamon said, Where? I thought after Daddy was killed, I suffered for a whole 1,000 years, calling your name in my dreams every day, hoping you would return once more. I dream about you. I miss my dearest daddy. Why on earth? I clearly haven't been a sycophant for many years. Why can I still be so fluent in flattery? Amon pointed at the palace and said, "Look, Dad, this palace is something I arranged for you while you were still alive, so you could come here to enjoy the scenery when you had the time. In fact, over the past 1,000 years, I have painstakingly built this for you, all so that one day you could return." Looking at the magnificent palace, Lin was immediately moved. "Good child, truly my good child. You have a kind heart." Amon was already crying. Why did he not think this way in his heart? Yet his mouth spoke so fluently. "I have finally built a palace over 1,000 years. It was just completed yesterday, and I haven't even had the chance to admire it." Lin wiped away his tears of emotion, smiling through his tears, as expected of my favorite mount, your filial piety. Amon trembled instantly. Did he understand? Did he understand? Did he? Lin said with tears in his eyes, "Dad will reluctantly accept it. But you should find a good location to build one for yourself too. You can't suffer." Amon said, "Not suffering, not at all. Thank you for your grace, Dad, I'm about to cry." Why can I say such words of gratitude so fluently? This palace was clearly built for myself. God, go play first. Lin waved his hand, his eyes misty. "Go find a good location, I still have some things to do, and later we can have a good chat." Amon said, "Okay, Dad, take care." Then, under Lin's tearful gaze, Amon flapped his enormous wings and flew away crying into the distance. Lin wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, feeling deeply moved. How coincidental. It really is too coincidental. To meet my heartfelt little loyal follower again has instantly added a different hue to my boring life. Is this fate? Lin wiped away the moisture, took a deep breath, and sat forlornly on the high throne. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. His body instantly radiated a burst of light. In the next moment, he transformed into a mysterious ruler, tall and holding a staff, with ice-blue divine light flickering in his eyes. A goddess who looked incredibly powerful. Now I just have to wait to drag the lowly master in. The reason for transforming into a goddess was, of course, very intentional. After all, after experiencing what happened with Vivian, Lin deeply realized that a strong and handsome male could easily steal a young girl's heart. Therefore, to prevent his lowly master from falling for someone else, transforming into a goddess was very reasonable. This was the result of his careful consideration. I'm simply a genius. Of course, Lin also considered transforming into other non-human forms, but he was afraid of scaring his lowly master, so it had to be this way. Lin smiled slightly, holding the staff, divine light above his head, and said, "Just missing the lowly master." Meanwhile, in the mage tower, Nanako lay on her soft bed, the blanket covering her face, revealing only a pair of sapphire-like eyes, sometimes covering her face, sometimes peeking out to look outside. So, how is the disciple going to teach herself? It can't be that she wants to sneak in and knock Nanako out. Then, Nanako widened her eyes, her small hands clutching the blanket, covering her mouth, her face flushed. Then she quickly shook her head, angry face, saying, "No way, my dear master is still sick. I definitely won't do something like knocking her out." The cold moon hung high. Nanako's feeling of drowsiness gradually enveloped her, her eyelids slowly drooping heavily. "I should just sleep first," Nanako murmured as her eyelids drooped. "It's already too late." Soon, she fell into a deep slumber, the steady sound of her breathing filling the room. Time flowed slowly in her dreams. But in the next moment, a mysterious and ethereal voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Nanako, Nako, Ko." The echoes resonated. In a hazy vision, she felt as if she were in a world of ice and snow, looking around in confusion, surrounded by biting winds and snow. Then that mysterious and gentle figure spoke again in her ear. "Come here, here, Re." Nanako gazed blankly in the direction of the voice, as if drawn by some kind of summons, being pulled toward that direction. Am I dreaming? Where is this place? Who is that voice? With a bewildered expression, Nanako trudged step by step through the snow, struggling toward that direction. She didn't know how long it had been, but the wind and snow gradually dissipated, and her surroundings suddenly opened up. Nanako was instantly shocked. Before her stood a massive and towering city of ice and snow, appearing before her in a bewildering manner. It was more magnificent than any castle she had ever seen. Even the highest mage tower in Wintergrasp seemed like a child's toy in comparison. Roared in the distance, a gigantic ice dragon soared through the sky, blocking out the sun. Nanako instinctively took a few steps back, her face filled with disbelief and astonishment. Is Nanako dreaming? What an incredible realm! Like a fantastical journey, Nanako, with a face full of confusion and anxiety, slowly stepped into this desolate land of snow and wind. Guided by that mysterious and ethereal voice, she arrived at the enormous castle, and in the next moment, she saw a goddess surrounded by swirling ice and snow on the high throne deep within the castle. You are, Nanako exclaimed in shock, her heart trembling. The moment she laid eyes on that being, she knew that this existence that had summoned her was definitely not an ordinary one. Divine light filled the air, swirling ice and snow, pure and vast magical energy and frost. Even if she were told that she was a goddess, Nanako would absolutely believe it. The goddess slowly revealed a gentle smile, her voice ethereal and resonant. I am the ruler of ice and snow in this world, Nanako. It is I who summoned you to my realm. Nanako's body trembled instantly. Ruler? As a broken city-level mage from Wintergrasp, she was very clear. To claim the title of ruler meant that one had reached the pinnacle of a certain field, an existence that could look down upon all living beings. But, how could this be possible? She was just an ordinary broken city-level mage. How could she be summoned by such a powerful being? Nanako immediately became anxious and said, "What do you want? I'm just an ordinary girl, I have nothing." The goddess slightly curled her lips and said, "Don't be nervous, child. I mean you no harm. In fact, I have been watching you for many years." Nanako was taken aback. Watching me? The goddess slowly stood up and walked gracefully, saying, "Yes, you are a very talented girl. In fact, you are not ordinary. Perhaps you do not even realize it, but your soul is actually much stronger than most beings in this world." Nanako trembled instantly. Spirit, soul. Nanako's soul is stronger than that of other beings? No way. If that's the case, why doesn't Nanako feel anything at all? Could this be the reason why this ice and snow sovereign summoned herself? Nanako said in confusion, "Senior, I don't understand. I don't feel anything special compared to others." The goddess smiled slightly, elegantly stating, "You are cuter than anyone else." Nanako immediately touched the back of her head, her silly hair standing on end, laughing heartily, Where? I'm not that cute. Ha ha ha. Ha? Nanako froze, looking puzzled at the great sovereign. Oh my, I accidentally let that teasing remark slip. Covering face, Lin, you need to maintain your character. You're the ice and snow sovereign now, you can't say things like that. But I really can't help but want to laugh out loud. Master looks so silly and cute, I just want to tease her. No, Lin, you can do it. You're professionally trained, you can't laugh. Ha 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 hick. No, I absolutely can't let the lowly master suspect anything. I must hold it together. Nanako instantly stiffened in place. The goddess cleared her throat and once again restored her dignified and graceful smile. Nanako, you should actually know better than I do. You've lived for over 200 years, yet your body has remained just like this. Don't you feel even a little bit puzzled about that? Of course, it's because of the special existence of a 100-year-old lowly. Ha ha ha, did you really think that nickname was just a joke? Can't grow up, really can't grow up, silly 100-year-old lowly, you'll always look like this. Ha 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 hick. Bang! Nanako's head instantly exploded with countless so. Her face turned bright red, her eyes tightly shut, and her teeth ground together. This wicked, damn, desire to give a good beating was. She suddenly lifted her head, looking at the goddess standing elegantly and gracefully on the throne, smiling. It's that disciple of mine. Nanako instantly went crazy. What kind of joke is this? If she couldn't hear her disciple's thoughts, how could she possibly know that such an elegant and dignified goddess would actually be her own dog disciple? She originally thought she had really struck gold, having received the favor of a super big shot. It turns out, Nanako's eyes, her 24K titanium alloy dog eyes, they were about to go blind. As expected, this strategy is really nice. It seems the blue-haired lowly has been intimidated, Omega, I really didn't waste my efforts directing this scene. I even specially transformed into a beautiful goddess, so no matter how I tease her in the future, the lowly master definitely won't develop feelings for me. This goddess after all, bending someone is still too difficult? Nanako ground her teeth. Impressive, really impressive, dog disciple. To teach your master a lesson, you truly went to great lengths. You even considered the possibility of someone like Vivian. Afraid your master would be seduced away, you even specially transformed into a goddess. Just a moment, Nanako said, eyes closed, teeth clenched, barely maintaining her expression. Nanako has some matters to attend to, it won't take long. The goddess transformed by Lin was taken aback. Then, under his gaze, Nanako walked with a puff of white steam rising from her head to a nearby marble pillar. After a brief silence, bang 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 bang, a series of loud crashing sounds suddenly came from behind the marble pillar. Lin, Sigma? A few seconds later, Nanako emerged with wide eyes and a flushed forehead, hugging her arms, and then closed her eyes and said, much better. Lin looked at the marble pillar in confusion. Then, under his gaze, crack, faint cracks began to appear on the surface of the marble pillar. Lin, a brief awkward silence. The goddess that Lin transformed into cleared her throat, breaking the eerie quiet, and smiled gracefully. Nanako, from this, it's clear that you are a very special girl, and the reason I summoned you here is quite simple. She raised her head, gazing at the sky with a hint of melancholy, a trace of a smile, and a sense of relief. Because I want to find a girl who can inherit my legacy, to take my place as the new ruler of ice and snow, and that is why I chose you. Nanako widened her eyes and said, Is that so? The goddess that Lin transformed into sighed. Because I have been in this position for countless years, I have grown tired of this lonely life. I have realized, I forgot my words, Nanako. In any case, the goddess that Lin transformed into changed the subject, smiling. I want to ask you, are you willing to walk my path of magic and become a true witch who controls storms and ice and snow? Perhaps when you become a demigod, you will remember many things, and you will understand your uniqueness. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through. It was as if endless ice and snow rolled in, instantly captivating Nanako's eyes. And amidst that swirling wind and snow, she vaguely heard a faint, low voice. Promise me, Nanako, this is not a gift or a bestowal, just a poor creature's long-held wish. The next day, at a small table outside the mage tower, Nanako sat focused on a small stool, a white cloth tied around her head with the words effort written on it, her expression serious and concentrated. She held a quill and a parchment, her small brows slightly furrowed, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes writing, sometimes pausing, working very hard. It could be faintly seen. The title page of the notebook in front of her was engraved with several large characters. Ice Cry Meditation Technique. Lin sat on the other side of the table, a slight smile on his lips. Although he was also holding a pen and notebook, his mind was completely elsewhere. The blue-haired lowly seems to have suddenly become diligent. Indeed, last night's teaching was very effective. Lin immediately recalled what happened last night. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth curled up again. But blue-haired lowly, you probably never imagined that the goddess you met last night is actually your master. Ha ha ha, I really want to see the look on blue-haired lowly's face when I reveal my identity. That shocked expression must be adorable. The silly hair on Nanako's head flicked the air with a snap, grinding her teeth, taking a deep breath, a glance at Lin. She really wanted to tell her disciple, your inner voice has already exposed you completely in front of your master. But, the scenes from last night slowly surfaced in her mind, although she knew that the goddess teaching her magic was her disciple. The focused look on her face while teaching yesterday showed no signs of joking or teasing at all. She lowered her head, writing formula after formula with a feather pen. Hand in hand, she pointed out many of Nanako's mistakes. Even though Nanako struggled to understand some obscure knowledge, she patiently helped her with answers, gently guiding her to the correct meditation methods. She subconsciously glanced at her disciple across the table, then quickly lowered her head again. Disciple. Nanako rested her chin on her hand, boredly twirling the feather pen. Her eyes wandered to the side, but she still stole glances in Lin's direction from time to time. Propping her chin, she casually said, Do you think there are people in this world who are kind to others for no reason? Why is this blue-haired lowly suddenly asking such a question? Lin looked bewildered and said, Well, aside from family and lovers, others will more or less have some ulterior motives. Nanako glanced at him, resting her chin, and muttered, I see. The sound of writing began again. Suddenly, Nanako raised her head and asked another question. So what if someone suddenly appears who is kind to you for no reason? What should you do? Lin leaned back, rocking his chair, and said, Then you should be careful. Why? Nanako asked, puzzled. Lin looked at the book seriously and said, Because he might have developed feelings for you. A few days later, Winter Spring Valley Round Table Council. Andrew sat at the head of the table, frowning as he looked at the letters on the table. The letters detailed several bizarre anomalies that had occurred within the Silver Empire in recent days, which had drawn the Empire's high attention. As the Guardian organization, Winter Spring Valley also intervened in the investigation at the first opportunity. But who knew that the mages they sent out to investigate would continuously encounter various misfortunes, the most serious of which was, he took a deep breath, looking at the robust boar across the round table, and said painfully, So, you're saying you just camped outside the dead volcano for a nap, and then you turned into a pig? The pig carrot, carrot replied, Humph, gurgle, roar. The room fell silent. Andrew nodded and said, I see, so you're saying you found traces of the secret source at that active volcano and suspect that the recent anomalies nearby are related to ancient secret source mages? The pig carrot, carrot said, roar, gurgle, achoo. Andrew pondered, slightly furrowing his brows. I understand. Don't worry, I will send more people in the coming days. If it really is the king of secret sources, Winter Spring Valley will definitely not stand by. The pig carrot nodded and said, roar. Andrew nodded and said, no need to thank me. The surrounding members of Winter Spring Valley exchanged glances, especially Nanako, who stared wide-eyed, sometimes looking at the pig and sometimes at Andrew, swallowing hard and asking, Grandpa Andrew, can you understand what he's saying? Andrew replied nonchalantly, of course, as the first steward of Winter Spring Valley, mastering multiple languages is essential. If I can't even understand pig language, wouldn't that make me worse than a pig? The room instantly fell silent, as quiet as a cicada in winter. This statement made so much sense. Nanako wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Grandpa Andrew is indeed very knowledgeable. Andrew glanced around and said indifferently, is that so, Nanako? Then this task will be entrusted to you. As soon as these words were spoken, Nanako was momentarily stunned and said, why me? Andrew replied calmly, because you are an ice mage, and the location of the anomaly this time is in the volcanic region of the Southern Silver Empire, where many of the abnormal areas are related to a special flame curse, so you are the best candidate. Nanako paused and said, but Nanako doesn't understand pig sounds. The pig angrily let out a grunting noise. Andrew said lightly, isn't this a perfect opportunity to learn a new language? Nanako was left speechless. Half an hour later, Nanako, wearing a large mage hat and holding a staff, was walking towards her mage tower. Beside her was a plump, silly-looking white pig. So, Nanako covered her forehead and said helplessly, how am I supposed to communicate with you? I know you're a person, but right now you're a pig. The pig carrot said, gore, oink oink. Then it tossed off a backpack from its neck, and a thick dictionary flew out. Nanako was taken aback. She picked up the book. On it were written several large characters. Basic knowledge of various languages on the continent. Basic grammar of Wild Boar Edition author, Lin. Nanako opened the book in astonishment, her eyes quickly scanning the pages, and she exclaimed, wow, this is amazing. Someone actually made a simultaneous translation dictionary for pig language. That's incredible. The pig carrot said, Yagaga Hawaiamide. After struggling to translate using the dictionary, Nanako roughly understood what it said and hesitated. Are you saying that you have two companions who have also been turned into pigs and are now in Winter Spring Valley? You want me to find them? The pig nodded foolishly. Nanako sighed. Since she had already accepted this task, as the steward of Winter Spring Valley, she naturally had to take responsibility. Soon, the combination of one mage and one pig made their way through the bustling market in the center of Winter Spring Valley to their temporary residence. She pushed the door open, looked around, but found nothing. Are you sure they are here? Nanako asked in confusion. The pig sniffed around and then nudged the table in front of it. Grr! Nanako walked over and saw several crooked characters written on the table. We went shopping, don't worry. There was also a pig hoof print left behind to indicate their identity. Nanako. Instantly, a scene of two white pigs wearing backpacks and mage hats shopping together flashed in her mind. It was truly a bizarre image. Nanako sighed and said, they've already turned into little pigs, yet they still have the mood to go shopping. I really have to say, your two friends have such big hearts. She shook her head, turned around, and left with the big white pig, ready to find his two friends. After all, they had to go south for a mission. It would be quite troublesome without their guidance. However, it was indeed strange. Although there were indeed some magic spells in this world that could turn people into animals, usually, once the time was up, such spells would automatically lift, and the spellcasters would return to their original forms. But theirs seemed a bit different. Nanako frowned slightly, because Grandpa Andrew had already shown them that, although they still carried a heavy magical aura, there was no way to turn them back. Could it really be some kind of curse? Soon, they inquired along the way and arrived back at the market. Looking at the bustling crowd, Nanako said helplessly, Pig, don't you have any way to contact them? We can't keep searching like this. The pig shook its head foolishly. Nai shrugged her shoulders and suddenly exclaimed, wait a minute, besides us, who else in Winter Spring Valley knows their true identity? The pig paused for a moment and then shook its head. Nai tilted her head and said, so, what I'm saying is, this is a vegetable market. What would happen if they were really mistaken for pigs? Just as she finished speaking, a wave of admiration arose from the pedestrians in the distance. You know, it really is Winter Spring Valley. Even the pigs have a magical aura. Yeah, look at those two big white pigs wearing wizard hats this morning. You can tell they're not ordinary pigs. Exactly. As soon as they left the market, they were caught, squealing loudly, and taken straight to the slaughterhouse. The wind blew past Nai's dazed face. The pig beside her gaped, its black bean-like eyes equally stunned. In an instant, Nai and the pig both widened their eyes, their faces showing immense shock. You're kidding, right? Nai grabbed her ponytail and screamed, her whole being, Omega Omega, in disbelief. They can't really be slaughtered as pigs, can they? A few minutes later, running wildly, Nai and the pig stopped breathlessly in front of the slaughterhouse. Nai leaned against a stall, urgently saying, "Quick, tell me, did you catch 2 pigs wearing wizard hats and carrying backpacks not long ago?" The stall owner was taken aback, then smiled and said, "So you know." "That's right. About half an hour ago, I was just about to stroll through the market when those 2 big, fat white pigs swaggered right past me." "And then?" Nai asked, dazed. The owner rolled up his sleeves, proudly saying, "What else is there to say? They walked so arrogantly in front of a pig butcher like me. Who else would I catch? I grabbed them right away, and you wouldn't believe how loud they squealed. I had to call 7 or 8 people to carry them back." Nai, omega omega, pig, omega omega. Nai, dazed, asked, "And then you slaughtered them?" The owner was taken aback, chuckling, "Not yet. I was just about to, but then a customer came along and immediately took a liking to those 2 fat white pigs and bought them on the spot. Said he wanted to make soup." Nai was instantly overjoyed. That meant those 2 pigs hadn't been slaughtered yet? "That's great, really great. As long as they weren't killed, it wasn't too late," she exclaimed. "Quick, tell us who that person is. We have something very important to discuss with him." The owner was about to speak. Just then, the gem on Nai's staff emitted a faint glow. Immediately, she heard Lin's cheerful message. "Master, I just bought some pork and plan to make you honey-glazed pig trotters and a soup. Hurry back to eat. I'm hanging up now." A gentle breeze blew. Nai instantly froze in place. Hearing her disciple's magical message, Nai's mind went blank. She turned to the owner and asked, "Excuse me, is the customer who bought those 2 pigs named Lin in?" The owner's eyes lit up. "Yes. How did you know?" He said those 2 pigs were fat and wanted to buy them to make soup for his master and some cured meat. After a brief silence, Nai let out a sharp scream. "We're doomed. It's over. Disciple, what kind of joke are you making? How could it be so coincidental? Did you really stew 2 of our mages from Winter's Spring Valley? Hurry, let's go back. I hope we can still save them." Naiko was anxious, pulling the pig as she ran towards her mage tower at an unimaginable speed. A few minutes later, Naiko and the pig rushed madly and finally arrived in front of the mage tower. As soon as they got outside, they immediately smelled an incredibly tempting aroma wafting through the air. On the table outside the mage tower, there were 2 damaged mage hats, clearly not belonging to her or Lin. In other words, Naiko's mind went blank for a moment, murmuring, "Stewed. Did my disciple really stew them? What kind of joke is this?" Naiko was about to go crazy. Those 2 pigs were her important guides. Nothing could happen to them. Naiko was frantic. She dashed into the mage tower, kicked open the door, and shouted, "Disciple, where are you? Come out now." But just at that moment, she froze. In the hall of the mage tower, steaming dishes were laid out on the table, and Lin was walking in front of the table with the 2 pigs, enjoying the delicious food. Seeing Naiko return, Lin was momentarily stunned, then turned and smiled. "Master, you're back? By the way, we have 2 guests at home. You don't mind, do you?" The 2 pigs raised their trotters in a friendly greeting upon seeing Naiko and the pig beside her. Naiko was instantly dumbfounded. "So, what on earth is going on?" A few minutes later, "No way, this lowly can't really think I stewed them, right? What a joke. Can't I tell they were cursed and turned into pigs? But it's quite interesting. I thought the secret source magic in this world had been lost, but I didn't expect to encounter it again. If I'm not mistaken, they should be affected by the secret source fire, and it would be a bit troublesome to lift the curse." In front of the table, Naiko stared wide-eyed, secretly listening to her disciple's thoughts. Sure enough, the disciple really knew about the curse they were under. Secret source? So what exactly is this secret source? She had only heard of it from Grandpa Andrew, but she didn't know the specifics. Naiko looked strangely at the 3 polite pigs sitting across from her and Lin, then glanced at the table filled with roasted pork, honey-glazed pig trotters, and other dishes. "Disciple, although I know they are also mages from our Winter's Spring Valley, they are human. But in this current state, is it really okay to gnaw on pig trotters with 3 pigs? One of the pigs, 00, put down its trotters, raised 2 fingers, and said, "Humph humph, gulu gulu." Lin nodded and said, "Yeah, I understand. Don't worry, I won't spread the word about you being turned into pigs. Since my master took on this task, I believe she will definitely help you investigate." Another pig, Carrot, said, "Hohaya, gulu gulu." Lin smiled, "No need to thank me. It's what I should do. After all, it wouldn't be good if you really got treated as pigs." He. Naiko? Naiko was completely bewildered. Watching her disciple and the 3 pigs communicate effortlessly in 2 languages, she suddenly felt troubled by her own normalcy, often unable to integrate into her surroundings. Nanako exclaimed in shock, "So, you can actually understand what they are saying?" Lin put down his knife and fork, chuckling, "I have a basic understanding. After all, I'm also a magician. It's necessary to master multiple foreign languages. If I can't even understand the words of a pig, wouldn't that make me worse than a pig? Nanako? Why does this sentence seem so familiar? Hey, are you indirectly insulting me, disciple? Angry. Since Master has accepted the commission to investigate this matter, I now have a reason to go and take a look. The fools in Winter Spring Valley still don't understand the terror of the King of Secret Sources. If the King of Secret Sources really has revived, then it shouldn't just be little Master who is sent. However, if it's just a ruin he once stayed in, then it doesn't matter. But I really hope that guy has revived. We fought side by side 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later, I believe he would definitely not refuse the invitation of an old friend like me. Lin gulped down an entire bowl of soup, looking very pleased. Meanwhile, Nanako was shaken all over. The implication of her disciple's thoughts was, he knows the so-called King of Secret Sources, and he even fought alongside the King of Secret Sources 1,000 years ago? Was it that divine war? They once faced deities together? Nanako immediately felt she had obtained very important information. Soon, after finishing the meal, Nanako rode her broom, adjusting her large wizard hat, briefly left the wizard tower, and quickly rushed to the magical library in Winter Spring Valley. After searching for a long time, she finally found some relevant historical books. The top 100 forbidden existences of the Violet World author, Shuang Mu. She quickly opened this ancient book covered in dust. On the table of contents, many names of ancient beings were listed in rows. 1. Lord Violet, Lin Violet 2. First Demon Lord of the Abyss, Lucifer Lin 3. Eternal One Pale Dragon King, Regent of the Dragon Clan. 4. Sea King, Forbidden Sea? Swish, swish, swish. Nanako stared wide-eyed, rapidly flipping through page after page of introductions to those forbidden existences. Finally, in the last few pages of the book, she saw the introduction about the King of Secret Sources. King of Secret Sources, a powerful being that has existed since ancient times, essentially a flame without any temperature, often appearing in the form of a human magician on the continent, very mysterious. He was the first to understand and master the powerful force of Secret Source, and it is rumored that the Secret Source is the extraordinary power of the previous era. However, with the passage of time, the beings of this generation have become too weak to accept the might of the Secret Source, and as the Secret Source gradually dissipated, after at least 10,000 years of change, it gradually formed magical energy, tiny particles that drift in the air, around the world. This diluted particle has also gradually become the magical energy that all modern magicians rely on. The King of Secret Sources is the ancestor of magical energy. After reading the introduction about the King of Secret Sources, Nanako was shaken all over. The ancestor of magical energy? What kind of joke is this? How could a being of this level be something Nanako could deal with? This is an existence from the same era as her disciple. No, it's even older than her disciple. Without saying a word, she immediately hugged the book and quickly rode her broom towards Andrew's wizard tower. Grandpa Andrew, Nanako shouted as she rode her broom. Then with a loud crash, she broke a huge hole in Andrew's wizard tower from midair and barged right in. Nanako greater than over equal to less than over equal to said, Nanako has something very important to ask. The wind howled past. In front of the collapsed wall, Andrew, who was soaking in the bathtub with a glass of orange juice in hand, slowly stiffened. The bathtub cracked open with a loud noise, and water splashed out everywhere. A gust of cold wind rushed in through the large opening that Nanako had crashed through. Andrew took a deep breath and said, Nanako, how many times have I told you? If you have something to say, use the front door. Don't just barge in like this. Don't just barge in. Do you know how much money I have to spend every year to repair the wizard tower that you keep breaking? Andrew was furious, and the glass in his hand cracked with a snap. Nanako's silly hair instantly shivered and shrank into her hat. She stared wide-eyed, looking dazed, and said, I'm sorry, Grandpa Andrew, I'll be more careful. Andrew gritted his teeth and snapped, You've said that at least 100 times already. Now, what is it this time? Nanako swallowed hard and immediately recounted to Andrew what she had learned from her book about the King of Secrets, sharing her concerns with him. Andrew took a deep breath and groaned, Nanako, do you really think Grandpa would give you some impossible task just to make things difficult for you? The encyclopedia you're reading is over 1,000 years old. 1,000 years ago, many of the forbidden existences, including the Violet Lord, were eliminated during the Age of Divine Descent. The anomalies of the secret source appearing now are either remnants of the King of Secrets from back then or some evil secret mages causing trouble. If it really were the King of Secrets returning, do you think I would give you this task? Nanako's eyes widened, is that really the case? Andrew gritted his teeth. What else could it be? Nanako let out a sigh, and her silly hair began to dance cheerfully again. That's great. She waved her hand, and said, Thank you, Grandpa Andrew, now I can relax. I'll get ready and set off tomorrow. With that, Nanako quickly turned around and hopped on her broom, ready to leave. Wait a minute. The repair costs for the wizard tower will be deducted from your allowance next month. You have no objections, right? Nanako instantly shivered, her eyes wide, and she dashed out in a flash. The next day, in the Southern Silver Empire, at Lake Town, accompanied by the immense power of a teleportation array, Nanako and Lin slowly materialized in the town square, followed by 3 white pigs wearing wizard hats. Is this the destination? Lake Town, not a bad name, but it's quite unexpected. I was originally looking for a reason to have my lowly master take me along on this mission, but I didn't expect her to suggest it herself. Lin stroked his chin, carrying his backpack, and curiously surveyed the surroundings. Nanako adjusted her wizard hat and glanced at Lin with her sapphire-like eyes, saying, "Disciple, I brought you here mainly to act as my translator, but you must stay close behind me and not run off, understood?" Lin nodded, full of enthusiasm. Understood. Translator for pig language? Ha! I never thought I'd have such a title one day. One of the pigs following them, Carrot, Carrot, said, "Humph, Demeho." Lin immediately cleared his throat and coughed. "Master, it says our camp in Winter Spring Valley is at a hotel to the south, and we should follow it." After saying that, the 3 pigs immediately started to trot along the empty street. "Let's go. Disciple, we need to catch up and regroup with our people first." Naiko took on the authority of the Winter Spring Valley steward, shouldering her sturdy staff, and followed the 3 pigs with a hum. But soon, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Looking at the desolate street, she said, "It's a bit strange. This town isn't small, but why is there not a single person on the street? Is it because of the unusual phenomena that have occurred in the past few days, causing the residents to be too scared to go out?" Lin nodded and said, "Master, I also find it a bit strange." He glanced up at the sky. There is a faint aura of secret source, very thin, but widespread. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a place storing a large amount of cursed secret source that has leaked out. This town has likely experienced some kind of anomaly. Soon, they followed the 3 magical pigs and saw a hotel at the end of the street from a distance. One pig, said, "Gululuyahohe, Yaji." Lin pointed at the hotel in the distance and translated, "Master, we've arrived. That hotel is our Winter Spring Valleys." But just as he was about to finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed. The window on the 2nd floor of the hotel was suddenly shattered, and a girl in a wizard's robe fell from the 2nd floor, landing heavily on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. "Stop it!" The girl struggled to get up, her face pale, trembling as she said, "You mustn't touch them. I've already told you, they are our Winter Spring Valley's wizards. You will face retribution for what you do." And in the next moment, under Naiko's astonished gaze, warriors clad in golden armor, fully armed and wielding large shields, surged out from the hotel. Their expressions were indifferent, and the shields were all engraved with a cross emblem. "Are they from the Order of the Holy See?" Naiko's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, they suddenly heard piercing screams coming from inside the hotel. One by one, white pigs were driven out of the hotel under the whips of the golden-armored warriors. It was faintly visible that their bodies were covered in various bloodstains. Crack, the barbed whip struck them instantly, leaving a gruesome gash. "Stop it!" the wizard girl screamed, trying to rush over, but was immediately kicked away by the leading warrior. "The Holy See has issued an order." Accompanied by footsteps, a cold female voice slowly came from inside the hotel. "This town has been cursed. All cursed individuals must be uniformly monitored and isolated. Since you refuse to cooperate, we can only use force." A woman in a golden robe, holding a magnificent staff, stepped out. Her eyes emitted a faint golden glow, and she radiated a holy aura. The wizard girl gritted her teeth and said, "You are going too far. They are wizards from Winter Spring Valley, here to help the residents. You are too afraid to venture into that volcano, and our people risked their lives to investigate, and now you treat us like this? Aren't you afraid of offending Winter Spring Valley?" The blonde woman replied indifferently, "What is Winter Spring Valley?" Just as her words finished, an angry lowly voice suddenly rang out. In that instant, an ice shard shot through the air, directly aimed at the woman. Whoosh, it was incredibly fast. But just at the moment when the icicle was about to fall on the woman, a golden-armored warrior shouted and rushed to her side, raising his shield. Boom! A burst of golden light radiated from the massive shield, instantly engulfing the icicle. "You despicable scoundrels!" Nanako charged over angrily, waving her small hand as a chilling storm swept toward them in an instant. "Get away from Nanako! Raise your shields!" the warrior shouted. In an instant, shield after shield formed a wall. Boom, the fierce winds swept through. But that terrifying gale only pushed them back a few steps before being immediately swallowed by the golden light emanating from the massive shield. "Lady Nanako?" The young sorceress's eyes lit up as she looked at the furious twin-tailed girl, feeling as if she had seen hope. Nanako quickly rushed over, pulling the sorceress behind her, gritting her teeth as she faced the woman. "Lady Nanako, please be careful." The young sorceress glared at the warriors and said, "They are the elite enforcers of the Order's Inquisition. Our magic is unlikely to work on them." Wow, what a narrow path for enemies. I never expected to encounter the minions of the gods here. Enforcers? Interesting, just because they inscribe some high-level exorcism runes on their gear, they dare to call themselves enforcers? Lynn smiled slightly, tossing a pistachio into her mouth, and swaggered over with her backpack. The blonde woman looked down coldly at the suddenly appearing Nanako and her group, saying, "High-level sorceress from Winter Spring Valley?" Nanako replied fiercely, "Nanako, the 7th steward of Winter Spring Valley. And who are you to touch my people?" The blonde woman said indifferently, "Saint Anna, Archbishop of the Order. I am here on the church's orders to investigate. I'm sorry, but this town will be under my full control. Since you are the steward of Winter Spring Valley, then take your people and leave, or don't blame me for being ruthless in enforcing the law." Wow, such an impressive tone, amazing. If it were my old self, even if I didn't kill you, I would strip you naked and toss you in a pig cage. I really have become quite arrogant. Lin chewed with a smile, looking at the woman with great interest. Nanako blared at her angrily, slamming her staff heavily on the ground and pointing at her. "Oh really? What a big mouth. Nanako has grown up disliking people like you the most. Today, Nanako stands right here. Let's see what you can do to me." Saint Anna looked down at her indifferently, her fingers slowly tightening around her staff. The surroundings fell into silence. A tense atmosphere subtly spread. After a long while, a golden-armored warrior beside Saint Anna glanced at Nanako and whispered, "Your Excellency, it's better not to clash with them for now. Let's complete the task the church has given us first." Saint Anna coldly regarded Nanako. After a long time, she suddenly turned around and said lightly, "Let's go." As she spoke, the golden-armored warriors held their shields and cautiously began to retreat, preparing to leave. Seeing this scene, the young sorceress rushed forward anxiously, quickly untying the ropes from the pigs and checking their injuries. Upon seeing the gaping wounds, her eyes instantly turned red. They were not pigs. They were all living, breathing people. Nanako rushed over quickly, worriedly asking, "How are they?" The girl shed a tear, biting her lip, and said, "It's nothing, just a surface injury. Compared to those who have been trapped by them, we are much better off." As soon as she spoke, Nanako was taken aback and asked, "What did you say?" The girl bit her lip, suppressing her inner emotions, and said, "You may not know, but ever since the anomaly appeared a few days ago, the curse has spread to this small town. Many residents inside the town have been affected by those curses. And since this woman came here, in the past 2 days, she has imprisoned all the cursed individuals in the town, and those residents who resisted." Just as she was about to finish her sentence, a piercing scream echoed from the direction where Saint Anna and the others had left. With a whoosh on the street, a rogue's sword suddenly pierced the neck of a white pig that had run out from a nearby farm. "Stupid peasants!" The rogue pulled out the blade, spat, and said with disgust, "You deserve to turn into pigs. It's truly sickening." He wiped the blood off the blade with disdain and then casually followed along. Gradually, the body of the dead white pig began to emit a faint glow, eventually transforming into the corpse of a gaunt old man. Upon seeing this scene, rage instantly spread across Nanako's face. She trembled with anger. In Winter Spring Valley, she had never encountered anything that made her this furious. They are human. Even if they turned into pigs, they are still human. How dare they? How dare they? In an instant, Nanako shouted. She could no longer hold back. A piercing blue light erupted from her staff, and a fierce wind and snow swirled around her. "Omnipresent spirits of ice and snow, in the name of the Frost Sovereign, I command you." Nanako angrily pronounced each word in the incantation. "I want you to transform into blizzards and spears. I want you to become sharp blades and raging winds. I want you to tear apart all obstacles for me." In an instant, she raised her magic staff in fury, and the winds and snow of the entire sky were summoned. In a flash, a fierce gale swept in. The group of rogues at the end of the street changed their expressions drastically and turned around in alarm. "Not good," they shouted. The fact that a city-level mage like Nanako had to use an incantation in French to cast this spell indicated the power of the magic. It was clear that Nanako was truly enraged this time. Growing up in Winter Spring Valley, Nanako had hardly any opportunity to interact with the outside world. Even when she went out, it was to a civilized metropolis like Moon Orchid City. When had she ever witnessed such a disregard for human life? "Raise shields," the rogue shouted. They quickly gathered together, raising their shields, which formed a barrier, emitting a blinding golden light, with golden runes faintly visible on them. And in the next moment, the winds and clouds swirled, transforming into a massive vortex. With a whoosh, endless frost turned into countless ice swords and spears, crashing down from the sky like a grand funeral. Boom, there was a tremendous sound. the entire town trembled. The rogues were instantly forced to their knees by the immense pressure, roaring as they tried to withstand the onslaught from above. "Quick! Activate the anti-magic field," the leading rogue shouted. In an instant, the rogues clenched their fists and pounded heavily on the inside of their shields. Buzz, a deafening hum filled the air, and the runes on their shields instantly multiplied. A massive cross illuminated, then connected into a vast expanse, transforming into a gigantic golden domain. As the terrifying ice waterfall touched that domain, it immediately shattered into countless scattered water elements. The magic was dispelled. Protected in the center, Saint Anna instantly turned her head, coldly gazing in Nanako's direction and said, "I have already given you a chance. Since you do not cherish it, do not blame me." In an instant, she raised her staff and began to chant. In a moment, a ripple spread around Nanako. Her body jolted violently, and her face turned pale. She immediately felt that the omnipresent magical energy and elements around her were directly dispelled. Her magic was abruptly interrupted. This was a high-level silence spell. And just as Nanako was silenced, the anti-magic squad suddenly turned their heads, shouting loudly, their bodies instantly enveloped in dazzling golden light. "Charge!" They roared, shields raised, their speed instantly reaching its peak as they charged toward Nanako. "A mere little mage dares to provoke us anti-magic users. I see you are tired of living." The leader of the anti-magic users had a fierce expression, and with a clang, he drew his sword. They were anti-magic users. Their entire equipment was specially designed to counter mages and warlocks. This was also the reason they looked down on mage groups like the Winter-Spring Valley. But just as they were about to reach halfway, "Master, don't get so easily provoked. As a mage, there are many ways to deal with them. It's not a mage's job to just clash head-on. However, since they hate pigs so much, turning them into pigs should be quite amusing. Let me think. Secret source. I haven't touched this kind of thing in many years, I should also." And in that moment, Lynn slightly flicked her fingers from her sleeve, a barely perceptible glimmer of secret source light flashed by. Snap! In an instant, under the astonished gazes of those around, the body of the leading anti-magic user instantly transformed into a plump black pig. Nanako's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene. The young mage gasped in shock. What is happening?" But before she could finish her words, several more sounds followed. Snap, snap, those anti-magic users who had just charged halfway one after another turned into large black pigs. Oink oink, the black pigs let out terrified cries. Clearly, this sudden turn of events was something they had never anticipated. Seeing this scene, Saint Anna in the distance changed her expression drastically, retreating repeatedly, her face turning pale as she exclaimed, "Seekers? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." She suddenly raised her head, glaring at Nanako from afar, pointing at her with a twisted expression. "I know, it's you." "It's..." Snap! Before she could finish her sentence, a faint light flashed across her body. In that instant, she too transformed into a large black pig. In a moment, the entire place fell silent. Nanako and the three large white pigs beside her all gaped, staring blankly at this sudden turn of events, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. On the street, at this moment, only one terrified black pig after another remained, squealing in fear. Nanako was dazed. This. Lin was equally astonished, instinctively taking a step back, her face pale as she murmured, "A curse. Is it a curse? Damn it, I knew this cursed place was strange. We shouldn't have come here." He immediately turned to Nanako with urgency, saying, "Master, I think we should go back. It's too dangerous here." Nanako stared blankly at Lin En, observing his anxious and slightly terrified, trembling eyes. He perfectly portrayed the normal reaction of an inexperienced youth, showing not a hint of flaw. The magician girl beside Nanako was even paler, trembling as she gripped her staff, saying, "It's worse, really worse than a few days ago. The curse on this small town has developed to the point where it can turn people into pigs even during the day? Yes, it's worse. We should run. It's terrifying. If we accidentally get cursed and turn into little piglets, we won't be able to turn back. Hey, wasn't it me who turned them into black pigs?" Nanako. "So, what was that long mental monologue about? Disciple, are you a fool? You almost made your beloved master doubt that the curse was real." Instantly no longer afraid, Nanako widened her eyes and waved her hand, saying, "Everyone, don't panic. Just by looking at the breed, we can tell this is definitely an accidental phenomenon. They have done evil and are getting there just deserts, so they were cursed to become big black pigs. We have righteous hearts, and if we change, it will be to white ones." The magician girl immediately breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, saying, "Yes, if we change, it will be. But they are still pigs," the girl shouted. Nanako quietly glanced at her disciple. Indeed, so impressive. When they turned into black pigs, she didn't feel any magical fluctuations at all. Could this be the power of a world-class mage? As expected. Truly amazing. Nanako then stabilized her emotions and turned her gaze to the terrified, squealing black pigs, pondering, "Disciple, what do you think we should do? We can't just leave them here, can we?" Lin thought for a moment and then pointed to a nearby market. "Claude's Pork Shop, reward your stomach, warm your heart," a slogan above a storefront. "The black pigs, Omega Omega." Nanako's eyes widened in shock, worriedly saying, "This isn't good, selling them to a pork shop. Isn't that too cruel?" Lin extended his finger and gestured for a while. Nanako immediately swallowed hard, her small hands anxiously pinching her lips, saying, 50 silver coins for one. That's a lot. We could buy so much ice cream." The black pigs were terrified. Oink oink oink. Lin gestured for a while longer, then cleared his throat. Nanako's hair stood on end, her eyes wide and dazed, saying, "Are we raising them ourselves? That doesn't seem impossible. 1 so, 20 boars." Nanako blankly counted on her fingers, calculating, 5 at a time, 9 after 2 times. The black pig transformed from Saint Anna shook its head wildly, Omega Omega, saying, "Oink oink." The other black pigs looked at each other, suddenly quieting down. After a long while, Nanako shook her head vigorously, her ponytail flying, and poked Lin with her finger, glaring, "What are you doing? Don't casually suggest such terrible ideas to your master. They are also beings, you know, this is not good." "Beings?" Lin asked in confusion. "There are no people here." "The black pigs." A brief silence. The magician girl swallowed hard, gripping her staff tightly, saying, Yes, Nanako, I only see a group of black pigs. I don't see any people." "The black pigs, Omega Omega." The 3 white pigs nodded vigorously up and down, carrot, oh, carrot saying, roar roar hum. Nai was instantly caught in a daze. The black pigs all looked at her in terror, waiting for her response. After a long while, Nai scratched her ponytail, closed her eyes, nodded up and down, her ponytail flying, and said, "You're right, Nai is really confused. There are only pigs here. Where are the people?" Asterisk. Really? The black pigs were immediately filled with dread, letting out cries of fear. From the conversation just now, they could tell. They had reached a consensus. Run. Run fast. If they didn't run now, they would really be slaughtered like pigs. In an instant, the black pigs, terrified, started to scamper away in all directions. Seeing this, Nai could not let them go, stepping forward, pointing with her small hand, and shouting, "You despicable black pigs, not a single one is allowed to escape, disciples. Let's go. Prepare to catch the pigs." In just over 10 minutes, one by one, the howling black pigs were tied up with ropes, one after another, strung together. A staff struck the rear black pig's backside. The black pigs behind followed along. Oh. They were on the verge of collapse, but they couldn't understand. Why had they suddenly been cursed to become black pigs? Why were these few bastard mages unharmed? There must be something fishy going on. And just at that moment, a series of footsteps came from the end of the street. A soldier in armor, led by a knight, quickly approached. The black pigs trembled instantly. It was the town's guard soldiers. It was the knight commander here. It was their people. Surely, the battle they had with the mages from Winter Spring Valley had attracted their attention. They were saved. The black pigs immediately began to excitedly squeal. What happened here? A knight named Alex frowned, dismounted, and approached cautiously. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Nai glared, about to answer. Lin smiled slightly, took the Winter Spring Valley emblem from the master's hand, and said, "We are mages from Winter Spring Valley, and this is our steward Nai from Winter Spring Valley." Upon seeing the emblem, the knight was momentarily stunned. After confirming it was correct, he immediately straightened his body, performed a standard knight's salute, and said earnestly, "So it's guests from Winter Spring Valley, my apologies. I am the honorary knight of Lakeside Town and also the commanding officer here. You can call me Alex." Lin glanced at the emblem on his chest and smiled. "You are from the Order of Order?" Alex nodded, his expression solemn. "Yes, I am a knight of the Order of Order, but it's just a title. I've never had the opportunity to further my studies at the headquarters." Lin immediately understood. It seemed that Saint Anna and the others were high-ranking officials sent by the Order of Order. After arriving in this small town, they immediately took over the guard forces here. Roar roar, the black pigs let out loud cries. "Help! Help!" Bang! Lin kicked a large black pig away. Seeing this, Alex asked in confusion, "May I ask what happened here? And what are these black pigs?" Lin's expression turned serious. "It's a curse. We just arrived here, intending to meet up with our people before investigating, but unexpectedly, we encountered the ambushed secret source mages here." As soon as these words were spoken, Alex was taken aback and said, "Source mages?" Lin nodded and said seriously, "Yes, those source mages attacked us, and we had no choice but to fight back. It's just that those source mages are too strange. We really almost got wiped out by them." As he spoke, he pointed to the magical girl next to Nanako and said, "Look, how serious are her injuries?" The black pigs were all stunned. Alex frowned and pondered, "Source mages. Indeed, I have heard Bishop Saint Anna mention them. They came here because they discovered traces of the source." The black pig transformed from Saint Anna suddenly screamed, "Ow, ow, oh no. That's not it. Don't listen to his nonsense. We are the anti-magic squad." Lin stepped forward. He said seriously, "Yes, the reason we were able to survive this time was truly thanks to Bishop Saint Anna's anti-magic squad." Upon hearing this, Alex was immediately astonished and said, "You encountered Lady Saint Anna?" Lin nodded and said earnestly, "Yes, those source mages wanted to curse us, but it was Bishop Saint Anna leading the anti-magic squad who arrived just in time and helped us reflect the curses from those source mages, which is how we were saved." Then Lin pointed at the black pigs. "These black pigs are those source mages. The black pigs, Omega Omega." Nanako, she understood. She finally understood. Her dog disciple had turned the situation around completely. So strong, really too strong. Alex was even more shaken. His gaze instantly fell on the black pigs with immense disgust. He gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "I see, indeed, our church's most elite anti-magic squad, these damned pests. I will chop you all down." In an instant, he raised his great sword, ready to behead one of the black pigs. The black pig transformed from Saint Anna shouted in shock, "Ow, oh no. This isn't right. Don't listen to his nonsense. We are not source mages. I am Saint Anna, we are the anti-magic squad." But just as the sword was about to chop off the pig's head, Lin intercepted it and said sternly, "Captain Alex, hold on. Bishop Saint Anna took the anti-magic squad to chase after the fleeing source mages. She specifically instructed that these black pigs should not be killed first. We need to extract the mastermind behind this from their mouths. That is the most important thing." Alex immediately came to his senses, took a deep breath, and said complicatedly, "I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Indeed, Lady Saint Anna has considered this very thoroughly. If we can't uproot them, then just killing these few minions is indeed of no use." The black pigs were dazed. "So, are we saved? But would he be so kind? It feels like." Lin said, "Yes, we should first apply severe punishment, then torture them a few hundred times before it's too late to kill them." The black pigs, Omega Omega. "Damn it, waiting for them here." Alex nodded and said seriously, "I think so too. Brother, do you mind if I torture them a bit right now?" Lin said sternly, "Of course I don't mind. In fact, I was just thinking the same." The two successfully reached a consensus. The next moment, the gritting-toothed soldiers immediately stepped forward, grabbing each of the screaming black pigs. Then they pinned them down and beat them mercilessly. Although they couldn't kill them now, giving them a good beating was absolutely no problem. Suddenly, a series of pig-like screams echoed through the sky. Be gentle. Be gentle. Don't kill it." Lin said with concern, "We still have to interrogate it later. If it's really necessary, cast a healing spell on them before continuing. Take it slow, hit the thicker parts. Hey, that young man over there, no need for a cleaver." They beat them for a full 10 minutes. Alex's eyes were a bit misty as he stepped forward, extended his hand, and solemnly shook Linen's hand, saying, "You are a good person and a rational magician. I truly hope we can work sincerely with the Winter Springs Valley to perfectly resolve this unusual incident." Linen nodded, saying, "That's exactly what I mean." Soon, they watched them leave. Only then did Ninako and the others awaken from their stupor. "Disciple, are we really just handing the rogue squad over to them? Is that really okay? If they really extract something during the interrogation, wouldn't that mean?" Linen chuckled, "No need to worry, those who believe in the God of Order are as rigid as their deity. Getting them to believe a few pigs is harder than reaching the heavens. Of course, mainly because I cast a little spell on them. What they say, once translated, will turn into a completely different meaning. As for what it turns into, I don't know." Ninako was stunned. The magician girl beside her exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, you know so much." Linen smiled, "Of course, I've been to many places before coming to Winter Springs Valley, so naturally, I know a bit more." A little over 10 minutes later, in the underground of the church in Lakeside Town, Alex bowed to a white-clad knight in front of him and said solemnly, "Sir Knight Commander, it's these guys." Princess Saint Anna was right. The curse here is indeed closely related to the secret source magicians. They wanted to attack the magicians of Winter Springs Valley in the city, but they happened to be encountered by Princess Saint Anna, and the rogue squad bounced the curse back onto themselves. As he spoke, Alex stepped forward and stomped a few times on a black pig, disgusted. "They're just a bunch of hopeless fools." The black pigs let out desperate howls one by one. "No, it's those bastards from Winter Springs Valley tricking you. We are the rogue squad." The black pigs cried out. "What the hell, still daring to cry? I'll kill you." Alex was shocked and kicked a few more times. The white-clad knight commander raised his head and stopped him, pondering slightly. Did you see it with your own eyes? Alex clapped his hands and shook his head. Report to the knight commander. It was those magicians from Winter Springs Valley who told me directly. By the time I got there, the matter had already been resolved. The white-clad knight fell into thought. This time, the church sent Princess Saint Anna and the rogue squad here, which clearly indicated the church's seriousness regarding the unusual events here. Although he didn't know much, the rogue squad was elite warriors specifically targeting curses and magic. They might indeed have some method to bounce back curses. What about Princess Saint Anna and the others? He turned and asked. Alex clasped his fists and said, those magicians from Winter Springs Valley said that Princess Saint Anna led the rogue squad to chase after the remaining secret source magicians and hasn't returned yet. The knight commander nodded. This indeed seemed like Princess Saint Anna's style. She was a cold woman who wouldn't rest until she achieved her goals. He turned his gaze to the battered black pigs. If these were indeed secret source magicians, they would surely be able to extract a lot of useful information from them. Go and invite that druid in. I want to see what these secret source mages have to say. Yes, Knight Commander. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope suddenly burst forth from Saint Anna's desperate heart. She trembled all over. A druid! This is wonderful. She remembered that the druid was someone she had personally brought from the Holy See, with the purpose of communicating with those who were cursed. She had to tell them that she was Saint Anna. They were the Lawbreakers squad. They were the mages from Winter Spring Valley. They must be the ones who cast the curse. They had to be killed. Soon, under Saint Anna's trembling gaze, the druid she had brought here walked in. The knight commander turned around, nodded at the druid, and said, Then I leave it to you, sir. I know you are proficient in many languages, so you should be able to understand what these guys are saying. The druid replied politely, It is an honor, my knight commander. Then, the knight commander turned his head, looking indifferently at the black pig that was Saint Anna, and said, Speak. Who are you? What is your purpose in spreading curses in Lakeside Town? If you tell me, I might spare your life. Knowing her chance had come, Saint Anna immediately anxiously spoke in pig language. You bastards, I am Saint Anna, your bishop. I have been cursed by those mages from Winter Spring Valley. You have the wrong person. Idiots. The druid was taken aback upon hearing this, and then an expression of immense anger appeared in his eyes. The knight commander frowned and asked, Sir, what did she say? The druid angrily translated, She called us bastards and said she is your father, your big daddy, and that she wants to slaughter us and the mages from Winter Spring Valley, then offer us to the heavens. Saint Anna, Omega Omega, exclaimed, No, that's not right. I never said such things, don't misinterpret me. I meant to say I am Saint Anna, your. So I have encountered a tough nut to crack. The knight commander was so enraged he laughed. He had never seen anything so fearless. Coming in and claiming to be his big daddy, it seemed he had indeed been too merciful. Come here, torture them. The knight commander waved his hand and shouted, Bring out the tiger bench, force feed them chili water. I want to see if these pigs dare to be stubborn. The black pigs, Omega Omega. In the next moment, they were immediately driven into the torture chamber by the guards, where a dazzling array of torture instruments awaited them, shocking to behold. No, please, no. They screamed in their hearts, letting out a series of pig squeals, but it was of no use. Soon, the torture began. The shrill cries of pigs echoed throughout the room. After more than half an hour of torture, the knight commander coldly approached the black pig that was Saint Anna and shouted, Speak, who are you? Saint Anna let out a series of miserable pig squeals. I am Saint Anna. The druid suddenly gritted his teeth and angrily turned to the knight commander to translate, I am your father. Saint Anna, Omega Omega. The knight commander was shocked. Good heavens, what the hell? Is this bullying him because he can't wield a knife? Come here. He roared in fury, hit her. Hold her down and hit her hard. I want to see if she dares to be stubborn. Accompanied by the piercing cries, they continued to beat her for over 10 minutes. The knight commander gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you obediently tell me who you are and what you are doing, I will spare your life. Saint Anna weakly trembled and said, I really am Saint Anna. The druid instantly shivered, turned to the knight commander, and translated, She says she really is your father. The surrounding black pigs, Omega Omega. Saint Anna panicked, shaking her head wildly, screaming, No, no, don't listen to his nonsense translation. I am Saint Anna. I am Saint Anna. The druid angrily said, She says, Yes, yes, let me translate for you twice. She is your father, she is your uncle. The knight commander trembled and stepped back. I can't believe. Saint Anna was about to go crazy. She screamed, It's Saint Anna, it's Saint Anna. The druid furiously translated, It's your father, it's your uncle. Saint Anna was already crying. The surrounding black pigs were completely stunned. They could clearly feel that if before they might have been taken by death, Now it was as if they had stepped on the gas, racing towards the edge of self-destruction. And the Knight Commander was so furious that his beard was bristling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. I didn't expect you to want to be my father so much. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Punish them. Give them punishment." The Knight Commander roared. "What about that complete compendium of ancient and modern punishments? Follow the punishments in there, one by one. I don't believe they will still dare to talk back." This was simply too much. He had lived this long and had never encountered such an arrogant prisoner. This was simply not putting him in their eyes at all. In an instant, piercing screams echoed through the sky. Such a sin! Such a sin! Meanwhile, Lakeside Town. Lady Nanako, those cursed residents are locked up there. The magician girl beside Nanako angrily pointed ahead. Lin and Nanako immediately looked in the direction she was pointing. Suddenly, Nanako was shocked. She angrily said, "A pig farm? Are you saying that despicable woman locked the residents up in a pig farm after capturing them?" The magician girl said hatefully, "Yes, they said they were temporarily gathering the cursed residents who had turned into pigs, but I never expected they would really treat people like livestock." Nanako ground her teeth in fury. Those despicable guys, Nanako has no good feelings for them anymore. "I will rescue the residents right now." Saying this, Nanako fiercely grabbed her sturdy staff and angrily rushed towards the pig farm. "Oh my, this little dog Loli is too reckless. Come on, my disciple, I just went through so much effort to show you the correct way to handle things. Have you forgotten so quickly, master? The world isn't just about fighting. It's about human relationships. If something can be resolved with status, don't resort to violence." Lin was in agony. He reached out and grabbed one of Nanako's pigtails. Nanako suddenly slipped, her center of gravity shifted back, and she fell hard. "That hurts." Tears welled up in Nanako's eyes as she rubbed her little bottom, pouting, then turned her head angrily to glare at her disciple. "Disciple, don't pull master's hair." Lin helplessly walked over to help the little master up. He brushed the dust off her and gently said, "Master, now is not the time to tear our faces with the order of order. Although we are not afraid, having too many mosquitoes is also annoying, and getting dirty is not worth it." Nanako was taken aback, instinctively turning her head to avoid that gentle gaze. "Then what should we do?" Lin smiled slightly, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a badge. Illusion. A few minutes later, Nanako stared at the face in the mirror, which looked just like St. Anna's, glancing left and poking right, mumbling to herself. She really disliked her current appearance. The magical girl's eyes sparkled with little stars, and she said, "Nanako-sama is amazing. You really look just like that detestable woman." Nanako was taken aback, her face flushing slightly as she replied, "No, it's just average." That's right, illusion magic. For a magician, although later efforts would mainly focus on a specific type of magic, they would certainly know a bit about other types as well, adhering to the principle of well-rounded development in virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Illusion magic is the specialty of illusionists. However, for a city-breaking level magician like Nanako, casting a few illusions and transforming into someone else's appearance was quite easy. After a while, Nanako put her hands on her hips, her hug bouncing up with a snap, and cheerfully said, "Disciple, can we now enter openly?" Lin, with her dead fish eyes, replied, "No, master, there are too many flaws." Nanako was stunned and pulled out a mirror from her pocket, saying, "But master thinks I look very similar." Lin sighed and walked over, reaching out to grab that disobedient Ahog. In an instant, Nanako looked deflated, and the mirror in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. Lin said seriously, "Such an obvious flaw shouldn't be exposed so casually. A discerning person can see it at a glance. Who normally has something like this?" Nanako protested, "Don't touch my hair." Lin sighed again. Swiftly, she tied the Ahog into a bow to prevent it from sticking up, took out a hair tie, and snapped it onto her head, then put a hat on Nanako. This way, no matter how hard Nanako tried, the Ahog would absolutely not stand up. Nanako asked blankly, "So now there shouldn't be any flaws, right?" The magical girl nodded vigorously, saying, "I also think it's already very perfect." Lin crossed her arms and shook her head. "No, there's still one very big flaw." Nanako and the magical girl were astonished, exclaiming in unison, "Where?" Lin's gaze shifted to Nanako's chest. Nanako froze and instinctively looked down. A brief silence. There were truly no obstacles. She could see the ground instantly. It was so flat that it seemed like a Boeing 747 could land directly on it. Nanako, the magical girl's eyes lit up. Yes, it's really too small. Truly, she was Nanako-sama's disciple. Such a big flaw. She hadn't noticed it just now. It seemed that Nanako-sama's disciple often paid attention to details that others wouldn't easily notice. Lin smiled, "Master, if it's hard to change, you don't have to force yourself. After all, master, you have no experience in this at all." Ha! Asterisk? It's like asking someone who has been blind since birth to describe the outside world. It's simply unreasonable. After all, it was like this 100 years ago, and it's still like this 100 years later. The lowly master really unconsciously overlooked it. Ha 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 ha. Crack crack. Nanako tightened her fists, grinding her teeth and said, "It's just some trivial details. If Nanako wants to change, I can do it with just a little movement of my fingers." Saying this, Nanako glared, puffing up her cheeks as she extended her hand. She cast an illusion. Change. Whoosh, a burst of magical light flashed. Nanako raised her head defiantly and said, "What about now?" The magician was instantly taken aback and replied, Nanako, I think you should take a look yourself." Nanako was stunned and instinctively lowered her head. At that moment, Nanako's expression froze in place. If just a moment ago there had been a slight curve, now it was as flat as a polished lake surface. So flat that even with precise logical calculations, it was hard to find even the tiniest hint of curvature. What a joke! Nanako panicked. Again! I refuse to believe I can fail this time. Whoosh, a flash of magical light flickered. Nanako proudly asked, "What about now?" The magician girl screamed, "Wow! It's even smaller! Even smaller! Nanako!" She widened her eyes and looked down, instantly going crazy. Again! I refuse to believe that such a tiny part can defeat me, the great magician Nanako. Hashtag, whoosh, another flash of light appeared. "What about now?" Nanako gritted her teeth. The magician girl shouted, "It's gone! It's gone! It's even starting to show signs of sinking in." Nanako, Omega. After a long time, and several changes later, Lin could no longer watch. He sighed and pulled out 2 small buns from his bag, handing them to his master with pity. "Master, let's use these to cushion it. Some things can't be forced." Nanako stared blankly. "Can we use something else?" "Master, I don't want to use the small buns," because she had used them many times before. Lin touched his damp eyes and said, "All right, I'll get you something else." Then he opened his backpack. His gaze fell on the 2 watermelons inside. A few minutes later, Nanako, now resembling Saint Anna, strode towards the pig farm with Lin. The soldier guarding the gate shouted as someone approached, "Halt! By order of Bishop Saint Anna, no one is allowed to." But he hadn't finished his sentence. He immediately saw Nanako, now transformed into the likeness of Saint Anna. Instantly, they were shocked. "Saint Anna? Is this really Her Highness Saint Anna? Why does it feel a bit off? When we saw her before, she wasn't this grand. How did it suddenly become? This scale is simply heavenly. Will the center of gravity really not be affected?" They were stunned. The Saint Anna that Nanako had transformed into glanced at them and mimicked Saint Anna's cold tone, saying, "What are you looking at? If you don't want your eyes, then dig them out now." The soldiers trembled. They quickly knelt on one knee and laid down their weapons, saying, "We did not know Her Highness Saint Anna had arrived. Please forgive us." Nanako glanced at the tightly locked gate and coldly asked, "What about the residents inside?" The soldier hurriedly replied, reporting to Her Highness Saint Anna, "By your command, all cursed residents have been locked inside. We have not been negligent and guarantee that not a single one has escaped. Open the gate. I want to go in and take a look." Nanako commanded coldly. The soldier did not dare to delay. He quickly took out the key and unlocked the gate. He pushed the door open and carefully stepped back, not daring to offend this high-ranking member of the church. The surrounding soldiers were puzzled as to why Saint Anna was accompanied by 2 magicians instead of those who could break the curse, but naturally, they did not dare to ask. Stepping through the gate, the moment Nanako and the others saw the scene inside, they were instantly shaken. Even Lin couldn't help but frown slightly. Inside the large gate, a foul odor wafted through. Within the lower railing, hundreds of pigs were crammed into a muddy area, the stench making one instinctively retreat. Seeing this scene, the anger in Nanako's eyes nearly erupted. She had never witnessed such a sight. They were human. Even if they had turned into pigs, they were still human. And now, they were being kept here like livestock. Unforgivable. Nanako forced herself to suppress the anger within, speaking softly. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. What made her feel even worse was that those cursed-to-be pigs merely lifted their heads, glanced at her with murky eyes, and then numbly lowered them again. They didn't even have a look of resentment. "Disciple," Nanako said quietly, "why don't they hate me? Don't they want to kill me?" She was referring to her current form as Saint Anna. Lin took a deep breath and looked up. "I'm not quite sure, Master. No, I am very clear. To speak the truth, in a certain sense, the people at the bottom of this world are even worse than pigs, because no one cares about their lives or thoughts. They are merely tools of oppression. In my world, when oppression reaches its peak, there would at least be sparks of rebellion. But in this world, any resistance would be easily suppressed by the church and the royal family, who wield extraordinary power. To them, the royal family and the church are gods that can never be resisted." Lin turned his head, gazing intently at the trembling expression on Nanako's face. He reached out and held her cold little hand. And even if you kill a god, if you lack the courage for thorough reform, new gods will simply arise, repeating the cycle, eternally unchanged. Listening to her disciple's thoughts, Nanako bit her lip. To be honest, she had never known these things before. She grew up in Winter Spring Valley, always believing that the outside world was as beautiful as her home. As a steward of Winter Spring Valley, she had only interacted with royalty and high-ranking individuals, witnessing a life of grandeur. She had never thought. In an instant, she raised her head and shouted through gritted teeth, "You are free. I will find a way to lift your curse. From now on, no one will imprison you again." She waved her hand forcefully, and in that moment, the surrounding railings were blown apart by magical energy. Boom, the barriers collapsed. The place fell silent. Those pigs numbly raised their heads, but not a single one stepped out of the enclosure. Nanako trembled. "Go. I'm letting you go." But still, no one moved. Seeing this, Lin sighed. He stepped forward, looking at the cursed residents beneath the railing, and smiled. "Everyone, don't be nervous or afraid, you should have heard. Her Highness Saint Anna is a saint of the gods, and in the name of the divine, she now officially announces the pardon of your sins." The pigs immediately trembled all over. Then, under Nanako's trembling gaze, they knelt down, prostrating themselves in her direction. They made gurgling sounds, and Nanako could understand their meaning without translation. They were thanking. Lin closed his eyes, hands clasped, smiling. "The gods will bless you. Now go home, and don't worry about your transformation. It is merely a test from the divine. As long as you can endure this trial, you will receive the blessings of the gods." In an instant, those pigs slowly quieted down, their eyes filled with gratitude, and one by one, they began to walk out. Even when passing by Lin, they would stop and mutter a few words under their breath. Nanako's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. It was very uncomfortable, very distressing. "Why do they listen to you?" Nanako said, her eyes slightly red. Clearly. Lin patted her shoulder and shook his head, saying, "They don't listen to me, they listen to the gods." Nanako's whole body trembled as she stared blankly at his face. "Listen to the gods." Nanako silently repeated those words. She didn't speak again. The weight contained in those words pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. "This is also the reason I've always wanted to break this order. I originally thought that as long as I became the king of the entire continent, placing all beings and races under my rule, reforming from the top down, the world would be renewed. But later I realized it was useless. As long as the gods do not die, this order is eternal. Whether you are a tyrant or a benevolent king, you cannot change the structure of this world, because only the cruelty of reality can breed fervent faith. The gods will not allow anyone to break this structure, and the only two paths before you are, either become the dog of the gods, or they will take your life." Lin smiled slightly and comforted her. "Master, there's no need to think so much. Our immediate task is to investigate the cause of the curse here and find a way to resolve it. That is our job." Nanako was silent for a moment. Then she shook her head vigorously and said softly, Disciple, you are right. No matter what, solving the curse issue is what we should do now." Nanako wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes with determination. But perhaps even she did not know. A certain seed had already been planted in her heart. Perhaps it was out of kindness. Perhaps it was some kind of compassion. But, at that moment, a guard rushed in from outside, looking at Nanako, who had transformed into Saint Anna, and said anxiously, "Lady Saint Anna, those pigs have all run out. You." Nanako turned her head and coldly looked at him. The guard was immediately frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Nanako looked down at him and said, "No one will be locked up here anymore. Your task is complete. I have reached an agreement with the mages of Winter Spring Valley. From now on, the matter of the curse will be fully handled by the mages of Winter Spring Valley. You may leave." The guard immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness Saint Anna." He paused, astonished, and said, "Then Your Highness, you." Nanako coldly replied, "I still need to pursue those fleeing secret source mages and will not stay in the town for now. If anything happens, you can find this mage Lin beside me. Do you understand?" The guard immediately thumped his chest with one hand and said, "Yes, Your Highness Saint Anna, we will obey your orders. Leave." Indeed. It seems the lowly master has become serious. The group of Saint Anna has already been turned into pigs, and now they still hold the emblem left by Saint Anna. As long as Saint Anna does not appear, they can temporarily take control of this small town. During this time, thinking about how to solve the curse issue is the right path. As for that Saint Anna, if she dies, so be it, no one will care. Watching the guards leave, the young mage paused for a moment, looking at Nanako with some concern and said, "Deacon Nanako, where should we start now?" Nanako thought for a moment and said, "You tell me about the specific situation here. When did these residents start to be affected by the curse, and what happened when they were cursed. The young sorceress thought for a moment and then recounted everything she had experienced during this time to Nanako. Her name was Elena. She was a mid-level mage responsible for intelligence work in the Winter-Spring Valley area. Just a few days ago, they received information about unusual occurrences near Lake Town. To the south of Lake Town, there was a dormant volcano, and just a few days prior, that dormant volcano suddenly showed signs of activity, spewing out a large amount of volcanic ash. Nearby the volcano, many magical creatures that thrived on fire elements also appeared. Elena said seriously, after the volcano in the south showed signs of activity, we immediately ventured into the volcano to investigate the anomalies, but her expression became somewhat dejected as she continued. I believe you already know the specifics. We delved deep into the dormant volcano and discovered some ancient ruins that had been exposed due to the volcanic activity. Among them, several mages were scholars who had specifically studied ancient knowledge. Regarding the symbols on the buildings, they found that all the ruins pointed to an ancient existence, the King of Secrets. However, they did not continue to delve deeper but planned to report the situation back to Winter-Spring Valley. But they did not expect that after spending just one night camping nearby, when they woke up the next day, several of their companions had turned into pigs. Elena said dejectedly, that's how it is. Due to the anomalies, we had no choice but to return to Lake Town. But in just these past 2 days, the curse began to spread. The night before last and last night, many residents woke up to find themselves transformed into the pigs we just saw. Nanako pondered for a moment. So, this curse only appears at night? Elena nodded, then as if suddenly realizing something, her eyes widened, and she shook her head rapidly, saying, no, I think the curse must have intensified. Didn't those guys from the church just suddenly turn into pigs right in front of us? No, that was me transforming. Haha, I just mimicked some of the techniques of the King of Secrets. It doesn't count. She decisively ignored her apprentice's flippant thoughts. Nanako hesitated, since the curse appears to have a pattern. Didn't you have any sense of alertness at night? Elena suddenly shivered and said softly, we did notice the anomalies, but for some reason, after midnight, we would suddenly become very sleepy and inexplicably fall asleep. If it were ordinary people, perhaps they wouldn't feel much, but as mages, our mental strength is far superior to that of ordinary people. Yet, at midnight, we feel as if we've been cursed, unable to maintain our alertness. Upon hearing this, Nanako couldn't help but ponder. Unable to maintain alertness? Could it be due to some abnormal factor interfering? It seemed that tonight she could thoroughly investigate the town. Perhaps she could find some clues. Elena turned to look at her companions who had turned into pigs, worriedly saying, Nanako, what I'm most concerned about right now is their condition. We've tried many methods to lift the curse, but none have worked. If they remain in this state, the few mages who had turned into pigs were all in tears. Nanako frowned as well. Is there really no way to break the magic curse? Elena wiped her moist eyes and said, there's nothing we can do, Lady Nanako. Neither magic nor potions have any effect. We've tried everything. Of course, there could be no effect, because this is the secret source method, an ancient system older than magic. Using the current dynasty's sword to strike down the officials of the previous dynasty is clearly nonsense. To lift the curse of the secret source, one must approach it from the secret source itself. The systems must align first, otherwise, even if a god of magic came, it would still be nonsense. Lin crossed her arms, a smirk on her lips, remaining silent. Nainako's ahog suddenly perked up with a snap. She glanced at Lin secretly. Her disciple seemed to have many thoughts. Indeed, this time her disciple had taken the initiative to come along, clearly very concerned about the secret source appearing here. It seems that to lift the curse here, she would have to start with her disciple. A few hours later, inside the inn, Nainako quickly locked the door after returning to her original form, then swiftly lay down on the bed, covering herself with the blanket. If I ask my disciple directly, she will definitely doubt herself. Nainako's mind raced, and she said seriously, then to find a solution to the curse from my disciple, I can only approach it through her other identity. That's right. Nainako immediately thought of her disciple transformed into the Ice and Snow Sovereign. Since she couldn't ask her disciple directly, why not ask the Ice and Snow Sovereign her disciple had become? After all, she was nominally her teacher. Saying this, Nainako closed her eyes, striving to clear her mind and enter a meditative state. Then she silently recited in her heart, Great Ice and Snow Sovereign, Nainako praises you, Nainako calls upon you, Nainako requests to enter your great abode, requesting your powerful protection and mercy. That's right. After she left last time, the Ice and Snow Sovereign had given her a way to enter the Ice and Snow realm. That was to praise that great existence in her heart. But every time she recited this somewhat cringeworthy line, Nainako had to struggle internally for a long time, because each time, she would think of her disciple's mischievous and improper smile. and the lines would become very strange. Great disciple, Nainako praises you, Nainako calls upon you, Nainako requests to enter your great abode, requesting your powerful protection and mercy. Hashtag, it really took a long psychological struggle every time to say it out loud. Meanwhile, in another room, Lin, who was lounging in a chair, suddenly paused, and then the pious call of the lowly master echoed in his mind. Great Ice and Snow Sovereign, Nainako praises you, Nainako calls upon you, Nainako requests to enter your great abode. Ha 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 ha. As expected, it was exactly as he had guessed. After encountering an unsolvable problem, the lowly master had already gotten used to seeking her teacher in the ice and snow realm. How obedient! After all, with such a powerful senior as your backing, it's only reasonable to use it wisely. He was really eager to see the expression on the lowly master's face after he revealed everything. Lin smirked. His body instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared in the ice and snow palace. The howling wind roared, and snow swirled. Lin immediately transformed into the form of the ice and snow goddess, sitting high on the throne, smiling slightly. He gently snapped his fingers. Snap! Nainako, who was in a meditative state, was instantly transported into this ice and snow realm. Her petite body slowly appeared. Before Nainako could open her eyes, she heard that great and elegant voice. Long time no see, Nainako. It seems your strength has made great progress again. The voice was ethereal and distant. Nainako opened her eyes. Then she immediately saw the dignified and elegant goddess sitting on the throne. With a smile on her face, gentle and sacred, she looked so holy no matter how one looked at her. If it weren't for knowing she was her master's alter ego, Nainako would have almost been deceived by this image. Calm down, calm down. You can do it, Nainako. Nainako took a deep breath and reverently raised her head, her eyes filled with admiration. Master, Nainako has been working hard to learn, striving to inherit your teachings. I will not bring shame to you, master. Ha ha ha, little dog girl, you have your day too. No need for formalities, just having the heart is enough. With your words, I am very comforted. Nainako ground her teeth. Even her self-reference had changed. Linen maintained that dignified smile, slowly standing up, and said, Nainako, if I guess correctly, you must have encountered some troubles in the real world, right? Is it the secret source? What else could it be? What else could it be? Looking at the inscrutable expression on the goddess's face, Nainako was about to go crazy. You are right beside me, don't you know? But even though she thought this in her heart, she certainly couldn't show it on the outside. Nainako looked astonished and said, Master, you know everything? Of course I know, because I am right beside you. I am your beloved disciple. No. I must be serious. I need to appear more profound so that my little master will admire me even more. Nainako? Linen smiled gracefully and said, because I see your heart, Nainako. You encountered something unusual in Lake Town, your companions were affected by the secret source, and you really want to help them return to normal, which worries you, so you came to seek your master's help. Am I right, child? The voice was so gentle, like a soft evening breeze. Coupled with that ethereal image, it was truly indescribably mysterious and powerful, like an omniscient and omnipotent deity, fully aware of everything in the world. Nainako forcibly suppressed her impulse to reveal herself, shocked. Yes, indeed, nothing can escape the master's eyes. Of course. After all, your master is the great omniscient and omnipotent ruler of ice and snow. Ha ha ha. Let me think, if I speak now, my prestige will drop, so what I should show now is, Then, Lin-En, transformed into the ruler of ice and snow, revealed a profound smile. Her wise and serene expression seemed to convey everything without words. Let me enhance the special effects a bit. Suddenly, the faint halo of ice and snow behind Lin-En became even brighter and more dazzling. It elevated the goddess's aura even more. Watching this scene, Nainako was stunned. This, little dog disciple, don't go too far, okay? Nainako was barely holding it together. Don't challenge the master's limits, child. The voice was gentle and ethereal. If you have any troubles, just speak out. Your master will always be the powerful ruler standing behind you. That's right. Your disciple will always be the unattainable man standing behind you. Sigh. Nainako was left speechless. This, please, my dear disciple. I know you want to maintain this profound and inscrutable image in front of your master, but could you please speak in a more normal tone? Master is really about to lose it. If you don't have so many mood-destroying activities in your heart, then everything can be discussed. Nainako took a deep breath. Hold it together. Nainako devoutly raised her head, clasped her hands together, and said with concern, Thank you, master. I truly hope to receive your help. The residents of the small town are under a curse from the secret source, but I don't know that ancient magic at all, so I'm at a loss. Lin-En smiled slightly, elegantly and gracefully saying, You should indeed have learned some knowledge about the secret source by now. This book is for you." He waved his hand gracefully. Instantly, under Nanako's gaze, a book emitting a faint glow slowly floated to her side. Nanako was taken aback and reached out to take it. She saw 4 large characters written on it. "Secret Source Codex, Deluxe Edition." Nanako's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly opened the codex. It was filled with countless incomprehensible characters, clearly an ancient and powerful secret magic book. Nanako's face was instantly filled with joy. Could it be that this is the record of the secret source magic? My disciple is indeed boundlessly knowledgeable, and to directly hand over such a thick book to me, my disciple truly loves me. Moa, Master. Nanako blinked, exclaiming in delight, "Does this contain the knowledge of secret source magic? It doesn't seem like much." The goddess transformed from Lin and shook her head and said, "No, Nanako, what you are holding is just the table of contents. That is the knowledge of all secret source magic." She extended her hand and pointed to the side. Nanako looked in that direction with confusion. Pat 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 pat. Instantly, countless books fell from the light screen onto the empty space beside her like dumplings. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. Soon, the empty space beside her was piled high with books, resembling a small mountain. A brief silence. Nanako was stunned, and the table of contents in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She walked over in a daze, trembling as she reached out her small hand. Gently, she pulled out a thinner book from the middle. Crash! The mountain of books instantly collapsed, burying Nanako beneath them. Omega Omega! So many! This is way too much. After finally crawling out from that sea of books, Nanako, still in a daze, said, "So many secret source books, did you create all of these, Master?" The goddess transformed from Lin and shook her head slightly, smiling as she said, "No, Nanako, these are the secret source magic books compiled with great effort by the very knowledgeable mages of your continent 1,000 years ago. Master has only collected a portion of them." Upon hearing this, Nanako was immediately shocked. "So these weren't created by my disciple? That really scared me. I thought my disciple was truly boundlessly knowledgeable. It seems there are still many talented craftsmen on the Violet Continent." Nanako immediately asked hopefully, "Master, may I ask who compiled so much knowledge about the secret source?" The goddess transformed from Lin and raised the corner of her mouth and said, "It is none other than the great Violet Sovereign, my child." The wind blew past Nanako's dazed expression. Lin paced, tilting his head up at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, his eyes filled with reverence as he said, "Child, you must always have the heart of an apprentice. I once had a brief encounter with the king of your Violet Continent, and I can say that he is the only human I have ever truly admired from the bottom of my heart. His knowledge is so profound that even I, as the master of ice and snow, find myself seeking guidance from that great being on many issues regarding ice and snow magic and its laws." He turned his head, looking gently at Nanako, and said, "Child, if you have the chance, remember to set up an altar at home and often recite his name. Your king will look after you." Nanako stared blankly and replied, Okay. So, why is it that you, my disciple, can so effortlessly praise your other persona while wearing a disguise? Aren't they all you? By the way, with so many disguises, won't you end up with a split personality? Master has already discovered 2 of them." Lin sighed, then turned and smiled down at Nanako, saying, "You can take your time to ponder these books, there's no rush. If you want to solve the source curse you've encountered this time, I recommend you take a look at these few." A glimmer flashed. Suddenly, several books shimmering with faint light appeared in Nanako's hands. Complete Guide to Source Extraction and Synthesis, Essential Alchemical Texts for Curse-Breaking Quick Nutritional Recovery After Being Drained by a Dragon, Source Edition, Basic Source Curse Quick Start Guide. Nanako was taken aback, her gaze landing on the 3rd book, Drained by a Dragon. Swish, before she could even read it out loud, Lin snatched the book back at an unimaginable speed. Lin maintained his smile, dignified and elegant, and said, "All right, child, go back and study these books carefully. Everything you need is here." Nanako stared at her empty hands in confusion, saying, "Master, what was that book called about being drained by a dragon?" Lin smiled and replied, "Dragon? There are no dragons here, child." "No." Nanako widened her eyes, gesturing, "The one about being drained. That book." Lin kept his dignified smile and said, "Child, you're too tired. You should hurry back and rest." "No, I mean, don't you still need to help your companions break the curse? You shouldn't waste too much time here." "Wait a minute." Nanako wanted to ask something else, but in an instant, she was sent back to her own bedroom. A flash of light. She opened her eyes. Nanako sat up from her bed, looking around in confusion. "Am I back?" Then she saw that 3 thick books had appeared in her hands. Hope immediately shone in Nanako's eyes. Although every time she went there, she had to endure her disciple showing off in front of her. But regardless, this time there was indeed a way to resolve the curse. However, it still felt like her disciple had many secrets. Nanako's delicate brows furrowed in puzzlement. Wasn't her disciple usually very lazy? Why did it seem like her research on the source was so in-depth? Nanako shook her head, deciding not to think too much about it. The urgent task now was to find a way to lift the curse. She quickly flipped open the texts, her eyes filled with determination. 1 page, 2 pages, serious and focused. Soon, Nanako discovered the difference between source and magic. If it were magic now, as long as you were strong enough, you could use dispelling techniques to forcibly erase the applied curse from the outside. But within the source system, once a curse is applied, it cannot be removed. You want to lift this influence, either die, or you can only use a potion to impose a new reverse source magic on yourself. For example, if you have been turned into a pig and want to turn back, you can only drink a potion that allows you to transform from a pig back into a human. In fact, if this potion were given to a real pig, it could also turn into a human. What a strange source magic. It can fundamentally change the way a person exists. The formula for the potion? Let me see. Dragon tongue grass, 8-branched flower, 15 grams of pure source, 5 grams of the cursed one's blood. Carefully, she took notes, but just as she turned to the next page, she suddenly froze, because she noticed that the paper on the next page was slightly yellowed, and the handwriting was completely different. Was there a mistake during the binding? Or, she frowned slightly, reading it out loud in confusion. Source version of Indian god. Is it a formula for some kind of auxiliary medicine? My disciple is indeed thoughtful. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in Lin's bedroom, Lin was flipping through the book in his hands, feeling deeply moved. If it weren't for rummaging through boxes today, he would have almost forgotten this treasured research achievement of many years. Source magic, as the oldest form of magic in the Violet Continent, was at its peak around 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. Lin vaguely recalled the situation back then. That's right. Once you have a powerful dragon wife, you can deeply feel the weakness of being human, whether in terms of strength or some wicked aspect. It was nothing like the descriptions in fantasy novels, where no matter what kind of existence the opponent was, the protagonist could stand tall and proud. After all, humans have limits. No matter how strong you are, it's still difficult to physically conquer a powerful dragon. He vaguely remembered a few very self-esteem damaging words he heard during their honeymoon. Has it started already? It's already over. He raised his head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down. During the time when the dragon wife was still around, what was it that supported his drive to become stronger? What was it that kept pushing him to become even stronger? Of course, it was because. Carrot? No more, saying too much only brings tears. Lin, with teary eyes, flipped through the book in his hands, reminiscing about his past research achievements. He really had studied all the knowledge of source magic thoroughly just to slightly supplement his nutrition. But anyway, there are still some results. Lin sighed. He continued to flip through the pages, reading with great interest. It was like looking back at his elementary school essays decades later. There were indeed some different feelings, but just at that moment, Lin suddenly froze. Why is there a missing page? Lin stared at the yellowed page with the missing section, feeling a bit bewildered. Did I accidentally lose it while rummaging through boxes? Soon, noon arrived. Accompanied by a faint magical glow emitted from a teleportation spell, Nanako's body slowly appeared in her own bedroom. She was dressed in a blue robe, holding a stack of high boxes in her arms, and even had 2 large packages tied to her 2 ponytails. Finally, I've gathered all the materials. Nanako placed her hands on her hips, wearing a proud expression, her little tuft of hair dancing cheerfully. After confirming the basic formula for lifting the curse, Nanako used teleportation magic to make a quick trip back to Winter Springs Valley, gathering all the materials for the potion recipe from the valley's treasury. After all, as an ancient organization, Winter Springs Valley had all kinds of magical materials. With these materials, Nanako should be able to create a potion to break the curse. Nanako spun around, her ponytail flying. Without a second thought, she gathered all her materials and dashed out of the inn. As soon as she stepped outside, she spotted the magical girl Elena standing at the inn's entrance. Elena looked at Nanako, who was laden with bags, and tilted her head, asking, "Nanako, what are you doing?" Nanako squinted playfully and said, "I found a way to break the curse." At this, Elena's eyes lit up. Really? Lady Nanako, you. Nanako immediately raised a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, and said mysteriously, "Shoot, don't say it out loud. There should be a place in Lakeside Town where we can brew potions, right?" Elena quickly closed her mouth and nodded vigorously with wide eyes. "There's an Alchemist's Guild. We can rent a workshop from them for a small fee." Nanako replied cheerfully, "Great. Elena, hurry, and take me there." Elena looked back at the inn with a puzzled expression. "Nanako, should I inform your apprentice?" Nanako glanced at the inn and shook her head vigorously, saying slyly, "No need, let him rest well. We'll surprise him after we make the potion." Of course, there was no need to inform him, as the potion recipe had come from her apprentice. The main reason was that she wanted to prove her own abilities. Even without her apprentice, Nanako could concoct excellent potions because she was a very powerful mage herself. With a secret in her heart, Nanako and Elena quickly sneaked off towards the alchemist's guild. They didn't notice, however, that around the corner near the inn, a pair of eyes was watching their retreating figures. "Church, Commander Marshal, just a little while ago, I saw that steward from Winter Springs Valley and another mage heading towards the Alchemist's Guild," reported a knight. Commander Marshal frowned slightly, pacing as his armor clinked. He pondered, "Did you hear what they were saying?" The attendant lowered his head. "I didn't dare get too close, but I vaguely heard something about potions and curses." Upon hearing this, Commander Marshal immediately looked up, frowning. Potions? Could those mages from Winter Springs Valley have found a way to break the curse? After the curse outbreak in Lakeside Town, many people in their church had been turned into pigs. However, the church had already begun researching ways to break the curse, but so far, they had nothing to show for it. Commander Marshal fell into deep thought. "Continue monitoring. If they make any progress, report to me immediately." Yes. Not long ago, he had received news that the guards responsible for watching over the cursed residents informed him that Her Highness Princess Anna had personally ordered the lifting of the control over those residents. Moreover, she was with the mages from Winter Springs Valley. He couldn't help but frown. If Princess Anna had truly returned, why hadn't she come to the church to see them? Furthermore, during this time, he had been unable to contact Princess Anna by any means. He felt that there were some suspicious points in this situation. So, where exactly did Her Highness Saint Anna go? Oh, the basement echoed with the mournful howls of the black pigs. Knight Marshal, furious, shouted towards the basement, "Hit! Keep hitting! Hit until he doesn't want to be my father anymore, damn it!" Meanwhile, in the Alchemy Guild's room, just by presenting the insignia of the Winter Springs steward, Nanako easily obtained the right to use the alchemy workshop. Quick, bring out all the materials. We're preparing to brew the potion." Nanako busily flitted about, humming a light tune, her two ponytails bobbing as she quickly took out various materials she had brought from Winter Springs. The brewing began. The dragon tongue herb was ground into powder. The mithril flower needed to extract its nectar and a small amount of magical elements. The yata grass was carefully handled to avoid its toxins, taking only the appropriate amount. Nanako was quite confident in her alchemical abilities. After all, as a mage, if one didn't even understand how to brew potions, could they really be considered a qualified mage? Glug glug, the herbs in the cauldron bubbled continuously, releasing steam. Nanako took out a monocle, carefully observing the drops of an unknown white liquid oozing from the distillation tube. She leaned in to sniff. Achoo, a fishy smell hit her face. Nanako rubbed her nose with satisfaction, proudly gazing at her creation. "Steward Nanako? Can drinking this white, sticky liquid lift the curse on me?" Elena curiously reached out, pinching a bit of the potion's solvent, and gently pulled her finger, instantly drawing out a sticky thread. Crystal clear. Nanako, holding the spoon with a hint of pride, said, "It's not that simple. There's still the most important step left." "What is it?" Elena asked curiously. Nanako smiled gently, shaking the small spoon. "The secret source." "That's right. The pure secret source is the most important and indispensable step in potion brewing. Otherwise, it would be no different from an ordinary potion." Nanako carefully took out a small piece of mithril, then used specialized alchemical tools, adding just a bit of magical energy, and meticulously carved one rune after another according to the book's records. Once everything was ready, Nanako carefully placed the runes into the specialized device. The magical energy was the substance diluted and diffused from the secret source. As long as enough magical energy was collected, it could be synthesized back into pure secret source. According to my apprentice, there's a secret source in the volcano outside Lakeside Town, so it shouldn't be too difficult to synthesize pure secret source. Nanako pondered, then cautiously activated the secret source runes. Glug glug, the runes emitted a faint, eerie glow of mithril. The device began to activate. Nanako continuously infused her magical energy into it. Time passed second by second. Just under Elena's astonished gaze, surrounded by countless runes, a drop of liquid shimmering with a heavy metal halo slowly formed. Plop! Elena exclaimed in delight. "It's dripping." "Nanako, the secret source is dripping from that small opening." Nanako grinned, revealing her neat, white teeth, her smile radiant. "Then let's work harder. Let's refine more secret source, and we'll have a way to lift the curse." Lady Nanako. Church, what? You say that Winter Spring's steward actually extracted the secret source? Knight Marshal looked at the messenger with shock, frowning. Are you sure what you're saying is true? The attendant pounded his chest with one hand and said, Sir Knight Commander, I overheard this outside the deacon's room. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Knight Commander Marshal fell into deep thought. It seemed there was no mistake. Her Highness Saint Anna had already informed them that this curse was indeed related to the secret source magic. To lift this curse, they would certainly have to start from the system of the secret source. But didn't Her Highness Saint Anna say that the secret source magic has almost been lost? Only some ancient and evil beings and their kin can master it. He frowned and said, as expected of the Winter Springs mage group, I didn't expect them to even be involved with secret source magic. A sinister decision formed in his mind. He turned his head, squinting at the attendant, and said, once they finish the potion, find an opportunity to get it. I believe Lady Saint Anna would be very interested in such a potion. Yes, my lord. Alchemist Guild. Finally, after an unknown amount of time had passed, Ninako sat exhausted on the bench, her hair sticking out limply, panting. It's finally done. It was really not easy. Ninako was so tired. Elena looked at the half bottle of pure secret source with delight. Lady Ninako, does this mean we just need to mix the secret source with the potion to create the real potion? Ninako got up, proudly taking the small bottle containing the secret source. She then approached the cauldron of potions, focusing intently. Yes, success or failure hinges on this one move. It's time to witness a miracle. Ninako carefully opened the bottle cap. Then she gently dripped a drop into the iron pot filled with potion. Plop! In an instant, a purple steam erupted from the iron pot. The originally crystal clear and viscous potion instantly transformed into a marvelous liquid of mixed purple and red. Bubbling bubbles continuously rose within the liquid. A great success? Degree? Ninako was so excited she almost jumped up. This pot of potion was indeed exactly as recorded in the books, both in color and aroma. It was perfect. She had truly perfected the potion. Elena exclaimed, so can we help the residents lift the curse now? Ninako extended her hand, seriously saying, not quite yet. There's still a very important potion that needs to be used in conjunction. Elena looked puzzled. Ninako carefully opened the smaller alchemical furnace beside her. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth. Inside the furnace was a thick, golden liquid that looked like oil, very dreamlike. Elena gasped, wow, so shiny. What is this, Ninako-deacon? It's so golden. Ninako pulled out the recipe from her pocket, tapped her lips, and read, it's the recipe that goes with the potion, called Secret Source Version of Indian Oil. Elena was taken aback, scratching her head in confusion. Indian oil? What a tongue-twisting name. Is this some kind of auxiliary potion? Ninako nodded seriously, pondering, it must be, but whether it should be mixed in or taken separately, Ninako hasn't figured it out yet. Elena? Omega? It looks so high-end. Ninako thought for a moment and then carefully looked at the book and the recipe. But since it was a combined recipe, it should be mixed together, right? Never mind. Let's pour it in first. Ninako struggled to lift the small pot and poured all the golden potion into the magic potion. Bubbling, a rich, unusual fragrance suddenly burst forth from the magic potion. Achoo! Ninako and Elena both sneezed loudly, then rubbed their noses, staring blankly at the unusual wisps of steam. In an instant, their faces turned bright red. Ninako, the steward. Elena said dazedly, is the formula really like this? Why do I feel like the smell suddenly changed to something strange? Ninako rubbed her small, delicate nose and touched her warm cheeks, puzzled. It should be correct. According to the formula, there shouldn't be any major issues. But why does it feel like my face is burning? Ninako wondered. Moreover, she suddenly felt her body getting warm as well. However, she was an ice mage. With magical energy, she could easily erase that burning sensation. Perhaps the potion was just like that. Elena curiously asked, should we find someone to test it first? Ninako thought for a moment and replied seriously, that's true, but let's have the mages from Winter Spring Valley do the experiment. We shouldn't let the residents try it. It wouldn't be easy to handle if something went wrong. Elena immediately stood up straight and said, yes, Lady Ninako, I'll go call them right now. After saying that, Elena grasped her staff and quickly dashed out of the alchemy workshop. Watching Elena leave, Ninako let out a sigh, feeling both happy and satisfied. Her fluffy hair danced lightly, reflecting her little sense of pride. Although she had consumed a lot of her magical energy, the feeling of accomplishment after completing a task was still very comforting. If the potion really worked, then everyone's curse could be lifted soon. Ninako hummed to herself, shouldering her staff and locking the door. It wouldn't be too late to experiment with the potion after Elena brought her companions over. As for herself, of course, it was time for a nap. Saying this, Ninako contentedly walked towards the partition, closed the door with a snap, and flopped onto the bed in the lounge. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of her satisfied breathing. Time passed second by second. At that moment, a very faint sound of a lock clicking could be heard. A half-transparent thief cautiously stepped into Nanako's alchemy workshop. He looked around warily, his gaze landing on the large door where Nanako was resting. "Nanako, zzz." The sweet sound of her breathing came from the door of the side room. He sneered coldly. Turning his head, his eyes focused on the potion just developed in the boiler. So this is the potion that can lift the curse. Indeed, some foolish mages. They left such an important thing here without any vigilance. They really are overconfident. In that case, I won't be polite. He sneered as he took out a special container. Then, he carefully began to collect the potion from the boiler bit by bit. But as soon as he opened the lid, a strange fragrance wafted out. He was instantly filled with confusion. Is this really a potion? Why does it feel a bit off? For some reason, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his body. Never mind, I'll take it first. Half an hour later, there was a series of knocks on the door. Inside the partition, Nanako jolted awake, rubbing her dazed eyes and looking around. Ha! Have they already come? She yawned. Then, dragging her sleepy body, she walked out of the partition and opened the door. Immediately, Elena, Lin, and the few mages who had been turned into pigs appeared before her. "Master, good afternoon." Lin smiled as she tossed a pistachio into her mouth. The few pigs greeted her with a snort. As expected, she secretly came here to brew potions for her apprentice. Looking at this, the master has already succeeded in her research. The formula must be flawless. My formula would definitely be top-notch even if placed thousands of years ago. Even a silly lowly like the master can easily handle it, hee. Nanako's silly hair stood up straight. Poof. Hearing her apprentice's thoughts, Nanako's face turned red, and she crossed her arms, turning her head away in a tsundere manner. Really? Why did the apprentice have to come too? If the apprentice is here, Nanako can't say some proud words. Well, I'll temporarily forgive you for calling me a silly lowly. After all, without the apprentice's formula, it would be quite a headache to lift the curse. If it really works, I would be more than willing to go back and make some delicious little cakes to reward the apprentice. Master, where's the potion you brewed? Lin asked with a smile. We can let them try it first, and if it works, we can lift the curse for those residents. Nanako immediately skipped over to the alchemy furnace. A smile appeared on her face. She grabbed the lid of the furnace. It's right here. Nanako has brewed a lot, definitely enough. Then she lifted the lid, closed her eyes, and with a cute smile on her lips, prepared to listen to everyone's praise. A brief silence. Elena and the few pigs stood there in a daze. Nanako, the steward. What is it? Nanako tilted her head. Did you put the potion somewhere else? Or? Elena asked in shock. Nanako touched her head in confusion, then instinctively looked into the container. Nanako, Omega. Where's my potion? Nanako's successful potion is gone. How could it be gone? Meanwhile, inside the church, Marshall sneered as he stroked his beard, looking at the bottle of liquid in his hand that emitted a faint purple glow. Gently shaking it, a mesmerizing light immediately appeared. Is this the potion that can lift the curse? Turning his head, he looked at the respectful attendant standing beside him and the potion glowing with enchanting light in the container, and Marshall was extremely satisfied. He was very pleased that his subordinates could complete the tasks he delegated so efficiently. You did well, Marshall reassured. With these potions, we should be able to turn back those cursed individuals in our church. Did the mages notice you? The attendant respectfully replied, No, Lord Marshall, everything went very smoothly, and no one noticed that our church was involved. Marshall laughed heartily, feeling extremely proud. For their church, if they could master this first-hand potion, they could delve deeper into the burning ruins. This time, to explore the volcanic ruins, their church had sent out 2 major bishops, and now, the leader of the Holy Knights, Lord Augustus, was stationed near those ruins with his powerful knights. If this potion really works, it would definitely help Lord Augustus, and for him, it would be a great achievement. Quick, to the back hall, let's test if this potion really has that magical effect. Alchemy Guild, it's over. It's really over. Nanako, Omega, grabbed her ponytail and said, It was clearly here just a moment ago. Nanako just took a little nap. How come when I wake up, there's not a single drop left? Lin. What else could it be? Definitely someone has their eyes on it. So why am I not surprised at all? Well, considering the vigilance of my lowly master, this is definitely a very normal occurrence. Just like how I can openly take a few gold coins from her little treasury every day, and she wouldn't even notice. But it doesn't matter. This potion isn't worth much. If I wanted to, I could brew a few tons of it any time. On the other side, Elena was not giving up. With wide eyes, she picked up the large alchemy furnace and swung it down with all her might. Finally, under her focused gaze, a drop of potion plopped into the cup. "There's one drop left," Elena exclaimed, staring at the cup. "No matter what, let's have them try it out first. If it really works, even a single drop should." The few pigs immediately opened their mouths, scrambling to get closer. They were truly fed up with their days of being turned into pigs. But just as Elena was about to experiment on them, Lin-En suddenly froze. His gaze was instantly drawn to the unusual color of the potion. Why did it feel like the color and smell were a bit off? "Wait a minute." Lin-En hesitantly walked over and took the cup. He sniffed it, slightly furrowing his brows. He poked it, feeling a bit familiar. He reached out, dipped a finger in, and licked it. In an instant, Lin-En froze in place. This is my specially made secret source version of Indian oil?" Lin-En stared wide-eyed, hardly believing the taste he had just sampled from the potion. It had a hint of a salty, fishy flavor, with a touch of sweetness, the ultimate version that could be used externally or taken internally. "Indian oil. Tui. Lin-En quickly spat out the potion from his mouth. He instantly felt unwell. Lin-En glared. "I knew my little notebook was missing a few pages. Turns out it was here. It must have accidentally gotten mixed in while I was organizing. But you stubborn little lowly, why did you have to ignore such a formula? You could have just left it alone. Why mix it into the potion? Do you even know, this is the ultimate aphrodisiac I specially made to enhance certain abilities. As long as you drink a little, no matter if you're male, female, demon, or dog, even a crack in the wall would be able to take advantage." Nanako. The moment she heard Lin-En's thoughts, Nanako was, Omega. What was the dog disciple's inner voice saying? Aphrodisiac? The dog disciple was saying that the Indian oil she had painstakingly concocted was an aphrodisiac? What kind of joke is this? Even if it wasn't a potion's auxiliary formula, it should be something like seasoning oil or lamp oil, right? How could it be an aphrodisiac? Lin-En gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and clenched his fingers tightly. How could it have mixed with the potion? If taken casually, it would definitely lead to big trouble. This is the divine medicine I specially made to conquer dragons. It's specifically for my super physique. If an ordinary person drank it, wouldn't that mean their hormones would spike to the point of bleeding? But thankfully, just smelling it shouldn't have too much effect. Otherwise, the dog Loli and Elena would probably end up getting all lovey-dovey while brewing it. Oh, winky face Nanako, Omega. 100 flowers? What is 100 flowers? Although I don't quite understand, in this context, it feels like a very terrifying thing. No way. How can such a thing be allowed to spread? Even if it gets stolen, if consumed, it could lead to very serious consequences. Seize the opportunity. We must seize the opportunity. Nanako, Omega. Seize the opportunity? It seems I've suddenly understood something terrible. That dog disciple just clearly encountered something. Could the disciple seize the opportunity? Nanako is still young. Nanako doesn't want to be seized like that. And at that moment, Lin turned around sharply, staring at Nanako. Nanako instantly flared up. Meanwhile, in the hall behind the church, Marshall waved his hand, laughing heartily, looking passionately at all the cursed followers turned into pigs lined up neatly in front of him. "Come, distribute the potions. Everyone gets a share. And as long as you drink these potions, you can turn back into normal humans." Marshall was in high spirits, because just half a minute ago, he had successfully tested the potion on one of his subordinates. In less than 2 seconds after consuming the potion, his subordinate who had turned into a pig returned to normal. This had already proven the effectiveness of the potion. Ha. I really never expected that the mages of Winter Spring Valley had actually produced a potion that could lift the curse. The attendants around him were also overjoyed. "Sir Knight Commander, we have a very ample supply of the potion. Just a drop can turn one cursed into a pig back to normal. The amount we have can definitely supply a 1,000-man team." Marshall was also in high spirits, unable to hide his smile. "Very good. Now immediately take out a portion of the potion and send someone to deliver it to Lord Augustus's camp at the volcano as fast as possible. Tell the bishop that with these potions, they can explore the ruins with peace of mind. And all of this is thanks to Marshall." His attendants joyfully replied, "Yes, Knight Commander Marshall. We will arrange for someone to deliver it to the bishop right away." As Marshall's most loyal attendant, if Knight Commander Marshall could be promoted, they would definitely reap huge benefits. To describe it with the wise saying of Lord Violet, it would be, "When one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven." Marshall, in high spirits, smiled as he lifted the bowl in his hand, then dripped a drop of potion into the clear water, saying, "Come, My knights, I think you have endured the suffering of being pigs for a long time now, so let's drink this potion together. Although I haven't turned into a pig, as your commander, we should share both joy and hardship." The pigs let out a spirited roar, "Awo, awo!" Suddenly, they were filled with passion. The sound was filled with the iron will of battle pigs. As the most loyal soldiers of the church, when they are human, they are warriors, and when they are pigs, they must also be battle pigs. They are just that excellent. Cheers! Olé! Marshall laughed heartily and downed the potion. Awo, olé! All the battle pigs roared. Glug glug, the sound of drinking echoed. Meanwhile, Alchemist Guild. Nanako stared wide-eyed, her hair standing up like antennas. "Disciple, don't look at Nanako like that. It's the master's fault. It's the master's mistake. Disciple, you mustn't suddenly rush in and make the master accompany you in doing something terrible. If it's really as you described, it will break. Nanako will break. And there are other people and piggies here. Saying something in public would be very embarrassing. Omega Omega." In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Nanako's mind. It seems the little dog Loli is still blaming herself for losing the potion. It's better not to scold her using the identity of the Ice and Snow Sovereign. After all, it was my oversight that led to this, not her fault. But thankfully, it was stolen, and no terrifying consequences resulted. Otherwise, I might have to witness a horrifying multi-pig movement. No, this kind of thing with Indian magic oil must not be known by the lowly master. Otherwise, the Ice and Snow Sovereign persona I painstakingly created might collapse immediately. Lin withdrew his gaze, his mind racing. Nanako stared wide-eyed, her little heart almost jumping out. The disciple didn't notice her flaw. So good. But disciple, you need to realize quickly. You were one of the people who touched that potion. Since you said this potion was specially tailored for you, if you claim you're not affected, the master absolutely won't believe it. Nanako was about to go crazy. Stop thinking about the persona. Disciple, your persona has already collapsed in front of Nanako. Crumbling, neither of them spoke, but their inner turmoil could definitely rival a volcanic eruption. Just as both were immersed in their thoughts, they didn't notice Elena looking at Lin and Nanako with curiosity and confusion. She scratched her head, tilted it, and a popped up above her head. So, why did the steward Nanako and Mr. Lin suddenly fall silent? Should she feed the potion to her two companions or not? It's a headache. But just then, a few piggies, nudged against Elena. Gulialuhum Yame. Elena scratched her head and asked curiously, "Do you want to drink it? But there's less than a drop left." The few pigs Carrot replied, mumble. Elena hesitated, "Should each of you lick a bit?" Okay. But if it really works, the dosage shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Elena looked at Nanako and Lin for confirmation. After seeing no objections, she squatted down, placed the cup on the ground, and gently said, "Then, everyone lick a bit, not too much, okay?" Nanako-sama worked hard to brew the potion. The pigs squealed and gathered around. Should the pot lick too? Alright, it really can't be wasted. Bless the sisters. May everyone successfully turn back. Elena has prayed for everyone. Slurp slurp, a series of inexplicable licking sounds came. Lin and Nanako were startled, waking from their intense inner turmoil. They instinctively turned their heads, looking in the direction of the sound with confusion. In an instant, they saw the few piggies happily licking the container that held the potion, along with Elena sitting beside them, hands clasped, gently praying. And just the next moment, accompanied by faint glimmers of light flashing from the piggies, their bodies slowly began to change. In that faint halo of light, 6 tall, beautiful women, with an air of elegance yet a hint of mischief, slowly materialized before them. Buzz, Nanako and Linen's brains erupted with a loud noise, their eyes instantly glazing over. Magic potion has been consumed. Meanwhile, in the church, waves of incredibly powerful light exploded in the back courtyard of the church. Under the cover of that brilliance, the powerful war pigs of the church, who had consumed the pure magic potion, once again regained their true forms. One by one, strong and robust bodies rose from the ground. The sturdy and powerful lines, the perfectly sculpted muscles, and the iron-willed freedom all returned in that moment, bathed in the boundless holy light. They were the church's formidable warriors, men filled with the spirit of free will. Roar, they raised their heads and howled to the sky. Only they knew that within that roar of defiance lay an indomitable spirit, a steel will that would not be crushed even if they turned into pigs. My warriors! Marshall laughed heartily, unable to hold back his tears. Congratulations on your return. Looking at the hundreds of rugged men before him, his feelings at that moment were beyond words. It was excitement, an unparalleled excitement, as if witnessing a great rebirth, because these were all his incredibly powerful warriors. Thank you, Sir Knight Commander. Hundreds of men shouted, kneeling on one knee, pounding their chests with one hand. The sight of hundreds of rugged men kneeling was enough to shock anyone. Marshall laughed and stepped forward, but just as he was about to extend his hand to help those warriors who had finally transformed back from pigs to humans, suddenly, he froze. In an instant, for some unknown reason, an indescribable burning sensation surged within him. It was hot, scorching, as if there were a furnace blazing in his chest. He instinctively looked at those strong and well-built men. "Sir Knight Commander, what's wrong?" his attendant asked in astonishment. Marshall murmured, It's nothing," just suddenly felt a chill. The hundreds of rugged men also shivered inexplicably. Yes, it was just a sudden chill, but it felt like something that couldn't be put into words. They raised their heads, staring blankly at their knight commander. It felt as if their knight commander had suddenly become quite endearing. Although he had a scruffy beard, half-white hair, and yellow teeth, there was suddenly a sense of charm about him. They were stunned by their own thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Alchemist Guild, "Wow, it really worked! How amazing!" a girl with peach-colored hair, resembling an older sister, exclaimed in surprise as she touched her face. "The potion developed by Lady Nanako really has an effect. I'm so happy. Finally, I don't have to be a pig anymore, yay!" Another playful little girl with white hair jumped up joyfully, shouting "Long live! I'm so happy, really so happy." Under the dazed gaze of Nanako and Lin-En, the 6 large white pigs, after licking the remnants of the potion, transformed back into their original forms, accompanied by those faint rays of light. 6 women, each with distinct styles and varying figures, but all fair-skinned and beautiful, suddenly appeared before them. And because they had directly transformed from pigs back into humans, so the body is as clean as a baby's. In human terms, that means completely naked. Nanako, Omega. It's back to normal. But why are you all girls? Elena touched the back of her head, feeling very happy that her sisters had returned to their original forms. She playfully winked, completely unaware of the change in the atmosphere around her. "It's Elena's master and sisters. I'm sorry, Lady Nanako, I didn't inform you in advance that they are all girls. Although they aren't as amazing as you, they are all very excellent and outstanding magicians." 6 girls with distinct styles stood up in unison, bowing with Omega expressions, and said in chorus, "Lady Nanako, we've caused you trouble." The sight of 6 beautiful, completely naked girls bowing. "This kind of thing. Disciple, you must not look." Nanako shouted, "Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh." It was almost a reflex. With unimaginable speed, Nanako yanked off her mage robe. She precisely wrapped Lin in it with a whoosh. Clenching her little fists, Nanako shouted, "There are boys here, don't expose your bodies in front of boys." "Lin, I saw it." "Ew." Nanako's silly hair stood up with a pop. "But what I care about right now isn't this. Bangs on the blackboard, even if there are 1,000 naked girls in front of me. So what? Am I someone who hasn't seen the world? The point is the potion. It's the potion. Turning into a person after drinking a potion mixed with Indian oil, that's the point. I just lost my mind. I should have destroyed that drop of potion on the spot. What to do? How can I remind my master about this without raising her suspicions?" Lin was about to go crazy. Nanako tugged at her ponytail. She was about to go crazy too. "Come on, disciple, think fast." Nanako definitely couldn't show any sign of knowing the truth about this. "If that's the case, wouldn't you suspect me? So, disciple, hurry up and come up with a perfect method that doesn't make me suspicious of you while also not letting you suspect me, to resolve this matter." Oh no. P.S. The 2 who didn't want to raise each other's suspicions were caught in a deadlock of mental warfare and successfully locked themselves in. It's okay. Completely unaware of the crazy battle in the minds of the 2 in front of them, the 6 magician girls, greater than over equal to Omega less than over equal to, said, "We've been together for a day now, and when we turned into pigs, didn't we communicate like this? We need to be more tolerant, and we must thank Mr. Lin for enlightening us. It's really only Mr. Lin who can communicate normally even when we're pigs. So it's okay even if we're seen, there's nothing to be shy about." Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. The 6 magician girls were particularly lively and cheerful. "What kind of expressions are on your faces? I can't hold it in anymore." Nanako tugged at her ponytail. "Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to," said, "Don't say such strange things. Nanako's disciple belongs to Nanako, and if Nanako's disciple wants to look, they can only look at Na." But just as she hadn't finished her sentence, she suddenly saw that the 6 girls who had just been particularly lively and cheerful suddenly froze, and then their faces turned bright red at an unimaginable speed. Nanako stared wide-eyed, suddenly realizing something, her ahog standing upright with a snap. The girl with peach-colored hair covered her cheeks, curiously saying, how strange, I suddenly feel a bit hot in the face. Another white-haired loli tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand. Yes, your faces are so red. Yes. Eek, what's wrong? Nothing, I just suddenly felt something very strange. A bit. Nanako stared blankly at the 6 girls with flushed faces. She knew it was over. The potion seemed to be taking effect. So let's pause here for a moment. If this potion is really as terrifying as the dog disciple described, well, one key opens one lock, or one key opens several locks. But what if they are all keys or all locks? What terrible things would happen then? Meanwhile, back of the church, "Help me out!" a shrill and terrified scream echoed throughout the sky. Marshall's attendant screamed in terror, struggling to climb up the flagpole that was over 10 meters high, clinging to it with hands and feet, trembling and letting out a series of shrieks. Below the flagpole were one after another of the frenzied beasts. It was a strong confrontation filled with masculinity. It was a blood-pumping fight of freedom and swordplay. It was the ultimate arena for real men to compete for dominance. So what the hell is going on? What happened? The attendant clung to the flagpole, trembling like a little bird avoiding a ferocious beast, crying out. At this moment, he felt so helpless, so pitiful. Although he often felt out of place with those around him due to his overly serious demeanor, this was a bit too out of place. "Sir Knight Commander, Your Majesty the Knight Commander, wake up, you must wake up, you have a family," the attendant screamed below. Marshall's nostrils flared as he exhaled 2 jets of steam, his eyes bloodshot, saying, "Get down here." "I won't," the attendant screamed, clinging even tighter. Marshall Winky Face said, "This is outrageous. You are my attendant. Do you mean to say you won't listen to the Knight Commander's orders?" The attendant shouted, "I can listen to anything you say, Sir Knight Commander, but you can't force me to do this. I like cute girls." Marshall said, "Are you going to come down or not?" The attendant shouted loudly, "I won't. I have my dignity. I will never let you bully me." Marshall said, "You little brat, don't think just because you climbed up the pole that I can't do anything about it." Boom boom, Marshall's feet hit the ground, his muscles exploding with power. Then he suddenly stretched out his iron-like arms and grabbed the flagpole. In an instant, the attendant clinging to the top of the flagpole began to shake at an unimaginable speed. His voice trembled as he screamed, "Help! Help! Someone save me! God, please!" Despair, pain, sorrow. At this moment, it swept over him like a rolling tide, impossible to shake off. And just at that moment, crack, the sound of the flagpole breaking. The attendant's expression froze in place. At that moment, as the flagpole fell and his body collapsed, he suddenly reviewed his life in his mind. He remembered his sweet first love, his beloved old father, and the running under the sunset from years ago. That was his lost youth. "Mom, I am an unfilial son," accompanied by that desperate cry. His body finally bent down along with the flagpole. He fell into a pitch-black abyss. Beneath his tearful expression lay countless powerful steel beasts colliding, rolling towards him. And in the next moment, a series of piercing yet strangely painful sounds echoed through the sky. The sight was so thin and pitiful that it brought tears to one's eyes. Alchemist Guild. What's going on? My body suddenly feels so strange. Under Nanako's wide-eyed and trembling gaze, the 6 girls' faces changed, their eyes shimmering as if they would melt at any moment. Clearly, the potion they drank was taking effect. And in the next moment, all their gazes fell on Lin, who was covered by Nanako's robe. That fiery little gaze suddenly turned sour. Strange. So strange, why do I suddenly have these weird thoughts? Yeah, me too. So shy? Omega? But I don't know why, I just can't help it. Could it be because we've never been in contact with boys, so we're having some kind of thoughts? Nanako, Omega. It's over. It's over. To actually say such terrible things, the effect of this magical oil is too powerful. No, I absolutely cannot let this stalemate continue. I must find a way to break the deadlock as soon as possible. And in that moment, amidst those fiery gazes, the 6 girls turned their attention to Lin and almost instinctively surrounded him. Lin, who was constantly thinking of countermeasures in his mind, suddenly froze. He immediately felt something was off. It seemed like 12 strange things had trapped him right in the center. Splash! Lin, confused, pulled down the cloak that Nanako had draped over his head. Instantly, when Lin saw the scene around him, he was shocked. The sky is so round. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? It seems the effects have already kicked in, although just a little, they still couldn't withstand the potion. If I act now, like freezing them, I could easily subdue them and then concoct an antidote. But if I do that, I won't be able to explain to Master Loli why I'm so amazing afterward. Oh, winky face, oh damn it. Could it be that my illustrious name, Lin, can only be used today to help these 6 female benefactors through their crisis with my body? Lin gritted his teeth, his thoughts swirling, his face contorted. If that's the case, then I can only grit my teeth and help a little. After all, compared to being discovered by the dog Loli, offering my body is something I can totally endure. Just 6, I could take on 10 without a problem. Hashtag? Lin's eyes were filled with humiliation, his eyes red, fists clenched. So, come on. I'd rather go to hell than let anyone else. It seems I, Lin, can only humbly agree to you all. Just as Lin was passionately preparing to sacrifice himself, a small hand suddenly stretched in from the gap with great difficulty. Then it grabbed Lin's arm, and he was instantly taken aback. Crash! In the next moment, Ninako forcefully rescued Lin from the encirclement of the 6 girls. Wow! Ninako, what are you doing? How can you take Mr. Lin away from us? Ninako, you're going too far. No, quickly bring Mr. Lin back, the 6 girls shouted. Just as they were about to turn and rush over, Ninako gritted her teeth and suddenly extended her small hand, her clear voice reciting a rolling incantation. Oh, all-pervasive ice and snow spirits, I command you in the name of the Winter Spring Valley Witch, Ninako. I want you to transform into unbreakable ice. I want you to freeze everything before me. In an instant, a blue magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Ninako's feet. The next moment, countless water elements surged toward the 6 girls, quickly freezing them, and with a crash, they were encased in ice at the center. Ninako gasped, finally, they're frozen. Well done, dog Loli. Your reflexes finally worked normally for once today. It seems you finally realized something is off with the potion. Now quickly chant with me, this potion has a problem. Let's hurry and get through this plot. Hearing the voice of her dog disciple, Ninako gritted her teeth, her silly hair bobbing in the air. That annoying disciple. Just now, she had such intense thoughts. How could she even think of sacrificing herself to help the 6 girls through their crisis? She really didn't take Ninako seriously at all. Ninako would absolutely not let you take on 10 of them. 3, although very unwilling, according to normal logic, she had to express her confusion now. This potion has a problem. Ninako blared, waving her small hand, her robe billowing as she showcased her acting skills. Lin immediately responded, wide-eyed, it seems so. It suddenly felt like I ate a spring drug mixed with rice and rushed over. I didn't even react. This is too strange. Well done, dog Loli. Whether this matter can be perfectly resolved depends on you. Next, you better say, could it be that there's a problem with the formula? It shouldn't be. I must ask my master. Then, dog Loli, you can naturally receive my help in the antidote, and I won't be suspected by you. This development is absolutely perfect. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Ninako widened her eyes, her face showing a hesitant expression, urgently saying, could it be that there's a problem with the formula? It shouldn't be. No, I must ask my master. Lin was shocked. What the hell? It matched up. Dog Loli, are you a worm in my stomach? Or have I completely understood your logic of behavior? Oh, so accurate. My prediction is so spot on. Ninako's silly hair snapped through the air. Angry face, dog disciple, don't self-praise. It's Ninako who can hear your thoughts. But now is not the time for complaints. She must quickly get herself out of here to dispel the effects of the potion on the 6 girls. Ninako turned around, grabbing the dazed Elena, and quickly ran toward the door. Disciple, stay here and watch them. Master will be back soon. With a thud, she closed the door. In the room, only Lin and the 6 frozen girls remained. Lin immediately took a deep breath. Finally freed, to hide my identity, I really have no one left. After the dog Loli was sent away, things suddenly became much easier to resolve. Whether it was using the identity of the Ice and Snow Sovereign to provide the dog Loli with an antidote, or directly helping them myself, and then finding some excuse to brush it off, all options were available. Or, with the Loli Master gone, it seemed quite reasonable for me to help the 6 female benefactors through this crisis in the most normal way. Cough cough Lin stroked his chin. It was also feasible, but just at that moment, bang, with a loud noise, the door swung open. Nanako stared wide-eyed, pointing inside with her small hand, saying, I forgot to mention, the dog disciple must wait obediently for the master to return. No inappropriate thoughts about them are allowed. Do you understand? Nanako will come back to check. Then the door slammed shut with a bang. Lin N. Half an hour later. After consulting her master, the Ice and Snow Sovereign, Nanako quickly received the antidote granted by the great Ice and Snow Sovereign. In the hotel room, on the bed, Achoo 6 girls, frozen and shivering, huddled under the blankets, constantly trembling. It's all over now. Naneko sat at the edge of the bed, seriously holding one girl's hand, saying, "It's just a tiny side effect of the potion, you'll be fine after some rest." One of the girls, shivering and curled up in the blanket, said, "So embarrassing. I was actually thinking about doing something so shameful with Mr. Linen just now. Woo-woo, I can't face anyone." All 6 girls were extremely ashamed and angry. Just thinking about what had happened and the embarrassing things they had said made them wish they could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in. Sigh, it's all the dog Loli's fault for mixing that kind of formula with the potion ***. If I hadn't discovered it early and fed it to those residents who turned into pigs, it would have been truly unsolvable. Naneko? What the heck? Clearly, it was the dog disciple's carelessness that mixed that strange thing into Naneko's formula. Otherwise, how could Naneko have made such a mistake? Disciple, don't just casually throw the blame onto your master. Angry, beside her, the dazed Elena said, Naneko, I want to ask, if the side effects are really that strong, then those who stole our potion wouldn't. The surroundings fell into silence. Looking at Naneko's strange expression, Linen coughed and said, "It should be fine, right? Of course, there would be a problem _. They only licked a little and had such strong desires, let alone if they drank it directly. If someone really used a normal dose of the potion. Then they should be having a great time right now, right? In the church's backyard, Marshall sat on a chair, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes with a complex sense of melancholy. Then he immediately recalled the ridiculous things he had done in the past hour. Just thinking about it made the atmosphere feel increasingly tense. But now he was very calm. Calm like a sage. Calm as if he had already forgotten the dull pain behind him. He took a deep breath, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and said sadly, thinking of my illustrious name, I never imagined that one day, I would actually be, and not just by one, but by hundreds all at once. He took a deep breath, forcing back the humiliating tears in his eyes. With a clang, the back door swung open. Knight Commander Marshall. Alex rushed in with a group of knights, but when they saw the chaotic scene around them and the strong men lying on the ground, Alex was shocked. Sir Marshall, what on earth is happening here? He had been interrogating the black pigs in the church basement and had only just received a report about strange and intense sounds coming from the church's backyard, which prompted him to bring his men here. But who could have imagined that he would open the door to such a bizarre sight? Marshall took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed. It's nothing. Just that everyone was so happy to have just turned into humans that they couldn't help but celebrate a little. Alex's eyes widened as he surveyed the exhausted, frothing warriors around him. Celebrate. Is this really a celebration? But what is this strange smell, and why is everyone completely naked? It looked like. Marshall turned back to him, casting a glance and saying gloomily, we just engaged in some interesting group activities, nothing serious. Alex swallowed hard, dazed. Sir Marshall, can we help them to rest first? I think you must be tired too. He approached cautiously, extending his hand to support Marshall. Marshall raised his hand to stop him, shaking his head. Let me sit here for a while, I can't move for the time being. Alex asked, bewildered. Why? Marshall took a deep drag from his cigarette, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and sighed, because it might split. Alex was confused. Split? Where will it split? Marshall looked at him with a hollow, weary gaze. That look seemed to convey all the heartache of the world. Alex had never understood others' expressions before, but now he instantly grasped the meaning behind Marshall's eyes. In that moment, he felt tears welling up. He even felt a dull pain, as if he might split apart himself. Sir, you've had a hard time, at your age, engaging in such vigorous activities. Alex wiped his tears and said, Lord Marshall, do you need me to fetch a doctor for you? Marshall sighed, go ahead, make an appointment with the proctology department. Go in quietly, don't make a fuss, just bring them over quietly. Alex, with tears in his eyes, replied, yes, Lord Marshall, I will arrange it immediately. He turned to leave. Wait a moment. Marshall trembled as he reached out his hand. Alex immediately turned back, but as he did, he accidentally brushed against Marshall's arm. Slap! Marshall's body was suddenly pushed aside by the momentum. In an instant, Marshall's eyes widened. Rip! A sound, inexplicable and alarming, came from somewhere. Marshall! Alex was instantly alarmed. Lord Marshall, what happened to you? Marshall, dazed, said, I think I need to call for more doctors. More than half an hour later, Marshall lay on the bed, gritting his teeth in agony. Beside him, one after another, were the warriors who had just transformed from pigs into humans, moaning in pain. Like Marshall, they were all suffering from the agony of splitting. Behind them, a doctor held a needle and thread, sighing, Sir Knight, you all played too hard. I've never seen anyone split like this in my life. You need to exercise restraint. Marshall bellowed, "Shut up!" Rip, a faint sound came from behind. He gasped in pain as he had torn at his wound. "Knight Marshall, the investigation is clear." Alex rushed in from outside, angry and urgent. "It's the problem with those potions. I just personally had someone test them. Although these potions can indeed turn pigs into humans, they also make people ravenous and desperate." As soon as he said this, Marshall's face turned ashen, as if he had eaten something foul. "Just as I suspected. He had doubted from the beginning. Everything was fine, so how could it suddenly turn into something like a rutting boar?" He immediately recalled the potion he had drunk earlier to show off his bravado. Heaven! He was furious, his face flushed, his eyes nearly bursting. It was all those mages from Winter's Veil. They must have discovered in advance that they were going to steal the potions, so they deliberately created this despicable aphrodisiac to humiliate them. "I will kill them. I want them dead." He slammed his fist on the ground in anger. Rip, a barely perceptible sound came from behind. Suddenly, Marshall let out a shameful and painful scream. "I told you not to move. Why won't you listen?" The physician sighed. "It's not even stitched yet, and with you straining, it will just tear open again?" Marshall's face was red with anger, his fingers digging into the wooden bedpost. Furious, "Alex, gather the troops immediately, find those mages from Winter's Veil. They dare to humiliate us like this. I want their lives." Alex looked troubled. He thought the people from Winter's Veil were quite good. If it weren't for Knight Marshall sending someone to steal the potions this time, such a terrible thing wouldn't have happened. But Marshall was, after all, his superior. As a knight, he naturally saw obedience to orders as his duty. "Yes, Sir Knight." He gritted his teeth, pounding his chest with one hand. "I will arrange it right away." He was about to turn away, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered something, and his whole body shook. "Wait a moment, Sir Marshall, do you remember? More than 2 hours ago, you sent someone to deliver some potions to Lord Augustus at the volcano, didn't you?" Instantly, Marshall's body trembled. He stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential rain. "Quickly send someone to chase them," he shouted. "We must stop it before the potions arrive. Otherwise, everything will be over." Rip, in an instant, Marshall froze in place. Soon, a large number of knights and warriors gathered at the church entrance. Following Marshall's orders, Alex mobilized most of the forces of the Church of Lakeside Town. Once assembled, they immediately marched aggressively towards the inn where Nanako and the others were staying. Alex gritted his teeth. Although he felt guilty about it, having so many elite warriors from their church torn apart was infuriating, no matter how one looked at it. "Knight Alex, we found them. Those mages from Winter's Veil are in the Lakeside Town Square. Let's go." Alex suddenly drew his sword, his face dark. "Surround the entire square. This time, we must get an explanation for Knight Marshall." Accompanied by the sound of clashing swords and shields, Alex led his troops. They charged fiercely towards the Lakeside Town Square. But the next moment, when he saw the scene in the square, he was stunned. In the very center of the square, one pig after another stood in neat rows, and at the front of the line was a simple tent set up by the mages of Winter Springs Valley. A few tables, several benches, and an alchemical container filled with purple liquid. "Everyone, please don't be anxious. There's enough for everyone. Once you drink the potion, you will all be able to return to your original forms." Elena shouted with a spoon in hand, her face beaming with joy. In front of the stall, Nanako and 6 beautiful girls smiled as they distributed the potions to the cursed residents. Those who drank the potion soon began to transform back into their original selves amidst a burst of white light. To prevent any embarrassing situations, there was a small changing booth not far away. I really transformed back. Thank you so much. Are you messengers sent by the gods to save us? Great divine messengers. Thank our God for the grace bestowed upon us." The residents, now returned to human form, wept tears of joy. One by one, they knelt before Nanako and the others, bowing repeatedly. Nanako cheerfully helped them up, saying, "It's okay, no need to thank us. This is what we, Winter Springs Valley, should do. We came here to help everyone break the curse." Nearby, on a lounge chair, Lynn watched the scene unfold, a smile creeping onto her lips as she held a book. Although still as foolish as ever, the expressions of gratitude were truly heartwarming. In fact, doing good deeds occasionally feels quite nice, even if it doesn't hold much significance. But Lynn's eyes reflected Nanako, who was happily distributing potions to the residents, her genuine smile mirrored in Lynn's own slowly rising lips. So much like the same kindness, the same innocence, the same ability to smile from the heart over small things. So are they similar flowers? Or have you truly come back to life? Lynn let out a bitter smile, her fingers lightly flicking, the barely noticeable moisture at the corner of her eye vanishing instantly. "At least let me know that being with you for so long truly meant something." Nanako's hair stood on end for a moment. She slightly turned, her sapphire-like eyes glancing this way. Similar flowers? Really come back to life? Did the earlier heartfelt words from her disciple hold any special meaning? Why did it suddenly feel like her disciple was a bit sad? Sir Alex, shall we go? A soldier beside him revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, slowly drawing his sword, its cold light glinting. Wait! Alex looked complexly at the scene in the square, at the residents one by one transformed back into humans, and their faces filled with tears of joy. He lowered his head, furrowing his brow, his fists clenching and unclenching. They were helping the residents of Lakeside Town break the curse. They were truly here to help. He raised his head again, gazing at the harmonious scene in the square, biting his lip, his eyes shimmering with light. After a long while, he took a deep breath, as if suddenly drained of energy, and uttered those two words, retreat. As soon as he said this, all the soldiers displayed expressions of shock. His lieutenant exclaimed, Sir Alex, why are we retreating? Didn't Commander Marshall say? We should take action against those mages from Winter Springs Valley. Don't say any more. Alex's brow furrowed tightly, his fists clenched, his gaze distant as he looked at the residents who, upon becoming human again, wore expressions of excitement and joy. They are here to help us. He said softly, Lakeside Town is my home, and those residents are our elders and kin. We shouldn't target them. The deputy urged, but, enough! Alex snapped, suddenly turning and sheathing his sword. He walked heavily back the way he came, murmuring, if Knight Marshal lays blame, I'll take it all on myself. This matter ends here. The soldiers reluctantly turned their heads, glaring fiercely in the direction of Lin and the others. Yet, they still followed Alex as he turned to leave. In the square, Lin sat in a rocking chair reading a novel, his gaze casually sweeping over that direction, glancing indifferently. To hold on to one's conscience is indeed a difficult thing, especially when everyone around you is indifferent. It is truly not easy to maintain your own bottom line. But is this a satire or a praise? Lin casually turned the page. The faint glimmer on his fingertips slowly dimmed and then vanished. Meanwhile, the transparent blades of wind hovering above them also dissipated. At least you saved them, Alex. The church, what did you say? Marshall, lying on the wooden bed, was filled with rage. He glared furiously at Alex, who knelt before him with his head bowed, gritting his teeth. Say that again if you dare. Alex kept his head down and said, Lord Marshal, those mages from Winter Spring Valley are here to help our little town through this crisis. They are distributing the antidote to the residents who have turned into swine. I think, at least as a human, I cannot act against them now. Marshall was directly angered to laughter by his words. As a human? What a fine notion of being human. Do you know you are defying the command of your superior? I can easily send you to the tribunal of the Holy See for this behavior. Alex kept his head down, silent, saying nothing. As a knight of the Holy See, he was very clear about what the tribunal was. It was a sanctuary for punishing all knights who had erred. Knights sent there, even if they survived, would emerge battered, neither human nor ghost. He hesitated, his palms already slick with sweat. After a long while, he touched his forehead to the ground, closed his eyes, but still said nothing. Seeing Alex's attitude, Marshall grew increasingly furious, his hands clenched tightly. Alex was a knight he had personally promoted, one of his trusted aides. Seeing him so unrepentant, one could imagine his current mood. You give me, he roared. Crack, a very crisp sound of something breaking. Marshall's whole body trembled. The physician behind him panicked, saying, Lord Marshal, I've told you countless times, don't get angry. Don't get angry. If it breaks again, it really won't be able to be stitched up. It will really rot. Marshall bellowed furiously, shut up. I paid you to stitch it up, not to have you nagging. Use thick thread. If that doesn't work, use wire. Stitch up everything you can. If you say another word, I'll take your life. The physician humbly replied, but I really have stitched it all. Marshall shouted, stitch. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and glared at Alex, gritting his teeth. Alex, I know you are a good person, but since you have joined the Order of the Holy See, you should understand that obedience is the knight's duty. The orders from above are the knight's principles. Alex bit his lip and looked up with a complex expression, saying, what if this order is wrong? Marshall pointed at his own backside and roared at him, look at me. I'm in this state, and you're talking to me about right and wrong? Do you know how much humiliation I've suffered? Do you know how many pieces I've split into? I'll tell you, 18 pieces. He shouted, his voice nearly cracking. The doctor weakly said, Lord Marshal, that was the initial count. Since you've split open several more times, it's now 108 pieces. Marshal, did I ask you to speak? The doctor weakly replied, and no, Marshal shouted, then hurry up and stitch me up. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head and looked at Alex with a complex gaze, saying, kid, I promoted you myself, that's why I'm telling you all this. I won't send you to the tribunal, but you better think clearly about why you want to be a knight. Alex was silent for a moment and then said, humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, these are the knight's principles. Marshall smiled. Is that why you became a knight? Alex raised his head, looked blankly for a long time, and then lowered it again, saying, no, not really. A look of relief appeared on Marshall's face as he patted his shoulder, saying, good job. As long as you understand this, you will definitely rise to prominence and hold a high position. Do you know why you haven't been promoted all these years? Because you're not ruthless enough, not bad enough. Because what's in the books is all a lie. Alex trembled all over, instinctively clenching his fists. He didn't dare to refute because he knew these words were true. At least in this era, that was the truth. All right. Marshall patted his shoulder, comforting him. Go back and rest well. Tonight, I'll personally lead the team to meet those mages. A cold smile flashed in his eyes. No matter how strong you all are, by tonight, you should inevitably be affected by that thing. He had already heard some things from Archbishop Anna. Everything would be revealed tonight. Time, 11:30 p.m. In the room, Nanako had already changed into her brand new blue robe, her blue eyes particularly resolute. She held her sturdy staff and said earnestly, everyone, it's almost midnight. The reason behind the curse will be revealed tonight. In half an hour, we'll set off. I believe we will definitely find many clues this time. Opposite her, Elena's mage team was already fully armed. Elena clenched her fists, worried. Nanako, I'm still a bit concerned. A few days ago, every time it hit midnight, we would inexplicably fall asleep. This time I'm afraid. Nanako comfortingly patted her shoulder, saying, don't worry, I'm here this time. If anything unusual happens, I'll notice it right away. After all, I'm a city-breaking level mage. She turned her head, her ponytail flying, and looked at Lin, saying, disciple, don't you agree? Lin helplessly replied, yes. What master says is right. Nanako's hug waved in satisfaction. Lin turned around and looked out at the pitch-black night. It was silent and eerily quiet. The aura of the secret source in the air seemed to have intensified. It was at least 3 times stronger than during the day, and it seemed to be continuously rising. If this pace of development continues, by midnight, the source level here will likely reach an unimaginable degree. Lin's gaze sharpened slightly, but it shouldn't be the case. Even if there is indeed a source leak at the volcano, there shouldn't be fluctuations in the source levels. It seems the situation here is far more complex than I thought. Nanako's hair stood on end, her sapphire-like eyes glancing at Lin's face. It appeared that the curse here was indeed extraordinary. Even the disciple couldn't figure it out. But in any case, they would have to wait until midnight to clarify things. Time passed second by second. It was hard to tell how long had gone by. Dong dong, the sound of midnight bells echoed from the direction of the church. Nanako immediately stood up, encouragingly saying, it's already midnight, we should prepare to set off. I believe outside. But just as she was about to finish her sentence, suddenly, a gentle breeze blew in. It brushed past her hair tips, making her feel a chill. Strangely, even though the windows were closed and it was a completely sealed room, it felt as if they were truly in the wilderness, with the cold wind howling. In an instant, Nanako's eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. Nanako, I'm so sleepy. Elena and the others supported themselves, swaying left and right, all yawning and feeling drowsy. Nanako suddenly snapped back to reality, her whole body jolting, her hair standing on end. She immediately sensed that strange breeze. It seemed to pass through her body and soul effortlessly, as if completely unaffected by anything. No, this is bad. Nanako, with her sleepy eyes, tried to stand up and said, this wind is strange. Pat pat, one by one, Elena and the others fell down, their breathing steady, quickly drifting into sleep. Nanako finally couldn't hold on any longer, her body going limp as she fell backward. In her hazy state, it seemed she saw a figure catch her falling body, and then her consciousness plunged into darkness. Inside the inn, Lin held Nanako's small body, turned his head, and gazed solemnly out the window. I see now, I understand. He placed Nanako's body on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then walked to the window, which was blown open by an invisible force. Lin stood at the window, gazing deeply into the distant sky, his voice distant and hollow. King of the Source, you are indeed still alive. Meanwhile, outside the empty town, in the wilderness, towards the direction of the volcano, a series of invisible breezes blew towards the town, and faint glimmers of fire could be seen appearing beyond the horizon. Boom! A massive footprint, entirely made of black source fire, appeared on the barren wilderness. The footprint was enormous, over 10 meters long and several meters wide. It was as if a giant was walking step by step towards Lakeside Town. But there was clearly nothing in the empty wilderness. Boom! A second footprint appeared, spanning dozens of meters. It was still a footprint made of pitch-black source fire, and the breeze that could penetrate the soul became even more intense. Faintly, it seemed one could hear howls within that breeze, hollow and mesmerizing. Something was slowly approaching Lakeside Town. Meanwhile, in the Lakeside Town church, under the watchful eyes of Marshall, Alex, and the others, the church, usually dim and dilapidated, began to slowly emanate a faint golden light for some unknown reason. Up and down, the light slowly overshadowed the remaining glow of the torches. The knights inside the church all displayed expressions of shock, staring incredulously at the scene before them. What is this? Marshall suppressed the tremor in his heart and sneered, "Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. It is the great God of order who is protecting us. As long as we remain within the confines of this church, we will not be affected by the outside world. We just need to hold on for 10 more minutes, and we will be safe." Alex stared in astonishment at the magnificent church and asked, "Lord Marshall, what is going on?" Marshall shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but you should have noticed by now that every night at midnight, no matter what you are doing, you suddenly fall asleep due to some inexplicable influence, right?" The surrounding knights thought for a moment, furrowed their brows, and then nodded. Indeed, many soldiers patrolling outside in the evening would also be affected at midnight. When they woke up again, it was already 5 in the morning the next day. Marshall smiled faintly. "I only learned part of the reason last night while I was with Lord St. Anna, but you just need to know that as long as this church stands, we will not encounter any accidents." He glanced at his pocket watch. Then he suddenly drew his sword and said grimly, "All right, it's almost been 10 minutes. By now, everyone in Lakeside Town has probably fallen asleep. This is our perfect opportunity to strike. Those mages from Winter Spring Valley must pay the price for their trickery." Lin moved Elena and the others onto the bed. He clapped his hands, looking at the girl sprawled across the bed in disarray. The alluring scene was truly thought-provoking. Lin couldn't help but stroke his chin. "Why does this scene give me a bit of a Wei Xiaobao feeling? If I were to follow the usual LSB's thoughts, shouldn't I squeeze in now, pull the bed curtains, and do something serious? After all, sharing a bed is a rare opportunity." Sigh, the sound of even breathing filled the air. The little master's sleeping posture was still the worst. Sometimes on her side, sometimes lying flat, sometimes curled up, and sometimes sprawled out in a big shape. Her small body was very restless. It needed someone to hold her down. Lin turned around and gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, a pure black robe appeared on him, the large hood shrouding his entire face. He could clearly feel that the concentration of the secret source in the air was already several times that of the daytime. In this environment, the suppression effect of the secret source on magical energy would be greatly manifested. Even if the little master and the others were not affected, their strength would still be significantly impacted. "The wind has stopped blowing," Lin said as he turned. "Is it being suppressed by some kind of divine power? It should be the means of the church, but it really is the aura of that guy, the king of secret sources. I never expected that after our defeat 1,000 years ago, he would still be hiding here." Lin smiled slightly. This wind was called the Wind of Tranquility. It was a special ability that the King of Secret Sources possessed. The Wind of Tranquility could ignore all tangible objects and directly act on a person's soul, putting them into a deep sleep. This was also the reason why Nanako and the others would fall asleep so quickly. However, upon realizing it was the King of Secret Sources, Lin felt more relaxed. Because 1,000 years ago, he and the King of Secret Sources were true allies, the main force fighting against the descent of the gods. Lin naturally understood the King of Secret Sources very well. As the highest controller of the Secret Source, a being that has survived since ancient times, his character is devoid of any brutality. Instead, he is surprisingly gentle and approachable. For those mortals who inadvertently offend him, his most severe punishment is merely to turn them into pigs, and after a while, turn them back. It feels less like punishment and more like a kind of prank. Compared to those ancient beings who can easily reduce people to ashes, he can definitely be considered a gentle presence. So, upon seeing those girls turned into pigs in Winter Spring Valley, Lin immediately thought of him. This was also the reason he came here. Based on the aura, it is undoubtedly him, but something feels a bit strange. His state seems off. Lin pondered. He turned around, wanting to go out and investigate. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a series of rustling footsteps coming from downstairs. His heart stirred, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Aren't those the people from the church? This is interesting. It seems that the force that just blocked the influence of the tranquil wind indeed comes from the church. Are they planning to take action against Master Loli while we are asleep? Indeed, quite the idea. Outside the door, two knights swiftly rushed to either side of the main entrance, swords in hand, alertly signaling to those behind them. "Lord Marshal, shall we act?" Marshal squinted his eyes and said solemnly, "Act." Boom! The two knights instantly kicked open the door. A dozen knights behind them charged in, their swords reflecting the dim light of the room as they filed in. Although Alex showed hesitation, he still followed them inside. However, the moment they rushed in, they immediately stopped. In the middle of the room, a man dressed in a long black robe with a large hood was sitting in a chair, reading a book by the light, seemingly oblivious to their sudden intrusion. The atmosphere around them instantly fell silent. Marshall frowned. His gaze swept around the room and soon landed on the bed obscured by curtains. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and started to walk over. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly," Lin said, tapping his temple with a faint smile. "Otherwise, you might die a terrible death." At these words, Marshall suddenly turned around, narrowing his eyes as he stared at him. "Who are you?" Lin flipped through the pages of his book and replied, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Do you know what the consequences are for barging into someone else's room uninvited?" His voice was exceptionally calm, as if he were not at all disturbed by being surrounded by dozens of fully armed knights. Marshall stared at him, his hands slowly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Lord Marshall," Alex hesitated, "didn't you say that everyone outside the church would be affected by that cursed wind?" "Then this person," Marshall replied in a low voice, "I don't know, maybe he's just lucky." "No, it should be more than just luck to not be affected." Although he felt no aura from this man, for some reason, he gave off a very dangerous feeling. It was as if he were not facing a mere person, but some ancient giant beast. "Are you also a mage from Winter Spring Valley?" Marshall asked in a low tone. Lin focused on the novel in his hands, a smirk appearing on his lips. "What, do you have a grudge against the mages of Winter Spring Valley?" Marshall said indifferently, "Those mages provided us with fake potions and almost caused the deaths of hundreds of our warriors." "What do you say?" As soon as he said this, Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He closed the book, crossed his legs, faced them, rested his chin on his hand, and smiled. "Provided? Shouldn't it be said that you stole them? You stole our half-finished potions and now you want to come and cause us trouble? This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard in this world. Ha ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him were instantly furious. Lin teased, "So, is your butt still sore? If it is, I happen to have a special medicine here. Do you want to buy some to apply? As for the effect, I can't guarantee it." Looking at that mocking gaze, Marshall instantly recalled the unforgettable scene he experienced at noon. Hundreds of big men were making some terrible movements. Marshall was almost immediately thrown off balance by this remark. His face turned red with anger. His fingers clenched tightly. Even a certain part behind him seemed to be on the verge of splitting. Lin was taken aback and smiled. "No way. Are you really angry? Don't. If it's just been stitched up, it's best not to get angry, or it might split open again. If it splits too much, then it really can't be stitched back." Lin shrugged, smiling brightly. "Of course, if you used iron wire to hold it together, then just pretend I didn't say anything." As soon as he said this, Marshall's face turned crimson with rage, his eyes wide open. Seeing his expression, Lin paused, hesitating. "Wait, you really didn't use iron wire to hold it together, did you?" Marshall's whole body trembled. Then he immediately felt the strange gazes of his subordinates around him. He was so angry that his whole body shook. But just at that moment, crack, a sound of metal breaking. Instantly, the room fell silent. A small piece of iron wire fell with a thud from behind him, particularly eye-catching. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lin finally couldn't hold back his laughter, slapping the table and saying, "You are truly the most amazing person I've ever seen. I can't believe you actually used iron wire. Doesn't that feel uncomfortable? Also, when you take a dump, do you end up with a grid pattern?" Ha 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 ha. Lin's piercing laughter echoed throughout the room. Marshall's mind immediately conjured up an image of a grid-like poop. I damn. He trembled all over. Especially with that piercing laughter, it felt like a wild slap to his face. This was too much. Simply too much. "I'll kill you," he roared, instantly drawing his sword and swinging it towards Lin's head. Marshall had never been subjected to such mockery in his life. In an instant, his sword was less than 5 centimeters from Lin's head. He could almost see the scene of that head rolling on the ground. But in the next moment, clang, a loud sound. 2 fingers gently blocked his swinging sword, and at the moment the blade struck those 2 fingers, it shattered into countless fragments. His face immediately showed an expression of utter shock. Seeing this scene, the knights around also changed their expressions drastically, almost instinctively drawing their swords. Crack, 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 with each loud sound, the moment they drew their swords, Lin lightly snapped his fingers. The swords in their hands instantly cracked with countless fissures, then exploded with a bang, turning into countless fragments. Tat-ata, the crowd retreated repeatedly, their faces turning pale in an instant. Lin took a deep breath and said, "Don't give me a chance to show off. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Boom! A loud noise erupted, accompanied by a series of piercing screams. The knights flew out of the windows one after another, crashing heavily onto the street outside. The cold wind howled. Marshall spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, looking fearfully at the second floor. At the window stood Lin in a black robe, looking down at them with a smile. "Is this what the Knights of the Order of Order are like? Your performance has truly never disappointed me. Have the virtues of humility, honor, and justice that knights should possess become things you can trample on at will?" Marshall trembled as he looked at him and said, "Who exactly are you?" Lin did not answer him but smiled lightly and said, "I once met a knight named Galad. I think you all should know him. He was the founder of your Order of the Holy Knights." Upon hearing this, everyone around exchanged glances, but only Marshall shuddered all over. He was a very rigid guy, a stubborn fool. I didn't like him, in fact, I despised him, because he truly took the 7 virtues of knighthood as his code of conduct. Humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, these are the 7 words. Lin slowly descended onto the street, walking towards them with a smile. He was weak, very weak, not even ranking among all the strong people I have met, but to be honest, I admired him greatly because he managed to do what I have always wanted to do but couldn't in that era of chaos. Lin walked beside them, looking down at their pale faces, and said softly, "He reshaped people's desire for justice." A silence enveloped the surroundings. The empty street was swept by the cold wind. All the knights present felt an overwhelming suffocation, as if something heavy pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe, filling them with anger and shame. Lin looked at them mockingly and smiled lightly. "So, in just 1,000 years, have you knights already fallen to this extent?" One of the knights raised his head, gritting his teeth, and said fiercely, "I don't know what you're talking about. Our Order of the Holy Knights founder is not named Galad. The knightly code is just something made up by boring people, not our order's program at all." The wind whistled past Lin's robe. Marshall moved his lips, trembling as he looked at the black-robed figure standing before him. "No," he said bitterly, "the Galad he speaks of is indeed the founder of our Order of the Holy Knights, and he was the first Holy Knight of the Church." Upon hearing this, all the knights around were taken aback. Marshall took a deep breath and said, 1,200 years ago, Knight Galad established the prototype of the Order of the Holy Knights, and the 7 codes became the standard for a knight from that time. They were humble, fair, and just, spreading our doctrine across the continent. But during the Divine War 1,000 years ago, Knight Galad was severely punished by our God for refusing to accept divine orders and was stripped of the title of leader of the Order of the Holy Knights. In the later stages of the Divine War, when the Violet Lord fell, he committed a great taboo by leading 8,000 holy knights who volunteered to follow him to protect the Violet family, resulting in the deaths of 3,000 holy knights. 3 days later, he was personally summoned back by our God and imprisoned. The next day, he took his own life beneath the Holy Hall. Marshall fell silent. After hearing the news, over 5,000 members of the Knights Templar all committed suicide in front of the chapel within 3 days, leading to the reorganization of the Knights Templar. All the knights were taken aback. They had never heard of this before. Since joining the church until now, they had been unaware of such a dark chapter in the history of the order. This. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a long silence. The wind howled past. Suddenly, Lin burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." He slapped his thigh heavily, laughing so hard that it seemed tears were about to come out. "I'm sorry, I was abrupt. I didn't expect there to be such a history. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting, really so interesting." It was as if he had hit upon a particular joke, laughing heartily and unable to stop. "After fighting with me for so many years, I thought he could leave something behind. Ha ha ha. In the end, he turned out to be a complete failure." "Change? What change? I originally thought if you could survive until now, I might come to chat with you, but it turns out you've changed yourself to death. Ha 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 ha. Truly foolish beyond measure." Lin laughed so hard he doubled over, continuously wiping away tears. But the knights around him heard no joy in his laughter whatsoever. "And then?" Lin said brightly, "Let me guess, did you erase the name Galord, cover up his history, and then redefine the Knights Templar's agenda, making them a military force that only obeys the church's orders?" Marshall fell silent, his hands trembling for reasons he couldn't understand, because he had already figured it out. This person might be someone who has lived since ancient times. He couldn't help but tremble, a sense of helplessness bursting forth from the depths of his soul, nearly leaving him exhausted. Lin's smile was radiant as he gave a thumbs up and said, "Congratulations, you have successfully found the way to navigate this era. The integrity and honor of a knight should indeed be thrown into the trash of the old era. If you're not bad enough or ruthless enough, how could you possibly survive in this age?" Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily and turned, his robe billowing. Marshall and the others trembled, trying to rise from the ground. But the next moment, a roaring gale swept toward them, blowing them far away. they immediately felt certain memories in their minds becoming hazy. An uncontrollable drowsiness surged over them like a tide. When you wake up, you will forget any interaction you had with me and lose the memories of these past 2 days. Good luck. Thud thud, one by one, they fell, their heavy eyelids slowly closing. As they sank into slumber, they could only see a dark silhouette slowly walking away from the lakeside town, gradually fading away. Outside the lakeside town, boom, the footprints, completely formed from the secret source fire, were now within reach. If one were to look down from the high sky at this moment, they would clearly see a long line of enormous fiery footprints stretching from the direction of the volcano to the lakeside town. A barely perceptible long howl echoed, rippling through the entire night sky. It seemed as if an invisible giant was steadily approaching this small town. It's time to check on my old friend. Lin wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye, smiling as he walked. All the calamities stemmed from the gods. He didn't know when it started, but every time his emotions became uncontrollable, he would laugh. He kept laughing, as if that could suppress those emotions deep in his heart. He had seen many dead people, enemies, friends, family, lovers, old acquaintances. Only a few remained alive until now. Sometimes he really didn't want to remember, because in his memories, there were dead people everywhere. Anyway, Galad, you really are a fool just like me. Since we're all fools, I'll help you settle this account. Lin smiled. A step of 1,000 meters. His figure directly appeared atop the city wall of Lakeside Town. His memories of the King of Secrets were still stuck on the eve of the Divine War 1,000 years ago. He vaguely remembered. When the great battle was imminent, in order to confront the arrival of the gods, he personally went to the King of Secrets' secluded place and invited him out of the mountain gate. Of course, this involved a lot of coercion, temptation, and deceit. He still remembered the helpless words of that guy when he was tied up back then. Lin, you bastard, if you want to seek death, don't drag me along. I've survived for over 10,000 years, and you're leading me into the fire pit. He, is that so? I've seen you gathering secrets and accumulating power for over 100 years. Do you dare say you're not waiting for this day? I was preparing to hide deeper. Winter is coming soon, can't you let me prepare a bit more food? Coward _ who's the coward? The coward is you. Oh, so it's the coward saying it's me. Anyway, Lin, I can indeed accompany you on this risk. I know the hatred in your heart, but I still want to tell you that the reason gods are gods is that they are invincible. If we lose this time, we will truly have nothing left. If we win, I'll treat you to a drink, the authentic Lin's special secret wine. Damn, can you stop bringing up that damn wine? Last time I drank it, I vomited and had diarrhea for over 10 years. Do you know how much secret source I lost? Just thinking about that time before the Divine War made the corners of Lin's mouth involuntarily rise. Targeted by the gods during the Divine War, he died too early, and when he was resurrected, it was already decades later. He wasn't very clear about what happened afterward. However, being able to sense his aura this time meant that he had at least survived. After all, he was the king of survival, an existence that had survived for over 10,000 years. How could he die so easily? And just at that moment, boom, a loud noise echoed outside the town once again. A gigantic footprint appeared outside Lakeside Town. It's here! Lin immediately looked up, smiled slightly, and slowly floated up, standing in midair. Brother, long time no see, I wonder if you still remember this old guy? Lin's voice rang out with a hint of mockery. Then he released part of his suppressed aura. In an instant, the entire Lakeside Town seemed to freeze. Just a part of his aura made the space here unbearable, creating strands of distortion. And that invisible giant seemed to sense the changes around. The huge footprint stopped for the first time, not moving forward. Vaguely, Lin could feel a gaze falling upon him. Lin smiled as he faced forward and said, "It's me, Lin." A brief silence, as if time had frozen, but it only lasted a few seconds. Boom, that huge fiery footprint appeared on the streets of Lakeside Town, and the invisible giant passed directly through Lin, seemingly not hearing his words. And strangely enough, the enormous footprint, upon making contact with the houses on the street, passed right through them, causing no damage to Lakeside Town at all. It was as if they existed in two completely different yet intersecting worlds. Lin frowned slightly. He sensed something was off. Source King, didn't you hear what I said? What's wrong with you? But Lin still received no response. The footprint lifted once more, heading towards the church at the edge of Lakeside Town. Lin raised an eyebrow, sensing the strangeness. In an instant, he reached out and gently brushed above his eyes, the light of the secret source suddenly flickering to life before him, then extending to his ears. And in the next moment, under the perspective of the secret source, he finally saw the scene before him clearly. At that moment, his whole body trembled. What appeared before him was a flame giant hundreds of meters tall. Its body was entirely composed of fiery energy, constantly emanating the glow of the secret source. He recognized it at a glance. This formless flame giant was the entity the Source King favored transforming into during battle. But at this moment, he saw enormous chains coiling around its body, the other ends of the chains stretching back into the distant sky from where it had come. Gurgle, gurgle, the chains seemed alive. One could see the rolling secret source being drawn out of its body by those chains. With each step it took, the chains tightened, causing its entire body to twist and deform dramatically. Roar, a long howl that shook the night sky. Under Lin's gaze, the massive flame giant roared as it reached out its giant hand towards the church in Lakeside Town. But just as its hand touched the church instantly lit up with blinding divine light. Boom, accompanied by ripples. The giant flame giant's palm was directly shattered into countless particles. A shrill and painful wail echoed. And at that moment, Lin finally saw everything clearly before him. A massive cage spanned across the sky, extending from the church all the way to the horizon, spreading throughout the entire sky. I am guilty. The flame giant's throat emitted a hoarse and hollow voice. Its arms slowly restored, once again howling as it charged at the church. Boom, its body was forced back once more. Yet it still stubbornly stood up, hollowly trying to break free from this cage. I repent. Boom, boom, again and again, it charged, again and again, it failed. Lin stood in midair, trembling as he watched all of this, his hands clenched tightly, an indescribable fury surged through him like a tide. I request your forgiveness. The Source King raised its head, extending its enormous fiery hand, hollowly lifting it towards the sky. Its legs knelt heavily. The countless chains rooted to its body were pulled along, and its head struck heavily against the ground. I request understanding. That hollow voice spread throughout the night sky, but no one could see the scene, except for those enormous fiery footprints. The entire Lakeside Town remained tranquil and peaceful, and almost the moment he saw those chains, Lin understood everything. Those gods have you. Lin tightened his fists bit by bit, angered, imprisoned here? An indescribable, immense rage surged through his entire being. For a whole 1,000 years, he had never felt such burning anger as he did now. But the Source King seemed still not to hear his words. He struggled to stand up, his massive body laboring as he reached out hollowly towards the church. I am guilty. You are not guilty, Lin shouted in fury. In an instant, he extended his hand, conjuring a gigantic hand that seemed to block out the sky, seizing the chains rooted in him. He wanted to tear these chains apart. He wanted to help the king of the secret source break free from this prison. But the moment he grasped them, the fire giant let out a piercing and agonizing wail. Its body collapsed to the ground. This is. Lin immediately released his grip, his face paling slightly as his eyes were enveloped by the deep purple of the secret source. In that moment, his gaze pierced through the fire giant's body, revealing its source of fire. And in that instant, Lin was shaken. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented urge to kill, to destroy, because those were not chains at all. They were extensions of his own source, a part of his body. Someone had transformed it with rules, turning its own essence into the shackles that imprisoned him. If the chains were torn apart, his source fire would immediately disintegrate. They were torturing him. Lin gritted his teeth fiercely. He extended his hand, allowing his powerful mental energy to penetrate the source mark within it. He needed to know what had happened. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes. In the images, there was a desolate vastness. In that vastness, a massive flame was suppressed in the center by 3 figures radiating a faint glow. That flame was the true body of the king of the secret source. Source King, the leading figure, spoke with a cold and grand voice. I never expected you would challenge us. Have you forgotten who knelt at our feet 1,000 years ago, begging for our forgiveness? The flame struggled continuously, emitting a furious voice. I no longer want to live so humbly. 1,000 years ago, I wronged my comrades who fought alongside me, and I betrayed my conscience. But now, I will not submit to you again. I would rather die than beg for your mercy. The indifferent voice replied, Oh, is that so? But I'm sorry, you are the king of the secret source. Every day you exist provides us with another day of the secret source. I cannot bear to let you die. You say you are unwilling to submit? The voice looked down at him arrogantly, saying, Then I will make you bow before me endlessly in the future, constantly begging for my forgiveness, making your life worse than death. Crack, the image was abruptly cut off. In the vast sky, Lin withdrew from the memory of the king of the secret source. At that moment, he finally understood everything that had transpired. The gods had transformed his body and imprisoned him here, forcing him to endure immense suffering at all times. He slowly opened his eyes, madness swirling within them. In an instant, he suddenly looked up at the sky, the killing intent in his eyes nearly shattering the heavens. Order God! I, Lin, swear to kill you. He roared. The heavens trembled. In an instant, he extended his hand, and the flow of rules surrounded his entire being. His body became translucent under the interference of the rules, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He gritted his teeth, striving to control the fluctuations of the rules, attempting to probe into the body of the king of the secret source. He wanted to use the rules he had comprehended to remove the mark on the king of the secret source. He believed he could do it. The reason gods are powerful is that they can wield the rules for their own use. The divine nature is the source of their control over the rules. But in the course of this 1,000 years, after experiencing countless failures, he had already learned to access some of the power of the laws without relying on divinity. This was also the reason he dared to seek revenge a second time. "Brother, don't worry, I will help you return to normal." Lin gritted his teeth, continuously manipulating the power of the laws to break the restraints within him. "We only failed once. Even if they truly do not perish, I will definitely tear off their masks and ensure they can never find peace." Crack crack, accompanied by Lin's comprehensive interference with the power of the laws, the seals around the chains on the King of Secret Sources were shattered one after another. Those were the restraints set by the gods. Crack, just as the seventh seal was shattered by Lin, he immediately saw a glimmer of rationality flash in the hollow eyes of the King of Secret Sources. "Source King!" Lin shouted. The massive roar instantly transformed into overwhelming power, directly rushing into the core consciousness of the King of Secret Sources. It was as if a thunderclap had struck the ground. The body of the King of Secret Sources suddenly went limp, and a faint light of secret source began to emanate from his eyes. His consciousness was awakened. "Lin! Lin!" he gasped, his gaze falling on the figure standing before him. "Are you awake?" Lin gritted his teeth, continuing to interfere with the seals within him using the laws. "Don't speak, those gods have altered your body. I'm trying to find a way to lift those seals. Once all the seals are lifted, you should be able to." A brief silence. The flame giant struggled to extend his hand, forcefully waving it towards Lin's position. Lin was taken aback, instantly retreating and shouting, "What are you doing?" The flame giant gasped, "Lin, you bastard, I knew you wouldn't die. Among us fools, you're the smartest. Just seeing you makes me angry." Lin gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Save your breath for after I rescue you. Don't waste my energy right now." The flame giant reached out his hand again, stopping Lin from getting closer, panting, "Stop it, Lin, it's useless. Can't you see? They used the laws to change my essence. Even if you can lift the restraints they placed on me, you can't change my fate. My existence is fundamentally tied to the secret source, but they have transformed me into a being that resists the secret source. As long as there is even a trace of the secret source within me, I will endure endless pain, and without the secret source, I will die. This change is one way." He gritted his teeth. Lin's fists slowly clenched, making cracking sounds. He gritted his teeth, his eyes interwoven with dazzling light. Although he was still somewhat inexperienced in mastering the laws, how could he not see the tricks the gods had played on the King of Secret Sources? But, the King of Secret Sources gasped. Taking advantage of Lin weakening the seals set by the gods within him, while his rationality was still clear, he struggled to use his own power. Soon, under the influence of the secret source, his body began to shrink slowly. Finally, he transformed into an elf-like figure with long ears, sitting cross-legged on the ground with difficulty, and the chains rooted in his back also shrank accordingly. "Sit with me for a while," the King of Secret Sources gasped, then forced a smile, revealing a pale grin. "After all, being able to see you again after that divine war back then, I feel like I'm dreaming." Lin remained silent. He slowly descended from the air, standing before him, but his eyes still flickered with the divine light of the secret source, staring intently at the King of Secret Sources, watching his essence. "The one who attacked you was the God of Order," Lin said darkly. The King of Secret Sources laughed and said, "Yes, sometimes I feel quite helpless. I've struggled for so long, and in the end, I still couldn't escape that woman's grasp. Just like you said, it's like that monkey. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape the Buddha's palm." He lowered his head, shook it, and conjured up strong liquor out of thin air, pouring it into his mouth with a gurgle. Drops of alcohol dripped from his chin onto the ground, quickly transforming into the faint glow of the secret source and disappearing. He raised his head and sighed. "You've seen my memories, haven't you?" Lin An remained silent. He looked up at the sky and said, "Actually, I'm very glad to have met you thousands of years ago, Lin In. Although you're a fool, sometimes being too smart can prevent you from accomplishing things. For example, I've preserved my life for 10,000 years, yet I still don't know why I'm alive." He shook his head, a hint of self-mockery in his expression. Lin En accused, "Don't try to insult me indirectly. If you weren't a fool, would you have followed me to the god of war?" The king of secret sources burst into laughter, covering his face, seemingly a bit dejected, and said, "Of course, even the smartest person can have a moment of foolishness." The two fell silent. Under the vast night sky, on the desolate street, one person drank, the other sat quietly. Lin En remained silent for a long time and said, "I was just observing your essence. I think I can save you." The king of secret sources smiled bitterly and said, "I'm tired of living, you can't save me." Lin En raised his head and said, "The God of Order has set up 2 layers of restrictions within you. The first layer continuously absorbs your secret source, causing you immense mental pain, making you confess and bow down, imprisoning yourself here. The second layer, as you said, he has altered your essence, transforming you into a form that resists the secret source." The king of secret sources silently drank, cup after cup. Lin En gazed deeply at him and said, "This is indeed a one-way change. I can't trace back your essence from the level of the laws, but I can find another way to help you be reborn." The king of secret sources was silent for a moment and asked, "How to be reborn?" Lin En took a deep breath and said, "Completely abandon the secret source, adapt to his transformation of you, and then walk the path of order." The winds suddenly blew fiercely. The king of secret sources fell into silence. How could he not understand Lin En's meaning? The god of order had changed his form of existence, using the laws of order to turn his essence into a contradiction interwoven with the secret source and the laws of order. And it was this contradiction that had trapped him in prolonged suffering. What Lin En wanted to do was to strip away one of them, allowing him to adapt to the other. If done correctly, after completely abandoning the secret source, he could indeed be reborn in another way, reappearing as the king of order. But he took a deep breath and smiled wearily. "Lin En, I'm tired, really tired. I was born from the secret source, it is equivalent to my parents. If I abandoned the secret source that created me just to survive, then I would be denying everything about myself. Moreover," he smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "if I truly accepted the laws of order as my essence, I would live my entire life in the shadow of the god of order. For me, that would be even more painful than my current suffering. Do you understand?" Lin En remained silent and said, "But you once told me that you really wanted to see a world without gods. You said that world would be so beautiful." The king of secret sources looked up at the starry sky. "Yes, but we failed, didn't we?" Lin En said calmly, "Then let's win it back." The king of the secret source, "I'm sorry, Lin En, I'm really too tired." His words were not finished. Lin En kicked him to the ground without a word, pressing down and unleashing a flurry of blows. Slap, slap, slap. "Lin En, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me just because we disagree?" Lin En, said, "Damn it, I've been wasting time with you for so long, and you keep spreading negative energy. It's really infuriating. Just watch, I'm going to beat you to death today." Lin En rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a nearby bench, and began to rain down blows. The king of the secret source held his head, furious, and shouted, "Stop! Stop it! You were once the Violet Lord, and I am the king of the secret source. How can you hit me like a thug?" Lin En retorted, "I'm going to hit you today. Just give me a straightforward answer. Is that so hard? I'm going to beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. It hurts. Stop. Stop it." The flurry of blows continued for over 10 minutes. The king of the secret source squatted in the corner, holding his head in humiliation, his clothes disheveled, tears glistening in his eyes as he wiped them away in shame and anger. "This is too much. You actually hit me for over 10 minutes. If your blue dragon wife were still alive, I would definitely tell her you're bullying people again." Lin En took a deep breath, flexed his wrist, lit a cigarette, and said calmly, "Just sit here and wait for me to come back. Since you've been in pain for 1,000 years, I guess you won't mind these 10 minutes. When I return, I will give you a new life." With that, Lin En turned around. A rolling black mist instantly rose around his body. An incredibly terrifying dark power enveloped him. "I haven't used this identity in a long time," he said softly, clenching his fist slightly. In an instant, with a whoosh, enormous black wings sprouted from his back, and sinister demon horns grew from his head, the terrifying aura causing the surrounding space to tremble. Lin En exhaled a deep breath, dark energy filling his entire being. Seeing this scene, the king of the secret source trembled and said, This is." He recognized Lin En's current form, the first demon lord of the abyss, the demon king who had been lurking in the deepest part of the abyss. Lin En looked down at his claws and said lightly, "Oh, this is a disguise I use to study abyssal powers. Others call me Lucifer. It's my strongest combat form." The king of the secret source's eyes trembled as he pointed at him, saying, "Wait, you mean that demon king is you? He's just one of your disguises? That bastard who chased me through hundreds of planes and stripped me of my resources when I traveled to the abyss 1500 years ago, was it you? Lin sighed and took a puff of smoke, decisively denying, no. You're full of crap. The king of the secret source roared in anger. I damn. Just as the king of the secret source was about to continue digging into his past, Lin decisively spread his wings and soared into the sky, not giving him a chance to speak. When I come back, I'm going to the headquarters of the Order Church. They should have the demigod level you need to transform your essence. In an instant, Lin's body disappeared into the distance. The king of the secret source reached out, his face full of frustration, but it was of no use. The evening breeze whistled through the street. He was left all alone, for a long time. He climbed up dejectedly, staggering as he whispered, Lin, I know you want me to live, and you are the best friend I've ever had. I really want to take a look at that world without gods. But, he took a deep breath, raised his head, and gazed at the vast expanse of stars with a weary expression. I've lived too long. Many people say that the longer you live, the more you fear death. But have they ever considered that death can also be a form of liberation? Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lin. Although it may hurt you, please allow me to make a decision. He struggled to extend his hand, pressing it against his chest, against his very essence. Slowly, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let's meet again in the next life. Smack, his words were not yet finished. A foot appeared out of nowhere and kicked him in the face, causing his body to spin 150 times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, face down. There stood Lin, in a demonic form, cracking his knuckles as he took a deep breath and said, I knew you wanted to die. You spread a bunch of negative energy, and you think I wouldn't be on guard? Damn, I really guessed right. The king of the secret source trembled. He turned his head with great difficulty, glaring with blood streaming from his nose, trembling as he extended his hand and said, You. Lin looked down at him. I already told you to wait here obediently for me. You just wouldn't listen. Do you want me to come back with my divine power and have you die tragically in my arms? Please, you're holding the script of a male supporting character, not the female lead. The king of the secret source trembled. I damn. Without saying another word, Lin grabbed the chains behind him, swiftly binding him into a large zonzi and tossing him into the corner. The king of the secret source struggled in anger. Lin, you're going too far. I have my dignity too. Untie me, let me. Smack. Lin conjured a light bulb out of thin air and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The king of the secret source shouted angrily, MMM. Lin clapped his hands and said indifferently, Alright, wait for me to come back obediently. I'm leaving, enjoy that. In an instant, Lin's body vanished into thin air. All that remained was the furious accusations of the king of the secret source. Meanwhile, in the Silver Secret City, at the headquarters of the Order of the Holy See, in the sanctuary. In the deep night, candle flames flickered. On the highest throne of the Holy See, the Pope, dressed in pure white robes, sat there, holding a scepter encrusted with jewels, gazing indifferently at those below. A faint hymn echoed in the sanctuary. Your Holiness, the anomalies in Lake Town can basically be confirmed to be the work of the king of the secret source. 1,000 years ago, during the period of turmoil, our divine general, the king of the secret source, was sealed beneath that volcano. The recent eruption of the volcano has caused the first layer of the seal to loosen slightly, but the second layer is still operational. The king of the secret source does not have the ability to break through that boundary. Your Majesty, I believe this is an opportunity. The abundant secret source within the king of the secret source could definitely become a powerful supply for our Holy See. If we can cultivate a large number of secret source mages, our influence will surely expand further. Below, the first cardinal bowed humbly. The Pope replied lightly, let Saint Anna and Archbishop Augustus investigate for a few more days. If they can find a way to circumvent those influences, this proposal can indeed be considered. He turned his head, his gaze falling on another archbishop. What about the recent tax revenue? My God's cathedral still needs a lot of funding to be completed, and there are only 100 days left. If it cannot be finished within this time, you know the consequences. The bishop replied respectfully, Your Majesty, please rest assured. We have increased taxes everywhere. There are already 213 types of taxes combined, and the basic taxes have been collected up to the year 2021. Funding is definitely not a problem. The Pope frowned slightly and said indifferently, What about the nobles? The bishop humbly smiled and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. We have reached agreements with the kings and governors of various kingdoms. They will take the lead in donating. If they donate, those nobles and wealthy merchants cannot refuse to donate either. Afterward, the king's money will be returned in full, and the nobles will receive 28%. We take 8, the king takes 2. It's a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, the Pope's indifferent expression softened slightly, revealing a trace of an elusive smile. You have done well, Archbishop. I have always believed in your faith and ability. You will continue to receive my God's favor." The bishop was overjoyed and humbly bowed, saying, "Yes, praise my God, my majesty." But at that moment, suddenly, the entire cathedral began to shake violently. Everyone inside the cathedral staggered, their faces changing dramatically. "What's going on?" the Pope shouted. Outside the door, a soldier rushed in, kneeling on one knee, trembling as he said, "Not good. Your Holiness, a demon has appeared outside the city." At these words, everyone's expression changed drastically. A demon? What kind of joke is this? This is the headquarters of the Order of the Church, the holy place of the God of Order. What demon dares to run wild here? Are they tired of living? The Pope furrowed his brow tightly, suddenly standing up, darkly saying, "Let's go. We need to see what's happening." Meanwhile, outside Silver City, Boom Lin's enormous wings spread wide, and his body suddenly landed, causing the ground to crack open with countless dense fissures. He raised his head, looking far at the massive holy light shield hovering above Silver City. Silver City, heh. Lin's expression was indifferent, his magical energy rolling, enveloping his body in endless demonic aura. It had been 1,000 years since he had come here, but that disgusting aura still made one feel uncomfortable. He vaguely remembered. 1,000 years ago, his first confrontation with the God of Order was just outside this city. 1,000 years had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. It's time to take back some things. Lin squinted, and in an instant, he appeared beneath the city wall of Silver City. Through the massive holy light magic barrier, he could clearly see the terrified expressions of the saints on the city wall. A demon! It's a demon! Damn it! What demon dares to offend this holy city? Quick, shoot arrows, we absolutely cannot let him break in. The saints screamed. Countless holy light arrows and magic shot towards Lin. Lin did not dodge or evade, his gaze indifferent. In an instant, his body began to swell, the rolling magical energy rampaging within him. Then, under the terrified gaze of those saints, Lin's body began to expand. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin transformed into a massive demon hundreds of meters tall, his terrifying wings spread wide, the wind howling, casting a huge shadow that nearly covered the entire city. Inside the city, the residents let out terrified screams. "Help! Help! What on earth is that? What on earth is that? When had they ever seen such a gigantic demon lord?" The crushing fear made their bodies go weak. "You dare to desecrate my holy land!" A holy light mage roared, but Lin said nothing. His gaze was indifferent. He extended his hand. A fist struck the massive shield of Mithril City. In an instant, after a ripple burst forth from the holy light barrier that had protected the city for 1,000 years, it exploded with a thunderous roar. Under the terrified gaze of the believers, countless fragments fell. The entire city was instantly laid bare before the enormous demon. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Abyss Society, the colossal statue of Lucifer, which had remained undisturbed for a full 1,000 years, suddenly glimmered with a faint light at that moment, as dark as night. At this very moment, the silver-haired witch, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly trembled all over. She immediately sensed the incredibly familiar aura emanating from the massive statue behind her. That was. She abruptly turned around and trembled as she saw the gigantic Lucifer statue, once again radiating that familiar aura after 1,000 years. Master Demon Lord! The silver-haired witch's eyes quivered, her entire being shaking with immense excitement. Gulp! Overwhelmed by the intense familiar aura, she rolled her eyes back and fainted straight away. Throughout the society, all the witches also felt this long-lost aura. They trembled and turned their heads toward the deepest part of the hall. In the next moment, across the society, countless witches immediately dropped their work and rushed toward the hall at an unimaginable speed. When they saw the faint glow emanating from the statue standing in the center of the hall, gulp, the most devout witches immediately fell back in rows, rolling their eyes as if they were being harvested like wheat, overwhelmed by their immense excitement. It was unclear how long it took. They finally awakened. Once again, overwhelmed by excitement and disbelief, they let out cries of joy and tears. It's the aura of the Demon Lord. Has the Demon Lord awakened? It's been 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. It's truly been too long. The silver-haired witch finally staggered back to consciousness. She trembled as she raised her head, kneeling on one knee, continuously sensing that familiar and powerful aura with her spiritual energy. This statue of His Majesty Lucifer was personally overseen by His Majesty during its construction, containing a part of the Demon Lord's essence, allowing them to clearly sense His Majesty's aura and location, so they could serve him better. Such statues exist in various palaces throughout the Abyss, so that when the Demon Lord descends to a certain plane, they can quickly be informed. And now that this statue in the main plane has lit up, it means His Majesty is currently in the Violet Continent. I sensed it. I sensed His Majesty's location. The silver-haired witch hurriedly raised her head, trembling as she said, in Mithril City, the holy city of the Order Tribunal. His Majesty's aura tells me he is currently fighting. In an instant, she suddenly turned around, her robe billowing, her gaze filled with indescribable excitement and fervor. Looking at the witches below who were as fervent as she waved her hand and gritted her silver teeth, saying, "We have also waited a full 1,000 years. Now that His Majesty has awakened, quickly, immediately notify the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Battle-Maid Corps. No matter where they are or what they are doing, issue an emergency order, target Mithril City, and be sure to find the Demon Lord." "Yes, Lady Head Maid." The witches below all let out excited screams. In an instant, the entire Abyss Society was mobilized, and this news quickly reached their headquarters in the Abyss through special channels. The clans that once belonged to the first Demon Lord received this unbelievable and exhilarating news at the first moment. The First Legion, which had been dormant for a full 1,000 years, along with the Second Legion and many other elite armies composed of great demons, also sprang into action immediately. Quick! Quick! The Demon Lord has awakened, right here on the Violet Continent. Bring out all the resources we've collected over 1,000 years and prepare to construct the Abyss Gate. Coordinates to the headquarters of the Order of the Holy See. Open the gate right over their ancestral graves. Build one every 10 meters, fill it up. Immediately summon the Hellhound Legion, the Hellfire Legion, the Black Knight Legion, and the Bone Dragon Legion. Tell them to get to work. In an instant, the Abyss's first plane, which had been silent for countless years, stirred. The earth cracked open with a loud rumble, and countless demons crawled out from underground, while innumerable bone dragons darkened the sky of the entire plane. Other demon lords in the Abyss also sensed the dramatic changes in the first plane. Such a large-scale movement was absolutely unprecedented, even within the Abyss. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Abyssal Society, bang, 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 bang. After all the witches had set off, the silver-haired witch banged her head against the marble pillar. Overwhelmed with excitement, the silver-haired witch let out a series of shrill screams. As the head maid of the 1st Combat Maid Corps, her usual composure would never allow such a loss of decorum. But today was different. As a girl who had admired Lord Lucifer since childhood, wanting to offer her soul and body to him, if she didn't faint a few times, it would feel like a disservice to Lord Lucifer. Meanwhile, in Mithril City, the holy light illuminated the hall of the Order of the Holy See. Under the Pope's command, the hall had activated the highest level of alert, and countless prohibitions that hadn't been activated for 1,000 years unfolded around the hall once more. A large number of knights, lawbreakers, and holy mages urgently gathered around the hall. Almost all the strong members of the Order of the Holy See were assembled here. Yet even so, looking at the towering demon outside Mithril City, which stood hundreds of meters tall, they still turned pale, feeling a wave of suffocation. The Pope led all the bishops of the Order of the Holy See out of the hall. They gazed at the massive demon from a distance, their faces ashen. "Your Holiness, what exactly is this demon?" The Pope's expression was grave as he said, "It looks very much like, I have studied the hierarchy of abyssal demons before, and judging by its appearance, this demon is very likely to be the first demon lord of the Abyss." As soon as these words were spoken, all the bishops' expressions changed dramatically, their faces turning pale in an instant. What kind of joke is this? The first demon lord of the Abyss? How could a demon of this level appear on the Violet Continent? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. A demon lord level demon is a demigod. The immense shock instantly made them feel a chill in their bodies and souls. Demon lords were all, without exception, demigods, and the first demon lord of the Abyss was undoubtedly a terrifying existence that ranked at the pinnacle among demigods. And such a being, which only existed in legends, was now appearing at the headquarters of their Order of the Holy See. In RPG games, this would be like the final boss of the version descending directly into the novice village at the start of the game. Quick! The Pope gritted his teeth and said, "Immediately issue an emergency order, summon all bishops from across the continent to return, and request aid from Winter Spring Valley, the War Association, and the 8 great empires. We must ensure they support us at the earliest opportunity." Because he knew, with the current strength of their Holy See, it is absolutely impossible to stop this powerful demon. Boomdlin stomped on the street, and a massive burning footprint instantly appeared on the ground. His expression was indifferent, completely unconcerned by the countless arrows and spells attacking him, because those arrows and spells inflicted no harm upon him at all. His target, only the towering cathedral in the very center of the city. Quick! Prepare the magical siege crossbows, charge the towers, activate the magical cannons. Where are the Griffin and Dragon troops? Get them to attack immediately. The defense forces of the Silver City's church roared, bringing out all their powerful siege magical devices. Boom boom, countless magical cannons fired terrifying beams of annihilation. The siege-level magical crossbows, capable of slaying dragons, launched powerful enchanted arrows towards Lin. But it was all useless. The arrows pierced Lin's skin, twisting and deforming upon impact. The giant cannons left no trace on Lin's body. If Lin had a health bar, one would clearly see the numbers floating above his head. -1 miss resist. Immune. Watching this scene, the archbishops beside the Pope turned pale. They suddenly turned their heads and shouted, "Quick, summon Archmajander." As a church with thousands of years of history on the continent, they also possessed powerful master troops. That was the Holy Source Mage Corps, affiliated with the church. And the current leader of the Holy Source Mage Corps was a god-level powerhouse, Ander. Soon, Ander, dressed in a white robe, led his elite mages from deep within the cathedral. When they saw the massive demon towering hundreds of meters high within the city, their expressions changed dramatically. Prepare the forbidden spell. Without any hesitation, Ander decisively issued the command for the forbidden spell at the first sight of the demon. He shouted, "Immediately gather all the holy priests of the church, I need their resources." The Pope frowned and turned to him, saying, "Mr. Ander, do you have confidence in expelling this demon?" Ander replied gravely, "I have no confidence, but we can only try. This aura sends shivers down my spine. I have never seen a being of this level before." He gritted his teeth, his long beard flowing, and his body slowly began to levitate. He raised his staff high. All the elite mages around him immediately spread out, forming an incredibly complex hexagram magic array around him. Instantly, all the mages closed their eyes and began chanting sacred incantations. "Great and eternal God of order, I, Ander, request the power of order. I request the divine descent. Omnipresent holy light, I ask you to grant me the power to dispel all darkness." In an instant, he roared, his staff piercing high into the sky. Accompanied by the chanting of countless mages, surging magical energy coalesced into a towering light screen. In a moment, the entire night sky was enveloped in a blinding golden light, visible even thousands of meters away. This was a forbidden spell, a powerful magic of the Holy Order, the most sacred power capable of restraining the essence of demons. The reason the Order Church could stand against the abyss was that they had the most holy mages and priests. The holy power, when cast upon ordinary humans, could heal body and mind, strengthening their constitution, but for demons, it was the most terrifying poison that could restrain and corrode their essence. Forbidden spell, radiant light domain. Gathering the sacred power of all the spiritual mages and priests, Ander roared out the full name of the spell. In an instant, a massive and dark sky unfolded, a gigantic magic circle thousands of meters wide. And at the very center of the circle, the power of the forbidden spell firmly locked Lin's body in place. "Judgment!" he shouted. In a moment, the sky was torn apart. A grand cascade of light, hundreds of meters wide, descended from the heavens as if carrying the power to annihilate the world. Boom, the entire earth trembled. Lin's massive form was instantly enveloped by the brilliant cascade of light. The blinding radiance forced everyone in the city to close their eyes. The archbishops, one by one, revealed expressions of immense excitement. Is it effective? This was one of the few forbidden-level spells that could be unleashed directly in the city. It was a top-tier forbidden spell specifically developed to counter demons. Because this magic only inflicted damage on demons and evil spirits, it was, for humans, an unparalleled blessing. Seeing this scene, the entire city was electrified. "Charge!" The commander of the church's legion shouted joyfully. Instantly, under the influence of the light domain, all the knights and spellbreakers were granted the top-tier buff of the sacred order. Countless knights roared as they charged forward with their massive shields, rushing towards the demon within the light screen. They fearlessly surged forward. The archers and mages, empowered by the magic, seized the opportunity to unleash spells towards Lin. Bayou arrows shot forth in rapid succession. Even the Pope felt a surge of excitement, instinctively moving forward. And just at that moment, the terrifying light screen enveloping Lin slowly faded, revealing his massive demonic form once again before everyone. Lin took a deep breath and said, "What a big mouthful of woman." Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. After being struck by this sacred magic, Lin immediately felt that the power he had previously expended to lift the seal from the King of Secrets had been restored under this top-tier forbidden spell. His waist no longer ached, his legs were no longer tired, and even his arthritis seemed much better. In an instant, everyone's expressions froze in place. If everything were to be quantified, they would surely see the green healing numbers floating above Lin's head. Plus 200W, plus 200W, critical hit, plus 400W. Lin moved his body a bit, his gaze falling towards the direction of the cathedral, landing on the dazed expressions of Ander and the others. He took a deep breath and slowly gave them a thumbs up, indicating praise. "Nice! What a good citizen! This behavior was simply like a battle between two nations, publicly supplying the imperial army with resources. Instantly, everyone present screamed in terror. No effect. No effect at all. What kind of joke is this? Isn't he a demon? Why isn't he taking damage from the sacred magic? Everyone was horrified by this scene. The Pope, in a fit of rage, rushed over and grabbed Ander by the neck, angrily shouting, "I told you to take him down. I told you to take him down. Why the hell are you giving him health?" Ander, in a daze, replied, I don't know. This was supposed to be the best magic against demons. How could it? The Pope pointed towards Lin and shouted, "What the hell? Didn't you see that demon giving you a thumbs up?" And those knights who had already charged forward could not stop at all. Due to the immense inertia, even though they saw that the magic had caused no harm to the demon, they couldn't stop. But after all, they were the elite among elites. Just as they were about to charge at the demon, they roared. In that moment, amidst the overwhelming fear, they suddenly realized the strongest maneuver of the knight profession. 250-degree U-shaped charge. Instantly, those knights who had initiated the charge, before even colliding with Lin, howled as they forcibly changed direction, sliding across the ground in a U-shape, stubbornly altering their target. They charged back again. Ander, whose face was red and nearly suffocated from the Pope's grip, pointed in Lin's direction, gasping, Wait a minute. That was definitely an accident. This magic isn't a one-time thing. There's a second round. It must have an effect, trust me, believe me." And just as he finished speaking, the sky changed color in an instant. The second round of holy energy began to gather. Boom! In an instant, a new round of light curtain fell from the high sky once again. And at that moment, everyone was immediately stunned to see that under the impact of the terrifying light waterfall, the demon's body was directly pressed down. It knelt on one knee, as if struck by a giant mountain, its body completely hunched over. It worked! The crowd rejoiced. This was truly unexpected. It turned out the first time was just a bluff. Those knights who were about to charge back were suddenly overjoyed, and in the moment before they returned, they once again forcibly executed a U-shape maneuver. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, they charged out again fearlessly. But in the next moment, they saw the demon, which had been suppressed by the light waterfall, reach out its hand, tie its shoelaces in the light curtain, then stretch its arms and coldly stand up again. Ander, Omega, Le Pope. That expression seemed to say to them, "Sorry, I was just tying my shoelaces, I was playing you." Surprised, or not, in an instant, the entire place was stunned. Those knights who had just charged out wore bitter expressions, once again howling as they forcibly executed a U-shape maneuver. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, they charged back again. What the hell? The crowd shouted. The Pope, furious, kicked Ander the mage, sending him tumbling, then pinned him down and gave him a flurry of blows. "You idiot! What kind of ridiculous magic is this? I've raised you for decades, you worthless piece of trash. Trash!" Meanwhile, as the beating continued, Lin had lost his patience. He stepped forward. His 10 fingers suddenly pressed down on the ground. Raging magical energy surged wildly from his hands. In an instant, countless cracks opened up on the ground, spreading chaotically towards the central cathedral of the city. Rumbling, accompanied by the earth's deep tremors, countless knights and archers screamed as they fell into the cracks, and the shield outside the cathedral instantly burst forth with an incredibly brilliant light, reaching its carrying limit in an instant. "Quick! Block him! Block him!" the Pope roared. The archbishops around him gritted their teeth, stepping forward, urging their magical energy, frantically injecting it into the magical shield outside the cathedral. But even so, the massive shield showed no signs of stabilizing. Whoosh, the cracks instantly closed. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by piercing screams, thousands of knights were instantly flung out. With a sudden grip of both hands, the magical energy in the air erupted violently. Countless wizards trembled violently, spitting blood, directly struck by the backlash of magical energy, collapsing painfully to the ground. In just a few movements, the living forces of the cathedral within the city instantly lost more than half. This was the immense gap that could not be bridged by mere strength. The archbishops turned pale, trembling as they said, "Your Holiness, we can't hold him off. We can't stop him." The Pope roared, "Shut up!" Boom! Lin unleashed a tremendous force, his fist crashing down on the protective barrier outside the cathedral. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the barrier, and with a loud bang, it shattered. The archbishops spat blood, their bodies flying out in an instant. The Pope retreated repeatedly, his face ashen. And this was the moment. The cathedral was like a little girl without clothes, completely exposed before Lin. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The Pope trembled as he backed away, suddenly turning and shouting, "Fall back to the cathedral!" The archbishops scrambled to their feet, trembling as they rushed toward the cathedral's entrance. The pale-faced knights and wizards outside also rushed in terror. The cathedral was the cornerstone of their order, the palace of the God of Order from the first divine descent thousands of years ago, and the key to the Order's survival to this day. They truly never expected this. 1,000 years later, they were forced to retreat into the cathedral in an instant. Rumbling, the massive stone doors of the cathedral slowly began to close. "Wait, we haven't gotten in yet. Don't close the door. Let us in. Let us in." Those knights and archers who had not yet made it inside desperately pounded on the doors, but it was of no use. A massive shadow enveloped them. They turned around, horrified, staring at the mountain-like demon, letting out frantic screams. The overwhelming fear caused them to collapse to the ground, losing control of themselves. "Don't kill us, please, don't kill us." Many knights had already knelt in terror, stripped of dignity, desperately begging for mercy. Lin looked down at them, indifferent, saying, "I am a demon, and you dare to beg for mercy from me." The knights trembled all over. Lin smiled faintly. "If they were knights of Galad, they would fight me to the death, no matter how strong I am. They would use their lives to stop me." The massive claw of the demon suddenly swung out. The knights were instantly blown away by the terrifying wind of the claw, blood splattering everywhere. "You are not worthy of being knights." The obstacles before him were swept away. Lin's gaze fell upon the magnificent and towering cathedral. Just like in the past, Lin squinted, suddenly extending his claws, pressing against the massive dome of the cathedral. Crackle, his claws made contact with the cathedral, causing tiny sparks to explode, and the entire cathedral emitted a blinding light of destruction in that moment. The protection of the God of Order? Lin's expression was indifferent. The moment he made contact, he saw through the essence of this power. It was a protective barrier enhanced by divine power, imbued with holy attributes, and contained laws that restrained evil energy and countered magic. For demons and wizards, this was undoubtedly a top-tier defensive barrier. But what if it's an extreme physical attack? Lin raised his head. In an instant, his massive demon form changed once more. His enormous wings folded, the horns on his head slowly disappeared, and his body gradually became robust and powerful, with long hair and a bare upper body. In that moment, a scarlet aura gathered around his fist. That is, the blood energy of the God of War exploding. The surviving warriors in the city, upon witnessing this scene, were terrified to the point of nearly fainting. "This is impossible. Who on earth is he? Why can he use the advanced techniques of the warrior sequence? Blood energy. That is blood energy being unleashed. It's a top-tier sequence that only a war god can wield." Boom! Under their terrified gaze, a fist enveloped in scarlet blood energy heavily struck the sanctuary. Kalala, the defensive barrier above the sanctuary instantly caved in. And inside the sanctuary, accompanied by a rumbling tremor, the high-ranking members of the church who had fled in looked pale. They knew that with the demon's power, even the sanctuary would likely not hold for long. It wasn't that their church lacked foundation, but rather that the opponent's strength was too overwhelming. The only option left was. The Pope gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around. His gaze fell upon the highest and most solemn statue at the end of the temple. They were followers of the God of Order, and at this moment of life and death, they could only seek the protection of the divine to help them through this crisis. "Hold the gate. No matter what happens, buy us time." The Pope, along with several archbishops, gritted their teeth and hurried toward the innermost part of the temple. The archbishops immediately understood the Pope's intention. They followed closely behind. Upon reaching the innermost part of the temple, they quickly began to set up a magic array and ritual in front of the statue. Since the Divine War, their order church had not sought direct intervention from the gods for a long time. And now, being forced to this extent was the greatest insult to the entire church. Boom! A loud sound, accompanied by the magic array above the sanctuary being shattered by immense force. The towering dome collapsed in an instant, and the sanctuary door, which had stood here for thousands of years, was bombarded open for the first time. "He has broken in." Despair filled everyone. A massive pupil appeared before their eyes, and the rolling demonic energy made them tremble all over. And in the next moment, Lin's body slowly transformed back to its normal size, once again revealing his demonic form. Clap, clap, he stepped through the broken door, entering this sanctuary that represented the sacred and the order. Opposite him was a rudimentary defense line made up of pale-faced, trembling bodies. "We absolutely cannot let him break through. Knights, charge!" They roared, knowing they had no way to retreat. It was not for any belief, but because the overwhelming fear made them realize they had no escape. Swish, 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 the knights charged forward with a roar. Lin's expression was indifferent as he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the sanctuary, landing on the statue at the deepest point. He strode forward, disregarding everything. These ants posed no threat to him at all. The knights, with red eyes, roared as they crashed into him, their sharp blades striking his body, only to be instantly repelled by an invisible force. No one could step within half a meter of him, nor could anyone hinder him even a fraction. This was the absolute gap in strength. How can he be this strong? Is our church really going to be annihilated here today? Damn it! Damn it! We absolutely cannot let him break in. Quick, summon the holy soldiers to revive. The high-ranking knight roared. In the center of the sanctuary, on the main hall, one statue after another standing on either side of the temple emitted a faint glow. These were all statues of the most powerful demigods in the history of the Ordered Church, representing the church's glorious past. And at that moment, the weapons in their hands began to tremble, countless pieces of dirt falling away to reveal their sharp edges. Those were the weapons that had been empowered by divine power during the demigods' lifetimes. After their deaths, these weapons became the last line of defense for the church. Every weapon carried the will of its master, imbued with divine power that surpassed that of demigods. And it was at the moment Lin stepped into the temple that whoosh, one after another, phantoms formed entirely from holy light appeared within the temple, wielding sacred weapons to block Lin's path. Those who trespass the holy hall shall be killed without mercy. The phantoms spoke in unison, their voices devoid of any emotion. A vast will press down directly upon Lin. Lin looked up and said, "A group of historical ghosts dares to block me?" Without hesitation, he strode forward. The phantoms, armed with sacred weapons, charged at him in an instant. Lin's claws swept out violently. In that moment, more than a dozen phantoms shattered on the spot, their weapons exploding, divine power dissipating. The remaining phantoms' attacks could not inflict any harm on him at all. Boom boom, statues exploded one after another. Phantom after phantom was directly erased by Lin. No one could stop his advance, nor could anyone make him pause for even half a second. Crack crack, those shattered weapons turned into scrap metal, clattering against the ground. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The surviving knights looked on in despair at this scene. In that instant, they truly felt what it meant to be unstoppable. They felt that before absolute power, everything was an illusion. Get out of the way. Emerging from the temple before Lin was a colossal beast, just a step away from becoming a demigod. This was the guardian beast of the holy statue, a divine tiger that had lived for 1,000 years. But at Lin's indifferent roar, the giant tiger trembled all over, its body nearly bursting apart, forced to retreat to the side, shaking as it cleared the path. Lin did not spare it a glance. He walked straight through. In the next moment, Lin stepped into the innermost sanctum of the holy hall. He had entered the sacred place dedicated to the God of Order. He's coming in. Hurry! Accelerate the ritual. As long as our God descends with divine punishment, there will still be a chance. The archbishops' faces turned pale as they screamed in despair. Use our life energy to fill the final void. The Pope roared, pouring all his strength into the magic circle beneath his feet at that last moment. And it was in that instant that the ritual circle beneath them finally glowed with a faint light, and the towering statue emitted a terrifying power. It succeeded. They knew that at this final moment, their summoning ritual had succeeded. Welcome our God's arrival. They coughed up blood and shouted, bowing deeply in excitement. In an instant, a tremendous majesty suddenly spread from the deepest part of the temple. An indescribable aura pierced through the temple, locking onto Lin. Lin suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through the vast hall, landing on the statue radiating endless majesty. A feeling of being watched surged within him. It was as if the statue had come to life, looking down at him with a detached gaze, as if it could see through him completely. That was the gaze of a god. Lin's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes meeting that indifferent gaze with irony. Familiar. So familiar it was almost too familiar. But he had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the moment the projection of the God of Order would descend. Crackle, crackle, the statue began to peel away continuously. And in the next moment, when the stone completely peeled away, a bound angel with wings appeared in the place of the statue. Few knew that the statue at the deepest part of the Temple of Order was not merely a statue. It was also a vessel through which the voice of order could project its will into this world. Whoosh! Huge white wings suddenly spread wide. A face of indescribable beauty and indifference appeared before Lin, suspended in the air, surrounded by a sacred glow, her gaze seemingly disdainful of everything in this world. But Lin knew. It was not disdain, but a kind of indifference, a cold indifference that regarded life as mere ants. He had seen this kind of gaze the moment his blue dragon wife fell from the heavens. It was chilling, provoking a rage that felt utterly futile. Please, my God, slay this demon. The Pope coughed blood and bowed, trembling all over. He not only intruded into the holy ground of my church but also seeks to extinguish our holy lineage. His crimes are worthy of death. The angel gazed at Lin with indifference, her voice echoing with emptiness and authority. Demon King? Lin smirked coldly, remaining silent. From her single statement, Lin understood that his 1,000 years of research into the laws had borne fruit. She could not see her true self. All she could see was what she chose to present before her. The angel said indifferently, "You hate me very much and want to kill me. We once knew each other. There is some kind of causality between us, isn't there?" Lin still smiled, not speaking. Indeed, this was the power of the divine. Even if you had severed all possible prying eyes from the realm of laws, these gods could discern many things from just a glance. If it were an ordinary demigod, they would only need a single look to thoroughly study your soul. When facing them, you could not look at them, could not say a word, could not show any emotional fluctuations, for any flaw would become the sword that pierced through your defenses. And this was merely facing a projection of a god. However, Lin was waiting for this projection. In an instant, Lin smiled, her figure appearing before the archangel at an unimaginable speed, her claws sweeping out. The Pope and others' expressions changed drastically. "How dare you show disrespect to my god?" The angel's expression remained indifferent as she slightly raised her hand, looking down. "It's useless. Even if you are the demon king, you cannot bridge the gap between you and the divine. You should know." But at that moment, sizzle, a tearing sound. Under the shocked gazes of the Pope and others, a streak of blood suddenly appeared on the angel's perfect cheek. Countless feathers flew. Time seemed to freeze. Lin still smiled, her crimson claws shimmering with the faint light accumulated from 1,000 years of enduring humiliation. The significance of this bloodstain needed no further words. Arrogance. They had endured this arrogance for countless centuries. From the moment his wife fell before his eyes, from the moment friends were eliminated one after another by them, he had sworn, one day he would storm into that lofty divine realm and trample those arrogant deities underfoot. He would witness this scene with a smile, smiling as he shattered the arrogance they had bestowed upon the world over countless years, piece by piece. Boom! The angel fell heavily from the divine platform under the tremendous impact, flying out several meters. The Pope and others' minds went blank, as if a long-established edifice had collapsed in that instant. The angel slowly raised her head, golden blood trickling down her cheek, staring fiercely at Lin, enunciating each word. "You have torn apart the laws." Lin smiled silently, her claws forming a fist, her massive demonic wings unfurling, looking down at her disarray. Indeed, the laws had always been regarded as the exclusive domain of the gods, their weapon to disdain everything in the world. It was the laws that granted them eternal arrogance. He knew what she had just done. She imposed upon herself a realm of laws that could isolate her from all attacks, a single word of truth that could prevent even the strongest warriors beneath the gods from harming her in the slightest. The gods said no, you cannot. But from this moment on, this unchanging situation was about to be shattered. In an instant, Lin erupted with extreme speed, smiling as he charged at the angel, his claws as sharp as the finest blades in the world, relentlessly targeting her vital points. The angel gritted her teeth and soared into the air to withstand his fierce assault. It was not just a physical confrontation. In the realm of laws invisible to ordinary people, they were also engaged in an all-encompassing attack. Boom! A tremendous roar. The dome of the sanctuary instantly shattered under the power they unleashed. In midair, the two clashed fiercely, stirring the entire sky into a tempest. And everyone in the city witnessed this scene. They were filled with shock and fear. That is, an angel, just as recorded in the scriptures. Is that the embodiment of my God? O gods above, that demon is fighting my God. No, no, this is absolutely impossible. They trembled all over. For even ordinary people could see that the angel in midair was at a complete disadvantage. One after another, blood streaks appeared on her body. Countless blood feathers fell like cherry blossoms stained with blood. Lin swung his arms methodically, attacking with an unwavering smile on his face. He watched her expression gradually twist. He watched her arrogant demeanor being torn apart bit by bit. At some point, a clear tear streak flowed down her smiling face, only to be quickly dried by the wind. Boom! A punch landed on her chest, and her body immediately plummeted like a meteor, her face contorted in pain. Many said they were a bunch of fools, because only fools would challenge the gods. Yes, he never denied this. Why fight to the point of ruin, to the point where everything painstakingly built turns to dust, just to challenge them? It is simply because we are foolish. Foolish enough not to kneel, foolish enough to not tolerate this unchanging world. Some things, if you don't do them, don't wait for others to do them. Ah, a shrill and painful scream. Lin's massive body suddenly descended from the sky, his claws piercing through her chest, grasping a core radiating with the light of order in his hand. The angel's body jerked back, her eyes still filled with disbelief. Her enormous wings suddenly spread wide. Countless feathers fluttered down. Her pupils slowly dilated, trembling continuously, her body convulsing in spasms. And everyone in the city witnessed this scene. They stood there in a daze, unable to believe what they were seeing. The god has fallen. With a tearing sound, Lin directly pulled out the core emitting a faint glow, smiling down at the angel lying on the ground, convulsing and trembling. After losing the core, her body began to disintegrate into countless specks of light. Who exactly are you? She gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with hatred and humiliation. Although this was merely a projection of hers, being almost crushed and killed still made her feel a wave of humiliation. For countless years, her authority had never faced such a tremendous challenge in trampling. Lin smiled slightly, not sparing her another glance. He turned and strode toward the deepest part of the sanctuary. Answer me. The angel struggled to rise, her expression gradually twisting, but she received no response. Lin would not answer her. Silence was the greatest contempt, and this contempt he had endured for 5,000 years. Step by step, he arrived at the sanctuary. Inside the grand hall of the sanctuary, the Pope and the archbishops were all pale, slumped on the ground, not even noticing Lin's arrival. The impact of the earlier scene was unimaginable to them. The projection of their god had been ruthlessly crushed to death before their eyes. This caused their long-established worldview to collapse. Lin paid them no mind. His main purpose for coming here this time was to obtain the core of this projection's order. This was an essential material needed for the King of Source to complete its transformation. As for the other materials, in an instant, under the trembling gaze of the Pope and others, Lin's fist struck the ground. Boom, the entire earth shook. At that moment, a massive crack opened in the floor of the sanctuary, and at the deepest part of that crack was a deep and empty underground space. The Pope's face turned pale instantly, his mind ringing with a loud noise. No. He understood what this demon intended to do. Beneath the sanctuary were buried the popes and the strongest beings of their order. That was their tomb. For countless years, many demigods of their order had been buried underground in the sanctuary. This was a desecration. Lin's eyes flickered as he suddenly extended his hand, channeling his overwhelming power. From the deepest part of the crack, faint glimmers of light slowly emanated. It could be vaguely seen. One by one, spheres shimmering with the light of order slowly floated up, breaking through the earth. Those were demigod cores. The demigod cores of the realm of order. The core left behind by the demigods who had died in the order throughout the ages. His goal was them. The Pope and the archbishops trembled all over, their faces ashen, gritting their teeth tightly, but they did not dare to entertain any thoughts of stopping him. Their god's avatar had been killed. What power did they have? A demon had invaded their supreme sanctuary. Then, in front of everyone, he dug up their graves, which was nothing short of trampling on all their faces. Yet even so, they still did not dare to utter a sound. Snap! Lin reached out, collecting all those demigod cores into his possession. He smiled slightly, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. With the assistance of these demigod cores, along with the order core he had just obtained, he should be able to transform the Source King. Crash! He suddenly spread his enormous demon wings. Turning to look at the Pope and the archbishop slumped on the ground, Lin smirked and said, "Thank you for your gift." And in that instant, Lin leaped up, his massive demon wings unfurling, and his figure instantly vanished into the night sky. The entire city fell silent. After a long time, the Pope and others, still slumped there, were finally helped up, trembling. "Your Holiness, what should we do next?" The archbishop beside him looked at the damaged sanctuary, his face pale and bitter. The Pope took a deep breath and said, "What about the damage elsewhere besides the sanctuary?" The archbishop shook his head, bitterly saying, "It's not too bad. Although the sanctuary is gone, the other churches are basically intact. That demon seemed to be specifically targeting our god. He didn't even bother to lay a hand on us ants." The Pope sighed in relief, his gaze falling on the buildings outside the sanctuary that stored supplies, saying, "Fortunately, as long as the money is preserved, it won't be a big problem." The archbishop hesitated and said, "Your Holiness, I find it a bit strange. Normally, the appearance of a powerful demon lord would inevitably be accompanied by endless demons. Why is it that only he appeared this time?" The Pope frowned and said, "It is indeed strange. I have been thinking about these matters as well." The bishop took a deep breath and said with relief, "But this can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The demon lord looks down on us, but if it were other demons, then it would be uncertain." The bishop sighed, yes. A brief silence. The bishop hesitated and said, "Do you think it's possible that those demons haven't come yet, but are on their way?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. The surrounding bishops trembled with laughter. "That shouldn't be possible, otherwise, we would really be done for." But just at that moment, before they could finish their words, crack, the sky above them suddenly split open with rifts in space. Waves of demonic energy from the abyss surged out from within. The Pope, "What the hell, Omega? The bishops, "What the hell, Omega? Meanwhile, at Lake Town, the King of Secrets, bound there and staring blankly at the sky with a light bulb in his mouth, suddenly felt the fluctuations in space. And in the next moment, accompanied by a slight distortion of space, Lin's body appeared right in front of him. The King of Secrets widened his eyes and said, "Huh?" Lin smiled slightly. The demigod fragments danced like juggling balls between his fingers. "I said I wouldn't keep you waiting too long. It's just 10 minutes, and I've brought you the core of the Order of the Source and all the demigod fragments." Snap, he snapped his fingers. The light bulb in the King of Secrets' mouth instantly transformed into sweet spring water. The King of Secrets swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the demigod fragments dancing in his hand, and said, "You really didn't just push the Order of Order aside, did you?" Lin sat cross-legged and denied, "No." The King of Secrets breathed a sigh of relief. Lin continued, "I just dug up their graves and happened to kill one of the avatars of the Order God." The King of Secrets. He looked at Lin in shock, examining him from top to bottom, as if trying to see through him. Killed one of the avatars of the Order God? What a joke! After 1,000 years, has Lin become this strong? But he soon understood and fell into silence. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Lin, there's really no need. I'm just an old man about to die. You really don't need to take such a big risk for me. Being noticed by the gods this early is definitely not a good thing." He slowly stood up, lifting his head in loneliness to gaze at the sky. The stars filled the sky. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Even if I could be reborn, what would it matter? My fighting spirit was extinguished 1,000 years ago. What remains here is just an old soul. I have no." Snap! Lin spun around 360 degrees and delivered a sweeping kick at him. The King of Secrets hadn't reacted yet, and his body immediately spun in the air for several circles before landing face first on the ground. He struggled to raise a finger and said, "Lin, I tell you, if you kick my face again, I will fight you to the death." Lin cracked his knuckles and looked down indifferently. "Source King, you are truly a coward." The wind howled past. The King of Secrets lay there, his raised hand slowly dropping, falling into silence. Lin looked down and said, "As long as one is alive, there must be hope. If you only keep avoiding it, then the problem will never be solved. You have already persevered for over 10,000 years, and now you tell me you have lost your fighting spirit? Then what is the meaning of your more than 10,000 years of enduring humiliation and bearing burdens? Can you face yourself?" Lin shouted, extending his hand to sternly accuse. The King of the Secret Source remained silent, lying there without a word. Lin pointed his finger and said sharply, "Think about it." He paused. Then he quickly pulled out a book from his pocket, put on a pair of single-lens glasses, and rapidly flipped through a few pages. It was faintly visible that the title page of the book had several large characters, selected inspirational quotes from ancient and modern times. After quickly finishing, Lin accused, "Think about your mother." The King of the Secret Source replied quietly, "I have no mother." Lin retorted, "Think about your wife and children." The King of the Secret Source murmured, "I have no wife or children." Lin was momentarily speechless, furious, and said, "Then think about your friends who died in battle." The King of the Secret Source replied softly, "But you're not dead." I damn. Lin trembled, holding the book of inspirational quotes, pointing at him and shouting, "Then think about my wife and children. Don't you want to take revenge for my wife and children? Don't you want them to come back to live a happy life with me?" Ha! The King of the Secret Source. Lin took a deep breath, knowing that dealing with such a stubborn old fool required his ultimate weapon. Adjusting his glasses, he flipped through a few pages of the book and said earnestly, "You need to work hard, you need to believe in yourself. You can do it. Don't be afraid, because the best way to overcome fear is to face it. The wounds you've suffered are all your medals. Someone has to win, but why can't it be us? The future you will definitely thank the present you for working hard." Blah blah blah. Countless inspirational quotes buzzed like spells in the King of the Secret Source's mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Wait a minute, Lin, Lin, the direction against the wind is more suitable for flying. I'm not afraid of millions blocking me, I'm only afraid of myself surrendering. Maturity is not about the heart growing old, but about tears swirling in the eyes while still smiling. The path you walk, you must finish even if you have to crawl. The appointment you made, you must see through even if you cry." The King of the Secret Source trembled and said, "Lin, listen to me. Lin, the pain you speak of is not pain. The pain you cannot express is true pain. Those who are more handsome and stronger than you are still working hard, like me. What right do you have to fall? Even if you have no parents, you can first assume that you've lost your mother, your wife and children, your relatives and friends. Enough!" The King of the Secret Source finally broke down in frustration. "Oh, winky face oh." He suddenly sprang up, angrily grabbing Lin by the collar, trembling as he said, "I've already said I can't do it. I really can't do it. You don't consider whether others can take it or not, just waving that damn book in front of my ears, blah blah blah, oh la la, I. In a fit of rage, the King of the Secret Source snatched the book and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. I'll make you oh la la. I'll make you blah blah." one page at a time. Bite, bite, tear, pull, with effort. Lin took a deep breath, pulled out a new book of inspirational quotes from his pocket, adjusted his single-lens glasses, and said seriously, "Looking at you like this, you should be feeling much better." The king of the secret source was taken aback, then dejectedly threw the book on the ground, sat cross-legged, and said, "Sigh, forget it. Having a friend like you in this life is like I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. If it weren't for knowing you, if someone told me you were the legendary Violet Lord from back in the day, I would never believe it." Lin smiled faintly and sat cross-legged, saying, "If we wear this expression every day, what's the point of living? No matter how we end up, we must not forget our original selves." The king of secret sources burst into laughter, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. He lowered his head, laughing through his tears, and said, "Yes, you're right. Your level always seems to be just a bit higher than mine, which is really quite frustrating." He wiped his tears, then stood up and took a deep breath. Looking up at the sky, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you've put it this way, I can only reluctantly accompany you for another round. Come on, I, the king of secret sources, am ready. Isn't it just a matter of transforming the source? Am I afraid of this?" In an instant, countless chains swirled around him like the wind. The terrifying secret source swept across the heavens, causing the entire sky to change color. Seeing this, Lin smiled slightly. The demigod core and the order core in his hands slowly floated up. "I've been waiting for you to say that, but you need to brace yourself. Transforming the source is very painful. If you're afraid of the pain, I can knock you out." "No need." The king of secret sources waved his hand and shouted, "I've endured pain for a whole 1,000 years. Do you think I would be afraid of this? What a joke." "Lin, then I'll begin." Half a minute later, a scream of unimaginable pain echoed through the sky. "Lin, beep, you, it hurts." The next day, a rooster crowed. The sun rose high in the east, and the sky turned a pale white. On the bed, Nanako's bubble on her nose popped with a sound, and she slowly opened her hazy eyes. She sat up unsteadily, the strap on her shoulder half hanging from her arm, her face full of sleepiness and confusion. "Ha, did Nanako fall asleep? Didn't we say we were going to investigate outside? The blue-haired loli seems to have woken up. The master is indeed a bit stronger than other mages. I thought it would take a few more minutes. According to my settings, I should sleep for at least another half hour underscore. Pretend to be asleep. Pretend to be asleep. Quickly pretend to be asleep. Just act like you don't know anything if the lowly master asks. Just say she took off her own clothes." In an instant, Nanako's ahob perked up. She widened her eyes and instinctively turned her head to look beside her. Then she immediately saw Lin lying not far from her, sound asleep. She instinctively glanced at herself. "Nanako, Omega Omega." Whoosh! Nanako instantly dove into the blanket at an unimaginable speed, wrapping herself up tightly. "Dog disciple," Nanako shouted, her face flushed. She immediately reached out her hand, grabbing Lin's face and pulling it with gritted teeth. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" Lin finally opened his hazy eyes, looking at Nanako in confusion, yawning, "Master, good morning, what's wrong?" Nanako quickly withdrew her hands, wrapped in the blanket, glaring at him angrily. "Why are you sleeping in the same bed as Nanako?" Lin was taken aback, looking around in confusion, as if he had just realized the situation. Lin exclaimed in shock. "What's going on? I don't know why I just fell asleep last night. What is this situation? I'm not clear at all." Nanako stared at him and shrank further into the blanket. "Is that so? I can't remember." Lin rubbed his temples, saying, "I can't recall anything from last night. No, I can remember everything. It's just that your sleeping posture is too violent, Master Loli. When I came back, good heavens, you pushed all 7 of those girls under the bed. So I moved you to another room and even helped you change into a nightgown. How considerate of me, Nanako." Nanako stared wide-eyed, her face instantly turning red to the roots of her neck. She shrank back into the blanket, revealing only a pair of aggrieved blue eyes. How infuriating. It really is that bastard disciple. How could a dog disciple treat their master like this? Changing clothes. Doesn't that mean everything was seen? Can you really not remember anything? Nanako mumbled, "Last night, we weren't in this room, right? Did we just float here out of nowhere?" Linen pondered, and suddenly, he seemed to remember something, raising his head abruptly. "I seem to have a vague impression." Nanako tilted her head and asked, "Is that so?" Linen frowned, rubbing his temples. "In my sleep, I vaguely felt like someone was dragging me, not very tall, wearing blue clothes, with 2 ponytails, eyes closed, like they were sleepwalking." Nanako froze. "Not very tall. Blue clothes? 2 ponytails. Who?" Nanako looked around in confusion. Then her gaze instantly fell on the mirror across from her. Nanako stiffened. "Disciple, you're not saying that Master dragged you over while sleepwalking and then slept in the same bed as Master, are you?" Nanako ground her teeth, her small fists clenching with a sound. Lin pondered. That's very possible. Blaming it all on Master Loli is definitely not wrong. After all, she often sleepwalks. I remember a few years ago, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I saw a Loli standing by my bed with a kitchen knife, asking if I was hungry. I was shocked at the time. I remember, as Lin recounted her dark history in her mind, Nanako shouted, shaking her head rapidly, her two long ponytails slapping against Lin's head. There's no such possibility. Nanako never sleepwalks. Dog disciple, don't casually say strange things. A few minutes later, Nanako neatly put on her robe, pulling the large hood over her head, revealing her big blue eyes from under the brim, and said, Disciple, let's just forgive what happened earlier. After all, we both fell asleep last night, but it can't happen again. Wait, something's off. Why does it seem like Master Loli knows I did it? Could it be that she didn't actually fall asleep last night? That's impossible. I clearly checked. Then what's with this tone of forgiveness? Lin's probing gaze shot over instantly. Nanako's eyes widened in an instant. Her heart raced. Her small hand instinctively covered her mouth. Fortunately, she was facing away from Lin, so she wasn't seen. That was close. She almost slipped up. It seems she really needs to think carefully about what she says in the future. If her disciple knew she could hear his thoughts, he would definitely leave her. Stay calm, come on, no slipping up. Nanako coughed and said, disciple, it seems we were both affected by that unknown force last night. I was planning to go out and investigate, but I didn't expect to fall asleep so suddenly. Lin sighed and pondered. Yeah, it seems Elena was right. Every night, this place does get affected by some strange forces. Nanako quietly glanced at him from the corner of her eye. However, starting tonight, it won't be the case anymore, because I have excellently resolved the matter. Hearing Lin's thoughts, Nanako's heart jolted, and her eyes widened. Resolved? By the disciple alone? If I hadn't come here, if the volcanic eruption hadn't caused the seal to loosen a bit, I really wouldn't have known that the king of the secret source had been locked in this cursed place all along. But fortunately, I broke the seal, transformed the source, and chased him away last night. After all, staying here is of no benefit to him. After hearing Lin's thoughts, Nanako felt her breath quicken. She clearly caught several key phrases. King of the secret source? Seal? Transformed the source? This. It seems her disciple did a lot while she was asleep last night. Helping the king of the secret source break the seal? Indeed, there is some connection between the disciple and the king of the secret source. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, walked down the stairs to the first floor of the inn. Lady Nanako, Mr. Lin, you've arrived? On the first floor, Elena and her 6 mage companions stood up excitedly upon seeing them, waving their hands and quickly coming over. During the time Lin and Nanako were lingering, they had already woken up. Lin was about to greet them with a smile, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze in place. There, sitting across from the 7 girls at the long table, was an elf dressed in a long, pale yellow robe, holding a harp, with long golden hair and elongated ears. Upon seeing Lin and the others, the elf smiled slightly, nodded gently, and performed an elegant gesture. Lin, what the hell? Nanako instantly turned sharply, seriously saying, Disciple, how can you use foul language? Lin forcibly swallowed his words and said, I'm sorry, master. The king of the secret source. That damn guy. Damn it. I emphasized to him so many times yesterday, don't come looking for me if there's nothing going on. Don't come looking for me, and it's barely been half a night. No, I must find a chance later to beat him up again. Hearing Lin's thoughts, Nanako was taken aback. The king of the secret source? Nanako instantly turned her head, her gaze landing on the elf, her expression suddenly frozen. Did the disciple say that elf is the king of the secret source? What kind of joke is this? She clearly remembered that the king of the secret source was a being that existed in ancient times, much older than the Violet Lord. In her impression, such an ancient existence should be thousands of meters tall, with 8 ears and 16 eyes. By the way, Lady Nanako. Elena's face flushed slightly as she excitedly walked over to the elf, saying, Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Rhine from the Southern Elf Kingdom, an elegant wandering poet. The king of the secret source glanced teasingly at the sullen-faced Lin. Then he smiled slightly, elegantly turned, and his gaze fell on Nanako, preparing to bow. Hello, beautiful lady, I am. But just at that moment, when he clearly saw Nanako's face, he trembled all over, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lin with a complex expression and took a deep breath. His expression became serious. Then he knelt on one knee, crossed his hands over his chest, facing Nanako, and said softly, Beautiful lady, may you always be with the one you love. May some long waits bring about the results he desires. The surrounding people immediately exchanged glances, not understanding what was happening. Nanako also tilted her head, looking at the elf with a strange and puzzled expression, touching her own head in confusion. So, is this some kind of greeting among the elf race? The King of Secrets was about to get up. Lin smiled and reached out his hand, gently grasping his arm to help him up, saying, "Sir, there's no need to be so polite. It's a bit too much to bow so deeply upon first meeting. You look like you're hungry. There's a restroom over there. Shall I take you?" Then, under the bewildered gaze of Nanako and the others, the elf was half pushed, half invited by the beaming Lin, who kindly tugged him toward a nearby corridor. Elena, confused, asked, "Hey, do you know this bard, mister?" Lin? Nanako had a strange expression on her face. She pondered, pinching her chin as she looked in that direction. She recalled the two sudden sentences the elf had said earlier and her disciple's reaction. So, why did he suddenly pray so solemnly for her? The desired outcome. Restroom. Bang! Lin gritted his teeth, grabbing the collar of the King of Secrets and slamming him against the wall, his fist poised to strike his head. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? You better get out of here. I just transferred your essence. Do you think you can afford to be impatient?" The King of Secrets shrugged and chuckled. "Lin, don't overreact. I just came to see your public identity, and now I finally understand why you've been trying so hard to drive me away. It turns out it's because..." He turned to glance outside. His expression gradually became serious as he took a deep breath and said, "I didn't expect this. After all these years, I didn't think you would still be fixated on this matter. Similar flowers, what a similar flower." He let out a bitter laugh and said, "I didn't expect you to really find her." Lin growled, "Shut up. My business is none of your concern." The King of Secrets sighed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, "But I also didn't expect it to be so similar. I almost thought she had come back to life." He looked up, a complex expression on his face, gazing at Lin, feeling a mix of emotions. He had known Lin for a long time. He understood his experiences better than most. He still clearly remembered how he had lived through the thousands of years after her fall. To force a cynical, carefree person into becoming a tyrant ruling the entire continent was a suffering that outsiders could never comprehend. In fact, he had always known. Lin had never been a diligent and studious person. Yet, this very person had managed to absorb all the systems and knowledge that had ever existed in this world over thousands of years. This alone was an incredible feat. The reason you desperately sought knowledge and power during that time was to resurrect her, right? The King of Secrets stared at him, enunciating each word. Lin replied, "You understand quite well, don't you?" The King of Secrets said with complexity, "Lin, there's one thing I've never been able to see through. You've always said that you killed gods to change this stagnant world, to free everything in this world from the oppression and trampling of deities, but I still want to ask, the real reason you instigated the divine war, was it for this world? Or was it for her?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Lin's expression gradually became restrained as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with the King of Secrets. Unknowingly, Lin's hand around his neck slowly tightened. But the King of Secrets remained oblivious, deeply stating, "I know these two are not in conflict. Whether for revenge or ideals, you have absolute reasons to slay the gods. But, his eyes were resolute as he asked, "I still want to know, if your strength finally forces those deities to compromise and offers you a condition that is almost impossible for you to refuse, if it really comes to that, would you still continue down this path?" In an instant, it was as if a fierce wind swept through. Lin stared into his eyes and said, "You shouldn't question me." The King of Secrets took a deep breath, looking at him with complexity, "But I must clarify this matter. I want to see my most trusted friend fall on the path of progress. Do you know why we failed 10,000 years ago? It was because our most trusted pillar collapsed. This was a blood-stained path filled with thorns. Knowing the dangers ahead, one must still go against the current. However, the enemy shot not only poison arrows but also sugar-coated shells. The King of Secrets fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word, "If the gods could bring her back to life, would you still insist on this path of slaying deities?" The wind outside blew through the strands of hair on Lin's forehead. His expression was shrouded in a gloomy darkness. No one could see clearly. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, revealing his bloodshot eyes, his lips moving. A few minutes later, Lin emerged from the corridor, smiling alongside the elf. "We're back." But Nanako and the others were astonished to see that the elf's face had inexplicably turned blue and purple, and it seemed like his nose was bleeding. Elena stared wide-eyed. "Mr. Rhine, what happened?" The King of Secrets took out a handkerchief to wipe his nosebleed, chuckling, "It's nothing. I just accidentally tripped and hit the doorframe while going to the restroom." "It's nothing at all." Nanako looked at him with a strange expression. This didn't look like an injury from hitting a doorframe at all. It looked more like he had been severely beaten. She glanced at Lin, who appeared unfazed beside him. Could it be that the apprentice did this? Elena and the others exchanged glances. Although they vaguely suspected that Mr. Lin had hit him, it didn't seem likely. After all, Mr. Lin was just an ordinary second-tier mage. How could he possibly overpower this burly elf? For a moment, the atmosphere around them became particularly eerie. Nanako cleared her throat. Just then, loud shouts suddenly came from the street outside. Extra! Extra! Everyone! Today's latest news: last night, the Cathedral of the Order was suddenly invaded by demons, and the Order suffered heavy losses, almost annihilated. Extra! Extra! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention in the inn was instantly drawn to the shouting outside. Nanako and Elena exchanged shocked glances. A few minutes later, a group of people sat at a long table, all focused intently on the newspaper they had just bought from the newsboy. Nanako's eyes scanned the lines of text rapidly, her gaze growing more urgent. How is this possible? The headquarters of the Order was invaded by demons? What kind of joke is this? What demon dares to attack the headquarters of the Order? That's the sanctuary of the gods, and it happened just last night. Elena and the others were equally shocked, their breaths quickening. The impact of this news on them was unimaginable. As one of the oldest religions on this continent, the annihilation of the church by demons would undoubtedly stir up huge waves across the entire land. Lin was also intently gazing at the newspaper, saying, "It seems this continent is indeed about to change. I just don't know whether this news is true or not. If it is true, then this is definitely big news." Everyone was breathing rapidly, their expressions serious. Although they greatly disliked the church's style of operation, the fact that the church's headquarters was destroyed by demons was undoubtedly very bad news. This meant that the continent's resistance against the abyss was further weakened. As the guardians, the burden on the Winter-Spring Valley had become heavier. But regardless of everything, it's still very satisfying. Elena clenched her small fist, slamming it on the table, indignantly saying, "They truly deserve to be wiped out, that group of arrogant people. I knew that sooner or later, misfortune would come upon them." Nanako focused on the newspaper, saying, "The newspaper says that the church's sanctuary was annihilated by a powerful demon lord. He single-handedly destroyed all of the church's defenses, and even. Upon reaching this point, her lips turned slightly pale. That demon even killed the avatar of the God of Order." At this statement, everyone was taken aback, their faces showing shock. Killing the avatar of a deity, such a thing was simply unimaginable to them. So, that demon is that strong? The few girls said tremulously. Nanako nodded vigorously, gripping the newspaper, and said earnestly, "Yes, the newspaper says that the church almost mobilized all its knights, warriors, and mages, even using forbidden spells, but they couldn't inflict any damage on that demon. There's a magical image of that demon in this. The newspaper says it was secretly recorded by a mage risking their life." Nanako seriously picked up the newspaper and unfolded it for them. The girls were instantly stunned. In the very center of the newspaper, a massive demon stood in the city, imposing and powerful. Even just the image gave a strong sense of oppression. That demon was also making a peace sign. Elena widened her eyes and said, "So this is the demon lord? I didn't expect him to be so handsome." As soon as she said this, she immediately felt the collective gaze of the other girls on her. Elena coughed, her face turning red, and said, "Well, he is handsome." Lin nodded seriously, focusing on the image of the demon in the newspaper, saying, "Indeed, I completely agree. Although he is a damned demon, in terms of handsomeness, he is truly unmatched." Seeing someone agree with her viewpoint, Elena's eyes lit up, saying, "Mr. Lin agrees with this too?" Lin nodded, saying, "That's right, many demons look like twisted melons or rotten dates, but I have never seen such a handsome demon." Nanako's hair stood up instantly. She widened her eyes, her gaze hesitantly turning towards Lin. Something was off. Based on her understanding of her dog disciple, the only time he would praise someone for being handsome would generally be, only. After all, besides myself, what other demon could be this handsome? I went through a lot of effort to create the perfect demon body for studying the knowledge of the abyss. Otherwise, how could I make countless succubi drool? Nanako. In an instant, Nanako's hair stood up as if electrified. She stared wide-eyed, rigidly clutching the newspaper, her gaze fixed ahead, ready to explode. It really is him. This demon that wiped out the entire church is actually my disciple. What kind of joke is this? Could it be that what my disciple did last night was this? Sigh, I really regret going there. Although I did get some demigod status from the church, it was just too high profile. It doesn't align with my principle of being low-key and surviving to the end. Lin boredly propped his chin on his hand, tossing a plump red strawberry up and down. But at least I successfully transformed that guy's essence, and in the future, as a war god, I'll have an extra companion, even if he's not reliable. Lin glanced at the elf sitting not far away. Nanako was completely on edge. Her teeth were chattering. This Is it really like this? In other words, that King of Secrets might have encountered some abnormal situation, and since those two know each other, to help the King of Secrets resolve that anomaly, my disciple went to the church last night and wiped it out completely. Is that how it is? Nanako felt dry-mouthed and trembled at the thought of her disciple's unknown side. Sure enough, my disciple's identity is far more than just that of the Violet Lord. He has a status in the abyss as well, and looking at this, he's definitely a monarch-level existence. She suddenly felt a bit scared and secretly glanced at Lin. Lin seemed to sense her gaze. Turning around, he saw Nanako looking at him and immediately broke into a harmless smile, scratching the back of his head. Nanako quickly averted her gaze, not wanting Lin to notice the expression in her eyes. So, Nanako lowered her head, biting her lip, her face full of complexity. Clearly, her disciple is so strong. Why is he still willing to stay by her side, being her foolish disciple? Moreover, she often loses her temper, and she's not an easy master to get along with. If he really just wanted to survive, he could easily find a quiet place in the deep mountains. Nanako suddenly felt a bit afraid. She couldn't even articulate what she was afraid of. For a long time, because her disciple's behavior was completely inconsistent with that of a supreme being, she subconsciously forgot the significance of his identity behind it, whether it was the Violet Lord, or this powerful demon lord. Without exception, they were all iron-blooded kings, invincible beings high above. So, why would he willingly stay by little Nanako's side? She bit her lip, her small hands anxiously resting on her chest, her hair drooping down, her expression a bit dazed. It was only in that moment that she suddenly realized the vast disparity in their identities and strengths. So, what is it for? Master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A warm hand brushed aside the hair from her forehead and gently placed it on her brow. Warm and strong. Nanako instinctively came to her senses, looking up, somewhat dazed at the puzzled expression on Lin's face. Is he running a fever? No, that can't be it. So why is his mood suddenly so low? Could it be that he's still brooding over what happened this morning? I was just playing a prank. I really didn't do anything to you, Master. Could it be that Aunt Flo has arrived? No, according to the dates, there are still several days to go. Could it be? Is it some kind of premonition of dementia? Omega. Nanako? Damn it! Nanako angrily bared her sharp teeth. She bit down on his wrist. Clearly feeling a bit sentimental, the atmosphere that Nanako had painstakingly created in her heart was suddenly ruined by this guy. Nanako didn't care what kind of Violet Lord or Demon King you were. Since you're staying by Nanako's side, then Nanako will treat you just like before. And if the disobedient dog disciple doesn't listen, Nanako will have to teach you a lesson. Master, let go. There are people here. Think about the impact, the influence. Don't use your teeth. Oh my, hiss. Elena and the other girls turned their heads awkwardly, their faces flushed. They had long since realized that the way these two interacted was nothing like a proper master-disciple relationship. It was more like a relationship that exuded a sour, lemony scent of love. Really? Seriously? Don't show off your affection in front of everyone. At another table, the King of Secrets watched this scene out of the corner of his eye. Especially when he saw the pained yet helpless expression on Lin's face, it felt as if a scene from many years ago had resurfaced in his mind. Perhaps this was the life he desired the most. No matter how high one's status or power, as long as he could live quietly with someone like an ordinary person, perhaps that would be enough. He smirked and picked up his tea. It was at this moment that Elena, looking a bit worried, said, Lady Nanako, what should we do now? Last night we were clearly affected by that force and all fell asleep. We still have no clue about the curse here. Nanako glanced at Lin, resting her chin on her small hand, and pondered, yes, it is indeed a tricky problem. No, it was likely that the issues here had already been dealt with by her disciple last night. After all, the King of Secrets he mentioned was sitting right across from them. Disciple, what do you think? Nanako tilted her head and asked. Lin thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, since it's hard for us to resist the influence of that force at night, why don't we go directly to that volcano? As soon as he said this, the King of Secrets froze. Lin smiled mysteriously and said, isn't there a rumor that there might be the ruins of the King of Secrets beneath that volcano? If that's the case, we could investigate a bit. Maybe we can even gather some resources. Instantly, the King of Secrets trembled all over. Then he quickly stood up, cleared his throat, and said, everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Lin immediately stood up to block him, grinning, no need to rush, isn't Brother Ryan a bard? Why not come with us to check out those ruins and gather some material? Wouldn't that be great? The King of Secrets was sweating profusely. I think I'd rather. Don't make excuses. don't make excuses. Lin laughed as he put his arm around his shoulder. If we really find something, I'll definitely share a portion with you, ha ha ha. Hearing that hearty laughter, the King of Secrets panicked. But with people around, he couldn't show it, he could only smile awkwardly while wiping his sweat. Okay, ha ha, damn it. You bastard, Lin. Frustrated, I knew you were still brooding over what happened earlier. You clearly want to pull a fast one on me again. No, I must find a reason to hurry back and take everything I can, otherwise, with this guy's terrible personality, he'll definitely take the wall tiles and move them away. He used to do this kind of thing all the time. Brother, don't blame me. I gave you a chance to leave last night, but you wouldn't listen, so today, don't even think about leaving. Just watch, I'll take down all the bricks from your house. You shouldn't think I don't know why you're here today. You know I'm hiding my identity, and you're clearly here to make a fool of me. If my master were someone else, you'd be in big trouble. Retribution. But don't worry, if I really get something good, I'll definitely share a bit with you. Naneko stood by, stunned. Were they really brothers who had been through life and death together? Why did it feel so off? Was it really this malicious? And why was it that Naneko wasn't being targeted? Did she have that much influence? Several hours later, under the volcano, thick clouds of volcanic ash obscured the sky, and the temperature was much higher than that of Lakeside Town. Naneko, the entrance to the ruins we discovered is just ahead, Elena shouted, pointing forward. Everyone immediately turned to look in that direction. Beneath the heavy veil of volcanic ash, massive, broken stone pillars lay scattered around. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins everywhere. Let's go take a look. Naneko raised her staff and shouted, showcasing her authority as a great sorceress. The King of Secrets was sweating profusely, looking anxious, and stammered, It's so hot. I think you all should go. I'll just wait here for you. Before he could finish, Lin interrupted, grinning. Oh come on, we're almost at the entrance. Let's go check it out together. It's not like we'll lose anything, right? The King of Secrets wiped his cold sweat and trembled. Why, I have a MMP I don't know if I should say. This bastard, he's clearly trying to mess with me. No, I have to find a chance to slip away quickly. There's still time. Otherwise, once they go in. Suddenly, the King of Secrets' expression changed, and he pointed in shock at a spot not far away, exclaiming, Look, there's a pig climbing a tree. Where? Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up as they gazed in the direction he pointed. The King of Secrets turned his head, smirking, ready to make a run for it. Sure enough, this ridiculous trick really worked every time. Lin had tricked him with this method many times before. For true strong ones, even a slight distraction could present a huge opportunity. Goodbye, I'm leaving. That smack, just as he took a step, a foot suddenly tripped him, sending him face first into the ground. Then he heard the girls around him gasping. Wow, there really is a pig climbing a tree. How amazing. How did it climb such a tall tree? Hurry, record it. EW, what are they doing? It looks like something strange. Lin also looked curiously in that direction, his expression perfectly composed, showing no signs of a flaw. But his other foot was stomping down hard on the guy lying on the ground. The King of Secrets was dazed. He knew this ridiculous trick was useless against this guy. He just turned his head in the direction he had pointed, and he was truly stunned. There really is a pig climbing a tree. Not far away, under a patch of withered yellow trees, a large white pig was trembling, clinging to the crown of a tall tree several meters high. Under the big tree, in that small camp, a group of plump white pigs was engaged in some kind of large-scale multi-pig exercise. Oink oink, the sounds were enough to make one blush and have a racing heart. Nanako and the others all widened their eyes. They had never seen such an exciting and shocking scene before. After seeing the appearance of those white pigs, the first thought that popped into their minds was, a curse. They looked just like the residents of Lakeside Town who had been turned into pigs. Let's go take a look. Nanako immediately rushed to the small camp. On the ground, there were scattered pieces of armor and clothing, and judging by the style of the armor, it was clearly identical to what the Knights of the Order of Order wore. Could they be from the Order of Order? Nanako exclaimed in shock as she picked up a piece of clothing from the ground, saying, It seems this place is indeed very dangerous. They have all been cursed. However, Nanako stared in astonishment at the white pigs engaged in intense activity. Even the residents of Lakeside Town, after being cursed, had never caused such chaos, right? Why did this seem a bit like the effect of the potion she had made earlier? But after drinking the potion, weren't they supposed to turn back into humans? Lin looked puzzled. Her gaze then fell on a small bottle on a nearby table in the tent. She walked over and gently squeezed some liquid. Lin said strangely, They really did drink your potion, master. From the looks of it, the ones who stole our potion yesterday were from the Order of Order, and They probably sent some here without testing it. And the result? Lin looked compassionately at the overworked white pigs. Nanako's eyes widened in an instant. This, was the potion really that powerful? But that's not right, Nanako exclaimed. If they really drank our potion, shouldn't they return to normal? About that? Lin stroked her chin and said, I'm not too sure. This question shouldn't be directed at me. If I'm guessing correctly, these guys drank the potion yesterday afternoon and turned into humans, but last night, they were turned back into pigs by the secret source fluctuations emitted by that guy, the king of secret sources. After all, when this guy loses control, the closer you get to him, the more you will be affected by the secret source. Nanako's Ahog stood up straight. Was it really that tragic? Lin looked around, and her gaze fell on a shiny golden emblem. It was identical to the emblem left by Saint Anna. The only difference was that the name of the owner of this emblem was engraved on it. Augustus? Lin said strangely, playing with it in her hand. It seems there is a figure of archbishop level in this advanced team of the church, and judging by the status, they should not be beneath that Saint Anna. Elena and the others swallowed hard. They looked at the group of white pigs engaged in some kind of exercise, trying hard to find that archbishop among them. But they returned empty-handed. For a moment, everyone's expressions were extremely strange. So what do we do? Should we help them? Elena asked innocently. Nanako coughed and lowered her hat's brim, saying, well, Nanako doesn't have any extra potions left. They've all been distributed to the people, so Nanako is also powerless. No, there are still 2 bottles in the backpack. Nanako's face turned red, and she said seriously, and it's obvious they have drunk the stolen potion. Having already drunk it once, drinking it again would definitely have no effect. No, it does have an effect. Nanako ground her teeth, the veins on her temples throbbing. Damn it, dog disciple. Don't keep exposing and refuting your beloved master in your heart. Nanako turned her head sharply, crossing her arms and puffing her cheeks, saying, in any case, to put it simply, Nanako can't help them. Do you have any objections? Elena and the others immediately shook their heads like rattles, glaring and saying, no objections. Oh, the big white pigs let out a series of desperate howls. A smile lingered in Lin's eyes. Then his gaze fell on the several large boxes in the corner of the small tent. Lin was taken aback. He walked over and opened a box with a creak. Master, come look, I found something, Lin said with a mysterious smile. Nanako and the others were puzzled, then walked over to look into the box. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened, and they took deep breaths uncontrollably. This is, inside the boxes were several golden crystals, each emitting a faint glow. The divine power within was abundant, clearly all high-grade holy crystals. These were all very useful high-grade materials in the field of magic. Lin smiled lightly and picked up a crystal, saying, if I'm not mistaken, these should be materials necessary for some kind of magic formation. It seems the church is indeed paying special attention to this place. _8th to 9th grade holy crystals, along with many exorcism materials and forbidden magic obsidian. Considering these materials, the archbishop named Augustus should have figured out some situations here and already knows that this is the sealed place of the king of secret sources. If it's just to patch the seal, these materials combined with a specific formation do have a chance of success. Saint Anna and the others should have come for this matter, but now it's a bargain for us. Hearing Lin's thoughts, Nanako's heart trembled. Although her disciple didn't explicitly state it in his thoughts, combining some keywords she heard, she basically understood the true situation of this curse. The volcanic eruption caused the king of secret sources sealed here to break part of the seal, and it's very likely that this seal is related to the Order Church. After the curse broke out, the church immediately sent people to take over the area and dispatched 2 archbishops to investigate the state of the seal. According to what she heard from her disciple's thoughts, her disciple should have just learned the true situation here last night, which is why he forcefully broke into the Order Church and lifted the seal on the king of secret sources. She subconsciously glanced at the nearby elf, although she didn't know if this was a good thing, but for now, the king of secret sources didn't seem to be the ancient and evil existence she had thought. But that wasn't the point. Instead, what should we do with these crystals and materials? Nanako coughed and asked. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. Logically speaking, Elena shyly scratched her head and said, these crystals should be returned to the church. Mom said it's wrong to take other people's things without permission. Nanako pondered. That's true. We are upright people and shouldn't take other people's things, even if they belong to bad people. Lin, 1 crystal is 2,000 gold coins. 1 obsidian is 3,500 gold coins. Everyone, Nanako's eyes widened instantly, and she quickly turned around, counting on her fingers and muttering to herself. 1 for 2,000, 2 for 4,000, 3 for 5,000. Nanako's monthly salary is 100 gold coins, deducting 20% tax leaves 70 gold coins, and she has to give her apprentice 5 gold coins for pocket money each month, so she can save 10 gold coins after expenses. The repair cost for the mage tower is 200 gold coins, damaging Grandpa Andrew's mage tower is 400 gold coins, and breaking the trial ground equipment is 1,000 gold coins. Nanako murmured, Nanako doesn't have to go into debt anymore. Meanwhile, Elena and her mage team were wide-eyed, whispering among themselves. Lin perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Repeatedly, he only heard 2 words, poverty. The King of Secrets swallowed hard and asked quietly, is your master really that poor? Lin sighed and smiled meaningfully, poor? But they are already considered middle class in this world. A farmer's monthly income is below 20 silver coins, a small artisan earns about 1 gold coin a month, and even a well-paid industrial job only makes up to 3 gold coins a month. Do you still think we are poor? The King of Secrets was left speechless. He glanced at the priceless crystals and then at the luxurious ecclesiastical garments scattered on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing the girls still hesitating, worried about various things, Lin smiled slightly. He then took out a crystal and strode towards the 2 large white pigs, saying, alright, everyone, if you can't make up your mind, why not just ask the parties involved? Everyone was taken aback. Then they saw Lin squatting in front of the 2 pigs engaged in some sort of activity, gently asking, brothers, do you still need these crystals? The pig angrily replied, oink oink. Lin turned and said seriously, they said they don't need them anymore and we can take them. The pigs, everyone? The pig lamented, oink oink. Lin turned again and said, he said they will just always be pigs from now on and won't need these external things anymore. The pigs, omega omega oink oink oink. Lin humbly smiled and pointed at them, saying, he even thanks us. The pigs, omega omega. Everyone was left in a daze. Could such a bizarre operation really be thought up by a normal person? After about 10 minutes, all the girls were blushing and looking down, each carrying a large package on their backs. As they walked, it made a clattering sound, and no one knew what was inside. Nanako also stared wide-eyed, using the brim of her large wizard hat to shield her eyes, feeling as if she had done something shameful as she walked ahead with a clatter. Glancing at Lin's expression, which seemed unfazed, Nanako whispered, Apprentice, is this really okay? Taking so many things makes Master's heart race, feeling like she has done something wrong. It's so suffocating. Lin said, suffocating? Do you want me to give Master a massage? Nanako shook her head. This isn't about a massage. Slap! Nanako angrily hugged her chest, steam puffing from her head, pouting as she walked ahead in a huff. Meanwhile, a bump had formed on Lin's head, steaming away. The King of Secrets laughed heartily. Ha 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 bang ha! Mr. Rhine, what's wrong? Why did you faint? Mr. Rhine, are you okay? Don't scare us. Mr. Rhine, wake up quickly. Soon, the group cautiously ventured deeper into the massive ruins. As they delved deeper, they soon came upon a long corridor that stretched downward within the depths of the ruins. Naiko opened her large blue eyes and warned, everyone, pay attention. We're going in, and if you notice anything unusual, make sure to alert everyone immediately. Understood? Yes, Lady Naiko, the girls shouted in unison. Before long, they followed the ancient and lengthy corridor further underground. Along the way, aside from some rubble, they encountered no significant obstacles. After walking for about 10 minutes, the path suddenly opened up before them. A vast underground hall appeared in front of them. The group gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They saw that the surrounding walls were densely engraved with countless obscure inscriptions, and broken chains lay scattered on the ground, an indescribable ancient aura wafting toward them. This is, Elena murmured, is this really the ruins of the King of Secret Sources? A young sorceress quickly approached the dense inscriptions, pulling out various archaeological tools from her ring and carefully brushing off the dust. These inscriptions seem to be some kind of ancient sealing array, she said, studying them intently. I feel like I've seen these characters somewhere before, perhaps recorded in some religious scriptures. The language of the gods. At this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. The girl frowned slightly and said, but it's strange, these inscriptions seem to have been active not long ago. The power fluctuations haven't dissipated yet. Of course, they haven't dissipated underscore, after all. It hasn't even been a day since the seal here was broken. But is that what we care about right now? Of course not. What we care about is what useful things we can find here. Then he glanced over. There stood the King of Secret Sources not far away, arms crossed, humming a cheerful little tune, looking completely unconcerned. Lin hesitated. But something's off. Look at his expression. It doesn't seem like someone worried about being raided. And throughout this journey, he seemed indifferent to escaping. Does he really not fear being taken down? Lin hesitated, then approached with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Mr. Rhine, I wonder what insights you might have. The King of Secret Sources shot him a sharp glance, then elegantly smiled. This ruin indeed has research value, and it seems that something was once sealed here. I don't know why the seal has disappeared, but since it's a sealing place, it surely won't leave anything of value behind. Is that so? Lin said, observing the surroundings with interest. In an instant, an imperceptible wave of power emanated from Lin's body, enveloping the entire volcano. The king of secret sources immediately trembled. Damn it, Lin, you rascal. How outrageous. You actually started to seriously investigate? You really have lost your humanity. No, I can't let this guy find out. Otherwise, my lifetime of wisdom will. Click. In that moment, a crisp sound of some device activating suddenly echoed through the hall. The expression on the king of secret sources' face froze in place. What was that sound just now? Elena exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gripped her staff tightly. The girls quickly gathered, looking around in alarm and confusion. Lin smirked. Nothing much. I just accidentally discovered a strange secret mechanism in a certain place, so I opened it. Source King, I didn't expect you to hide it so deep. If we hadn't investigated carefully, we really wouldn't have found this mechanism. And just at that moment, under Nanako's astonished gaze, click, 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 they saw that not far from the hall, a part of the marble wall suddenly protruded, then slowly split apart to reveal a long downward passage. There's a way down? Elena and the others looked bewildered. Lin pondered, although I don't know what's going on. How about we go down and take a look? In an instant, the body of the Source King suddenly blocked the entrance to the passage, glaring with wide eyes and spreading his arms, saying, "Wait." The girls were confused. Lin smiled knowingly. "What's wrong, Mr. Ryan?" The Source King was sweating profusely. "I feel like this place is a bit strange. How could this secret door suddenly open after we arrived? There must be something odd inside. It could be some kind of trap." As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. But Lin shook his head, smiling mysteriously. "I don't think so. Since we can get here, it means the curse here has mostly disappeared. Although I don't know why, there might be something valuable waiting for us below, right?" The Source King panicked. How? How could there be anything valuable? Lin hesitated. "Mr. Ryan, why are you sweating so much? Do you know something we don't?" The Source King was momentarily speechless. Looking at this annoying guy, he really wanted to punch him. He ground his teeth and said, "No, it's just a feeling. This is my first time here." Lin chuckled. "Then that's fine. No need to worry, Mr. Ryan. I can understand your caution, but we are all powerful mages. Nothing will happen." The Source King was about to explode. No way. If there really is something valuable, it would be one thing to be tricked by this guy, as it had happened before, but the things here are different. Lin said, all right, Mr. Ryan, don't worry. You just need to follow us closely. If we really discover something, we will definitely share a part with you." Then Lin pushed him aside and swaggered down. Nanako quickly followed, jogging to the Source King's side, patting his shoulder, and reassuring him. "Don't worry, Nanako won't let her disciples take everything for themselves. You can rest assured." Clap, clap, clap. Nanako hugged her sturdy staff and jogged down. Elena looked encouragingly at the Source King, winking. "Mr. Ryan, don't be afraid, just stay behind us. We will definitely protect you." Clap, clap, clap. Elena also eagerly followed. The girls behind one after another comforted the Source King and all followed. "This is a disaster," the Source King cried out. Soon, the group passed through the secret door and reached the end of the passage. At the end was a small magical teleportation portal. As beams of light flashed by, the group immediately curiously discovered that they seemed to have been teleported by the magic door into a very large secret chamber. Moreover, it seemed that they were not underground in this ruin, but in some other place. Where is this? They looked around in confusion. The kind of glittering treasure vault they had imagined did not appear. In front of them stood row upon row of neatly arranged bookshelves, filled with all kinds of ancient books. Lin was also somewhat puzzled. He then walked up to a bookshelf, looked at a parchment scroll on it, and read aloud. Autobiography, some insights on my 200 years of cross-dressing. Lin's eyes widened instantly. He quickly picked up another parchment scroll. Thesis, is falling in love with my cross-dressing self also a form of love? Lin was shocked. He hurriedly grabbed a few more books. Thesis, some feasible operations on self-splitting. Thesis, the slight distress of playing two roles after successful splitting. Photo album, the passionate and fiery photos between me and Xia Yuan. Looking at the titles marked on these thick books, Lin's eyes grew wider and wider. Wow, wow, wow. It seemed like he had discovered some incredible secret. Lin quickly opened one of the books, staring intently at the contents, and read, I found that I really love her. I have never seen anyone's eyes so captivating. Although I know she is me, every time she looks at me, I feel like my heart is melting. I really want to hold her in my arms and pamper her, cherish her. I plan to name her Xia Yuan, of course. She can also call me Xiaomi because I am her. and she is me, we are equal and indistinguishable. Ah, she is truly my angel, the scar etched in my heart. In front of her, I feel like I am melting away. Of course, I must thank that bastard. If it weren't for losing a bet with him and being forced to crossdress, I wouldn't have opened the door to this new world. He made me realize that only oneself and oneself is true love. Only another self can enter my aging heart. I am willing to take a whole room full of photos with her. Lin dazedly lifted his head, looking at the room full of books, and the book in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Nanako, puzzled and curious, walked over. Is there something special inside? She then reached out and took the photo album from the shelf, flipping it open out of curiosity. Nanako instantly covered her small mouth, burped, her big eyes wide open, and her cheeks turned red all the way to her neck. Her hair stood up in surprise. Wow, so explosive. Why are there such risque books here? She flipped to another page. Nanako's eyes widened, her body shuddering slightly. Amazing, they can actually do this, such difficult poses. Wisps of white steam floated up from Nanako's head, her face flushed, her big eyes focused intently on the book in her hands. With each page she turned, a wisp of mist appeared above her head, like a steam princess. Elena and the other girls watched this scene with curious expressions. What interesting books could these be? Why does it seem like Lady Nanako was acting a bit strange? With curiosity, they each took a photo book from the shelf below, flipping it open to take a look. Ew, wow, so steamy. How can there be so many risque books here? Wow, so amazing, such difficult poses. But why does it always feel like the male and female leads look a bit like Mr. Ryan? The girls' faces turned red as they excitedly discussed. Meanwhile, by the stairs, the king of secret sources felt his legs go weak, trembling as he moved his arms, struggling to climb up. Cold sweat dripped down, soaking his clothes. Xiaomi Lin held a few books, looking bewildered. Then, like a ghost, it floated to the trembling king of the secret source. A cold shiver ran from the soles of his feet to the tips of his hair. He swallowed nervously and stammered, I don't understand what you're saying. Little secret, I really didn't expect you to have such a peculiar hobby. Lin En said again, with a teasing expression. Shudder, the king of the secret source trembled all over again. Lin En patted his shoulder and, with a serious tone, opened a book, saying mysteriously, Little secret, where's your little source? You've been hiding it for so long that even I didn't know I had a younger sibling. Wait, since Little Secret and Little Source are both you, what should I call her? This is a bit tricky. How about I call her Source Sister? Lin En asked. Splash, cold sweat poured down from the king of the secret source like heavy rain. He was trembling and on the verge of tears. He really wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Social death. Social death. He could already imagine the countless years to come, how this guy would look at him. Source Sister? Lin En said. Omega, don't call me that. The king of the secret source went crazy, a chill running down his spine. Little secret? Lin En said. Asterisk. The king of the secret source spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face alternating between green and white. Lin En, you, don't go too far, I tell you I. The king of the secret source trembled as he pointed at him. Secret brother Source Sister? Lin En asked. He clutched his ears and threw his head back, letting out a series of woeful howls. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. The most painful thing in the world is nothing compared to this. It's like when you're quietly cross-dressing in the bathroom and your dad suddenly pushes the door open. It's like when you're happily flipping through a certain colored book and your mom is standing right behind you. It's like when you've been acting like a rough guy and suddenly your buddies find out you like cross-dressing. He howled in despair, trying to cover up the shame inside him. Lin En wrapped his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, Little secret, don't feel embarrassed. Life is all about doing some exciting things, right? Don't worry, bro, I will keep your secret. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. The king of the secret source trembled and asked, Really? Really? Lin En said, Of course, after all, the situation is different now. In the past, I only had Source King as a brother, but now I have both brothers and sisters. I don't have to care about a brother's feelings, but I still need to care about a sister's feelings. Don't you think so? Lin En laughed heartily while patting his shoulder. The king of the secret source, whose heart had just calmed down a bit, instantly collapsed again. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Oh God! Just kill me! The king of the secret source clutched his cheeks and let out another uncontrollable wail. Lin En leaned in mysteriously and whispered, Little secret, quickly tell big brother, what does it feel like to have one soul and two bodies? When you guys do that, is it very layered? Since there are two people, is it double the experience? The king of the secret source paused, extended his hand, and said softly, No, generally speaking, the feeling of becoming a girl is 10 times that of a boy, so when two people are together, it definitely isn't just X2, it should be. A brief silence. so why should I answer this question for you? The king of secret sources clutched his head and began to scream in despair. He was breaking down. He was on the verge of collapse. No, he absolutely could not stay here any longer. He had to run away quickly. No matter where, to be at the abyss, the endless sea, outer space, or simply finding a deserted place to bury himself, he could not remain in this dimension any longer. If he continued to stay here, my life. In an instant, the king of secret sources burst forth with the fastest speed he had ever achieved, dashing madly toward the exit. His speed was so great that it left after images in his wake. Lin was momentarily stunned. He quickly rushed out of the magic door and shouted at the figure sprinting away, "Little secret, source sister, where are you going? I haven't even seen you in women's clothing yet. You can't be so heartless." In an instant, the king of secret sources accelerated even more. Even the thick layers of volcanic rock ahead could not hinder his wild speed. He ran away. Lin sighed and said, "Alas, what a pity. I was hoping to discuss your insights on splitting oneself in two." Half an hour later. "Did Mr. Rhine leave first?" Elena asked, tilting her head while holding several rather risque books. Lin replied with a hint of regret, "Yes, he said he had urgent matters, so he temporarily bid us farewell." "What a shame." The other girls sighed in unison. "What should we do with these books?" Elena blushed a little, recalling the vivid images and knowledge contained within those books. Just glancing at them made her feel that her strange knowledge had increased significantly. Nanako, blushing and her heart racing, flipped through the book in her hands and said, This kind of embarrassing book, I think it's best to burn it all in a fire." Upon hearing this, Lin immediately stopped her. "Absolutely not. These books are all valuable treasures that my good brothers, sisters, have researched for hundreds of years. How could we burn them? They must be strictly protected. We have to study them, and when my brothers, sisters, return, I can still share my thoughts and insights with them." Lin said seriously, "I think it's best to transport all of them to our forbidden book library in Winter Spring Valley for safekeeping. These books clearly have thousands of years of history. They must be carefully preserved." The girls nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Moreover, after looking through a few books, they clearly felt that their postures had improved, and the variety had increased. Their strange knowledge had grown even more. These books were definitely excellent works with enlightening effects. It would be such a pity to burn them. Nanako snapped the book shut with a clap, vigorously shaking her flushed cheeks, her ponytail flying as she glared and said, "All right, fine, but you're not allowed to sneak a peek on the way, and practicing is also forbidden. This point must be emphasized. After we return to Winter Spring Valley, I will report to the council to classify these books as Level 1 restricted books, and they cannot be disclosed casually." Elena exclaimed in shock, Level 1? Isn't that a privilege only the stewards can use? Nanako's hair twitched, and she said proudly, "Yes." The other girls, angry face, said, "Lady Nanako wouldn't secretly use the steward's privilege to look at them alone, would she?" Nanako's eyes widened in an instant, her face flushed, a misty halo appearing above her head as she pointed a finger and accused, "How could that be? Nanako was very pure. How could she do something like secretly looking at them alone? If I look, it's for research purposes, right, disciple?" Lin nodded up and down, saying, "Yes, I will conduct research and practice together with my master." Nanako closed her eyes, hugged her chest, and nodded up and down, her ponytail flying. It seemed that her disciple had become very serious indeed. She did not easily use some awkward things to provoke her beloved master. Worthy of praise, worthy of praise. After leaving the ruins beneath the volcano, we stayed in Lakeside Town for a few more days. Strangely, starting from the night of the next day, no one was turned into a pig anymore, and curiously, we also did not suddenly fall asleep at night. So, the night before last, after midnight, we quietly investigated Lakeside Town for a while. The situation indicated that everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, one very strange thing was that Lord Nanako and Mr. Lin did not seem to care much about going out at night to investigate. It was as if they already knew that the curse had disappeared. At the table, under the dim light, Elena held a quill pen and gently wrote in her diary. Her expression was very gentle. The quill pen cast a long shadow in the flickering light. Lord Nanako and Mr. Lin have a really good relationship. They don't seem like a master and disciple at all, but rather like a couple. But neither of them seems willing to acknowledge this. They maintain the current state, laughing and joking. Occasionally, Mr. Lin would say something really silly, which would make Lord Nanako very angry. Sometimes, even when Mr. Lin said nothing, Nanako would still be very angry. Although I don't quite understand, I can still see that Lord Nanako was actually not angry at all, because many times, Elena has seen that when Lord Nanako is angry, she would secretly observe Mr. Lin's reaction out of the corner of her eye, as if saying, come and comfort me, or my beloved master will really be angry. At this point, Elena couldn't help but chuckle. Supporting her chin with her small hand, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. She continued writing, but Elena always feels that Mr. Lin is very special. Although he always says he doesn't know or understand when something happens, making him seem quite clueless, Elena feels that Mr. Lin is not quite like he appears. Especially every time she sees his eyes, Elena always feels that deep within those playful eyes, many things are hidden. He seems to have experienced a lot and knows a lot, like a thick book. She paused her pen, raised her head, and looked at the sky outside with confusion. Then she shook her head, her strokes becoming particularly gentle. Although I don't quite understand, whenever I am with Mr. Lin, there is always a sense of extraordinary reassurance. It's strange, clearly, Mr. Lin is just a second-tier mage, but it always feels like when I am with him, it seems that everything becomes worry-free. Perhaps Lord Nanako feels this way too. After a long time, she put down her pen. Then she gently closed her diary. Oh God, I hope you bless Lord Nanako and Mr. Lin. Elena prays for them. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and softly prayed to the moonlight. Achoo, in Lin's room. Lin rubbed his nose, looking around in confusion and peculiarity. Strange, why do I always feel like someone is cursing me? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Without lighting a candle, Lin sat at the table, holding his pen, swiftly writing on the parchment. A smile crept onto his lips. Looking at the list he had written, he felt very satisfied. With this large sum of funds, I can finally renovate the Mage Tower properly. Luxury custom set of peach Manhwa table and chairs, 400 gold coins pure crystal chandelier plus 2-year warranty, 2,000 gold coins complete set of pure silver cutlery and kitchenware, 200 gold coins double luxury silk mattress X2, 400 gold coins. Lin looked at the list in his hand, densely packed with various items to purchase and their prices, the long sheet almost covering every aspect of the home. After selling those sacred crystals through special channels, they had suddenly become wealthy mages. First, I'll pay off all the debts Master owes, and I can still save a considerable amount of gold coins, Lin marveled as he recorded. As Nanako's apprentice, he naturally needed to oversee and arrange everything in the Mage Tower. After all, with his lowly master's clumsy personality and formidable financial skills, after spending most of the gold coins, her ledger might end up showing even more than before. Before Lin arrived, Nanako had always been the poorest among all the stewards. This was certainly not without reason. TSK, how should I spend the remaining gold coins? Lin crossed his legs proudly. Although the box of sacred crystals, when divided into 9 parts, didn't amount to too many gold coins, it still had a value of 100,000. While in the past, 100,000 gold coins meant nothing to him, now that he was following his lowly master, he naturally had to be frugal. Never mind, I'll think about it when we return to Winter Spring Valley, Lin said, preparing to sleep. With master's poor character, she must have trouble sleeping every night, clutching her gold coins, right? Lin closed his eyes, a smile on his lips, and approached his bed. But at that moment, suddenly, his ears perked up. He could faintly hear a very subtle sound of a door opening from the direction of the second floor, near his lowly master's room. Lin's heart stirred. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished, reappearing in a dark corner on the second floor. He looked from a distance in that direction, and his gaze fell into confusion. He saw a girl with twin ponytails dressed in a black night suit, quietly closing the door and stealthily leaving the room. Her ponytail swayed as her blue eyes cautiously scanned left and right, and she was carrying a large package on her back. She looked quite sneaky. Lin chuckled. What was this blue-haired lowly up to with that outfit? Come on, master, if you want to disguise yourself, at least do it a bit better. Those long ponytails have already given you away. Besides, whose chest is as flat as yours, master? Lin covered his forehead, almost laughing out loud. However, he didn't approach too closely but quietly observed from 100 meters away. So, where was his lowly master going at this late hour? After confirming that no one was around, Nanako looked around and, like a little cat sneaking a snack, quickly and silently made her way to the end of the second-floor corridor. She quietly pushed open the window leading outside. With a small leap, she elegantly jumped out. Nanako has successfully landed, she said, raising her head cautiously, like a heroine. And I wasn't discovered by the dog apprentice. Above her, in the clouds, Lin sat on a white cloud, holding his stomach and laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Ha ha ha, so why would she be afraid of me discovering her? Lowly master, you're not planning to do something shameful, are you? Ha ha ha. Watching the sneaky little figure darting quickly across the street below, Lin's interest grew even more. After all, it is quite rare for Master Lowly to sneak out alone for such matters. Moreover, in the past few days in Lakeside Town, Master Lowly has been acting mysteriously, and today she has been missing all morning, leaving one to wonder what she is up to. I must observe closely. Under Lin's watchful gaze, Nanako weaved her way along the street. Soon, she arrived at the slums on the outskirts of Lakeside Town. On the filthy and chaotic streets, Nanako sat in a corner and quickly opened the large package she had brought. Instantly, it sparkled with jewels. Inside were piles of gleaming gold coins. Nanako picked up a few coins, pausing in silence, a hint of indecision flashing in her blue eyes. But that moment of hesitation quickly vanished. She shook her head vigorously, her ponytail flying, and then pulled out a thick stack of parchment from her pocket. Duncan, 71 years old, 2 sons died on the battlefield, his 5-year-old granddaughter passed away last year, bedridden with a serious illness, and the farm's land has been mortgaged to the nobles, with no means of survival, she murmured softly. Then, under Lin's gaze, she lifted her head and looked at a dilapidated low house not far away, her body slowly becoming transparent. She cast an invisibility spell on herself. The amused smile on Lin's face gradually faded as he silently watched his master carefully infiltrate that household. She gently placed a few gold coins on the table, along with several bags of herbs. Not far away, on a dirty and broken bed, an elderly man was wheezing, his mouth moving as he mumbled in his sleep. Nanako remained silent, her blue eyes betraying an undeniable sadness. Little Ellie, take your medicine, and you'll get better. Grandpa has mortgaged the farmland, and the gentlemen were kind enough to give him a dozen silver coins. Grandpa has money now, and he will definitely cure your illness. Little Ellie, your father will be back soon. He will buy you a doll. You must wait for him. Little Ellie. The old man slowly opened his murky eyes, his lips still moving in a dreamlike state. Did you come back to see Grandpa? Nanako bit her lip, walked over, and took his aged, rough hand, softly saying, Yes, Grandpa, little Ellie is back. Just sleep well, your illness will surely get better. A wisp of magical light gently soothed the emotions of this aging man. In a daze, the expression on the old man's face relaxed a bit, his murky eyes slowly closing again, as if the painful wheezing had eased significantly. Gradually, steady breaths could be heard from the bed. Nanako wiped her eyes vigorously with her sleeve, shook her head forcefully, and kept her head down. She did not linger here for long. With the aid of the invisibility spell, she swiftly left that household, pulled out her list again, and headed towards the second dilapidated home in the slums. Andrian, a retired veteran, once a knight, sent home after losing a leg and an arm in the war, impoverished because the Lord embezzled his subsidies. M.S. Clark, 31 years old, raising 3 children alone, her husband was burned as a heretic in the square 2 years ago, later confirmed to be a misunderstanding. She has prayed at the church many times, but to no avail. Orphans in the slums, currently about 121, aged between 5 and 14, this number decreases significantly every winter. From a distance, Lin listened to Master Lowly softly reciting from the parchment. He watched her sneak into each household, observing as the gold coins in her backpack slowly diminished. Lin remained silent, not saying a word. Only the moon in the sky shone bright and round. The ethereal moonlight spilled over the dilapidated slums, weaving a seemingly beautiful veil. For a long time, Nanako's bundle had finally dried completely. She stood on the street, silently gazing at the endless, crumbling road, with a thick roll of parchment in her hand. She gently tied the parchment and carefully placed it into her bundle. With her head down, biting her lip, she didn't even know what she was thinking. After a while, she lifted her head with determination, removed her mask, and revealed a big smile on her face, wiping away the moisture from her eyes, trying hard to brighten her spirits. Although many things always seemed lacking, at least she had done her modest part. Nanako, you need to be happy. You are a powerful mage from Winter Spring Valley, there's nothing you can't solve. She tried to hum a tune, making an effort to skip lightly along the road. But how am I going to find an excuse tomorrow? Nanako pondered, speaking to herself. If I tell my disciple that Nanako accidentally lost her gold coins, he definitely won't believe it. Above the clouds, Lin looked complexly at his master on the street. He suddenly felt a mix of laughter and tears, wanting to both laugh and scold. As expected, a silly Lowly. Lin smiled, resting his chin on his hand, sitting on the clouds, watching Nanako on the street, gently saying, Since you sneaked out at night, why didn't you take your disciple's share of gold coins with you? No matter what reason you give me, I would definitely believe it. Lin took a deep breath, rubbed his suddenly sore nose, and maintained his smile. He looked softly at the list he had drafted. It seems this is already useless. With a flick of his finger, the list instantly turned to ash. He originally thought that his lowly master would forget quickly. After all, they were noble mages. The moment they grasped extraordinary power, it meant they had completely severed ties with the lower class. The lowly master was indeed very naive. She had no idea that under such circumstances, no matter how many gold coins you gave them, it wouldn't change their situation. Sometimes, these sympathetic gifts could even become the source of their calamities. But at least, in her innocent understanding, these gold coins could indeed help these suffering people get through their current difficulties, and that was already more than many people could do. Lin smiled slightly. Silly lowly, at critical moments, it's still your disciple who has to help you underscore. So foolish, at least hide that ponytail. Suddenly, as Nanako bounced along the street, she came to a halt. Her silly hair stood up straight in an instant. She immediately widened her eyes and quickly turned her head to look down the street behind her. Was that just now? Did Nanako imagine it? How did it seem like I heard the dog disciples? The wind whistled by. The street was empty, not a single person in sight. Meanwhile, at the church in Lakeside Town, knights, including Marshall, gathered in the church, pacing with furrowed brows. Ever since he woke up a few days ago, he had found that many gaps had appeared in his memory. He couldn't recall what had happened in those days at all. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was the news that had come from the Holy See. The Order of the Holy See had been completely annihilated by demons, and the Pope and other archbishops were missing or dead. This was undoubtedly devastating news for their remote church branch. Still unable to contact the Holy See headquarters? Marshall frowned tightly, anxious. A knight beside him trembled and said, "The connection regarding magic has been cut off for several days, but we have sent out several messengers. It shouldn't be long before we can ascertain the situation at headquarters." Damn it! Marshall slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth, his gaze flickering. He recalled the blank spots in his memory from the past few days, always feeling that something must have happened here on the night the church was annihilated. It was even possible that some events that took place in Lakeside Town that night were related to the destruction of their church. In an instant, he thought of what the attendant had told him about those mages from Winter Spring Valley. It must be related to them. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his face darkening. In a moment, he suddenly stood up and said grimly, "Gather all the soldiers. We are going to that inn. I believe we can extract some information from those mages." As he spoke, he grasped the sword sheath, pushed the door open forcefully, and strode out. But just at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in, extinguishing the candles in the room and causing everyone to shiver. A voice slowly echoed in their ears. "I thought that by erasing part of your memories, you would behave yourself, but it seems that some people's natures do not change." In an instant, Marshall felt a shiver run through his entire body. A chill rising from his bones instantly enveloped him. He swallowed hard, trembling, and just behind him, in the room, a figure cloaked in black appeared, shrouded in a dark hood. The figure wore a large black hood, revealing only a chin and lips that bore a faint, chilling smile, like a specter from hell. In that moment, a torrent of memories surged back. Marshall instantly recalled the memories that had been erased a few days ago. He turned sharply, and the appearance of the figure before him instantly overlapped with that of the being they had encountered at the Winter Spring Valley mages in that day. Thud, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. "It's you! It's you!" The knights around him trembled, gripping their sword blades, recalling the events as well, feeling an instant chill envelop them, unable to move a step. Lin smirked, "Don't worry, Knight Marshall, I won't kill you." Although the headquarters of the church has been destroyed, the church's influence across the continent has not been completely eradicated, isn't that right? Marshall trembled. "I understand now, that demon lord is. The wind rustled Lin's cloak, and darkness lay beneath the hood. "Some things are better for you not to know, Marshall. Do you know the purpose of my visit today?" Marshall trembled as he moved back. "What do you want?" Lin paced, looking up. "I know you, Knight Marshall. When those bishops are not around, you are the actual ruler of Lakeside Town. You must have exploited the residents of this small town quite a bit, so I am very willing to give you a chance for redemption." Marshall murmured, "A chance for redemption?" Lin slowly extended his hand and said, "What I hate most in my life is oppression and control. I have always resisted this order, but later I realized that if you are not more ruthless and vicious than them, you will never be able to fight against them. And when I gained the power to look down on all beings, I suddenly discovered that the concepts of good and evil can also be changed by power." He looked at his hand, where strange dark energy flickered on his fingers. And in that moment, Marshall finally understood what he intended to do. "No!" In an instant, boundless fear erupted in Marshall's eyes as he frantically scrambled to his feet and turned to run towards the door. In that fleeting moment of seeing his expression, he understood. He wanted to distort his. But just as he was about to escape through the door, a strand of pitch-black dark energy suddenly pierced into the back of his head. His pupils instantly lit up with a dark omen. Lin's lips moved. "Don't worry, it won't hurt much. I'm just altering a few of your perceptions. From now on, you will become the most upright knight of Lakeside Town. You will be helpful, you will despise evil, you will hold on to your beliefs, and you will forever protect the weak." Thud! Marshall collapsed to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably, mumbling incoherently, his gaze vacant, and strands of pitch-black dark energy shot into the foreheads of the surrounding knights. Thud thud, one knight after another fell. Lin stepped over their bodies and slowly walked outside, his voice ethereal and dark. "You are hopeless villains, your existence is the greatest irony to this world, but I will not kill you, for you still have some use." Lin raised his head, gazing into the pitch-black night. His fingers twitched slightly, then slowly clenched into a fist. He knew, regardless of whether his intentions were good or bad, the means he had just employed were undoubtedly the greatest desecration of the ideals he upheld. But at certain times, one had no choice but to act, because he knew, some people cannot be completely eradicated. You kill one batch, and another batch follows. They are endless, malicious, and greedy. And after you leave here, everything will return to the way it was. And even your momentary hatred of evil may bring deeper disaster to this place. They are never the root cause. Lin took a deep breath. And this was also a very important reason why he was obsessed with god-slaying. Because as long as the gods remain, this pattern can never be broken. He had tried, so he dared to say. And this also determined the fundamental independence of their positions, with no possibility of reconciliation. The next day, Lady Nanako, Mr. Lin, come out and see. It's so strange, really too strange. Elena rushed in, clutching her staff, hurrying into the inn. Her wide eyes were filled with excitement as she gasped for breath, pointing outside. The knights and priests of the church seem to have changed. They actually opened the granaries and are actively helping the poor families in the slums. Nanako, holding a small bowl and spoon, with her head down and her hair drooping, was trying to think of an excuse to explain the matter of the gold coins to her disciple. Upon hearing Elena's words, she suddenly stood up, astonished. "What?" Elena exclaimed. "They opened the granaries." For Elena, who frequently visited this place, this was something she absolutely could not imagine. She was well aware that Lakeside Town, under the church's control, had always ignored the lives of the poor. They only cared about annual taxes and capital, and the only reason they allowed the poor to stay in Lakeside Town was to use their numbers to apply for more funding from above. But today, everything had changed. It was like a scene from magical realism. Lin, lying in a rocking chair, looked at the selected works of the King of Secrets in his hands, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. "Let's go take a look." Lin stood up, smiled slightly, put away the book, and said, "Let's see what they are up to." In the square of Lakeside Town, the crowd surged. The people from the church had set up dozens of makeshift wooden shelters in the square, and under the soldiers' supervision, everything appeared orderly. Some shelters were distributing food, warm clothing, and various daily necessities. Others had many priests and doctors dedicated to providing free medical care to the sick and injured poor. Not far away, a bulletin board was surrounded by ragged people. It displayed a notice that had clearly been written not long ago. Since many of the poor could not read, 2 knights were assigned to read it aloud to the crowd. In summary, the main points were as follows. 1. A comprehensive reduction of taxes, with all unnecessary levies waived. 2. Everyone in Lakeside Town could receive free medical care after registration, and those with severe illnesses or disabilities could apply for admission to a sanatorium after registering. 3. The church would fund the renovation of the slums and provide subsidies. 4. The church would gradually open job positions in various fields, offering coins, food, housing, and free medical assistance, and so on. The entire notice listed dozens of new regulations. Many commoners felt as if they were dreaming after hearing this. No, they wouldn't even dare to imagine such things in their dreams, let alone think that these would appear in reality. Oh my God, is this heaven's mercy upon us? Are those noble lords really so kind? Coins, food, housing. What kind of joke is this? Many people still couldn't believe it, their faces filled with astonishment. In their ingrained perception, this was nothing but a fantasy. In the square, Nanako stared in shock at the scene, and she could even see many of the people she had helped the night before. This. Her mind buzzed, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Lin smiled as he walked over to her, crossing his arms and saying with a grin, "It seems the people from the church have changed their ways, Master. Many things cannot truly be resolved with money. I know you helped them out of kindness, but without good order, the gold coins you gave will only become their curse. But now there's no problem. Although some harsh methods were used, at least for a long time, this small town will become a better place. Reforms and policies must unfold gradually. While it may not completely overturn this millennia-old oppressive structure, it will at least give people hope, right?" Lin's lips curled into a smirk. Nanako listened blankly to her disciple's thoughts. In an instant, for some reason, she suddenly felt a sting in her eyes, as if something was churning within her heart. It turned out, he knew everything. She lowered her head, suddenly feeling a tightness in her nose, struggling to hold back the tears. What a wickedly rotten disciple. He clearly knew about the foolish things Ninako had done, and he had quietly followed her out last night, pretending not to know. He had quietly resolved everything on his own. Drip, drip, tears fell to the ground. Lady Ninako, why? Why are you crying? Elena looked at Ninako in confusion and shock. Ninako rubbed her eyes vigorously, then shook her head hard, her ponytail flying. She lifted her head, and a pure and bright smile blossomed on her tear-streaked face. Because Ninako was really very happy, very happy. A gust of wind blew through. The drifting willow catkins danced in the air, particularly vibrant. Tap 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 tap, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of hooves, a horse-drawn carriage sped along the road to the nearest silver city. Inside the large carriage, Elena and a few other girls covered their mouths, their faces full of smiles as they looked at Lin, who sat opposite them. Lin's face was flushed with embarrassment, his body stiff and motionless. On him, Nana's small body was draped, her eyes closed, her petite nose gently flaring as she breathed evenly, her lips slightly parting. One of her tiny hands clutched the fabric of Lin's shirt, while the other hand held his wrist, nestled comfortably in his embrace, her sleeping posture exceptionally cute. But Lin was utterly embarrassed, especially with 3 girls across from him, all wearing smiles, making him even more restless. Mr. Lin, you can't move around carelessly, or else Lady Nana will wake up, one of the girls teased. Lin coughed awkwardly. I won't. The girls all stifled their laughter, their eyes filled with envy. Ever since the morning when the church announced the distribution of food and clothing to the people in the slums, they had eagerly participated as volunteers. Lady Nana was the most enthusiastic among them. Throughout the day, Nana wore a bright smile, tirelessly helping those who were unable to collect their aid due to injuries. It wasn't until evening that she finally rested. After that, Lady Nana had tiredly nestled into Mr. Lin's arms and fallen asleep. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Elena's smile was warm. She could see that Lady Nana was very happy today, and for some reason, it seemed that there was something unexpected about Mr. Lin compared to usual. The sound of hooves continued. Nana slept soundly, her eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the dream she was having, her brows slightly furrowing. Unconsciously, she released her grip on Lin's wrist. Then she hugged his chest tightly, burying herself completely against him, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Her expression was peaceful and relaxed. My disciple is the very worst bad guy in the world. Accompanied by her soft breaths, she murmured in her sleep. Hearing the sound, Elena and the others across the way covered their mouths, struggling not to laugh. Mr. Lin, did you do something very bad to Lady Nana? Lin protested. I didn't. Don't say things without any basis. The girls all burst into giggles, covering their mouths. Lin looked awkwardly at his sleeping little master in his arms. So what exactly happened? Why is my little master acting so strangely today? Does she know about what I did last night? That shouldn't be possible. I acted alone. How could my little master know? But then what could be the reason? Lin was confused. And, blue-haired lowly, if you want to sleep in my arms, we can talk about it when we get back. Any position is fine. Frustrated, but there are still people here. There are still people. Think about the impact. Pay attention to the impact. A few days later, in the Winter-Spring Valley Council, beneath the high dome, 7 figures sat around a round table. Mage Andrew looked at the various documents in his hands, his expression serious. Deacon Andrew, the coalition formed by the Order of the Church of Light, and the Council of Life has surrounded the Silver City occupied by demons and is planning a second major assault. They request us to send more mages for support. But this time, the demon that occupied Mithril City is extremely powerful, completely unlike an ordinary demon army, and I can even see the shadow of the Abyss cult among them. I have a feeling this is a meticulously planned attack. However, after several days of investigation, we have still gathered a lot of intelligence about those demons. Andrew listened to the report from below, his gaze falling on the magical image on the document. It was a picture of the demon lord taken on the night Mithril City was attacked. But unfortunately, Deacon Andrew, we have conducted various comparisons, and we did not find any historical records of this demon lord. He does not seem to belong to the 10 great lords of the Abyss. Andrew fell into deep thought. For a long time, he pondered, what if it is the first demon lord of the Abyss? Do you think that is a possibility? As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the deacons changed slightly. The first demon lord of the Abyss? They had naturally heard of this terrifying existence that only existed in legends. It was said that thousands of years ago, a powerful demon suddenly appeared in a certain plane of the Abyss, and with unmatched strength, he tore through thousands of planes of the abyss. Half of the 10 great lords at that time were killed by him, and in the end, he directly eliminated the then first demon lord and gained the recognition of the will of the abyss, taking his place. But since that terrifying existence suddenly emerged and rose to power thousands of years ago, he had remained dormant in the deepest part of the abyss, and no one had seen him emerge again. Therefore, in the rumors of the main world, he had always been a mysterious existence. There is indeed that possibility. The second deacon pondered. The Abyss cult, this evil organization, worships the first demon lord. Their active involvement this time must have a reason. But, another deacon frowned and said, don't you think this is absurd? He is the first demon lord, an existence that can rival the gods, and yet a mere order church would warrant his personal intervention? Andrew's expression was serious. He gently tapped the table, deep in thought. Indeed, but we can make a hypothesis. If he really is the first demon lord and has already descended to the Violet Continent, where would he be now? Thud, a few pebbles fell from the ceiling above. From the high ladder, Lin, wearing a mask and holding a shovel and bricks, shouted down, Deacon Andrew, move aside. I need to patch that hole above you. Be careful not to get hit by falling stones. Andrew smiled, looking up at Lin on the ladder, and said with satisfaction, it's nothing, child. You won't get hit. Remember to come down for a cup of tea after you finish. Be careful. The other deacons also showed kind expressions. What a hard-working and simple boy. If it weren't for his poor aptitude, they would really want to take him from that girl Nanako and raise him themselves. Immediately, their stern gazes fell on Nanako, who was huddled in her chair, hiding under the brim of her large wizard hat. Although she was well covered, the blush on her cheeks was still visible. It was not a shy blush. It was a blush of shame. Nanako, you know shame, huh? Andrew reproached without reservation. How many times have I told you? Look forward when flying, look forward, look forward. Why won't you listen? Do you know how many wizard towers you've crashed into this month? Nanako lowered her head in shame, her face red, and said, I'm sorry, Deacon Andrew. Andrew scolded, does saying sorry now make it okay? If it weren't for you, my diligent and capable apprentice, handling your mess, I would definitely deduct your salary until the year 2021 in the mainland. Nanako buried her face in her hat, feeling utterly ashamed. After scolding Nanako, Andrew's expression turned serious as he placed his hands on the table and said, continuing from our previous topic, given your experiences, where do you think the first demon lord of the abyss might be? A few of the stewards pondered at his words. One steward furrowed his brow and contemplated, an existence like the first demon lord, capable of destroying the world, surely cannot be in an ordinary place. From my perspective, he is very likely in the demon-sealing purgatory to the northwest, which is filled with immense shadow power year-round. For a powerful being like the First Lord, that would definitely be a good place. Yes, that is indeed a good place. I often travel there. Another steward shook his head and said solemnly, no, if he really is the first demon lord, then he is very likely hiding in the headquarters of the Abyssal Society right now, and he might be secretly planning the next attack, such as on the Life Council or the Church of the Light God. Indeed. This should be put on the agenda, and I should also check on my maid group. They have been going a bit astray in recent years. Andrew pondered and slowly said, no, if it really is the first demon lord, do you think he needs to plan? He can even kill the avatars of gods. Who in this continent can be his opponent? He squinted and said, I can only speculate that his arrival must have some deeper meaning. Perhaps he is plotting some scheme that could overturn the entire continent, or maybe he is currently absorbing the essence of this world from the earth. I should just fix the wall first. Listening to the steward's heated discussions, Nanako had almost buried her head on the table. She really wanted to say something. No, it's all wrong. The demon lord you speak of is right above, fixing the hole in the wall. Nanako's expression was awkward. But in any case, one of the stewards squinted and said, we must take this matter seriously. The order of the church has already been attacked, and we are very likely to be the next target. Impossible. Nanako stared wide-eyed. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on her. Nanako lowered her head, her face flushed, and said, we in Winter Spring Valley are all good people. We definitely won't be attacked, right? Andrew took a deep breath and said complicatedly, Nanako, you need to understand one thing. Demons are very wicked beings. They have no concept of good and evil. All they know is destruction, killing, and chaos. I agree. The blue-haired lowly is still too naive. Especially the First Lord, a demon leader, is chaotic to the core. He probably is the kind of being who would eat children at the drop of a hat. Shut your mouth. If he really comes, Nanako, not only will the entire Winter Spring Valley be in danger, but your mage tower, your apprentices, and even you will face misfortune. Nonsense, my lowly master tearing down the house is already enough for me to handle. Would I seek out trouble for myself? Do you know how much time it takes me to fix a wall? Nanako glared, glancing at Lin, who was standing on the ladder, bored, juggling a few bricks. I understand, Grandpa Andrew, can we change the topic? She was really worried that her apprentice would accidentally smash Grandpa Andrew with a brick. And at this point, one of the stewards suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, Steward Andrew, there is something we have been afraid to tell you. What is it? Andrew raised an eyebrow slightly. The several stewards exchanged glances, and then one of them whispered, "Your senior brother, the god of magic Andre, has returned from the endless sea. He is expected to arrive in our winter-spring valley in a few days." In an instant, they immediately noticed a subtle change in Andrew's expression, and his eyes narrowed, flashing with a chilling light. "Oh," he said, squinting, "why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" The steward wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, It was precisely because they knew the nature of their relationship that they dared not speak up. The stewards were well aware that the relationship between Andrew and his senior brother was extremely poor, and years ago, they had nearly come to blows over the position of the first steward. Back in the days of Winter Spring Valley, they had witnessed firsthand what it meant to be at odds, to have a rivalry that spanned from childhood to adulthood. "Your mage tower is an inch taller than mine? Tomorrow, I'll make mine a foot taller. You learned one forbidden spell? Tomorrow, I'll learn two. You had a son? I'll have two just to spite you." There was even an incident in the bathhouse where, simply because one accidentally glanced at the other, who was a few microns taller, a fight broke out. In the end, due to the excessive use of potions, both ended up suffering a backlash. It was all so trivial, they had thought it would end there. But who knew, just because one accidentally glanced at the other, who was a few microns shorter, they began to compete over who was smaller. Just thinking about the past made all the stewards feel a wave of discomfort wash over them. "Steward Andrew, we all know there are some conflicts between you and your senior brother, but..." The surrounding stewards wiped their sweat and said, "Now your senior brother's status is different. He is now the first bishop of the Sea King Hall. This time he returns, it must be for something important to discuss with Winter Spring Valley. You must be cautious." "Sea King Hall?" Upon hearing this, Andrew snorted coldly and said indifferently, "What? Do you think a first bishop is more noble than me, the first steward? Do you think I should bow down and call him father just because he's here? No." The surrounding stewards widened their eyes and said, "Please don't misinterpret us. We're just trying to remind you out of goodwill." Andrew waved his sleeve and turned away, saying lightly, "No need to say more. I understand your intentions. Although my relationship with him has always been poor, that was 100 years ago. Do you really think I, Andrew the god of magic, have such a narrow mind?" The crowd trembled. "No, we certainly don't think you have such a narrow mind. Do you really have no self-awareness at all?" The steward's gazes instinctively fell on the floor in front of his chair, where the marble floor had slightly sunk from years of being stepped on, and faintly, one could see that the sunken area seemed to bear the name of a person. Then, their gazes passed through the door crack and landed on the training dummies in the square outside. They could vaguely recognize the face of the dummy, which seemed familiar. A magical arrow struck the dummy right in the forehead. The stewards immediately jolted, coming back to their senses, wide-eyed and swallowing hard. "Is this what you call self-restraint, Steward Andrew? All right." Andrew waved his hand, his beard fluttering, and shouted, "Today's meeting is adjourned, dismissed." Several hours later, at Nine Eyes Mage Tower. "We're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed." Nanako, dressed in a blue mage robe and sporting two ponytails, paced back and forth, her small hands propping up her chin, deep in thought. With each step, her long ponytails swayed like two colorful ribbons. Not far away, on a lounge chair, Lin's eyes followed those ponytails, moving left and right, his bored eyelids nearly drooping. "Master!" Lin yawned, his sleepy eyes wide open. "You've been pacing here for 2 hours. I've counted, and you've walked back and forth 12,100 times, covering several hundred kilometers. Aren't you a bit too idle? With that time, you could have run several marathons." Indeed. Ever since the deacons' meeting ended and they returned home, Nanako seemed trapped in a loop, unable to stop. Could it be that her hyperactivity is acting up? Otherwise, why has she been so restless these past few days? "Master, the gold coins at home are almost depleted. If your salary doesn't come in this month, I'll have to sell your jewelry and clothes." Nanako mage-grade cloth armor, lowly sized, 2 gold per piece, fair price, no cheating, ha 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 ha. Nanako abruptly turned her head, her gaze locking onto Lin. Then, under the reflection in Lin's eyes, the little mage floated over like a ghost, and with a clap, her small hands pressed down on his shoulders. Her blue eyes, carrot, looked down at him. Lin swallowed hard, wide-eyed. Since he was lying on the rocking chair, when the lowly master pressed down, it created a rather dominant posture. Master, it's noon, and it's still several hours until dark. How about Dog disciple, dog disciple, dog disciple. Nanako shook her head vigorously, her long ponytails whipping across Lin's face at an unimaginable speed. Smack, 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 the rhythmic slapping echoed. Lin, stop, stop, master, please, it really hurts. In the next moment, Nanako grabbed his shoulders and pulled him closer. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh saying, disciple, quickly help me think of a way. The god of magic, Andre, is coming back, and he will definitely bring that brat Jueja back with him. She will come back to trouble me, to bully me. Lin stared wide-eyed, trembling as he looked at her ponytails. No way, I have to find a chance to cut off those ponytails. This is too brutal. This little dog Loli has clearly found a new weapon to unleash violence on me. I must crush this habit in the cradle. Otherwise, my future days will be unbearable. Jueju? Lin asked in shock. Who is that? Nanako blared, anxiously pulling Lin closer, grinding her teeth. A person who always goes against me. Lin, eh? A few minutes later, Lin finally understood the general situation from Nanako's mouth. He also grasped the enmity between her and the girl named Jueju. Jueju, a girl who grew up alongside Nanako, and also the granddaughter of the god of magic, Andre. If things had developed normally, these two girls who grew up together would have become close friends, or at least not have a bad relationship. But because of the intense rivalry between Andrew and his senior brother during that time, it directly led to these two girls seeing each other as adversaries. According to Nanako's account, years ago, the great mage Andre had a granddaughter first, while the mage Andrew did not, so he was always mocked and ridiculed by the other. For example, my son is a remarkable genius, now a powerful city-breaking level mage. He can easily defeat your son with one hand. I have a granddaughter. My daughter excels in all arts, and her beauty is unparalleled. The line of suitors for her stretches 10 kilometers every day. What about you? I have a granddaughter. Thus, in this series of confrontations, Andrew suffered a crushing defeat. In order to turn the tide, he directly adopted Nana's father, who was still not the seventh steward at the time and also his apprentice, as his true son, even closer than a biological son. Naturally, Nana became his true granddaughter, even closer than a biological granddaughter. Because a granddaughter has an extra outer character, it made Andrew seem superior. So, Lin was stunned. He swore he had never seen two people so serious and absurd in all his years. Nana angrily tugged at her ponytail and said, "So Nana is naturally bullied by her." Nana gritted her teeth, her small fists swinging fiercely in the air, her hair sticking up defiantly. When I was 1 year old, she tried to steal my bottle. When she failed, I hit her. At 3, she tried to take my pretty dress. When she failed, I hit her. At 6, she tried to take my magic wand. She still failed, and I continued to hit her. Lin watched her swing her little fists and speak those fierce words, feeling dazed. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you're the one bullying her, master. You hit her every day, won't you break her? No wonder she's such a fierce little girl. It turns out she was trained like this from a young age. Nana gritted her teeth, her fists clenched in indignation, saying, everything was harmonious and beautiful at first. Although there were occasional fights, overall, Nana was doing quite well. Of course, you were doing well. Lin was at a loss for words. Nana, Q said, but after I turned 10, something very terrible happened, and then Nana's good days came to an end. Lin was taken aback, looking at Nana's furious expression, and asked, what terrible thing happened? Images of blood and fire, steel and iron flashed through Lin's mind. Monster invasions? Life and death separations? Earthquakes and tsunamis? Nana gritted her teeth in anger, extending her hand, her thumb and index finger creating a small gap. She grew 2 millimeters taller than me. Lin. The room fell silent. Crows flew over Lin's head, leaving 6 black dots. Lin, Omega Winkyface wiped his sweat and said, indeed, truly terrifying. Nana, Q said, yes, and it was from those 2 millimeters that Nana's good days came to an end. At first, it was just a short 2 millimeters. I could wear slightly taller shoes to make up for it, but then the situation spiraled out of control. Lin. Nana paced back and forth, resting her chin on her small hands, her brows furrowed, her ponytail flying. It started with 2 millimeters, then 3 millimeters, 5 millimeters, and after a few years, it became a 2 centimeter, 3 centimeter difference, and this gap kept growing, to the point where I couldn't compensate with shoes anymore. Lin. Nana gritted her teeth and rushed to the table. Bang bang bang, she pulled out all the caps from the milk bottles on the table and gulped them down. Bang drunkenly, she slammed her hand on the table. Nana wiped the thick white liquid from the corner of her mouth and said angrily, milk or whatever, Nana drinks it every day, but it's obviously useless. Nana has completely lost in this regard. Linen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, how tall is she? Nana gritted her teeth, only 1.70 meters, just a little bit taller than Nana. She's so proud of it. Linen instinctively turned his his gaze landing on a ruler quietly drawn on the corner wall by some girl. Although it had been quickly wiped away, a faint trace could still be seen. 1, 4, Lin hesitated, trying to make out the words. Bang! Nine slammed the table and stood up. She decisively interrupted Lin's random guessing, her hair standing on end as she gritted her teeth and said, height or whatever, Nine doesn't care. It's just a little taller, it doesn't matter to Nine. What Nine is really angry about is something else. Lin wiped his sweat and asked, what is it? Nine's expression suddenly turned sad. She lowered her head, her eyes slightly red as she looked at her chest, tears welling up in her eyes. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent for a second. Lin understood immediately. Everything was unspoken. Lin took a deep breath, wiped away a bit of moisture from the corner of his eye, and said sadly, Master, you have to be strong. Indeed, this is truly a very sad thing. For a master who has not developed for hundreds of years, this is undoubtedly the greatest pain for a lowly. Just thinking of that apprentice makes my heart ache. A scene suddenly flashed in Lin's mind. Nine has already become a very powerful city-destroying level mage, and she can learn forbidden spells just by glancing at them. What about you? I'm older than Nine. Nine is a once-in-a-thousand-years magical genius, having killed 10,000 slimes and 5,000 goblins. What about you? I'm older than Nine. Just thinking of that scene made Lin feel extremely sad. He was completely crushed in every way. Sadness, so sad. Nine shook her head vigorously, her ponytail flying, her eyes slightly red as she clenched her small fists and said, but Nine will never give up. It's just a matter of an inch or two. Nine has other strengths too. Lin thought for a long time and then pondered. Like what? Nine paused, resting her small hand on her chin, pacing back and forth and thought for a long time. Her small brows furrowed, her fingers counting, the surroundings quiet. After a long while, Nine slammed the table, her eyes wide, her small hand waving, crossing her arms, and gritting her teeth. There are so many strengths that I can't even count them. Just one of them could scare someone to death, so there's no need to discuss this in detail. Just know that Nine has a lot of strengths. Lin nodded in agreement. Whether or not there are strengths, the fact that there are many is enough. This is absolutely logical for a lowly master. So, Lin said helplessly, if your friend really comes back, Master, what are your plans? Nine clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth, face it head-on. Days passed by. Ever since Nanako learned that her arch-rival might be returning to Winter Spring Valley, she suddenly became determined to work hard. Every day, she meditated earnestly to enhance her magical abilities. She did a full 10 push-ups, 2 sit-ups, and ran 20 laps around the table as part of her high-intensity workout. 2 bottles of milk each morning, noon, and night were absolutely essential. In the morning, gulp, Master, I think it's better to skip it. Relying on a milk bottle at the last minute is absolutely useless. Smack! Nanako slammed the table, drunkenly put down the milk bottle, waved her little hand, and shouted, don't mind me, boss, bring 2 more bottles, Nanako wants a massive amount. At noon, Heave-ho! Nanako, dressed in a cool summer outfit, gritted her teeth, her hands pressed against the ground, her slender arms trembling as she struggled through push-ups. On the other side, swish, Lin was doing push-ups with one hand at a speed of 120 per minute, turning to look at Nanako with concern. Master, I think it's better to skip it. I've already done 2,000, and you haven't even gotten up yet. Nanako gritted her teeth, struggling to hold herself up. Don't underestimate your master. I just focused all my energy on meditation and haven't concentrated on exercising, but I can do push-ups too. I can. Arms, tremble, smack. Nanako collapsed onto the ground, struggling to lift her head, shouting, Nanako will not give up. Then with a smack, she lost consciousness. A wisp of blue smoke rose from her head. Sigma, degree winky face, she's gone. The lowly master is gone. Similar incidents occurred frequently over the next few days. A few days later, chop, Lin, holding 2 kitchen knives, donned in an apron, skillfully chopped the vegetables she had just bought on sale in the kitchen. Her gaze was intensely focused, and the broth simmering on the side was bubbling with steam. During this time, due to Nanako's grueling training, Lin naturally took on all the household chores. Making broth, wrapping dumplings, and nourishing her body were all very necessary. But looking at the time, Lin focused on chopping the filling, saying, the blue-haired lowly master's god of magic, Andre, should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, pat, the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves came from outside the mage tower. A pair of fiery red eyes squinted slightly, and then, pressing down her large hood, she looked at the towering and sturdy mage tower before her. Just as grandmother said, a haunting voice. Because of being too short, I developed a kind of inferiority complex, so I particularly like robust and gigantic things. She shook the little bear plush hanging from her waist. Pausing for a moment, she quickly set down the backpack she had been carrying and began rummaging through it. Minutes later, she found a letter, opened it, and read it carefully. If I can sneak into Winter Spring Valley through the secret passage without being discovered and successfully stealth my way to a certain Mr. Nye's Mage Tower. First, a top-tier fireball as a greeting gift. Gripping her staff, the girl stood up. The wind blew past her fiery red eyes. In an instant, she waved her robe, her fingers spread wide, her long hair flying, and a dazzling red light shone from her staff. Omnipresent fire spirits, please heed my call and reveal your true power before me. I command you in the name of the great fire mage, Juejwezi. A certain lowly shouted. In an instant, swirling fire elements surrounded her, and a colorful red magic circle appeared beneath her feet. In that moment, endless fire elements gathered in her hands. Fire explosion spell, she shouted. A massive dragon made entirely of flames, with the power to devastate, surged toward the door of the mage tower. Whoosh, the door was directly blown open by the force of the magic. Flames rushed forth. The lowly smiled slightly, her eyes shining with confidence. Her fire magic was personally taught by her grandmother. Although it was just a greeting gift in her hands, the power of this fire explosion spell was absolutely terrifying, because she was the most outstanding genius of the Sea King Palace in 1,000 years. In an instant, under her gaze, the fire explosion spell broke through the door and swept into the interior of the Mage Tower. Meanwhile, inside the Mage Tower's living room, Lin was contentedly walking out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly cooked dumplings. But just as he reached the table, a wave of heat suddenly swept in from outside, and a massive fireball shot toward him at an unimaginable speed. Lin turned his head slightly, glancing at the fireball with the corner of his eye. Buzz, in an instant, the countless fire spirits that formed the fireball felt an indescribable, crushing aura. All the fire elements instantly froze, Omega. The next moment, an incredibly bizarre scene occurred. The fireball, formed by the fire spirits, abruptly hit the brakes just before striking Lin. Then, like a startled cat, it quickly reversed direction and shot back toward where it came from at an even more terrifying speed. The lowly was momentarily stunned and said, boom, a loud explosion. A large mushroom cloud suddenly rose outside the Mage Tower. Rolling waves of heat swept in all directions. Inside the Mage Tower, Lin raised an eyebrow, holding the steaming dumplings in one hand as he looked outside. What the hell? Is Winter Spring Valley being invaded? Or is someone causing trouble? But it's a bit surprising. There are still people who can summon ancient elemental spirits to assist in casting spells? Shouldn't the elemental spirits have been driven out of this dimension by me 2,000 years ago? Outside, the thick smoke slowly dissipated. A lowly mage in a red robe, holding a staff, stood there dazed, her mouth agape as she exhaled a puff of black smoke. This script doesn't seem to be how it should go, she muttered blankly. And just at that moment, urgent and horrifying screams from the elemental spirits reached her ears. Run! Juejwezi, run! The moment she heard those voices, Juejwezi's body trembled, and without a second thought, she turned and sprinted toward the distant forest at an unimaginable speed. Although she didn't understand why, it was clear that the elemental spirits had a good reason for telling her to run. As a powerful fire mage, she was called the most outstanding magical genius of the Sea King Palace in 1,000 years because, at birth, she was favored by the ancient elemental spirits. It was precisely because of the presence of the elemental spirits that when she cast fire element magic, she could unleash power far beyond that of her peers. Because of this, she was able to stand out in the Sea King Palace, an organization primarily composed of water mages, and focus on mastering fire magic. So what on earth is going on? Juejwezi ran wildly, panting and filled with urgency. Why are we running? She could clearly sense the restless agitation and fear of the elemental spirits around her. This was something she had never seen before. As ancient elemental spirits, they spoke with disdain when discussing the gods of magic, even referring to certain historical demigods as mere mortals. She had never seen these elemental spirits display such fear. Juejwezi, where on earth have you brought us? The elemental spirits cried in despair. The sacred ground of mages, Winter Spring Valley. I've already told you. Juejwezi continued to run. Are you sure this is Winter Spring Valley? Not the lair of a demon? The lair of a demon? Juejwezi was taken aback. The elemental spirits trembled. Do you know what you just made us attack? Do you know? Juejwezi stammered, What? The elemental spirits quivered. An ancient demon, one who broke the taboos of our homeland, a fiend who wanted to enslave us and has insulted us for thousands of years. He's still alive, he's still living in this world. Buzz Juejwezi's mind went blank in an instant. This must be a joke? A demon? Taboos? Isn't that Nanai's Mage Tower? How could it be related to such things? But in that moment, she immediately recalled the ancient blood and tears history that the elemental spirits often discussed with her. Once, in the endless years 1,000 years ago, the elemental spirits existed as the rulers of all elements in the world. Each of the strongest elemental spirits was crowned with the title of king of their respective element, such as the king of fire, the king of water, and so on. Their common ruler was directly named the king of elements, meaning the king of all elements, the king of kings. This order had persisted for countless years, but 2,000 years ago, everything changed when a terrifying existence invaded their homeland. She had indeed heard the elemental spirits mention it. That ancient tyrant who drove them out of this world 2,000 years ago and sealed countless rulers to replace them. The father of elements? Juajwezi exclaimed in shock at the name. Don't mention those 4 insulting words in front of us. The elemental spirits surrounding her screamed in despair. Although they did not want to admit it, this title had long been engraved in the essence of all elemental spirits, making it impossible for them to forget. In the tradition of the elemental spirits, those powerful enough could challenge the king of elements. If victorious, they could take his place and inscribe their own mark and title on the heart of elements. As long as no new spirit challenged, this title would be engraved for life on the essence of every newly born elemental spirit, so they would understand who the supreme ruler of the elements was. After that demon defeated their king of elements, he naturally obtained the heart of elements from their king, this ancient artifact. The titles inscribed by powerful spirits throughout the ages followed the format of king of elements, XXXX. This had never changed for countless years, but since that existence dominated the realm of elements, everything had changed. At that time, after it defeated all our kings and obtained the heart of elements, we were present. The elemental spirits trembled and said, he wanted to carve his own name on it, and naturally, we didn't dare to stop him. We thought he would be like the kings of our generations, but we were too naive. He felt that the emptiness on the heart of elements was too vast, and if he didn't fill it, it would be disrespectful to such an awesome self. So do you know what his true name is? Juajwezi stared blankly. Isn't it the father and mother of elements? No, that's just an abbreviation. The elemental spirits despaired. His full name is, the great and virtuous father of elements, the biological father of all elemental spirits, occasionally also serving as the biological mother, the ruler of all things in the future, possessing the qualities of truth, goodness, and beauty, with a warm heart who likes to help old ladies cross the street without charging, the eternal ruler of elemental spirits, the true elemental father Lin, parenthesis, too long to write down father. Buzz Juajwezi's mind went blank. The elemental spirits murmured, do you know what it feels like to hear this long string of ridiculous titles echoing in the depths of our souls every 2 minutes? Do you know how difficult it is for us to wish for his arrival just once? Do you know why the elemental sorcerers 1,000 years ago had such a miserable fate? Juajwezi stared blankly. Why? The elemental spirits broke down. You were killed before you even finished your spell. Juajwezi was stunned. Too terrifying. If what the elemental spirits said is true, then it means that the mage tower we just saw actually hides the ruler of their previous generation of elemental spirits. But isn't this a joke? Isn't that Nanako's mage tower? Why is there such a terrifying existence hidden there? Anyway, no matter what, the elemental spirits despaired. Hurry and run. Find a quiet place, we'll help you create a teleportation magic circle, and get out of here quickly. Juajwezi nodded repeatedly, gritting her teeth, her gaze firm, one hand pressing down on her large mage hat, and she took off running. But just as she dashed through a patch of bushes, bang, a loud noise. Caught off guard, Juajwezi seemed to crash into a giant wall, rebounding and landing on her bottom. Ouch! Juajwezi pressed her large hat down, grimacing, and instinctively looked up. Buzz, Juajwezi's brain erupted with a loud noise. What blocked her path was not a wall at all, but a tall boy wearing an apron. He held a plate in one hand, steaming dumplings piled high on it, and in the other hand, he held a fork, chewing while looking down at her with great interest. A brief silence. The next moment, a piercing scream of pure terror erupted. The elemental spirits around Juajwezi all let out terrified screams, going into a frenzy, and all the elemental spirits were so scared that they transformed and hid under Juajwezi's skirt in panic. A devil! The great and virtuous devil. Juajwezi instinctively covered her skirt, raised her head, and shouted, "Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Juajwezi doesn't want to die yet. I'm not married. I don't have a boyfriend. I haven't grown up yet." In the eyes of Juajwezi and the elemental spirits, Lin's right hand no longer held steaming dumplings, but a frying pan filled with screaming heads, while his left hand grasped not a fork, but a sharp, blood-soaked demon's trident. The apron around his waist was replaced by blood-stained human skin. Juajwezi? Lin was taken aback. Isn't this the nemesis that the lowly master spoke of? Why does she feel different from her description? He then scrutinized her from head to toe. Something's off, if she really is Juajwezi, considering her age of over 100 years, even with beauty-preserving techniques. she shouldn't maintain this current figure, right? Could she be another bizarre species like the lowly master? Some kind of lowly that hasn't grown for over 100 years? A sneeze somewhere. A certain lowly wondered and scratched her head. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose eyes were wide with fear and tears streaming down her face, Lin hesitated, tossed a dumpling into his mouth, and questioned, "What are you doing?" Jujuezi trembled. I came to visit. Lin chewed. "Why did you run when you saw me?" Jujuezi clutched her chest, trembling. "To be honest, I didn't see you. The elves told me to run, so I ran." Lin's gaze fell on Jujuezi's skirt. He could vaguely see that beneath her skirt, it was shaking clearly those elemental spirits. Lin's expression turned playful as he squatted down and lifted Jujuezi's skirt. Jujuezi screamed, Pervert! Slap! A red handprint instantly appeared on Lin's face. A gust of wind blew by. "Oh my god!" The elemental spirits screamed in terror. Jujuezi's eyes widened in shock. She immediately felt unwell, clutching her hat's brim and letting out cries of impending doom. If the chances of survival were high just moments ago, this slap had undoubtedly reduced that probability to nearly zero. Lin, damn, I forgot to activate my defense. Lin stared with dead fish eyes, not wanting to waste time with her. He reached out and directly lifted the girl in front of him, shaking her up and down vigorously. Thud thud thud, one by one, the transformed elemental spirits were shaken out from Jujuezi's body. Those elemental spirits immediately huddled together, trembling in fear as they looked at Lin. Spare us. Lin, with his dead fish eyes, stroked his chin and said, "Do you know me?" The elemental spirits trembled in fear. We know, great and virtuous Father of Elements, the Father of all elemental spirits, numbered 9527 to 9531, fire elemental spirits greet the Great Father. Just as I guessed, they are indeed the elemental spirits I once expelled from this world. I was a bit careless, not blocking their perception of me, but I didn't expect that there would be spirits daring enough to disobey my orders and come to this world on their own. There must be something fishy about this. Lin looked at them oddly, then turned to the girl he was holding and asked, "What about her?" Jujuezi hung limply in the air, dazed. The great fire elemental magician, Lord Jujuezi of the Sea King Palace, the symbiont of the elemental spirits. A few minutes later, Mage Tower. Thud! A steaming cup of milk and 8 steaming miniature cups of milk were placed on the coffee table. "Drink up." Lin sat across the tea table with a playful expression, sizing up the trembling, timid girl in front of him, as well as the small spirits who were also bowing their heads and shaking. Thank you, uncle." Jujuezi held the milk with both hands, her legs pressed together, sitting there shivering. She cautiously stole glances at the playful boy across from her, unable to see that he was the powerful devil the elemental spirits spoke of. Something was off, something was definitely off. According to the spirits, he was supposed to be a powerful, incomprehensible, and brutally cruel demon beyond description, right? But why did he look like such a handsome and easygoing young man? So, Lin squinted his eyes, looking down with a faint smile at the elemental spirits, and said, "The reason you came to this world is that you chose a new king. So many elemental spirits came here to seek the elemental heart from me, right?" The few elemental spirits immediately shivered. They trembled and lowered their heads, saying, "Why yes, we thought you had already died." But who could have imagined? Lin curled his lips, waving his fan, and smiled, "Am I not sitting right here in front of you? How is it that after 1,000 years of ignoring you, you think you've grown wings and want to fly solo?" No, absolutely not. The elemental spirits were so frightened they nearly took flight. Once a father, always a father. How could we ever have such rebellious thoughts? Do I not know your nature? Lin immediately recalled the events of that year. Back then, he had traveled the world seeking ways to resurrect his blue dragon wife, researching various knowledge and powers, and the elemental spirits naturally caught his eye. As primordial beings that had existed since the dawn of this world, the elemental spirits, along with the then king of secret sources, laid the foundation for magic in this world. However, these spirits did not possess the same nature as the king of secret sources. After being unified by a powerful elemental king at that time, they monopolized the elemental powers of the entire world, even turning the tables and establishing vast powers among humans, elves, and other races. Their gradually expanding greed and ambition led them to meddle in the real world. Numerous mages were forced by these elemental spirits to sign unequal contracts, becoming slaves of this continent. Those who manipulated elements were instead manipulated by them. And at that time, Lin was one of the strongest mages on the continent. If it had been a minor skirmish, it would have been one thing. The most infuriating part was that the elemental king had set his sights on Lin's powerful magical energy. He still vaguely remembered that the elemental king had descended into his dreams, arrogantly wanting to subdue him. Pitiful and ignorant human, standing before you is the true king of all elements, the master of all magical energy and elements. I can offer you a chance to submit to me. If you willingly become my slave and acknowledge me as your father, I will grant you the power to rule over all beings. If you dare to resist, I will turn you to ashes." Upon hearing this, what could Lin do? With his violent temper, he was already in a terrible mood from fruitlessly searching for resurrection methods, and now a fool had come to provoke him. Could he let it go easily? "You want to be my father? Fine. Very well. Then I shall be the father of all you elemental spirits." The rest of the story goes without saying. Lin directly killed his way in and out 7 times, stepping on the elemental throne, uprooting their ancestral graves with his hands, and personally sending all the elemental kings at that time to the heavens, while also stringing their elemental cores together to hang in his home for protection against evil. Lin turned his head and glanced at the wall not far away. There hung a long string of dim prayer beads, which, if one didn't know better, could easily be mistaken for some cheap trinkets from a street vendor. As for that long string of true names, it was naturally very simple. After he had eliminated those elemental kings, the mages manipulated by those elemental spirits were still causing chaos everywhere, disturbing the entire continent. So Lin changed to a slightly longer true name. And then, there was nothing more to say. The long casting time was a hard flaw. Even some more powerful elemental magic required multiple recitations of the great elemental sovereign's true name to be cast. And even if they recited it, Lin would not respond. Even if he did respond, it would be a very simple reply. "Didn't hear you clearly," recited a few more times. Thus, in the time that followed, mages who had contracts with elemental spirits gradually withdrew from the era. In their place emerged the magisters who could directly control elements without needing elemental spirits. To distinguish themselves from other mages, those who had contracts with elemental spirits were given a more prestigious name at that time, shaman. Lin smiled faintly, took a sip of milk, and looked at the trembling elemental spirits, saying, "This is a bit tricky. You can tell me, what do you plan to do after discovering that I'm still alive? Are you going to inform your new king that I'm still alive?" The elemental spirits immediately trembled and quickly denied, "Absolutely impossible. You are still alive, so you are our only father. How could we possibly act as if we only recognize the new king and not our own father? That would be a great act of rebellion." Juejwezi was stunned. "Hey, didn't you just say he was a heinous demon? Shut up!" The elemental spirits shouted. Lin smiled faintly. He stretched his body and stood up. The title of elemental father was something he was almost forgetting until it was brought up today. During the Divine War years ago, when defeat was certain, many of the kin were not summoned by him to preserve strength. Besides the abyssal demons, elemental spirits were also among them, though their weight was not significant. However, since he would need to face the gods again in the future, the rule of this branch of elemental spirits must be grasped once more. "Rest assured," Lin said with a smile, "you are all my kin. I won't do anything to you, but I don't have the time to worry about your trivial matters for now. When I have the opportunity, I will personally visit your realm, and at that time, I will tell you, your elemental father is still alive." A gust of wind blew through. Lin looked down at them. Although he was still wearing an apron, that aura of authority was overwhelming, making one unable to resist bowing. Juejwezi was completely stunned. She had often read many fantasy novels and had frequently seen various descriptions of protagonists within them. For example, a mighty tremor, the aura of authority fully displayed. She used to think those were all fake, but now it seemed there really was something to it. She widened her eyes. Immediately, she hurriedly opened her backpack and quickly flipped through a thick fantasy novel. Her eyes scanned through several passages. Indeed, could this be a unique aura that only the protagonist possesses? The novel does not deceive me. Juejwezi was left holding the book in a daze. Faintly visible, on the title page of the novel, the author's name is boldly written in a few characters. Xuan Mu. Immediately, Lin's gaze fell upon Juejwezi. "Little girl." Juejwezi instantly fluffed up, sitting up straight, her hands flailing, and the cup in her hand flew out, wobbling left and right. Sticky white liquid splashed all over her. Please guide me. Juejwezi is here." Juejwezi stared wide-eyed, her body rigid, as the sticky white milk dripped down her chin. Lin's eyes narrowed, a mysterious smile flickering in them. Slowly, Lin stepped closer. Those narrowed eyes gradually moved in her direction. Extremely dangerous. Juejwezi's eyes widened, almost holding her breath, hugging her arms, her whole body shrinking back as if bristling. A very dangerous aura rushed toward her. What does he want to do? Why is he suddenly getting so close? Could he be some kind of wicked lolicon, wanting to execute her on the spot? No, that won't do. Although you are indeed very handsome, Juejwezi is definitely not that kind of casual girl. But if this person really wants to execute her on the spot, it seems she can't resist. No. Juejwezi will resist with all her might. If she really can't resist, then she might enjoy it, but the premise is that Juejwezi will definitely resist. From now on, Lin's eyes were closely fixed on her, hands propped on the sofa, a strange black halo emanating from his eyes. You will forget everything you know about me, you are here as a guest, and in your eyes, I am just an ordinary magician. I am hosting you, and you will no longer be nervous, you will relax, and then slowly forget. The gentle yet hollow voice, like a melody of hypnosis, slowly lingered in Juejwezi's ears. Juejwezi's gaze gradually became unfocused, her expression started to dull, her lips slightly parted, her mind blank. The book in her hands fell to the ground with a thud, and her memories slowly began to dissolve under Lin's interference. The reason Lin did this was very simple. He didn't want to be discovered by the people here too soon. If his strength was exposed, it would be difficult for him to continue staying in Winter Spring Valley. The best way to resolve this matter was to erase most of her memories about him. Don't worry, and don't be afraid, you will slowly relax, Lin said softly. Meanwhile, the elemental spirits nearby were trembling all over, shivering, not daring to intervene. But just at that moment, as her memories were about to be completely erased, bang, a loud noise. The door of the mage tower was kicked open, followed by a crisp voice. Disciple, your beloved master is back. Can we eat now? I'm starving to death. Lin's expression instantly froze in place. All the elemental spirits were also stunned. At the doorway, Nanako, with twin ponytails, walked in with a carefree stride. The two ponytails swayed up and down like ribbons behind her, a towel draped over her shoulder, dressed in refreshing summer clothes, clearly just finished exercising. Disciple, Nai. And then, in that moment, Nanako saw the scene in the living room. There, on the sofa, sat a girl in a red magician's short skirt, slumped over, disheveled, while in front of her, Lin had his hands propped on the sofa, trapping the girl within the enclosure formed by his arms and the sofa. Nanako, Lin. A brief silence. Crows flew over the empty living room, and in the next moment, wait, master, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Omega Omega. There's nothing to explain, a fierce life needs no explanation. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the elemental spirits, bang, a loud noise. Lin's body was sent flying out at an unimaginable speed from a fierce headbutt. She flew out. The elemental spirits screamed. This scene was absolutely unimaginable for them. Their great elemental father had been sent flying. What kind of terrifying existence could deliver such a fatal blow with just a headbutt? The next moment, Nanako, like a little cat, pounced and pinned Lin to the ground, raising her small fist, saying, Nanako really misjudged her disciple. How could you sneak other little sisters in while the beloved master is away? And you even. Nanako pointed at the girl on the sofa, saying, You've already gotten to this point? She glanced at Juejwezi. In his mind, a certain evil operation that Nanako was currently imagining instantly surfaced. Lin was horrified, wide-eyed. Wait, master, it's not what you think. You have to be pure, be pure. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, how could Nanako believe your words? Look at my fist. Bang. A few minutes later. Dog lowly, dog lowly, dog lowly. This furious vinegar jar is really unbearable for anyone. I've been domestically abused again. How infuriating. I, Lin, have been wise throughout my life, traversed the heavens and seas, defeated demons, bullied evil dragons, and yet I've been domestically abused again. No. As a man, I must uphold family honor. I must find an opportunity to pin that wicked blue-haired lowly against the wall and spank her until she can't speak. On the sofa, Nanako's silly hair bobbed as her face turned red, her small hands applying ointment to her pouting disciple's face. Where is there any domestic abuse? It's just that the disciple always does things that lead to misunderstandings. And with the way you look, it definitely makes people think of some evil things right away. So, Nanako will not admit to being wrong. Nor will she let her disciple pin her down and spank her. Yes, she won't. Meanwhile, on the other side, Juejwezi lay on the sofa, snoring, bubbles rising and falling on her nose, drool at the corner of her mouth, sprawled out in a very ungraceful position, one small hand restlessly waving about. Lin's gaze instinctively glanced over. Bang, hiss, this dog lowly's strength is really getting stronger. How did her eyes become so sharp? But it should have worked. Erasing part of the memory isn't too difficult. Fortunately, I didn't let the lowly master think of anything else, otherwise, I really couldn't hide it. I still have to be careful later. I can't let her discover my elemental father's disguise. Nanako's silly hair suddenly moved. Elemental father? And in that instant, Lin's gaze darted to the few dazed elemental spirits beside Juejwezi. Instantly, they all trembled, jolted awake. And in the next moment, Lin's voice echoed in their minds. I think you should know what to say and what not to say. I still don't want anyone to know my identity, do you understand? The elemental spirits immediately trembled, thinking to themselves, yes, we absolutely won't say anything to others, please rest assured. Can we ask you something? Go ahead. Who exactly is that girl beside you? They swallowed hard, and then immediately recalled what had just happened, knowing that this girl's identity was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could she have knocked the father of elements away with just a headbutt? Oh, you don't need to worry about that. You just need to know that she is my wicked wife. With that, Nine Eye's silly hair stood up at an unimaginable speed. Upon hearing the word wife, Nine Eye's eyes widened instantly, her face flushed red all the way to her neck, and steam began to rise in circles from her ears and the top of her head. Wife. How could the dog disciple say such things in his heart? Nine Eye is your beloved master. How could you treat Nine Eye as a wife? Nine Eye is not your wife. Nine Eye. Puffs of mist sprayed out from her ears. The elemental spirits were shocked, thinking in disbelief, does that mean this girl is our? That's right, she is your beloved mother of elements, the great and virtuous biological mother of elements. You must treat her like a mother from now on, of course. This must be under the condition that my wife doesn't notice anything unusual. Nine Eye. The elemental spirits looked at Nine Eye with completely changed expressions. No wonder she could confront the father of elements so boldly, and he didn't dare to resist. A pampered wife at home, how indulgent. Instant understanding. Lin-En raised an eyebrow in amusement, then turned to look at Nine Eye beside him. In an instant, Lin-En's eyes widened. The Nine Eye who had just been sitting next to him was now just a little girl's outline, and the person had long since disappeared. Where's the master? Where did she go? Wasn't she just here? Lin-En looked around, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mage tower, Nine Eye was tugging at her ponytail, pacing back and forth, her silly hair standing up and drooping alternately. At this moment, the words wife echoed in her blank mind. Buzz, Nine Eye, don't think too much. Nine Eye shook her head vigorously, gripping her ponytail tightly. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. She propped her chin up, pacing and pondering. The dog disciple must have just been saying that casually in his heart, trying to fool those elemental spirits while transmitting. Nine Eye is the master. How could she be treated as a wife so casually? But then she shook her head vigorously again, saying, but it doesn't seem like that. The things said in the heart should be true, right? So chaotic. Nine Eye shouted, oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Then she grabbed the granite pillar in front of her and began to bang her head against it repeatedly. Bang, Nine Eye, you need to calm down, don't think too much. The disciple was just saying that casually in his heart. Nine Eye shouted. Then she widened her eyes, suddenly stopped banging her head, leaned against the pillar, slid down, hugged her legs, and buried her flushed face in her knees, revealing only a pair of big, watery blue eyes. Hey, what if it really is true? Isn't it because you want to marry Nico that you're here, disciple? How can it be like this? Where is there a disciple marrying their master? Nah, Nico. And just when Nico's heart was in turmoil, Lin-En walked over in confusion and happened to see the small Nico squatting under the pillar. Lin-En was taken aback and said, Master, why are you squatting here alone? I was just looking for you everywhere. Hearing Lin-En's voice, Nico's ahog perked up, and her eyes widened in an instant, her whole body turning bright red. Especially when she looked at those puzzled eyes and handsome cheeks, Nico's brain buzzed, becoming completely blank. Watching the white mist rising from the top of her lowly master's head, Lin-En was full of confusion. He hesitantly reached out a finger and poked Nico's cheek, saying, Master, why is your face so red? You're not getting a fever, are you? Where is it? Nico turned her head, her ponytail flying, her water blue eyes shifting to the side, then quietly glancing at Lin-En before quickly turning her gaze away again. The mist was still billowing from her head. Something strange. The lowly master is acting too unusually. Her face is so red, if it's not a fever, could it be? Lin-En hesitated. Master, you wouldn't be. Nico's ahog stood up straight. She instantly widened her eyes, her heart pounding like a drum. No, this is bad. The thoughts in her heart and the words on her lips are so consistent. Could it be that she really figured something out? Indeed, Nico's behavior is too unusual. Although she quickly ran out, it's still hard not to be noticed. But how can this be blamed on Nico? Anyone would feel shy hearing someone say Nico is a wife. What to do? Lin-En hesitated even more. You wouldn't. Nico's gaze darted away, biting her lip, her ahog drooping down, saying, I. Lin-En hesitated even more. You wouldn't. Nico lowered her head even further, gripping her ponytail tightly, her eyes wildly avoiding his gaze. There's no way out. If the disciple has already realized, then Nico might as well just admit it directly. Ugh, Nico is not the kind of girl who has never seen the world. Come on, let the storm come even stronger. Saying this, Naiko suddenly looked up, her eyes firm, and said, Naiko admits, Naiko indeed. Indeed it's that time of the month, right? Lin squinted. Naiko's expression froze. As expected, no wonder she's so red. I calculated the days, yesterday was the 25th, but there was no sign at all, clearly due to drinking too much milk causing irregularities. No wonder her behavior is so unusual today. Indeed, girls usually act a bit off during those days, even a 100-year-old loli should be no exception. So did she suddenly run away just because of? Linen's gaze instinctively glanced down. Did it leak? Naiko, omega. Haha, no, I can't laugh out loud. I must act like I know nothing. The loli must have been secretly handling it just now. I absolutely cannot point it out. I can't let the master feel embarrassed. But that doesn't stop me from guessing where she hid the changed ones. Anyway, just pondering. The dog loli can't hear? In her pocket? No, in her sleeve. Also no. Then Lin glanced again. It landed on a small mound not far away, and Nanako's dazed gaze followed his. Oh, so you secretly buried it. Haha, I really saw right through it at a glance. Blue-haired loli, you really don't need to be shy. It's just the two of us here, who would be an outsider even if you take it off and let me help wash it. As your disciple, I would definitely be obliged. Ha. No need to bury it. Nanako's small fists clenched tightly. Crack, one by one, filled Nanako's entire body at an unimaginable speed. Wait, if it really has been buried, then the blue-haired loli is now. The wind rustled through Nanako's skirt. Lin looked on with a face full of doubt. Don't you feel a bit chilly? Wow, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Nanako greater than over equal to less than over equal to, let out a cry, her fist the size of a sandbag aimed a terrifying rising dragon punch at Lin. Dog disciple, go die far away and never come back. Bang, a loud noise echoed. Lin's body instantly flew hundreds of meters high, crashing through the mage tower and disappearing into the distant sky, with a ding, turning into one of the stars. Half an hour later, mage tower living room. Finally, after a grueling trek back, Lin pointed at the girl lying on the sofa, fast asleep, and said, Master, I heard this girl say her name is Juajwazi. Is she your arch-nemesis? Nanako pondered, resting her chin on her hand. She looks a bit like her, but it's definitely not her. Juajwazi was already quite big when she left, not like this silly little thing now. Nanako reached out and poked the girl's cheek, but just then, the bubble on Juajwazi's nose popped with a snap. In that unexpected moment, a sound of awu was heard. Nanako's finger was instantly bitten by Juajwazi. Nanako, omega. The next moment, Juajwazi opened her large, dim eyes, glanced at Lin, and then her gaze fell on Nanako. Let go. This girl is a dog. She bites people at the slightest provocation. Nanako pulled hard on her finger, but it was of no use. Juajwazi looked at Nanako with a vague expression, mumbling, Why am I here? Who are you? Were you trying to sneak attack me just now? How naive. It seems my memories have been erased. Although I was suddenly interrupted by the dog loli, it was still a success. Otherwise, with this girl's personality, the first thing she would do upon waking would definitely be to scream, and I would surely be exposed. Hearing that unfriendly tone, Nanako immediately fixed her gaze on her, straining to pull away, said, No one wants to sneak attack you. This is the mage tower of the great mage Nanako. Who are you, and what is your relationship with Juajwazi? Nanako? Juajwazi was momentarily stunned. Then she relaxed her teeth, and Nanako was suddenly pushed aside, landing on the ground. Ouch, Nanako's eyes welled with tears. Juajwazi's gaze instantly fell on her, scanning her up and down. Then she quickly jumped up, rummaging through her backpack, and found a piece of parchment. On the parchment was a drawing of a stick figure with twin ponytails, 2 dots, and a curve forming a face, with a speech bubble emphasizing several features. Poor, short, small. P.S. This text bubble specifically refers to a certain part. Pigtails. Stupid. The fiery red eyes quickly compared. She raised her head again, sizing up the wide-eyed Nine with a scrutinizing gaze. Then, under Linen's watchful eyes, Jueju jumped up, holding the parchment in her hands, circling around Nine, leaving her looking completely bewildered. Finally, she stood straight in front of Nine, her expression serious. Nine stared wide-eyed and said, Wah, what are you doing? And then, in the next moment, she extended her hand. Moving from the top of Nine's head towards herself, it landed perfectly on her own forehead. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Nine-Eye's eyes became hollow in an instant. Juwaija seriously rolled up the parchment, smiled slightly in satisfaction, waved her long robe, and crisply declared, "Found you. The wicked Nine-Eye that my grandmother spoke of, the short, small, and stupid Nine-Eye. The Nine-Eye who hasn't grown up in over 100 years. I have come to bully you on the orders of my grandmother Juwaija." Nine-Eye! Lin-En was stunned. He swallowed hard, staring at Nine-Eye, whose gaze was vacant and whose body seemed to be falling apart. "It's over. It's over. The little lowly hates it most when people mention her height in front of her. Who are you?" Lin-En exclaimed, wide-eyed. Juwaija smiled, raised her staff, and from under her hat brim, a pair of fiery red eyes peeked out. She flicked the brim with a finger and shouted crisply, "The powerful fire element magician, the only granddaughter of Elder Juwaija from the Sea King Hall, a candidate for the position of the Sea King Hall's leader, the genius girl Juwaija presents herself." A gentle breeze blew by. "Ugh, this is too cringy. So cringy. I can't hold back my goosebumps." As expected, a little brat in her teens, her tone is really unbearable. Lin-En held his forehead, his face full of pain. "So, you are the granddaughter of my master's arch-nemesis?" Lin-En said, feeling the pain. Juwaija poked the brim of her hat with her staff, a smirk on her lips, and said crisply, "That's right. Originally, my grandmother wanted to come personally, but she is really busy with official duties, so I had to take her place." Grandmother. Nine-Eye clenched her fists tightly, her temples throbbing wildly. "Yes." Juwaija smiled slightly, pointing her staff at her and said, "Grandmother has a few words for Juwaija to convey to you, Lady Nine-Eye. Please listen carefully. What does she want to say?" Nine-Eye gritted her teeth. Juwaija smiled, was about to speak, then paused, quickly rummaging through her backpack. Soon, she found a new parchment, pointed her staff at Nine-Eye, imitating her grandmother's tone, and said seriously, "Nine-Eye, you're not still single, are you?" It was like a knife stabbing into Nine-Eye's heart. "Hold on, master, you must hold on. Nine-Eye, my granddaughter is taller than you now." Another knife. "Master, you can do it. Keep going. Nine-Eye, you're not still a flat-chested girl, are you?" Forget it, just end it. I might not be able to hold back." Last question. Juwaija narrowed her eyes, seriously asking, "Nine-Eye, you're not still a virgin girl, are you?" Instantly, countless knives stabbed into Nine-Eye's heart. Each one was a fatal blow. After that question was asked, Lin-En knew that his beloved lowly master might be on the verge of turning dark. After all, for a lowly who hasn't grown up even at over 100 years old, this is just a really messed up situation. Not to mention, she's also a 100-year-old virgin. And to make matters worse, it was pointed out directly by the granddaughter of her arch-nemesis. This feeling. Bam! Nanako clenched her fists, each knuckle popping out with a bam. Nanako picked up a small stool beside her. After a brief silence, "Stop it, master. Watch your image. Master, you shouldn't stoop to the level of a little brat. It's beneath your dignity. Put down the stool. Nanako will kill you. Kill you. Kill you." Evil dragon roaring, Nanako brandished the stool, clawing at Juwaija and shouting. If she hadn't been held back, she would have charged out with the stool by now, but even so, her legs kept kicking towards Juwaija. Like a frenzied young dragon, she bared her fierce teeth, her silly hair flailing in the air, even creating sonic booms. Lin said, "Master, please stop, don't go dark, don't go dark." A slipper was kicked away fiercely by the ferocious Nanako. Bam! Juwaija caught the slipper with one hand, eyes closed, flicking her bangs, and said crisply, as expected, just like grandmother said, still as reckless as ever, "In that case, are you willing to accept my challenge?" Bam! Before she could finish her sentence, another slipper flew straight at her, smacking her in the face. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Juwaija fell backward. The slipper spun 360 degrees in the air before landing back on her face. How dare! Juwaija gritted her teeth, viciously grabbing the slipper and standing up, steam hissing from her head, revealing a red shoe print on her face. I can't believe it was filled with lead. Absolutely unforgivable. Meanwhile, the clawing Nanako finally managed to elbow her way out of Lin's grip. "That annoying yellow-haired girl dares to underestimate Nanako. Today, I will definitely beat you to a pulp." Then she immediately leaped forward like a crazed little beast, baring her fierce tiger teeth, jumping up, her silly hair spinning like a propeller, charging at Juwaija with the stool in hand. Juwaija rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender arms, brandishing the lead-filled slipper, rushing forward as well. "Stop talking big. We don't even know who will win or lose yet. Today, I will show you Juwaija's power." And in the next moment, the two clawing Lolas instantly tangled into a ball, surrounding pots, pans, stools, and tables flying chaotically around them. Nanako, new, Juwaija, 3 boom, bang, crash, bang bang, various chaotic sounds erupted one after another. "I'll beat you up. Nanako will beat you up. Damn it!" Juejweizi isn't afraid of you. The battle was exceptionally fierce, Lin shielding her face, struggling to push towards the center of the fight, gritting her teeth, always wary of the chairs and stools flying everywhere. Stop it. You two, stop it. You can't kill anyone like this. Master, how can you pull on her skirt? It's going to show. Her panties are going to show. Hey, that Juejweizi, let go of my master's silly hair. That thing can't be pulled out. Lin struggled to mediate, but it was clearly ineffective. In an instant, fireballs flew wildly, and the ground shook. The entire mage tower began to sway, and the birds in the sky flapped around chaotically. Finally, after an unknown duration of chaos, the entire mage tower collapsed into ruins with a thunderous roar. Enough! Lin could no longer tolerate it, and with a fierce expression, he grabbed both girls from the rubble. Yet even so, Juejweizi and Nai were still tugging at each other, with Nai pulling at Juejweizi's face and biting her arm, their clothes tattered and their shoulder straps hanging down. Juejweizi was equally unyielding, grabbing the root of Nai's hair, pressing her foot wrapped in torn white stockings against Nai's face, trying to push her away. But it was futile. Although Nai's hair was caught, she still swung a spoon, tapping Juejweizi's head repeatedly. Due to their fierce struggle, the already cool clothes of the two girls became even cooler, full of holes and ragged. Just a glance could. Nai will never give up. Juejweizi won't either. Lin gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and lifted the two girls who were tangled together, then extended his hand. Slap, 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 ouch. That hurts. A few minutes later, Juejweizi sat on a small bench not far away, pulling out gold coins one by one from her backpack. Above her head, two horn-like bumps were symmetrically protruding, emitting wisps of smoke. Woo-woo, I'll pay you in gold coins. Why are you so fierce? And why did you hit me twice but only hit her once? That's not fair. Oh. On the other side, Lin took out two band-aids and placed them on the bumps on his master's head, blowing gently and calmly saying, "Is there a need to explain? She is my master, you are an outsider. If I don't support my master, should I support you instead?" Nai's hair immediately danced like little snakes, full of life. Nai sat cross-legged on the bench, hugging her slender arms, one shoulder strap hanging down, but it did not affect her self-proclaimed powerful mage's demeanor. 800 gold coins. Lin shot a stern glance at Juejweizi and said, "Not a single coin less." Juejweizi instinctively shrank back, hugging her chest in grievance. I know, don't rush me. I definitely won't give you a single coin less. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. Juejweizi reluctantly pulled out the coins, clearly showing that this battle between the two girls ended in a complete victory for Nai with Lin's intervention. Under Lin's coercion, she received a large compensation in gold coins to repair the damaged mage tower. Finally, after painfully taking out 800 gold coins, Juejweizi jumped up and pointed at Nai, shouting, "But don't get too proud, Nai. If it weren't for your helper, Juejweizi would never lose. If you have the ability, let's settle it with real magic." Nai glanced at her and said, "Humph," completely uninterested in her. Just a pesky red-haired girl. If it hadn't been for her anger, how could she have gotten into a tussle with her? That was truly a degrading thing to do. Nanako was the steward of Winter Spring Valley. How could she possibly pay attention to a wild girl who appeared out of nowhere? Jujuzi pointed with her small hand, her legs came to a halt, her skirt fluttered, and she shouted, "What, are you scared?" Nanako crossed her arms, and said, "Just a little junior." How could she possibly be taken seriously by Nanako? If you really want to challenge Nanako, then you must first get past my disciple. Disciple, go deal with her. With a wave of her hand, she exuded authority. Lin, feeling helpless, looked at her master's proud expression, knowing there was no way out. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and said helplessly, "Jujuzi." At the sound, Jujuzi instantly shivered, a chill running from her soles to the tips of her hair, and she instinctively stood at attention, her hair bristling. "Wah! What are you doing?" she stammered, trying to strike a pose, her eyes wide, her teeth chattering, and her legs shaking uncontrollably. Lin looked at her with uncertainty. "Something's off, something's wrong. Didn't she say she wasn't afraid of my master? Why is she so scared of me? This is a bit strange. Could it be that her previous memories were interrupted by that dog Loli, so they weren't erased? It shouldn't be. She was acting like she didn't know me at all just now, right?" A drop of cold sweat trickled down Jujuzi's back, her eyes widening, her teeth chattering even louder, and her palms were slick with sweat. "But, that damn Nanako actually sent this terrifying demon lord to deal with me. No, I can't let this demon lord find out that Jujuzi's memories weren't erased. Otherwise, Jujuzi would definitely be silenced." "Calm down. You need to stay calm, Jujuzi. Don't be nervous. You can do it. You're the best." Although she didn't know why this demon lord was lurking here, if it wasn't necessary, he definitely wouldn't want to expose himself, so Jujutsu, don't be afraid, be strong. Lin hesitated, sizing her up. Do you want to fight me? If you do, I'll make my move. Crack! Lin clenched her fist. Jujutsu instantly bristled. Omega Omega! In a panic, she turned around, and with a loud thud, her left foot got tripped by her right foot, and she fell flat on the ground. Wah! Trembling voice, she hurriedly scrambled up, grabbing her backpack and staff, and with her slender legs, she dashed away at an unimaginable speed towards the distant forest. I won't fight you, but don't get cocky, we will definitely meet again. Her trembling shout echoed as her figure disappeared in a flash. Lin N. Nanako crossed her arms, proudly. Dash Omega dash, said, Nanako won. Bang, that hurts. Nanako's head was hit solidly, and she immediately hugged her head, tears welling up in her eyes as she angrily said, You dog disciple, how can you hit your master? Linen closed her eyes and pointed towards the mage tower, accusing, Master, how can you still have the face to ask me? Can't you see our mage tower is in ruins? Do you know how many gold coins it takes to rebuild? Do you know how many times I have to repair it every year? Nanako covered her head, T to the power of T, said, I was wrong. Can't you just let it go? Don't be so fierce, Master only took 1 gold coin, the rest are all yours. Lin N sighed, casually tossing a piece of tile aside, utterly helpless. But that's not right. Nanako seriously extended her small hand and said, logically speaking, how could my master's tower collapse so easily? That guy must have used some kind of dark magic. Lin's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said nothing, while 3 bubbles popped up above his head. The first bubble, a stick figure with twin ponytails, riding a broom and yawning, crashing through the mage tower. The second bubble, another stick figure with twin ponytails, rolling down the stairs from the top of the mage tower, then walking away with a nonchalant stride, asterisk. The third bubble, a stick figure with twin ponytails, banging its head against a pillar, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Lin, with his eyes still closed, said, Do I need to say anything more? Nanako swallowed hard and replied, asterisk / asterisk Q, no, it's fine, ha. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of Winter Spring Valley, Andrew, dressed in formal attire, sat upright in a chair, his long beard flowing, looking very dignified, but in his eyes, there was a dangerously sinister glint. In front of him was a delicious feast already prepared, waiting for the guests to take their seats, while several stewards and grand mages around him were sweating profusely, trembling with fear. Report, steward, the divine mage Andre and his entourage are now waiting outside the hall. How should we arrange this? Andrew immediately stood up, smiling as he extended his hand, saying, A distinguished guest has arrived, so we should quickly invite my senior brother in. The feast is ready, and we are just waiting for him to take his seat. Yes, Steward Andrew. Watching the servant leave the door, a cold smile appeared on Andrew's face. Senior brother, after so many years, I didn't expect you to lower yourself to return. Our Winter Spring Valley is truly shining now. He immediately recalled the scene from years ago when he left, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. To outsiders, it seemed that he had always competed fiercely with his senior brother since childhood, but if one were to say there was any deep-seated grudge, it wouldn't be so. It was like 2 brothers who had fought since childhood, they wouldn't really hold grudges against each other. Of course, this was before that incident happened. He still clearly remembered that year when Winter Spring Valley faced great changes, with the 1st, 2nd, and 7th steward positions vacant, urgently needing someone to fill them. As the 2 most powerful mages in Winter Spring Valley at that time, they naturally had to fill the high positions at the first opportunity to stabilize the situation. Who would take the position of the first steward naturally became a matter they had to decide. So, they decided to have a fight. A true man's 1 versus 1 hot-blooded duel. The result was that he narrowly won the position of the first steward, and according to the situation at that time, the defeated Andre would naturally fill the position of the second steward, stabilizing the regime together. But then something very unpleasant happened. Andre left in a huff, abandoning Winter Spring Valley. Thinking of this, Andrew couldn't help but clench his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Everyone knew that under those circumstances, Winter Spring Valley urgently needed both of them to stabilize the situation, but he never expected that after losing, his senior brother would choose to walk away. This irresponsible behavior still gnawed at him. He vaguely remembered how anxious he was when Andre was about to leave, reasoning with him emotionally, even offering to give him the position of the first steward just to make him stay. But it was of no use. Even a junior disciple could distinguish between public and private matters, yet his senior brother disregarded the interests of Dongquan Valley for the sake of personal honor and disgrace. How could he not hold a grudge? "Deacon Andrew, you must not do anything out of line." A deacon beside him wiped his sweat and said, "Your senior brother is no longer the same as before. He is now the first elder of the Sea King Hall. For the sake of our good relationship between Dongquan Valley and the Sea King Hall, please do not lose your temper." The Sea King Hall is a power along the eastern coast, just like Dongquan Valley, an organization primarily composed of mages. However, due to its location on the edge of the continent, it usually operates discreetly, so its reputation is not prominent. But those who know understand that the Sea King Hall has existed for thousands of years, and at its peak, it even ruled countless islands in half of the Forbidden Sea. However, during the Divine War 1,000 years ago, the Sea King Hall suffered a heavy blow, which led to its decline. Moreover, if we trace back to their origins, Dongquan Valley and the Sea King Hall have deep connections. The founder of Dongquan Valley was a top-tier mage who left the Sea King Hall after the Divine War. However, as Dongquan Valley gradually grew stronger and successfully established itself on the continent, it slowly distanced itself from the influence of the Sea King Hall. Even so, Dongquan Valley and the Sea King Hall still maintain a friendly relationship. So even though he knew that his senior brother had unexpectedly become the first elder of the Sea King Hall, he did not sever mutual assistance with the Sea King Hall due to their unpleasantness. "No need for your reminders," Andrew said lightly. "I am not that fool, Andre. I can naturally distinguish between public and private matters." The deacons trembled. Then their gazes all fell on the cup of clear wine on the table. "Why did you put your specially made powerful laxative in the cup? What are you playing at? Please, this is a very important diplomatic occasion. We all know you really dislike your senior brother, but drugging him is just too foolish." Andrew sneered. He had no other intentions. He simply found that bastard unpleasant. Of course, he could distinguish between public and private matters, but that did not prevent him from wanting to disgust him. All the toilets in Dongquan Valley had already been ordered to be demolished by him in the morning. Those that were not demolished were all sealed up, and the last remaining one had a special rebound device set up on the toilet. Once a cup of medicinal wine was downed, it would surely send you spiraling to the heavens, with excrement flying everywhere, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He was not one to seek revenge for every slight. And just at that moment, footsteps were heard from outside the door. "Mage Andre has arrived," shouted a servant from outside. With a creak, the door opened. A burly old man, balding early with a long beard reaching his waist, walked in supported by two mages in sea blue robes. It was his senior brother, Andre. Andrew immediately led the deacons to stand up, feigning a smile of long-lost reunion on his face, arms wide open, and laughed heartily. "Senior brother Andre, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have time to visit this old fellow of yours. Ha 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 ha." He strode forward. Andre, hunched over, lifted his head, and upon seeing Andrew, his weathered eyes were filled with redness, as if they contained endless bitterness and suffering. He said nothing, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his wrinkled hand released the staff. And just at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's astonished eyes. In front of the approaching Andre, Mage Andre bent his legs and heavily knelt before him. Instantly, the smile on Andre's face froze in place. "Archpriest Andre, what are you doing? Quick, help the archpriest up." The deacons of Winter Spring Valley were in a state of panic, all stunned by this sudden scene. In their youth, they had all known Andre, and how could they have imagined that such a proud man would kneel directly after many years of separation? But Andre did not stand up. He lowered his head, his eyes red, his voice incredibly aged. "Junior brother, I implore Winter Spring Valley to send troops to help my Sea King Hall through this calamity." Bang! Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Andre actually touched his forehead to the ground. "Archpriest Andre!" The crowd was in utter dismay. Andrew's smile slowly faded, his expression growing serious. A few minutes later, at the banquet, Andrew sat there solemnly, clenching his fists, frowning as he said, "Are you saying that the Aurora Church, which was destroyed by your Sea King Hall 1,000 years ago, has returned from the deep sea, and has severely injured your hall master?" Andre's body was hunched, as if burdened by an infinite weight. He coughed painfully, his voice hoarse. "That's right, our hall master is now gravely injured and on the brink of death. Within just 3 days, over 100 islands under the control of Sea King Hall have fallen, and our forces have been compressed to the coastal areas. It won't be long before their army is at our gates." The deacons of Winter Spring Valley all changed color. Regarding the Aurora Church, due to their unusual relationship with Sea King Hall, they naturally had some understanding. The Aurora Church was a religion that had existed since ancient times, similar to the Order of the Continent and the Council of Life. This church had been a follower of the god of the deep sea 1,000 years ago and had dominated the entire Forbidden Sea long before the Sea King Hall. During the Divine War, a brutal battle had erupted between Sea King Hall and the Aurora Church over the dominion of the sea. The final result was a great victory for Sea King Hall. However, because Sea King Hall had chosen the wrong side in the Divine War, even though they achieved a partial victory, they were still severely injured by the gods in the subsequent wars and fell into a slump. Andre furrowed his brow tightly but soon realized the doubts within, sneering, "That shouldn't be the case, Archmage Andre. Although your Sea King Hall is low-key, as far as I know, there are more than 3 of you at the mage level, including yourself. Don't tell me that with 3 mages stationed, you can't withstand the attack of the Aurora Church." Andre took a deep breath, his gaze weary and complex, and said, "If it were an ordinary enemy, with our foundation, we wouldn't need to worry. But this time is different, because they hold a trump card that we absolutely cannot contend with." "What trump card?" Andrew asked hesitantly. He closed his eyes, his face filled with endless weariness. 1,000 years ago, our Sea King Hall's Supreme Princess once ruled the entire Forbidden Sea on behalf of the Great Sea King, the Azure Dragon, Princess Avel. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed dramatically. The Azure Dragon? How could they not have heard of this name? Before the Divine War, this was undoubtedly a powerful existence that could stir the entire continent with a flap of its wings. Moreover, she was one of the few powerful dragons not belonging to the Dragon Clan, yet the Dragon Clan dared not interfere with her. The rumors. This dragon's bloodline was extremely noble, and her identity was terrifyingly frightening, as many ancient texts clearly recorded. It was said that this dragon had once provoked a terrifying being ranked among the demigods, but that demigod not only dared not utter a word but even personally visited to apologize and seek forgiveness afterward. In that era, this was absolutely unimaginable. And in the decades leading up to the Divine War, for some unknown reason, this powerful blue dragon suddenly transformed into the highest princess of the Sea King Palace, commanding half of the Forbidden Sea, becoming the center of attention. The reason remains unknown to this day, as it has always been the highest secret of the Sea King Palace. However, according to certain unofficial historical records, the Azure Demon Dragon is likely to have an inseparable relationship with the ancient being that the Sea King Palace has always revered. "This is impossible." Andrew frowned and said, "The Azure Demon Dragon died during the Divine War 1,000 years ago. How could she possibly?" Andre took a deep breath and said with complexity, "Yes, we always thought our princess was dead, but now I can clearly tell you that Her Highness Abel is still alive. But for some unknown reason, the Dragon Lady has taken the side of the Aurora Church and launched an attack against us." In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. If all of this is true, then the situation is clearly much more serious than they had imagined. According to historical records, as early as 1,000 years ago, the strength of the Azure Demon Dragon Avel was close to that of a demigod. Although the title of Mage God contains the word God, it is merely a title, far from being comparable to a demigod. If the news of the Azure Demon Dragon still being alive spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a huge uproar across the continent. Andre took a deep breath and said with complexity, "This is also the reason I came to find you, junior brother. The Sea King Palace is facing a great change, and the only ones who can help us now are the Winter Spring Valley. The Winter Spring Valley has been studying ice magic for thousands of years and has a high level of restraint against water magic. If you can help us, the Sea King Palace will have a better chance, otherwise." The surroundings fell silent again. Everyone's gaze fell on Andrew. Such a major matter could only be decided by Andrew, as they, the stewards, understood the stakes involved. Andrew furrowed his brow, his fingers tapping on the table. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked deeply at Andre, saying, "Senior brother, although the Winter Spring Valley has developed well in recent years, you know that in terms of high-level combat power, since you left, there are only 2 who can be called mage gods in the Winter Spring Valley. Do you think we can turn the tide for you? Or do you want us to accompany you to your doom?" Andrew narrowed his eyes, his expression unfriendly. Although there was a deep connection between the Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King Palace, as the highest steward of the Winter Spring Valley, he had to consider the future of the entire valley. The earlier kneeling made him realize, if it weren't for a crisis that was truly unmanageable, his proud senior brother would never have come to seek his help. Moreover, if the Azure Demon Dragon is indeed still alive and has turned against them, even with the help of the Winter Spring Valley, victory would be difficult to achieve, and even if they won, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. Andre took a deep breath, his aged eyes looking at him with complexity. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, "Andrew, I know there has always been a rift between us, but are you really going to disregard the safety of our master and refuse to help, even if it means death?" Upon hearing this, Andrew's expression changed dramatically. "What did you say, master?" she's still alive? Andre, looking extremely old, said deeply, yes, surprising, isn't it? But I can clearly tell you that our master is currently trapped deep in the Forbidden Sea controlled by the Aurora Church. If we lose this time, not only the entire Sea King Palace will perish, but our master will also undoubtedly die. And if the Sea King Palace falls, the next to go will be the Winter Spring Valley. You should understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold better than I do. Andrew grabbed his collar and gritted his teeth, saying, tell me what exactly is going on. Did Master not die decades ago? How could she be deep in the Forbidden Sea? He did not answer directly but hoarsely said, do you still remember why I suddenly left Winter Spring Valley decades ago? Andrew gritted his teeth and said, when the news of Master and the others' deaths came, the position in Winter Spring Valley was vacant. You, senior brother, lost to me but disregarded the overall situation of Winter Spring Valley and left in a huff. How can you still have the face to bring this up in front of me? Andre looked at his expression and understood everything. Giving a bitter smile, junior brother, you should think carefully. Even if I have my grievances with you, in the face of major matters, I would never dare to be ambiguous. Do you really think I was just sulking because I lost a battle back then? Andrew's gaze flickered, and he did not speak further. From Andre's words, he sensed that there might be something amiss. Andre took a deep breath, stood with his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and said, decades ago, the reason I left here was that on the night before our match, I suddenly received a secret order from Master through special means. Upon hearing this, Andrew's expression changed slightly. So, at that time, you already knew Master was alive, that she had not died? Andre shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, no, I also thought Master was dead at that time because the letter said that if I saw this secret order, it would mean Master might be in grave danger. The letter did not elaborate, only gave me a coordinate and required me to go to the Sea King's Hall immediately after receiving this secret order, to secretly meet with the then First Elder of the Sea King's Hall and investigate this coordinate together, without fail. Andrew's frown deepened. With his insight, how could he not discern the implications? So, you deliberately lost to me because you received Master's last will, using it as an excuse to leave? Andre smiled bitterly. No, I did not deliberately lose to you. You defeated your senior brother with genuine skill. I would never intentionally let you win in this matter. Andrew slammed the table and shouted, then why didn't you tell me at that time? If you had told me, Andre squinted and said, you would have insisted on going with me, disregarding Winter Spring Valley? Leaving it unguarded? Andrew gritted his teeth, unable to say a word. Andre took a deep breath and said earnestly, I understand you, but precisely because I understand you too well, I dared not tell you. Otherwise, would you really have stayed in Winter Spring Valley to oversee things? Winter Spring Valley cannot be without a guardian for even a day. One of us must stay. A brief silence fell around them. Seeing Andrew no longer speak, he raised his head, his gaze drifting as if recalling the past. He continued, after leaving Winter Spring Valley, I immediately met with the then First Elder of the Sea King's Hall as per Master's last command, and it was only after meeting him that I learned some of the circumstances and truths of that time. Andrew's mind immediately conjured up scenes from decades ago. At that time, her master was still the first steward of Winter Spring Valley. For many years after her master became the first steward, she had been elusive, often absent for years, and no one knew what she was doing. They had asked before, but each time they received no clear answer. Andre took a deep breath and said, Master had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of Princess Aviel with the then Lord of the Sea King's Hall in the Forbidden Sea. Because many signs indicated that Princess Aviel did not die 1,000 years ago, she survived. Andrew was shaken. Master had been investigating the whereabouts of that demon dragon? Combining this with what he just said about Princess Aviel not being dead, but instead joining forces with the Aurora Church to attack the Sea King Palace, it was clear that there were many hidden truths behind this. What on earth is going on? Andrew frowned and said, why would Master investigate that dragon? Although our Sea King Palace does have some connections, there's no need to risk one's life just to investigate the whereabouts of a dragon. He couldn't understand. He just couldn't make sense of it. Do you want to know why? Andre looked deeply at him and said, because 1,000 years ago, the sorcerer who founded our Winter Spring Valley, along with our master, were both once handmaidens of Princess Aviel and her two most trusted disciples. In other words, Princess Aviel is the ancestor of our Winter Spring Valley. Buzz, a loud sound. Everyone's mind, including Andrew's, went blank in an instant. The crowd was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a moment. Andre continued, this is the greatest connection between Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King Palace, because in a certain sense, we are all inheritors of Princess Aviel the dragon. We possess the strongest water and ice magic, and that is proof. Andrew sat pale-faced in his chair. Andre took a deep breath and looked up, saying, back then, the previous master of the Sea King Palace and our master always suspected that Princess Aviel was not dead, and they had been secretly investigating her situation in the Forbidden Sea. And it was just a few decades ago, when Master and the others investigated the Forbidden Sea again, that they finally unearthed some secret clues about Princess Aviel. But because of this, they also encountered an unprecedented great crisis. Andrew frowned and clenched his fists, saying, "You mean, the Aurora Church?" Andre nodded deeply, closed his eyes, and said, "Yes, but this is something I only learned much later. At that time, after I met with the first elder of the Sea King Palace, we immediately set out to sea in secret, following Master's orders to investigate that coordinate. Although we had doubts, we did not connect that coordinate with Princess Aviel until we arrived at that point. You know what we saw." The crowd's eyes were fixed on him. They all felt their hearts in their throats. Then they watched as his expression slowly became serious, as if an unmelting snow had fallen in his eyes. "We saw with our own eyes the bloodied dragon body of Princess Aviel." In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. He closed his eyes, the image in his mind lingering for a long time. It was a massive azure dragon, a long spear piercing through its body, nailing it to the deepest part of the seabed, the crimson and black dragon blood turning hundreds of miles into a dead zone. But it was not dead. Countless nagas and sea monsters surrounded it, binding and suppressing it with countless black chains. Huge and dark magic circles forged an eternal cage around her. It was as if he could still hear that earth-shattering dragon roar. It was the Aurora Church. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze dark, and said, "Even 1,000 years ago during the Divine War, when my king killed their false god, they did not perish. They lurked in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, enslaving countless sea tribes, and even wanted to enslave our dragon princess." Crack, a loud sound. Terrifying magical energy exploded violently under his intense emotional fluctuations, and the ground beneath him instantly turned to dust. The crowd felt a wave of suffocation. If what he described was true, it would definitely stir up huge waves across the entire continent. What happened next? Andrew struggled to calm his emotions and frowned as he asked. Andre took a deep breath and said, "We are very angry, especially that elder, who recognized the true identity of Her Highness Aviel at the first moment. His anger is 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than mine. However, we knew that given our situation at the time, there was absolutely no way to rescue Her Highness Aviel. Instead, we might have alerted the enemy and put ourselves in danger. The only way is to immediately notify the Sea King Palace and have them gather their forces to come." The others nodded, their eyes filled with countless thoughts. Indeed, under those circumstances, this was the most rational choice. If the Sea King Palace knew that their former princess was trapped, they would definitely not sit idly by. But clearly, from Andre's expression, it was evident that things could not be that simple. Andre closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and said, "Everything was going smoothly. We easily bypassed their surveillance, but we never expected that just as we were about to leave that area, we were discovered. It turned out that the Aurora Church had already figured out our intentions. Even at the moment we stepped into that area, they had already detected our presence, and then it was a fight to the death." The horrific scene from that time resurfaced in his mind. The two of them fought desperately, blood staining their robes. They fought until their magic was exhausted, until the sea within 100 miles was littered with corpses. But in the end, they were outnumbered and defeated. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, and said, "That elder sacrificed his own essence to save me, to allow me to bring this message back to the Sea King Palace, which gave me a glimmer of hope. At that time, I used all my strength to open a rift with spatial magic, but just as I was about to leave, an unexpected scene unfolded." "What?" Andrew frowned, instinctively clenching his fists. Andre took a deep breath, and the horrific scene flashed in his eyes once more. He only remembered a dragon's roar, a deafening roar that came from the deepest part of the sea. And within that roar, the space around him shattered inch by inch, and the rift he had formed instantly turned into countless broken fragments. In that moment, he was banished into an endless chaotic space. "Are you saying that the imprisoned Her Highness Aviel attacked you?" Andrew exclaimed in shock, suddenly standing up and shouting, "This is impossible. If she really is your former princess, why would she attack you?" Andre sat silently in his chair, fists clenched, and remained silent for a long time. "No, perhaps she wasn't trying to stop me, but rather saved me." The crowd was taken aback. He raised his head, his face filled with sorrow, and said, "Because at that time, I was already at the end of my strength. Even though I had opened the rift, the Aurora Church would definitely not let me go. With their power at the time, stopping me was not a difficult task." The crowd was astonished. Then what happened later? He sighed in despair. "This is also why I said that Her Highness Aviel was saving me. I didn't die. Instead, I was transported to a distant and desolate sea area, a place that had never been set foot in even during the peak of the Sea King Palace." The crowd trembled at this. They could hardly imagine everything he had gone through. He forced a bitter smile and said, but perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. After resting there for several months, I unexpectedly encountered my master, who was also trapped there, along with the former head of the Sea King Palace. Only then did I realize that they were not dead. As soon as he said this, Andrew suddenly gasped for breath. Everyone was equally astonished, their joy in their eyes impossible to conceal. Andre said, "It was only then that I learned from my master about their experiences back then. Compared to me, what my master and the others went through was truly fraught with difficulties. They faced countless terrifying crises in the depths of the Forbidden Sea while searching for the whereabouts of Princess Aviel, and many lost their lives. Their survival until now is a stroke of luck." "What happened next? How did you return to the mainland?" Andrew asked, frowning. Andre looked up, his expression bitter. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although I survived and reunited with my master and the others, I soon realized that the sea we were in was the Nether Sea, a place that could be classified as a forbidden zone within the entire Forbidden Sea. Once you step into it, even a divine mage would find it extremely difficult to leave. Everyone opened their mouths, momentarily speechless. Andre took a deep breath, wearily closing his eyes. To find a way to escape from there, we drifted in that sea for a long time, and when we finally found an opportunity to leave, it had been a full 30 years since we were trapped. Everyone trembled. 30 years. Even for beings like them with supernatural powers, how many could endure 30 years? They could hardly imagine what they had experienced during those 30 years. Andre said despondently, "When we finally returned to the sea we were familiar with, the strength of the Aurora Church had secretly grown to a level capable of challenging the entire Sea King Palace. We knew that if we allowed them to continue developing, the future would likely bring another bloody and fierce war." After that, they faced numerous dangers and finally returned to the Sea King Palace. They reported all the information they had gathered in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. The Sea King Palace was greatly shaken and accepted his suggestion, immediately organizing a powerful expeditionary force to advance into the Forbidden Sea. Andre looked up, sorrowfully saying, "Because it concerns the Aurora Church and Princess Aviel, this matter has always been classified as the highest secret of the Sea King Palace. My public identity was announced as the first elder of the Sea King Palace, responsible for exploring deeper seas, but in reality, I was in charge of mobilizing the entire expeditionary force and began decades of expeditions. But what followed was far worse than they had imagined. The Aurora Church had already established a solid foundation in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, and fighting on their home turf posed great obstacles to the expeditionary force. Every step they took forward came at a tremendous cost. Yet even so, they managed to establish a foothold in the depths of the Forbidden Sea and engaged in a full confrontation with the Aurora Church." Listening to his senior brother's account, Andrew immediately noticed an important point and frowned. "What about Princess Aviel?" Andre's gaze darkened. "This is also what I want to say next. Since the last time I saw the princess decades ago, until the expeditionary force stationed in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, we have not received any news about Princess Aviel. The coordinates where she was imprisoned back then have long been abandoned, until not long ago." He took a deep breath, his voice becoming hoarse. The Aurora Church, which had not confronted us directly, suddenly began to take action, sweeping through one stronghold after another in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. It was at this moment that we finally saw Princess Aviel. Everyone instinctively clenched their fists, because they had already realized. That azure giant dragon, his eyes filled with turbulent light, whispered, "This is something we never expected. Your Highness Aviel not only stands with the Aurora Church but has also become a powerful weapon in their hands. I don't know what exactly happened." There was a hint of despair in his voice. "But I know that regardless of whether your Highness Aviel is under their control, the moment the prince stands against us, the countdown to the destruction of the Sea King Palace has already begun." He turned around, his bloodshot eyes looking at Andrew, hoarsely saying, "Junior brother, this is also the reason I came to ask you. Whether for the greater good or for the sake of our senior brother and master, I hope you can send troops. Reinforce the Sea King Palace." Thud, he knelt down before Andrew once more, his hunched body bowing. Clearly not much older than Andrew, yet his face was already lined with the marks of time. "Senior brother, you need not do this." Andrew hurriedly helped him up, taking a deep breath, looking at him with a complex expression. He gazed at his senior brother's aged and sorrowful face, then turned to look at the eyes of the attendants filled with fighting spirit beside him. "I will personally lead the mages of Winter Spring Valley to the Sea King Palace," he said in a deep voice. "But I want to tell you that I am not doing this for you, nor for Master. I am only doing this because after you are destroyed, they will come looking for me." And just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them relaxed. Andrew's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. He knew that the grievances between the two brothers over the decades had finally been resolved at this moment. He took a deep breath, reached out to pick up the wine cup on the table, his eyes red as he said, "There's nothing more to say. From today onwards, we are still the good brothers we used to be. This cup of wine, I will drink first as a toast." Saying this, he raised his head, lifted the wine, and was about to down it in one go. But in that instant, as he raised the wine, the atmosphere that had just relaxed suddenly froze again. All the attendants widened their eyes in shock, gasping for breath, sweat pouring out. "Wait a minute, that cup of wine." At that critical moment, Andrew burst forth with the fastest speed, grabbing the hand that held the wine cup, his eyes wide with urgency, saying, "You can't drink it." Andrew looked astonished and said, "Junior brother, do you still not forgive your senior brother?" Andrew's teeth chattered, exasperated, "No, it's not that. Then why can't this wine be drunk?" Andrew's eyes turned red, his hand gripping the wine cup tightly. Andrew glared, drenched in sweat, feeling bitter inside. He really wished he could slap himself a dozen times. Why did he have to put something in the wine beforehand? If this were to be drunk, the brotherly bond they had finally mended would likely shatter into nothing. Anyway, it just can't be drunk. Andrew panicked, his beard fluttering, reaching out to snatch the wine. Andrew, seeing this scene, also became anxious. Did he think he wasn't sincere enough? As a senior brother, this cup of wine must be drunk. If he couldn't even drink a cup of wine, he would feel guilty towards his junior brother for the rest of his life, never able to reconcile with him. "Junior brother, why do this? You still haven't forgiven your senior brother. What's wrong with letting your senior brother drink this cup of wine?" "No, senior brother, you misunderstood. If you want to drink, there's no need to rush this moment. Junior brother, how can you be like this? This cup of wine, I must drink it. Let go, let go. Can't drink, can't drink." Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, the two old men with white hair fought over a cup of wine, gritting their teeth, veins bulging on their temples. Andrew was getting anxious. Damn it! Why does this senior brother have such a stubborn temper? If you don't let him drink, he insists on drinking. There's medicine in this wine. There's medicine. If he drinks it, it's over. Let go. No way. Damn it. Finally, Andrew was also provoked. "Alright, you think you won't let go, huh? Don't think that just because of this, your senior brother won't get to drink this cup of wine." In an instant, Andrew's hand holding the cup trembled with magic. Suddenly, under the astonished gaze of everyone, the wine in the cup shot up, soaring into the air. Andrew opened his old mouth, white hair flying, shaking his head, staring at the wine in midair, ready to catch it. Everything seemed to be in slow motion, reflected in the shocked eyes of those around. But just at this critical moment, Andrew finally went all out, reaching out to press on his senior brother's face, leaping into the air, opening his mouth wide, and with urgency, he slurped, gulps, a single swallow. Andrew stared wide-eyed, floating down to the ground, the wine sliding down his throat like a sweet spring into his chest. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. Andrew pounded his chest and got up, pointing at him, his old hand trembling. You, junior brother, what are you doing? Can't your senior brother even drink this little cup of wine as a self-punishment?" Gurgle, a strange sound came from Andrew's stomach. Andrew stared blankly, cold sweat pouring out, muttering, I need to excuse myself for a moment. I'm feeling a bit uncomfort." Gurgle. Andrew's body suddenly shook, his eyes widening again, his whole body leaning forward. He could feel it completely, as if something wanted to. Seeing the pale face of his junior brother, Andrew walked over in shock, wanting to support him. "Junior brother, what's wrong? What I said just now might have been a bit harsh, but I really didn't mean anything else." His words were not finished. A strange sound, still carrying a bit of rhythm, suddenly rang out beside Andrew. The next day, outside the Mage Tower, which had already turned into ruins, two small tents stood side by side on the open ground outside the ruins. Clearly, after the Mage Tower collapsed yesterday, the master and disciple could only spend the night in the tents. In front of the ruins, one after another, magic path mages were using powerful magic to clear the debris in collapsed earth and stones. And in front of the tables salvaged from the tent, Lin was focused on filling out the form in his hand. Cause of collapse, Second Sister War, crossed out, non-human factors of irresistible force, correct. Requested subsidy amount, 20,000 gold coins, supplement. The Winter-Spring Valley adheres to a self-reliance policy. We do not want to trouble the organization, so as long as we can rebuild the Mage Tower, we do not need more gold coins. Any extra budget will be used in more meaningful places. Applicant, Deacon Nanako, more meaningful places, Nanako and Lin's Mage Tower, seriously filling out the form in his hand. But just at that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky, accompanied by a series of breaking sounds. Disciple. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Well, this is bad. At the moment Lin heard that voice, he maintained a calm expression and, with unimaginable speed, swiftly grabbed the forms and ink from the table. He then sat in the chair and instantly shifted back several meters with a series of quick steps. Lin didn't even need to look to know that, given his lowly master's usual personality, without the mage tower, she would definitely crash down right beside him, causing massive property damage and casualties. So this time, Lin had learned his lesson. As long as he avoided the sound in advance, he would surely be safe. Bang! A loud crash. Riding her broom, Nine pressed her large mage hat down as she was about to hit the ground, shouting as she traced an arc through the air, then precisely guided herself onto Lin. Rolling and tumbling, after rolling several times on the ground, Nine ended up on top of Lin, pinning his shoulders down, revealing her tiger teeth, and exclaimed loudly, "Disciple, something big has happened." Of course something big has happened. This unfortunate lowly, "Can't you stop aiming and shooting at me every time?" equals, "My lumbar disc has been knocked out of place by you." No! I must quickly rebuild the mage tower. Without the mage tower as a benchmark, I'll become the benchmark myself. Half an hour later, Lin sat in the chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, pondering. "Master, are you saying that our Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King Palace in the east have officially established an alliance, and tomorrow we will send a mage team to the East Sea to support the Sea King Palace?" Nine sat cross-legged on the table, at eye level with Lin, eyes closed, nodding up and down, her ponytail bobbing along. "Yes, Master just received this news from the Deacon meeting, and this mobilization is quite extensive. 2/3 of the mages in Winter Spring Valley will be deployed. I heard that the Sea King Palace is facing a threat from a powerful force deep in the ocean, and the god of magic, Andre, returned specifically for this matter." Nine had some understanding of this powerful force that had ties to Winter Spring Valley. As a strong force that had long occupied the eastern coastal fringes, the Sea King Palace governed vast nearshore areas and countless islands. Although it rarely involved itself in the internal affairs of the continent, it was not to be underestimated. More importantly, Nine immediately recalled the book she had seen that day, the top 100 forbidden entities of the Violet Continent. Besides the first and second places, which were her two disciples' aliases, and the third place, the Pale Dragon King of the Dragon Race, the fourth place was the once supreme ruler of the Sea King Palace, the overlord of the Forbidden Sea, the Sea King. If her disciple was the one who orchestrated the divine war back then a legendary figure like the Sea King must also be someone her disciple knew. Perhaps, just like the King of Secrets, the Sea King was also a close friend and brother with whom her disciple had fought alongside in the past. A threat from a powerful force? Lin asked in confusion. "What is it?" Nine crossed her arms and replied seriously. "Grandpa Andrew said it's an organization called the Aurora Church." Upon hearing this, Lin's heart stirred. "The Aurora Church? Didn't I wipe them out 1,000 years ago? I killed their pseudo-god, and even if some remnants of the followers were left, they shouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Could it be that something has changed? But with the Sea King Palace's foundation, they shouldn't have fallen to the point of seeking help from Winter Spring Valley." Suddenly, Nine's hair stood on end. After hearing her disciple's thoughts, her eyes widened, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. "Wait, something's not right. Something's not right. Her disciple wiped out the Aurora Church back then? But isn't the Aurora Church the arch-nemesis of the Sea King Palace? According to historical records, the powerful being that destroyed the Aurora Church back then, wasn't it the Sea King himself? Moreover, killing a pseudo-god or something, doesn't it sound like it's saying, "Sigh, this really doesn't let me, the Sea King, rest easy"? Lin shook his head, looking at the form in his hands, and began to fill it out carefully again. But Naneko, who heard his thoughts, was instantly stunned. "WH. What? What did Naneko just hear?" The meaning of what her disciple just thought was that he is the Sea King? The Sea King is also one of his aliases? Naneko was shocked, feeling her mind buzzing, completely blank. Lin's expression was calm, his gaze fixed on the form in his hands, but the feather pen in his hand was frozen on the paper. Clearly his thoughts were not here. Although the situation is still unclear for now, if the Sea King Palace really encounters a crisis, I can't just sit idly by. I can't just watch the property I personally handed over to my daughter be trampled by others in later generations. Thinking of this, Lin took a deep breath and rubbed his temples wearily. Once again, the scene from back then replayed in his mind. At the beginning of the Divine War, the gods descended. He summoned most of the forces of the world to join the battle, but specifically instructed his daughter to never get involved in this mess, no matter what. Everyone has their own selfishness. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want his most beloved daughter to die in battle because of it. But the world is unpredictable. Even with his countless warnings, after the Divine War broke out, she still disobeyed his orders and led the Sea King Palace into battle. At that time, he was being pursued for millions of miles by the 7 great deities, fighting until the seas overflowed and mountains collapsed, with no time to spare. It was only when the bad news arrived that he learned what had happened. His daughter, in order to help him relieve pressure, had led countless loyal subordinates to hold back the sea god for several hours. But gods are gods, even compared to the much weaker deep-sea gods. They are absolutely not something they could withstand. When Lin fought his way through the encirclement and arrived at the Forbidden Sea, what met his eyes was a sea of corpses stretching for miles, and the ocean had long been dyed a deep crimson with blood. That was probably the angriest he had been since the fall of his wife. At that moment, he made a solemn vow. Even if it meant exhausting his very essence, even if it meant his soul would shatter, he would slay the deep-sea god here. Listening to his disciple recalling the past in his heart, Nanako sat there in a daze, unable to say a word for a moment. It was the first time she had heard such intense memories from her disciple's heart. She bit her lip, a hint of sadness swirling in her azure eyes, looking at her disciple's calm expression. Her small hand clenched, and for a moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Her disciple must be very sad. She really didn't expect that there was such a past between her disciple and the Sea King Palace. The closest person died on the battlefield, and she didn't even have time to see him one last time. She could hardly imagine how her disciple managed to hold on. Hudlin exhaled, shaking his head, trying hard to forget those unpleasant memories that had been sealed away for 1,000 years. But some things, once experienced, how could they be easily forgotten? Although Lin killed him, he also lost his most beloved daughter. He raised his head, looking at the sky, a trace of desolation flashing in the depths of his eyes, then quickly disappearing. His eyes were filled with deep blue. Probably around 700 or 800 years ago, shortly after he was reborn, when his strength had somewhat recovered, he immediately set out to sea, hoping to find his daughter's body in the vast Forbidden Sea. But he wandered alone for decades, yet found nothing. This has also been another major regret for him, Lin, for a long time. War. Lin lowered his head, absent-mindedly flipping through the forms in his hands, his fists slowly clenching. Where would there be any victors? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a pair of warm little hands cradling his clenched fists resting on the table. Lin immediately snapped back to reality and instinctively looked up. He saw Naiko sitting there, her hands holding his fists, her blue eyes filled with concern as she bit her lip and gazed at him. "Disciple, are you feeling down?" Lin was taken aback, instantly realizing that he had inadvertently revealed some emotions that his master had picked up on. He quickly smiled and said, "No, not at all. How could I be feeling down? I am." Before he could finish his sentence, Naiko reached out and hugged him tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, her small hands gently wrapping around his back, her blue eyes resembling a vast, clear ocean. "Hug me," Naiko said, eyes closed, leaning against his heart. It felt as if she was comforting him, or perhaps wanting to share the burden with him. Clearly, no words were spoken, yet it felt as if everything was understood. Lin stared blankly at his little master, who had her eyes closed against his chest, and for a moment, he was lost in thought for a long time. In an instant, Lin felt as if he had returned to many, many years ago, back to the beginning of all memories. It seemed to be the same azure sky. It seemed to be the same countless birds singing. It seemed that there was someone who would press their face against your chest when you were in pain, eyes closed, saying to you, "Don't be sad. If you're sad, just hug me," Naiko said, eyes closed, pressed against his heart. In that moment, the two overlapping figures seemed to slowly merge, becoming indistinguishable. After a long while, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, rubbed the dampness at the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a hint of warmth. It felt as if a warm current flowed into his heart, sweeping away all the gloom inside. What a foolish little master. Even if she sees her disciple in a bad mood, couldn't she just scold him a bit? She actually came over so naively to hug him, and even said such things. Truly too foolish. "Is it just a hug?" Lin began to tease. "What else? Can I give you a kiss?" Slap. The next day, Winter Spring Valley Square. We, the powerful mages of Winter Spring Valley, as guardians of the Violet, have been living in luxury for too long. And now, the time has come to test us. Our eternal allies are facing the crisis of extermination. The shameless Aurora Church has brazenly invaded our allies' sacred land, and now, it is time for us to strike. Warriors of Winter Spring Valley, gather together. On the high platform, a fully armed mage held a script in his hand, loudly delivering a rallying speech before the expedition. Below in the square, countless elite mages had formed one legion after another, ready to set off at any moment. For the glory of Winter Spring Valley, the crowd roared, their voices shaking the heavens. For this expedition, the mainstream ice mages were divided into 8 legions, each with 1,000 members, led by powerful siege-level mages. Then there were the magical mechanical legions composed of magic path mages, who specialized in magical devices. The various magical cannons, arcane puppets, and magical airships they developed were the most powerful weapons of war in this era. Rumble, 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 the massive magical war chariots emitted a piercing noise of magical energy. One by one, the towering magical puppets, over 10 meters high, marched across the square, forming neat ranks. And high above in the sky, Andrew borrowed one team after another of Griffin Knights from the various kingdoms belonging to Wintergrasp for aerial support. In front of the Griffin Knight formation were the rumbling magic-powered airships, and further ahead were the neatly mounted witches, wearing large wizard hats and riding on broomsticks. The entire strength of Wintergrasp was mobilized. "Open the portals!" Andrew shouted, waving his hand. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, one massive magic circle after another, glowing faintly, lit up in all directions of the square. These portals led to various islands and cities under the control of the Sea King's palace. When some of the portals opened, they could even hear the thunderous war drums and sounds of slaughter coming from the other side of the gates. So exciting! So exciting! I can't believe I just joined Wintergrasp 2 months ago, and I get to participate in such a war. Yeah, those older brothers and sisters are so cool. Wow, I want to go to the battlefield too. I want to fight bloodily. Hey, don't get it wrong, okay? We low-level mages are only responsible for logistics this time. We won't be going to the battlefield. Around them, young boys and girls excitedly discussed. Lin stood in the ranks with great interest, casually tossing some nuts into his mouth, his gaze fixed on the Grand Mage Legion marching towards the portals. Indeed, as a powerful second-tier mage, Lin was naturally going to set off with the army this time. The legion he was part of also had a very loud name, Scruffy Legion. As the name suggests, this temporary legion was made up entirely of inexperienced low-level youngsters. Their task this time was very simple. It was just to broaden their horizons, gain some experience, and slack off a bit. Fighting was naturally not their turn. Lin stroked his chin. It seems that Wintergrasp is really going to get serious this time. Although there aren't many top-tier combatants, in terms of regular combat power, they would probably rank among the best on the entire continent. I have to say, that old man Andrew has quite strong military skills. With the combat weapons created by the magic path mages, Wintergrasp has already moved away from the old combination of warlocks and shepherds. Not bad. They've caught up to half of my old legion. Lin clicked his tongue in admiration. Just then, suddenly, a sound of breaking air echoed from above. In the next moment, a crisp shout rolled in. "Disciple!" The Scruffy Legion's youngsters immediately looked up, their eyes brightening, and they all exclaimed in excitement. "Look, it's Lady Nine-Eye! Lady Nine-Eye is coming this way! Wow, Lady Nine-Eye is so cool! Greater than over equal to? Less than over equal to?" In the air, Nine-Eye was seen wearing a long blue robe, inscribed with exquisite battle runes, a large wizard hat on her head, delicate fur gloves on her hands, and a neat blue outfit, flying rapidly on her broomstick towards Lin. "Disciple!" Nine-Eye raised her hand, shouting and waving towards Lin, her blue eyes lively and confident, particularly adorable. Lin suddenly felt a jolt of shock. Omega, oh my, break! Little lowly, hurry up and break. Look ahead. But it was already too late. Bang, with a loud crash, Nine-Eye, riding her broomstick, whizzed through the entire legion and precisely landed on Lin. Rolling and tumbling, Nine-Eye rolled over Lin 100 times before finally pinning him down by the shoulder. "Dao, disciple, Master has come to find you." Lin was startled, his heart nearly jumping out. Omega said, "Master, can you not be so startling every time? It's very dangerous. Nine-Eye jumped, revealing her big blue eyes, placed her hands on her hips, and with a snap, gave him a thumbs up, seriously saying, "Disciple, I have already figured out the position for this expedition. As the 7th steward of Winter Spring Valley, the great Nine-Eye, don't you think Master should command a powerful army?" Lin glared and said, "I don't think so. I don't want to talk to you." Nine-Eye, with a proud demeanor, crossed her arms and lightly jumped away from him, summoning her broom and riding it. Then, she patted the thin handle behind her, said, Come, obedient disciple, sit here. Let's go with Master." Lin was dumbfounded. What for? Nine-Eye turned her head, her big blue eye speaking from under her hat, raised her thin wand, and winked, to get a position. Lin stared blankly at the floating broom beneath her, swallowed hard. "Can I not go?" Crack! Nine-Eye closed her eyes, and the wand in her hand snapped in two. The meaning was clear. Lin said, Got it, I'll go, okay? Nine-Eye, carrot, her hair sticking up from under her hat. Did he not want to go? He didn't want to sit on the little dog Loli's broom, because it could really be dangerous. If it were modern times, it would be like reversing, flooring the gas, crossing the line with every step, running a red light every 3 steps, and if they didn't spiral into the sky within 5 minutes, it would be blamed on the strict traffic police today. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin incautiously sat on the broom, saying, "Master, as long as you are steady and slow, we can talk about anything. No more nonsense. Take off." Asterisk. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Nine-Eye on the broom took off at a 90-degree angle, spiraling 360 degrees into the sky, shooting up like a rocket. Steady it. Lin Omega, grabbed the little dog Loli's ponytail and took off into the sky. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Andrew held a goblet, gently clinking it with his senior brother, a faint smile on his face as he stroked his beard. "Don't worry, senior brother. This time the entire army of Winter Spring Valley is mobilized. It will surely help the Sea King Palace stabilize the situation. In the years you were away, our Winter Spring Valley has long since become incomparable." Although Andre was still somewhat worried, he also breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, with Winter Spring Valley's involvement, it indeed increased their chances of victory. However, he once again thought of the indifferent Azure Dragon, recalling their former princess, Her Highness Aviel. "About Her Highness Aviel's situation, you haven't told anyone else, right?" Andre said softly. Andrew nodded, saying, "Rest assured, this matter is of great importance. Aside from us few, I haven't said much to the other stewards." Andre breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile appearing on his face. "That's good, because Her Highness Aviel's identity was too special. Even in their Sea King Palace, only a very small number of people knew the true identity of that Azure Dragon. They dared not make her identity public. Otherwise, the blow to the morale of the entire Sea King Palace would be devastating." Thinking of this, a hint of worry reappeared in his eyes. Looking at his senior brother's expression, Andrew smiled slightly, then waved his hand and brought over a large box, saying, "Brother, do you still remember what day it is today?" Andre looked puzzled. Andrew laughed heartily, stroking his beard, and said, "Brother, you truly have your mind set on great undertakings. Have you forgotten? Today is your birthday." He opened the box, and a delicate birthday cake instantly appeared before everyone, with a rich milky aroma wafting through the air. Upon seeing this scene, Andre was instantly moved to tears, his old eyes brimming with emotion. "I didn't expect you to remember my birthday, junior brother. You are truly thoughtful. Truly thoughtful." Andrew laughed and said, "I know that you and the Sea King Hall have always followed the customs established by the Violet Monarch back in the day. This cake was specially ordered by me, and it was a bit rushed, so please forgive me, brother." Andre, tears streaming down his face, with red-rimmed eyes, said, "Junior brother. For me, brother, no need to say more. I understand everything." Andrew's eyes were also red. Junior brother. Only they knew. In each heartfelt call, there was nothing but pure brotherly love, a reflection of the glorious years they had walked hand in hand together. But just at that moment of heartfelt exchange, a sudden, crisp shout came from afar. "Grandpa Andrew, Nanako is here." Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Nanako, riding a broom, shot towards Andrew and the others at an unimaginable speed. Break! Lin grabbed 2 long ponytails, instinctively pulling them back with all his might. "I can't see." Nanako can't see ahead. Nanako tilted her head back, shouting in panic, I can brake. In an instant, Nanako slammed on the brakes, drifting to a stop right in front of Andrew and the others at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Whoosh! Just as Andrew and Andre turned around, their hair and beards were swept back at an unimaginable speed by the massive airflow. The buttons on their clothes popped open one after another under the force of the wind, and their robes and outer garments were torn apart, revealing their strong upper bodies. With a loud smack, the birthday cake also landed squarely on their faces without any surprise. The entire scene fell into silence. Seeing this, Nanako, who was riding the broom, instantly became flustered. With a rustle, her spiky hair stood straight up, and her large wizard hat was knocked off, falling into her hands with a thud. Nanako stared wide-eyed, trembling as she clutched her hat, looking at Andrew, who was covered in cake, realizing she had caused a huge disaster. I'm sorry, Grandpa Andrew. Nanako quickly jumped off the broom, bowing at a 90-degree angle, saying, Nanako didn't mean to. Andrew, with a crunch, reached out to wipe the cake off his face, revealing a pair of furious eyes that glinted like black beans amidst the white mess. Nanako! He roared in anger. Boom! Andrew erupted like a volcano, spewing forth torrents of lava, and flames instantly ignited in his eyes. Ing! Nanako squeaked, yes, Nanako is here. Without saying another word, Andrew raised his wand and began to smack Nanako on the head, sparks flying everywhere. Bang bang bang. Nanako hugged her head and squatted there, saying, "Woo no. I won't dare anymore, Grandpa Andrew." Nanako won't dare anymore. Andrew, oh, Winky Face said, "You know you won't dare, huh? You've been saying that since you were 10, can you count how many times you've said it? I've really spoiled you, you little brat. Damn it. Digging holes in the middle of the road at 5, climbing roofs at 10, ever since I taught you to ride a broom, you've crashed into walls an average of 3 times a day for 100 years. Look around Winter Springs Valley, is there anywhere you haven't crashed into? It's been over 100 years, why can't you grow up? Why can't you grow up?" Bang bang bang. Nanako was sparking with anger, hugging her head, saying, "Woo, I was wrong, Grandpa Andrew." After knocking for a long time, Andrew finally took a deep breath, casually tossing aside the rebounding, dented wand, his beard trembling with anger, his teeth itching. Beside him, Andre wiped the cake off his face, and seeing Nanako squatting on the ground, he stroked his cream-covered beard, not angry at all, smiling with a hint of envy, saying to Andrew, all right, junior brother, don't be angry. At your age, you still have a lively granddaughter like Nanako, you should be content. Look at my granddaughter, she's about the same age as little Nai, and she's already got a head full of white hair, with grandchildren of her own. If I had a granddaughter like Nanako, I'd be able to wake up laughing in my dreams." The maid's silly hair suddenly perked up, lifting her head, Omega, and said, "Really, Grandpa Andre?" Andrew puffed out his beard and glared. Woo Nanako immediately shrank back, angry face, hugging her head to prevent being hit again. Lin, feeling helpless, knew it was time to give Andrew a way out, or else the lowly master would definitely get a harsh scolding. Saying this, Lin stepped forward, saluting with one hand on his chest. "I'm sorry, Deacon Andrew, this time it's my fault. Master has never carried anyone while flying before, and this time I begged her to take me along, but something went wrong. Please forgive me, Deacon." Seeing Lin step forward to help his silly master take the blame, Andrew's eyes turned slightly red. Damn, what a kind and simple-hearted boy. Truly too considerate. Not only is he handsome, but his character is also impeccable. He's always willing to help and even cleans up after his silly master every day. If it weren't for his poor aptitude, he would have wanted to adopt him as a son. Tears in his eyes. All right. Andrew waved his hand, looking kindly at Lin, saying, "Child, you don't need to plead for this silly girl. This foolish girl has been doing foolish things for more than a day or two. Do you think I don't know?" Then he turned his head, looking sternly at the wronged Nanako, saying, "Speak. What are you here to bother your grandpa about this time? Didn't you see the army has already set out? You're here to cause trouble for me?" Upon hearing this, Nanako immediately stopped feeling wronged, raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and clasped her hands together, saying, "Well, Grandpa Andrew, Nanako is also a deacon of Winter Springs Valley, right?" Andrew snorted, saying lightly, "What do you want to say? Nanako? Omega?" Said, since Nanako is also a deacon of Winter Springs Valley, can I lead a legion into battle? After all, Nanako is a powerful city-breaking level mage. She waved her wand, placed one hand on her hip, her robe billowing, her face full of confidence and a hint of pride, spirited and vigorous. Andrew laughed, saying, "Oh, so which legion do you want to command, Nanako?" Without a word, Nanako stretched out her small hand and pointed at the wizard's riding brooms high in the sky, saying, "Nanako's broom army is flying in the sky. Charge! Charge! I believe that with a powerful city-destroying mage like Nanako in command, we can definitely blast those bad people from the Aurora Church into dust." A brief silence. In everyone's minds, images of those broom-riding wizards crashing around the battlefield like popping beans instantly appeared. A few minutes later, with tears in her eyes, Nanako gritted her teeth, holding her head with both hands, and followed Lin down from the high platform, her head stacked with 3 bags that were puffing out green smoke. "If you disagree, then just disagree. Nanako isn't that unreasonable. There's no need to beat me up again, boo-hoo." Lin's mind flashed back to the moment when Andrew had scolded her little master. Looking at the dejected little master, Lin smiled helplessly and patted her shoulder, saying, "Master, it's okay. Deacon Andrew is just considering your safety. After all, you are his only granddaughter. If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't Deacon Andrew be heartbroken? Besides, it's your first time participating in such a grand battle. You should accumulate some experience first. There will definitely be another opportunity next time." Nanako's head drooped down as she sighed softly, feeling a bit down. She understood why Grandpa Andrew didn't let her command a legion, but as a deacon of Winter Spring Valley, she really wanted to lead a group of mages and fight on the front lines like those seniors. She bit her lip in frustration. Then she shook her long ponytail vigorously, ran out quickly, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted at the distant sky, "Nanako will definitely become a qualified deacon. Nanako will work hard. Next time, Nanako will definitely become a qualified legion commander, I swear." Watching Nanako shout, Lin smiled gently. I believe you can do it, Master. Even though you always do silly things, I know you're not the kind of unreasonable little girl. Responsibility, courage, sacrifice, only by achieving these can you truly grow and be loved by others. And I believe that day is not far off. Wait, let's skip the sacrifice part. I'll find another word. Watching the figures of Nanako and Lin fade away, Andrew hesitated as he gazed at Lin's distant silhouette, saying, "Junior brother, who is that boy next to your granddaughter?" Andrew chuckled, stroking his beard. "He's my granddaughter's eldest disciple. He's a good person with noble character, just a bit lacking in talent." "Why do you ask, senior brother?" Andrew looked a bit puzzled. Andrew furrowed his brow, then slowly shook his head, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes as he pondered. It's nothing. I just suddenly felt a bit." He slowly pulled out a large azure token made of dragon scales from his pocket, the back engraved with vast oceans and the front marked with a domineering character for King. This was the Sea King's token given to him by the master of the Sea King Hall before he left. It was a token of the Sea King Hall's masters, crafted by their great Sea King thousands of years ago, symbolizing the supreme authority and power of the Sea King Hall. He held the token in confusion, raising his head with some doubt, and just then, when his gaze met that of the boy, he suddenly felt that the royal decree, symbolizing supreme authority, was faintly warm, as if it were calling him. It was also like a kind of attachment. The army of Winter Spring Valley marched through the portal, heading towards various battlefields of the Sea King's palace. As the seventh steward, Nai was not granted the position of Legion commander, but she still followed the elite Ice Magic Legion to the supreme holy city of the Sea King's palace to participate in the battle. This time, Lin and Nai were briefly separated. Although Nai wanted very much to have her disciple by her side, she ultimately had no reason to do so and had to give up. "Disciple, we will meet again soon. Your master is waiting for you in the holy city." As they parted, Nai waved at him from a distance, shouting, her eyes filled with reluctance. After all, since Lin arrived at Winter Spring Valley years ago and became her disciple, they had hardly been apart for more than a day. As a member of the Mixed Hair Legion, Lin naturally headed to the long-lost Sea King's palace, but the only difference was that they were stationed in the rear of the Sea King's palace, a city called Christmas. Have you heard? In the legends of the Sea King's palace, thousands of years ago, the supreme ruler, His Majesty the Sea King, began to establish the Sea King's palace from this city, gradually extending his rule over the entire Forbidden Sea. Yes, this city is indeed extraordinary. Christmas, the city of the birth of the saints. Apart from the capital of the Sea King's palace, this city is definitely the most sacred place of the Sea King's palace. Opening his eyes, the white light of the spatial portal slowly faded. Lin raised his head, gazing at the giant city that was no different from 1,000 years ago, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. A long-awaited reunion. Time has flown by for 2,000 years. I still remember the last time I was here. It was already on the eve of the Divine War. I really miss it. Following the main force, he arrived at the central square. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, a towering and massive statue appeared before all the mages of Winter Spring Valley. It was a tall stone statue, depicting a middle-aged man with flowing white hair, a distant gaze, and a bare upper body, holding a trident and looking into the distance. Just standing there, merely as a statue, it exuded an indescribable majesty and intimidation. Is that statue the legendary Sea King? The crowd was shocked, breathing rapidly. Although time had weathered the statue, when they saw it, they seemed to still imagine the endless glory of the Sea King's palace from back then, bringing the entire Forbidden Sea under his rule, allowing endless sea tribes to pay homage year after year. Apart from the once magnificent Violet Lord, how many could compare with him in the world? Lin's lips curled into a smile. He did not stay here any longer. After the Legion was assigned their tasks, he quietly disappeared into the city. Step by step, he walked on the worn and dilapidated streets. Time seemed to return once more to that era, the era that belonged only to him. The entire city was under martial law. Apart from the hurried troops, no other pedestrians could be seen on the streets. As they passed by Lin, they all seemed not to see him, hurriedly brushing past. Lin walked alone, solitary. Once, many things had happened here. He remembered many people fighting alongside him, returning with battle flags wrapped around corpses. He remembered many swearing oaths with him here, vowing to conquer the endless Forbidden Sea. Time rushed by, like a fleeting moment. 1,000 years had passed. He had returned, but the old friends were gone. He took a step forward. His body instantly traversed the boundless distance and arrived at the deepest part of the city, an ancient cemetery. A massive monument stood tall in the center of the graveyard, engraved with one faded and blurred name after another, surrounded by countless low tombs. Lin raised his head, extended his hand, and slowly touched the names on the stone tablet, each one buried here. All of them were the heroic souls who perished in the battlefield during that divine war. They were loyal, fearless, and brave. But those who could be buried here were only a small fraction, many more had their bones lost to the blood-stained sea. Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In his mind, countless horrific images flashed by: the clash of swords, the rumble of war, the cries of pain, the fearless roars intertwined to form that brutal divine battle. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings were covered in moss, and the low graves were a desolate sight. I once promised you that I would bring you a world without gods. I also swore to you that I would let you live to see that day. Lin clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his head. Now, I want you to know that I have returned. Outside the cemetery, a child was helping an elderly man with white hair walk along the damp path. His body was hunched, and the wrinkles on his face told of the hardships time had etched upon him. Beneath the wisps of white hair were kind, gentle eyes. Grandpa, did you really participate in the divine war 1,000 years ago? Did you fight alongside the great Sea King? The child asked innocently. The old man kindly reached out his aged hand and patted the child's head, replying softly, "Yes, on this day 1,000 years ago, we set out for battle. Back then, I was the commander of the First Legion beside His Majesty the Sea King." The old man and the child walked along the tranquil path, the child innocent and carefree, while the elder lovingly recounted stories of the past. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Though the past was filled with endless glory, it could not withstand the baptism of time. Time surged forward like a flood, sweeping through the world. The white-haired elder, in his twilight years, found that the days gone by had now become a history to be cherished. As he spoke slowly, his eyes were filled with kindness and affection, and they made their way toward the cemetery. A young boy brushed past them, but for some reason, as the boy passed by, the old man suddenly paused, slowly lifting his hunched head. In that moment, it seemed as if the wind was blowing through his sparse white hair, piercing through his aged eyes. "Grandpa, why are you crying?" The old man, in a daze, reached out his hand to touch his wrinkled cheek. He was unaware that his face was already streaked with tears. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his frail body trembled, and his aged cheeks quivered. "Quick, quick!" He trembled as he turned his head, struggling to extend his hand, gazing down the long path behind him, as if trying to find something, but the road stretched endlessly ahead. There was not a single figure in sight. Only the howling wind swept through his white hair. His lips trembled as he struggled to move his old legs, but his hunched body could not allow for any large movements, and he collapsed to the ground. "Grandpa, Grandpa, what's wrong?" the child cried out anxiously. But the old man remained oblivious, trembling as he reached toward the long path, as if trying to grasp something, or perhaps trying to hold on to the flowing history. The wind howled, never to return. Yet faintly, it seemed that two murmured words echoed along the silent path. "I, the king." In the grand hall of Christmas City, within the magnificent temple, solemn and dignified choral music echoed. Archbishop Delice of the Sea King knelt before the massive statue of the Sea King, her face veiled, hands clasped, eyes closed, praying earnestly. "Your Grace, we have sent Mr. Raymond home and have called the best physician in the city. His health is no longer in serious danger." A fully armored warrior knelt on one knee. Delice kept her eyes closed and said, "You must take good care of Mr. Raymond. He is a participant and witness of that history. There are not many who have survived from that era." The warrior nodded, but then appeared somewhat worried, saying, "But," Delice slowly asked, "but what?" The warrior pondered. "On the way back home, I heard Mr. Raymond murmuring a phrase repeatedly. He said, The warrior lowered his head and solemnly stated, he said, "The king has returned." At these words, the entire hall fell into silence. Delice slowly opened her eyes, turned around, and fixed her gaze on the warrior's cheek, saying nothing. "I inquired with Mr. Raymond's descendant about the situation at that time. The child said that he and the old man originally intended to go to the cemetery to mourn, but just as they reached the small path outside the cemetery, they vaguely felt a young boy brush past them. But when they turned around, the boy had vanished. He raised his head and said seriously, "But Mr. Raymond kept saying, the king has returned." He lowered his head, a cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If someone else had told him such a thing, he would have found it utterly absurd. But the one who spoke these words was the former commander of His Majesty the Sea King's First Legion, who had always believed that His Majesty was not dead, firmly believing that one day, in the moment of crisis for the Sea King's Hall, His Majesty would descend again, leading them to recreate the past glory. This belief he had held for 1,000 years. The surroundings were silent. "Your Grace," the warrior's lips trembled as he said, "could it be that His Highness the Sea King is really still alive?" Delice could not answer. She turned her head, gazing at the towering statue before them, her face filled with complexity. This was a question she could not answer. As a family that had survived the Divine War, their ancestral teachings had been to remain loyal to His Majesty the Sea King. Her father, grandfather, and generations had firmly believed that His Majesty was still alive and would surely return. But, 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years, no matter how long the belief lasted, how many could still hold on to such faith after 1,000 years of time? She took a deep breath, knelt beneath the statue of the Sea King, closed her eyes, and prayed, "Your Majesty the Sea King, if you are truly still alive, please take a look here. The Aurora Church has been revived, the Sea King's Hall has suffered heavy losses, no matter what, please bless your subjects." She bowed deeply, her long hair cascading to the ground, but it was at that moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in their ears, and nearly half of the hall collapsed, countless stones and debris falling down. "Lady Delice, be careful," the warrior shouted. Delice suddenly raised her head, her eyes bursting with a blinding blue aura, terrifying magical energy instantly erupting from her body. The falling debris was immediately dispersed, and in the next moment, the entire city rang with piercing bells. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Delice raised her head sharply, her expression grave as she and the warrior rushed out of the hall, looking up at the high sky. The cold wind howled, and the soldier's face instantly turned pale. This is. In the distant sky, countless acidic liquids surged toward the entire Christmas city like meteors. Above the high clouds, massive chimera beasts flapped their enormous wings, sweeping down upon the city, blocking out the sun. Delice said gravely, "The war has begun." No one had expected such a situation to arise. Christmas City, as the rear base of the Sea King Palace, connected to the major main cities, and almost all logistical supplies had to pass through this city to reach the front lines. If Christmas City were destroyed, it would be a severe blow to the entire Sea King Palace. Logically, as long as the front lines did not fall, Christmas City should be impossible for the enemy to ambush. There's only one possibility. Delice suddenly gritted her teeth and turned sharply, saying, "Immediately contact the Holy Capital and inform His Majesty the Lord that Christmas City is under attack by the enemy's Chimera Legion, requesting support. At the same time, issue orders for the military and civilians in the city to defend it at all costs. We absolutely cannot lose Christmas City. Immediately contact Elder Andre and question him whether there is a betrayal in the city." Meanwhile, high above, at the forefront of the countless chimera beasts, a man clad in black armor stood atop the massive body of the Chimera King. His skin was a bluish-white, his stature tall, and a cold smile adorned his face. If one looked closely, they would notice that fish gills, characteristic of marine creatures, grew from his neck. "The plan has succeeded, indeed, a group of foolish humans. Do you really think that with the help of Winter Spring Valley, you can rest easy? How naive! Your Highness Aviel has long since stood on our side. As long as we are willing, many will heed the call of your Lord Aviel and surrender to my Aurora Church. The legitimacy is with me, you blasphemers shall all die." His gaze suddenly sharpened. "Attack!" He raised the spear in his hand and shouted loudly. In an instant, countless chimera roared to the sky. They spewed forth torrents of acidic liquid, launching an indiscriminate assault on the entire city. His name was Dak, one of the 12 Sea God Knights of the Aurora Church, commanding the 7th cohort of the Chimera Legion. After successfully subverting the city of Giant Wings in the northeast of the Sea King Palace, he secretly led his Chimera Legion straight into the rear city of the Sea King Palace, launching a surprise attack on this holy city. Just as he had anticipated, the Sea King Palace had mobilized all its main forces to the front lines, and they encountered no obstacles along the way. A cold smile spread across his face. Once the city was destroyed, it would mean that the conquest of the Sea King Palace was already half a victory. "For over 1,000 years, you have slain my god, forcing us to lie in wait in the savage seas for a full 1,000 years, and today is the day you pay for your blood debts." In the square, people were screaming everywhere, fleeing in all directions, a chaotic scene. Especially those young ones from Winter Spring Valley who had just arrived through the portal. This sudden attack had terrified them to the core. The low-level mages who had been clamoring to go to the battlefield were pale, darting around like headless flies. Lin looked up, gazing at the sky. "War will never come according to your wishes." The surroundings were in chaos, with people fleeing in all directions, but Lin's expression was calm, as if he were out of place with everything around him. Pat, he turned around and walked purposefully toward the center of the city. "Hey, Lin, what are you doing? Come with us, into the shelter." The commander of the Mixed Fur Legion, an 8th-tier Grand Mage, struggled to maintain order, and then he spotted Lin, who seemed out of place among the crowd. He was instantly alarmed. As the Grand Mage responsible for logistics, he was well aware of Lin's identity. He was the apprentice of Steward Nanako, and before leaving, Steward Andrew had specifically instructed him to take good care of this young man, as he was likely to become the future son-in-law of Steward Andrew's granddaughter. If something were to happen to him now, it would be disastrous for him. He shouted, desperately wanting to pull him back, but at that moment, he suddenly trembled. Under his gaze, a series of pitch-black auras began to rise from Lin's body, the swirling black mist climbing up from his feet, and his attire began to change. In an instant, his linen garments were replaced by a deep black robe, and his face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only his calm chin and lips. In that moment, an indescribable aura made him shudder. Is he Lin? How could this be? He trembled. And just the next moment, under his watch, the figure in the black robe stepped forward, walking to the center of the square. He arrived beneath the massive statue of the Sea King. You have also been abandoned for 1,000 years. It is time to protect this city once more. Lin raised his head, his robe billowing. He then knelt on one knee, his 5 fingers slowly pressing against the ground. And in that instant, a tremendous buzzing filled the ears of everyone in the city. Countless unimaginable blue patterns spread out like a dense spider web, instantly radiating from Lin's hand to engulf the entire city. This is. The Grand Mage trembled as he watched this scene, feeling waves of turmoil surging within his heart. And in the next moment, the patterns spread to the city walls, into the church, and to every corner of the city. In the church, Delice and the highest counselors looked on in shock at the blue patterns spreading in all directions, their faces instantly filled with indescribable astonishment. Delice suddenly felt her breath quicken, as if a great bell had been struck in her mind. Instantly, fragments of ancient texts surfaced in her thoughts. The brief history of the Sea King's Hall recorded that at the founding of Christmas City, the powerful Sea King had ventured to the Forbidden Sea to slay over 100 king-tier deep-sea beasts, using their souls to gather immense magical energy, weaving the strongest magic array of 2,000 years ago in Christmas City. The magic restriction level deep-sea spirit-slaying array. That was the legacy of their Sea King's Hall at the height of its glory, a supreme restriction that even demigods could withstand. She trembled all over, her mind going blank. But this town-protecting array of Christmas City had long been damaged during the Divine War years ago. The magic patterns had been broken, and the magical energy had been exhausted. They had once invited the most renowned array masters on the continent, who had declared it beyond any possibility of repair. But how could it be? How could it be? In the center of the square, Lin remained calm, silently closing his eyes, and said, "Yes, I have returned. You killed my subjects, and I enslaved your souls for 3,000 years. Now I inform you that our contract is still in effect." It was as if countless ferocious beasts roared in his ears, as if the entire ocean was roaring. In the unseen spiritual realm, countless blue light points swirled around him. The glowing points occasionally twisted into giant beasts, sometimes contorting into human faces, filled with immense hatred and ferocity, yet no one dared to step closer. These were all the deep-sea king beasts he had slain back in the day. Even now, any one of them could dominate a sea region. Sea King, you're still alive. Release us. Release us. We have guarded this city for you for 1,000 years. How dare you continue to enslave us? Countless roars and angry howls erupted. But Lin's expression remained unchanged. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am commanding you. You have another 1,000 years, and after 1,000 years, I will personally send you to your end. He slowly raised his head and spoke calmly. In the next moment, he gently clenched his hand, and the countless glowing points in the spiritual world instantly vanished. He closed his eyes. A torrent of demonic energy surged continuously into the broken magic array beneath his feet. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the damaged patterns began to spread, continuously growing new lines. The entire magic array was being reborn. Inside the church, Delice witnessed this scene with her own eyes, watching as the array that spread throughout the city was continuously restored, her whole body trembling in speechlessness. In an instant, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly turned around, gazing towards the deepest part of the damaged hall. Sea King, your majesty. Thud, she knelt down, her face blank. Behind her, all the high-ranking officials and soldiers of Christmas City also witnessed the scene. Clang, they trembled, their weapons slipping from their hands and falling heavily to the ground. There, at the deepest part of the Sea King's hall, the statue of the Sea King they had worshipped for 1,000 years was faintly emitting a soft glow at that moment. The azure glow was dazzling and brilliant, as if heralding an omen, a prophecy, a grand arrival. In that instant, the entire city trembled. Buzz, with a tremendous buzzing sound, countless blue light patterns across the city connected into one, forming a massive azure light screen that shot up from the outskirts of the city, ultimately enveloping the entire city within it. The Chimera Legion hovering above the city was instantly cut off from the city by the azure light screen. What is happening? Dark, standing atop the Chimera King, changed his expression drastically. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard. At the moment the blue light screen formed, several powerful chimeras that were too close were directly sliced in half by the screen. The acid they spewed evaporated into countless vapors upon contact with the blue halo. But how could this be possible? When he launched this surprise attack, he had clearly obtained a wealth of intelligence about this city. After the Divine War, the defense system of this ancient city had long since collapsed. By now, the city had become a fading old man. Logically, this city should not have been able to withstand the surprise attack of his Chimera Legion. Damn it! Attack! Enraged, he suddenly drew his spear and launched a full-scale assault on the city. Boom 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 boom, the entire sky was filled with clawing chimeras. But under the protection of the sudden blue light screen, their assault was completely blocked from the city. Inside the city, it was as quiet as paradise, serene as the dark night. The military and civilians throughout the city were stunned. They were so shocked that they found it hard to speak. A miracle. Is this a miracle? Could it be? Wait, I think I've seen records in history books. The azure light screen protecting the entire holy city was a magic band-level array set up by His Majesty the Sea King 1,000 years ago. Revived. It is the Sea King's divine manifestation. The entire city trembled with indescribable emotions, tears welling in their eyes. Then, excitement took over, immense excitement. In the square, Lin slowly stood up. After activating and repairing the entire magic array, his face showed little fluctuation. He then raised his head, stroked his chin, and walked to the base of his massive statue. What was the password for the initialization permissions again? Lin pondered. He then tapped on the base. In that instant, a strange scene unfolded. The base of the statue slowly opened a mouth, and a massive blue light screen appeared before Lin. Countless symbols and texts flashed rapidly across it. Then, segments of loading text appeared in front of Lin. Magic restriction level array no. 001 sincerely at your service. Loading screen. Loading permissions. The next moment, a large, smiling face with 2 dots and a curve slowly emerged on the light screen, accompanied by melodious music. A warm and friendly voice echoed in Lin's mind. The familiar voice made Lin's lips curl up. After 1,000 years, hearing this melodious prompt again truly evoked nostalgia. This was the central control device he had set up years ago to facilitate the control of the city's defense facilities, mimicking modern operational forms. Fully intelligent adjustment, idiot-proof operation. As long as one had permission, even a fool could easily manage the entire city's defense facilities. Moreover, it was embedded with a lowly voice prompt, and the sincere greetings made the experience quite comfortable. Ding! Please enter the permission password. You are limited to 3 attempts. After exhausting them, it will be permanently locked, and we wish you an immediate explosion. The melodious lowly voice rang out. Lin thought for a moment and typed in the password with a series of taps. 123,456. Ding! Your password is incorrect. Please re-enter. 654,321. Ding! Your password is incorrect. You have 1 attempt left. Lin carefully thought it over several times, his gaze uncertain, then cautiously entered 6 digits again. 233,333. Ding! Password incorrect. Your 3 attempts have been exhausted. The screen is automatically locked, and the destruction device is activated. Warning! Warning! You will self-destruct in 3 seconds. Bang damn! Lin punched the light screen, and countless cracks instantly spread across it. Not feeling satisfied, he reached out and ripped the screen down, stomping on it furiously. After stomping dozens of times, ding! Permission recognition. Authentication successful. Magic restriction array no. 001 sincerely at your service for His Majesty the Sea King. A trembling prompt sound. Lin snorted, steam puffing from his nose, then swiftly opened various options on the screen. He adjusted to the blessing section. Pulling down, countless buff icons immediately appeared before him. Speed boost, strength boost, agility boost, magic power boost, stamina boost, and so on. These were all very practical auxiliary functions he had added to his magic array back in the day. Under normal circumstances, with these countless buffs, even a pig could unleash a strength far exceeding that of a normal person by 1,000 or 10,000 times. Without hesitation, Lin directly clicked to select all. Snap, confirmed, all activated. At that very moment of certainty, a blue light curtain enveloping the entire city suddenly descended, unleashing countless dense blue light pillars that shrouded every person within. The military and civilians in the city were instantly shaken. Swish, 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 swish. One powerful buff after another was continuously bestowed upon them by the magic array. They were immediately astonished to discover an indescribable terrifying power surging within them. This is. Meanwhile, inside the church, Delice and the others also felt the change in their bodies. That boundless power filled them, even causing their blood to boil. This is the blessing bestowed by His Majesty the Sea King. If the repair and restart of the magic array only led them to speculate, then the arrival of this powerful force left no room for doubt. It is the manifestation of His Majesty the Sea King. It is the blessing of His Majesty the Sea King. Buzz, and in the next moment, a grand voice echoed in the minds of everyone in the city. I grant you the ability to soar, so you may fly in the heavens. I grant you an indestructible shield, so you may ward off all harm. I grant you blades that can break through all defenses, so you may fight valiantly against your enemies. Accompanied by that resounding voice in their minds, a halo of blessing appeared on everyone in the city. The crowd trembled, then erupted into excited roars. His Majesty the Sea King. It is the voice of His Majesty the Sea King, calling us to defend our city. Everyone, gather and prepare for battle. The time for battle has come. Drive these invaders out of our city. The crowd shouted, drawing their swords to the sky. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. Swish, 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 the blessing buffs stacked upon each person in the city at an unimaginable speed. 10, 100, 1,000. This powerful force made them feel exhilarated, and with so many strong buffs, the purpose was already clear. The countless Chimera Knights hovering above the city immediately sensed waves of terrifying energy emanating from within. They suddenly trembled all over. Then, their eyes revealed an indescribable shock. This is, are you kidding me, Omega Omega? They saw, under their gaze, that within the city shrouded by the light curtain, one black dot after another was rushing towards them at an unimaginable speed. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these were all people. But how could this be possible? Except for certain specific professions, ordinary warriors would need to cultivate to the level of breaking through the city to defy the pull of gravity without any external aid. But looking at it now, there were at least hundreds. No, thousands, tens of thousands. But how could this be possible? The sounds grew closer, and in the next moment, the first batch of warriors, empowered by the blessing, charged out of the magic array at an unimaginable speed, wielding great swords and roaring as they rushed towards them. Swish, 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 they were like countless moths drawn to a flame, roaring as if divine soldiers were descending, their bodies shimmering with dense halos. They even trembled as they saw, just beneath that light curtain, an old lady with no teeth flying over while wielding a kitchen knife. Omega Omega. In the sky, the battle was intense. With the buffs from the entire city, this city, which had almost no elite main force, managed to create a massive breach against the Chimera Legion of the Aurora Church under the first wave of impact. But Lin knew that this was far from enough. After the Chimera Knights withstood the first wave of the charge, they would quickly regroup. At that time, the difference between the well-trained Legion and ordinary people would become apparent. But Lin was not worried. A smile crept onto Lin's lips. He adjusted his hood, shut down the central control panel, and strode deeper into the street. Meanwhile, in a mansion deep within the city, the once commander of the Sea King's First Legion, now an elderly and nearly decrepit Raymond, excitedly climbed out of bed. He raised his head and looked out the window at the vast sky. The endless azure, the flowing light, the blue magic array that spread across the entire city reflected in his trembling eyes, and he seemed to see once again the scene from 1,000 years ago when His Majesty the Sea King led them into battle. Ancestor, what are you doing? The doctor said you shouldn't get out of bed, otherwise, your body won't hold up. Hearing the commotion in the room, the descendants of the Raymond family hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. They saw their ancestors struggling to get out of bed, and the blessing that descended upon everyone in the city seemed to inject new vitality into this aging man. His face was flushed, and the battle spirit flickered in his aged eyes. Looking at the anxious faces of his descendants surrounding him, he extended his hand, full of kindness. Don't worry about your old ancestor. I've managed to hold on for all these years. How could I possibly fall today? His tone was gentle, his gaze benevolent. He then lifted his head, his eyes falling on the faded blue armor and sword shield hanging on the wall. It was covered in mottled marks, many places already damaged. This was his battle armor, which had accompanied him for a full 1,000 years. Each sword mark on it was a medal of his past. He never dared to forget the honors of the past, and he knew that after waiting for a whole 1,000 years, he finally had the chance to don armor and wield a shield once more. Bring me my sword. Help me don my armor. He raised his head, his gaze resolute, his aged hands clenched tightly. The surrounding descendants were taken aback, kneeling in shock, exclaiming, Ancestor, I have a premonition. Raymond slowly made his way to the wall, extending his hand to press against the rusted armor, as if grasping the hands of a comrade. I have waited for a full 1,000 years. I once followed His Majesty the Sea King in battles across the south and north, so I firmly believe that one day, His Majesty will return, even if it takes 1,000 years, 10,000 years, because His Majesty once said he would let us live to see a world without gods. He lifted his head, slowly clenched his hand, and a smile appeared on his aged face. "So I believe His Majesty will come to find me, and everything is telling me that day is today." The faded blue armor, the fearsome helmet, the rusted blade, and the shield engraved with the oldest emblem of the sea god's temple. Raymond, fully armored, with his white hair flying, struggled step by step toward the mansion's main door. His gaze was resolute, his face lined with wrinkles, moving all who beheld him. The so-called old soldiers do not die, they merely wither. This was a warrior who had lived for a full 1,000 years, following His Majesty the Sea King in battles since the era of the Divine War. Though he had aged, he remained true to his original intention. His descendants all followed behind him, wanting to support him, but when they saw the determined expression on their ancestor's face, their outstretched hands slowly retracted. "Ancestor!" Everyone was deeply moved. Raymond, step by step, forced his aging body to the courtyard facing the main door. Crack, the heavy armor clanked against each other. He plunged the sword blade heavily into the ground, kneeling on one knee, facing the courtyard gate, his white hair flying wildly. He slowly closed his eyes, as if waiting for something, waiting for some kind of omen. He had lived for 1,000 years and had waited for 1,000 years. One by one, his comrades from the same era turned to dust, and with each comrade's departure, the burden on his shoulders grew heavier. But he knew that as long as there was one person left alive in the First Legion, the First Legion had not perished. "Bring the flag," he said softly. Behind him, the crowd parted, and under the trembling gaze of everyone, a towering battle flag, engraved with the emblem of the First Legion of the Sea King's Hall, slowly approached, surrounded by several descendants. The flag fluttered in the wind, full of holes, yet still stood firm. Everyone knew this was the flag of the once mighty First Legion of the Sea King's Hall, something their ancestor fought desperately to protect. This flag had been sealed for a full 1,000 years, and today it was finally unsealed. "Ancestor!" Raymond kept his eyes closed, saying nothing. He took the flag, gripping the hilt of his sword, kneeling there like a monument. Time passed second by second. The wind howled through his white hair and the tattered battle flag. He was waiting for something, but no one understood. What was the ancestor waiting for? A full 1,000 years had passed, and everyone from that era had become history. What was he still desperately waiting for? The blazing sun shone down. Several of his descendants anxiously tried to rush over to help the ancestor back, but he stopped them. "Ancestor, your body can't hold out any longer. Whatever you are waiting for, we can go back inside and discuss it at length. You can't go against your own body. No one is coming. Ancestor, your great-grandson knows you have always believed in His Majesty the Sea King, but, it has been 1,000 years. Several other elderly men, also with white hair, knelt behind him, continuously bowing, tears streaming down their faces. They were Raymond's closest descendants, and they all understood their ancestors' lifelong perseverance, but sometimes it was just a ridiculous dream. How many had already turned to dust? If His Majesty the Sea King was truly still alive, why had he not appeared yet? "Ancestor!" The crowd wept in sorrow, not wanting him to continue kneeling there, but Raymond still kept his eyes closed, kneeling there. Sword in his left hand, flag in his right, he remained motionless. The strong wind whipped up clouds of yellow sand. But it was at that moment. Knock, 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 3 knocks on the door. And in that instant, everyone present trembled, raising their heads to look at the great door. An endless silence remained, only the steady knocking sound echoed. Creak, the door made a sound. Under the trembling gaze of the crowd, they saw a hand, gloved in black, slowly push open the door. A man dressed in a long black robe, with a deep black hood that revealed only his mouth and chin, slowly walked in. And at the moment that man appeared, buzz, the sword blade in Raymond's hand suddenly emitted a long and powerful sword cry, and the towering flag erupted with a bright blue halo. "Sorry to keep you waiting, my Legion commander." A distant and weathered voice echoed through the sky. Boom, a loud sound. At that moment, as the voice came, the minds of everyone present went blank. They trembled as they looked at the man walking step by step towards them, a surge of speculation bursting from their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably, almost inevitably thinking of those 2 words. The king that existed only in legends, the founder of their Sea King's Hall, the god in their hearts. His Majesty the Sea King. Raymond slowly opened his murky eyes, gazing at the man who was approaching step by step. He gradually loosened his grip on the flag and sword hilt, his hunched body laboriously drooping down, his head heavily resting on the ground, old tears pattering down. Commander Raymond Donyu of the 1st Legion of the Sea King, requesting to return to the ranks. That voice, suppressed to the limit, was filled with a power that could cause a heart attack. Lin walked up to him, looking at the aged warrior with a head full of white hair, his eyes filled with complexity. He recalled the days when he had just enlisted, still a young lad with no experience. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Now, He was a man with a head full of white hair, a martyr in his twilight years. Get up! Lin shook his head, extending his hand to support his shoulder, helping him slowly rise. Yes, my king. His eyes were red, standing up. No other words were spoken, as if everything had been condensed into those few words. 1,000 years of waiting, 1,000 years of loyalty, all condensed into those few words. The flag fluttered in the wind. Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the battle flag, saying, "After all these years, I thought my former warriors had been buried in time. I never expected that someone would still be waiting for me. Did you know I would come to find you today?" Raymond, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, "Your Majesty, I caught a glimpse of you on the small path outside the cemetery. At that moment, I knew you had returned." Lin took a deep breath, lifted his head, and smiled. "Yes, I have returned. I once said I would bring you to see the world without gods. I believe that day will not be long in coming." In an instant, Lin extended his hand. Boundless power, like a flood, peeled away from him and continuously surged into Raymond's body. Raymond's aged body trembled violently, and he immediately knelt on one knee again, his hands devoutly crossed over his chest. Then he felt an unimaginable change occurring within him. Boundless vitality was constantly transforming his body. His white hair fell away, replaced by new black hair, the wrinkles on his face gradually peeling away, and his frail hands slowly regained strength. Under the astonished and trembling gazes of everyone, a long howl erupted. With his black hair flying, Raymond looked up to the sky and roared, the ground beneath him instantly cracking open with countless fissures. "Your Majesty!" He was filled with indescribable joy and fervor. He clearly felt that his body had returned to its prime. No longer frail, it was as if he was filled with immense power, and everyone around was stunned. A miracle! Is this a miracle? The ancestor has returned to his youth. Such great power. We bow to His Majesty the Sea King. The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, bowing down, feeling their bodies trembling uncontrollably. From today onwards, the First Legion officially returns. Lin said no more, slowly turning around and walking step by step towards the door. "Raymond, you will still be my First Legion commander. We will go to bring them back." A little over 10 minutes later, the church, after the city's blessings caused a surge in combat power, Delhi's and the other high-ranking officials hardly dared to relax, immediately gritting their teeth and commanding the city's soldiers to engage in battle with the Chimera Legion outside the city. However, they soon discovered that although the first powerful charge from the city's military and civilians had momentarily shattered the formation of the Aurora Church, once the enemy regained their composure, both sides' tactical skills quickly came to the fore. In less than half an hour, the Chimera Legion outside the city had reformed their ranks and launched a counterattack against the first wave of soldiers and civilians that had charged out. Although protected by a magic suppression-level formation, the Chimera Legion was unable to break through the city defenses. However, the vast disparity in combat power between the two sides was still difficult to bridge. How long until support from the Holy City arrives? We have already briefly reported the situation here to the Holy City. The first batch of reinforcements is ready to set out, but the enemy has cut off our spatial route to the outside world. It will likely take at least half a day for the reinforcements to arrive. Immediately issue orders for our military and civilians not to engage the enemy without authorization. Everything will follow my commands. Yes, my lord. Inside the church, the high-ranking officials gritted their teeth and continued to make military arrangements. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside the church, urgently reporting, "Lady Delis, I have something to report. Just a short while ago, our soldiers saw two people dressed in clothing from 1,000 years ago on the street. One of them was holding a flag that seemed to be, It is the battle flag of my Sea King's Palace's First Legion from 1,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. The battle flag of the First Legion? How could this be possible? It should be noted that the First Legion of the Sea King's Palace has only Mr. Raymond left alive to this day. Delhi suddenly turned around, breathing heavily. Who is the flag bearer? The soldier knelt on one knee, trembling. It is a fully armored warrior, clad in heavy armor, probably in his 30s, but for some reason, that warrior looks exactly like Mr. Raymond did in his youth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances. Exactly like Mr. Raymond in his youth, and holding the First Legion's battle flag. This. Delhi seemed to realize something, murmuring to herself, and suddenly, her whole body trembled violently. The battle flag of the First Legion. Mr. Raymond's long-cherished wish. The revived magic suppression level formation. The blessings of the entire city. If all these were connected together, she almost instantly thought of one person. Her face turned pale, and her body staggered back a few steps. You mean there are two people? Then, what about the other person? She trembled with excitement, grabbing the soldier's shoulders. no one had ever seen Delis this agitated. The high-ranking officials around her also trembled, immediately understanding the implication of her words. Could it be? The soldier stammered. I didn't see his face clearly, only that he was wearing a long black robe, and the warrior who looked very much like Mr. Raymond was serving behind that person, appearing to have a very noble status. Where did they go? Delis asked urgently. The soldier swallowed hard. It seems to be in the direction of the cemetery. Meanwhile, cemetery. The cold wind howled. Lin stood with his hands behind his back, once again facing the ancient monument. Raymond stood behind him, looking at the countless graves, but his heart could not find peace. Your Majesty, we came here to, he asked breathlessly. Vaguely, he seemed to understand something. He knew that the reason His Majesty brought him here this time was definitely not just for simple mourning. Lin raised his head, looking at the monument. I was utterly defeated in that divine war back then, but it also allowed me to truly see the gap between me and the gods. As long as one possesses the power to manipulate the laws, then all the rules of this world are not immutable. Just like good and evil, just like aging and youth, just like life and death. Lin slowly closed his eyes. But it was at that very moment, under Raymond's trembling gaze, that a massive green magic circle suddenly spread out from beneath his feet. A roaring gale swept up the floating willow catkins in the sky. The enormous magic circle enveloped the entire cemetery in an instant. Boundless green light points, like miracles of life, embraced countless willow catkins, soaring through the air. Raymond was so astonished that he couldn't utter a word. His breath quickened, and his hands trembled, for he could clearly feel that, at this moment, it was as if a hand was manipulating life and soul, slowly weaving them together. The infinite power of life gently embraced every low grave. In an instant, it was as if time had reversed. In his eyes, he seemed to see once again the scenes from 1,000 years ago, witnessing the founding of their first legion, celebrating victory after victory with wine. New recruit, Argilus, 21 years old, previously a fisherman, never fought in a battle. Knight, Elvin, 31 years old, was a mercenary, has been on the battlefield, not afraid of death. Sailor, Raymond, 17 years old, has been to sea, fought pirates, afraid of death, but I definitely won't be afraid in the future. Wow, Raymond, you little brat, you haven't even grown hair yet, and you want to learn to fight? Hurry back home and drink milk, ha ha ha. Amidst bursts of hearty laughter, that inexperienced kid's face turned red as he rushed forward to chase and play. I will definitely not be afraid. I will become the most capable soldier of the boss. I will become the captain, become a general, become the strongest leader of the First Legion. I will fight for the boss to create a world without gods, the youthful boy shouted hoarsely. In an instant, it seemed as if something blinded his eyes, as if some murky liquid slowly flowed down his face, dripping from his chin onto the ground. Plop plop, droplets of tears splashed, creating countless transparent water splashes. In those boundless splashes of water, the solitary, low graves were reflected. And it was at that moment, the entire cemetery began to tremble, accompanied by the rustling of earth and stones, as skeletal hands continuously reached out from the low graves. Their eye sockets flickered with the flames of souls, their bodies clad in ancient armor eroded by time, and amidst that boundless, dreamlike light, countless blood vessels and veins crawled over them. Flesh was being reborn, life was reversing, and the eternal boundary between life and death became utterly blurred at that moment. Those familiar figures, almost forgotten in memory. Thud. Raymond suddenly knelt down, touching his forehead to the ground, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. He struggled to lift his head, forcefully wiping the moisture from his face, looking at those familiar voices and shadows, and shouted hoarsely, First Legion, assemble! Just like in those years, they swore a solemn oath before His Majesty the Sea King. Boom! Columns of boundless light erupted from the cemetery, piercing the heavens. The blinding light reflected on the faces of Delis and the others, who were quickly walking along the cemetery path, mirrored in their shocked eyes. They all felt that boundless power, sensed the overwhelming will to fight and vitality. That is. Their faces turned pale, and they stood there, unable to utter a word. They did not know what had happened, but that indescribable vitality felt like an omen, making them tremble. Lord Delis, look quickly. In an instant, they suddenly raised their heads, their pupils trembling, as if the war drums were echoing in that boundless light. In the next moment, they suddenly saw, amidst the roaring cries that pierced the sky, figures soaring upwards. Clad in armor, they wore ancient battle gear completely different from that of this era, as if they were an iron army emerging from history. Among those countless figures, they suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette. He held a battle flag, his black hair flying, leading the charge with a furious roar that echoed to the heavens. That is Mr. Raymond. Delis and the others trembled, unable to speak. In an instant, Raymond swung the battle flag fiercely and shouted, Everyone, obey my command. Summon the king beasts, change to the first aerial battle formation, prepare to engage. Yes, the war drums thundered. They suddenly felt something and turned back urgently. In that moment, their eyes widened in shock, their faces pale. In an instant, the blue magic array enveloping the entire city erupted with boundless brilliance, a pillar of light shooting straight up from the central square into the sky. And in the next moment, giant beasts made entirely of blue light burst forth from that pillar. They flapped their enormous wings, howling to the heavens, charging towards the figures in the sky. Whoosh! The terrifying beasts soared high above the heads of everyone in the city, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. Delice was suddenly shaken, murmuring, "I remember now, 1,000 years ago, when Christmas City was first established, the first legion of the Sea King Palace was officially formed. My king personally descended into the deep sea, slaying countless ferocious beasts, binding their souls to forge formations, and personally signed ancient contracts with every warrior of the legion. Thus, the first legion of the Sea King Palace was also known as the Deep Sea Soul Cavalry, for each of their mounts was once a king beast that had roamed the world." She suddenly looked up, her face pale. "This is our king's first legion." Accompanied by the roaring cries, everyone in the city trembled and stopped. They watched as countless beast tamers formed neat ranks in the sky, witnessing the overwhelming battle intent breaking through the clouds. Outside the magic array, the Chimera Legion, engaged in battle with the warriors of Christmas City, was almost instantly captivated by this terrifying scene. Dak gripped the reins tightly, stepping forward in shock, gazing down at the night formation within the light screen. He suddenly trembled all over, his face drained of color. He recognized them. He recognized who they were. That is. He was horrified, retreating repeatedly, trembling. "No, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Beneath the magic array, Raymond's face was filled with battle intent as he looked at the returning warriors behind him, his eyes now brimming with fervor and bloodlust. "Forge armor!" he roared to the heavens. In an instant, the sky changed color. Blue light points suddenly appeared on all of them, accompanied by patterns flashing into existence, as azure armor instantly covered each warrior. Even the king beasts they rode were clad in fierce armor formed from pure condensed energy. "Forge swords!" he shouted again. Lightning struck down from the transformed sky, coalescing into blades crackling with electricity in each of their hands. After 1,000 years, the first legion was once again assembled. In an instant, the wind stilled, and the surroundings fell silent, like the bone-chilling calm before a storm. Everyone in the city trembled as they gazed at the legion bathed in divine light, as if they were gods descending from the heavens, embodying unfathomable power. No, they were not gods. They were born to slay gods. "Charge!" Raymond suddenly drew his blade, roaring the command to attack at the sky full of chimeras. In an instant, under the trembling gaze of all the soldiers and civilians in the city, the legion bathed in azure divine light soared into the sky, breaking through the protective array that shielded the entire city. The massive king beast surged overhead, soaring high above the spires like a torrent of slaughter. "Kill!" The sky echoed with frenzied roars. Outside the array, the overwhelming knights and their thunderous shouts startled several chimeras, which shrieked and twisted their enormous bodies. Under the pressure of the king beast, they instinctively sought to flee. All the knights of the Aurora Church standing on the backs of the chimeras turned pale, their faces filled with terror. They had never seen such an iron army, as if it had descended from the mythic era. The overwhelming momentum instilled boundless dread in their hearts. "Commander!" They trembled as they turned, gripping the reins in fear, wanting to request orders. Dak gritted his teeth, his gaze trembling, retreating repeatedly as if a massive stone pressed upon his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. "Don't be afraid. Everyone, don't be afraid," he shouted, trembling. "Reform the formation, prepare to counterattack." He suddenly drew his spear and, facing the countless azure knights charging forward, shouted with a quivering voice, "Don't panic. Don't panic. You are the finest knights of the Aurora Church. Charge. Charge." A long, boundless howl erupted. The Chimera Knights shrieked as they urged their seated chimeras to charge headlong into the oncoming Azure Knights. In the skies above Christmas City, under the trembling gaze of all, Raymond suddenly extended his hand and shouted, "Thunder Spear!" Crackle, crackle, countless bolts of lightning pierced the sky, landing in the hands of the crowd, transforming into spears crackling with electric light. Under the thunderous war drums, the countless Azure Knights roared as they hurled their spears. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless spears fell like a torrential downpour into the ranks of the Chimera Legion. Thud thud, accompanied by piercing screams. The sharp spears instantly pierced their shields, impaling them directly, as one massive chimera after another let out wretched cries, dragged down by the thunder spears, nailed to the ground. Don't panic, don't panic, Dak roared, trying to maintain the charge formation, but it was of no use. Even before the official clash, the first round of Thunder Spear volleys had already cost them a third of their Chimera's combat power. The blow to morale was unimaginable. Scarlet blood rained down from the sky, as chimeras fell like meteors onto the array, rolling down along its perimeter. Blood stained the heavens. And in the next moment, kill! Raymond roared, gripping the thunder sword in his hand, twisting it forcefully, and the thunder sword instantly transformed into two identical great swords. With a roar, at the moment the two armies were about to clash, he leaped into the air, soaring over 100 meters, descending like a war god, as the two sword blades struck heavily upon the head of an oncoming chimera. And in the next moment, the Chimera Legion collided with the King Beast Legion. Boom boom, a series of thunderous sounds. There was almost no suspense. In that instant of contact, the Azure Knights, like sharp swords, effortlessly tore a massive gap in the Aurora Church's Chimera Legion. Amidst the cries of battle, chimeras fell from the high sky, their wretched screams echoing through the air. The battle was almost a one-sided crushing. The soldiers guarding the city within the magic formation trembled and stared in shock at the scene before them, their minds buzzing, filled only with images of the Azure Knights charging into battle. What exactly are they? At some point, Delis, who had brought all the high-ranking officials to the city wall, raised her head and said, "They are your ancestors, the most powerful warriors of our Sea King Palace from over 1,000 years ago." Meanwhile, at the front line of the Holy City, Andrew hurriedly entered the hall with the stewards from Winter Spring Valley. Fully armed, Nanako quickly followed, her blue eyes filled with seriousness, the faint glow of magic from a recent battle still lingering on her staff. What on earth is going on? The Christmas City was attacked by the Aurora Church? How did we not receive any news beforehand? Andrew's expression was grave. He turned to face the aggressive Andrew and the others, frowning as he said, "This is our oversight. We didn't anticipate that someone would betray the city during our defense preparations. They are clearly being influenced by Ivy." He paused, not finishing the name, and turned solemnly to the magic-imbued sand table before him. "This time, the enemy has dispatched their most elite Chimera Legion, led by one of the 7 divine envoys of the Aurora Church, Dark. We have already sent reinforcements, but the enemy is very cunning. They preemptively severed our spatial transition routes to Christmas City during their attack." Nanako gritted her teeth, slammed her hand on the table, and leaned over the sand table, saying, "Damn it, do you know that many of our logistics mages from Winter Spring Valley are in Christmas City? There are hardly any high-level combatants there. If the city falls, they will all die." Nanako was extremely angry, grinding her teeth, and her heart trembled at the thought of the people in the city. Andrew and the others fell silent. They were scolded by a little girl, but they did not dare to retort, for this was indeed a significant strategic misjudgment on their part. Andrew pulled the furious Nanako aside and stepped forward, looking intently at the simulation on the sand table, saying, "What is the situation in the city now?" Andrew clenched his fists, his brows nearly knitting together, and said, "Communications are severely disrupted and delayed. We have informed Bishop Delis, who is currently stationed in Christmas City, that reinforcements have set out, and a new magical communication link is being established. According to the timeline, it should." Before he could finish his sentence, a mage rushed in from outside, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Elder Andrew, we have established a real-time link with Christmas City. The communication bands of 15 magical towers have penetrated the interference barrier set by the Aurora Church." Upon hearing this, Andrew immediately breathed heavily, waved his hand, and shouted, "Quick, bring it in immediately." Yes, the group quickly moved to a massive magical crystal in the center of the hall. In the next moment, accompanied by waves of magical fluctuations, the surface of the crystal slowly revealed the figure of Archbishop Delis far away in Christmas City. Andrew stepped forward and urgently asked, "Report immediately. Archbishop Delis, what is the situation in Christmas City? Please respond at once." After a brief delay, Delis withdrew her gaze from the sky, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable fervor, and fervently said, "Elder Andrew, there is no need for reinforcements. This war, we have already secured victory." At this statement, everyone was stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. They even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with their hearing. "What are you saying, Archbishop Delis?" Andre frowned and said urgently, "This is not the time for jokes. We have confirmed the movements of the Chimera Legion from all sides. They are right in your Christmas City." With the military strength of Christmas City, Delis took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What if our strongest warriors from the Sea King Palace have returned?" And at that moment, the image on the crystal shifted. It instantly revealed the brutal scene of battle above Christmas City at that very moment, showcasing countless Azure Knights riding their royal beasts. In an instant, Andre and the others were shaken, their faces displaying shock. This This is, elders, our king has returned with his most loyal warriors. Countless crimson blood rained down, and one massive chimera beast after another fell from the sky in a tragic assault. The entire sky became a one-sided battlefield. Andre and the others watched the scene with rapid breaths. Images of the First Legion from ancient texts flashed in their minds, as if they had come alive from history, vividly presented before them. This is simply unimaginable. It really is our Azure Knights. Andre gasped, suddenly slamming his hand on the table, saying, Lady Delis, what on earth is happening? On the other side of the image, Delis recounted everything she knew in detail. When they heard that the warriors from the graveyard had come back to life, their minds erupted with a deafening roar, becoming blank. And the voices that echoed in their minds, the blessings that spread throughout the city. They instantly directed all possibilities towards that existence that had left 1,000 years ago. His Majesty the Sea King. Andre and the others trembled, unable to speak. Who else could perform such a miracle besides His Majesty the Sea King? He had not abandoned them, he had returned. He came back when they needed help the most. This news struck like thunder, instantly causing everyone present to drop their work and tremble as they gazed at the brutal battle in the image. Quick, tell us where His Majesty the Sea King is. Hurry! Andre and the others could hardly contain their shock and excitement. The significance of this news for the entire Sea King Palace was akin to a landslide or tsunami. The image continued to flash across various parts of the city. It fell upon the astonished crowd in the square, on the quiet path towards the graveyard, and on the trembling soldiers atop the city walls. They were desperately trying to find that awe-inspiring presence throughout the city. Just as the image landed among the crowd, Andre immediately said anxiously, "Wait." Everyone's gaze turned immediately. In the next moment, they spotted a tall figure in a long black robe, most of his face hidden beneath a dark hood, standing among the crowd. He looked up at the sky, making it impossible to see his expression. But the moment Andre saw that figure, an inexplicable intuition clearly told him. He was the one they had been longing for, day and night. His Majesty the Sea King. Andre's legs went weak, and he trembled as he knelt down, even through the magical transmission of the image. It seemed as if he sensed something. That dark figure slowly turned his head towards the towering church spire that monitored the entire city. His lips curved into a slight arc, revealing a faint smile towards them. In an instant, thud, all the high-ranking members of the Sea King Palace who saw the scene through the image instinctively knelt down, trembling. My king! In the next moment, the entire venue erupted in tears. For those with unwavering faith, the Sea King was their spiritual pillar, their sole support. After a millennium, witnessing this scene, how could they remain unmoved? The people of Winter Spring Valley also held their breath, especially Andrew, whose breathing became incredibly rapid. Although he was not born in the Sea King's palace, he felt a deep reverence for this legendary figure, this great being who could stand alongside the Violet Monarch. Kneel. Andrew solemnly knelt on one knee. Though he did not weep like the others from the Sea King's palace, he knew he could bear this bow before such an ancient existence. Everyone in Winter Spring Valley bent their knees to kneel. Only Nanako stood there, wide-eyed, her blue gaze fixed on the dark-clad figure in the image, staring at the playful, smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A powerful sense of familiarity and déjà vu washed over her, and she almost instantly recognized the identity of this person. No, it can't be. Nanako stared wide-eyed at the figure. Mysterious, tall, handsome. But what was this inexplicable sense of déjà vu? She quickly fished out a small magical device from her pocket. This was a small magical communication device she had bought at a threefold discount from a close mage before her departure, specifically to contact her dog disciple. Snap, she pressed the device. Nanako stared intently and whispered, Dog disciple, are you there? Almost at that moment, everyone saw the dark figure standing with his hands behind his back suddenly freeze. Then he swiftly turned around, rummaged in his pocket, seemingly pulling something out, and turned his back again. The crowd was instantly bewildered. They were completely at a loss. But just in the next moment, Nanako heard Lin's quiet voice in her ear. I'm here, master. Is there something you need? I'm in the middle of showing off. Why are you calling now? With a snap, Nanako's hair stood up straight like an antenna. She was stunned, looking at the dark-clad man in the image. Indeed, it really was her dog disciple, just like his style. Omega. I knew that if the disciple really was the Sea King, how could he possibly sit idly by when he saw Christmas City being attacked by the Aurora Church? Nanako stammered, A call? What call? Are you okay, disciple? I heard there was a fight over there. Lin's voice quickly came through. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, master. When the fight broke out, I found a chance to dive into the underground shelter. Luckily I wasn't harmed at all. I'm very clever. Nanako stared blankly at the image of the impressively confident dark-clad man. This Why does your demeanor completely contradict the style of your words? What is this huge sense of disparity? Do you know that your master is watching you right now? So, what are you doing now? Nanako asked, still dazed. Lin replied, didn't I just tell you? I'm standing in the square showing off. Nanako gaped, nearly dropping the communication device in her hand. Looking at the man exuding an air of mystery, as dark as night, and listening to the quiet words in her ear. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Standing there so mysteriously and tall, Nanako was almost overwhelmed by that aura. So it turns out, you were just trying to show off. Nanako was almost fooled. She was about to go crazy. She tugged at her ponytail, angrily waving her little fists at the air in front of her. But in the next moment, swish, 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 sharp gazes instantly fell on her. Everyone turned their heads, glaring at Nanako. Nanako Zahog stood up straight, her eyes widened, and her body stiffened in place. What a mess! How disgraceful! Andrew snapped in a low, sharp voice, reprimanding her. Get down on your knees. Thud, yes. Nanako bent her knees and, following the crowd, knelt down in front of the figure of the man in black on the screen. How infuriating! Disciple, you can show off, but you dragged your master into this too. When you come back, I'll make you kneel on a washboard, sob, carrot. And just at that moment, a soft voice came from the communicator. Master, I can't talk right now. Don't worry, disciple is fine. You should have received the news too. The Holy Christmas City suddenly had divine soldiers descend, and they are currently having a blast fighting the enemies, but it looks like it should be wrapping up soon. Disciple has some things to do, so I'll hang up now. Omega, I'll contact you again later. Master, bye. The communicator fell silent. Nanako swallowed hard, staring with her big blue eyes, gripping the communicator, glaring at the figure of the man in black on the screen. It seems the disciple has finally finished showing off. Is he about to take action? What is he going to do? And just at that moment, the image on the screen suddenly changed. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the man in black slowly raised his head, and his body instantly transformed into wisps of black smoke, directly dissipating on the spot. The special effects were off the charts, disappearing in such a cool and invincible manner. Your Majesty the Sea King! Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly adjusted the screen, searching all over the city, but could no longer find that dark figure. Meanwhile, outside Holy Christmas City, accompanied by the catastrophic defeat of the Aurora Church's Chimera Legion, Dark, realizing the situation was dire, gasped as he led a small remnant of troops, frantically fleeing into the distance. He turned his head, glaring at the dozen or so Chimera Knights following behind him. He looked back at the vast blue giant city. The anger and humiliation in his heart almost overwhelmed him. This time he had brought almost all the elite of the Chimera Legion, and the thousands of chimeras cultivated by the Aurora Church for this war had all been lost in this battle. As the leader of the Chimera Legion, how could he not feel humiliated? Retreat! He snarled, gripping the spear in his hand. We must report the situation here to the church immediately. We have made a significant misjudgment in our strategy against the Sea King Palace, and we must adjust immediately. Images of the Blue Knights riding their royal beasts immediately flashed in his mind. That was the most elite legion of the Sea King Palace 1,000 years ago. How could they fight? What could they use to fight? Even fully armed, it would only take one knight to crush their entire legion. It was like a group of little girls facing off against a bunch of Tyson-level muscular men, and there was simply no suspense at all. Driving the remaining dozen chimeras, he fled madly into the distance. Have they caught up? Report to the Legion commander. Not yet, but with their strength, it's only a matter of time before they do. Dak took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. As he tightened the reins, he was about to accelerate. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he yanked the reins tight. The massive chimera let out a long howl, abruptly halting its forward momentum in midair. Legion commander, what's wrong? His subordinates behind him hurriedly stopped as well. A drop of cold sweat fell. Plop! It fell from Dak's forehead and instantly dissipated in the raging wind. The faces of his subordinates also changed dramatically. They saw, at some unknown time, a dark figure standing hundreds of meters ahead of them in midair, like a ghost. The fierce wind whipped around his robe, and the face hidden beneath the hood was shrouded in darkness, resembling a malevolent spirit waiting for its prey. Dak stared intently at the figure, his palms suddenly slick with sweat. He didn't know why. The moment his gaze met the figures, it felt as if an ancient behemoth stood before him. A wave of immense dread washed over him. Legion commander. His subordinates all became alert, gritting their teeth, their eyes fixed on the figure, each drawing their swords. The visitor was not friendly. Dak glared at him, slowly tightening his grip on his spear, his entire body on guard, and said, "Who are you?" Lin raised his head slowly, his robe billowing, and said, "Hasn't the Aurora Church been extinct for 1,000 years? Yet you still managed to muster such military strength to attack the Sea King Palace, which truly puzzles me." Dak stared at him and asked, "Are you from the Sea King Palace?" Lin looked at his hands and replied, "I am not from the Sea King Palace, rather, I should say, the Sea King Palace is all mine." In an instant, Dak's hair stood on end, and an uncontrollable shiver ran through his body, his expression changing drastically. Even the chimera he was riding became restless and howled anxiously. "What does that mean?" Although it was just a few short sentences, and the tone was exceptionally calm, those words still left him feeling breathless. "Speak," Lin said, raising his head and standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "I have plenty of patience to listen to you. If you satisfy me, I might consider sparing you next time." Dak gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering, his hands gripping the reins tightly, his expression shifting between dark and light. He was constantly guessing the identity of this person in his mind. Although he showed no signs of power, daring to stand alone in front of them already indicated many issues. Who exactly is he? He pondered deeply, cold sweat continuously falling from his forehead. Just then, he suddenly trembled all over, raised his head, and looked at the man in black with trembling eyes. He remembered. The First Legion of the Sea King Palace suddenly revived, the magic suppression array in Christmas City, the blessings spread throughout the city. If he connected all of this, combined with the words just spoken, "You are," he stammered, "the Sea King?" Instantly, the atmosphere changed. His subordinates all looked up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and trembling. "The Sea King? That god slayer, the demon who killed their god of the deep sea. You are still alive," accompanied by a roar of hatred that pierced the sky. In an instant, he raised his spear high, and under the weight of that immense hatred, he hurled it madly towards Lin. The moment he realized the other's identity, he knew that this time they were undoubtedly doomed, with no chance of turning back. Because he was the Sea King, the very devil who had slain their deity 1,000 years ago. It is the source of their hatred and the target of their revenge after lying dormant in the deep sea for 1,000 years. Whoosh! In an instant, the long spear flew before Lin, but when it was 2 meters away from him, it could advance no further, and with a thunderous sound, it transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated into the air. "Kill!" Dark roared, fighting desperately. They rode the enormous chimera, burning with the flames of vengeance, and charged madly towards Lin. Lin raised his head and said, "You overestimate yourselves." In an instant, an invisible wave spread out from his body. The moment that wave touched their bodies, their pupils suddenly trembled and expanded. They immediately felt their blood boiling within them, as if it were uncontrollable, desperately trying to escape their bodies. Crash, accompanied by piercing screams. The blood within their bodies transformed into giant hands, piercing directly out from their chests. Beneath Dark, a giant hand made of coagulated blood burst forth from his body, directly gripping his throat and lifting him into the air. Dark's face turned pale and suffocated, his expression twisted as he clawed at the giant hand that bound him, struggling frantically. But it was of no use. "Do you have anything else to say?" Lin asked calmly, lightly flicking his finger, causing Dark's body to be suspended in midair by the blood hand. Dark, with a twisted expression, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin, suddenly sneered, "Ha! You can indeed kill me easily, but I must tell you, the pain you once made us endure, we will return it to you 1,000-fold." Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, yet his expression remained twisted as he said, "You probably still don't know, your daughter is still alive." In an instant, Lin's dark eyes narrowed sharply, and a terrifying aura instantly spread from his body. The space within a radius of several kilometers trembled with a thunderous sound, cracking open countless spatial fissures. He squinted, saying nothing. He kept spitting blood but continued to laugh maniacally, saying, "Do you know why we launched a full-scale attack on the Sea King Palace? Because we have finally completely controlled that dragon, finally making it the strongest weapon of our Aurora Church. We have waited for this day for a full 1,000 years. I really want to see the scene when you meet. I think it will be very interesting." Ha ha ha. He laughed while coughing up blood. Crack, with a loud sound, his neck was instantly twisted under the giant hand. In that moment, his body exploded into countless fragments, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Lin reached out, directly severing time and space, seizing his wailing soul and gripping it tightly in his hand. Countless rays of light burst forth from his cold eyes, and all the memories of that soul were forcibly pulled out. In an instant, scenes flashed through his mind. Cold chains, desolate deep sea, bloodstained giant dragon, dark magic circle, painful dragon roar. Roar, that long howl seemed to pierce through boundless time and space, crossing the endless sea, resonating throughout Lin's body. In his mind, a vivid image suddenly appeared, a spear piercing the sky, raising boundless waves, the painful howl as it fell, echoing through the heavens. In an instant, Lin opened his bloodshot eyes, and the soul that was screaming in agony was instantly crushed in pain. He raised his head, gazing up at the sky. His body continuously grew enormous wings and horns, twisting in an instant. His hair shifted constantly between black and white, and his form contorted into grotesque faces. Everything around him was in a constant state of withering and growing, twisting endlessly. It was as if everything had fallen into chaotic disorder. Magic energy, dark energy, secret sources, elements, telekinesis, blood essence, and laws surged from his body, then crazily twisted back in. Only his calm eyes gazed at the vast sky, as the wind rose and clouds surged. In the distance, after sweeping away the Chimera Legion of the Aurora Church, Raymond and the others immediately followed their remaining traces in aura, pursuing them to this place. But just as they approached, they instantly sensed something was wrong. "Stop!" Raymond shouted, his gaze turning pale, watching ahead with utmost vigilance. In that moment, everyone clearly saw the situation here. And in that instant, all their faces changed dramatically, filled with shock. Before them, everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers had turned to nothingness. Mountains were neatly sliced open, rivers ran dry, and a boundary line stretching for dozens of kilometers appeared before them. Before them lay endless pale sand and gravel, vast and boundless. It was as if all matter had transformed into the most basic particles, desolate and indescribable. They gasped in cold air, trembling as they gazed at this scene. Because they felt no presence, everything seemed to have been completely obliterated by some force in silence. "Commander, what is this?" Raymond frowned and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Everyone was extremely cautious, riding their royal beasts, stepping into the sea of white sand. They didn't know how long they had walked, but in the next moment, right in the center of the endless white sand, they suddenly saw a figure standing there. That is, His Majesty the Sea King. The crowd was taken aback, then filled with wild joy. They rushed over, dismounted from their royal beasts, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "We pay our respects to His Majesty the Sea King." But they heard no echo. The dark figure stood there, hands behind his back, eyes closed, and for a moment, his cheeks were filled with the weight of time. A silence. The stillness was such that they could hear each other's heartbeats. They cautiously raised their heads, trembling as they gazed at that awe-inspiring figure. They did not understand what had happened, but at that moment, they could clearly feel that beneath the calm facade of His Majesty the Sea King, something was wildly stirring. "Your Majesty." After a long time, Lin finally slowly opened his eyes. His face showed no signs of abnormality, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a comforting smile. "You all did well. The Chimera Legion of the Aurora Church has been completely defeated by your strikes. After 1,000 years, your combat power has not diminished in the slightest." He gently landed, smiling as he removed the hood from his head, then strode towards them. Looking at that seemingly normal smile and the endless white sand around, Raymond opened his mouth, worriedly saying, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Lin smiled as he walked past them, saying, "I'm fine. Gather all your subordinates. There's no need to return to Christmas City. We are preparing to depart." Raymond's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at His Majesty's relaxed expression, but he could clearly sense some indescribable emotion hidden beneath that smile. Yet clearly, he smiled so easily, smiled so kindly, smiled without any displeasure. But, Your Majesty, where are we going?" Lin raised his head, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling as he gazed at the overcast sky in the east, his tone light and cheerful. "We, to the East Sea." Snap, a sound of fingers snapping. An imperceptible wave instantly spread from Lin's body, enveloping the area for hundreds of miles in an instant. In Christmas City, the eyes of all who had seen his true face suddenly blurred, and when they opened their eyes again, they were left in confusion. Especially the Legion Lin belonged to, and all those who had seen his appearance in the chaotic square. Their memories instantly became a blank slate. Lin lifted his head, silently looking towards the east, and said, "Let's go." East, the Forbidden Sea. A massive city was situated in a great chasm at the deepest part of the Forbidden Sea, and above this city, on the surface of the sea, was a vast whirlpool stretching thousands of miles. Countless Nagas, sea tribes, merfolk, and knights riding sea beasts gathered in the heavy city, ready for action. This was the headquarters of the Aurora Church. This city was also known as the Lost Capital, rebuilt on the ruins of the Aurora City that was destroyed by the Sea King 1,000 years ago. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, the highest ruler of the Aurora Church, known as the son of the sea god, Adrian, sat on the throne, his gaze darkly sweeping over the other 6 vassals in the temple. They had received news through special means that one of the 7 vassals of the sea god, Dark, had perished. Are you saying that after 1,000 years, the Sea King who killed my god has returned? Is the news reliable? A cold voice echoed ominously in the hall. We are not entirely sure of the specifics, but according to the information provided by our spies in the Sea King's palace, the possibility is quite high. A man shrouded in a tattered robe rasped from below. The soul fire of Night Dark has been extinguished, and our plan to raid Christmas City has been declared a failure, although we still have a significant advantage on various fronts. But if the situation is confirmed, and the Sea King has truly appeared, then the advantages we have accumulated will vanish. Your Majesty, you should know what kind of existence that man is. Roar, accompanied by the sound of massive chains clashing. A series of dragon roars echoed thunderously from outside the hall. Adrian squinted, the divine light flickering in his deep blue pupils. His fingers lightly tapped on the throne. The entire hall fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. After a long while, Adrian said deeply, "But we have been lying in wait for 1,000 years. Is this not the day we have been waiting for?" Everyone raised their heads, their eyes flashing with bloodlust and murderous intent. Yes. They had waited a full 1,000 years. Since that divine war 1,000 years ago, when their deity was killed by that madman in the deep sea, they had harbored immense hatred, waiting for this day. It was that person who personally destroyed the entire future of their Aurora Church, erasing all their faith. This hatred was bone deep, lasting until eternity. But since the latter part of the divine war, after the fall of the Violet Lord, many powerful figures who once roamed this world had also vanished, the Sea King being one of them. They had sent countless people to various secret areas of the continent to investigate the Sea King's whereabouts, but found no clues. Yet they knew that half-god, half-human fellow must still be alive, and for the sake of revenge, they had secretly gathered strength in the deepest part of the Forbidden Sea until today, when the situation was finally set. Adrian slowly stood up, looking down indifferently and said, "I believe that once he learns of his daughter's news, he will surely reveal his true self. As long as we can draw him out, no matter the cost, it will be worth it." "Order!" he shouted. In an instant, all the followers and knights below knelt in unison, bowing their heads and beating their chests. Adrian said solemnly, "From now on, gather all the elite forces of the Aurora Church, and you 6 will lead the final assault on the holy city of the Sea King's palace." He squinted, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. "If he appears, I will let that Azure Dragon deal with him personally. I want to see if, in the face of his own daughter, he will still be as decisive as he was 1,000 years ago." Crack, the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked open with countless fissures, the surging killing intent and hatred rumbling, causing the entire city to tremble again and again. Everyone below raised their heads, their eyes blood-red, and said, "For my god." Thud thud, heavy footsteps slowly echoed in the depths of the forbidden magic prison in the chasm. Adrian, clad in heavy armor, wore an indifferent expression as he walked step by step toward the deepest part of the prison. It was an enormous hall, with hundreds of overlapping magic circles glowing and rumbling around the hall, the magical energy swirling around as if it were tangible. In the very center of that hall stood a solitary throne. Slumped upon the throne was an illusory skeleton, its golden-like bones shimmering in the rolling magical energy. But at the heart of that skeleton, there was a huge gap. It looked as if it had been pierced through the entire chest by some powerful force, nailed here. Adrian slowly extended his hand, placing it over his own chest. In an instant, his brows furrowed tightly, his expression contorted in intense pain, drenched in sweat, and he suddenly knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Scenes from 1,000 years ago instantly flashed in his mind. In an endless long howl, that trident that pierced heaven and earth struck him down from the high sky into the deep sea. It pulled him down from his divine position. But he had never told anyone that after that battle, he did not die. Or rather, as the god of the deep sea, he had indeed died. This identity was merely a remnant formed by the last remnants of his divine power. As one of the gods, even if he could not be compared to the most orthodox of the 7 divine lords, the power of a god is never something mortals can imagine. He had fought with all his might to drag himself back from the endless cycle of reincarnation, from the brink of obliteration, but the price was everything that came with being a god. "You dragged me down from my lofty divine position into the mortal realm. You made me lose everything." He raised his head, gazing at the endless magical energy and divine power swirling up from that skeleton, his expression twisted and mad. "I swear I will use my entire life to destroy you. You and I will not rest until one of us is dead." On the lonely throne, just above the endless divine power, a gigantic azure dragon was bound by countless massive chains, endless magical energy and divine power continuously pouring into the dragon's head. Slowly, it opened its eyes, and within its enormous vertical pupils, there was nothing but indifference, devoid of any emotion. In the afternoon, as the red sun set, on the towering city walls of the coastal holy city, fully armed warriors held tridents, vigilantly watching the mist-covered East Sea. Above the holy city, the magic circle that protected the entire city had been activated. Boundless magical light shone brilliantly, almost illuminating the entire sky. Within the holy city, the main forces of Winter Springs Valley and the Sea King Palace were continuously arriving from the teleportation array, deploying defenses in various locations. Report to the Elder. Not long ago, the guards of the Eastern Islands sent word that the minions of the Aurora Church suddenly withdrew from the islands. The reason is unclear. Report. We have just received news that the army of the Aurora Church, which was besieging our 2 northern city-states, has suddenly retreated. The reason is unknown. Report. In the south, the southeastern islands and coastal cities where we were in a standoff with the Sea Tribe army have all retreated into the deep sea. The forces of the Aurora Church are fully retracting. The reason is unclear. One after another, battle reports from the front lines were sent to the operations room. Andre and Andrew, along with others, all furrowed their brows, looking at the situation on the battle map, their expressions clouded. They retreated suddenly. A senior member of the Sea King Palace frowned and said, Elder Andre, this is not the style of the Aurora Church. Based on the overall battle situation, their army had already gained a significant advantage over us. This sudden retreat is indeed a bit strange. A deacon from Winter Springs Valley raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Perhaps they are afraid. The news of His Majesty the Sea King's return has spread far and wide. They must have received the news, which is why they retreated without a fight. The others nodded slightly, clearly seeing this as a possibility. But they still felt something was off. Andre's brow furrowed deeply. He raised his head and gazed out the window at the misty eastern sea. The sky was overcast, dark clouds rolling in. The calmness was somewhat chilling. Perhaps it is the calm before the storm, Andre said deeply. I have dealt with them many times in the Forbidden Sea, so I know them well. Generally, wars between nations are about interests, but they are different. Everything they do is for revenge. Silence fell around them. Indeed, during the Divine War, the descending god of the deep sea had nearly annihilated all the elite forces of the Sea King Palace, and even Prince Aviel had been severely injured in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. They even once thought that Prince Aviel had perished, and the returning Sea King, in a fit of rage, had spared no effort to kill the opposing deity and obliterate their religious authority. They harbored a mutual hatred for extermination with the Aurora Church. There was no possibility of reconciliation. In any case, Andre said solemnly, prepare for the worst. The Forbidden Sea is their home ground. Do not venture in recklessly. I suggest we consolidate our main forces and focus on defending the major cities, especially our holy city, which is of utmost importance. The commanders pounded their chests and accepted the orders. After discussing the defense, Andrew frowned slightly and said, Senior brother, what about His Majesty the Sea King and his First Legion? Do you have any news? Andre shook his head, gravely stating, I am not very clear either. After the Battle of Christmas City, His Majesty the Sea King and the First Legion suddenly disappeared. We sent people to try to contact His Majesty, but he shook his head, indicating no results. Andrew took a deep breath and frowned. His Majesty the Sea King has always been elusive, but I believe that if the Aurora Church launches a full-scale attack, His Majesty will definitely not sit idly by. The others nodded, their eyes filled with faith. Without His Majesty the Sea King Palace would not exist. It was because they knew that His Majesty was still alive that their faith did not collapse after the Divine War. Compared to the entire continent falling apart after the death of the Violet Monarch, this was their greatest fortune. So, where exactly has His Majesty the Sea King gone? Andre furrowed his brow tightly, lost in deep thought. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Not far away, Nanako, who had been following Andrew to learn various strategies, moved her head slightly, the tuft of hair on her head bouncing gently. A few minutes later, at the top of the tallest spire in the city, Nanako was riding her broom, carefully hanging herself at the tip of the tower, her blue eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Then she cautiously took out her magical communication device from her bosom. So where has my disciple gone? Nanako sat cross-legged on the ground, propping her chin on her hand, staring at the communicator in her hand, filled with worry. Since the Battle of Christmas City, she had tried to contact her disciple several times, but had not been able to reach him. Naturally, she was not worried about her disciple's safety. After all, with her disciple's terrifying strength, there were very few people in this world who could harm him. Let me try one last time. Nanako made up her mind, encouraging herself firmly, and quickly pressed the button. Hello, 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 my dear disciple, are you there? She called out several times, but just like before, there was no response. Just when Nanako was feeling frustrated and about to give up, suddenly, a ripple appeared in the communication. Then came that incredibly familiar voice. "Master, I'm here." Nanako was overjoyed, about to speak, but then froze, for she realized that her disciple's voice sounded a bit hoarse. Although they were not face to face, after spending so much time together, she easily detected the indescribable emotion hidden in Linen's tone. "Disciple, what's wrong? Your voice sounds off. Have you encountered something troubling?" Nanako asked with concern. There was a long silence on the other end before a voice finally came through. "No, Master, I'm fine. I'm currently in Christmas City helping to treat the injured. I'm doing well." A brief silence followed. "Stop lying to me." Nanako crossed her arms, angrily speaking into the communicator. "Don't think I can't tell. You've been by my side for so long. Do you think I don't understand you? Speak. What's really going on? Is someone bullying you? I'll go help you right now." There seemed to be a pause on the other end. Then came a sound of helpless laughter. "There's nothing, really. It's just that I suddenly thought of my family, and it made me a bit sad." After a long silence, "Master, I mean, if one day you suddenly found out that a family member you thought had passed away long ago was actually still alive, living a hard and painful life, even worse than death, and all of this was the result of you not doing your utmost to find her back, then, what would you do, Master?" Nanako was taken aback, quietly listening to her disciple's voice from the other end. Everything seemed so distant, so heartbreaking. Although he was trying hard to hide his emotions, Nanako could still hear the suppressed, indescribable. She lowered her head, biting her lip. It felt as if time had frozen in that rolling sunset. After a long, long time, Nanako's eyes suddenly moistened, and then she shouted angrily into the communicator, "Then go get her." Her voice echoed through the sky, startling countless birds. "No matter what you want to think, no matter if it's guilt or self-blame, nothing is more blissful than knowing that the other person is still alive. Because if a person is dead, then there's nothing left. No matter how much you want to make up for it, it's impossible. Living, only living is everything. Is there anything in this world more important than being alive?" Her shout reverberated, echoing back. Nanako gritted her teeth, forcefully wiping away the inexplicable moisture in her eyes, tightly gripping the communicator, her chest rising and falling. She didn't know why she suddenly felt the urge to shout out loud. The long cries of birds echoed. There was silence on the other end. For a long, long time. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from that side, laughter so intense it seemed they could hardly breathe, laughter that turned into dry heaves. "Yes, yes, Master, you're right. Is there anything more important than being alive? Some people are just too foolish, haha, so stupid." Nanako suddenly felt a pang of guilt and said, "Disciple, are you okay?" Linen smiled and replied, "I'm fine, Master, thank you. I really don't know what I'll do if I lose you in the future." A gentle voice flowed from the communicator, unprecedentedly clear, as if it could make one's ears tingle. A breeze swept through the tips of Nanako's hair. Nanako was dazed, her cheeks instantly flushed to the roots of her neck, her mind buzzing, the words just spoken echoing in her head. What would happen if there was no Nanako? Is this some kind of confession? How could it be? Whoosh, whoosh. Nanako was stunned, steam rising from her head. "Master, I'll hang up first. Let's talk another day." Wow. Wait a minute. Nanako suddenly snapped back to reality, panicking. The communicator in her hand felt like a hot potato, bouncing around in her grip. "What did you mean by that just now? Clarify it." "Hey, beep, PS, transition, tomorrow's battle, no blades drawn. Soon." The sky darkened. The burning sunset slowly disappeared at the horizon's edge, but the rolling mist still shrouded the endless forbidden sea. A brilliant magic circle enveloped the entire holy city, casting a sacred aura over the whole place. Outside the city, one team after another of soldiers, holding torches, vigilantly guarded various sentry posts along the coast. The towering lighthouse continuously cast its light into the rolling mist of the forbidden sea, monitoring enemy movements. Soon, midnight fell. Patrol along the coastline. If anything unusual is found, immediately sound the alarm. Yes, the soldiers patrolled along the coastline. Yet, no one noticed that beneath the surging sea surface, pairs of fierce eyes were watching the patrolling soldiers on the shore. At that moment, a patrolling soldier suddenly felt a chill at his neck. A barely audible sound of something piercing flesh. The soldier's pupils instantly contracted, his face turned pale, and he fell to the ground in agony, a poison arrow embedded in his neck, his body instantly dissolving into thick sludge on the ground. "What's going on?" the squad leader shouted as he turned around. But just at that moment, an arrow shot through his forehead, and he fell dead on the spot. In his dying moments, he saw one after another of the Naga sea monsters flicking their serpent tongues, continuously emerging from beneath the sea surface under the cover of darkness. Thick and endless, the soldiers patrolling the coast fell one after another, silently taken down. On the lighthouse, the howling sea winds swept in, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. The soldier responsible for monitoring enemy movements yawned, carelessly sweeping the light across the distant sea. But just as the light passed over the distant mist on the ocean, he suddenly saw pairs of scarlet giant eyes, like an abyss, emerging from the pitch-black fog. His face changed instantly. "Enemy attack!" he shouted. But just as he yelled that out, in the deepest part of the mist, massive rocks pulsating with magical energy suddenly tore through the pitch-black sky, countless magic stones shooting towards the holy city like a meteor shower. Boom! The first round of giant stones crashed onto the towering magic array of the holy city, sending ripples through the air. Dong dong, the piercing alarm bells echoed throughout the city. The enemy is attacking. The enemy has launched an attack. Prepare for defense. The enemy has appeared. The soldiers on the city walls roared loudly. Huge fireballs were immediately launched into the sky, exploding and illuminating the entire sky. And at that moment, when they caught sight of the depths of the ocean, everyone's expression changed drastically. Through the rolling mist, one after another, colossal beasts towering hundreds of meters tall howled as they trudged from the depths of the ocean towards them, each equipped with massive siege devices glimmering with magical energy. A dense swarm of sea monsters continuously emerged from beneath the sea surface. It seemed endless. Andre and the others immediately rushed out of the hall, raising their heads, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the ocean. "So many troops. Just as I suspected, they intend to make a desperate final assault on us. They are forcing His Majesty the Sea King to reveal himself." Andrew narrowed his eyes, a chilling magical energy enveloping his entire being. "Since they seek death, we shall grant it to them." He suddenly turned to the various stewards of Winter Spring Valley and shouted, "Immediately mobilize all major magical legions, prepare for battle, activate all magical machines, target outside the city, unleash the attack, mobilize mages above the 8th rank to assist the Sea King's palace in powering the magic array, push the front line out to the sea, we must not let them approach this city." "Yes!" Rumble, with the issuance of commands, the magical cannons stationed within the city turned their barrels, and under the abundant supply of magical energy, they launched the first round of bombardment towards outside the city. One after another, mages unleashed streams of azure magical power, gritting their teeth, continuously supplying energy to the magic array that maintained the city's defenses. Aside from necessary defenses, this time, the Sea King's palace in Winter Spring Valley had nearly mobilized all their main forces into the holy city. Outside the city, continuous explosions sent towering waves hundreds of meters high crashing up from the sea surface. On the city walls, rows of archers neatly drew their bows, enchanted arrows transforming into streams of light that streaked across the dark sky. Countless arrows poured down like a flood. The charging Naga sea tribe outside the city kept falling, sparks flying from the friction of arrows against armor, illuminating the endless coastline. War had erupted. Above the deep sea, massive magical cannonballs from the holy city continuously streaked across the sky. A figure clad in a tattered robe stood atop the head of a sea beast, slowly raising his head, his aged eyes reflecting the distant sacred city. "We have prepared for this moment for 1,000 years. Antivan squinted, slowly removing his hood to reveal a face that was old and decayed, his eyes seemingly filled with endless tumultuous waves. He slowly tightened his grip on the staff, his voice hoarse and weathered. Gazing at the holy city, he seemed to recall the earth-shattering battle from 1,000 years ago. Once, he was the highest archbishop of the Aurora Church. He had witnessed the scene of the Aurora Church being destroyed before his eyes under the assault of these heretics. In that battle, he lost his left eye. That hatred had tormented him for 1,000 years. And now, it is time for revenge. The calamity you once brought upon us, now it is time for you to pay. His gaze was fierce, and the staff in his hand touched the ground in an instant. As the bottom of the staff made contact with the earth, a massive black magic circle unfolded beneath his feet. "In the name of the great sea god, I, Antivan, your most loyal servant, beseech the power of the deep sea. Endless water elements, I request the power of water, I request the gift of fury, I request the might to obliterate all. Raging waves, please annihilate everything before me, devour that filthy city." He roared, and with boundless magical energy, he raised his staff high. Forbidden spell, deep sea howl. In an instant, the endless ocean surged with boundless waves. The dark waters shot up into the sky, reaching thousands of meters high, as if carrying the power to destroy the world, sweeping towards the holy city. In that moment, the entire city was enveloped in immense pressure and shadow. The faces of everyone in the city changed dramatically. "It's a forbidden spell." Andrew suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. "It seems the 7 guardians of the Aurora Church have made their move." He turned sharply, saying deeply, "The city's defenses are up to you, I will handle him." Andre nodded solemnly, saying nothing more, for he believed in his junior's strength. "It has been many years since I last made a move. Andrew took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were covered in frost. The howling winds swirled around him. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his body rising slowly into the high night sky as if moved by an unseen force. He was the first deacon of Winter Spring Valley and one of the most outstanding ice mages of this era. It was the best thing for him to face this opponent. Endless ice and snow elements. Please respond to my call. Grant me the cold might of winter. In the name of the god of magic, I command you, freeze everything before me, let all things be fixed beneath the vast deep cold. His eyes instantly filled with boundless magical energy. In that moment, as he uttered the last few words, the temperature of the entire city dropped by several degrees. Boundless magical energy surged into the sky, as if shattering the heavens, and a roaring wind swept across the entire battlefield. Forbidden spell. Icebound purgatory. He roared. Buzz, in an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in endless snow. Countless ice blades rained down as if the heavens were collapsing, wildly sweeping towards the vast ocean. And at the moment those ice blades struck the towering waves, the cold spread out in an instant. Crash, the towering waves were continuously frozen. The chilling power even spread along the waves across the entire sea surface. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the frozen waves collapsed under their own immense weight, crashing down with a thunderous sound. The piercing screams echoed through the sky. This was the duel between gods of magic, a power beyond human imagination. So cool! Grandpa Andrew is so cool! Nanako joyfully rushed out, shouting at the sky, her fists waving vigorously. High above, Andrew held the staff surging with magical energy, a smile on his face, and gave a thumbs up to Nanako below. Yet no one noticed that above the distant sea surface, the corner of Antiven's blood-stained mouth curled up slightly. And in that moment, a scarlet flash of blood suddenly streaked across the pitch-black night sky. Nanako's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Grandpa Andrew, be careful!" But it was already too late, for that blood-red light was simply too fast, so fast that Andrew couldn't react at all. In an instant, a scarlet dagger was less than a few meters from Andrew's chest. However, Andrew was still a god of magic. Almost at the moment the dagger was about to pierce his chest, his body flickered and vanished on the spot, flashing sideways over 100 meters. But just as his body reappeared, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Not good. His face changed dramatically. He didn't know when, but a pair of blood-red eyes slowly materialized behind him. A streak of crimson light flashed by. The shield on Andrew's body was instantly corroded, leaving a long mark. A scarlet line appeared on his neck in an instant. "Grandpa Andrew!" Naiko shouted. Arcane explosion. Andrew gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, roaring as he unleashed the surging magical energy within him. In an instant, a violent energy erupted from his body, enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Streaks of blood-red light leaped through the air. Hundreds of meters away, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. He held a scarlet dagger in each hand, his eyes blood-red and indifferent, his body constantly shifting between shadow and reality. That is, the third scion of the Aurora Church? Andrew's face changed drastically. He knew this person. No, he couldn't even call him a person, because over a decade ago, he had once fought against him. He was a monster who had completely fused with the shadows. Whenever he wished, he could enter the shadow realm under any circumstances, traversing space and killing invisibly. The two daggers in his hands possessed the property to break magic. He could be said to be a demon specifically existing to combat mages. "Andrew, come back!" Andre shouted. He instantly raised his magic staff, and the light of teleportation enveloped Andrew. He knew that facing such an assassin in direct combat, even a god of magic would gain no advantage. But just as the teleportation magic lit up, the assassin narrowed his eyes, his body instantly entering the shadows, and with the air rising continuously, he charged towards Andrew at an unimaginable speed. Put a loud sound. The spatial link just constructed by the teleportation magic was instantly shattered by the assassin from the shadow realm. "Junior brother!" Andre cried out in alarm, soaring into the sky, ready to fight. "Don't worry about me," Andrew shouted, pressing hard on the wound on his throat, using magical energy to maintain the flow of blood and air. He suddenly raised his staff, summoning a torrent of magical energy, and a surge of frost erupted violently from his body, preventing the assassin from getting close. With his other hand, he instantly opened it, grasping a massive sword entirely formed of condensed frost. "You little assassin dare to bully an old man. Do you know that I was also a warrior back in the day?" He roared, his magical energy exploding, his robe bursting open to reveal his muscular physique. In an instant, he held the staff in one hand and the frost giant's sword in the other. In a furious rage, the surging magical energy enveloped the giant's sword, roaring as he slashed into the void. The space actually split open with a massive crack. Clang 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 clang. In a frenzied state, Andrew was exceptionally furious, wielding the giant sword, engaging in intense close combat with the elusive assassin in the sky. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. "Grandpa is so amazing," Nico shouted. Andre also gasped, realizing he had truly underestimated his junior brother. But in the next moment, he suddenly trembled and turned around, his white beard billowing. In the distance, he saw that the rolling cold ice had somehow melted without him noticing. In an instant, his gaze seemed to pierce through the vast distance, landing on the indifferent eyes of Antivan deep in the ocean. "Your strongest ice magic has been restrained by us. Let's see what you have left for defense." In that moment, the entire sea, after a brief calm, surged once more with roaring waves. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, a massive tornado suddenly whipped up over the sea, countless waters being swept high into the sky, forming a waterspout that obscured the heavens. And in the next moment, that terrifying tornado rushed toward the holy city, stretching over 1,000 meters, with fierce winds swirling. Andre gritted his teeth, knowing it was time for him to take action. He soared into the sky, standing on the city wall, his white hair flying. "Rise!" he shouted, instantly spreading his arms. In that moment, accompanied by a surge of magical energy erupting from his hands, monstrous waves rose from the nearby sea, sweeping countless naga high into the sky. The winds howled, and the clouds changed color. The massive waves Andre conjured transformed into a solid wall, continuously resisting the assault of the waterspout. The entire sea was in turmoil, roaring in madness. "Ha, Andre," Antivan sneered, "you can be considered my old rival, but without your junior brother's help, let's see how you can match me." The two top water mages faced off at the peak of the nearby sea. But in the next moment, from the depths of the deep sea mist, a long howl echoed through the sky. The expressions of everyone changed drastically as they gazed toward the sky above the forbidden sea. There, in the depths of the mist, countless giant birds soared high in the sky, sweeping toward this place. "It's the Wind Crow Brigade of the Aurora Church," the crowd shouted. The wind crow, a ferocious bird species, naturally possesses the power to control fierce winds, making it one of the most brutal avian creatures of the outer sea. "Griffin Legion, Wizard Legion, prepare to engage," the steward of Winter Spring Valley shouted orders. From the direction of the holy city, countless griffins and wizards riding brooms soared into the sky, charging toward the multitude of wind crows. Yet, no one noticed that a single wind crow slowly detached from the main force and landed beside Antivan. Its body began to change, and amidst the rolling black death energy, the wind crow transformed into a hunched figure covered in feathers. The Storm Herald, holding a staff, rasped, "Do you need my help?" Antivan grinned menacingly, "Just in time, old four. Right now, there's only that old guy Andre on the other side. Let's break through their defenses together." The figure squinted, saying nothing, then suddenly raised its head, closed its eyes, and began to chant a complex incantation. In an instant, the roaring winds swirled around him. He was the fourth scion of the Aurora Church, the Storm Herald, and the highest commander of the Sky Legion, aside from Dark. "Storm!" He squinted, his voice hoarse and grim. "Heaven descends!" Boom! In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky began to swirl with the raging winds. Under the storm's enhancement, the towering tornado expanded several times in an instant, as if the entire sea had been lifted into the sky, and the massive wall of waves forged by Andre was immediately suppressed. Andre roared, veins bulging, and the blue glow of magical energy surged on his skin. "Rise!" He stood atop the city wall, roaring with all his might to resist the combined assault of two divine mages. Seeing this scene, Andre was greatly shaken, turned abruptly, and shouted, "Senior brother, I'm coming to help you." But before he could make a move, he was immediately blocked by the assassin before the divine presence, those crimson eyes narrowing, exuding a murderous intent. Andrew was restrained in mid-air, unable to escape. Observing the immense pressure on Andre, several divine mages from Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King Palace nodded and soared into the sky, ready to strike. However, at that very moment, the ground of the city suddenly trembled with a rumble. Giant tentacles burst forth from the earth, shooting towards the divine mages, while massive pits opened up, and countless nagas surged out frantically. Not good. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. Their real attack direction is underground. They've breached our defenses. Swoosh, swoosh, several mages had their necks slashed by the crescent blades. Before the surging naga forces, two women with deep blue skin, wielding crescent blades, slowly stood up, their long hair cascading down, their gazes icy. They lifted their heads, their eyes landing on the few mages who had freed themselves from the tentacles, and said indifferently, "Your opponents are us." In an instant, the two women charged towards the divine mages with unimaginable speed, their movements coordinated and unified, stepping on the void like a new moon, their sharpness slicing through the sky. The fifth and sixth disciples of the Aurora Church, the twin crescents of the new moon. The faces of the divine mages changed dramatically, and they had to immediately create distance to counter the two women's assault. Aside from the deceased seventh disciple and the first disciple, all the high-level combat forces of the Aurora Church had arrived. "Block them! Block them!" Within the city, warriors roared as they turned back, raising their shields to fiercely collide with the Naga attacking from below, providing protection for the mages inside the city. The entire city was thrown into chaos in an instant. Watching the chaotic battlefield before her, Nanako trembled and took a step back. But then she gritted her teeth, knowing that this was absolutely not the time to be afraid. Her gaze instantly fell on the divine mage Andre, who was roaring and struggling to hold on atop the city wall. The entire battlefield situation unfolded before her eyes. She knew that if Grandpa Andre collapsed and the outer defenses of the city fell, the Aurora Church would work from within and without to completely overturn the city. At that point, everything would be beyond saving. No matter what, she had to help Grandpa Andre withstand the pressure from those two divine mages. Ice magic. She shivered, suddenly turning her head, her ponytail flying. That's right. Only ice magic could counter water magic, allowing Andre to truly seize the initiative, which was also the reason why the Sea King Palace had asked them from Winter Spring Valley to come. And now, with Grandpa Andrew unable to escape, among the remaining ice mages of Winter Spring Valley, she suddenly raised her head, gritted her teeth, tied her ponytail tightly, and gripped her staff. Only, in an instant, she soared into the air, her gaze resolutely fixed on the direction of the city wall, rushing towards it swiftly. Seeing Nanako's actions, the other high-level mages from Winter Spring Valley instantly understood her intention. Ice magic. Divine Mage Andre needs the support of ice magic. Quick, to the city wall, they shouted. In an instant, hundreds of high-level ice mages within the city responded, heading towards the city wall from all directions. Meanwhile, in the sky, the new moon twins battling the divine mages narrowed their eyes, and a rolling wave of mental energy instantly spread out. All the Naga within the city received the signal. They immediately redirected their attacks, fully intercepting the ice mages heading towards the city wall. Pft, pft, sounded the piercing screams. One ice mage after another was intercepted and slain, yet the remaining ice mages charged forward fearlessly. The front line had been completely divided by the Naga, making it increasingly difficult to reach the city walls. Knights, charge! Cut a bloody path for the mages. The knights roared, drawing their bloodied greatswords and madly rushing towards the Nagas. Nanako's gaze was resolute as she gripped her staff, her petite body weaving swiftly between the massive blades of the Nagas, racing towards the city walls. The air was thick with a barrage of arrows. Taking to the skies would only make her a living target. One ice mage after another was intercepted midway, caught in fierce battles. 150, 10. In the end, only Nanako and a few others managed to break through. Hurry, hurry! The warriors on the walls, struggling to fend off the Naga's assault, shouted. Nanako gritted her teeth, her gaze unwavering, deftly dodging the onslaught of blades. But in the next instant, a massive axe swung down from behind her, poised to strike. Just as it was about to land on Nanako, a knight roared and charged in, using his back to block the fatal blow. Nanako's body trembled, pausing for a moment. Quick, Lady Nanako, get to the walls! The knight shouted, desperately holding back the Nagas behind him. Nanako's eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously, summoning all her strength to dash towards the city walls. Finally, she broke through the front line and leaped up. The knights immediately roared, raising their shields to forge a defense on the crucial path to the walls. War! This is war! War means death. Wiping the moisture from her eyes, Nanako gritted her teeth, and at the moment she reached the walls, she suddenly raised her staff, choking back her emotions as she summoned all her magical energy. Great ruler of ice and snow, I, Nanako, in your name, request the cold might of winter. I request the power to freeze all. Omnipresent ice element, grant me the destructive cold winds. Help me freeze everything before me. City-breaking spell, Icefall. She shouted, channeling her surging magical energy, summoning the freezing might. In an instant, dense frost surged along Andre's massive wave, sweeping towards the swirling vortex above. Good job, Nanako! Andre roared, controlling the magical energy to spread the winter's chill across the entire sea. But the intervention of this ice mage instantly drew the attention of the entire Aurora Church. Antivan frowned darkly, looking towards the city walls, impatiently saying, "Kill her." In an instant, In the sky, the assassin entangled with Andre suddenly squinted, his body vanishing into the shadows, moving towards the city walls with the pulse of space. The Crescent Twins, engaged in battle with several other divine mages, slightly shifted, wielding their moonblades, and immediately redirected their attack towards Nanako. In a split second, Nanako was targeted by the combined assault of the three major followers. Nanako! Andre roared, channeling his surging magical energy, trying to control the three followers. The other divine mages were also shaken, desperately casting spells to block the onslaught of the three followers. But it was already too late. They were mages, and in a reactive situation, they could not keep up with the pace of the three agile assassins. The space twisted. In an instant, a scarlet double blade pierced into the back of Nanako's neck. In that moment, Nanako's pupils dilated. It was as if time had frozen. Nanako's body leaned forward, feeling the chill from behind, her pupils widening continuously. Dead. Am I going to die? How could this be? Nanako hasn't. Not yet. Disciple. But it was in that moment that an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as those two daggers pierced the back of Nanako's neck, the spot where they struck suddenly erupted into an enormous magic circle, intricately carved with complex patterns, spreading out in an instant across the heavens. In that moment, Nanako felt as if something within her had been triggered, an unimaginable surge of magical energy bursting forth from her body. In an instant, the assassin and the new Moon Twins were sent flying hundreds of meters away by the explosive force of that immense magical energy, blood-staining the sky. That is. Andrew, Andre, and the others trembled as they witnessed, at that moment, countless mysterious runes enveloping Nanako, swirling and dispersing into the air. Those countless mysterious runes helped Nanako withstand the combined attack of the three assassins, even severely injuring them in return. That is, a magic countermeasure of the forbidden level? How is this possible? In an instant, everyone was shocked, especially Andrew and Andre, whose minds went blank. A magic countermeasure is a type of magic that a mage plants within themselves in advance, which triggers when they are attacked. It is mainly designed to respond to attacks that cannot be reacted to in time. They stared in astonishment at the pulsating runes on Nanako. The aura emanating from those mysterious runes was clearly, it was, forbidden level. They wouldn't be surprised by a magic countermeasure, but what does it mean to have a forbidden level magic countermeasure? Is there still someone in this era who can use forbidden level magic? Is Nanako really that amazing? But at that moment, Nanako was also completely bewildered, turning around in a daze to gaze at the enchanting runes swirling around her. It seemed that someone had planted this restriction within her in advance, which was triggered just now when she was attacked. And it was at that moment that Nanako suddenly heard something. Fortunately, I planted thousands of restrictions within my master's body in advance, otherwise, I would have lost my beloved wife just now. It wasn't in vain that I buried a few when I had nothing to do, they actually came in handy. With a jolt, the moment she heard that voice echoing in her mind, Nanako's eyes widened. This inner voice is, disciple. Has the disciple come? In an instant, she turned her head sharply and immediately saw, not far from her, a man in a long black robe standing on the city wall, as if he had appeared out of thin air, without any warning. He rested his hands on the wall, gazing into the depths of the sea, revealing only a profile. But the moment she saw that figure, combined with the inner voice she had just heard, she recognized the person's identity at a glance. Disciple. He has come. With a jolt, her hair stood on end, and her mind buzzed. And at that moment, everyone whose gaze was focused here immediately caught sight of that figure that had appeared out of nowhere. That is, His Majesty the Sea King. In an instant, the entire city trembled, and shock filled everyone's eyes. After the Battle of Christmas City, most of the people in the Sea King's palace already knew of His Majesty's return, and that black-robed figure had long since become deeply ingrained in their minds. The moment they saw that figure, all the Naga and the Aurora Church's troops in the city were shaken, retreating in succession. Just now, the New Moon Twins and the assassin, who had been blasted away, wiped the crimson from the corners of their mouths and warily distanced themselves, staring intently at the ghostly figure. The sea wind howled, and the black robe billowed. Lin slowly turned around and calmly said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The moment his words left his mouth, a long howl filled the air. In an instant, under everyone's gaze, massive spatial portals appeared in all directions across the battlefield. The howling surged wildly from those portals, and in the next moment, under the astonished and excited gazes of all, countless knights riding azure behemoths surged forth from the boundless gates of space. Legion after legion seemed to return from ancient history, converging into a torrent in the sky. Seeing this scene, Andre and the high-ranking members of the Sea King Palace trembled all over. That was. They recognized it. Those emerging from the portals were all the elite of their Sea King Palace from 1,000 years ago. The First Legion of the Royal Under, symbolizing the peak combat power of the Sea King Palace. The Black Water Mage Legion, once renowned across the Forbidden Sea, hailed as the pinnacle of water magic on the continent. The Ice Mage Legion, which had guarded the extreme northern seas for the Sea King Palace 1,000 years ago. And the Second Legion, the Third Legion, and so on. This was the combat power of their Sea King Palace at its peak. They raised their heads, trembling as they gazed at the figures filling the sky, arrayed in formation, their bodies shimmering with faint light, faces that could only be seen in history books materializing before them. It was as if they had crossed the vast river of history, suddenly pulling them into that glorious era 1,000 years ago. I said I would let all my warriors witness the future of this world alive. Lin stepped forward, his expression calm. He looked down at all the Aurora Church's armies within the city, watching the terror gradually appear on their faces. I hope it's not too late. In an instant, the entire city wept. We welcome your majesty the Sea King back. Outside the city, deep within the Forbidden Sea, Antivin and the others trembled as they gazed at the vast azure figures, as if they were facing the entire ocean lifted into the sky. In a moment, Antivin suddenly turned, his gaze fiercely fixed on the deepest part of the holy city, landing on Lin's dark silhouette. Sea King, he roared. Endless rage and hatred instantly engulfed their bodies. The moment he saw that figure, a scene from 1,000 years ago, one of destruction and devastation, flashed in his mind. He recalled the scene of the entire Aurora Church being destroyed before his eyes, remembered their deity falling from the heavens, the collapse of their faith. I want you dead, he howled to the sky. The magic power within his body was instantly pushed to its limit. The towering waves immediately swelled dozens of times, transforming into a tornado that swept across the sky, carrying boundless hatred, and instantly broke through the ice waves forged by Andre. Not good. Andre suddenly turned, his face changing dramatically. But just at that moment, as the towering tornado surged toward the holy city at an unimaginable speed, Lin suddenly turned back, his crimson eyes narrowing, and said, "Who dares to act rashly?" Buzz, in an instant, an unimaginable power spread from Lin's eyes. In that moment, under the astonished gazes of all, the towering tornado seemed to be choked at the neck, instantly exploding into a torrential downpour. The vast ocean within thousands of miles retreated toward the horizon under that one glance. Countless behemoths and sea monsters were swept away by the massive waves formed by the retreating tide. As the tumult gradually subsided and the sea ceased its retreat, everyone trembled as they beheld the coastline, which had extended several thousand meters into the ocean from where they had just looked. That glance seemed to make the entire sea shudder. The sea has receded, the crowd murmured. Is this the power of a peak demigod? Andrew took a trembling step back. He gazed at the dark figure standing atop the city wall, an overwhelming dread instantly engulfing him. He believed that if faced with this being, a mere glance could obliterate him from existence. Kill! Lin calmly raised his head, looking out at the boundless sea, and declared, "From the ground I stand on now to the horizon we once forged, I want you to reclaim everything that once belonged to us. I want every inch of my vision to be our kingdom. We obey your command." The sky erupted with roars. In an instant, the vast azure figures swept across the high dome of the holy city, soaring over the tallest spires of the walls. The shouts of the mobilized army echoed through the heavens. "First Legion of the King, heed my command. You are responsible for 30,000 miles of coastal waters. Eliminate all remnants of the Aurora Church. Leave not a single one. Blackwater Mage Legion, heed my command. You are responsible for 50,000 miles of southern seas. Plant our royal flag in the deepest part of the Forbidden Sea. Extreme Ice Mage Corps, heed my command. You are responsible for the northern waters. I want every glacier in the north to return under the dominion of the Sea King's Hall. Second Legion of the King, heed my command." The mobilization filled the sky, and all the armies of the Sea King's Hall looked up, trembling as they gazed at their once most elite legion above. Many among them were their ancestors. They could only catch a glimpse of the former greatness of the Sea King's Hall through oral traditions and history books. They all knew that at the height of their power, the seas they controlled reached the endless northern glaciers, extended thousands of miles beyond the southernmost islands of the continent, and stretched eastward deep into the Forbidden Sea. They had lost everything, but they had once been incredibly glorious and resplendent. And now, they would witness their former peak once more. Kill! All the warriors in the city roared as they drew their swords and charged at every enemy in sight. The entire city's army erupted with unimaginable fighting spirit, as an indescribable sense of honor filled their bodies, rendering them unstoppable. Our ancestors and His Majesty the Sea King are watching us. As successors of the Sea King's Hall, we absolutely cannot bring shame to our forebears. Kill! The battle cries soared, and morale reached a new height in that moment. Meanwhile, the Naga and soldiers of the Aurora Church within the city continued to resist desperately, but how could they withstand the united assault of the Sea King's Hall? Squelch, squelch, the piercing screams echoed through the sky. Deep within the city, watching the vast Azure Legion, the Crescent twins gritted their teeth, holding their moon blades, gazing at the dark figure that had sent their Aurora Church's army and the entire sea retreating for thousands of years. With just a glance, they had already resigned themselves to death. In fact, they dared to launch a surprise attack, and no one feared death. Their purpose was merely to draw out the Sea King, and now, they had achieved their goal. With that, they closed their eyes, a hint of moisture suddenly surfacing, gripping their moon blades tightly. But the moment they opened their eyes, the moisture at the corners had vanished, replaced by a deadly intent and resolve. "Sea King!" they roared. Lin suddenly turned his head, squinting at them, and in that instant, the bodies of the twin moons sliced through the pitch-black sky, unleashing all the power within them, tapping into their ultimate potential, charging towards Lin. "Do you still remember us, sisters?" Their eyes were filled with boundless hatred. Wherever they passed, the surrounding warriors were instantly surrounded by the endless blades of wind, cut into a rolling mist of blood. They intertwined, stepping on the pulsating space, as if dancing in the sky, creating a symphony of blood and division. Clang clang, two massive booms echoed. The moon blades of the twin moons crashed down 2 meters in front of Lin, heavily striking an invisible barrier, exploding into countless sparks. The pair of intertwined eyes filled with hatred instantly met Lin's gaze. Lin squinted and said, "Oh, why should I remember you?" The twin moons glared at him with loathing, saying, "1,000 years ago, you stormed into our Aurora Church, you killed our parents, annihilated our entire clan. Do you still remember the pair of twins in the pool of blood?" In an instant, Lin's pupils constricted sharply, reflecting the scenes from 1,000 years ago. He vaguely remembered that his daughter was murdered, and in his rage, he had exhausted his essence to kill the descending sea god, slaughtering his way into the depths of the Aurora Church, obliterating everything in sight. But when his blade fell before the two girls, he stopped. He vaguely recalled that in the thick pool of blood, a pair of tear-filled twins clung tightly to each other, glaring at him with hatred. The gaze of those two children restored a fleeting sense of reason in him. It also prevented him from completely annihilating everything at that time. "So it's you," Lin took a deep breath. 1,000 years, I never expected those two little children from back then would still be alive." The twin moons looked at him with hatred, saying, "Nothing will end, Sea King. Since you didn't kill us back then, you should have thought that we would seek revenge." Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression turning indifferent. "Maybe so. If you want to blame someone, blame our differing stances, but I do not regret the annihilation of your Aurora Church, because if I hadn't done so, it would have been us who were destroyed. Our children and women will suffer a fate worse than yours." In an instant, Lin acted without hesitation, his 10 fingers suddenly spreading wide, and boundless magical energy surged forth. In that moment, the moon blades in the twins' hands exploded into countless fragments. 2 tiny ice needles instantly pierced through their defenses, stabbing into their hearts. Their pupils dilated suddenly, filled with pain. "We will not let you go. Even in death, we will never let you go." Accompanied by piercing screams and boundless hatred, they poured out their last bit of blood energy, transforming themselves into a mist of blood, condensing into a broken magical spear, launching their final attack at Lin. Boom! A loud explosion. The terrifying magical energy erupted, causing everyone to instinctively retreat. Amidst the rolling blood mist, Lin stood there unscathed, his eyes indifferent. His heart held no ripples. Back then, he hadn't acted against them because they were merely victims caught up in this war, but since they had taken up arms, they had actively become participants in this conflict. Thus, there was only the distinction of enemy and ally. In an instant, he suddenly turned his head, squinting his eyes, his gaze piercing through the boundless distance, landing on a pulsating red light flying far away. "Since you've come, there's no need to leave." In that moment, he stretched out his hand. An endless force surged wildly from his palm. The assassin, hidden in the shadow realm and fleeing into the distance, suddenly trembled. He immediately felt the surrounding space being controlled by an indescribable force, and in the next moment, a tremendous pulling force came from behind him. His expression was one of utter horror. In an instant, his body was directly pulled out of the shadow realm by that force. "This is impossible." His face was trembling. He had spent hundreds of years merging his body with the shadow realm. As long as he entered it, even beings dozens of times stronger than him could never pull him out. In a flash, Lin directly pulled the space around him, gripping his throat tightly. Looking into his trembling blood-red eyes, Lin said deeply, "Do you want to know why? Because the shadow realm is created by me. You dare to be reckless in front of me after merging into my realm?" The assassin's pupils instantly dilated, filled with waves of shock. "No, no!" he screamed with all his might. Crack! Lin indifferently snapped his neck, killing him on the spot. In that instant, the entire place fell silent. Everyone watched as the twisted body of the assassin fell from the sky, his face forever etched with horror. Could it be? This is the true power of His Majesty the Sea King? With a single command, he could drive back the entire ocean, and with one glance, he annihilated the 3 great followers of the Aurora Church. Looking across the world, besides the Violet Monarch from years ago, who else could possess such overwhelming power? The crowd was stunned, and for a moment, no one spoke a word. But at that moment, a voice suddenly broke the surrounding silence. So cool! This shout instantly attracted everyone's attention. On the city wall, Nanako clenched her small fists, tightly closed her eyes, and stretched her little fists towards the sky, shouting out loud. A brief silence. Seeing everyone below staring at her, Nanako quickly came to her senses, widened her eyes, covered her mouth with her small hand, and instinctively swallowed. But, how infuriating! She couldn't help but shout out. If it weren't for knowing that the Sea King was just a persona of her disciple, she could hardly connect that imposing man with her disciple. But he was really cool. Nanako stared wide-eyed, swallowed again, and insisted, what Nanako said isn't wrong, right? A brief silence, and in the next moment, the entire city erupted in waves of excited roars. His Majesty the Sea King is invincible. We bow to our king. The excited shouts surged like waves, and many warriors were already moved to tears. The Sea King has returned, and with a single strike, he has annihilated all enemies. Their Sea King Hall will once again reign over the world. And on the city wall, Lin stood there, his expression tense, using all his strength to maintain the indifferent facade he had worked so hard to create. But a drop of cold sweat trickled down from the back of his neck. So close. I was really just a moment away from being unable to hold it together because of Master's shout. Just now, I instinctively wanted to turn around, give a thumbs up, and throw Master a pure, flawless smile. No, Lin, you must hold it together. Your persona as the Sea King is that of a domineering, mysterious, and aloof figure. You created this persona to show off. You cannot ruin your foundation. Nanako's silly hair suddenly moved. Omega, is it an effort to maintain that appearance? But I have to say, if it weren't for Nanako being able to hear her disciples' thoughts, it would really be impossible to tell at all. So handsome. Really, so handsome. Although the disciple was already very handsome, he used to have that kind of mischievous charm, but now, after completely changing his style, he has truly gained a different kind of allure. Woo-woo, never mind. Nanako decisively waved her a hug. First, let's forget about the disciple's identity and let the master admire him a little. And Lin-En instinctively glanced over, immediately noticing the Omega expression on Nanako's face, along with her playful hug bouncing up and down. Lin-En suddenly shivered, decisively averted his gaze, pulled down the brim of his hat, and swallowed hard. He forced himself to maintain a detached expression. Master, how can you show such an admiring expression? Don't start worshipping just because a seemingly strong and handsome guy appears out of nowhere. Quick, think of your caring disciple. Isn't such a lively disciple appealing? Isn't he appealing? It seems I really overdid it. My entrance was too cool, and I've completely captivated the lowly master. This is bad. This is really bad. No. From now on, this disguise absolutely cannot have any interaction with the master. What if the lowly master falls for me in this disguise? Hashtag, lemon, a wave of sourness hit, leaving Andre bewildered not far away. He looked around. What was this strong sour smell? Why did it feel like someone nearby was eating lemons? Who was eating whose? So sour. Just as Andre was looking around in confusion, Nanako, who could hear thoughts, widened her eyes, her cheeks puffing up instantly. She fixed her gaze. Hey, dog disciple, you're being too sour. The master just expressed a little admiration. How did it suddenly turn into eating lemons? By the way, how can you pull off such a divine operation of souring yourself? Isn't the Sea King disguise also you? Nanako shot him a glance, crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, turned her head, and let her ponytail fly, not wanting to speak. Humph. Oh, carrot. Oh, soon. The cheers began to fade. Several high-ranking officials from the Sea King Palace hurriedly walked towards the city wall, whispering a few words in Andre's ear, while quietly glancing in Lin-En's direction, their eyes filled with hesitation and worry. Andre's expression was also complex, his fingers clenched and then relaxed, clearly struggling internally. Elder, about Princess Aviel, one high-ranking official said with concern. Andre hesitated. The Sea King will find out about this sooner or later. Princess Aviel is the daughter of our king. No matter what, the Sea King must know about this. Princess Aviel is still alive. He raised his head, his gaze firm, and then strode towards Lin-En, suddenly pounding his chest with one hand, kneeling on one knee, and bowing his head. Your Majesty, I have something extremely important to report to you. Lin-En looked up and said, I know what you want to say. Andre was instantly shaken, looking up in astonishment, his lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. Lin-En silently said, I came back this time to deal with this matter. I will bring her home. He raised his head, under the vast starlight. Andre trembled all over, and in an instant, he didn't know why, an indescribable emotion surged in his eyes. making them slowly turn red. Especially when he saw the king's weathered gaze from under the hood, his nose tinged with a sourness. He knew that there was no need for more words. In this world, nothing can stop a father's heart from bringing his daughter home. Not even the collapse of the heavens. And in that moment, while the city was still immersed in the cheers of King Poseidon's return, suddenly, from the depths of the distant forbidden sea, a deep blue divine light pierced the sky, instantly tearing apart the clouds above. Boom! A boundless, immense explosion. The next moment, a rolling wave of air surged forward, sweeping in the rushing sea water towards the entire city. And amidst that overwhelming wave, a dragon's roar echoed through the land. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the city turned pale, because they had already recognized that dragon's roar. It was. In that moment, Linen suddenly turned his head, his cold eyes narrowing sharply. The rolling waves of air and sea water instantly parted before the city, dissipating on the spot. He knew that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Sensing the sudden change in his disciple's aura, Nanako immediately noticed the shift in Linen's heart. She stared blankly at her disciple's back. Suddenly, she remembered the question he had asked her during their conversation in the daytime. Master, I mean, if one day you suddenly found out that a family member you thought had long passed was actually still alive, living in hardship, in pain, even worse than death, and all of this was the result of you not having done everything you could to find her, what would you do, Master? She abruptly turned her head, anxiously gazing towards the depths of the sea, looking at the vast blue divine light, and the enormous wings slowly unfurling within that divine light. Could it be? The fierce wind whipped Linen's robe. His body slowly floated up, gently landing outside the city, step by step moving towards the surging sea surface. The crashing waves continuously struck the rocks, producing a tremendous sound of the tide. His silhouette suddenly appeared so lonely that it tightened Nanako's heart, and for some reason, at that moment, she suddenly wanted to disregard everything and leap down the city wall to his side. You have to hang in there. A loud shout echoed through the sky. Linen paused for a moment, slowly turned to the side, and in his eyes reflected the small figure on the city wall shouting loudly at him. I will, Master. I will bring her home, I swear. The next moment, he resolutely turned around and stepped towards the tumultuous dark coastline. And deep in the ocean, one by one, warriors riding the king beasts struggled to fly towards this place. Seeing the sea king standing on the shore, dragging his heavily injured body, gritting his teeth and saying, Your Majesty, I know. Linen raised his head and said, Let them come back, you are no match for her. The fierce wind howled, and in the next moment, a desolate dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Under the pale faces of the crowd, a massive blue dragon, blocking the sky and moon, suddenly rose from the distant sea surface, soaring into the sky. Its enormous wings spread wide, as if the entire ocean was engulfed in the immense shadow cast down. Measuring thousands of meters in length, beneath its wings, the entire sea surged wildly. Those scarlet vertical pupils seemed to gaze from a distant abyss, or perhaps were the blood moon of the boundless sky, intimidating the world. That is. In the city, Andrew and the others also turned pale. The Azure Magic Dragon. According to legend, the magnificent dragon maiden of the Sea King's palace over 1,000 years ago, the daughter of King Poseidon, Princess Aviel. She has finally appeared. And at the moment she saw the magic dragon that obscured the sky, Nanako's entire body trembled. In an instant, she didn't know why, but some incredibly vague images seemed to float before her eyes, like floating duckweed in the wind, elusive, both strange and familiar. She suddenly froze, looking at her small hand. Tick-tock, she didn't know when, a drop of inexplicable liquid flowed down her cheek and landed in her palm. It was cold and clear. Nanako, she murmured, touching her cheek, saying, Why? Tears. She didn't understand. She didn't even know why. It was just that suddenly, a slight flutter seemed to appear in her heart, impossible to grasp. And it was at that moment that she heard Andre's murmuring voice beside her. Why must she appear before His Majesty the Sea King? Why must such a cruel fate be revealed? Nanako was taken aback and said, Grandpa Andre, she is. Andre took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, She is His Majesty the Sea King's daughter, and also our former princess of the Sea King Palace, Princess Aviel. In an instant, Nanako was shaken, suddenly turning her head, looking anxiously and tremblingly at the lonely figure on the shore. That blue dragon was her disciple's daughter. In that moment, she suddenly recalled the words her disciple had said during the day. So, that means, at this moment, she finally understood. She also finally felt the chaotic and complex emotions in her disciple's heart at that moment. She could hardly imagine what her disciple must have felt then. Her eyes trembled. She finally understood the meaning of the words her disciple had just thought. He came here to bring his daughter home. In an instant, the wind howled. Lin suddenly raised his head, gazing at the vast blue dragon in the sea. "Aviel, do you remember me?" His voice was calm, without any ripples, as if it were the most ordinary greeting. And with that sentence, light points continuously flickered around him. The pitch-black robe slowly dissipated, his long white hair billowed behind him like a wild wind, and his bare upper body seemed to contain explosive power like the sea. Under the trembling gazes of everyone, he revealed the true form of the Sea King, just like the statues standing in every city. Pale long hair, ice-blue eyes, a strong physique, and the boundless, violent water elements swirling around him. The Sea King. He raised his head, his eyes reflecting the azure dragon. "Do you remember your father?" In an instant, in the sky, that pair of crimson vertical pupils suddenly constricted, as if some immense emotion was rolling within them. The chains enveloping her body began to emit dark and crimson light, rising and falling, the chains making clattering sounds, as if an indomitable soul was struggling in pain. In a flash, it let out a pained howl to the heavens, but in an instant, it was firmly bound and suppressed deep within its soul by the encircling chains. The rolling slaughter and bloodlust once again swallowed all its reason in an instant. That voice seemed to keep telling it, "Kill, kill, destroy everything before you. Turn everything to ashes." In an instant, the azure dragon suddenly opened its massive mouth, letting out a chilling ice-blue breath towards Lin. "Your Majesty the Sea King!" Andre and the others roared. But Lin still stood there, his eyes reflecting the azure giant dragon in the sky, unmoving. He allowed the ice-blue breath to engulf his entire body, letting the endless chill crazily erode his skin. "Die!" A hoarse, resentful howl echoed. The azure giant dragon suddenly spiraled, its massive tail sweeping violently towards Lin. Boom! A sound that seemed to shake the very earth. Under the pale faces of the onlookers, Lin's body was struck heavily by the enormous tail, sending him soaring into the high sky. Yet he remained motionless. He did not retaliate. In the next moment, the azure dragon launched a fierce attack on Lin. Boom, 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 the sharp claws of the dragon continuously slashed across Lin's body. Under the tremendous impact, his body fell like a meteor into the sea, exploding into boundless waves. Roar, a long howl. The massive blue dragon suddenly soared into the sky, its wings spread wide, and its terrifying breath once again descended upon the deep sea where Lin had fallen. Even the space seemed to shatter, the sea froze, and in an instant exploded into countless new stars. The immense shockwave made the entire city wail. "Your Majesty the Sea King!" The crowd shouted, tears streaming down their faces. They wanted to help, they wanted to rush in and join the battle. They could not bear to watch their king like this. "Don't be impulsive," Andre said in a deep voice, extending his hand to block all the warriors behind him. "This is the Sea King's choice. He is not unwilling to fight, he is just. His eyes reflected the surging sea, his hand clenched tighter, his eyes already a shade of red. He knew. He could feel it. It was a father's guilt towards his daughter. It was 1,000 years of self-reproach and heartache weighing down on him. At the coldest depths of the sea, the bone-chilling water swept over him, as if it could freeze everything. Lin closed his eyes, allowing his body to sink deeper and deeper. He let the creeping frost gradually freeze his entire being. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind, fragmented yet clear enough to move one to tears. "Daddy, why is Mother a giant dragon? And I am a little dragon, but you are a human. Did you turn into a pervert, Daddy? Daddy, Daddy, I want the stars in the sky. Can you help me pick them? They twinkle, as if they want to come down. I love you, Dad, I will definitely take care of you when I grow up. Dad, Mother can't come back. She can't come back. Please, pull yourself together. I beg you, don't be so depressed. Crying, why? Father, why are you like this? You have conquered the entire continent, is that not enough? Do you know that you have become a complete tyrant? Are you still the kind father we once knew? This is not ruling at all. They have never respected you, they only fear you. I will not go back, but I will take care of the Sea King's palace you entrusted to me. This is the fate of the entire Violet family and your eldest daughter, isn't it? I once fantasized about whether there would be a day when I would still be the little girl in your mother's arms, playing in the clouds every day, listening to you tell those strange stories, living carefree as if every day was so new. But I know I can't go back, can I? Father, will we really never be able to go back? The last farewell voice that echoed back from his daughter in her dying moments resonated in his mind, over and over. It was as if he had returned to that night thousands of years ago. The little girl in her pajamas rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she squatted on the rooftop, gazing at the vast starry sky. She pointed at the brightest star in the sky, blinking her eyes and asking him, "That star is so bright, I really like it. Dad, can you help your daughter pick it and give it to her as a gift?" In an instant, Lin opened his eyes wide. It was as if an endless, blinding light burst forth from his eyes, piercing through the entire sky. And at that moment, the whole sea surged violently, the frozen surface shattering continuously, the rising waves seemingly obscuring the starlight above. That is. On the city wall, everyone breathed heavily, gazing towards the deep ocean where that azure starpoint erupted. In an instant, those eyes, radiating a faint blue light, suddenly turned towards the farthest depths of the forbidden sea. It was as if he had crossed an infinite distance in an instant, crossing over the boundless army of the Aurora Church at the deepest part of the ocean, crossing over the giant city standing in the great rift at the ocean's deepest point. It landed on that dilapidated throne wrapped in an endless magic circle, resting upon that skeleton, decayed like gold. Buzz, it was as if he felt that boundless, cold gaze. Beneath the throne, Adrian, fully armored, suddenly trembled, turning his head sharply, his face pale. It felt as if the entire sky had pressed down. That gaze was, no, this is absolutely impossible. How could he be gazing here, when he clearly, in an instant, he shook violently, his body going limp as he heavily sat down on the steps, trembling as he raised his head, gazing at the countless crimson threads linking out from his deep bones. Each imperceptible thread crossed the infinite distance, binding to that azure dragon above the sea. That was the application of the law, a divine means he used to control the dragon by utilizing the broken divine power. That was the power of a god. He trembled, his lips murmuring. He could see the law. In an instant, at the azure seabed, a hand slowly reached out, grasping a rusted trident in that boundless dim light. And at the moment he held the trident, the endless seawater instantly retreated in all directions, the entire sea rolling up, and in the trembling gaze of everyone, at the very center of the retreating water, emerged the figure holding the trident. With white hair, surrounded by azure divine light, holding the trident, eyes slightly lowered, gaze like lightning. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the crowd shouted. Kill him, Adrian roared, issuing his final command. And in the next moment, a long howl. The colossal dragon, obscuring the sky and moon, spiraled up, bringing forth overwhelming power, madly charging towards Lin. But in that instant, the trident swept across those ice blue, rain-like eyes, crossing over the giant dragon reflected in them, filled with desolation. Buzz, in that fleeting moment, under the trembling gaze of the crowd, it felt as if the entire sky pressed down, and the trident in Lin's hand drew a divine light that spanned the sky. Boom, accompanied by an extremely sorrowful, painful long howl. The massive body of the azure dragon was instantly crushed, heavily falling before Lin, splashing up towering waves. I owe your mother an apology, but I owe you even more. Lin raised his head, letting the sorrowful raindrops patter down on his face, his lips moving slightly. After your mother died, the only thing I thought about was being able to revive her, to bring back my once beloved. For that, I gave up too many precious things. I even gave up the family we had worked so hard to build. I have never been a qualified father. In an instant, the chains binding the azure dragon shattered into countless fragments, breaking apart in a moment. He reached out, calmly, step by step, towards the numerous crimson chains that bound her. He reached towards the dense lines of the laws. The moment his hands touched those lines of law, they began to deform, twisting, and becoming chaotic. A tremendous pain pierced his soul like sharp needles. Crack! Several chains of law were forcibly torn apart by him, but his hands twisted to the point of almost dissolving. Because the laws belong to the power of the gods, and if you had not truly reached that level, even if you had the ability, forcibly breaking the laws would subject you to immense rejection and unbearable pain. Yet he remained calm, with no ripples in his eyes. Some things are only cherished after they are lost. After your mother died, I thought I had understood this truth, but later I realized I had never truly understood it. Crack! Another loud sound. Several chains of law were once again forcibly torn apart, and in the azure dragon's eyes, the rich crimson seemed to weaken a bit with the breaking of each chain. Only after losing time and again do we think of making amends. Crack, crack! Lin struggled to tear apart dozens of chains of law into fragments again, his body constantly alternating between dissolution and reformation due to the immense backlash. He breathed heavily, once more extending his twisted hand towards the remaining chains of law. Your father, Crack, is really pathetic. Accompanied by the final loud shattering sound, deep in the distant seabed, Adrian suddenly spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his gaze lifeless as he slumped beneath the throne. He struggled to lift his head, trembling as he looked at the countless broken chains of law in the sky, watching as those numerous chains of law turned into specks of light and dissipated into the boundless sky. He knew. The shackles of law he had woven over 1,000 years had shattered. That person now possessed a power nearly akin to a low-tier deity. Crack, crack! Countless fragments of chains fell to the ground, splashing up numerous waves. Lin heavily knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his form constantly reconstituting, countless flesh and blood peeling away and quickly healing. And right before him, the crimson light in the azure dragon's eyes finally slowly faded away, revealing its azure blue gaze. Boundless light erupted from its massive body. accompanied by countless specks of light. Its body continuously shrank, shrinking further and further. When the boundless dim light dissipated, only a long-haired woman lay on the seabed, the boundless blue light weaving a long azure dress upon her pale skin. Her long hair fell like countless blue flowers scattered across her body, her eyelashes fluttering, fingers tightly clenched, as if she had just had a nightmare, her face full of weariness and sorrow. Lin gasped. Struggling to stand up, he walked step by step towards the girl. When he picked her up, her body felt as fragile as a feather, her white forehead unconsciously resting against Lin's chest beneath her blue hair. As if faintly, one could hear a low sob coming from somewhere, ethereal like the sea. It's okay now. Lin held her and turned around, walking step by step towards the coastline. The boundless sea continuously parted before him, opening up a long path. I'm taking you home, daughter. It was like a kind of declaration, and also like a firm vow. At some unknown time, the dark clouds had already dispersed. Above the sky, the boundless stars twinkled with faint light. Just like thousands of years ago, the brightest star still twinkled. It was as if a pure-hearted girl had once pointed at that star from afar, smiling, and in a childish voice said to him, "Daddy, pick it for me." Beneath the endless starlight, at some unknown time, a hand as delicate as a feather slowly rested on his cheek, so fragile it seemed it could shatter at any moment. Yet, for some reason, it was damp with moisture. It seemed that some cold liquid traced along her fingers, flowing down her slender arm, landing on her trembling face. Plop, plop, it was raining in the sky, accompanied by the sea slowly parting left and right. Under the distant trembling gaze of the crowd, Lin walked step by step from the deep sea, holding the girl with blue hair. "Open the city gates," Andre shouted, giving the order. Boom, the massive steel gates slowly parted left and right. Countless warriors of the Sea King's palace surged out, rushing towards the coast, stopping only when they saw that figure slowly approaching. The crowd's gaze trembled as they looked at the girl as delicate as a feather in the arms of His Majesty the Sea King. An indescribable emotion instantly filled their entire beings. Princess Avelia. Andre's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes trembling, tears streaming down his face. No one here felt more deeply than he did. In the depths of that endless forbidden sea, time and again facing life and death, time and again brushing past death, was all to find this girl who was once their princess. And when he saw her controlled by the Aurora Church, completely losing her sanity and turning against them, his heart nearly shattered. And at this moment, watching His Majesty the Sea King personally bring back Princess Avelia, no words were needed anymore. "Take good care of her for me." Lin lowered his head, looking at the girl in his arms, eyes closed, her face pale as snow. Even after 1,000 years, she remained unchanged. Under Andre's command, several maidens quickly took the fragile girl from Lin's arms and urgently summoned high-ranking priests for protection. Ninako stared blankly at the girl with blue hair. She was the daughter of her disciple, wasn't she? So beautiful, beautiful like a fairy that shouldn't exist in the mortal realm. But the hint of sorrow between her brows made one feel an uncontrollable heartbreak. For some reason, Ninako suddenly felt an impulse to go over and hug that girl tightly, as if a stubborn longing from the depths of her soul urged her to approach. She finally walked over. She held the girl's hand. The small hand was icy, as if it had penetrated deep into her soul. Staring blankly, looking closely at the girl's haggard cheeks, in an instant, Ninako suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. She seems like herself. Not knowing if it was an illusion, the eyes, hair color, lips, nose, always gave a feeling of being like her yet not her. Just like her grown-up self many years later. In a daze, she suddenly murmured as if in a dream, "Little Blue." And at the moment she uttered those two words, Lin's body suddenly shook violently, then he turned his head sharply, trembling as he looked at his master. The impact of that moment was like a heavy bomb, instantly detonating his entire heart. He held back, his eyes trembling continuously, but he still couldn't suppress his increasingly rapid breathing. For a long time. For a long time. Long enough that it felt as if time had reached its end. Lin suddenly smiled, his eyes filled with bittersweetness and relief. He slowly turned his head, clenched his hands, holding that relieved smile, trembling as he closed his eyes, stepping once again toward the coastline. It was as if a long wait had finally yielded the desired result. It felt as if a massive stone that had hung over his heart was crumbling to dust in that moment. He suddenly wanted to laugh out loud, yet also to cry. But when it fell upon his face, it transformed entirely into that expression of relief. Pat pat, he walked faster and faster. Yet he ultimately could not hold on any longer, and in that trembling smile, with his back to everyone, a single tear rolled down his cheek. It fell to the ground with a soft thud. Countless tiny stars splashed up around it. "Wait for me to come back." He slightly turned. No one could see his expression, only the weathered silhouette standing on the coastline. It was unclear whether he was addressing the entire Sea King's palace, his daughter, or perhaps a certain girl, his tone suddenly became as gentle and delicate as the evening breeze. And when he raised his head again, his gaze fell upon the distant depths of the sea. The tenderness instantly transformed into a chilling coldness. The time for reckoning has come. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the forbidden sea, bolts of lightning streaked across the dark night. The sea roiled with waves, and monstrous beasts stood above the surface, letting out tremendous roars and howls. Countless ships of the Aurora Church sailed alongside the beasts, fully armored, their eyes fixed intently on the countless king beasts and deep sea knights confronting them in the distance. Yet at this moment, a sense of despair was spreading relentlessly among them. They gazed far to the west, trembling as they looked at the sky there, because just a short while ago, they had clearly seen their azure dragon plummet from the sky, and then there had been no further signs of movement. An uncontrollable suspicion kept telling them they had failed. Their strongest war weapon had been defeated. Then panic spread recklessly throughout the entire army. "Don't panic!" At the highest point of the beast's head, Antivan shouted with a dark and fierce gaze, his hoarse voice booming like thunder in every soldier's ear. "We have not yet failed, because we are the chosen ones who inherit the will of my God. 1,000 years ago, they destroyed our holy city, reducing our Aurora Church to ashes. Everything we have done is for today. Even if we die in battle today, we will absolutely not take a step back." The panic among the troops was temporarily soothed, but the situation remained grim, because the army would soon learn of the Azure Dragon's defeat, and the blow to morale would be tremendous. "Antivan, we still can't contact His Majesty." A massive wind raven slowly landed atop the beast's head, transforming into the image of the wizard. His brow was furrowed, his voice extremely grave. "What should we do? His Majesty is in seclusion, and according to the fluctuations from the west, that dragon has surely been subdued by the Sea King. With our current military strength, even trying to fend off those King Beast Knights will be very difficult. If the Sea King personally descends, the consequences were unimaginable." No one spoke again. Madness surged in Antivan's eyes, veins of bloodshot red almost crawling over his eyeballs. They knew the outcome was certain, but were they really going to let their efforts go to waste? A millennium of lurking, a millennium of hatred, everything they had sacrificed over 1,000 years, was it all just an illusion? No! He suddenly turned his head, glaring at the storm messenger with a fierce expression, and hoarsely said, "Do you still remember the contingency plan I proposed in case the situation became irretrievable?" In an instant, the storm messenger was shaken to his core. He instinctively took a step back, staring at Antivan as if he were a madman, his lips trembling. Of course, he knew about the so-called contingency plan proposed by Antivan, but it had been personally vetoed by His Majesty at the conference hundreds of years ago. What kind of madness was this? Even now, thinking back on it, he felt a shiver run through his entire body. Antivan said hoarsely, "I know you're surprised. Although His Majesty publicly rejected my proposal, I have been secretly planning this for many years. If everything could go smoothly, I would never resort to this plan, but today, I think I must do it." In an instant, the storm messenger lunged forward, grabbing him by the throat, gritting his teeth. "You are nothing but a madman. Do you know that once we resort to such means, it's not just everything we, the Aurora Church, have accumulated, including the entire Forbidden Sea? Do you know how many lives will be lost because of this?" Antivan glared at him fiercely, saying, "At this point, I can't care about that anymore. I have survived for 1,000 years for revenge, and even if it means a fight to the death, even if we all go to hell together, I will never allow the Sea King's palace to step into our holy city." The storm messenger trembled. "Madman! You are a complete madman! No! I must tell His Majesty and let him decide personally." In an instant, he suddenly turned, spreading his wings, ready to fly away into the distance. But at that moment he turned, a flash of murderous intent crossed Antivan's eyes. "You forced my hand." With a piercing sound, a sharp black ice shard pierced through. The storm messenger's pupils dilated instantly as he trembled and looked down, watching a sharp black ice shard slowly protrude from his chest. He struggled to turn his head, trembling as he looked back. Antivan squinted, madness flickering in his eyes, his fingers dancing with dark magical energy, and as his hands suddenly clenched, crack, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted violently from the storm messenger's mouth. His heart froze in that instant, then shattered into countless pieces. Tears glimmered in Antivan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You are my best partner. It was you who desperately saved me from the deep sea back then. You should know better that my only purpose for living is revenge. I know that I, having committed countless crimes, will surely go to hell, but before I do, I must drag everyone down with me for the sake of our entire Aurora Church." A roar echoed through the sky. Thunder rumbled continuously across the heavens. The storm messenger's pupils slowly lost focus, and his body fell heavily from the giant beast's high head, plunging into the sea, creating massive splashes. Everyone witnessed this scene, trembling as they gazed at the figure atop the giant beast, saying, "Antiven, the chosen." The next moment, Antiven's indifferent voice thundered like a storm. "The fourth chosen hesitated before battle, shaking the morale of the army, and has been executed on the spot. From now on, I will represent His Majesty and hold the supreme command of the army. You should know, this is a battle for survival. Even if we surrender, the Sea King's palace will absolutely annihilate us. Rather than that, all we can do is fight them to the death." Thunder rumbled, roaring winds swept up towering waves. All the warriors of the Aurora Church had trembling eyes, but in the next moment, they gritted their teeth, their eyes turning fierce, because they knew their commander was right. This is a battle for survival. Whoever achieves the final victory will inevitably obliterate the other side. There is no possibility of respite. Since death is certain, we can only fight them to the death. And in the next moment, Antiven suddenly raised the staff in his hand, his face filled with murderous intent and hatred, gritting his teeth as he pronounced each word clearly. "All troops, attack!" Roar! The war drums thundered once more. Countless giant beasts let out furious roars towards the royal knights in the distant sky. And in the next moment, on the rolling waves of the sea, the main forces of the Aurora Church launched their final assault towards the west. In the distance, the royal knights standing firm against them suddenly turned their heads, their gazes resolute and determined as they looked towards their legion commander. "Commander, give the order." Raymond clenched his iron fist, glancing back at the endless deep sea, then drew his sword with a grim expression, saying, "The first legion of the king awaits orders." In an instant, he drew his sword, shattering the pouring rain, and shouted, "Prepare to engage." In that moment, countless thunder spears sliced through the sky like a rain of swords, rushing towards the army of the Aurora Church. One by one, the thunder spears easily pierced their ships and giant beasts. Accompanied by piercing screams and explosions, bodies rolled and were swallowed by the sea. Like the countless corpses buried here 1,000 years ago, rolling with countless tragic souls, continuously devoured by the waves of the sea. As soon as the two armies clashed, they immediately entered a white-hot phase. The sounds of clashing blades, the roars of giant beasts, and the tremendous thunder echoed throughout the sky. Even though the Aurora Church had a large number of troops, the situation quickly tilted in favor of the royal knights under their charge. The disparity in combat power was simply too great, and at the far end of the battlefield, Antiven, drenched in the pouring rain, had the brutal battlefield reflected in his pupils, and he suddenly laughed out loud, his voice hoarse from the effort. But in the next moment, his expression turned grotesque. "We are all favored by the sea, all born from this vast blue ocean. You and our descendants live here. But there will be no more. In the endless future, this sea will forever become a graveyard for life. I will drag your entire Sea King palace down with me." His chilling laughter echoed through the cosmos, and in the next moment, a massive green magic circle spread out beneath his feet. Like a beacon, like some hidden trigger, beneath the sea, countless fallen, broken bodies drifted hollowly with the waves, but at the moment the wave passed over their corpses, red flowers slowly bloomed on their bodies, blooming among the corpses, as if surrounded by endless allure. One by one, petal by petal, countless petals fluttered and flowed with the waves. In a dreamlike state, they continuously dissolved, shattered, and scattered. The sea slowly turned red like blood, like alluring roses and tenderness. And that enchanting scarlet spread with the rolling currents, using corpses and life as a breeding ground, fiercely, recklessly spreading throughout the entire sea. In an instant, on the battlefield, those Aurora Church warriors still fighting against the royal knights slowly began to bloom with red flowers. What is this? What is happening to me? What kind of sorcery is this? No, don't! In an instant, all the warriors of the Aurora Church let out piercing screams, as the red flowers on their bodies bloomed more and more. Accompanied by intense pain, it felt as if all the blood in their bodies was being stripped away, as if their souls were about to scream and crawl out from their bodies. On the battlefield, the King Riders, engaged in battle with the army of the Aurora Church, were also shaken to their core. At some point, the entire sea had turned a deep crimson, with billowing blood-colored mist continuously rising from beneath the surface. As they gazed upon the horrific deaths of the soldiers from the Aurora Church, all the King Riders trembled. And in the next moment, Raymond suddenly looked down, only to see that on his wrist, where he held his sword, a small red flower had inexplicably bloomed. It was stunningly beautiful. Retreat! In an instant, Raymond felt the immense danger contained within the red mist, and he roared as he drew his sword, issuing an urgent command. But when he turned his head, he immediately trembled at the sight. Countless King Riders were also beginning to bloom slowly. Weapons clanged as they fell into the sea. Expressions of unbearable pain continuously surfaced on the faces of those King Riders, their hands gripping tightly, their throats emitting hoarse cries. Too fast. Everything was spreading too quickly. When they noticed the chilling scarlet, it had already engulfed the entire battlefield. This was indiscriminate slaughter. Someone wanted to bury them along with the entire army of the Aurora Church in this sea. No, no, he screamed in despair, frantically guiding the king beast towards his swaying comrades. They had only just gathered. They had only just reunited after endless time apart. They had not yet shared a drink in celebration, had not yet rejoiced in victory, had not yet expressed their longing to their king. How could they die so easily? In an instant, he roared, channeling all his strength to pull one falling king rider after another to his side. He transformed his blood energy and magical power into countless chains, desperately binding each king rider, using all his might, shrieking as he fought to take them away from this crimson sea. Your Majesty the Sea King! A desperate scream echoed through the endless scarlet mist, and in that moment, he suddenly saw a shimmering light of spatial transition appear on all the king riders present. Countless rings composed of spatial power flickered and floated around them. Faintly, they seemed to hear a voice rolling deep within their souls. Forbidden spell, recall. Buzz. In an instant, they felt a tremendous sense of detachment, followed by countless bizarre fragments of space. They had directly crossed an endless spatial tunnel, dragged away from that forbidden sea by a powerful force. They opened their eyes wide. They immediately found themselves in a calm sea, under a sky full of stars, with no trace of the rampant crimson mist. Your Majesty the Sea King! They trembled, their gazes instantly falling upon the white-haired man standing across from them, holding a trident. Your Majesty, don't come over. Raymond almost instantly reached out his hand, urgently saying, we carry the plague. Lin gazed at the blooming, stunning red flowers on them, his eyes shifting slightly, and his gaze pierced directly into their essence. In an instant, he saw tendrils of crimson roots, like vines, densely spread across their bodies, surging towards their hearts and souls, and the surface of the sea beneath their feet was slowly beginning to turn crimson. Don't move, Lin said deeply, this is a curse of life. Gather your strength, protect your heart veins, and I will help you remove it. In an instant, the trident in Lin's hand struck heavily against the surface of the sea. In an instant, a faint ripple spread out, instantly transforming into a massive blue light dome that enveloped everyone in the Legion, preventing the curse from spreading through the sea as a medium. And just at that moment, under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Lin slowly released his grip on the trident, closed his eyes, and gradually sat cross-legged, floating in midair. In an instant, strands of barely perceptible green light began to emanate from his body, and his appearance started to change, his long white hair slowly turning into a lush green. 2 long deer antlers gradually grew out, and before anyone knew it, his body was already covered in vibrant green vines and leaves. This is. The crowd was astonished, their gazes trembling, because they immediately felt it. The aura was completely different. If the earlier emanation was the violent wave of the Sea King, then the presence before them now radiated a rolling vitality and the essence of nature. And in that transformation, Lin's voice slowly emerged. The source of all life in this world. I, in the name of the Lord of Nature, in my name, I command. In an instant, under the shocked and trembling gazes of all the knights, green light points began to illuminate the air wherever their eyes could see. From beneath the sea, from within their bodies, from the boundless starry sky, the sky was filled with the source of life, representing all the vitality in this world. And at that moment, Lin suddenly opened his green eyes. Purify. Buzz. In an instant, the boundless green light points gathered towards their bodies at an unimaginable speed. The abundant life energy surged into their bodies, rushing towards the crimson curse within them. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling red flowers blooming on their bodies began to wither and decay. Points of red light slowly spread out from within them, eventually extinguishing bit by bit in the air. They opened their eyes wide, joyfully feeling the changes in their bodies. The curse within them had diminished. It was like a miracle. We thank His Majesty the Sea King. The knights were overjoyed and knelt down. They truly never expected that His Majesty the Sea King had such mastery over the study of life force. Moreover, just now, His Majesty the Sea King referred to himself as the Lord of Nature. Could it be that His Majesty has now obtained the authority over natural powers? Get up! Lin did not explain much. His body slowly returned to its original state, and then he gazed towards the distant depths of the ocean. Far away, at the edge of his vision, he could vaguely see strands of red ripples spreading out at an unimaginable speed towards all directions of the sea. Lin squinted. He instantly soared into the sky. Countless knights immediately rode their royal beasts, following behind him, standing thousands of meters high in the air. From the high sky, they could clearly see the trajectory of the spreading crimson. Large swathes of the sea had already been transformed into a deep red. The knight's pupils trembled, and they shuddered. "Your Majesty, this is definitely the means of the Aurora Church. If it continues to spread at this speed, it won't be long before the entire Forbidden Sea is polluted by this curse." Just thinking of the flowers blooming on the corpses sent shivers down their spines. This was undoubtedly an extremely malicious curse. They never imagined that the Aurora Church would resort to such despicable and vile means. Lin surveyed the entire sea area and calmly said, "They are at the end of their rope, but it doesn't matter. There are countless forbidden zones within the Forbidden Sea, and adding one more doesn't make a difference. Since they are so desperate, I will make this forbidden zone their eternal prison." In an instant, Lin raised the trident in his hand, pointing it straight at the sky. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the heavens and struck the massive trident, reflecting in his azure eyes. In my name, Forbidden Sea, obey." Buzz! In that moment, the entire sea area, which had just been tumultuous, suddenly fell silent. Within tens of millions of kilometers from where Lin stood, the sea returned to calm in an instant. Feeling the sudden tranquility of the ocean, the knights gasped, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. This is the true king of the sea. After the sea god was slain, the power had already fallen into His Majesty's hands. As long as no one else appeared in this world who could surpass His Majesty in this regard, then he would be the king of this endless sea. "Isolation!" Lin shouted. In an instant, it was as if a divine command had been issued. At the edge of that crimson sea, a massive chasm spanning countless kilometers slowly formed around the area. The seawater parted on both sides, completely isolating the crimson sea, preventing the curse of life from spreading any further. And at that moment of isolation, Lin's other hand suddenly reached out, his azure eyes transforming into shattered fragments of space. Divine degradation. The moment Lin uttered those three words, the knights were instantly filled with shock. Divine degradation. That was the highest level of magic beneath the gods, and anyone capable of wielding such forbidden techniques was undoubtedly a being at the pinnacle of demigod status. And in the next moment, countless shattered fragments of space surged forth from Lin's eyes. Amidst his bizarre fragments, he slowly recited the true name of the spell, Tomb of Time and Space. Buzz! In an instant, a tremendous shriek of distorted space echoed, rolling outwards in all directions, accompanied by a loud crack. Everyone immediately saw that the isolated crimson sea appeared to be coated with a thick layer of crystal. Looking in from the outside was like gazing through endless starry skies. The entire sea area was sealed within this divine degradation spell. From now on, unless I die, this tomb will last until eternity. Lin gazed deeply at the sea. In the next moment, the rolling waves surged toward the massive chasm, but strangely, when the seawater touched the barrier, it made no sound and instead flowed out from the other side of the entire tomb. This sea area seemed to be isolated from space and time, completely stripped from reality. Slowly, Lin descended onto the sea surface. He took a deep breath and said, "You all go back and tell everyone that the Aurora Church has been completely erased from this world. From now on, the Forbidden Sea will return to my rule." Behind him, all the knights immediately thumped their chests with one hand, knelt on one knee, and bowed their heads, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty, we will obey your orders." Lin silently watched them, then slowly turned around, gripping the trident, and strode across the sea towards that eternal tomb. "Your Majesty, what are you going to do?" Raymond exclaimed in astonishment. A distant voice came from that direction. "There are some old scores that need to be settled." Crimson sea, rolling red mist enveloped the entire sky. Above the sea, blooming buds opened, enchanting and resplendent. Countless corpses floated above the sea level, some human, some naga, but more were the countless native lives that had grown in this sea since ancient times. They bloomed with red flowers, their hollow pupils being gently lapped by the seawater. Deep sea. This is not what I wanted to see. This is not the ending I desired. Antivan wandered alone above the surface of the sea, trembling and hollow, surrounded by countless bodies, dazed, his lips murmuring. With each step he took, a strange red flower bloomed on his body. He reached the boundary, his gaze trembling as he looked at the massive dome above. He extended his hand. All he felt was a chilling cold. "No, no!" he screamed, pounding his fists against the dome, but all that reached him was an eternal echo. Empty, silent, an eternal solitude. And in the next moment, he suddenly heard a cold and indifferent voice coming from high above the dome. "You have committed countless sins against the lives here, you even cursed every single person, but what is the result? In the end, it is you who will destroy your Aurora Church." Hearing that booming voice, Antivan trembled as he looked towards the horizon. He howled at the sky as if tearing apart, his voice filled with endless hatred. "If you have the guts, kill me, kill me." The indifferent voice came again, echoing, "I will not kill you, I will bless you. I will let you live alone in this forbidden zone, allowing you to obtain the eternity that others can never have in their lifetime. You will become the last person of the Aurora Church. I will make you wander forever in this sea that you have doomed, watching every soul you have killed." In an instant, an indescribable blue light enveloped his entire body. "No, no, I don't want to face all of this. I don't want to face all of this." Antivan trembled all over, terrified, suddenly drawing a dagger and stabbing it forcefully into his heart. But the wound quickly healed, the blood soon stopped flowing. No, no, he desperately and frantically tried to kill himself. He did not want to live alone forever in this burial ground. He did not want to see the countless lives he had cursed, but it was all in vain. The wounds kept healing, and even when the blood ran dry, he found it hard to attain the release of death. Only those one after another, enchanting flower buds continued to bloom on his body, blooming so beautifully amidst his endless pain. "No!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire dome. Great Rift, Lost City. Lin held a trident, stepping one step at a time into the very center of the Aurora Church's city. Countless scarlet flower buds bloomed along the long streets. They crawled over the eaves, climbed the city walls, blooming their chilling beauty among the hollow corpses. The entire city was quiet, like a floral funeral. Lin walked step by step through the streets. He raised his head, calmly gazing at the ancient palace in the center. Boom! The massive stone door was heavily pushed open by him. One by one, scarlet flower buds continuously bloomed from outside the door, spreading inward like vines. And on the ancient throne in the center sat Adrian, gazing with a weathered look at Lin as he slowly walked in. Beneath him lay a pale skeleton stained with blood, countless broken chains hanging around, a scene of ruin and desolation. "Sea King, I never expected, after more than 1,000 years, we could meet again." Lin raised his head, staring at the figure on the throne. Drops of golden blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground. Pat pat, his body was marked with long cracks and stitched scars, a sight of sheer brutality, yet he still smiled, as if the excruciating pain could not touch him at all. "Do you see this body? I have removed all the bones from my body and refilled it with my divine essence. You should know, a mortal's body cannot bear the relics of a god. I won't last long, but I know you will come." Lin calmly gazed at him, squinting, "Because I will kill you with my own hands. 1,000 years ago, I was able to kill you once. Today, I will kill you a second time." In an instant, no more words were exchanged, for they all knew this battle would be fated. It was a matter of life and death. Lin's pupils suddenly burst forth with a deep blue divine light, and the trident in his hand sliced through the currents, piercing directly at Adrian's brow. The speed was so great that even the space where the trident passed erupted with fine chaotic currents. Boom! A tremendous sound. The entire palace was instantly shattered into countless fragments by the radiating shockwave. "Do you really think you possess the absolute power to crush me? If it weren't for the schemes of the gods back then, causing my divine essence to be damaged, do you really think you could kill me by exhausting your own source?" Adrian's expression was indifferent, his eyes fixed on Lin. He shot up into the sky in an instant, divine light flickering in his hand, and a magic wand surrounded by a deep blue aura appeared in his grasp. He roared. As the wand swung, the surging sea transformed into a roaring dragon, shooting towards Lin. Each impact caused the sea within thousands of kilometers to rumble and shake. Above the sea surface, towering waves broke through the sky thousands of meters high, crashing heavily against the eternal barrier of time and space. And far beyond the distant sea, the kings could clearly see through the barrier of time and space, witnessing the frenzied battlefield within. They trembled. Even with the eternal barrier separating them, they seemed to feel the earth-shattering power erupting from within. One could imagine, if there were no barrier, the impact of this battle on the continent would be catastrophic. The one fighting against His Majesty, the Sea God, Raymond said deeply, slowly clenching his fists. Aside from the Sea God who was defeated by His Majesty the Sea King back then, he could think of no one else who could wield the power of the sea to match the Sea King. Everyone shuddered. If that were truly the case, then this battle would be the final continuation of the war from 1,000 years ago. Everything would be decided today. In the Forbidden Zone, the Crimson Sea roared furiously. From the deepest part of the ocean, it surged through the surface, killing into the blood-soaked sky. One could barely see two figures continuously intertwining and clashing. Each close combat encounter would cause the entire sea to retreat in all directions. Boom boom, the explosive power, if not for the barrier blocking it, would have raised waves high enough to drown lands 1,000 miles away. Divine Descent. Ice Edge. Adrian retreated boldly, suddenly spreading his 5 fingers, and countless deep blue ice lines erupted from his fierce eyes. In an instant, the sea water froze in mid-air. Every drop of water transformed into glowing long lines, like needles, instantly enveloping the space where Lin stood. Anything touched by those threads was split in two in an instant. This was the ultimate sharpness of manipulating water elements. And in the deepest part of the ocean, Antivan, touched by those threads, was continuously sliced while also healing, enduring endless pain amidst his shrill screams. Lin showed no hesitation, his expression indifferent, and similarly retaliated with the magic of divine descent. The space was constantly being torn apart and then reassembled. But soon, they were no longer limited to mere magic in close combat. Divine degradation was indeed the highest level of magic in this world, but for two individuals who both possessed near-divine strength, it was impossible to inflict serious damage on each other. Before long, they began a frenzied confrontation and assault in the realm of laws. Under the intervention of the laws, the entire sea became chaotic and disordered. The surrounding water would suddenly disappear at times, appear out of nowhere at others, sometimes boiling like flames, and at other times as hard as diamonds. Amidst the clash of laws, with the ultimate control over the laws granted by the divine bone, Adrian gradually gained the upper hand. Boom! Another loud sound erupted. In the continuously exploding seawater, Adrian suddenly retreated, a cold smile on his lips, as the chaotic lines of law surged around him. He looked at Lin, who was struggling to hold on at the edge under the suppression of the laws, and sneered, "You are indeed strong. I truly cannot imagine that without the enhancement of divine status, your control over the water laws has nearly reached a level to rival mine. But you will never surpass me, because I am the sea god, the supreme master of the ocean's authority. Even if your control over the laws reaches its peak, as long as I am alive, you will never break the balance." Buzz, he suddenly tightened the cage of laws, further encroaching on Lin's space for survival. Inside the cage of laws, Lin squinted his eyes, continuously mobilizing the water laws to launch a full-scale assault against him. "What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Adrian sneered. "Where did that madness of yours from 1,000 years ago go? Where is the determination you had to break my cage of laws with your demigod status?" For a whole 1,000 years, he had lost his divine position and could not return to the divine realm. He lay in wait here with endless resentment, constantly repairing his divine status, all for this battle today. Although the strong divine status could not allow him to truly reach the peak he once had, his control and understanding of the laws had also greatly improved over this 1,000 years. He could see that the Sea King's strength had certainly not returned to its original peak. And most importantly, he no longer possessed the determination and madness to kill him at all costs, even if it meant exhausting his own essence. And he now had no regard for life or death. "You have lost," he roared, his body dissolving under the backlash brought by the divine bone. The chaotic flow of laws that was constantly being exchanged transformed into a sharp blade in an instant. He aimed to deliver the final blow. From the very source of the laws, he intended to erase him completely from this world. Buzz, in an instant, the blade formed from the laws surged into the cage, shooting towards Lin's forehead. But just as the blade of law was about to strike Lin's forehead, countless shattered fragments of time and space burst forth from his eyes. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze, and time began to reverse. It was as if someone was slowly turning the clock's hands counterclockwise. Buzz, in an instant, the blade of law that was about to land on Lin's forehead reversed, as if someone had pressed the rewind button on a movie. In a flash, everything around returned to the state it was in a few seconds ago. Adrian's entire body shook violently, his pupils trembling as he stared in shock at Lin within the cage of laws. The ripples of the law symbolizing time slowly wandered through his body. "This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." He trembled, instinctively retreating, because he felt it. The law of time. What he had just used was the law of time. And at that very moment, Lin's faint voice slowly came through. "Thank you for your performance. As the supreme authority of the ocean, your mastery and control over the laws of the water element are indeed unmatched by any other existence, not even by me." Lin stepped forward. New laws swirled within his body, and in that instant, he unexpectedly appeared outside the cage of water laws that had been suppressing him. Adrian's mind exploded with a deafening roar, instantly turning blank. He trembled, because he felt it. That was the law of space. He could not only wield the law of time but also the law of space. But that was impossible, absolutely impossible, because even deities could only control a single series of laws, a divine rank could only lead to the utmost of one sequence, and throughout history, there had never been an existence capable of crossing sequences to wield laws. Lin looked at him indifferently and said, "Are you shocked? Shocked that I can control laws from different sequences?" Adrian trembled, his heart already frozen with dread. Lin looked down at him and said lightly, "In your stagnant system, you regard divine ranks as everything, as the ultimate power. But to me, that is merely a cage that limits you." He slowly paced, his expression indifferent. Adrian's face turned pale, he shivered, vaguely guessing what Lin was about to say. The divine rank is the embodiment of the power of laws. It is also the crystallization of knowledge. Why does the existence of demigod ranks occur? That is because when your power reaches the demigod level, you can begin to touch the realm of laws, and from the moment you grasp the first thread of a law, your divine rank will begin to condense. Before you achieve true divinity, your demigod rank will continue to grow, ultimately resulting in this, the final system of this world, unchanging since ancient times. But due to the limitations of divine ranks, as long as there is a deity with a full divine rank in the sequence of laws you belong to, no matter how you cultivate, you can only reach the peak of demigod. Therefore, there are only two ways to achieve divinity. First, reach the peak of demigod, challenge the deity of a higher rank, pull them down from their divine position, condense your divine rank, and take their place. Second, find a sequence of laws that does not yet have a deity, to fill the vacancy of that divine rank. But since ancient times, almost all sequences of laws have already had their high-ranking deities, so the second method of achieving divinity has been blocked. What remains is only the first. But killing a deity is incredibly difficult, especially against deities of the same domain. The overwhelming advantage of laws leaves you with no chance of turning the tables. Aside from a few rare cases where deities have been replaced due to various reasons, the first path is no different from a dead end. And there is one unchanging principle among them. Even deities cannot break it. Once you begin to condense a divine rank of a certain sequence, you will forever be unable to touch other sequences. If you attempt to forcibly merge, the conflicting laws will only lead to your utter destruction. There can only be one deity at the pinnacle. Lin looked at his own hands and said, "So after understanding this principle, I tried to find a new path. I wondered, if I use the source as a bond and simultaneously study all sequences of laws, maintaining a delicate balance between them, preventing the emergence of a divine rank from any one system, then in the end, could I ascend to divinity without a divine rank?" Thunder rumbled, as if a thunderclap had exploded in Adrian's mind, causing his face to instantly turn blank. He trembled backward, opening his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. He knew. He understood what he meant, because among the gods, this had long been a not-so-secret secret. Balancing all the laws, allowing them to constrain and influence each other, step by step ascending to the pinnacle from the very beginning. Just like when this world was first born from chaos, becoming the progenitor of all things. Because this path leads to the supreme divinity. You have come out, he murmured. Lin's expression was silent, his eyes shimmering with a rolling halo, slowly saying, "Because I know that even if I truly condense my divine essence and ultimately become a god, I am absolutely not a match for the entire divine realm. If I want to completely annihilate you, I must forge a new path." Adrian stood there, pale-faced. This path had never been walked by anyone. They knew. All the gods knew. The end of this path was the progenitor, the supreme god. But why did no god dare to try? Because to attempt it, one must give up the divine position they had held for millions of years, let everything turn to nothing, and start all over again. No god had such courage. And under this eternal structure, no god would stand by and watch someone walk this path. Because all the gods knew that if someone could truly reach the peak on this path, the eternal structure would be completely shattered, and all the gods would perish. Adrian trembled violently. In an instant, he turned around, expending all his divine power, even at the cost of tremendous backlash from the laws, roaring as he charged toward that barrier. Because he knew he had no chance of winning. Even if his control over the water laws was superior to the other could perfectly restrain him through other sequences of laws. Just a single-time law could nullify all his attacks, and if the other also mastered the laws of life and soul, he wouldn't even be able to erase him from the realm of laws. He knew he would definitely die here today. But no matter what, even if it was the last glimmer of hope, he had to convey this information out. If this person did not die, one day, he would shake the very foundations of the world. Do you think after I've said so much, I would still give you a chance to leave alive? In an instant, Lin narrowed his eyes, suddenly extending his hand, and time briefly rewound once more. Under Adrian's desperate and trembling gaze, his figure once again retreated in the flow of time, the divine essence keeping his consciousness unaffected, but this only deepened his despair. Crack! Lin grasped his throat, staring into his desperate and trembling eyes, accompanied by a piercing scream. Adrian's flesh was continuously stripped away, revealing the divine bones that shone like gold. "Why are you doing this? Why do you want to break this ancient system?" he shrieked in boundless pain. "If you want to become a god, you could completely take my place. You could become the new sea god, the supreme being of this sequence, and there would be a divine position for you in the divine realm. Why are you doing this?" he screamed desperately. Lin gazed deeply at him, tightening his grip little by little, saying, "Because of hatred." Buzz, in an instant, accompanied by a scream of extreme pain, his flesh was completely stripped away, and his soul shattered in the boundless chaos of laws, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Endless divine power spread in all directions, crashing against the barriers of time and space, continuously stirring up massive ripples. This was also another reason why Lin had lowered this barrier. The downfall of a god, even if he is a false god, will surely stir up tremendous waves, making the gods of the divine realm sense the atmosphere here. Until he reaches the ultimate point, he will not allow any variables to arise. The fierce winds gradually calmed, and the sea slowly ceased its howling, returning to tranquility. Adrian's flesh had been completely dissolved, leaving only a skeleton that gleamed like gold, hanging limply there. This was his divine essence. From this moment on, the position of the sea god would be utterly vacant. Crack, crack, crack. Lin exerted a slight force, and the golden skeleton slowly cracked open, shattering with a thunderous sound. In his hand, a cerulean light orb gradually formed, illuminating the scarlet sea surface. Lin raised his head, gazing at the distant sky beyond the barrier. A streak of fish-belly white slowly emerged from the east. The sky was brightening. The holy city. The city gates stood wide open. Under the leadership of the brothers Andre and Andrew, everyone from the Sea King's Palace and Winter Spring Valley stood at the edge of the coast. They gazed into the deep sea, anxiously awaiting the return of their majesty. In the east, the sun slowly rose, rays of dawn spilling over the sea surface, shimmering like a new birth. And in the next moment, at the farthest point of that dawnlight, a figure slowly emerged before the crowd. Look over there. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has returned. A mage from the Sea King's palace was the first to spot the figure, shouting excitedly. Everyone immediately trembled and looked in that direction. A head of white hair, blue eyes, wielding a trident, he rode the fierce winds, approaching steadily. It was indeed their Sea King. We welcome your Majesty back. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, and under Andre's lead, they all knelt on one knee, filled with excitement and joy, bowing to that towering figure. They had already learned from the First Legion about everything that had happened in the deep sea and knew that the frenzied counterattack of the Aurora Church had been completely annihilated under His Majesty's divine might. In this war, they had achieved ultimate victory. Excitement, joy. Many were even moved to tears. Lin slowly halted, hovering in midair, looking at the densely packed subjects on the shore, a hint of satisfaction gradually appearing on his indifferent face. Rise, there is no need for such formalities. Only then did everyone excitedly get to their feet. Andre trembled as he stepped forward, gazing at the figure in the air, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Your Majesty, has the Aurora Church been? Lin turned around, gazing at the distant dawn, and slowly said, it has been completely eradicated. From now on, you need not worry about threats from the depths of the ocean. We have won. In an instant, the crowd erupted in jubilation. One by one, the warriors wept tears of joy. Looking at the scars of battle, at the countless compatriots who had perished in this war, they truly wanted to tell them, we have won. We have won. Our king! Our king! Shouts echoed one after another, resonating throughout the sky. Everyone raised their weapons high, tightly united around him, the power of faith continuously flowing into Lin's body. Among the crowd, a little girl with twin ponytails also placed her hands on her hips, giving a thumbs up to the figure in the sky. Lin's eyes reflected that small figure, and unknowingly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a barely noticeable arc. Master, we have won. In the palace, on a soft bed, a woman with long blue hair lay there, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her body curled up as if she were having a nightmare, her brows slightly furrowed. She was as delicate as a feather, her face pale, with skin as icy as crystal, thin as a cicada's wing, evoking pity. By the bedside, a hand slowly reached towards her forehead, but just at the moment of contact, the girl suddenly opened her blue eyes. In an instant, that slender hand erupted with extreme speed, instantly restraining the approaching hand. A sharp icicle was pressed against the person's neck in a heartbeat. Plop! A drop of blood fell onto the pristine white quilt. That's too violent, Lin said, staring with dead fish eyes, holding a bowl of porridge, scooping a spoonful, and shoving it into his mouth. Bang! The icicle in Aviel's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. She trembled as she looked at the familiar figure sitting beside her, gazing at that exceedingly familiar face. Father! Father! Lin smiled slightly, reached out, and gave her a light smack on the head, saying, that's right, it's your dad. Aren't you moved? In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth. She recalled the tumultuous sea from the night before, the nightmare of being controlled, and the figure that looked at her with sadness. Aviel trembled as she looked at him, biting her lip tightly. She said nothing, but threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly, her nails digging deep into his back. Lin gasped, holding the spoon and porridge, grumbling, be gentle, be gentle. Why are you still the same as before? You need to cut your nails. It hurts like hell when you grab someone. Aviel didn't heed his words, her body shaking, and he could vaguely hear the low, suppressed sobs. Lin immediately felt the fabric of his chest was damp. He shook his head, set down the porridge, gently patted her back, and whispered, "It's my fault for not finding you sooner, making you suffer for so many years. If you want to cry, just cry out loud. Don't keep everything bottled up inside." A brief silence. Wow! Upon hearing this, Aviel immediately burst into tears. The flood of tears gushed from her eyes, and Lin's chest could no longer withstand the powerful pressure, bubbling over. Lin sighed, gently patting her back, comforting his long-lost daughter. "Cry, cry. Let out everything you've been holding in, maybe that will make me feel a little better." The cries rose and fell, as if expressing 1,000 years of longing and sorrow. Tears became a river. Gradually, the tears pooled on the floor, the water level rising inch by inch. Lin stared wide-eyed, slowly watching the bed float up, beginning to sway back and forth in the room. He started to panic. That's enough, daughter, if you keep crying, you'll drown." But Aviel continued to wail, tears streaming from her eyes like two rainbows. Stop crying. Lin struggled to fend off the tears splashing onto his face. Aviel sat there, still crying loudly, tears gushing out, her slender body swaying with the floating bed, slowly drifting back and forth in the room. And in a moment of distraction, the bed was about to float out the window with the sobbing Aviel. Lin, Omega. He grabbed the bed. Struggling through the water, gritting his teeth, he reached out forcefully and grabbed Aviel's tuft of hair, pulling it upwards with all his might. Instantly, the torrent of tears came to a halt. Lin took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and sat down heavily on the bed, his heart racing as he said, Fortunately I know how to turn my daughter on." Aviel, rubbing her red eyes, asked, "Dad, why are you still alive?" Lin replied, "How could I possibly die?" Aviel then asked, "Dad, why do you look younger?" Lin helplessly said, "Isn't it good to be a little younger?" Aviel pressed, "Dad, are you trying to act young again?" Lin. A few minutes later, Aviel, with red-rimmed eyes, sat on the bed hugging her knees, her blue eyes fixed on Lin, as if trying to see through him completely, but still a bit choked up. Lin took out a band-aid, crossed it over the bump on her head, gently blew on it, and said, it's okay, crying will help a lot. What do you want to eat? Dad will make it for you." Aviel buried her face in her knees, revealing only her blue eyes peeking through her hair, and said, "Fried noodles." Lin, feeling helpless, stood up and turned to say, All right, I'll go make it for you." "Don't go." Aviel glared at him while hugging her knees. Lin replied, "How can I make fried noodles for you if I don't go out?" Aviel insisted, "I don't care." Lin put on a stern face, grabbed a spoon and the porridge on the table, and poked a spoonful into her mouth. It went right in. Aviel immediately looked up at him and said, "I don't want this." Lin raised the nearby feather duster with a fierce expression. Aviel reluctantly said, Just eat it." Lin held the bowl, spoon in hand, feeding her porridge spoonful by spoonful, while Aviel kept her head down, her hands clutching her hair on her lap. When the spoon came near, she opened her mouth, chewing delicately, her eyelashes lowered, sitting there obediently. Just like when she was a child thousands of years ago, whenever she was hurt in bed, her father would take care of her like this. No one spoke anymore. It seemed both were trying hard to find the father-daughter relationship that had once been discarded. No one mentioned the past barriers and cracks, just like a perfectly normal father and daughter, mending their broken family. "Don't you have anything you want to ask?" After a long while, Lin asked. Aviel lowered her head, her lips slightly parted, savoring the food's aroma in her mouth, and said, "No." Lin said complicatedly, "Don't you want to ask me why I didn't come to find you for 1,000 years?" Aviel looked down and said, "I don't want to." "Why?" Lin asked. Aviel's delicate hand gripped the edge of her skirt, her eyes downcast, and she said softly, "I knew you would definitely come to get me. After I felt the fall of the sea god back then, I understood that my place in your heart has always been there. Maybe because I grew up, I don't understand many things anymore. I don't understand my father's hardships, nor the burdens he carries, being willful and rebellious." She wiped the moisture from the corner of her eyes and forced a bright smile, exceptionally radiant. "But I have always believed that whether it's 100 years or 1,000 years, Dad will definitely come to get me." Lin was stunned. He looked at that tear-streaked smile. Graceful and dignified, she sat there. Lin's nose tinged with emotion, waves of indescribable feelings surged in his chest, and he reached out to pull his daughter into his embrace, closing his eyes. No one spoke again, just like many years ago, obediently nestled in their father's embrace, feeling the steady heartbeat, as if that alone would bring extra comfort. Just like in the past, just like back then. But at that moment, suddenly, the door creaked open. A little girl with twin ponytails hummed a gentle tune, eyes closed, a cheerful expression on her face, carrying steaming dishes as she walked in. Your Highness, are you awake? It's time to eat. A brief silence. The girl froze, holding the dishes. 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other, the atmosphere suddenly becoming strange. Lin was also momentarily stunned. Oh no, oh no. Aviel tilted her head, looking at the girl with confusion and surprise, her little hair twitching. The girl stared wide-eyed, her hair also twitching instinctively. Mom? In an instant, the atmosphere around them became exceptionally bizarre. Hearing those 2 words, the girl was also taken aback, tilting her head and saying, "Huh?" Aviel looked at the girl with confusion and surprise, then turned to Lin in shock, saying, "Daddy, you can't really." Bang! Aviel immediately dropped down, her arms hanging over the edge of the bed, her long hair cascading down. Above her head, a bag was puffing out green smoke, and little stars spun around her head continuously. The girl, Ing? Omega Omega. Lin maintained a dignified expression as the Sea King, lightly clearing his throat, and said with a sigh, "It's nothing, my daughter just woke up and is still a bit disoriented. She'll be fine after some rest, but you must remember to knock before coming in next time, understand?" Although his face showed no signs of distress, cold sweat had already covered the back of his neck. That was careless, so careless. How could I let my daughter see the little master at this time? The timing isn't right. If my daughter can't keep her mouth shut and spills everything, it would really be over. But thankfully, I cleverly knocked her out, otherwise, Daddy, I'm so dizzy. But at that moment, Aviel, *++*, struggled to lift her head, her eyes swirling like a spiral incense, and said, "How come you?" Bang! Ing! The girl immediately exploded in anger. She covered her mouth with her little hand, eyes wide open, her hair standing up straight. Aviel drooped down, another bag forming on top, a wisp of green smoke rising, and this time, there was complete silence. A brief silence. The girl stared wide-eyed, weakly poking the smoking Aviel with her finger, then quickly retracting her hand, saying, Is she okay?" Lin coughed lightly and sighed, "She's fine, still a bit disoriented, but she'll be okay after some rest." That was close, Omega Winky Face. Let my daughter stay dizzy for a while, after all, the little master can't be hit casually. But thankfully, I didn't drop the Sea King disguise, otherwise, it would really be impossible to explain clearly. But with the little master's brain capacity, even if there are some issues with the details, she definitely won't notice, right? Really, sometimes being foolish is also a virtue. T to the power of T, giggle, the girl, #closed her eyes, her little fist bursting out and her teeth began to grind again. Foolish? The little disciple is secretly criticizing her master again. However, soon after, Nanako looked at the starry-eyed Aviel with some confusion. Why did her disciple not want to meet with Princess Aviel? Was it simply because she was afraid of being exposed? That shouldn't be the case. Logically, Princess Aviel shouldn't know that her father was her disciple, right? Suddenly, she recalled the 2 words that Princess Aviel had said earlier with a tone of surprise. Mom! Nanako instinctively shivered. Swish, swish, swish. Nanako, angry face, immediately shook her head vigorously, her 2 ponytails flying. What? It was clearly because Princess Aviel hadn't fully woken up yet, or perhaps it was because she and Princess Aviel looked somewhat alike, which led to her mumbling some strange words. Nanako was still very young. The 2 of them, each with their own hidden agendas, stood there. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Lin cleared his throat, and only then did Nanako snap back to reality from her chaotic thoughts. Nanako immediately widened her eyes, realizing she had been too suspicious, and quickly put down her food, clasped her hands together, and blinked, saying, I see. But it's really great that Princess Aviel can wake up. Your Majesty, the Sea King, you have such a beautiful daughter, it's truly enviable. Lin instinctively tugged at the brim of his hat, trying to hide the slight embarrassment on his face, and coughed, Is that so? He. By the way, why is it that today is? Nanako's ahog twitched. Lin immediately changed his tone at an unimaginable speed, saying, 4 is 4, 10 is 10, 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Nanako was taken aback. Huh? Lin remained calm, a drop of cold sweat trickling down the back of his neck, and with a wistful smile, said, It's nothing, just that my throat has been dry lately, so I habitually recite a tongue twister that isn't very pleasant to hear. Just ignore it. Ha. Round is back. I almost said it out of habit. Lin, remember the lesson, don't relax. That was the closest you've been to blowing up. But it's really hard to keep a straight face in front of my daughter and my lowly disciple. Nanako _ watched, her ahog dancing wildly. Oof, that dog disciple even dared to call her master stupid. Clearly, she was the one who was more foolish. Nanako wanted to see which of them would slip up first. But seeing how difficult it was for her disciple to maintain the facade, the master would help her cover it up just this once. A naive and innocent smile immediately appeared on Nanako's face as she touched the back of her head and blinked, saying, "I see. Your Majesty, the Sea King, you must be sure to take care of yourself and not overwork." Didn't hear it. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Even if there were some minor details, the silly loli definitely wouldn't catch on. A popped out from Nanako's head with a bang. Ah silly, cute blue-haired loli. What can I say to you? When will you grow up? Clap, clap, clap. Several popped out from Nanako's head. There's no helping it, I can only stay close to my loli master, or else, being foolish, I might get snatched away by someone else, which is quite possible. Hush, 2 jets of steam erupted from Nanako's nose. Nanako, damn it, that arrogant dog disciple, so cocky, so pleased with herself. I really want to slam a block of tofu on his head. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, Nanako has noted it down. Nanako will remember. Disciple, you're done for. Once you take off your disguise, Master will definitely let you experience what it means to have a mighty and virtuous elemental iron fist. Ah, Linen smiled, not noticing that his lowly master had already started practicing boxing in her mind, and said, "Thank you for your concern. By the way, why is it you, Nanako, who brought the meal today? Isn't there a dedicated maid for that?" Nanako forced herself to hold back. She opened her blue eyes, crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and closed her eyes, saying, "Originally, Nanako was assisting the mage group with post-war reconstruction, but I made a tiny mistake during the rebuilding work, and then I was sent here by Grandpa Andrew and Grandpa Andre." Linen was taken aback, and immediately waved his hand, shouting, "How could this happen? This is simply outrageous." Nanako nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, yes." Nanako just happened to accidentally bump into the scaffolding of the city wall, and that scaffolding hit another scaffolding, which then hit a third one, and that's how the city wall collapsed. Nanako didn't do it on purpose. A brief silence. Then Linen rushed to the window at an unimaginable speed, pulled back the curtains, and stared into the distance. He saw that apart from the ruins, the direction of the city wall was completely empty, and he could see the coastline far away. The broken wall had collapsed. What wasn't broken had also collapsed. A gentle breeze blew by. Linen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "It really was just a tiny little mistake. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Luckily it's our own property, Omega Winkyface, otherwise I'd really have to run away with the dog Loli now." "Andre, you all did very well, made a very wise decision, and I will definitely reward you when you return." Nanako, after wiping off the cold sweat, Linen turned around, showing a kind smile, and said, "Just be a bit more careful in the future. You're a clever girl, just put the food here and go rest well. Remember to knock next time." Linen dismissed her. Then Nanako will leave first. Nanako nodded vigorously, set down the food, then turned around cheerfully, her long ponytail snapping against Linen's face. Linen, Q. That was intentional. The dog Loli definitely did that on purpose. Completely oblivious to Linen's inner thoughts, Nanako hummed a little tune, bouncing towards the door, and then lightly closed it behind her. Just as she was about to shut the door, she turned her head, her blue eyes gazing longingly at the figure inside the room. "Disciple. Actually, Nanako really wants to know. Disciple, you're so strong. You already have a lovely daughter. You've had your own family for a long time. Why do you still want to stay by Nanako's side? Why do you still want to be so close to Nanako? Just to hide your identity? Or is it as Nanako thinks?" The door slowly closed, and those blue eyes gradually faded away. No matter the reason, Nanako really. Creak, the door closed. Only then did Linen let out a breath, pull off his hood, sit down in a chair, and wipe the cold sweat from the back of his neck. Omega Winky Face. So terrifying. I didn't feel this anxious even when fighting the sea god. So, Dad, is she really Mother? A voice came from behind. Sigma? This shock was truly extraordinary. Lin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he immediately turned around, his eyes wide open, staring at his daughter who was lying on the bed, propping her chin up, gazing at him with her big blue eyes. Her slender legs swung up and down with a soft thud. Lin glared. "When did you wake up?" Aviel, still propping her chin, replied softly, "It's been a while. You were too focused, Dad. If it were any other time, you wouldn't have missed it." Looking into his daughter's inquisitive eyes, Lin knew things had gotten serious. "Is she Mom?" "No." Aviel narrowed her eyes, staring at him intently. "Dad, you can't fool your daughter. Just look at her eyes. They are exactly the same as when you looked at Mother. She is my mother, right? Have you finally found a way to bring her back? Haven't you?" "No." Lin turned away and walked to the window, gazing at the distant scenery. Aviel immediately sat up, watching his back, gritting her teeth. "You can't deceive me. I've always known that after Mother died, you have been searching for a way to bring her back. You've been looking for thousands of years. If you hadn't made any progress with your obsession over Mother, you would never have returned to your old self." Lin suddenly frowned, turning his head sharply, ready to sternly reprimand his daughter. But when he saw the pleading moisture in Aviel's eyes, his words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. The wind whistled in through the window. After a long while, a sigh escaped. Lin closed his eyes deeply and said, "I have indeed been searching for thousands of years. I have never been able to let go, but you must understand, there is no reincarnation in this world." He turned around, looking at his trembling daughter with a face full of weariness, his eyes flowing with indescribable emotions. "Your mother was a demigod. Even if I gave everything, I could hardly bring her back to life. I have mastered countless methods of resurrection. I could even bring back soldiers who have been dead for 1,000 years, but her, I am powerless." But, Aviel trembled. Lin waved his sleeve and turned towards the door. "There is no but, just a flower that looks similar, a soul that resembles hers. You could say your father is just searching for a possibility, an answer, but she is not your mother." Lin turned back, his eyes reflecting Aviel's trembling cheeks. "At least not now." Creak, the door closed. In the room, Aviel was left sitting there in a daze. Her eyes were filled with desolation as she shook her head vigorously, trying to calm her chaotic thoughts. She didn't know how long it had been. No! She suddenly turned around, anxiously looking at the door. She knew her father very well. With his obsession over her mother for thousands of years, even if something seemed impossible, he would create a possibility to pursue it. Her father was definitely not the kind of person to give up easily. In an instant, she recalled the words her father had just said. There is no reincarnation in this world. And in her mind, the memories of the decades before the Divine War immediately surfaced. During that time, for some reason, her father had suddenly become extremely obsessed with the methods of souls and reincarnation, even issuing orders to all the forces under his control, including the Sea King's palace. He demanded they do everything possible to gather some secret knowledge. During that time, she hadn't paid much attention, thinking her father was once again falling into an endless thirst for knowledge, just as he had done over the countless years. But those words from earlier. In an instant, Aviel trembled violently. A thought gradually emerged in her mind, one that she herself found incredibly absurd and insane. Yet that thought was strikingly real, almost entirely in line with her father's personality. Could it be that father created A? She murmured, lifting her head, gazing dreamily out the window, whispering, "Reincarnation." Outside the palace, Lin sat atop a tall spire, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant scenery. Birds flew by, emitting long cries as they soared overhead. He extended his hand, staring blankly at the dim, azure scale in his palm. The passage of time, the change of seasons, the withering of yesterday might bloom anew in spring, but would it still be the same flower from yesterday? Everything can only be left to time. Lin closed his eyes, slowly tightening his grip on the scale. May some enduring companionship help you recall the past, back when you might still have been her. But if I fail? He raised his head, looking up at the vast blue sky. The distant sea breeze brought with it the tumult of the setting sun. Lin fell silent, alone, as the sea wind rustled his clothes. The afterglow of the sunset enveloped a solitary figure. On the day of the sun, the reconstruction work at the Sea King Palace was in full swing. The internal restructuring of the palace staff was also gradually unfolding, especially for those who had sided with the Aurora Church during the war. A major reckoning awaited them. Overall, under the backdrop of the Sea King's return, the entire Sea King Palace was bursting with vitality. And soon, the victory of this war and the Sea King's return immediately drew the attention of everyone on the continent to the eastern coast. Many were worried, many were delighted, but more were still watching and waiting. However, just a few days later, various named forces and organizations across the continent sent envoys to pay homage to the Sea King. After all, a living demigod was like a thunderclap to the current world. Many forces that had offended the Sea King Palace were trembling in fear, afraid of retribution. They already knew that it was not just the Sea King returning, but also the Iron Army that had once followed him into the Divine War. If the Sea King Palace wished, they could easily sweep across the entire continent, bringing the Violet Continent completely under their rule. However, this worry was soon alleviated by a continent-wide announcement a few days later, allowing everyone to temporarily set aside their concerns. The Sea King Palace will only reclaim the territorial waters we lost 1,000 years ago and will not target any individuals or forces on the continent. His Majesty the Sea King has no intention of participating in worldly disputes and will soon return to seclusion. A few brief announcements brought a sigh of relief to all forces on the continent. If the Sea King truly wanted to help the Sea King Palace expand its territory, they would have no ability to resist. But although the announcement stated this, everyone knew. If anyone dared to offend the Sea King Palace, they would surely face its wrath. In the holy city square. Lin, hurry up. What's wrong with you lately? You've been dazed like a puppet. You're not scared by that battle in Christmas City, are you? In a massive teleportation portal, the commander of the Scruffy Legion turned his head in annoyance, looking at the boy who was sluggishly walking out of the gate. With black hair and dressed in a linen robe, he was strikingly handsome, yet everything else about him was so ordinary. Lin yawned, stretched lazily, and suddenly a smile filled his eyes, a stark contrast to his usual emptiness and dullness. There is indeed a little, but it's nothing now, he. The commander looked at him strangely, scrutinizing him from head to toe. How odd. Since the Christmas City battle, their ragtag army had been staying in Christmas City to help rescue the wounded and manage various logistics. As for Lin, it wasn't that he was particularly strange. After all, he worked diligently every day, with no faults to pick at. But it was precisely because he had no faults that he seemed even more peculiar. He was like a magical puppet, showing up for work at the same time every day, chatting at fixed times, and even going to the bathroom at scheduled intervals. Even when he had nothing to do, he would stand there for a while before pulling up his pants and leaving. He shook his head, no longer wanting to think about Lin. Since there's nothing wrong, let's hurry up and catch up. After the ceremony, we might even be lucky enough to see His Majesty the Sea King. As he spoke, admiration and faith shone in his eyes, full of life. He clasped his hands together and said, His Majesty the Sea King is truly the most handsome and powerful man in the world. I've decided, from now on, he will be my idol, and I will also become a strong man like him. The nearby girls chimed in, His Majesty the Sea King is the most handsome. I really want to be favored by him. Lin immediately felt awake, hesitating. Really? The girls turned to him. Of course, being favored by Prince Lin is also acceptable. Swish, swish, swish. Resentful glances from the surrounding male humans shot over. Lin instinctively touched his chin. Sure enough, sometimes being too handsome isn't a good thing. Especially when you stand out among a crowd of ordinary males, you become like a firefly in the night. So outstanding, so dazzling. Lin sighed, feeling a deep sense of melancholy, standing there, letting his damned charm radiate. Since leaving Christmas City, to avoid raising excessive suspicion, he had left a clone of himself in Christmas City. So, to outsiders, it seemed that Lin had been diligently working with the main force all this time, with no way to connect the ordinary Lin with the exalted Sea King. Even his lowly master couldn't possibly make that connection. The so-called long-lost reunion. His lowly master must be missing him terribly right now. He estimated that when they met later, she would come running over, giving him a big bear hug in front of everyone, and then affectionately nuzzle against him. If he got a bit teary-eyed, maybe a kiss would also be possible. Asterisk? Asterisk M. It really is a perfect plot development. Lin, you are amazing. As the main force arrived at the central square of the holy city, the crowd surged with people. Many mages from Winter Springs and the Sea King's palace gathered together, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. Lin looked around, scanning for his master's figure. And just at that moment, his eyes lit up. Found her. Across the square, Nanako, dressed in a water blue robe, followed a group of attendants, carrying her sturdy magic staff and wearing a large mage hat that signified her status. With her head held high and a proud expression, she walked with a determined air, trying hard to showcase the solemn aura of the ultimate mage Nanako. Two long ponytails swayed behind her, clearly indicating her impressive capabilities, or so it seemed. Master Lin burst into tears, greater than over equal to, less than over equal to, and hurriedly ran towards the direction of her lowly master. It was as if every step she took made flowers bloom, as if countless colorful bubbles floated around her, as if a beauty filter had been activated, so vibrant and colorful. I've seen you. Asterisk asterisk? It felt as if her steps were light as a feather. Hearing the voice, Nanako's hair tuft under her hat moved, and she turned around in confusion. Then she immediately saw her colorful disciple running towards her with a asterisk asterisk expression. Nanako's eyes focused. Master Lin N? Asterisk slash floated over. Let's have a big hug. Centuries old lowly. Aura then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Nanako, spiraled her arm and delivered a powerful elemental rising dragon punch to Lin N's chin. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Lin N's body instantly spun 360 degrees into the air and then fell heavily to the ground, face down. The entire venue trembled. The people around widened their eyes and quickly distanced themselves from the explosive lowly. Lin N's fingers twitched. No, something's not right. This isn't how the script should go. Shouldn't it be a warm reunion after a long separation, with a tender hug? 0Q Nanako spiraled her arm, watching Linen fly away. I've avenged myself. Don't think that just because she changed her appearance, Nanako would forget. She holds grudges. If she says she'll give her disciple an elemental iron fist, then she will definitely give her a lowly iron fist. Then, under the dazed gazes of everyone, Nanako, Carrot, walked over with a clatter, unbothered, grabbed Linen by the back of her collar, and, carrying her staff, dragged her towards a small black room not far away. No one dared to stop the blue-haired lowly's ruthless stride. Bang, the door slammed shut. Then everyone immediately heard terrified voices coming from inside the room. Master, what are you doing? Let's talk it out. Put your fist down. Did your disciple do something wrong again? No, just consider it your master throwing a tantrum for no reason. Watch the fist. Stop it. Bang, then various chaotic sounds erupted from inside the room. Master, you can't bite there. That's off limits. Stop, stop. The clothes are going to rip. Outside, everyone stared wide-eyed, hearts racing, while no one knew what was actually happening inside. Half an hour later, a group of low-level mages from the Mixed Hair Legion surrounded Linen, curiously looking at her tattered clothes, bruised face, and the bite marks all over her body. They poked her occasionally, as if she were a rare animal. Linen, what happened to you? Linen opened her dead fish eyes and said, I got beaten. That can't be right. We just saw Nanako the steward take you into the small black room alone. And we heard some strange noises too. Linen, just tell us, no need to be shy. Is there something going on between you and Nanako the steward? The gossiping hearts of the crowd burned fiercely, each one excitedly looking at her. After all, in the tranquil place of Winter Spring Valley, nothing was more juicy than this explosive incident. Linen, and at the front of the Legion, Nanako, with her big blue eyes, occasionally turned to the side, glancing at Linen at the back of the line. Nanako, a deaconess beside her shook her head and scolded. You are the 7th deacon of our Winter Spring Valley. How can you bully your own disciple for no reason? If this gets out, it will have a very bad impact on our reputation. Nainai turned her head, crossed her arms, and said, That's not true. Nainai is the one being bullied. The deaconess pointed in Linen's direction and accused, Look at how badly you've been beaten. Nainai, how can you not admit it? This is too much. Nainai glared and pulled at her sleeve, saying, You look for yourself. The deaconess's eyes widened. On Nainai's chubby arm, a series of bite marks were neatly lined up all the way up. Nainai, feeling wronged, tugged at the collar of her large robe, revealing a row of bite marks on her neck. The deaconess was stunned. Nainai asked, Are there other places you want to see, Auntie? Just as Nainai was about to lift her clothes, the deaconess was startled and quickly stopped her, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, saying, No need. Sigh, today's young people really play too freely. I'm getting old. I can't keep up. On the other side, Linen stared with dead fish eyes, enduring the excited chatter of the gossipers. That little lowly is really too much. She actually bullies her own disciple as soon as they meet. Is this some kind of new greeting method? She doesn't even explain the reason. It's really hard to understand the blue-haired lowly's thoughts. I haven't done anything at all. Even the term century lowly is just something I use in my heart. The lowly master doesn't know. It's really hard to comprehend. Just as Linen was frantically complaining in his heart, there was a series of footsteps. A pale white hand reached out and tugged at the collar of a bystander. The boy instinctively looked down and immediately saw the small Nainai standing in front of him. Nainai Deacon. The boy's eyes widened. In an instant, the crowd jolted and turned their heads, staring wide-eyed at Nainai, who had appeared here without anyone noticing. Nainai shot a commanding glance. Instantly, the surrounding crowd parted to make way. Linen stared, sitting there, and said, Master, how did you come? Nainai crossed her arms and looked down at him proudly, saying, I just came to take a look at you. I have no intention of apologizing, so just sit here obediently. Linen. Then, under Linen's gaze, Nainai mumbled as she took out a handkerchief, squatted in front of him, wiped the bruises on his face, and carefully applied ointment to the bruises. Does it still hurt? It hurts. Linen, Omega Q, so just sit still, applying the ointment will be fine. But it still hurts. Linen, Omega, blow on it. Nainai pouted and gently blew on the bruises on his face, looking focused and serious. Seeing this scene, everyone around widened their eyes and held their breath. Watching the adorable Nainai Deacon focused and seriously blowing air, everyone immediately felt as if something was being stuffed into their mouths with a crackling sound. A strong lemon scent rushed over. How can it be like this? Why? Why doesn't my master treat me like this? But, how can there be such a thing as publicly killing a dog? That guy Linen, I will never believe him again. How could he make Nanako treat him so gently? The impact of this scene on everyone was unimaginably huge. People were going crazy. Upon hearing the commotion around her, Nanako's face instantly turned red. She turned her head, crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and displayed a tsundere expression. Lin said, "Master, you were so good to me. Thank you, I forgive you. Don't say strange things casually." Nanako retorted proudly, "Nanako is not here to apologize to you." Lin replied, Got it. Master is the best. Don't show that expression as if you don't understand anything." Ah! Nanako fiercely revealed her tiger teeth, opened her arms, and made a scratching gesture towards him, evil lowly roaring. But then she became somewhat helpless, her ahogue drooping down in disappointment. "You have to behave." Nanako stood up, turned her back to him, and looked at him from under the high collar of her mage robe, saying, "We will return to Winter Spring Valley soon, so you must obediently follow behind your master." Then, under everyone's gaze, Nanako maintained the dignity of a grand mage, and walked back with a clatter. Just as Nanako had just left, a brief silence ensued. The next moment, the surrounding crowd was instantly furious, clawing and grabbing at Lin. "Wow, dog Lin, I won't believe you anymore. Even if you say there's nothing between you and Nanako, we absolutely won't believe it. No wonder Nanako hasn't taken any other disciples for so long. It turns out she's been monopolized by you, Lin. Damn it, how infuriating." Completely ignoring the angry gestures of the surrounding mages, Lin sat there cross-legged, arms crossed, silent. Sigh, there's really no helping it. I actually find it quite enjoyable to hit someone and then get a sweet date actually. Aside from being a bit violent and having random outbursts, my lowly master is still very cute. I suddenly feel like I'd become much younger. Ha 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 hick. On the other side, Nanako sighed in frustration, as her ahogue drooped down, looking dispirited. Really, there's no way out. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to see if she could create some distance with her disciple, not to be too intimate. After all, her disciple was not only the Violet Lord but also the true king of the Sea King Palace, and he had a lovely daughter. Which means, her disciple already had a wife. Although she had never heard any words about his wife from her disciple's heart, nor found any information about the Sea King and the Violet Lord's wife in the texts. But, Nanako sighed again, her ahogue drooping even lower. After pondering for a few minutes, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh damn it. Nanako, don't think about these unfounded things. He is just your public disciple. Just a disciple. Nanako pounded her staff on the ground, scaring the people around her to flee in panic. That's right, just a disciple. Nanako glared, shaking her small fist as if she wanted to declare something. Just interact like before. Don't think about things that are hard to understand. Nanako lives very easily. Then she gripped her huge staff with both hands, gritted her teeth, spread her legs, and, raised her staff, imagining the air in front of her as the face of her dog disciple. If that detestable disciple dares to confess anything to Nanako or even dares to play any nurturing games with her, then Nanako will. Bang 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 bang, under the trembling gazes of those around, a blue-haired lowly swung a massive staff, smashing it down onto the floor with unimaginable force. Bang bang bang, the marble floor of the square was actually smashed into a large pit. Nanako placed her hands on her hips, her big eyes wide open, looking down proudly at the pit before her, said, "This floor." After sorting out her thoughts, Nanako immediately felt relaxed, shouldering the staff and swaggering around. But the next moment, a towering figure appeared before her. Nanako's expression froze. She saw Andrew standing there with a group of stewards, glaring at her in the large pit behind her. Nanako gulped, her eyes widening, and instinctively shifted her feet to block the pit with her body. "Hey Andrew grandpa, what brings you here?" Andrew was almost laughing in anger, saying, "What do you mean, what brings me here?" A few minutes later, Nanako was crouched there with repair tools, fixing the large pit she had created. "You've really been spoiled." Spoiled? The moment I heard someone report, I immediately thought of you, and when I came to check, it really was you. The stone slab was just laid yesterday, and today you almost destroyed it. You're really embarrassing us in Winter Spring Valley. Embarrassing. Fix it. If you don't fix it well, you won't get to eat. Andrew scolded, glaring. Nanako held a small shovel, saying, I know. Please don't be angry with Nanako. Nanako will fix it. Woo. More than half an hour later, the Sea King Palace and Winter Spring Valley were lined up in neat formations in the square. Although the duration of this war was not long, the casualties at the front lines of both the Sea King Palace and Winter Spring Valley were not few. Each clash was intense, a fight to the death. I heard that Princess Avelia has recovered, and King of the Sea has handed over the command of the Sea King Palace back to Princess Avelia. Sigh, Princess Avelia is really pitiful, controlled by the Aurora Church for 1,000 years. If it weren't for the return of the King of the Sea, she might still be suffering misfortune. I didn't see clearly at the time, but I really want to see Princess Avelia's true appearance." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, Avelia, dressed in a simple elegant long dress, with long blue hair simply tied behind her, looked like a goddess untouched by the mundane world. "Your Highness, the King of the Sea has asked me to inform you that you are fully responsible for this conference. His Majesty has some matters to attend to and may need to leave for a while." Raymond knelt on one knee. Avelia nodded, showing no dissatisfaction. Instead, a hint of a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Because today, she was going to do something very important. Over the past few days, she had been subtly probing her father for information about that girl. However, her father's lips were tightly sealed, giving her no opportunity at all. But this was naturally not a challenge for her. Through various inquiries, she managed to gather some information about that girl from the people of Winter Spring Valley. Nanako, the seventh steward of Winter Spring Valley. Although she looked small, she was actually hundreds of years old, but for some unknown reason, both her body and mind were not quite mature. "If it really is my mother." Aviel stroked her smooth chin, pondering, "Then she must stay in the Sea King's palace, close to me and father. Even if father doesn't want to interfere, it would be very bad if something unexpected happened outside." That's right, she must take this opportunity to bring Nanako to the Sea King's palace. Even if she can't bring her in, having that girl serve as an ambassador from Winter Spring Valley to the Sea King's palace would be fine too. Oh, Aviel couldn't help but smile. "Let's get started." With a dignified smile on her face, Aviel walked towards the Great Hall, surrounded by her maids. The grand event was in full swing. When Aviel appeared, the square erupted with enthusiastic applause. Many people were seeing the legendary princess, the daughter of the sea, for the first time, and gazing at the graceful and gentle woman from afar was truly breathtaking. "Wow, is that Princess Aviel? She's so beautiful, like a goddess." Princess Aviel is a true dragon. She is the biological daughter of His Majesty the Sea King. "Hey, did you notice that Princess Aviel looks a lot like Steward Nanako?" As soon as this was said, everyone immediately turned their gaze to the small Nanako in the front row. People were astonished, because it really was similar. If it weren't for Nanako being so small, they could have been carved from the same mold. Princess Aviel looked just like a grown-up version of Nanako. Wow, they really look alike. Could it be that Steward Nanako was Princess Aviel's daughter? No, that can't be. Shut up, don't say such careless things. It's a great disrespect to both Steward Nanako and Princess Aviel. I'm sorry, but they really do look alike. On the stage, Aviel looked at the countless mages from Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King's palace below, took a deep breath, her expression complex, and then bent her knees. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, she actually knelt down before them all. Seeing this scene, the crowd below was immediately shocked. Especially Andrew and Andre, among the high-ranking officials, were taken aback, filled with fear and trepidation. They rushed up to the platform, wanting to help Aviel up. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Aviel gently shook her head, lowering her head as she said, "Although I know it is hard to make amends, during this war, both Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King's palace have indeed suffered many casualties because of me. As the princess of the Sea King's palace, regardless of my state at the time, I bear an unshirkable responsibility." She bowed her head and said softly, "I'm sorry." The entire venue fell silent. The crowd below slowly raised their heads, especially the warriors of the Sea King's palace. They all knelt on one knee, pounding their chests with one hand, their voices rising and falling in unison. "We pledge our eternal loyalty." The resounding shouts echoed through the sky. Although the people of Winter Spring Valley were not as numerous as those of the Sea King's palace, they also knelt on one knee to show their respect. Below, Lynn crossed her arms, smiling as she watched the scene, feeling very gratified. "Well done, daughter, you truly possess the qualities of a ruler. No matter when, the hearts of the people are the most important. While power can maintain rule, it will never unite your subordinates with you. Let's begin, daughter, and accomplish your miracle." Under the steadfast gazes of everyone, Aviel slowly stood up, her eyes shimmering with light. She extended her hand and slowly raised the azure staff in her hand. In an instant, magical energy surged through the air. And just at that moment, the huge curtain that had been covering the other side of the square was suddenly whipped up by a fierce wind. Beneath that curtain lay one body after another, the victims of war. The crowd trembled, their breaths quickening in an instant. They understood what Princess Aviel intended to do. She was going to. "May all the fallen find rebirth under the glory of His Majesty the Sea King. May your souls once again stand upon the earth." In that moment, Aviel raised her staff. Accompanied by solemn chanting, a torrent of magical energy surged through the air, and in the next instant, beams of light began to shine upon each of the bodies. Their wounds started to heal, their bodies began to reassemble. rise again, all fallen warriors. Aviel spread her arms wide, her long hair flowing, as a magnificent light surged toward the countless corpses, and in the next moment, under the excited and trembling gaze of the crowd, one body after another slowly opened their eyes, bursting forth with the light of new life. They had been reborn. In an instant, the entire venue erupted, everyone gazing at Aviel on the stage, shouting her name with overwhelming emotion. Princess Aviel! Princess Aviel! The voices rose and fell like rolling waves. A sincere, weary smile appeared on Aviel's face. Below the stage, Lin crossed his arms, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the effect is remarkable. Nothing is more thrilling than witnessing the resurrection of the dead. However, your father will only assist you this once. From now on, the development of the Sea King's Hall will depend on you alone. I hope you can quickly adapt to this era and become a true queen. Before confirming this ceremony, Lin had forged a staff capable of bringing people back to life with his own power and handed it to his daughter. However, that staff could only be used this once. Lin did not wish for this method of reversing life and death to be misused. And this grand miracle was, in essence, a magnificent performance to elevate his daughter's prestige. You must understand your father's good intentions. Lin shrugged and moved his shoulders. On the high platform, Andre and Andrew both knelt on one knee, sincerely saying, "We thank your highness for the grace bestowed upon all the resurrected warriors." Andrew also expressed his heartfelt gratitude, although he knew this was merely a means for the higher-ups to win hearts. As long as it could achieve real results, what did it matter? Many had died in Winter Spring Valley this time, and seeing them resurrected brought Andrew genuine joy. "Rise," Aviel said with a smile, extending her hand. "Winter Spring Valley and the Sea King's Hall are of the same lineage. Without your help this time, we might have lost even more lives. Therefore, I hope that the Sea King's Hall and Winter Spring Valley will become eternal allies. What do you think?" Andrew was delighted. He knew that this decision to send troops had indeed been the right one. Now that His Majesty the Sea King had returned, Winter Spring Valley would surely receive great protection, thus solidifying its prestige on the continent. He immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "We have always been allies, Your Highness." Hearing Andrew's declaration, Aviel's smile grew even brighter. She knew it was time to make her request. "In that case, Deacon Andrew, I have a small request. I wonder if you could agree to it." Andrew was taken aback and quickly replied respectfully, "Your Highness, please speak. No matter the condition, as long as it is feasible, I will do my utmost." Aviel glanced at Nanako not far below the stage, her eyes full of smiles, and said, "It's not something to put you in a difficult position, Deacon Andrew, just a small request. Could you let Nanako from Winter Spring Valley stay? I really like this girl, so I'd love to have her by my side in an instant." There was silence all around. Nanako, eavesdropping on the conversation below, was momentarily stunned and said, "Huh?" Andrew was also taken aback, then glanced awkwardly at Nanako below, hesitating. Well, Aviel's smile grew even brighter. "Is it possible? Deacon Andrew, I really like that little girl. Mother, please forgive your daughter for calling you a little girl." Although father didn't tell Aviel anything, intuition told me that you must undoubtedly be mother. Stay. If you stay by your daughter's side, she will surely help you remember many things." Looking at Aviel's expectant expression, Andrew felt troubled. He truly hadn't expected Aviel to make such a request, but logically, he had no reason to refuse Aviel. However, Andrew cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. "Nanako is my granddaughter, but it still depends on her own wishes. If she wants to stay," he cleared his throat again, turned to the stage below, and said, "Nanako, come here." Nanako, confused, hugged her staff and slowly walked up. Andrew coughed and said, "Nanako, Aviel just suggested to me that she wants you to stay in the Sea King's palace. I want to ask for your opinion. What do you think?" Nanako was even more confused, saying, Boo, it seems. It really seems." Looking at Nanako's bewildered expression, Aviel almost cried, Oh. It was exactly the same as when mother was confused. No, Aviel must keep her. "Stay, Aviel, Omega," stepped forward, holding Nanako's small hands to her chest, and said, "Nanako." Seeing Aviel's enthusiastic, starry-eyed gaze, Nanako was even more confused, saying, don't hesitate. "Nanako." Aviel held her hands. "Omega?" Leaning closer, "Stay in the Sea King's palace as an elder. There are delicious foods here, beautiful clothes to wear, and lots of shiny gold coins." Gold coins. Nanako's silly hair moved, and she blurted out two words, "poverty." Nanako stared wide-eyed. "Omega?" Moving her silly hair. It sounded really good. Nanako loved round, shiny gold coins the most, and Aviel had a very friendly vibe. "What do you think, Aviel?" Carrot leaned closer, holding her hands. "Promise, Nanako. Aviel will share our dragon's treasure with you." Slap, a shiny gold coin appeared right in front of Nanako. Really? Nanako's eyes sparkled. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q holding the coin, and said, if that's the case, then Nanako will. But just as it seemed Nanako was about to be bought off by a gold coin, suddenly, a fierce wind arose. Then, under everyone's gaze, a white-haired, bare-chested sea king descended from the sky, landing instantly on the high platform. Boom, a loud sound. Everyone was astonished and delighted. Your Majesty the Sea King. But everyone quickly noticed that His Majesty the Sea King was a bit special, for what he held was not a trident, but a long, fluffy, feathered duster. He walked towards Aviel with the feathered duster, #danger. Aviel instantly felt a tremendous crisis coming from behind her. She turned around in an instant, her body straightening rigidly, staring wide-eyed at the feathered duster in her father's hand, #Dad, why are you here? She instinctively swallowed. Lin said, what do you mean, why am I here? Then Aviel suddenly felt her body lighten, her mind going blank. Her neck was easily lifted. Her feet dangled in the air. What an infuriating daughter. Just a moment ago, she won people's hearts, and now she's starting to dig her own grave. I already said not to interfere with my master. Did you really take your father's words as nothing? And just as the queen's persona was established, she immediately showed such a omega expression in front of everyone. She really has lost all the dignity of being my daughter. Ah, no. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Aviel was grabbed by Lin by the neck and dragged towards the hall. She immediately reacted, flailing her hands in the air. Nanako, Mom! She cried out tearfully, her slender fingers reaching forward, but it had no effect. Then, under everyone's dazed gaze, the door slammed shut with a bang. Nanako stared wide-eyed, standing there in a daze, quickly putting a gold coin into her bag and continuing to maintain the dazed state with those around her. The next moment, clap 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 clap, a series of indescribable sounds came. Nanako and Andre and the others all jumped back a few steps in shock, looking fearfully at the tightly closed door. How terrifying. The scene of Princess Aviel being pressed on her knees, being taught a lesson by His Majesty the Sea King with a feather duster, suddenly flashed in everyone's minds. Letting you be disobedient. Letting you dig your own grave. Letting you ruin your persona. Everyone shivered in an instant. Andrew stared wide-eyed, swallowed, and said, should I say something to ease the atmosphere now? Andre wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, awkwardly saying, Omega winky face, no need. It's quite normal for a father to discipline his daughter, but I still think it's better for you all to quietly slip away than anything else. Andrew awkwardly coughed and said, well, that's true. Andrew was drenched in sweat, grabbing the dazed Naneko's ponytail not far away, and ran away with a series of claps. Staying here just felt like there was a chance of being silenced by His Majesty the Sea King. Pretend you didn't see anything. Let's slip away. Meanwhile, inside the hall, clap 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 clap, Dad, stop hitting. If you keep this up, it will really break. Aviel sat on the chair, holding her head, as the feather duster went clap clap on her head, her silly hair being knocked down and then springing back up, over and over again. Lin held the feather duster, looking at the tearful Aviel, and said, I already said not to interfere with Nana's normal trajectory, yet you still want to keep me in the Sea King's palace. Why are you so reckless? Aviel, T to the power of T, replied, Dad, didn't you go into seclusion? Why are you here again? Lin said, don't change the subject. I'll say it again seriously, you are not allowed to get close to Nanako casually, or else, Dad will hit you every time he sees you. Aviel angrily lifted her head, crossed her arms, and stared. Why? Of course, it's because I'm afraid you'll accidentally expose everything. Besides, as long as I'm with my lowly master, it's fine. What are you coming over for? To be a third wheel? To generate electricity? Lin instantly recalled scenes from thousands of years ago. He was being affectionate with his lovely wife in their home, preparing for some deep exchanges. Mommy and Daddy, what are you doing? Can I join you? Innocent, or perhaps they were romantically cuddling while watching the sunset. Daddy, I'm stuck in the tree again. Save me. Or even when they were getting ready for bed, planning to cuddle and kiss. A daughter, like a caterpillar, crawled out from under the blanket, squeezed in between them, and said in a baby voice, I want to sleep in the middle. Just thinking about those past scenes made Linen's temples throb, and he clenched his fists tightly. Ever since having a daughter, their sweet world of two had vanished. Now that he finally had a chance for a fresh start, he absolutely wouldn't allow his daughter to casually intervene. Damn it, not allowed. Aviel continued to stare at him. Aren't you afraid that Nanako will be taken away by some other nasty boy? Of course not, because there's only one nasty boy by lowly master's side, and that's me. If anyone's going to take her away, It'll be me, no one else has a chance. Aviel pressed on. So what exactly is your scheme, Dad? Didn't you say Nanako isn't Mom? But your concern for her seems a bit excessive. Could it be that Dad has fallen for her? Wow, this little brat. Bang 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 bang. Lin En grabbed a feather duster and gave his daughter a good whack on the head. Ouch. Aviel covered her head and said, but everything I said makes sense, you can't be unreasonable. Lin En grabbed his daughter's silly hair and lifted her up, saying, what's with all the nonsense? What does a little kid know? Listen to your dad and stay here, just manage the Sea King Hall well. I won't. Aviel O, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Lin En, there was no other way. Since it had come to this, don't blame your dad for being ruthless. Lin En directly reached out, pulled a thin line of magical energy from the air, and swiftly tied it into a dead knot with Aviel's silly hair. Aviel looked confused and said, huh? Lin En gently patted her shoulder, kissed her forehead, and said, Dad is leaving now. Take good care of yourself. If you encounter anything you can't solve, remember to let me know, and I'll come quickly. Bye-bye. After saying that, Lin En snapped his fingers. In an instant, his body vanished into thin air. Aviel stood there dazed for a while, unable to react. Wait. Aviel O, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, O then quickly ran towards the door. Thud, a heavy thump. Aviel suddenly turned around, her expression frozen, her gaze falling on the thin line of magical energy connected to her silly hair. Then she immediately remembered that when she was very little, her dog dad had set up this restriction to prevent her from running around. The deadlock remains. In the next moment, a voice filled with exasperation echoed throughout the great hall. Damn it, Dad, how could you treat your daughter this way again? I won't give up. Aviel will absolutely not give up. The azure sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Winter Spring Valley. The open space in front of the Mage Tower. On a comfortable rocking chair. Ding! You have sunbathed for 5 hours, your fire element resistance has increased by 100, and your fire element control has increased by 100. Ding! After a long absence, the salty fish life has made you feel very comfortable. You gain a buff that increases your magic power by 100 per second, lasting for 30 days. Ding! You have read strange books, unlocking more peculiar postures, feeling the joy of knowledge accumulation. Congratulations on receiving a double pleasure buff. Lying on the rocking chair, Lin curled the corner of his mouth, closed the book, shut his eyes, and then stretched out lazily. The warm sun shining on him truly made him not want to move at all. It had been almost a week since he returned from the Sea King Palace. Because of this expedition, his lowly master's excellent performance had brought this not-so-affluent family a subsidy of a full 20,000 gold coins. After deducting the 19,000 gold coins for the collapsed city wall compensation, erasing the 800 gold coins for the Mage Tower repair costs, ignoring the 150 gold coins for the granite floor that was smashed by his master, after redecorating the interior, they now had a total of 10 gold coins in savings. One could say they were absolutely wealthy. Asterisk. Putting aside the excellent tomes of the King of Secrets, Lin leisurely stood up. Skillfully making his way to the Mage Tower, he walked to his master's bedroom, opened the wardrobe, twisted the hidden compartment in the corner, and skillfully pulled out a small piggy bank. He shook it. It rattled. Then, he used spatial magic to reach inside and pulled out a shiny gold coin, tucking it into his pocket. I'll go soak in the hot spring valley. However, what Lin did not notice was that just shortly after he left, far in the sky, a pair of azure eyes flashed by. More than half an hour later, disciple, master is back. A crisp voice came from the parallel sky above the Mage Tower. Then, a lowly wearing a large mage hood, with a band-aid on her face, was seen whizzing on her broomstick, racing towards this place. But just as she was about to crash into the Mage Tower, a fierce emergency brake. Squeak squeak squeak, the broom stopped less than 1 centimeter away from the freshly built Mage Tower. Fune Naiko stared with her big blue eyes, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, that was so close. I almost crashed again. Naiko, put her hands on her hips, sitting on the broom, feeling proud, her ahog bobbing up and down. Who said Naiko can't brake? It's just that Naiko hadn't learned it before, but didn't I brake perfectly this time? No more listening to the dog disciple and Grandpa Andrew rambling on. Simply perfect. Clap, she slapped the base of the broom. Instantly, the broom beneath Naiko shot forward with a burst of speed. Boom! Accompanied by her excited shouts and a loud crash, the Mage Tower shook violently, and a large hollow in the shape of a loli appeared on the wall, along with a series of loud bangs from inside the Mage Tower. Naiko rolled down the most spiral staircase, burst through the front door, and landed perfectly balanced on the ground with a thud. Naiko stared wide-eyed, panting in fear. However, this also confirmed that her disciple was not home. Thank goodness. Otherwise, that detestable guy would laugh at me heartily in his heart again. Nanako looked around. he really wasn't home. I wonder where he went this time. Isn't he usually just lying around on the rocking chair, too lazy to move at all? But, just right, Nanako, returned to her room, locked the door, opened the hidden compartment in the wardrobe, and carefully took out her little piggy bank. I don't know why. Ever since returning from the Sea King's palace, I've suddenly developed a great interest in saving money. Especially those round, shiny gold coins, they are just the cutest. Clink clink, she shook the piggy bank. Nanako's silly hair stood on end, and her face showed a